The girl was the most notorious little tyrant in the village, freeloading off whoever she pleased without ever paying a single cent. So when her wealthy older brother came to take her home, the villagers immediately surrounded them. Young master, Qin Ning grew up eating from every household in the village. Now she owes us a mountain of debts. If you want to take her away, you'll have to settle the bill. The wealthy brother glanced disdainfully at the village chief, scoffing. How much could she possibly owe in such a rundown place? Unfazed, the chief smiled amiably, adjusted his reading glasses, and pulled out a notebook from his pocket. For the first 12 years, the expenses weren't too high. She only consumed 10 pigs, 5 cows, 350 sheep, 250 chickens, 860 ducks, and 520 geese. Besides eating, she also bit all 128 dogs in the village, each requiring 5 rabies shots at 950 yuan per dog. She injured 324 people, 51 of whom were beaten twice or more. Oh, and she never cooked, she just ate at whoever's house she wandered into. She didn't do laundry either, she'd strip off her clothes wherever she went. As the chief prepared to continue, the man's face darkened further, and he raised a hand to stop him. No need to go on. Will 100,000 yuan per household cover it? The village had just over 60 households, totaling less than 10 million yuan. Half an hour after resolving the issue, Qin Ning was already seated in the car. The young man shot her a glance and said arrogantly, "You sure know how to cause trouble, don't you? Do you have any idea how much it cost to bring you back? But it doesn't matter, the Qin family has money to spare. By the way, while you were gone, Jiaojiao has been the one taking care of Mom all these years. Mom can't live without her now, and the whole family dotes on her. When you get back, know your place. Don't upset Jiaojiao or bully her, or we won't go easy on you. The Qin family has many rules." Hey, what are you doing? You can't bite that. Qin Ning touched this and poked that, curious about everything. What are you doing? Don't chew on my car, it's brand new. Stop it. Are you really a dog? Qin Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this made of gold? You're being a bit extravagant. Look at you, acting like you've never seen anything fancy before. The wiring at home is all gold, and using gold for handrails is several tiers beneath that. Qin Ning pouted. Why not eat meat porridge? What do you mean by that? Oh, nothing much. The man was momentarily speechless. You'll have it tough once we get home. You can only act tough with your words for now. Qin Ning traced the tooth marks on the armrest. What a shame. Couldn't bite it off. The man kicked the seat in front impatiently. Hurry up and drive. I don't want to sit with her at all, just look at her money-grubbing face. Jiaojiao was never like this. Qin Ning tilted her head and asked, "Are you saying I'm money-grubbing? Who else if not you? Have some self-awareness. You don't want to sit with me?" After getting the man's confirmation, Qin Ning sighed, a bit regretful. "Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Ning had the driver stop the car and opened the trunk. The driver froze and looked at his boss. Qin Ning pointed outside. "Get out." The man hadn't processed it yet. "What did you say?" "I said get out. Can't you understand human speech?" "Why should I? This is my car. What are you even here for? Weren't you supposed to pick me up? Now you don't want to sit with me? I'm being kind and offering this perfect solution, all for your own good." The man didn't budge. "If you want to go, you go. I'm not going." Without hesitation, Qin Ning knocked him out and stuffed him into the trunk. After witnessing the entire scene, the driver became extremely deferential. "Young miss, shall we continue the journey?" Qin Ning glanced at the man before giving the order. "Keep driving." "Yes, young Mississippi, please hold on tight." "Driver, tell me about the Qin family." The driver hurriedly replied. The Qin family is one of the top-tier aristocratic families in Xinjiang. You have 5 older brothers, Qin Yuan, Qin Air, Qin San, Qin Si, and the 5th one is Qin Wu in the trunk. Qin Jiao is the youngest, 2 hours younger than you, young Mississippi. What do they do? "Young miss, your eldest brother is a domineering CEO, the second is a genius doctor, the third is an undefeated lawyer, the fourth is an ascetic professor, and the 5th is a hip-hop singer. The young lady hasn't graduated yet, she's currently a sophomore in college." Upon hearing this introduction, Qin Ning's face darkened. Stop, who added all these prefixes?" The bodyguard looked embarrassed. "They added them themselves." Qin Ning cursed. "How shameless. Miss, should I continue?" "Let's stop here for now. I need some peace. Yesterday I was slaughtering pigs. Today shoveling manure. I nearly worked myself to death." "Oh, right, I want to listen to North Suburbs. The song title might be wrong. Play it for me. Turn it up loud. I'm a person of taste." "Yes, Mississippi. Also, lend me your phone. Mine's dead." The passenger in the front seat handed over his phone with both hands. Qin Ning took it, said thanks, and immediately dialed the village chief. Following her instructions, 2 million was transferred into her account as living expenses. while the rest was to be split among the villagers. The two bodyguards watched her series of actions in utter shock. Qin Ning turned on the phone, saw the balance, and felt an overwhelming sense of security. Only money could make her feel this safe. She smirked slightly and glanced up at the rearview mirror, noticing the expressions on the two bodyguards' faces. Got a problem? Their survival instincts kicked in as they shook their heads like rattles in unison, saying, "No." Qin Ning was very pleased. "Good. That's more like it. Now, tell me about that so-called Jiajiao story." But suddenly, Qin Ning heard someone crying. Her voice turned icy and emotionless as she asked, "Where's that crying coming from?" Qin Wu poked her head out from the trunk, her voice trembling with sobs. "It's me. Can you change the song?" Qin Ning shook her head. "This song is great. Doesn't it resonate with you?" "Ah, fate." Qin Wu burst into tears upon hearing it. "Why must you torment me like this?" Perhaps due to too much empathy, the two bodyguards, especially the one doubling as the driver, began crying uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotions they couldn't even explain. He slowly turned his head and said, "Young miss, fifth young master, what's the point of living?" Qin Ning pondered for a moment. "I think it's actually quite interesting. If you find life meaningless, it's because you're in the wrong profession. As the saying goes, women fear choosing the wrong profession. Men fear marrying the wrong wife." Qin Wu timidly corrected from the side. "You got it backwards. It's men who fear choosing the wrong profession. Women who fear marrying the wrong husband." Qin Ning turned and slapped him without hesitation. "What I said is correct. Just listen." The driver looked utterly confused. "Young miss, who should I marry then?" No, I mean, what job should I do?" Qin Wu immediately looked utterly defeated. He didn't want to listen to these people's conversation anymore. Qin Ning took out her phone and said, "Transfer me 50. The bodyguard didn't hesitate and immediately sent 100. After receiving the transfer, Qin Ning promptly pulled out her backpack from behind. "What are your names? Introduce yourselves." She took out a notebook from her backpack, its cover nearly falling off, and flipped to a page. "This is something I created. Interested in joining? If you do, you'll be founding members in my organization. Besides base pay and commissions, there are annual dividends, plus 2% equity for each of you. You can't go wrong, no scams here." As Qin Ning spoke confidently, Qin Wu suddenly burst out laughing. He had never heard a butcher talk about equity shares. That laugh exposed a flaw. Qin Wu was still awake. Luckily, no core secrets had been revealed. "This guy dares to laugh at me? At his funeral. I'll sing today is a good day, his time's almost up anyway." Seeing Qin Ning's eerie grin and the cruel, bloodthirsty glint in her eyes, coupled with her repeated mentions of his impending death, Qin Wu suddenly felt a warm rush between his legs before passing out. "Oh crap, help!" He pissed himself. "You too, handle this, throw him in the trunk." Lian pulled the car over, and with Gu Chuan's cooperation, one cleaned the back seat while the other dealt with the unconscious man. The two of them now had only one thought: to cling tightly to the young lady's coattails, as that was the only way to save their own lives. After about 15 minutes, Qin Ning was ushered into the car. Lian then sped all the way, arriving at the Qin family estate just in time for dinner. Qin Ning woke up the person in the trunk, and Qin Wu scrambled back to his room, adding a warning as he left. "Qin Ning, this is the Qin family. You'd better watch yourself." He didn't want to stay near Qin Ning because he had discovered a major secret. He could hear her inner thoughts. This Qin Ning was actually cursing him to die, making her seem like a terrifying person. He decided he would move out the next day. Although Lian and Gu Chuan were the ones who took her to the dining room, Qin Ning felt extremely displeased. There was no grand welcoming ceremony like in novels, no joy at finding their long-lost daughter, not even the most basic respect. It was as if she were completely insignificant. The dining table was 15 meters long, and she was seated at the far end, looking like a pitiful figure, which only made her feel worse. Sitting at the head of the table with a stern expression was her biological father, Qin Wen. He noticed Qin Ning sitting at the far end and thought it inappropriate. After all, she was his flesh and blood, and he still needed her later. He didn't want her to feel disheartened on her very first day, so he stood up and led her to sit beside him. "What's with that look, Qin Wen? I'm not some document, no need to scrutinize me so closely. Can't you tell if I'm really yours? Our DNA match is 80%. Qin Wen didn't speak, but the subtle expressions on his face betrayed him. He could actually hear Qin Ning's inner thoughts. He wondered if this was really her inner monologue. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and you still won't love me. You'd rather dote on that Qin Jiao, who has nothing to do with you. What an idiot. Getting fooled by some brat into handing over the company, only to end up homeless and dying miserably in a foreign land. While Qin Jiao and that guy from the Xie family flew off together, living happily ever after with her biological parents. You're just a big fool." Qin Wen no longer had the energy to fear Qin Ning's eerie behavior. He just wanted to know if all this was true. Wasn't Qin Jiao an orphan? How could she have parents? Qin Ning also looked to the side of the one full of disgusted expression should be her own mother by Jiruo. That mouth wipe. Do not know thought just ate a child it. What are you doing with these flaming lips? It's a ghost in red. Don't worry, you can be a ghost in red after you've been killed by Qin Zhao. Bai Jiruo had originally felt that her husband was too enthusiastic about Qin Ning, but now that she had seen her husband's appearance and thought about what she had encountered when she had gone to the temple today, she felt more and more that there was something odd about this Qin Ning. Qin Ning could see from her eyes that they were full of boredom and rejection, and it just so happened that she didn't like this real mother too much either. Instead she turned directly to Qin Zhao who was sitting across from her, that neck raised, and as soon as she saw this long neck, she wanted to eat a big goose stewed in an iron pot. What's it like? Entering the door without greeting anyone. Is this your upbringing? Bai Jiruo was finally sullen. Qin Ning leaned back in a dangling manner and wrapped his hands around his arms. Excuse me, but I have a life with no one to raise me. May I ask what I should have that as upbringing? Bai Jiruo was burning with rage. What kind of thing was this picking up? Chapter 4, a little violent. You, Arwen, listen to this. Listen to what she's saying. I'm her mother and she's not being polite to me at all. Qin Ning pooh-poohed. I'm still your father. I've heard a lot of this kind of talk since I was a kid. Which family are you from? Who are you kidding? Whose own mother would be so mean to her child? Sister, this is mommy, who waited here early in the morning in order to wait for you. Qin Ning glanced at her. TNT, which one of you? I'm not the Qin family's little darling. That won't work on me. Bai Jiruo slapped the table. Her expression twisted. If it wasn't for the sake of giving the Xie family an explanation, she wouldn't have wanted to pick up a village girl and bring her back. And I wonder how long I'll be laughed at by my circle sisters. However, for Zhejiao's sake, she still collected her anger. Qin Ning, don't lose your temper. There's a reason why I asked you to come here today. Come over and meet your mother-in-law. What the hell? What did I say 17 years ago? It's not hard to find someone with the Qin family's strength, right? If you didn't look for me sooner or later, now you come to me when something's wrong. Don't you think you're being a bit shameless? Sis, I really don't blame mom and dad for this. They really searched and wouldn't have found you now if they hadn't been looking. Qin Ning pulled out his ears. Don't describe it. The more you describe it, the darker it gets. You guys picked me up just so I could marry someone for you. Why don't you let me marry your fiancé when he's well? Now in a car accident and became a vegetable you let me marry for me. Together you think I am a chant. Qin Zhao, your abacus beads are crashing into my face. Shame on you. Qin Zhao covered her chest. Her face was pale, and her tears formed round droplets that just wouldn't fall, moving those present. Although Qin Wen was a bit skeptical when he remembered the heartfelt voice he had just heard, this aggressive aura of his own daughter made him very disgusted. Seeing her baby daughter in this state, Bai Jiruo couldn't care less about the big picture and pointed at Qin Ning. Look at you. You came back and bullied Jiajio like this. Why did I agree to you coming home? I'm not consulting you today, and I don't need to ask for your opinion. I'm just informing you of this. Your opinion doesn't matter. A woman sitting next to Bai Jiruo gave her an arrogant look. You're Qin Ning? Eloquent. Sister-in-law, do you think she's suitable for the Xie family? The Xie family is a family of books. Qin Ning, can you read? Recite a poem for me to hear. Qin Ning froze. What channel did she mistakenly enter? Performing talent? This is your second aunt. If you're told to carry it, you carry it. Qin Ning scratched his arm and his fist got a little itchy. Did they come to see the monkeys? But she's really good at it. Clearing her throat and reciting. People are good. Nature is good. Nature is close. Habits are far away. Dogs don't bark. You will bark. Woof woof woof. Qin Ning, shut up. Can't you study and learn? Bai Jiruo roared with a displeased face. Can't, Confucius said. Learning without thinking is confusing. Has not been learning a straight cool. Bai Jiruo was speechless. In all these years, no one had ever dared to disobey her words like this over and over again. Sister, please don't be angry at mom. She's not in good health. Qin Zhao said with a sobbing voice, as if Qin Ning had done something unforgivable. Bai Jiruo covered her chest. What the hell is this looking for? Can't you learn from your sister? Can't you understand a little bit? Qin Ning hummed arrogantly. Learn from her turtle dove or learn from her ingratitude. Ah, I am who I am. A different kind of firework. Why should I imitate her? A fool's errand. Qin Zhao's eyes were red. Mom, what if my sister doesn't seem to like me very much? Bai Jiruo got up and raised her arms. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't even know what tutelage is. Jiruo, calm down. Qin Ning, listen to me. The Qin family and the Xie family are related by marriage. You, as the daughter of the Qin family, will now have to assume your responsibilities. Let's finalize this today. Qin Wen, who was on the side, spoke up. Qin Ning is storming to inhale the caviar. It's a bit unpalatable and doesn't taste as good as the onion dip. Bai Jiruo hurriedly agreed. Yes, 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 yes. Set it today and send it to Xie's family tomorrow, so as to save the night from being long and dreamy. Qin Zhao was a bit worried. Are you willing, sister? She's definitely willing. How nice to eat and drink in the Xia family. No need for tomorrow. Send it today. Xining looked up from her bowl of soup so she could see who this was. Bai Jiruo was overjoyed. Right. Send it over today. The family pushed their glasses and happily decided whether Qin Ning would stay or go. Without the slightest regard for Qin Ning, who was enjoying his meal, Qin Ning ate and drank his fill, stretched, and began to work. She came back for the following reasons. 1. To avenge the abandonment of her original body. 2. Get a little money along the way. Just enough to travel around the world. 3. Fall in love. Lots of love. All types. But there was still the thorny problem of not being able to substitute for the marriage herself at the moment. So she took and drew a killing knife from the sheath on her waist and placed it on Qin Zhao's neck. Who do you say we let marry? Whereas Qin Zhao seen this type of threat, scared less and crying, Mom and Dad, save me, my sister is going to kill me. Qin Wen and Bai Jiruo hurriedly got up. Qin Ning, don't be impulsive. Don't you dare hurt Zhao Jiao. Teddy, this heart is really off to the Pacific Ocean. Look at you two panicking. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was meat that fell off your backs. If you know that you will be killed by this woman in the future, will you regret loving her for so many years? Qin Wen stared at Qin Ning in a daze. How trustworthy were her words? Zhao Jiao is not such a child. She is willing to marry. Only have a heart attack. Afraid of his own death. Xia family has nothing to worry about. The Qin family will lose a booster. Then against the Shen family will be very strenuous. Qin Jiao was already in tears. Sister, calm down. I'm fine with being injured. Don't do anything illegal or criminal. After all, you're still young. The good days are still ahead of you. Zhao Jiao, what time is it? You're still thinking about her. Qin Ning quickly let go of my daughter. Qin Ning sneered. Your daughter? This was born to you? I'll assume she's my own. I order you to let her go. I'm only giving you this one chance or I'm calling the police. Probably Bai Jiruo was too stupid and irritated Qin Ning so much that he directly left a long wound on Qin Zhao's neck. Qin Ning said that it was not her intention. It was the hatred left behind by Xiao Qin Ning. She was just sending a personal favor. The result is that she is locked into the Ancestral Hall. There is no way. It is difficult to beat 200 hands with 2 fists. And Qin Wen is not speaking of martial arts, but even called to move the rescue. Just in the nick of time, she copped a stool and smashed her own father's head, kicked her own mother's labral bone, slashed Qin Zhao's neck, and cursed her 2 so-called aunts. Slightly more violent, she admitted, but without any thought of it, sleeping soundly on the shrine's offering table at the moment. And scattered on the ground are the tablets of various ancestors. Chapter 5, Zhou Yu burned the Red Cliff in ancient times, but Qin Ning burns the Ancestral Hall today. But as she fell asleep, she realized that the 1m5 offering table couldn't fit her 1m6'3" long legs, so she got up and stretched, walked straight to the wooden door of the shrine, clunked 2 feet, then qua 2 cuts, and the door of the shrine was missing a door. Setting the wooden door on the floor and taking the futon as a pillow, she just laid down and realized that it was just right. Her long legs finally didn't have to be curled up. Just this are into October. Into the night is always a little cold. This shrine is not with the times, even no air conditioning, heating and so on. It's not good for her girls to get cold. They're prone to menstrual cramps. So when she looked at the plaque on the floor, the corners of her mouth grew whiter and whiter. They say a spark can start a fire, but I just didn't realize a sign could start that big. The fire alarm in the Qin family's house is ringing out. In the meantime, in front of Qin Zhao's hospital bed, Bai Jiruo was accusing Qin Ning of his crimes with her 4th son, who had already arrived. Tell me, Lao Si, is she going too far to hurt Zhao Jiao? She just doesn't give a about me or your dad. Isn't that what's keeping her out here these past few years? Isn't she alive and well? The body is better than Zhao Jiao. I'd say she had a great life and nothing happened to her at all. If the master hadn't said she had a hard life and was able to wash away the joy, people's Xia family won't agree to change their daughter-in-law at all. Old 4, how do you think we should get her to agree? Qin W held up his special gold glasses. Mom, does our Qin family need to go and flatter the Xia family? Xia Ming has become a vegetable. What kind of daughter-in-law is he marrying? Besides, how he got into a car accident is clear to himself. Zhao Jiao should have withdrawn from the marriage a long time ago. You don't understand. The Xia family is mainly in politics. It would be good for your father if he could marry the Xia family. Your second and youngest uncles have in-laws, but our family doesn't. Dad is grandpa's eldest son, and big brother is the head of the company. Are they still afraid of the 2 of them? Mom, you shouldn't have made the decision to pick up so what Ning back. Now that it's been picked up, just tell me what to do. Qin Wuan's eyes instantly softened when he saw Qin Zhao wrapped around his neck. If you guys want her to join the marriage, then hurry up and send her to the Xia family. Don't make it at home. What is she doing now? Qin Zhao said weakly. 4th brother. Sister is locked up in the Ancestral Hall. There's no food or drink there. Go and bring something to sister. Egu. My little Jiao Jiao ah, she has hurt you to such an extent. Why are you still thinking about her? Mom, you all love me. I'm very content, but my sister is a piece of meat that fell off your body. Watching my sister suffer also hurts me. She grew up without mom and dad, no one to educate. It is inevitable that the nature of the wild some. I believe that as long as we treat her sincerely, we can definitely make my sister feel warmth and then turn into a knowledgeable person. After listening to Qin Jiao's words, Qin Wen had completely decided that Qin Ning was a vicious person at heart. She even cursed their miserable deaths in her heart. She really doesn't know what's good for her. Thanks to Jiao Jiao being so considerate of her, Qin Mushi is hopelessly lying on the sofa. He has seen Qin Ning's power. Who loves to mess with who messes with. He does not dare to, at most dare to sneak trips. What are you doing, old 5? What's going on with your face? Before Qin Wu could speak, Qin Jiao had already grabbed the answer. Fourth brother. This is not sister's fault either. You also know that it was fifth brother who spoke more bluntly. Sister might not have understood, so she was beaten. Knowing that you have to rely on your face to make a living, and beating you up like this, what about the next announcements? Qin Wu dabbed his head and stood up. I rely on my talent to eat, not my face. Fine, fine, you rely on talent, so how are you going to meet people? Wear glasses and a mask. Outrageous. This is outrageous. One of Qin Wu and Qin Jiao was filled with righteous indignation, while the other added fuel to the fire. Qin Wu and Bai Jiruo were one in a state of lifelessness and one in a state of remorse. Qin Wen got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The lights are in a trance. It's just that the lights are slightly too big today. Big brother, why don't you answer the phone? Someone rushed in, panting and rolling. Sandy, Uncle Sam, Lao San. Several people spoke in unison. They had never seen him so flustered. Oh brother, where is your cell phone? Qin Wen pointed to the sofa. Qin Mao touched the bottom of his buttocks. How did he feel something clucking buttocks? It turned out to be a cell phone. You muted it. Ha? Your niece was injured by Qin Ning. I was afraid of affecting her rest, so I directly muted her voice. Lao San, you directly said what happened. You guys are awesome. One or two of you are all muted. Big brother, do you see the fire in front of you? You tell me what that place is. Qin Wen was a bit puzzled. What do you mean, Lao San? Is there anything you can't say directly? What are you playing dumb riddles with me? Qin Lao San smiled a little helplessly. Big brother, that is the Ancestral Hall. The Ancestral Hall was burned. Dad called your cell phone, you do not answer. We took turns calling and you wouldn't answer. The alarms on the estate kept going off. What are you guys doing? Come with me and take a look. Dad is looking for you. How is Qin Jiao's wound? Do you want to continue resting? The shrine burning is not even as important as you resting, is it? Qin Jiao had been afraid of this third uncle since she was a child because he always made her lose face in front of everyone. Third brother, how can you, an elder, say something like that? Bai Jiruo said with a happy face. Qin Yu turned around and left. Sister-in-law should still be concerned about the trouble you guys have caused today. Qin Wen picked up his cell phone and followed him out, followed by Qin Wuan and Qin Wu. Bai Jiruo hurriedly supported Qin Jiao. Jiao, you endure. We have to go and take a look. Otherwise your grandfather will be angry. Mom, I'm fine. It's just that my sister has gotten into so much trouble. Will grandpa kick her out? Qin Jiao asked with a worried face. It was only then that Bai Jiruo remembered that Qin Ning was locked up in the Ancestral Hall. This is a scourge. She had the audacity to burn down the shrine. Your grandfather will be punished as he sees fit, and you are not allowed to plead for her. Mom, no, you listen to me. She's done this to you. Why are you still heartbroken about her? Well, if my sister can admit her mistake with a better attitude, Grandpa is so kind that he will definitely not punish her heavily. Qin Jiao's voice was glutinous and twittering, very pleasant to the ear, something that Qin Ning's loud voice couldn't compare to. Bai Jiruo's mood filled with gloom instantly brightened. This daughter is here to repay the favor. It's still Jiao who's sweet. That Qin Ning really almost made me angry. She just came back and caused such a big trouble. What do you think she's trying to do? Qin Jiao softly said. Mom, my sister has lived a hard life since she was a child, and now that she just came here and isn't quite used to it, we need to give her more love. Okay, Mom. Bai Jiruo was very surprised. Isn't Jiao jealous? Mom, Jiao is willing to give up this position of Missy to her sister. I just don't miss my mom and brothers. If I could see you every day, I'd be willing to be a servant. Bai Jiruo looked at her with heartache. What are you talking about? The Qin family's first lady will always be you. No one can change that. Qin Jiao crouched on Bai Jiruo's shoulder. Mom is so good to me. It was a pity that Bai Jiruo couldn't see where there was a trace of warmth in her eyes. Chapter 6. Qin Wana Abracadabra is beaten down. Outside the door of the shrine, Qin Ning looked at the blazing fire. Alas, such a big Qin family, but can let a nanny calculating hello. Qin Jiao's own mother really have the ability, the old ancestors of the Qin family, to thank me. I now burned the ancestral hall. The Qin family will transfer you all. Otherwise when the Qin family extinct, you can be no one to pay homage to me. The two sisters-in-law seem to have discovered a new continent, one on the left and one on the right intimately embracing Qin Ning. Whether it was true or not, they wanted to hear what was going on so that they could take precautionary measures. When the two sisters-in-law looked at each other, could they both die at the hands of Qin Zhao? What's with Qin Zhao's Qin Meng? Just when he was thinking about how to open his mouth to ask, a cold voice exploded beside his ears, burning the shrine to the ground like this. You still have the face to stand here? Who's this? He's so crazy. He's wearing a pair of gold glasses and talking tough. Well, if it isn't Mr. Qin, who died with his glasses poked into his eyeballs. Bai Zhiruo, who arrived later, didn't have a good face for Qin Ning either. How does she have a face? She's simply shameless, causing such a big mess on her first day at home. Yo, again, nothing of substance except harsh words, no brains, deserves to die early. Mom, fourth brother, don't say that. Sister didn't mean it. Qin Zhao hurriedly persuaded in a soft voice. Cha-Cha speaks so softly, one sentence is a knife, and the knife pokes the heart. Zhao, you don't need to intercede for her. This matter started because of her. She should take the responsibility. Qin W held up his golden glasses with a look of disgust. Pretend hard. I'll put up with it, and when you all die in 2 years, I'll be the sole legal heir. Unless you agree to my demands. You're on your own in this matter. I don't care. I'll marry whoever I want. I'm not marrying that violent maniac who pretends to be a vegetable. Qin Zhao shook Bai Zhiruo's arm. Mom, you're scaring sister. It does scare me. You're so good at Qin Zhao. You could wipe out the Qin family. The two sisters-in-law were covered in cold sweat. Big brother, these mouths are completely hopeless. Lost so many years of daughter is not easy to find back. But even worse than the words of the adopted daughter. And even Qin Zhao's wolfish ambition cannot be seen. How the big house they do not care, but cannot threaten the second and third houses. How do you talk? Wrecker, this is your sister, and the fire at the shrine is a circuit issue. You guys came without a single word of concern for Ning, but instead all accusations, and this is your character as a teacher. If you do this to your own sister, what can you do to a student? Qin Wuan's expressionless face had a trace of unnaturalness added to it, and Bai Zhiruo blocked in front of him. Shu Shi, just mind your own son. I'll educate my own child. Lao Si is only criticizing his sister for a few words, unlike Qin Yan who eats, drinks, whores and gambles. It's not like Qin Chu who is uneducated in fights and brawls, unlike Qin Yu who is unclear with men at a young age. Chu Shi's face was embarrassed, and this one was really powerless to refute. Qin Yan a little virgin, in addition to eating and drinking, which have whoring and gambling. Qin Chu is an underground boxing champion, and he made his own money and invested in a bar. So if this is considered fighting and uneducated, then I'm a waste. As for Qin Yu, this little girl is a little bully, in the school as a big sister, so poor acting. You really believe? Chu Shi was overjoyed. So it turned out that her 3 sons and daughters were hiding their clumsiness. Alas, it's a pity that they all died at the hands of women. Blue faces have thin lives. Chu Shi cried again. 2 sons died in the hands of a woman she understood. But what's going on with the daughter? Does she like? No, she's a little less receptive. But bless. But can we not die? Ning, help. Bai Zhiruo watched her reaction proudly. The second house take what to compare with her? Her 5 sons, each capable. Sister-in-law has gone too far, hasn't she? Nanny, you better mind the 3 mongrels in your house. What kind of mongrels are they? They're clearly 3 heroes and heroines who uphold justice. Only 3 people can't come up with a brain. If not, how did they die so badly? Nan Yan was incredulous. No, is the Qin family going extinct? Bai Zhiruo was like a big cockerel that had won a fight, looking at the 2 gray-faced sisters-in-law in a very comfortable mood. Qin Ning finally finished gnawing on the pig's hooves. His hands were sticky, and he ran straight over to Bai Zhiruo, hands gripping her high-fashion dress like this and her ass like this. She pouted Qin Zhao to the side, then hugged. Bai Zhiruo wailed, "My mom, you do not know how dangerous just now. That fire, burning can be fast. It's also not uncommon to see what kind of wood is used for shrines, and surprisingly, it's still flammable and explosive. I was a streak and almost didn't get to see you, my dear mother. This fabric is good. It wipes hands clean and tears well too." Chu Shi and Nan Yan watched the pair of black, greasy claws rubbing back and forth on his sister-in-law's clothes with indescribable pain in their hearts. Bai Zhiruo watched as snot and tears flowed all over her clothes together. But being confined by Qin Ning, she couldn't escape and could only cry alone. Qin Zhao watched as Bai Zhiruo actually cried because of her heartache for Qin Ning, and she was so enraged that she could only use crying to attract Bai Zhiruo's attention. Qin Wen looked at the 3 people who were crying at the same time with an impatient face. "Shut up all of you. The fire in the ancestral hall hasn't been put out yet. Why are you crying? I can't be saved. The Qin ancestors didn't bless me. What's the use of keeping the ancestral hall? It can still be burned to roast the fire, and the wood can be turned into charcoal to conserve the land. On the side, Qin Wanna's only patience was used up. Qin Ning, you still have the face to cry. If it wasn't for you, would the ancestral hall be like this? Qin Ning let go of Bai Jirua and rolled up his sleeves. Qin, are you in your last life? Why are you so able to blah blah blah? Qin W looked at her walking towards him, not thinking. The look of disgust on his face became even more obvious. Stay away from me, it's dirty. I didn't admit to having you as a sister. Don't you rush up to call me brother? Only Zhao Zhao can. You're not qualified. And you hurry up and get out of Xie's house. Don't rely on our house and not leave. Qin Ning jumped in 2 steps, flew a foot. While he seemed to fall, non-falling occasion snap around 2 big slaps. Qin Wuan cheeks through red, the corner of the mouth with blood. Straight down. Son, 4th brother. Bai Jirua and Qin Zhao hissed and ran over. Qin Ning moved his muscles. Weaklings. Chu Shi and Nan Yen were dumbfounded and backed up. They were wrong and regretted treating her so poorly. He even flattered. Qin Ning, your kung fu is amazing. Nan Yen followed his second sister-in-law's words. Yes, so you've learned kung fu. Qin Ning raised his head 45 degrees and rubbed his nose with his thumb. His tone full of pride. Average. 3rd in the world. I never blah blah blah. It's not that I can't blah blah you. It's just that sis thinks it's more cost-effective to do the job and die. What kind of bull **** conspiracy and yin and yang? In front of strength, it's all bull ****. Chapter 7, The Fire Burns Itself Out. Bai Jirua looked at her fallen son and gloating sisters-in-law. Gritting his teeth, he said, Qin Ning, you are truly a wolf-hearted dog, unable to distinguish between close and distant. In vain, Qin Ning pooh-poohed. Bai Jirua, are you cursing yourself? I can't tell the difference between close and distant. All I know is who you were with your unrelated daughter while the fire was burning. From the moment I walked in the door cross-eyed and badmouth. Am I a human being in vain, or are you not a human being at all? Otherwise why don't you do any personnel at all? Bai Jirua, I despise you. Bah, you deserve to be killed by Qin Zhao. You deserve to die. I'll see what it's like to be killed by the bastard you've loved for 17 years. Chu Shi and Nan Yen listened to Qin Ning's heartfelt voice, and then looked at their eyes that looked like they couldn't wait to strangle Qin Ning. Not right, Bai Jirua, how they couldn't hear it. The 2 sisters-in-law were puzzled. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, a group of people swarmed around him. At the head of the group was the head of the Qin family, Qin Sheng, now 66 years old. Bai Jirua took the opportunity to complain. Dad, you feel free to dispose of it. I will never take sides. She has turned against the sky. Not only did he set fire to the ancestral hall, but he also injured Ao Wuan and Zhao Zhao, and in the morning he injured Lao Wu. Elder Qin glanced at his staggering eldest daughter-in-law and beckoned to Qin Ning. Good boy, come over here. Chu Shi walked over to her and whispered, Ning Ning, don't be afraid. Your grandfather looks serious, but he's actually a person who knows right from wrong. Don't worry, if you are punished later, your 3rd aunt and I will plead for you. After saying that, he gave Nan Yen a wink, and Nan Yen understood. Ning Ning, don't worry, don't be afraid, haha. Qin Ning was not afraid of heaven or earth. It was just a little old man. If they were going to make a move, she could only tackle the thief. Qin Sheng looked at Qin Ning. This girl was calm. Her face did not change. Good girl, you are not scared at all, he said and slapped her on the shoulder. Old man, I'm a fragile girl, can't you take it easy? Qin Sheng froze. This girl, looking at Qin Ning's aggrieved face, he laughed out loud. Tell me, why is the ancestral hall on fire? Qin Ning sighed. Old man, do you believe me when I say it burned itself? You guys just enjoy yourselves every day, and the dust in the shrine is falling very thick, and then the old ancestors get angry. It's all your fault that people, Wu Sangue, are furious for the redheads, and that the ancestors of the Qin family burned the ancestral hall in a fit of rage. Bull ********. You're the one who burned it. Dad, Qin Ning is unruly. She came just to the Qin family. Look at your son, your grandson, and Zhao Jiao, all beaten by her. Yo, I think it's still a light beating, and now you're still crying out. You'll regret it when you die at her hands. Qin Sheng raised his eyes to look at her. Oh yeah? Bai Jirua was anxious. Dad, the house is full of surveillance. You can check. Qin Sheng looked at Qin Ning. Is what your mother said true? Qin Ning shrugged his shoulders. Really, old man, the son doesn't teach the father. You are responsible for this. You didn't educate your son and lost me. And then my father didn't educate me and I grew crooked. The faces of the people were different. This guy, he was quite crazy and bold. In all these years, no one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Qin Sheng laughed out loud. Girl, you're very interesting. I think you're pretty funny, too. Such a smart old man, gave birth to a dumbass, and then killed the whole family. Qin Shang was slightly surprised, but after living for decades, what storms hadn't been seen? This girl was indeed worth exploring. The dumbass she's talking about is the boss, isn't it? And in that light it does look like a dumbass, letting a perfectly good daughter of her own go and spoiling an adopted daughter. Thinking of this, Qin Shang said, "Girl, follow me." Old man, I don't want to eat at your place. Your food is all spiced up. Although it's not a problem to eat one meal, but if you eat a few more, you won't even know how to die. Qin Shang this time slightly panicked, although already more than 60, to be honest, has not lived enough. He does not want to die. Qin Ning didn't know why. If she didn't know that she was this old man's own granddaughter, she'd thought it was an old pervert. Why was she looking at her like that? Looking at his granddaughter with some fear, Qin Shang realized that he had lost his temper. Ahem, what's that? Girl, Grandpa's not a pervert. Grandpa just feels guilty that your incompetent father keeps talking about being on the lookout for you and that it's going to cost up to $1 billion a year to find you. What? I'm so hard to find after spending so much? Father, how did you find me? 17 years? How much money? It's just carpet searches have found it. And dear Dad, you haven't even looked. 1 billion. My God. Qin won this. He was looking for me on the way. A dime did not spend. So much money directly to me. More good. Qin Wen was a bit nervous. Qin Ning, we did look for it. And every expense spent is recorded. Oh, you think I believe you? Old man, I'm going to report him for embezzling all this money. Oh, not even a dime. Qin Shang's gaze was like a torch and his face was gloomy. If he had gotten Ning Ning long ago, perhaps his old partner wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Qin Wen, it's been a long time since we've spoken as father and son, hasn't it? Dad, spit out all that money, create a separate account, and give it to Ning. Long live Grandpa. Grandpa is so generous. Don't worry Grandpa. I won't let the poison kill me. Qin Shang was very comforted and crossed over to Qin Wen and the others to drag Qin Ning away. Watching Qin Ning not only not being punished but instead attracting the attention of her grandfather, Qin Jiao was hating it in her heart. But with so many people present, she couldn't make it so obvious. Instead, she was beaming with joy. Mom is great. My sister won't be punished. I knew that Grandpa is a wise man and will not punish my sister. I'm so happy. Mom, you smile. Don't be like this. Baijiru really couldn't laugh. The old man never looked at her, so he didn't even believe what she said. Now that she heard her daughter say that the old man wasn't going to punish Qin Ning at all, she became even more angry, especially when he saw Qin Ning and the old man walking side by side. It was as if his eyes were quenched with poison, wanting to poison Qin Ning immediately. Qin Jiao was very pleased with herself. As long as her mom kept hating Qin Ning still wants to please Grandpa. What's wrong with pleasing Grandpa? He's a dying man? Half an hour later, a vast group of people arrived at Old Master Qin Shang's courtyard. Qin Ning slightly swept a glance. The building, the water pavilion, the rockery pavilion, and a few small fat fish swimming around in the pond. The old man is quite good at enjoying himself. Those fish should be good for grilling. Yo, this one's supposed to be good for you. Ha, is this gold? Isn't it valuable? Qin Shang black face, looking at a moment to fish with his bare hands, a moment to use his feet to hang a kingpin, a moment to use his teeth to gnaw on the wall of illumination. He regretted to bring this girl back. Chapter 8, I'm not a cuckold in a wishing fountain. Ding, after 5 years, that familiar mechanical voice finally sounded. Qin Ning's face didn't change as she worried that it was just an illusion. Host, long time no see. I'm back. Ha, you're finally out. Special Dad, since I braced myself to wear in 5 years ago, you dinged and disappeared, leaving me to live alone with no family in sight. Now that I'm having a good time, you're back to dinging. As a leader, do you still want to be a leader? Host, your mission is to save the villain, and you can return to the real world after completing the mission. Why didn't you say so earlier? When the baby grows up you come for milk, and after the childbearing period you come for aoi water. Why did you do it earlier? If you had told me 5 years ago, I would have come back long ago. Who's the villain? I think the Qin family is all villains except for this old man. Host, a 12-year-old can't do much, so I'm waiting for you to grow up. Oh, honestly, bringing you into this world took all my power. All before dinging and shutting down to go back to the mastermind to recharge. Charging for 5 years. Renewing for a lifetime. I've been dead for 5 years. The grass on my grave is a meter tall. Host, this world is not your real world. Specific details are not readily available. But I swear by the unity virtue that if you complete your mission, you can return to your world and continue your life. Really? It's true. And you'll get 2 prizes. The first is the value of your professional skills pulling off a blowout. And the second reward is $10 billion in cash. What do you mean? I know about the cash rewards. What the hell is that career skill value? In human terms that means you go back to the real world. No matter what line of work, you will become the top of the pyramid, and there is no possibility of failure. Out of the box is the pinnacle. Sounds tempting. I want to dominate the universe. Host, you haven't slept yet. Don't dream. You can't be a hegemon, but you can create a business empire. Is a nightclub okay? I'll create a nightclub empire. I'll be the queen of the night. Yes. So host, can you stop chewing and go save people first? Who's the villain? I'll save her right away. Shun Zhouxing, the crown prince of the Shin family, will fall in love with the heroine of this book, Qin Jiao. For the heroine to give everything, but the heroine only loved the hero. Shin Zhouxing loved but cannot become a spare tire. Into the hands of Qin Jiao knife. Bad things to do. Countless people because of him to lose their health, work and life. If that's the case, I'll just kill Qin Jiao. She is the female lead in this world. That vegetable Xiaming is the male lead. You can't kill him. You can't play offense. You can only play defense, right? Yes, my lord. How can I save the villain? That's your business. What if I don't finish the mission? The mastermind will erase the host's life in the real world. Why are you so bossy? Why did you pick me? Oh, we just choose hosts that are weaker in their own professions, and then we can use these conditions to attract them to complete the mission. No failure. It should be noted that there are no successes yet. Qin Ning emoted, and if it didn't work out, then she might not be able to go back. In which case, she'd be rude. Qin Shang looked at Qin Ning, who had been gnawing, and worried that her big teeth would be chipped off. Directly let people force her over. Qin Ning just do not want. She wants money. Want a lot of money. She is going to die its place. Let go of me. I'm going to gnaw it off today. Qin Ning wailed. I want the gold. I want the gold. And no one can stop me. Qin Shang began to be heartbroken. What kind of life did this child used to live? This group of children at home simply do not like gold anymore. Alas. Don't be in a hurry. Girl, as much as you want, Grandpa will give you as much as you want. Just mention it. Upon hearing this, Qin Ning instantly stopped crying. Really? Really? Old man, you have to keep your word. Ha ha, I'm as good as my word. Take as much as you say you want. That and the annual fee you allocate to find me has to be paid back, he said and glanced at his own father. That money is mine. Qin Wen is shameless and spends all this money. Qin Jiao is even more shameless. Spend the most. Daddy that are used to find my money. Spend the Qin family's money, but also think of the Qin family's family property, counting the Qin family's life. You're quite ambitious. More ambitious than I am. Qin Shang glanced at Qin Jiao without a trace. He beckoned and the man wearing a black suit beside him bent down. He whispered a few words to the man who nodded. Qin Wen was a bit upset. Qin Ning was too careful. Wasn't she back in full whiskers now? It's a good thing that money wasn't spent or it would have been a real waste. The two of them, Chu Shi and Nan Yen, were almost glued together, both hugging and trying to stay away from their sister-in-law. They don't want to die that early, and they don't want anything to happen to their children. So you must be nice to Ning, or you won't know how to die. Qin Ning touched the backpack behind him, then unzipped it and pulled out a snakeskin pocket from it as everyone watched. Old man, help me fill it up. Qin Shang looked at her snakeskin pocket, which could hold 200 pounds at the very least. Girl, you don't have a small appetite. How do you know I can eat it? Old man, Qin Ning asked with an innocent face. Ha ha, good. Fuan loaded up our great lady. The man in the black suit behind him came forward. Yes, master. Then picking up the snakeskin pocket on the ground. Missy, do you need to come with me to check out the master's little treasure trove? Qin Shang bristled. Fuan, you dare. Yeah. Thank you, Uncle Fu. After Qin Ning followed Fuan, Qin Wen stood out. Dad, don't spoil her too much. She'll be lawless that way. Don't beep so much. The earmarks I've allocated to you over the past 17 years you grab and arrange to give them all to Ning. Bai Jiruo was a bit disbelieving. Dad, there's no need to give her that much money. How much do you spend on yourself all year long? How much did you spend on Qin Jiao? More than 20 billion over the years, right? Is over 100 a lot for Ning? Isn't she your flesh? A person's eyes can still be treated if they're blind, but if their heart is blind they're screwed. Grandpa, you're so good. Bai Jiruo is just heart blind. It's good to pull out all the stops on someone who wants his life at any moment. That's how I was treated by my own daughter who was no threat to her. Alas, my life is really bitter. Little cabbage yellow in the ground 2 or 3 years old dead parents. Qin Wen's face was getting darker and darker, and Bai Jiruo thought that he was pissed off, so he became even more displeased with Qin Ning. The corners of Qin Jiao's mouth were smiling, and a hint of smugness could be found in her eyes if she looked closely, just mostly sincere. She shook Bai Jiruo's arm. Mom, my sister has suffered so much outside. Grandpa is right. This money should go to my sister. Whoever it goes to, won't it still be hers in the end? Qin Ning is a no-brainer. It's hard to say if that money will stay in her hands. Qin Ning lowered his head and pinched his thigh. Hiss, it hurt. When he looked up, those big eyes were drenched in tears. Grandpa. The voice was so lilting and melodious that it was almost razor sharp, giving those in the room goosebumps. Qin Sheng hurriedly stopped it. Okay, you just say it without crying. I'm using the same tactics as Qin Jiao. If she cries, your retarded son's family will do anything for her. It seems to be useful. As soon as I cried, the old man immediately agreed. I'll have to use it more in the future. Qin Sheng sighed. A big no. He wouldn't be convinced by a girl's crying. Only this girl's crying was so oozing that those who didn't know thought his place was haunted. Qin Ning cleared his throat. Grandpa, people don't have a place to stay. Hey, let your father arrange it. People don't have cars. Let your father arrange it. People don't have clothes and shoes and bags and jewelry. Let your father arrange it. People, let your father arrange it. Qin Wen yelled. Dad, I'm your son, not a cuckold in a wishing fountain. Chapter 9, Sister, I'm afraid to die. Qin Ning had managed to make his own parents smolder with anger. And by the way, he had figured out his own grandfather's temper. So tonight's harvest was indeed not small. Upsetting the gold in his snakeskin pocket, he contentedly left Qin Shang's courtyard. Bai Jiruo still hadn't figured it out when she returned to her own yard. But Qin Jiao understood. Mom, Grandpa really didn't blame Sister. That's great. No, your grandfather took the shrine so seriously. Why didn't he punish her? That I can't figure out. Mom, I think it's because there are so few girls in the family, and the cousins don't listen. And my sister looks so much like my dad. That Grandpa loves the house. It's normal to love your sister. It's only when you love your sister that it shows how much Grandpa values you and Dad. Don't think too much about it, Mom. I just want us to be happy as a family. Bai Jiruo listened with great warmth. I did something heavenly good in my past life to be able to meet such a sweet daughter as you. My daughter also did a great job in her past life to meet such a good mom. TSK, what a mother-daughter bond. Am I interrupting? Mother and daughter were hugging and cozying up when Qin Ning came over carrying 200 pounds of gold, and I don't know how she carried it with her 90 pounds. Qin Sheng was afraid that she would be crushed into a flat, but not only could she walk normally, she even trotted all the way. Bai Jiruo's gentle face instantly changed color. What are you doing here? Look at what you're saying. I'm coming to bed with my special dad. Where's my dad? Where's my real dad? Hurry up and get me a room or I'll sleep between the two of you today. Qin Wen, who was following her, was full of helplessness. He was really out of options. What a thing. Soft and hard. Okay, stop yelling. Okay, take your pick on the first floor. Qin Ning twisted her head to look at him and lifted one leg to walk out. The first floor is the maid's room. Please repeat. I'm a big lady who wants to live on the first floor. She's an imposter living in a 10th floor sunroom. Is there any justice in that? Well, since my father doesn't love me, I'll get myself a new mom and dad. Second uncle and auntie. Wait, I'll go as a daughter for you. Qin Wen reached out and pulled the person who was about to leave. Fine, take your pick. That's more like it. I'm a big lady. You have a 16-story courtyard. You still let me live on the first floor. You don't care about me. In that case, you can die if you want to. I won't even save you. Qin Wen was immediately upset. Why did this child keep cursing them to death? Seeing him change his face, Qin Jiao was very happy and pulled Qin Ning intimately. Sister, let me introduce you. The first floor, the fourth floor, the 7th floor and the 14th floor are all servants' rooms. The 2nd and 3rd floors are the dining room. The 5th and 6th floors are the medical room. And the 8th floor is the audiovisual room. The 9th floor is for fitness and recreation. And the 10th floor is for my mom and dad's room. The 11th floor is 5th brother's room. The 12th floor is 4th brother's. And the 13th floor is 3rd brother's. The 15th floor is the 2nd brother's. And the top floor is the big brother's. Above the top floor is the open-air swimming pool, which is usually up there when there's an open-air dance party. Wherever sister wants to live, we'll help sister arrange it. What she said was very sincere, more genuine than real, and looking at Qin Ning, she almost believed it. Did you hear that? I'm going to live on the 11th floor. When Qin Wu dies, it'll be mine. Congratulations to the host. Qin Wen's face was grave. Could something really happen to old Five? Qin Ning lowered her eyes and pondered for a second. I live on the 11th floor. After all, it was 5th brother who picked me up. I have a better impression of him. Qin Mushi, I don't have a very good impression of you. Qin Wen breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Bai Jiruo. Qin Jiao smiled. Her heart was not happy at all. She was about to make a move on Qin Wu. Why did this Qin Ning choose to be on the same floor as him? Qin Ning didn't even look at them, pulling out another small bee from her backpack, and those who didn't know thought she was a teacher. This is my secret weapon for managing the herd, or my voice will be ruined. I only heard her clear her throat twice. Hey, Gu Chuan, Lian, Please meet me on the first floor when you hear the announcement. It was only a matter of 2 minutes before Gu Chuan and Lian appeared in front of her. Eldest miss, please command. You two take the men and pack out a bedroom on the 11th floor, sunny side up, and in addition arrange for the living goods, clothing, food, and shelter. Yes, Missy. The two men led the way up the stairs as soon as they received their orders. Qin Jiao wanted to speak. Sister, that's fifth brother's bodyguard. I know, it's mine now. Everything in this house is mine, including the two of them. Qin Ning said directly to Qin Wen and Bai Jiruo. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not yours. Bai Jiruo gave her a disgusted look. Qin Ning sighed sadly. Okay, pro daddy, you find me another mom. This one isn't very friendly to me. Qin Wen was amused. Then what kind of mom does Ning Ning want? Gentle and generous, dignified and beautiful, energetic and youthful, flirtatious and alluring, kind-hearted and virtuous and family-oriented. Dear father, it's up to you. Ha ha, good, then dad will change it for you. Bai Jiruo was furious. Qin Wen, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Qin Ning, can you shut up? I can't, you're not my own mother. Why would I listen to you? By the way, the old man said that tomorrow is my 18th birthday, and by the way, he announced that I am the Qin family's first lady. You'll have to prepare a gift for me, and if it's second to Qin Jiao, I don't mind really getting a new mom. Do you, dear father? Bai Jiruo was so angry that she couldn't speak. Qin Wen's face was ugly, and Qin Jiao watched her enter the elevator thoughtfully. Qin Ning suddenly turned to look at Qin Jiao the moment the elevator closed, his eyes flirty and the corners of his mouth rising. Naked provocation and sarcasm. Qin Jiao also laughed. It seems that the Qin family has produced a rival. Ah, very good, so that it is fun to play. Gu Chuan and Lian were fast, and when Qin Ning arrived, the bedroom was already packed, but instead of going back to her bedroom, she kicked open the door to Qin Mu's room. Qin Mu, who was changing his clothes, wailed Gu Sheng and Gu Shi. Gu Shi and Gu Shi, and finally chose Gu Shi. Qin Ning scared twice. There's still a big pair of pants on your damn body. What are you screaming about? Qin Mu's face was red through and through. Why did you come in without knocking? Oh, because I'm unqualified. Qin Wu opened his mouth. How else could he curse? This is your room. I'm in the wrong room. Go ahead and get dressed. Bye. Tomorrow he will be stabbed to death by one of Qin Jiao's fervent suitors. Sooner or later this floor will be mine. Anyway, the Qin family has a lot of children. It's okay to die one. And when the deaths are over, I'll be the only legitimate heir. Qin Wu had already gotten dressed, and was crawling to her side on his hands and knees at this time. Good sister. Brother, I've picked up a variety show called Traveling with My Sister. Jiao and I don't have good survivability. You've got the experience. Will you go too? Qin Ning raised his eyebrows, reached out and touched his head. It didn't have a fever. Why was his attitude so good? Qin Wu, sister, I'm afraid to die. Chapter 10, don't care about money. Mainly want to cultivate feelings. Qin Ning acted as if it was difficult. I'm afraid that's not good. I haven't even known you for 24 hours, and you've made snide remarks about me before. If I go with you now, the sword is blind. If one stabs me, I'll be a dead woman. Forget it, the Qin family has a lot of people. A few deaths are no problem. I'm just one life. It's not worth the risk. Qin Wu rolled and crawled, hugging Qin Ning's leg in death. Sister, pro-sister, fifth brother needs you. Qin Ning glanced down and unceremoniously kicked away. I do not care. Qin Mu covered her chest, her eyes blurring with tears. Qin Ning took a look at this dead out again. Qin Jiao production. Must be disgusting work. Cover the heart, wet tears, red eyes, a look of bullying, poor look. A big man like me can learn to be like that. Can I use it in the future too? Qin Wu lowered her hand and cleared her throat. Ning Ning, this variety show is 35 million after tax. Give you 20 million? You, deal. It's not for the money. It's mainly to cultivate a relationship with my fifth brother. After all, we've been scattered for almost 18 years now, and I still kind of want a brother. When Qin Wu heard this, she felt remorseful in her heart. Ning had spent so many years living a hard life in the village. It was not easy for her to come back, and she was still treating her so poorly. Ning, has Qin Mist's brain been eaten by Qin Jiao? It's so easy to fool them. My god, it's so easy to earn the Qin family's money, isn't it? No wonder Qin Jiao had so much money dedicated to building a company and raising so many detectives and hitmen. Alas, now that I'm here, the Qin family's money is my money. My money is still my money. No one can touch it. Qin Wu skimmed his lips. So it was him who made a fool of himself. But it's worth spending $20 million to verify if what she says is true. Fifth brother, when do we leave? Since you've taken the money, the service must be in place. You're leaving after your birthday party, but don't tell anyone. Qin Ning patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, fifth brother, my mouth is quite tight, unless he offered a higher price. 10 minutes later, Xin Ning took a check beautifully to Lian and Guchuan, and after explaining something to them, he went back to his room. The two men took the check and looked at each other. Did the young lady trust them that much? Isn't Missy afraid we'll run away with the money? Isn't Missy afraid we won't do a good job? Missy trusts us too much. Why does Missy want to start a security company? You silly. Missy, she just earns money. So rich and so motivated. I want to learn from Missy. Okay, so that business plan of Missy's? It was her dream that could only exist in a dream. Guchuan, I admire you. Fairly fair. Let's go. We'll pick a site tomorrow. Good. After the two left, Xin Ning on the beam of the room wiggled his legs. Toon-chan, look, I'm so charming. Host, you start a security company? Yeah, get more bodyguards. Qin Zhao's going to kill me when she's done with the Qin family. I need to protect myself and make some money. Host, you're so smart. Sleep, sleep, sleep. It's her home stretch tomorrow. Meanwhile, some people can't sleep. Qin Zhao was furious, and her face, which was already stacked with high technology, was now twisted beyond recognition. The woman on the opposite side of the video snapped. What's the gas? Everything should be calm. She is just jealous of the wind. Cannot shake your position. There's nothing wrong with letting her. Besides, she's just enjoying herself for a few more days. Doesn't the big family business end up in your hands? Mom, you don't know how much she goes overboard. She hits on everyone. She even hit me today. Children's tricks. Your attention needs to be on business now. How's it going over there with Qinwu? When can we move? The day after tomorrow he goes to a variety show, and as his sister, I am bound to follow. Everything is arranged so that he won't come back alive. Very well. He can't blame us for being an entertainer who doesn't have a single bit of blackmail. Even the manufactured blackmail can disappear cleanly overnight. The Qin family has a really tight grip on public opinion, which is forcing us to tackle him directly. Qin Zhao carefully asked, Mom, does he have to die? Must die. No one can stop the Qin family's demise. Not even you. Perhaps it was because the other party's expression was too scary. Qin Zhao actually had a moment of panic. Her mother was too scary. The woman responded and resumed her gentle demeanor. I'm sorry, Jiao. Mommy scared you. Mom just wants you to be safe and happy in this life. But the Qin family keeps remembering that you are an adopted daughter and you have no right to participate in the distribution of their core family assets. You have to understand that the Qin Ning who just came back can be qualified, and then you'll always be under her. Would you like that? She has the guts to make a move on you now. What do you think she'll do to you when she's above you? Mom is doing this for your own good. Just listen to her. Qin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. This was her mother. How could the person who was just hysterical and had a hideous expression be her mother? I know, Mom. I'm all yours. I'm sleepy. I'm going to rest. Are you coming to the birthday party tomorrow? Go. How could you not? Just to meet and get to know your new sister. Well, good night, Mom. Good night, my baby. The moment she hung up the video, the woman resumed her cold eyes and expression. The Qin family. Let's start with the loss of their son. Qin Zhao tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Mom was originally the Qin family's nanny and was later fired. Did she have any deep hatred with the Qin family? She was actually very happy with her life now. So why did her mom have to drive her to death? However, Mom had a point. She had no right to inherit the Qin family's core property, but Qin Ning did, and she couldn't accept it. Since this was the case, then let herself become the true Qin family's eldest lady and trample Qin Ning under her feet, so that she would have no chance to turn over a new leaf. Tossing and turning, I don't know when I'll fall asleep while the big spider outside the window is barely holding on. Qin Zhao, why does your own mother hate the Qin family so much? Is there some unspeakable secret here? Qin Ning crawled on his hands and knees toward the other bedroom, regretting it just as soon as that face reached the window. What are you doing? Oops, my eyes. I'm dying. When Qin Wen heard this, he instantly turned off the fire. Is this rebellious girl trying to ruin him? Staying up all night to listen to your parents? Bai Jiruo pushed him. What's wrong with hubby? Qin Wen rolled over, suddenly sleepy. Sleep. People in their middle age have no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos cup. Dear father, you need to soak goji berries. It's no fun. Go to sleep. Bai Jiruo, which was not up and down, immediately got up after hearing these words. Qin Wen, do you dislike me? Qin Ning crawled away and Qin Wen fell asleep, leaving Bai Jiruo in tears until dawn. Chapter 11, whom she wants to embarrass to death. Qin Ning returned to his room and began to sleep, suddenly waking up in the second half of the night. Get up and start washing your eyes. Host, if you keep washing like this, you'll go blind. No, I can't. I can't close my eyes without seeing that image. Serves you right for not climbing out the window. I know my enemy and I know myself. You know the whole plot of the book. Fake publicity. You just want to see people's privacy. Qin Ning headfirst into the cold pool of water. This broken system, cursing to it, is not very offensive. Hit and cannot be hit. What's wrong with you? Host, Drowning yourself before you can get out? Will you shut up? History is written by the victors. The plot is written on the good side of Qin Zhao, and not written behind those dirty. I do not inquire how to defeat her. Well, the host has a good point. Do your best. I'm inquiring if Shin Zhouxing will be here tomorrow. Coming, but he's coming for Qin Zhao. What do you think about me seducing him? If possible, the beauty plan is also a plan. Will it work? I don't know. I like the white flower type like Qin Zhao, not the Tyrannosaurus Rex type like you. Qin Ning's head sank inward again as she listened, and she drowned herself. What kind of life is this? It's exhausting. Host, 10 billion. Qin Ning. Host, skill slam. Qin Ning. Host, no one can beat you here. Qin Ning got out of the cold pool and looked down at himself. Picking up girls? She can pick up girls? Isn't that a bit strong? I'm sorry, host. I've always served male hosts. A slip of the tongue. You can pick up men. Qin Ning then breathed a sigh of relief that this could be had. The system followed her lead and also told her that she could spend her whole life and just finish it before she died. And this world was dead, and it was only a few months in her own. There's no host that can't be motivated as long as the pie is painted round. Qin Ning went to bed with confidence after hearing this. It was just a bit of a long sleep. Bai Jiruo was already unhappy. And when she saw that it was noon and Qin Ning hadn't gotten up yet, the fire in her heart grew even bigger. Qin Zhao said thoughtfully while being pleased, "Mom, I'll help you massage. You rest for a while. There are people setting up the scene. Don't worry, Mom." Bai Jiruo was slightly more comfortable. "Jia Jiao, it's fortunate that you're here, or else Mom would be furious." "What's wrong, Mom? Is there something I did wrong? Just tell me, Mom. How can it be you? It's Qin Ning. Look what time it is and she's still not coming downstairs. Last night there was a lot of fuss about her birthday and about your grandfather announcing her. The gowns have all been sent. She's not even up. How can she try them on? It's not infuriating." Qin Zhao and Bai Jiruo pampered themselves for a while, then volunteered to go and deliver Qin Ning's gown. Bai Jiruo told her to be careful. Then she sat down in the living room on the first floor and drank tea. At this moment, Qin Yuan walked over with a few of his younger brothers. He looked around. "Mom, where's Qin Ning? Have her come out to see me?" "No manners at all." Bai Jiruo glanced at Qin Wu, who shrank backward a bit. "Looking at him for what?" Qin Yuan walked straight over and sat down. "Mom, what are you looking at old five for? Where's Qin Ning?" "Qin Ning is on the same floor as him, and hasn't gotten up until now. The gowns have been brought over." And Jiao Jiao went up to shout, "What do you think, Mom? How can you let Jiao Jiao go? Yesterday she even dared to make a move on Jiao Jiao," Qin said as he rubbed his face. His face still hurts now, and he wouldn't have been able to see anyone today without treating it all night. Qin Yuan crossed his legs, with a bossy tone. "She even dared to make a move on Jiao Jiao. Does she not want to live? 3 minutes. I want to know all her information." Crowd. Qin Yuan played with the lighter and looked at Qin Wu with a smile. "Old five. You picked up the person. You have her information, right?" Qin Wu nodded. "Yes, but not much. Give it to me." Qin Wu pulled out his cell phone and drummed twice. "Big brother, sent it to your cell phone. Take a look." Qin Yuan slowly and methodically pulled out his cell phone, and the more he came, the deeper his frown became. "She's a pig killer? Chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, rabbits, bamboo rats, and so on. As long as it's a living thing that humans can eat, she can kill it. Known as the first female butcher in the village." "Ha, interesting. After killing so many beings and beating up so many people in the past few years, she has a violent streak." "That's right, big brother. You don't know. When old five went to pick her up, he was directly beaten unconscious. Came back to beat my father and mother and Jiao Jiao, and beat me last night. So far it looks like it's just you and the second and third brother who aren't getting beat up. So watch yourselves. She hits pretty hard." Qin Yuan's eyes were fixed on the phone. The corner of his mouth pulled out a hint of sarcasm. "Someone who hasn't even finished elementary school dares to run wild in front of me. She really doesn't know how many pounds she has. Big brother, dealing with her is easy. I'll issue a psychiatric certificate. You acquire a mental hospital and send the person straight in. If she had appealed and let Lao San make a slight move, she wouldn't have stood a chance of winning." "Great. Second brother, you're too smart." Qin Yuan was too happy. Second brother's idea was fantastic. "Well, just do as you say. I'll immediately arrange to acquire a mental hospital." Qin Yuan also felt good about it. Qin Wu thought they were all mental. Why were they targeting Ning so much? And the level of a few of them? If they weren't blood brothers, he'd have to report them. They're so trashy. But the four of them were too excited to ask his opinion. Qin Ning was still asleep when her big brother had acquired the mental hospital. The second brother also certified her as mentally ill. Sango is gathering evidence of her beating, for has written a couple of small essays to prepare for a direct hack of her when the time comes. Qin Wu objected ineffectively and could only run up to ventilate. Only one foot was in the elevator when cries and curses came from upstairs. The cries were made by Qin Zhao. The curses were from Qin Ning, or with a small trumpet. Qin Yuan got up straight away. Why is she so over the top? Every word that comes out of her mouth has to be mosaic. Qin Er said coldly, indeed. So much swearing must have caused serious psychological damage to Zhao Zhao. Qin San had already started recording. She has broken the law by allegedly abusing her people. Qin pulled out a small notebook and began to record a small essay. Qin Wu covered his face and sighed long. Sister Ah, can you control your machine gun like mouth? Bai Jiruo pointed towards the upstairs. Listen, you guys, who is she trying to humiliate? How has she bullied Jiao Jiao? She absolutely cannot be allowed to attend today's dinner, or the Qin family's face will be disgraced tonight. Mom, you're talking too seriously. Ning is just a little loud. Bai Jiruo was especially strange. When did the relationship between her youngest son and that rebellious girl become so good? Qin Mao, for fear of death. Chapter 12, I don't care. Qin Zhao ran out of the elevator with red eyes, her neckline still open and her makeup smudged. It seemed like they were being bullied, and not in the normal sense of the word. Her heart ached for a couple of her brothers to see her like this. Jia Jiao, what's wrong with you? Is she that beastly? Not even you? Facing her big brother's questioning, Qin Zhao wanted to cry even more. He had originally gone up to test her, but she had taken his silicone man and left these marks on himself. It was so sick, so insulting. She must have her revenge. Bai Jiruo was very anxious. Jia Jiao, don't cry first. What's going on? What did that rebellious girl do to you? Qin Er walked over to look at the mark on Qin Zhao's neck and asked suspiciously. Old 5. Is the one you picked up a female or a male? Qin Mu was very certain. Her female characteristics are very obvious. It must be her sister. Qin Er pointed to Qin Zhao's neck. Is this a girl chewing it out? Beast, how could she do such a nasty thing? Big brother, let's go up and teach her a lesson. If it continues like this, she'll flip out. Well, go ahead and let us know if you can't clean it up. Qin Er rode on the elevator in a furious manner, and Qin Mao watched the elevator change layer by layer, directly reaching the 11th floor, and he suddenly got goosebumps. That's a guy with no morals, no bottom line and no principles. The second brother, a medical student, is usually used to rationality and has always been about a sense of reason. A reasonable one meets an unreasonable one, and he's kinda curious. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on coaxing Qin Zhao, he pulled out his cell phone and turned on the 11th floor's surveillance. Qin Er came down from the elevator and was thinking of kicking in the door, but he happened to see that Qin Ning sitting in the tea house. He looked at the man in a capybara pajamas with disgust. You're Qin Ning? Qin Ning, who was hugging a milk pot and drinking coffee, turned his head at the sound and bared his teeth at the cry. What a piece of coffee, more bitter than her life. I had thought that since I was a young lady, I would definitely want to have a cup of coffee when I got up early, but after rummaging around I couldn't find a cup, so it went straight to the pot. It's just that the iced American is a bit bitter, and she's still good for milky chai. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Qin Ning grunted. Who are you, and who are you talking to? Forcibly robbing people's girls in broad daylight? May I ask who you are? No manners at all. You're so long in the tooth, you don't even have any manners. Shut up. I'm Jia Jiao's second brother. You just bullied Jia Jiao, didn't you? Yo, this is Qin Zhao's second brother. I heard that he's also a doctor, but it's a pity that he doesn't have a healer's heart. Who wouldn't praise Qin Er's accomplishments in the medical field when they heard about it? And she even said she didn't have a healer's heart. Qin Ning, you're simply slandering. Do you know what I've accomplished? Know how many people I save every day? No. Qin Er stopped vocalizing as Qin Ning was only a finger away from him, and he was walloped as a dang big man. Qin Er pushed up his glasses in embarrassment, but unfortunately he had forgotten to bring them today. One can only smooth out the bangs. Qin Ning braced herself against the wall with one hand and stomped on Qin Er's chest with the other. Second brother, are you dissatisfied with me? You'd be blindly hurting Qin Zhao if you knew that later she took your academic reports and sold them to your competitors and gave you sleeping pills before you went on the operating table. It has led to you being stigmatized for academic fraud and plagiarism, and failed surgeries that have killed people. Will you regret it when you finally lose your reputation and strangle yourself with a shoelace in prison? Qin Er was very shocked. Was this her heart? Why could one hear her heart? But is she telling the truth? Qin Zhao can freely come and go in his study. 1,000 precautions are not prevented this not a little blood sister ah. Alas, I'm so kind, he even fears me. Qin Ning felt especially sad. This is not a blood relationship. The original body is really poor. Qin Er lowered his eyes. She lied. Was she believable? This guy, although long mouth, but the appearance can still be appreciated. Sword eyes and eyebrows have a figurative, but the thin lips of the man philandering, can only play, cannot be married. In the future, if there is a good girl to look at him is really pouring 8 lifetimes of blood bad luck. Qin Er's head was full of black lines. He wasn't philandering. Qin Ning, stay away from me. No, I'm going to make you take a closer look and then remember me, and realize that you only have one real sister in the world. I'm the only one who's true to you, and I want you to be sensible. Understand? Qin had never been this close to a girl before, and besides it was her own sister. Disgusting. With a crouch, he escaped from Qin Ning's confinement. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Ha, practiced. Qin raised his hand and slapped it towards her face. I'm warning you, no bullying Jiao Jiao. Now immediately come downstairs with me and apologize. Dao your mother. I, Qin Ning, do not have the word apologize in my dictionary. Qin used her greatest strength, but unfortunately, she was directly grabbed by Qin Ning and snapped 2 slaps back. Did I give you guys face? 1 or 2 of you think I'm good at bullying? Qin covered her face. Incredulous. Okay, you're good. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Come to the 11th floor. Qin Ning bristled. How old are you? If you can't beat it, look for your mom. Are you still not weaned? Does Bai Jiruo still produce milk? Qin was furious. Shut up. You have no respect and no mouth. I really don't know what I'm picking you up for. Pick me up to inherit the billions. You're dreaming. The Qin family's property has nothing to do with you at all. Qin Ning snorted and laughed. Qin, it's not your turn to speak in the Qin family, is it? Unbridled. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to act rashly, waiting for the bodyguards to arrive to see if Qin Ning could still be so wild. So now he was just cursing against Qin Ning, but unfortunately he couldn't yet curse at him. As the elevator rattled, a dozen or so bodyguards rushed out. Qin Ning had fully recovered his strength, and the fight was a sound one. Qin Mao was shivering with his cell phone. Knowing the time, he was so smart that he surrendered last night. Within minutes of turning off the phone, the elevator doors opened. Qin walked out numbly. Qin W was on fire. What's wrong with you, second brother? Without saying a word, Qin sat on the couch and cried. Mom, you sent her away. She's a demon. Qin Yuan was furious. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Lao San, Lao Si, let's go up together. I don't believe she can beat the 3 of us. Seeing his 3 brothers into the elevator, Qin Wu let out an ayahuasca and pulled out his headphones and plugged his ears. Bai Jiruo had just comforted Qin Zhao when Qin cried again. Old 5, you take the men and tie her down for me. I'll see what she can do. Chapter 13. Forget it. Hang yourself. Qin Mu nestled in the sofa, pretending not to understand. His mom hadn't realized how good Qin Ning was until now. She's a kung fu butcher, who's got nothing better to do than mess with her. And what about the fact that he still needed Qin Ning to protect his own life? He hasn't enjoyed life yet. How can he die? Bai Jiruo said again. Qin Wu, did you hear me? Are you deaf? Qin Wu was a bit impatient. Mom, she was also born to you. Are you treating her like this? Don't you have a bad conscience? She is also 17 years old and will leave when she marries someone else. By then, we are all in the community of interest, so there is no need to be so uptight. And I still need her to cooperate with my work. That program is too hard. Jiao Jiao can't go. I'll let her accompany me, and I'll only pay $20 million to get it done. How cheap? Bai Jiruo was stunned by Qin Wu's question, and by the time she reacted Qin Wu had already left. Qin Zhao saw that she had already listened to Qin Wu's questioning, so she softly said, Mom, 5th brother is right. Sister has suffered for so many years, but I have enjoyed so many years by mom and dad's side. Let your sister be as casual as she wants. After all, she just came back, and those regular manners can be learned slowly. I'll bring my sister to the dinner tonight, so don't worry, Mom. Hearing this, Bai Jiruo immediately retorted. What has she suffered? I see that she has lived quite well for so many years. Jiao Jiao, you can't just tolerate her so much for that reason. If you hit this one and that one, you're so lawless that if you hit someone outside, you'll lose the face of our Qin family. Won't you? No, she must be tied down. She tried to rebel today. Qin Zhao pursed her lips. Mom, or maybe next time. What time is it? My sister has to try on dresses and do styling. Bai Jiruo sighed. If she had a third of your understanding and obedience, I would be relieved. Qin Zhao shyly nestled in Bai Jiruo's arms and pampered herself. On the side, Qinel wondered who the demon upstairs grew up with. Why she's so good. Otherwise, he should move. He doesn't want the 15th floor. 1 floor with mom and dad is not bad. Qin shook his head. He vowed to go home less often in the future. If he let that demon haunt him, his life would be over. Ergo, Qin's thoughts were interrupted by a sweet voice, which he knew at first glance was Jiao Jiao's. He looked up and smiled softly. Something wrong with Jiao Jiao? Are you busy this week, Ergo? Hearing those words, Qin's mind suddenly thought of that demon's heartbeat. She said she answered that she was available, and then took Qin Jiao with her every day in and out of the hospital, and in and out of the lab, giving Qin Jiao the opportunity to tamper with the experimental data and steal his original report. In that case he would like to give it a try, If that Qin Ning lied to him, he would definitely send her to the mental hospital with his own hands. What are you looking at? Second brother? I have flowers on my face. Qin Jiao came up with a witty remark. Qin Er raised an eyebrow. I haven't scheduled any surgeries in the last while, so I'm relatively free. Is Jiao Jiao up to something? Qin Jiao looked helpless. People are just bored. I was playing along with my big brother the other day and he was in the office all day and it was so boring. With the third brother it's all about lawsuits. With the fourth brother it's all about dabbling in libraries and doing academics. And the youngest brother is flying around, taking on a show that says he's traveling with his sister. But it's really just wilderness survival. And I don't want to go. In that case, follow me. But it might be boring for you. Qin Jiao shook her head and waved her hands. Following second brother is not boring. And you can learn so many ways to save people. Oh, really? It really couldn't be more true. She was too happy that this would accomplish the mission and create evidence that she wasn't there when Qin Mushi's accident happened. On that Eat Bitter Broken program, she does not want to go it. Notice fee is only 100 million. Their own towards a few brothers cry a little more than this number. But she couldn't quit now. If she did now, she would embarrass fifth brother. But if something goes wrong, it's definitely not on. Qin Ning is not also a younger sister. Growing up in the village is also considered a wilderness. This would take care of Qin Mist and trap Qin Er at the same time. Qin Er looked at Qin Jiao with a doting face. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, Qin San and Qin Wuan came down with their noses bruised and swollen. Bai Jiruo was completely furious. It's better to send her away. Qin Jiao didn't persuade this time either, but instead added fuel to the fire. It's better if she can get Qin Ning out of the way, but if she can't, let her lose her reputation, and never affect her status or plans. Hey, are you trying to screw me over? Qin Jiao was almost scared to death. How come no one told her when this pervert was standing behind her? Qin Ning was very self-conscious and leaned his chin on Qin Jiao's shoulder. I know what you're thinking, and I know what you're gonna do to me, so we'll see. Qin Jiao's eyes widened. What did she hear? How did Qin Ning know? No, how did he hear Qin Ning's voice? She turned her head mechanically. Qin Ning was on her shoulder with his eyes closed, but the upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her that the guy was pretending. Get up, you're heavy as hell. I'll follow you around 24 hours a day and see how you contact your mom and dad. They don't know you're already in bed with your parents. Qin Jiao was even more scared when she heard it. Mom came to kill and kill ah. Bai Jiruo rushed over and pulled Qin Ning hard. What are you doing? Don't you have any bones of your own? Look at how Jiao is trembling from the pressure. Qin Ning impatiently raised his hand and smacked her hand. Annoying. I'm in the middle of cultivating a relationship with Qin Jiao. What are you doing disturbing us? Are you out of your mind? You're so affectionate. She has her own mother. Who are you? Bai Jiruo even forgot to look at her arm which had already been reddened, and only felt that there were ghosts in this world. What are you looking at? You don't even know how you'll die. You don't care about your own daughter. You care about a hypocritical imposter. Bai Jiruo twisted her head and left. If she invited a master, she must take down this demon today. Qin Jiao had been scared silly. Why could she hear it and could the others? If we let her blah 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 like that, something big will happen. Qin Ning raised her head. Too proud. And this family, except for Qin Wan, was overwhelmed by her charm. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the lights came on. The Qin family garden is lit up. The Qin family's birthday party for the first lady is so grand every year. We all mingled and laughed. Women seek a good son-in-law. Men seek a beautiful woman. Qin Ning was looking for food in a capybara one-piece pajamas. Qin Sheng picked up the microphone and first exchanged pleasantries for a while, followed by a grand introduction of the Qin family's real eldest young lady who had finished her training and returned to the family. Following the direction of his finger, what everyone saw was an adult capybara playfully tearing at a large crab. Qin Sheng's head was filled with black lines. Ning Ning, why haven't you changed your clothes? The crowd surveyed her curiously, inquisitively, derisively, ignorantly, and Qin Ning looked around the week, said lethargically, Father does not hurt, mother does not love. Come back to kneel in the ancestral hall. Until now has not eaten 2 mouths of rice. Where to care about changing clothes? Qin Wan, Bai Jiruo, you two come out. Qin Sheng instantly darkened his face. The boss family had taken his words for granted. Qin Wan was in a cold sweat. Dad, I just came back I purposely arranged Jiruo when I went out in the morning. What about Bai Jiruo? Qin Sheng continued to ask. Qin Wan shook his head. Qin Sheng looked towards Qin Yuan and the others. They also bowed their heads. Qin Ning sighed. Old man, my own mother went to invite a master. She said I was a demon and wanted to take me, even though I was dropped off by a babysitter. I'm happy that Grandpa spends over $1 billion a year looking for me, but my own father, Mr. Qin Wan, froze and didn't spend a penny on me. His family ate and drank and spent all their money, and my own mother said I was a demon. My 5 biological brothers laid into me the first day I walked in the door. This unrelated sister of mine even threatened me and told me to get the out of here right away if I didn't do as I was told. Old man, what do you think is the point of my being alive? Forget it, just in time to eat and hang myself. Chapter 14, Handsome Boy. Interested in spending the night together? The corner of Qin Shang's mouth twitched. Who did this gadget follow? Qin Zhao stood in the middle of the crowd in a high fashion gown, and originally everyone's eyes were on her. But old man Qin had chosen to declare Qin Ning what was the real Missy. Where would she put her face? She, Qin Ning, was doing it on purpose. Although the gowns she sent were all last year's models, each one was beautiful. But Qin Ning, this has to wear a silly nightgown, or a one-piece. She can suck up the eyes of others. The crowd was very curious. This Missy didn't seem to have a good head on her shoulders. No dress code, no routine, nothing but food and drink in his eyes, and, oh yes, a hint of a clear sense of obtuse power. This was not the case. Having already hitched the belt of his pajamas over the doorway to the hall, 3 meters high, she just puckered her ass and climbed up in a twisted position. Tadako, have I lost my image? What's going on with you, host? You don't understand. The feeling of being unappreciated makes me feel so empty that I'm ready to end the mission early. What does it say? Can't you see I'm hanging myself? Host, let me remind you, Shin Zhoxing will be here in 1 minute. What's it to me? I'm just a poor little thing with no father, no mother, and no warmth around me. You clean up your spit first. I'm just curious about how handsome he is. But a lot of people want something to happen to you. Qin Ning plopped down on the doorpost of the hall and looked down. Those people's eyes were looking at the joke, and a few of Qin Zhao's people really wished she was dead. Only old man Qin had worry in his eyes and kept calling out to her. Tuzi, protect old man Qin. He's still sincere. So you're going to die? I have to hang myself. I've climbed up. I can't do it, or I'll lose my face. You have no face now. Then I'll die even more. Qin Shang summoned his bodyguards. Bring Missy down. Don't drop her. Yes, the old man is really good. For the sake of your kindness to me, I'll tell you a little secret. As long as you quit your daughter-in-law's personal caregiver, she'll wake up, while arranging for the housekeeper to protect his eldest granddaughter. Qin Shang took his second and youngest sons back to his courtyard in a hurry. The old woman hadn't woken up in 10 years. He'd never suspected her personal caretaker. And Chu Xi and Nan Nian were falsely persuaded left and right. Ning Ning, don't worry. From now on, your clothes will be covered by Auntie too. You can't do anything foolish. As a great lady, you'll have a lot of glory in the future. Nan Nian hurriedly said, jewelry little aunt wrapped, quickly down okay. Qin Zhao hated her teeth, wishing she would hurry up and hang herself. Why are you talking so much? Qin Ning skillfully took the belt and tied a knot. Second aunt, little aunt, you don't need to persuade me. I'd rather be an orphan than have such a pair of parents. How blessed I would be if you were my parents. Now there's nothing to do but pray for the next life, and goodbye to my few loved ones. I myself, waved my sleeve, and took no clouds with me. Sister, you wait 5 brother Qin Wu flew to come. He just went to a bathroom empty. This side also how to hang himself. If she hangs herself, he's dead too. Who the hell gave himself a laxative? Unfortunately, Qin Wu came too late, and Chu Xi and Nan Nian covered their eyes. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth slowly opened. It's just that everyone underestimated Qin Ning's weight. She underestimated it herself. Just in that nick of time, the headset was on the belt and the whole body hung down. Then there was a stabbing sound from above and the belt snapped. Qin Ning dropped it, but the pain she thought was coming didn't. Instead she fell into a hard and warm embrace, and it smelled good. From the angle of her death, the person holding her was Shin Zhoxing, the crown prince of Shengjing. That perfect jawline is mesmerizing. This belt is broken at the right time. Shengjing is better, producing such high-quality goods. Why are these eyes so pretty? It smells so good. I'm drowning in it. United Sun. I want to marry him. Shin Zhoxing raised his eyebrows. This girl in yellow clothes was a bit interesting. Could this be the granddaughter that Master Qin just got back? I heard it was for a marriage with that plant from the Xie family. He was originally forced by the old man to come to the Qin family's banquet, intending to go through the motions, but he didn't expect to meet such an interesting person. I told you, I'm so charming. Everyone will be charmed by me, except those few who are not human. Shin Zhoxing slowly hooked his lips. Can Qin come down now? Qin Ning suddenly closed her eyes. My head is so dizzy. If I don't go down, I won't go down. It's hard to meet a better looking one. I won't go down. The main thing is that I can't go down there either. Alas, the father doesn't love the mother. Brother, Qin Ning, come down. The face of the Qin family has been lost to you. The sudden shout made Qin Ning change his face. This is the real mama. Do not know what happened to me? Open mouth is that I lost face. I'm dying. She does not care about it. Seeing Bai Jirua come back. Qin Jiao's hanging heart finally let go. Mom, don't be angry. My sister just had an accident. If not for Shin's brother's hand, my sister would have been. Pretend. You dead green tea. Damn it, who doesn't cry? Bai Jiruo held Qin Jiao and greeted Shin Zhouxing with a smile. Zhouxing Auntie is very happy that you guys came to Jia Jiao's birthday banquet. Qin Ning didn't learn the rules, and has been used to being wild since she was a little girl, so if I've caused you any trouble, Auntie apologizes in advance. He said that he went up to pull Qin Ning, but Qin Ning was like a barnacle, tightly stepping on Shin Zhouxing's body, and just wouldn't come down. I won't go down. I won't go down. If you want to harm me, there's no way. She blocked in front of Shin Zhouxing. Sister-in-law, today is not only Qin Jiao's birthday, it's also Ning's birthday, and it's also the big day to announce her identity. Why don't you even prepare a dress? And you didn't even show up when the party started. Sister-in-law, do you have a problem with Ning or with Dad's decision? Sister-in-law, my second sister-in-law is right. How is this a bowl of water that you're not leveling out? This is a bowl of water that you're giving to Qin Jiao, and Ning doesn't have any of it. Come on, in my name. The war between the three of them has begun again. Shin Zhouxing suddenly stepped back and turned around with Qin Ning in his arms. Mrs. Qin, I saved this person, so be a good person and I'll send her to the hospital. No, boat line she really is fine. You quickly put him down. The banquet is about to start. Shin Zhouxing laughed lightly and felt that through his suit, the hand around his waist seemed to use some strength. Then he said, Mrs. Qin should still celebrate your daughter's birthday. I like it. Are you interested in spending the night with me? I'm very interested in you. Shin Zhouxing. Chapter 15, Boss, People Fly Away. A good birthday dinner was stirred up by Qin Ning, and although it wasn't over yet, everyone's attention was drawn away by Qin Ning. The topics are synchronized to the Qining channel. For example, the Qin family's eldest daughter is quite good-looking. Qin Jiao was not even as good as Qin Ning's plain face after she was carefully dressed. Qin Ning was so bold that he dared to provoke Shin Zhouxing. The Qin family's eldest lady is so kind. I want to be friends with her so much. Qin Jiao's expression management failed, and she hated Qin Ning. Qin Ning just did it on purpose. Dad had a hard time inviting Shin Zhouxing here, but he was cut off. She lowered her head and dropped 2 tears, shaking Bai Jiruo's hand in aggravation. Mom, Bai Jiruo patted the back of her hand. Jiao, don't worry. Zhouxing can't look at her. Just don't worry. But brother Shin has already carried her away. That boy has always kept his hands off girls, and any girl with a small mind has been dealt with by him. You just wait and see. Nothing good will come of that wild girl. Maybe she'll be thrown out in a while. Don't be sad. She's from a village. How can she compare to you? Yes, sister-in-law still knows that Ning is from the village. Bai Jiruo turned her head at the sound. What do you mean? She? Literally. Some people. Take a pro-life as grass and a fake as a treasure. Since Chushi's voice was a bit loud, the crowd walked over with their wineglasses. Qin Jiao only felt her face burning. This Chushi was really good, directly making her lose face in public. Chushi didn't let go of the viciousness in Qin Jiao's eyes. It's true, this fake does have a bad heart. It's a shock not to find out. Bai Jiruo was a bit angry. Chushi, as an elder, you shouldn't not give Jiao face on this occasion. Several people from Qin Yuan also walked over. Second auntie, this is after all the business of our great house, and as long as we recognize it, what is true will also be false, and what is false will also become true. Yes, it would be no trouble for you auntie too. Why don't you mind your cousins when you have time? Second auntie, I heard they've been in a lawsuit lately. It's all family, so if auntie 2 comes to me, I'll consider a 15% discount for you. Xinwana pushed his glasses. Second aunt might as well do more good deeds. After all, what about teaching by example? Or else the 3 of them will go astray, and it might damage the Qin family's reputation even more severely. Once this topic was mentioned, Chu was indeed speechless. After all, what those 3 bogeymen did was there for all to see. Bai Jiruo looked regretful. Pity the 3 good children. Encountered a new unruly mom. Even watched them go down a crooked path. Unlike me, the kids are all mediocre. One just manages the company. One is a little doctor. One is a little lawyer. One is a little teacher. One sings, and one is a student. Ordinary, so very ordinary. Unlike the 3 in your family, all of whom are capable of great things. She was angry with fire, and she wanted to kill Bai Jiruo today. Second sister-in-law, calm down. If you do it today, you'll really be fooled. Dad's in his yard investigating mom's personal caregiver, dealing with people. If you screw up, he's going to think you're buying time for the guys. Don't fall for Bai Jiruo's tricks. Let them go if they want to find death. Chushi took a few deep breaths and suddenly laughed. Maisie, or you're still calm. I did almost fall for her trap. Second sister-in-law, let's go. After all, the main characters are gone. Bai Jirua's smugness was overflowing. Shushi was usually able to talk a lot, but when it came to children, she would lose. What's the matter? Do you, Shushi, still want to make a move on me? Your sister-in-law? Shushi smiled gently. Sister-in-law educated me. I understand. You educated me the best. In a hurry, I'll raise someone else's seed too. Maybe it'll be even better than Chinyu. Mom, my dear mom, what did you say? Say that again. If you can? Someone else's seed is always someone else's seed. How can they compare to my own seed? Shushi's head was filled with black lines. When did this ancestor come back? Nan Nian screamed, suddenly covering her stomach. Second sister-in-law, my stomach is not feeling well. Quickly help me to see a doctor. Shushi understood and turned her head to look at the pro-daughter with a head of parrot hair and said, she knew your great-uncle's mother means that pro-daughters are all farts, and it's only okay to raise someone else's. I haven't debated it just now. If you have any ideas you can talk to your great-aunt. Your little aunt has a stomachache. I'm taking her to the doctor. I'll leave it to you here. Shin-yu made an oka gesture. Don't worry dear mother. I promise to complete the mission successfully. Bai Jirua hated it when she looked at Shin-yu dyeing her hair colorful. Or is Zhao Zhao's shiny black hair color more demure and ladylike? Shin-yu scanned the circle. It was all the same people she recognized. Where was her unseen cousin? Shin-woo knew what she was looking for just by looking around, so walked up to her and recounted it at length. Shin-yu happily patted her thighs. It's true that she's my own cousin. She's the same as me. I like it. Shin Jiao's eyes were glowing with jealousy and a flash of viciousness. This Qin Yu was very good to pin down. She could not be allowed to have the opportunity to come into contact with Qin Ning. She smiled and walked over. Why did you just come? I've prepared good things for you, but I'm afraid that auntie too will be angry. I haven't dared to go look for you, and your cell phone still can't be reached. Really? What's the good stuff? My cell phone is off, and when it's on my mom keeps calling and it's annoying as hell. Qin Jiao held her. You come to my room. Qin Yu followed Qin Jiao up the elevator with a bump. Bai Jiruo was full of smugness. Humph. Xu Shi and Nan Yan were against herself, but her several children were easily taken by Zhao Zhao. Meanwhile, Shen Zhouxing rudely threw the person into the car when he exited the Qin family's gate. Did I give you face? Thanks to my ass meat. Otherwise I will be hurt. Like you do not know how to pity the flowers. Deserve to die when still a bachelor. Shen Zhouxing followed closely to the car. Go over some. Squeeze me. Qin Ning wrapped her hands around her chest. What for? She's a delicate flower. Why don't you know how to be compassionate at all? Shen Zhouxing rubbed his temples. I don't see where you're delicate. Stinking rascal. You still want to see, but it's not impossible. You have to show me first. If you have abs mermaid line pecs, biceps. Shen Zhouxing regretted it. This was a psychotic stacked pervert and pervert. Hey, Shen Zhouxing, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Ning saw that he was also a bore, so he planned to take the initiative. Ms. Qin, it seems that we are not yet acquainted to this extent. It's okay, just talk and get acquainted. Have you? No. Then look, I sun his head. How to drive. Shen Zhouxing only grabbed one of her pant legs when he reacted. The result was that Qin Ning, who was not wearing a seatbelt and missing a pant leg, flew out. The driver winced, unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, but after searching for a while he couldn't find it. He turned around and said shakily, Boss, the man flew away. Chapter 16, I don't mind being your girlfriend. When Shen Zhouxing looked around, there was only an overturned four-wheeled car in front of him, and the only thing that was missing was Qin Ning's shadow. He said in a hushed voice, check the information on that car. It was very quiet around him, as if there was no one else but him. He looked around warily. Yang Xian, boss, I'm looking at the ass of the car. Look at the crash. The whole back ass is all sunk in. Forget that for now. Go find the pervert. Pervert? Hoo-ah. Yang Xian gave his boss a meaningful look. Is the boss talking about himself? Shen Zhouxing glared at him. Look for that pervert. What are you looking at me for? Look where she flew off to. If you can't find it, your bonus for this month is gone. Yang Xian nodded his head in a panic. Boss, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'll look for it right away. Don't worry. I'll be able to find it even if I dig up the ground. Yang Xian looked east and west, looking south and north. Qin Ning on the tree has not yet dared to speak. Directly stuck in the branches of the tree. This position is a bit humiliating. Although she does not care much about face, but pants. It was leaking out and she had to clean it up before she could scream for help. Can there be a gust of wind? My pants are showing. In case someone sees it. What about my innocence? If not, I'll give up my body for it. Shen Zhouxing under the tree was a bit embarrassed as he shouted towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian. Yang Xian whooshed over. Boss, I haven't found Ms. Qin yet, but don't worry, I've already moved for help. I'll find this one. You do your job. Investigate the cause of this accident. Don't let it go at all. I want to see who's behind it. Okay. The boss had become the head of the Shin family at a young age, hating others more than anything else. I wonder which one was responsible for this crash again. Alas, I had thought the Chin family's fate was tragic. Now it seems that the fate of the Shin family's big house is no better than that of the Chin family, which is to take a car and arrange a car accident. No, it's not the Shin family's handiwork this time. Hey, sorry, this seems to be a car accident that Qin Jiao prepared for me. Shin Zhouxing smiled helplessly. She still knew who had harmed her. Qin Jiao is in a hurry. Hey, she's in a hurry. She's starting to get her hands dirty. After all, her spare tire was snatched away by herself. This Shin Zhouxing has completely grown on his own aesthetics. Dying under the peony flower and being a ghost is also a flirtation. I want to find death today. I just don't know if I'll get to see the abs today. It should be. Shin Zhouxing really didn't want to listen to someone with a white thigh exposed on a tree branch mentally masturbating about him. He admitted to being attracted to this guy's special charms when he first walked in the door, but now he wanted to send someone back. Shin Zhouxing, you big shot, don't carry me down yet. Do you want me to stand upside down and die violently from congestion? Qin Ning ended his mirth, finally remembering that his current situation didn't seem too aesthetically pleasing. Shin Zhouxing slowly lifted his head and saw the person with a cloak of hair and a face that was translucent red. Ha, aren't you very patient? Come down by yourself. If I die, you don't even know what will happen to your Shin family. With me, you can live a long life. Give me a hug. I'm the one who controls the plot. Shin Zhouxing heard this heartfelt voice and looked at Qin Ning with a hint of pity in his eyes. Unloved children are generally not too normal mentally. Shin Zhouxing, hurry up. I'm a bit dizzy now. Is my head bleeding? It's over. I'm dead before I'm ready. I haven't even talked to a handsome guy under the covers yet. Is God so cruel to me? What's the rush? The head isn't congested. It's just that the face is a little red. Shin Zhouxing was all choked up by her bold statement, said the big long-legged man as he stepped up into the tree. Wow, Brother Shin's legs aren't legs. There's spring water swirling in my heart. Shin Zhouxing darkened his face. Shut up. Wow, Brother Shin's mouth isn't a mouth. It's a beauty I want to kiss. Shin Zhouxing really wanted to throw this guy. Why is he so unreserved? In the old days, there was Lin Daiyu pulling the willow upside down, and now there is Shin Zhouxing pulling the neuropathy upside down. Nah, it's stuck too tight, and it hasn't come out in 2 tries. Shin Zhouxing, are you good or not? Qin Ning's contemptuous look came from below. You were just complimenting me. That was cheering you on, and now you're, like, in a flood. Shin Zhouxing gritted his teeth and said, I'll let you see if it works today. Finished? Did he misunderstand? I mean your strength. Qin Ning has not yet finished complaining it. The waist suddenly came a burst of pain that was torn. Shin Zhouxing, you want to split me into 5 horses? In the end it is okay. Not okay. Hurry to change. No skill. Skill. This plucking should be skillful. My God. Come on. Someone. This is a pillow. In all my life, no one has ever dared to slander himself like that. It's the first time I've ever been so humiliated as to lie down in a tree and save a life. She had saved her with good intentions, and she still cursed so harshly. Shin Zhouxing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull. Use the strength you ate 25 years ago. Shut up. Noisy. Shin Zhouxing felt that this guy was too noisy. Qin Ning bristled, not letting it be said yet. You're so cheap. You can't even tell me you're not good enough. As soon as Shin Zhouxing became angry, his long legs took another step and stood directly on the tree trunk above Qin Ning. Then with a single effort of his hands, he lifted Qin Ning, who was stuck in the middle of the tree branch. Qin Ning only felt that his head was in a daze and the world was spinning. Shin Zhouxing, do you know how to split? Why are there so many of you? Shin Zhouxing looked at her stuck bruised face, still had some sympathy. You are congested. A moment. Before the comforting words were finished, Qin Ning was heard saying with a smile, so much, I can use it all, but I'm very capable. It's not a problem to pocket it. Shin Zhouxing darkened his face. Get in the car. I'll take you home. Qin Ning suddenly covered her head. Brother Shen, my head hurts. I'm dizzy. I'll see if you're merciful. Send me back if you can. Flushed in a nightgown with only the top half left. What do you think they'll brainstorm? Shin Zhouxing glanced at the jacket that was under her but, forget it, take it away first. Yang Xian, drive. Okay, boss. A man who knows the time is a wise man. Shin Zhouxing is still quite smart. Shin Zhouxing, what do you think about me being your girlfriend? Not good. Qin Ning pulled out a mirror. Can't I seduce you with my fish and geese look? Shin Zhouxing, can't my proud figure arouse your interest? Qin Ning even purposely puffed out his chest. Yang Xian held back and drove the car into a bouncy car. Shin Zhouxing blackened his face. Shut up. No, once my mouth starts I can't stop. How can you shut up? Kissing. Shin Zhouxing looked to her lips, chattering and slightly open. Not point but red, soft and delicate. He unconsciously came over. Yang Xian hastily raised the block. Nonchalant, he is really an all-around good assistant. Chapter 17, Your Boss Can't. Unity son, I'm out of breath. My first kiss will soon be. Hey, how not to continue. I son, his grandfather. Sister are ready. He stopped. This is not on and off. To die ah. Shinjoshing said in her ear. There was a leaf on your head. I took it off for you. What were you expecting? Ning smiled wickedly. Man, you managed to get my attention. Shinjoshing immediately darkened his face and sat upright. You've read too many novels. Ning moved her butt towards him. Man, you tell the truth. What kind do you like? I'll change. What kind I don't like? Don't you like women? Ning asked with a question mark on his face. Unico, is your information wrong? How come he doesn't like women? Host, you stopped him from meeting Qin Zhao. Have they never met before? No. Shinjoshing has been living at his grandfather's house and has only recently returned, and has been so busy with family struggles that he hasn't had time to get to know Qin Zhao. Will they meet again? There's no delay in Shinjoshing falling in love with Qin Zhao unless you let him fall in love with you first. Ning stroked her chin and thought cautiously for 3 seconds. In that case, she'd give it a try. Shinjoshing, do you want to hear a secret? What secret? I'm 50. I'll tell you. Why should I believe you? Ning picked at his cell phone. Forget it if you don't believe me. I'm not forcing you to believe me. You're gonna regret not having $50 tonight when you're dead. The comment did pique his interest. Could he really be dying early? Bring the code. IVU. Ning grinned. Let's add a friend. I still have a lot of little secrets. At this time, Shinjoshing still didn't know how much money he would be coaxed away by Ning every day. He was now shocked by Ning's microname. Miss Qin, your name is very special. Ning is counting the red envelopes. Yeah, it's my dream. It's your dream to make money to support male models? Yeah, one has to have a little dream. Otherwise, what's the difference between a salted fish and a salted fish? I want to raise more women who don't have some hobbies. The internet says that lust makes you live longer. I'm doing this for my health. Shinjoshing was a bit less comfortable. Aren't you going to be my girlfriend and have a male model? I thought you hadn't said yes yet. Did this guy fall for me? I knew my charms were unstoppable. You're too much of a womanizer. I'm dewy-eyed with all of them but you, and I haven't even started yet. So man, are you jealous? Man, I'm sure. You're just jealous. Shinjoshing sighed. He seemed to have been led astray by this guy. I've given out red envelopes, so it's time for you to tell your secret. Watch out for your cousin. Shinjoshing waited for a while. No more? Anan, isn't that a secret? Man, you're greedy. You want VIP treatment for $50? It's no secret that I know he has a wolf's heart, too. Ning let loose on him. You still want to know? Think. I'm 500. Shinjoshing pulled the corner of his mouth. It's a pity you didn't go into business and turn around. Have you been bidding on a piece of land for the past 2 days? Your cousin has gotten someone to make a play. Just waiting for you to jump in. So you're on your own. How do you know? Ning knew that these words of hers had aroused Shinjoshing's suspicion, but she wasn't afraid of it. This man wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat himself anyway. Host, you talk too much. What if you get caught in the lab for research? What do you know? I've got it covered. Oh, horny bastard. You don't understand. Everyone has feelings and desires. I have to think about my personal problems while accomplishing my mission. Otherwise, how am I going to spend the long night? Shameless. Shinjoshing knew that Ning wasn't thinking of anything good as soon as he took a look at her face full of bad smiles. Qin, are you going home? I'm not welcome in that home and I don't want to go back. Then where do you want to go? I'll have Yang Xian give you a ride. Asterisk your heart. Shinjoshing simply shut up. He didn't want to talk. Ning was undeterred. Shinjoshing closed his eyes. Shinjoshing, who will save him? Whose child is so self-centered? He hadn't rested for that piece of land, and he even took the time to go to the Qin family today. I didn't expect to bring back someone so loud, but the sound seems to have a hypnotic effect. He slowly drifted into sleep. Ning took a look at Shinjoshing falling asleep and shook his head before looking down to play with his phone. If Shinjoshing opened his eyes, he would see that she was watching a video. All abs dancing videos. Ning had one goal in mind. She was going to brush more and more, so that big data would thoroughly memorize what kind of virtue she was. Then go out of your way to push this type of video. And the front row of Yang Xian is very difficult. Has arrived. I do not know the boss is finished. He should stop and open the door. Just as he was thinking about it, Ning knocked on the block, and Yang Xian immediately opened it. Qin, it's here, isn't it? Yes. She pointed to the back. Carry your boss back to the bedroom. I'll help myself, you don't have to worry about me. Yang Xian's face was filled with disbelief. His boss was so weak? Ning scared. Yang Xian, you're his assistant, right? Yes. Remind him to exercise in the future. That's not good stamina. Yang Xian wants to cut off his own ear. Can't his boss? How can his boss not? Qin Ning was very self-conscious as he pulled out a bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet, opened the cap with a slap, and gurgled as if he were drinking water. Yang Xian came down from upstairs. Ms. Qin, the boss has already sent the room. I'll leave first. Tough on Assistant Yang. No hard work. Goodbye Ms. Qin. White. Qin Ning took another sip of wine when his cell phone rang. Qin Mu's voice came out from inside. Where are you, sister? Don't forget about work tomorrow. Qin Ning was a bit embarrassed. Where did Shin Zhouxing's address come from? Tomorrow you'll pick me up from Shin Zhouxing's place. You were at his place? Yeah. What's the problem? Where's Mr. Shin? Asleep. What are you doing? Drinking. You took him? Nope. Haven't quite taken it yet. Micro take. 10%. Hang up. I'm going to bed. Pick me up tomorrow. Qin Wu froze in place with his cell phone. This pro-sister's strength should not be underestimated. Qin Jiao didn't know what the hell was going on and anxiously asked, "Fifth brother, where is sister now? It's so late. Let's go pick her up." Qin Wu waved her hand. No need. She's at Mr. Shen's place, already asleep. Qin Jiao can't believe it. Sleeping already? What do you mean? Already asleep? How dare Qin Ning? Bai Jiruo cursed. What is she doing? She has a fiancé and still seduces others. This is rubbing our Qin family's face on the ground. Chapter 18. The old lady wakes up. Qin Wu looked at his mother, who was always gentle. How she had turned into a shrew at the mention of Qin Ning. Perhaps unable to stand her son's gawking, Bai Jiruo looked at him. Still a bit strange. What's wrong with you, old five? Why are you looking at me like that? Mom, do you hate Qin Ning that much? Isn't there a paternity test if she's your own? Bai Jiruo waved her hand. She doesn't have much of an upbringing. She's only a disgrace. If she can honestly marry Xie Ming, I'll still be able to look at her in a higher light. But look at how many things she's gotten into in the 2 days since she first came back. She doesn't let people worry about her at all. Qin Wu did not intend to argue with her. His mind was now on his own life and death. His eyes turned to look at Qin Jiao. Will Jiao Jiao come with me tomorrow? After all, everyone is familiar with you and it's very, very convenient to do the quest. Qin Jiao smiled apologetically. Fifth brother, it's not that I'm not happy to go. I still have to accompany second brother. Let sister go. And by the way, let sister meet a few friends. Alright then, I'll take Ning. I have to get up early tomorrow. I'll go to bed first. Good night, fifth brother. Qin Jiao looked at Qin Wu's back as if she was bidding him farewell. Bai Jiruo pulled Qin Jiao. A broken program, no food, no drink, and work to suffer. Let that scourge go. Jiao Jiao, let's go rest. Qin Jiaojiao held Bai Jiruo's arm angrily. Mom, you're so nice. The large living room was empty and flickered with a dull yellow light. Qin Ning, who had already returned, walked out from behind the pillar. TSK, TSK, TSK. Good words can't persuade a damn ghost. Qin Jiao's magic is so powerful. I'll tell you a secret. Say, Qin Mist's appearance fee is $100 million. Oh, 100 million only gives her 20 million. No, in order to save Qin Wu, she had given up a moment of springtime to come back. Who understands her pain? Qin Wu was too unproductive. Then let him die a micro-death. 50%. Tadako, are you dead? Host, you say, it's okay, I'm a little disappointed. I'm sincere, but they're playing tricks. It's true that the city tricks are deep. I'm going back to the countryside. Host, your second brother has 3 minutes to reach the battlefield. He's not back at the hospital. What's he doing here in the middle of the night? Looking for you. No way. We're brother and sister. It's against the law. Tell me what he's doing here. Oh, he's here to tell you that Qin Jiao copied his research data. As soon as Tuanzi finished speaking, Qiner spotted Qin Ning, who was shivering his noodles, and he covered his nose. Are you eating? Qin Ning raised his eyelids. Second brother is familiar with this flavor. Why do you put in your food? Host, don't be angry. Qiner has never seen snail powder. Also, people in this kind of family don't even know that eggs have shells. I understand. The child is so poor. I want to take him to see the world. The system is confused. Who's showing who the world? What's wrong with the Big Dipper? Qin Ning walked up to him with the powder, a smile on her face. Second brother, this is snail powder. It's on sale now. $35.97 packs. $5 a pack? Is this what you usually eat? Although he didn't like the girl much, this was the first time he had seen something like this. Ergo, you were born in Rome. I was born a bull and a horse. You know what I mean. Kinnell had a slight hint of sympathy. Let's talk. Qin Ning finished shivering the noodles in one big gulp. Not even a drop of soup left. Then burped. I'm sleepy. Your second brother is 1% sympathetic and 99% interested in you. What's the matter? He loves me. You're kidding. He mainly wants to know what's going to happen to him. Qiner saw that she didn't care at all, and there were still soup stains at the corners of her mouth, and the little bit of sympathy in his heart was gone. but he had to stay, because this Qin Ning didn't seem to be that simple. At the thought, Qin Air opened his mouth. $5 million. Half an hour. This is too short. Qin Air didn't react at first, and when she did, all that was left in her heart was disgust and annoyance. Qin Ning, why don't you have any shame at all? Qin Ning rolled his eyes. I mean, 5 million is too little. I accompanied fifth brother on his programs all starting at 20 million. Host, don't you want too much? What's the big deal? He's not short of money. Qin Air wrote a check with a cold face. No more, no less, $20 million. Qin Ning also told him all about Qin Jiao's next moves against him. As he was leaving, Qin Air asked, how do you know so much? Qin Ning gave him a bright smile for the sake of $20 million. Business secrets. How else am I going to make money if I tell you? Qin Ning took the check and found Gu Chuan and Lian, arranging it before returning to his room. In the elegant garden, Qin Shang looked at his wife, who had been in a coma for 10 years, was gnawing on a chicken leg, and he was in old tears. There was a sudden snap and he looked up in bewilderment. Min, what are you hitting me for? Stupid. Got me laid for 10 years for nothing. Qin Shang smiled. Min, it's all my fault. You dissipate your anger. Just eat less of this chicken leg. Just woke up with a fragile stomach. Pa. Another slap came. I've got a good gut. I've only been laid up for 10 years, but my brain is alright. Qin Shang covered his face. Aggrieved. It's all my fault. It was your fault in the first place. Where is my granddaughter? Quickly let me see this granddaughter who saved me and whom I have never met. Min, she's in bed, isn't she? It's almost 12 o'clock. Let her come over from tomorrow morning. Will you? The child has just come back. She hasn't gotten used to it yet. Well, then let her come in the morning and stay with us. The boss's two brains are mushy and will break the child's heart. Qin Shang muttered in a small voice. It already hurts. Chapter 19, No one with a brain. What? Qin Shang, your grandfather. I said at that time should not stay Qin Wan. Brain fall to break his brain thin. I said Qin Jiao, she is not a good. From careful eyes. Qin Shang still couldn't believe it. Min, when you were wrestling back then, Qin Wan was still an embryo. He didn't even have a brain. Yes, at that time has not yet begun to develop it. This fall, he just wanted to grow out of the brain fell out. Alas, think of my Jiang Minmin life smart Yushio. Protect the family and defense of the country. It is a pity to have given birth to a brainless. Meanwhile, Qin Wan, who was in a tender place, couldn't stop sneezing. Who scolded him? He rubbed his nose. This Bai Jiro scolded him again. Right? Just do your part. You want too much. People in status can only be the same. After figuring it out, he went back to lying in the tenderness. Qin Shang still wanted to struggle a bit. His genes weren't that bad. Min, don't be sad. We still have two sons with brains. Jiang Minmin looked up at the two giggling sons on the couch and couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from twitching. Old man, do you believe these two things have brains? Qin Shang looked back inside as well. Minmin, ancestral graves can't keep smoking. Jiang Minmin put down the bowl in her hand. Stepping on the horse, she couldn't eat anymore. Qin Shing, as you command. Mom, what else would you like to eat? Mom, the two brothers ran their asses off. Jiang Minmin closed her eyes. You two disappear from my sight immediately. It's affecting my appetite. Qin, is he that disgusting looking? Qin Shing, he's no longer his mommy's precious little boy. And it's amazing that his mommy dislikes him. She wasn't asleep yet. She was waiting for Qin on purpose. Granny just woke up and is low on energy. It's not appropriate to see so many people. The main reason is that her mother-in-law doesn't treat her sister-in-law well, and she's afraid that she'll hurt her fish when she gets angry. After all, she, the koi, was getting on in age. Daughter-in-law. She suddenly felt like her entire body was being hooped. Qin, you little cutie. Want to strangle me? Daughter-in-law. Our mom kicked me and Laosin out. She laughed out loud. It's still me and Anyan who are smart. Mom doesn't treat her big brother and sister-in-law well, and the person who harmed her seems to be related to Qin Jiao. She has a belly full of fire. She'll definitely let it out. But big brother and sister-in-law didn't go. Didn't go? How come they both didn't go? Qin coldly snorted. The two of them are just stupid. Coaxed around by that Qin Jiao. Who knows? They just don't believe it, including Qin Yuan and the others. Husband, you know? Qin Jiao is very ambitious. If it wasn't for Qin Ning, I wouldn't have known. Daughter-in-law, are you telling the truth? Why can't I hear it? I don't know how I can. No, let's not talk about it. Why do I feel like someone is pinching my neck? Okay, enough of that. Where's Rainy? She's not home. Staying up all night? Go to school and live there. When did she check into the dorms? Where do you get accommodations in middle school? She directly blackened her face. Qin, I advise you not to say it in front of your daughters. She's already a freshman this year. Qin touched his nose in embarrassment. So what? The child is growing up quite fast. On the other end, Qin Xing was receiving merciless ridicule from his daughter-in-law. He shook his head helplessly. Nian, don't laugh and jerk over. Ha ha, it's great to have mom wake up. My second sister-in-law and I can't talk our way out of our unreasonable sister-in-law. But as long as mom's around, there's no comfort for sister-in-law. Come on, don't gloat. Mom and dad are kicking Qin Zhao out tomorrow. Drive out? You're not happy about it, are you? I'm sure I'd be happy to. It's just that can my big brother and sister-in-law be willing? If they don't want to, mom and dad will split them up. This was also the suggestion he made. Since Qin Zhao had this kind of mind, why would they keep this wolf-hearted thing around? That's one way to go about it. But you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. And I don't want to live in constant danger. You treat Qin Ning better and deal with Qin Zhao and the people behind her based on her intelligence. Well, don't worry. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Qin Ning, who had been missed, had already entered deep sleep mode, with headphones still hanging from his ears, and the voices of Qin Zhao and an unfamiliar woman were coming from inside. They were in the process of determining whether or not to take care of Qin Ning in the meantime while dealing with Qin Wu tomorrow, and Qin Zhao wanted to tell the truth about her ability to hear Qin Ning's heart, but every time those words reached her mouth she felt a choking sensation. She could hear it, and others should be able to hear it too. His plans and reputation will surely be ruined by then. Qin Ning woke up when a kill came from the headphones. Not voluntarily, it was the alarms of the system that shook her soul out. Qin Ning's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. If you play like this, you'll kill me before you finish the mission. Host, Qin Zhao wants to kill you. Why? You ask me. I'll ask who. Maybe you're too unattractive. Okay, got it. Qin Ning continued to sleep blindfolded after he finished speaking. Host, you must save Qin Wu while making sure you stay alive. Got it. Host, the second wife wants to take you as her daughter. I'm so charming. The third house is also for this purpose, but they seem to be fighting against your own parents. You can't be fooled. I understand that I'm unloved. Host, your own grandma wants to see you now, and your grandpa is holding her leg to keep her from disturbing your sleep. The old man is so righteous. Host, you, shut up. I'll die of sudden death if you keep talking. Alright, you go to sleep. I'll tell you some secrets tomorrow. Whose? Your mother's mother. 10 minutes later, Qin Ning returned with a pot of coffee. At 7 a.m., Qin Mu knocked on the door of her room. Mom, what's wrong with you? Shin Zhouxing is a vixen? You can't do this. Your kidneys are weak. You need to make up for it. Qin Ning hung two dark circles under her eyes. Breathless. Fifth brother, help me pack my bags. Where's the car? I need to sleep. Yesterday night should not be curious about the love story of the grandfather and the grandmother. Should not be curious about the process of my cheap parents' marriage. Should not be curious about Qin Zhao's life. Should not be curious about Qin Yuan's orientation. Should not be curious about Qin Er's peach blossom. Should not be curious about Qin San's lawsuit. Should not be interested in Qin Wuan's teaching. Should not be interested in the showbiz industry, and have not listened to the end of the story until now. Qin Mu also became interested. Ningning, do you have any secrets to share with me? There is. What's what? Come on. Qin Mushi's starry eyes disliked Qin Ning's face. Qin Ning disgustedly whispered in his ear. I want to poop. Qin Mao black-faced. Go, leave at 7:30 sharp. And on the bus my agent will tell you the guests and the main content of this program. Qin Ning closed the door with an expressionless face. Host, he just wants you to protect him, but he doesn't really recognize you as his sister. I'm all about money. I don't give a about my heart. Feelings only affect the speed at which I can make money. Host, you're too rational. We'll be able to complete the mission. Qin Ning squatted on the toilet, not knowing if it was because he stayed up all night. He always felt that he had forgotten something. Chapter 20, Misunderstood. Yang Xian had been waiting at the door for half an hour and the boss hadn't come out yet. Alas, it's not good to have a man who's been sexually active. It's holding up the work. It's almost time for the meeting and the boss is still up. Is it that fierce? It's true that old men are durable. What's on your mind? The familiar voice made Yang Xian raise his head. He saw that his boss was in high spirits and seemed to be looking even better than yesterday. The owner is so awesome. What are you looking at? Drive. Yang Xian opened the car door in a panic. Boss, don't you need to arrange breakfast? I ate. What does Miss Qin like? Should we arrange for some of all of them? Shin Zhouxing looked at him slyly. Qin Ning's charm was quite big. Just this much time had already taken his assistant under his wing? Yang Xian hurriedly explained. Boss, when you fell asleep yesterday, it was Ms. Qin who was keeping watch, so that's why I asked out of turn if I wanted to arrange breakfast for her. She's not with me. Let's go. Ms. Qin got up really early. What an early riser. She left 10 minutes after you did. 10 minutes? 10 minutes for the boss? No wonder you're in such good spirits. It's true that the old ancestors didn't deceive him. Old men just don't work. But the boss is not easy. Such a big family business. So many demons and monsters around, facing danger every day. The body function has declined, but it's okay. His aunt generation of Chinese medicine, back to let his aunt dispense some medicine. Shinjoshing was very confused as to how he saw heartache and a hint of sympathy in Yang Xian's eyes. Yang Xian, at your command, boss. Do you have a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Yang Xian sympathized with his boss even more. It was time to ask for the time, right? Forget it, for the sake of the high salary, he could sacrifice his face. Boss, I have a girlfriend. I can fix the problem in 5 minutes. Boss, you're pretty good, man of the people. Shinjoshing manually pulled on the flap. This guy took the wrong medicine today, and said the words before and after. Yang Xian wanted to cry. It's over. The boss is depressed. Aphrodisiacs. Must aphrodisiacs for the boss. Make him Optimus Prime. On the other end, on the bus, Qi Ning, with a black garbage bag that could all fit her hanging from her ear, vomited a little bit. A little bit. Luckily I didn't eat breakfast and now I'm throwing up acid. Even then, the smell was bad. However, everyone was in the way of Qin Wu's face and couldn't say anything. Who dared to offend the Qin family? Qin Wu was originally fine, but she wanted to vomit even after being smoked by Qin Ning. Hello, Elder Qin. I have motion sickness pills here. Should I let your sister take them? Yo, someone just got on the bus and started browbeating people. But unfortunately, some people can't climb up the ladder and don't look at how many pounds they have. Shimo's face was ugly. Judy, you're talking a bit hard. I was just watching Qin Ning having a hard time and it just so happened that I had medicine. Humph, the weasel pays you a visit. No good intentions. What the hell is this? Who is she calling a weasel or a chicken? Qin Mu glanced back at her. Judy, cut the crap. Mo means well too. Brother Qin Wu, why isn't Jiao Jiao coming? I decided to take this program because I saw her coming. Something came up with Jiao Jiao. I sent my little sister. Qin Jiao's best friend. No wonder. I know she's the same kind of person as Qin Jiao by the way she looks and smells. Okay. Judy looked down at her phone. She still had to help Jiao Jiao keep an eye on that country bumpkin. How nice to let her get carsick. This Mo is really deliberately going against them, is it? Good. Her after the catalog. Mo gratefully glanced at Qin Wu. Senior, may I ask if I still need motion sickness medicine? Qin Wu covered her mouth and reached out to poke Qin Ning, who was leaning on her shoulder and vomiting. Are you going to eat it? Qin Ning's face was waxy and breathless. Look at me. Do I have the strength to talk? Would I throw up if you shoved it in my mouth? I might throw up. Vomit. Qin Mu covered her mouth. Mo, please help stuff her mouth. I'm not feeling well right now either. Mo nodded. Okay, Elder Qin. Mo got up, pulled out his own cup of water, held Qin Ning's head, and tenderly fed the medicine in. Mo, Xingjing Film Academy, graduated 6 years, acting or supporting roles, resolutely do not accept the subterfuge. But a month later there is a big brother to see her, first with the resources to lure, but Mo do not move, and finally the big brother angry, directly to her overbearing, and then the whole network black, and finally Mo was net violent suicide death. Qin Wu also forgot about the nausea and looked up at Mo. He had heard of this girl, pure in body and mind, with a positive outlook, but with such voluptuous looks and an ordinary family, it was too dangerous, but with so much misery in the world, he couldn't save every single one. Precisely, he's in trouble himself. Mo's face went white, not knowing whether he was frightened because he had heard Qin Ning's heartfelt words or because he was frightened because he had heard his own misery. Qin Ning, who had taken the motion sickness medicine, was much more comfortable, and it was only at this time that she looked at Mo. Since you send me medicine, I also send you a personal favor. Ikomo accident and this Judy cannot escape the involvement of envy and jealousy of people's beauty and figure, but also hate people's high and 3 views. She walked into the mire, but also to drag Ikomo into it. It is too hateful. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. He was also looking forward to how she would deliver the favor. You haven't gotten over yourself at home yet, and you're going to meddle. Thank you, Sister Mo. Qin Ning grinned at her. Mo looked dumbfounded for a moment. Qin Ning was surprisingly so good looking. Looking at her she blushed, before finally whispering, you're welcome, the motion sickness medicine isn't worth much. Qin Ning nodded his head, and when he returned to his senses, he directly punched me. Qin Mao, why didn't you load me with motion sickness pills when you packed your bags? Qin Wu also felt aggrieved. We don't have any motion sickness in our family at all. Who knew you were motion sick? What's the matter? I've been lost by you guys for so long, and the most I've ever sat in are donkey carts and trippers. So how can I not get motion sickness when I've seen so little? But you didn't get carsick when I picked you up. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How do you know if I'm motion sickness when you're knocked out by me? Said the man and gave another punch. Qin Wu wanted to curse his mother, but thinking that they were a mother, he finally held back raw. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought this guy. Maybe I was paranoid. A society of law and order. Who would dare to kill someone in broad daylight? By the time he came back to his senses, Xin Ning was already sitting with Chiemo. The two of them were chatting feverishly. Xin Ning was the feverish fire, and Chiemo was the heavenly sky. She regretted it. This guy would be good for motion sickness, or she wouldn't have been molested by this old sex maniac. Xin Ning bared his large teeth. This trip out was full of rewards. Xin Wu looked at her moving her hands against Chiemo, living like an old lecher, gritted her teeth and shouted, Xin Ning, come back here. No time. Xin Ning's head didn't even turn back. Ikemo's body is so good. I'm going to count to 3, and I'm not signing the check until I get back. As the words left his mouth, there was one more person beside him. Xin Ning honestly sat down beside him, only her eyes still on Chiemo. Xin Wu looked at the roof of the car lifelessly. Hometown lilies bloomed? Chapter 21, Hacking Yourself. Has she forgotten what she came for? $20 million for a bodyguard. Xin Wu sharpened his knife. This guy is too much. Let her accompany is to protect him, not let her come to pick up girls. Xin Ning chatted with Chiemo while observing the people in the car. How many people are there today? What are their backgrounds? Anyone arranged by Qin Jiao? This program is too bitter. Come our third-tier stars. Xin Wu is to support the scene. The cost is basically spent on him. If not, Director Ouyang's fame in the program cannot be collected. People, isn't it just traveling with your family? It's just a trip to the village. You're the only one who lives in the village. You're used to it. They can't stand it. But only Judy here was bribed by Qin Jiao. No one else. And the murderer isn't here. I'm relieved that Shin Zhosheng is still alive. Alive and talking about the project. That's fine. Qin Mis tried to interrupt the two's chat many times, but was finally dumbfounded by Qin Ning's punch. Ah, Qin Ning, you actually knocked your brother out. Do you know this is a live broadcast? At this point the pop-ups were going crazy. Who is this woman? What's with all the violence? Do you know who Qin Wu is? The Qin family in Shengjing. Who is this woman? Why is she so brave? I'd call her Batulu of Shengjing. Are you trying to be funny? She did it on purpose. Willful wounding doesn't exist. She's Qin Wu's sister. How can that be? Qin Wu's sister is Qin Jiao, a sophomore at the Shengjing Film Academy. And there are pictures of her online. Upstairs. Did you just come out of seclusion? There's a young lady in the Qin family who just came back. And she's this strong man. No wonder. It's a private matter between brother and sister. As long as my focus is because Qin Ning molested my family Momo. Then Senior Qin stepped in to stop it and ended up getting punched. That's right. Look at her. She's been touching Ikemo's hand. Qin Jiao, who was watching the program at this time, was full of twists and turns. This bunch of idiots. Being a water army is not even qualified. She immediately dialed a number. Put in another 2 million. Keep hacking Qin Ning. Let her reputation be destroyed. For this amount of money, she's not worth putting in more. But the guy across the street said that $2 million was too little work for them to take. Qin Jiao directly hung up the phone. Outrageous, but did not answer. In the meantime, Yang Xian answered a call and then went to the president's office. Ding. Host. Emergency alert. Speaking. Qin Jiao spent $2 million to get the Navy to blackmail you. Oh, how do you cope? Not responding. You're shameless. No more. I only want money. Qin Jiao wants to hack me, but pay out so little. One is only $3. Am I that cheap? But I let Gu Chuan take it. A mosquito's leg is still a leg. Hacking yourself. Well, a woman has to be able to earn her own money. The system was a little concerned that she seemed to have forgotten her mission. Qin Ning wasn't worried about these things. Black and red was still red. She didn't believe that Qin Wu would sit back and wait for death. Instead, he leisurely played with Ikemo's hand. Why is it that girls' hands are soft and fragrant? Why is it that her hand is thin and long, with no sense of flesh at all? Judy glanced at the camera without a trace. Oops. Senior Qin seems to have fainted. What should we do? What should the director do? Should we call 120? Qin Ning, can't you turn around and look? Your brother fainted. This is a live broadcast. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Qin Ning was a bit impatient with the noise, so he looked up to the upper right side of the bus. Oh, it's live. Comrades, this guy does not seem to be worried at all. Where the courage to practice. I see that the internet has already begun to black her. What are you worried about? The Qin family will let these rumors circulate. These sisters used to be butchers. No wonder you're so calm. Judy hadn't forgotten the task Zhao Zhao had given her. Just piss off Qin Ning. Her mission accomplished. The female lead in the next movie is hers. Thinking of this, she continued to irritate Qin Ning. How can you be so calm? If you broadcast it out like this, you won't have much of a reputation. Chiemo scratched her palm. Ning Ning, you quickly go and check on Elder Qin. We haven't even reached our destination yet. What if something goes wrong with the person? Qin Ning sighed. Momo, concern is messy. Look at him. His eyelashes are still moving. It's all fake. I see, that's a relief. It's just that I'm not worried if I'm knocked out. I'm his brother and sister. It's hard to believe that he'll call the police. I'm shameless anyway. Chin missed. You're just pretending. If you pretend to be dead now, you'll really be dead later. Ikamo's eyes were already large, but now they opened even wider. What is she hearing here? Ning's heart. And how did Elder Chin die? Chin Mu immediately opened her eyes, then walked over to Chin Ning's side. Take a seat towards the inside. Chin Ning reached out and blocked it. No, the world of three is a bit crowded. Chin Mu's face was full of black lines. I feel warm. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Chin Mist seems to be trying to impress his sister. I know. Chin Wu likes Chimo. Everyone else in the car didn't want to mind their own business. After all, it was a family matter. Chin Wu didn't care how Chin Ning refused. He always felt that there were unruly people who wanted to harm him, and he just wanted to squeeze in beside Chin Ning. Chin Ning grimaced, and if it wasn't for the sake of the money, she was afraid to throw the thing out. At this moment, Qin Shang pushed Jiang Minmin's wheelchair to Qin Wen's residence. Jiang Minmin named her own granddaughter. Qin Wen looked tired. Mom, when did you wake up? Why didn't you send someone to tell me? Bai Jiruwa took a look at her in-law's changed face, hastily rounded off the scene. Mom, you woke up. Really great. Qin Wen worked overtime last night to talk about the piece of land in the South City. Just lay down for less than an hour. Not that we deliberately do not go to see you. Jiang Minmin coldly grunted. They followed the vine to find the melon, but it was the nurse who was greedy for money that did it, and it had nothing to do with Qin Jiao. There was no reason to kick out Qin Jiao now, but she didn't want to give these two confused people a good look either. After all, if it weren't for them, the old man wouldn't have been in poor health like an old car. He wouldn't have been laid up for 10 years himself, and Ning wouldn't have been out there suffering for so many years. At a young age, he went into the hog-killing business for a bite to eat. Bai Jiruwa touched Qin Wen, signaling him to speak. Qin Wen glared at her. Waste, can't even solve this matter. Qin Sheng directly ignored the interaction between the two. Where's Ning? Is it that you're withholding her from coming to us? Grandpa, my sister went out and left with fifth brother, so if you want to see her, you can just watch and I'll turn on the program for you. Jiang Minmin glanced at her. Open it for me. Chapter 22, Who are you? Qin Jiao was overjoyed. Grandma, this way please. Mom is just so reassuring in her work that these two old guys can't even find out that she had anything to do with this. It won't affect her position or plans at all. She thought her mom was just comforting her last night, but although Qin Sheng disliked her, he hadn't deliberately targeted her all these years. The old woman was different. She targeted her, both in her expression and her words. If the thing that put her in a coma for 10 years had anything to do with her, Qin Jiao, she was sure that the old woman would take advantage of the opportunity to kick herself out and would have her jailed. Looks like they're getting ahead of schedule. Originally, he had thought of letting them live for a good period of time, but it was the old woman and Qin Ning who accelerated the death of the Qin family. It's got nothing to do with them. Qin Ning is following the task assigned by the director, riding the pig to watch Qin Wu clean the pigsty. Otherwise there is nothing to eat at night. Host, Qin Yuan is in danger. What? I'm not going to kill the one who sweeps the pigsty first. Qin Wu also stopped his hands when he heard that. How come Big Brother is in danger? Your grandma woke up, and Qin Jiao and her own mom made an early move. Oh, it's okay. The Qin family is 300 strong. It's not extinct. Well, Qin Yuan will get hit on by a woman tonight when he goes to a party with his friends, and then his death will be seen on the internet tomorrow. Wait. The system was quite excited. Was the host planning to save the day? Host, you say, did he make a will? What's my share? System, don't want to talk. Qin Wu is in a hurry. Qin Ning will not save it if he does not save it. But how was he supposed to remind his big brother when his cell phone was turned in? Qin Ning watched Qin Wu work quite carefully as she patted the pig's butt and walked away. When she left, Qin Mao gave the followers a wave, then whispered a few words. Qin Yuan had just dealt with the morning's work and was looking at the information needed for the afternoon meeting when an unfamiliar number called in. He was very puzzled that he had clearly paid for the operations department to completely block such nuisance calls. Why would you even receive it now? He hung up straight away. Anyone who interrupts his work and disrupts his morals will be treated as having an ulterior motive. Qin Wu made more than 20 phone calls, and none of them were connected. Compelled to send a message, Qin Yuan saw the message and poofed a smile. Now he can still use his brother's name to cheat money. Who doesn't know Old Five as a throwback star? Qin Wu returned the cell phone and continued to brush the piggy bank. Oh brother, I've done my best. Whether you live or die depends on your life. Qin Ning had already ridden a pig around with a dog's tail in his mouth. The other sisters envied her for having a brother who wouldn't let her work. Judy narrowed her eyes. This guy is so at home. Sis, look, she doesn't even need to work. Why should I? I'm done too. Judy sniffed and immediately changed her face. Zhu, sister is bringing you here to experience life. to let you know how great and hard our grassroots laborers are. I'll work more and you'll work less, okay? No, it's not good. I don't even work at home. Why do I come here to work? On what grounds? You don't give me half of what you earn. Why should I work? Judy looked at the camera, hardened her heart to hold back her anger, and coaxed gently. And the viewers in front of the screen very much sympathized with Judy. Having a sister who was so selfish and unintelligent, Qin Ning seemed to have heard the noise of Judy's sister, and she asked the system for a moment. Host, Judy was originally bribed by Qin Zhao to make a fool out of you. Why do you still sympathize with her? When did I sympathize with her? I just lamented that she had been in the rain herself, but she wanted to tear up my umbrella. She was also lost as a child, and was retrieved at the age of 15, and had suffered so much, and there was a sister in the family. Except that hers was a real sister. Host, adults only care about profits, not feelings. I know, it's just a little emotional. If she messes with me again, I'll do it. Qin Jiao will pay her back anyway. Host, let's be civilized. We can't always solve problems with violence. Oh, I see. System, no but don't do. Qin Ning, you're so smart. On the other side, Zhang Minmin didn't talk to Qin Jiao. She didn't want to pay attention to this fake granddaughter, full of hypocrisy, full of calculations. Just like this, she still managed to fool the big house. Is that or paste in your head? She just knocked on the armrest, and Qin Sheng immediately pushed the wheelchair into the living room. Qin Wen and Bai Jiruo also followed. Just as soon as she opened it, Zhang Minmin felt noisy. Where's Ning Ning? Let me see how Ning Ning is doing. Qin Sheng, quickly find my granddaughter. Several people stared at it for a while without finding it. Qin Zhao's eyes are looking straight. Qin Mist are there. Where did Qin Ning run / Didn't you tell Judy to keep an eye on things? Why can't we find anyone? Wen, take a look. Is this dead girl hiding somewhere to be lazy? How can you let Qin Wu clean the pigsty? Qin Wen is now very awake. C had been lying for 10 years mother, now even live in front of his own. He was overjoyed. Mom, I always thought I dreamed it. It turned out to be true. You really woke up. Minmin, look. Your eldest granddaughter is riding a pig in a majestic manner, like a great general. Zhang Minmin raised her hand and slapped away her eldest son, who was kneeling in front of her. Get out of the way. You're blocking me from seeing Ning Ning. Qin Wen covered his head, his face grim. Mom, you haven't even met her yet. Why do you like her so much? I've seen it. Zhang Minmin stopped with those few words, but those few words made Qin Zhao a little nervous. When did the old woman see it? Bai Jiruo skimmed her mouth at the back. Mom, at that time she was just born. Like a monkey, you don't know what she really looks like. After so many years, her nature is broken. The day before yesterday she came back and punched and kicked us. She didn't have any gratitude at all. The most detestable thing is that she even burned down the Ancestral Hall. And yesterday she even ruined Jiajiao's birthday banquet. And even molested the Shin family's crown prince in public. And that Shin Zhouxing was clearly interested in Jiajiao. You say she's hateful. Mom, if you meet her, you're guaranteed to regret it. But my daughter-in-law has already made arrangements to send her to Xia's family when she's done with the show. Xia Ming will surely love it. Qin Jiao stood behind Zhang Minmin and snickered with her eyes downcast. Now let's see how that is going to bounce. Zhang Minmin heavily slapped the armrest of the wheelchair. Bai Jiruo, who are you to decide whether my granddaughter stays or goes? Bai Jiruo really couldn't figure out how the old lady could be so favorably disposed towards this Qin Ning whom she had never met before. Qin Sheng, for saving his life. Zhang Minmin hated this eldest daughter-in-law who couldn't go to the hall more and more. Chapter 23, Too Eccentric. Bai Jiruo was indignant. She had been married in for 30 years, and had done hard work without merit, so why did the old woman not see her? It's still not because of looking down on the Bai family. I thought she would just die, but I didn't expect to last 10 years and still wake up. The one who poisoned her was such a loser that he couldn't handle an old woman. Zhang Minmin and Qin Sheng's attention was on their eldest granddaughter in the video. Looking at how much his parents valued Qin Ning, Qin Wen also perked up. Save yourself from being scolded by them if you wander off later. That's why Bai Jiro was able to walk behind it. Qin Jiao sweetly comforted. Mom, Jiao Jiao will always be by your side. Bai Jiruo was touched and didn't know what to say. Not bad for a daughter you've loved for over a decade. Mom, we're late. It's all my fault. I got carried away watching Ning's show. If it wasn't for An Yan going to look for me, I would have forgotten to come find Mom. Chu Shi's voice came before her arrival. Bai Jiruo also followed the voice and looked over as Chu Shi and Nan Yan walked in together. There was a look of triumph all over his face. I don't know what they're so proud of. Zhang Minmin pointed to the sofa next to her. All sit down. I see that the pop-ups are saying bad things about Ning Ning, and the curses are quite unpleasant. Are our Qin family's children so deserving of curses? Are you guys incapable? Look at you, Mom. I'll have Jen take care of it right away. Big brother, don't bother him. I've heard that Yuan has been busy lately. I'll let Qin Yan handle it. He's idle. There are 3 other mongrels sitting around in my house. I'll contact them right away. At the same time, Shushi sent Qin Ning's picture in a family group that didn't have a big house, attaching a sentence. This is the Qin family's eldest young lady. The old madam attaches great importance to her. She's now on a program with Qin Mao. It seems like she's taking her younger sister on a trip. There's a bad pop-up in there. A few of you loafers deal with it cleanly and then roll back to see the old madam. Eat anything but, Roger, by my mother's decree. I'll work after I finish shivering this bowl of powder. Dark Lord of Olala, mother, when I am triumphant, I will deal with it immediately. Qin family's little cutie, mother, don't worry, my mouth is a cannon barrel. Whoever talks about my big sister, I'll blast them. Nan Nian sent several angry emoticons. How did the 3 she gave birth to not move at all? She was forced to make a killer move. On the count of 3, the old lady stops the card immediately. Peach Orchard Streaming Shellfish, Mom, your good oldest child is here. Pearly Gates Fishwatch, Mother, your good son is here. The Apricot Orchard Grows Fat, Mother, your good little child is here. Nan Nian's head was full of black lines. Roll over and help Ning Ning control the reviews. One person will be rewarded 2 million for success. No pocket money next month for failure. Shushi shook her cell phone. Ah Nian, you're awesome. There wasn't much Nan Nian could do. Second sister-in-law. It's not like you don't know what kind of virtues the 3 of them have. They won't even come out without money dangling from them. Bai Jiruo probably guessed what they were doing. But so what? The 6 children of the 2 families were all losers. Not as promising as her several children. Qin Jiao stared tightly at the screen, looking at that Qin Mao who was talking to Qin Ning. Her heart filled with resentment. Tonight was the night of his death. But she seemed to have a new idea. She'd talk to her own mother about it later. However, Qin Wu didn't have much heart to continue to participate in the program now. The night was his death. He should do something about it. Qin Ning really couldn't look at him with that scared-to-death look on his face. What are you doing? 5th brother, don't do it yet or we won't have a big dinner tonight. Qin Wu wanted to cry without tears. So it is not you who will die tonight. What are you afraid of? With a powerful bodyguard like me, what are you afraid of? You know I'm the pillar of our security company. Qin Mao was confused. She had a security company? In that case, couldn't he just hire her as his permanent bodyguard? $20 million a month is fine. Qin Ning looked around to make sure there was no danger and switched to another pig to ride. No one is stupid enough to do it in the daytime. And I've been scared out of my wits by this one-shot guy. And I won't do it until after 12 p.m. And before 2 p.m. Qin Mist breathed a sigh of relief that he would be guarding the door for his sister tonight. The netizens really don't understand. They have seen mom and pop men. But for the first time they have seen sister and pop men. If it wasn't for the fact that the Qin family had announced Qin Ning's identity on the first day, they would have suspected that Qin Mao liked Qin Ning. But Qin Ning seemed to hate this clingy brother. Follow me everywhere I go. Even to the bathroom, I have to guard the door. The netizens hate the iron. Qin Shang's old couple is puzzled. When did their brother and sister have such a good relationship? When he sleeps at night, Qin Wu bunks down in Qin Ning's room, and as long as he is driven away, he will die. As expected, a fugitive murderer infiltrated Qin Wu's room on the first day. But not only did he fail to complete his mission, he was also arrested and sent to the police station by Qin Ning. Qin Mushi escaped from death and worshipped Qin Ning, but when he listened to Qin Ning's heart, he said it wasn't over yet. He warily clung to Qin Ning for 6 more days, and ended up giving his head to the police station every day. In the end, Qin Wu was unharmed, and Qin Ning earned a Good Citizen Award and a $10,000 bonus. When he returned to the Qin family, Qin Wu hugged his relatives and cried out. It was horrible. Those people just wanted to put him to death. Qin Ning is now lying in the family hospital recuperating from a week's worth of close combat injuries. Jiang Minmin also met this granddaughter for the first time in the true sense of the word. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm your grandmother. Thinking that she had frightened the child, she took Qin Ning's hand and took the initiative to speak. This is my mother. She's really a woman. Her body is good. She's been drugged by Qin Zhao's mom for a long time and she's still alive. Congratulations. Jiang Minmin breathed a sigh of relief. She thought the old man was confused when he said something amazing about his eldest granddaughter the other day. I didn't realize it was true. Their old Qin family's ancestral tomb is smoking. But such a good child had drifted outside for more than 10 years. An adopted daughter with a wolf's ambition had taken up so many years of her life, and couldn't help but feel very guilty. Good child. So many years of suffering for you. Qin Ning shook her head. Milk. My master said that every year the family is allocated money to find me. But for so many years my own father, that dear son of yours, didn't spend any on me at all. I feel very aggrieved. I want to cry. Jiang Minmin hurriedly hugged her. Don't worry about the good child. What your parents owe you will be returned to you. Qin Ning was too aggravated. Grandma, Grandpa said it's been a week and he's going to renege. He simply couldn't come up with that much to make Qin Yuan pay back. The company's finances can't be mobilized at will. He can't spare his personal money. Qin Air's personal money is all invested in scientific research. Qin San's isn't enough for him to spend on himself. Qin Wuan doesn't have a lot. Qin Wu does have some, and he doesn't want to borrow it. Qin Wen glared at Qin Ning. What are you talking about? The money was used to find you. I don't have any. Yes, they're all 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Qin Shang slapped over with a slap. Return the money to Qin Ning. Chapter 24, Both Good and Bad Lives. Qin Wen covered his face. Dad, how old am I and you're still beating me because of this scourge? Don't you guys think it's strange? Old 5 originally had nothing wrong with him, so why does something happen when he's with her? Qin Wu was also a bit skeptical. This couldn't be Qin Ning directing himself, could it? Qin Jiao smiled. Dad, don't talk about your sister like that. She's still injured. Thing, here need you to speak stirring up the fire, afraid of not much presence I don't know if their brains have been kicked by donkeys. Can they be fooled by such a teary person? They won't give up even if they don't get it this time, and I can't protect someone who doesn't trust me forever. I still have my life to live. The people in the ward looked different. Qin Shang looked around and spoke. Qin Wen, I'll remind you for the last time to prepare $5 billion. That belongs to Qin Ning, and what you as parents should compensate for. It's not limited to cash. It can be real estate in cars, or shares. 10 sets of real estate. 5% of the shares of the Qin Group. 5 cars, 1 billion in deposits. That's it. Don't mention your opinion. Whoever mentions it is no good. In addition, in order to celebrate Ning's homecoming, 50% of my inheritance will go to Ning, 40% will go to Qin Yu, and 10% will be given to Qin Yan and Qin Chou. After all, the eldest and the third house of the boys are more. The Qin boys are waiting for their share of the old man's inheritance, and mine has no share for the boys. So do you have a problem with that? Chu Shi and Nan Yan shook their heads at the same time. They didn't have much of an opinion. Qin Jiao bit her lip in death. She knew that the old woman was too biased. I should have let my mom use more dosage and her up. Save yourself the trouble of letting Qin Ning split the share that originally belonged to you now. Bai Jiruo was not happy. Mom, you are not being fair at all. Jiang Minmin didn't even look back at her. Her eyes still fixed on Qin Ning. How is it unfair? I think I'm being fair. Mom, you're so cruel. Where did you put Jiao Jiao? She's my daughter. Why isn't there anything for her? What's it got to do with you? You treat them like daughters. They treat you like monkeys. Jiang Min pulled the corner of her mouth. She is your daughter, and not the Qin granddaughter of the Qin family. What is the qualification to share my inheritance? I was poisoned and wrestled back then has not yet settled the score with you. Bai Zhirua, you really think that I will stop there is not it. Milk, you're quite dominant. It's just that there's too much toxin trapped in your body. Otherwise you'd have stood up and hit someone by now. Bai Zhirua is also angry. Mom, do people have to be conscientious? You, that is a sudden stroke. Your 2 daughters-in-law are hiding far away. I am willing to wait for you. Serve urine. No credit but also have hard work. I just went out to answer a phone call. You rolled downstairs. I should have known that I would not go to serve you, so as not to be suspected of being the person who poisoned. Since you are so wronged me, I still live for what? Rather than die. Yes, it's just an empty phone call. A phone call that lasted 2 hours, and I didn't even realize your mother-in-law was losing her strength. Qin Wen hurriedly pulled her back. Mom, what are you doing? Are you trying to force us to die? Yo. Why is this scumbag standing up? They're a community of interest. They're on the same page when it comes to money. Jiang Minmin is still very weak now. If she could stand up, the first thing she would slap would be this son. I forced her? What she did herself she knows best in her heart. It's over. I'm angry again with the milk that can't take care of itself. Angry toxins will go up and attack the heart. Need to recuperate. You'll retire from the world. Watch me kill the 4 directions. Jiang Minmin snorted and laughed. Ning, Grandma is really sorry for you. Look at our Qin family. On the surface it's happy and harmonious, but in reality it's actually hooking up with each other. Alas, Qin Ning was very serious. Milk, do you want to hear the truth? You say. Milk, you come, I'll whisper to you, said and scanned the circle. She didn't want them to hear. Otherwise could it be a whisper? Jiang Minmin listened with her ear. Ning, you say. There is no harmony on the surface either. Your eldest daughter-in-law is jealous of your second and youngest sons who have adopted 123. Your 2 youngest daughters-in-law are jealous of the fact that several of your eldest daughter-in-law's sons have made a name for themselves, and there is a lot of fighting between the 3 of them. And Bai Zhirua has long known that I was there and what kind of life I was living, only that she thought I was of little use and Qin Jiao was sweet, so she never went to pick me up and kept it hidden, even hiding it from you guys. This time it was Xie Ming who had a car accident and became a vegetable, and the old man of the Xie family was about to report to hell. But the Xia family's children and grandchildren had to be established in order to inherit the property, and Qin Jiao was not willing to marry over, so they took me back. To be honest, I was not going to talk about any feelings with Qin Jiao. What I want is very simple, that is, money. As for affection, I don't care. I don't fight for it. Let nature take its course. That's why I'm not angry. It's you. The residual poison hasn't cleared up yet. You can't afford to be angry. Jiang Minmin was very touched. Not even her two daughters had ever said something like this to her so sweetly. If he hadn't been in an accident and found out about his granddaughter a little sooner, wouldn't he have been able to enjoy his heavenly life a little more himself? Jiang Minmin shook her head. Ning Ning, the Qin family owes you, and I'm going to get back all that belongs to you before I rest in peace. Qin Ning quickly refused. Grandma, I'll fight for what I want on my own. I don't want you to drag your sick body to fight for it. It's hard for me. But the old lady never accepted Qin Ning's suggestion. The two argued and ended up hugging and crying. Tuzi, why does old madam have such a favorable opinion of me? Far more than Qin Shang. 2 reasons. The first is that you saved her life. And the second is because you look like her oldest daughter who died early. And she had another oldest daughter, older than your father, who was 5 years old when she died. So that's how it is. Then she's probably using me as a double host. They've given you so much property. Just be a host for a few days. A few days? What do you mean, host? The residual poison in the old lady's body has attacked her heart. There's no treatment left. It's only a matter of days. Qin Ning really felt that his life was both bad and good at the same time. Orphaned before she was dressed, she was thrown onto an isolated island to train as an assassin, where after the father does not love, the mother does not love. There is a double. It is not easy to come to a grandmother, but it will soon be offline. Qin Jiao saw that grandparents and grandchildren were so affectionate. Her aggrieved tears swished down. It was so stinging. Bai Jiruo wrapped her arms around her. Jiajiao is good. You still have your mommy. Qin Ning glanced up at them. Ha, pretentious. Chapter 25, I'm waiting for my inheritance. Jiang Minmin's energy was not good, and after talking with Qin Ning for a while, she could not hold out, and Qin Sheng took the person away directly. Her hospital room was still a bit crowded at this point. Why don't you all go? I want to be alone. I don't want you to stay in bed with me. Zhu Xi and Nan Yan were very enthusiastic and full of sincerity, guarding Qin Ning's bedside on the left and right. Qin Ning reached out and beckoned the nurse lady. Tell me the truth. Is it true that I don't have a few days to live? The little nurse said truthfully. Missy, you are just a skin wound. Recuperate for a few days and you will be fine. Qin Ning nodded. In that case, I see that there are so many people here today. I thought I was not going to live long. Don't worry, Missy, you're not hurt at all. Good, then go about your business. I'm fine on my end. Scared me to death. I thought I was seriously ill. And this room is full of people coming to see me off. Bai Jiruo watched coldly. Humph, she couldn't wait for this thing to get seriously ill. Qin Ning looked at Bai Jiruo, his voice clear and cold. My dear mother, it seems like you want something to happen to me. Everyone else looked at her. Bai Jiruo's eyes dodged, but her mouth didn't forget to retaliate. I can't help it if you think so. Since there's nothing else, Jiajiao, let's go. Qin Jiao didn't want to leave. She wanted to hear if Qin Ning would talk nonsense. Idiot. I have to wear mourning when such an idiot dies. Bai Jiruo really wanted to go up and slap her. Was this cursing her? Qin Jiao didn't move and looked at Bai Jiruo. Luckily she didn't believe it. Let me see Qin Jiao next to Count Hua. After all, to mess with Qin was planned to let me crashed. The next plan is not to change. Ha, Qin the reputation of the patient's family members stabbed to death. This plan is good. Qin Wen was shaken. Could it be that what his own daughter said was true? Qin Jiao, however, was not flustered at all. Since she said that Qin died this way, how about letting Qin die in a different way? Bai Jiruo was not at all convinced that this was a scourge, and she was actually cursing her own brother. No, it has to be sent away immediately. Without waiting for the crowd to react, she pulled Qin Jiao and left. Qin Jiao was very unhappy, but on her face she still had to pretend to be well behaved. Mom, where are we going? Second and third aunts haven't left yet. As sister's closest relatives, let's just go, okay? What's good or bad? I don't want to see her at all. Qin Jiao shook her arm. Mom, I just want you guys to be good. I don't want to see you guys fight or be cold. Bai Jiruo sighed. Jia, why do you keep pushing me towards that scourge? Qin Jiao was a little lost. Mom, that's your own daughter. I don't believe you don't have any feelings. I just don't want you mother and daughter to develop a suspicion, and be exploited by someone with a heart of gold. Bai Jiruo doted on her and nodded her forehead. To be honest, even though she was born to me, I only met her once when she was born, and you've been by my side for so many years. So mom's feelings for you aren't something she can compare to, and there's no need for you to push me towards her. I have no feelings for her. If I did, I would have taken her back 5 years ago, and still let her feed the pigs in that village. Jiao Jiao, you remember. You are Mom's only daughter. No one can replace. Qin Jiao was touched and jumped into her arms. Mom, you're too good to me. I must have done something heavenly good in my past life, or how else would I have met such a good mom? Sick room. Qin Ning closed his eyes and rested his mind. Intensive mental activity. Ai yo yo. By Shi Ruai and Qin Jiao in the corridor staged mother-daughter true love it. Who ing rare to want a blind heart blind mom. Even acting cannot see. People shouting mom. The heart is disgusting dead. Coaxing the stupid mom during the day. The night and the Qin mother to play the video layout of how to screw the Qin family. I'll wait here until Qin Jiao kills you all. Then I'll inherit your inheritance. And then I'll be sure to get a 10-point male model to accompany me on my trip around the world. When the old lady dies, the old man dies of grief. And Qin Jiao kills the third wife. I'll be the only child in the Qin family. Qin Wen walked away with a grunt of anger. Originally, seeing as she had saved Lao Wu's life, there was still a trace of affection for her. But I didn't expect her to curse the Qin family so much in her heart, and even thought of inheriting the inheritance. He squandered it all without leaving a single point for this guy. Ha! My own father went how he went it. On the pole looking for, Qin Wen this name as soon as I heard from the text. But this humanity's not martial arts. The old man took a look at the eldest son of the abolition. Skipped the eldest son of the direct cultivation of the eldest grandson. Qin Yuan in the business a little bit of ability, but too conceited. Not moving to call himself a hegemonic total, either threatening this woman or threatening the woman. Blind arrogance, knowing that the law is violating the law. Qin Wen, who had just taken 2 steps out, turned his head and glared fiercely at Qin Ning. It stared Qin Ning in the face. What are you staring at me for? But Qin Yuan still has some brains. Successfully avoided the beauty plan. Qin Jiao's own mother must be angry to explode. Wasted so much effort. One did not get killed. Qin Wen didn't say anything and twisted his head. Qin Ning grunted back. Inexplicably. What a mental problem. I'm going to expose all your mistresses and make you pay for a water army to suppress them. Hey, I'm really smart. I'll earn my money back while you're still alive. Or I'll die in a woman's shoes with all my money. Unfortunately, Qin Wen didn't hear it. Xu Shi and Nan Yan had already urged their respective children to come back, and they wanted to know what happened to these children. But for now, comfort the fatherless child. Facing the concerned eyes of the 2 aunts, Qin Ning was somewhat flattered. Don't look at me like that. It's a little bit unkind. Xu Shi smiled. Don't feel bad, Ning. You still have us. Your parents just haven't accepted it yet for a while. Qin Ning waved his hand. You don't need to comfort me. Second aunt. I don't care at all. A powerful family. Talk about affection? It's all about interests between everyone. I've known this truth since I was a child. I didn't expect Qin Ning to be so frank, so it wasn't too bright for her to hide it. Since Qin Ning had brought it up, she was relieved. Ning, we want to work with you. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Asterisk 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 over the big house? The sisters-in-law nodded. It's not exactly drying up the big house. It's just looking at your mom. I was hiding it well, but now I can be so blunt. Xu Shi took Qin Ning's hand. You don't know how your mom married in. No, is a well-off family's daughter. Inadvertently met a Xingjing's big son of the family, so she drugged. There is a husband and wife. With the belly of the high marriage, so many years, the Bai family also developed into a third-rate family. However, facing Xu Shi's eyes, she still said without changing her face, I'm not too sure. Xu Shi pulled the corner of his mouth. Pretend. You continue to pretend. Chapter 26, Windfalls. I'm not involved in your fight. I'm just waiting for my inheritance. So I'm not in any camp. No one can talk. I only recognize money. Xu Shi and Nan Yan looked at each other. Since this was the case, what else should they be allowed to say? The main reason was that they wanted to be with Qin Ning, so that they could not only avoid danger, but also know things that others didn't know. Nan Yan looked at the door. Why aren't those brats coming yet? Qin Ning felt something was wrong. Why weren't these 2 aunts leaving yet? She had a date, although it was one-sided. But this was yesterday. She had a hard time getting Shinjoshing's cell phone to add. Do you think this Xu Shi and Nan Yan are trying to murder me? No, they're just trying to use you. That's no good. I won't give in. What if they give you money? A little bit of submission. System, why do I feel that the host chosen this time is a bit shameless and unethical? The sisters-in-law took a look at Qin Ning, who had gone off on a tangent, as if she had nothing more to say to them. There was a clutter of footsteps just down the hallway. As soon as Qin Ning opened her eyes, the bed was filled with flowers. She was lying in the flowers, and at this moment, in this situation, it was most appropriate for her to close her eyes. You're Ning, right? I'm your cousin Qin Yan. Welcome home. I didn't know when you came home. By the time I knew, I was already abroad. I hoofed it over today. I didn't expect to be a step late. Qin Ning couldn't stop twitching. What did he mean by that? What do you mean it's late? She's not dead yet. Qin Ning looked at him as he took his hand and cried with tears in his eyes and snot in his nose. Qin Yen, I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? No wonder you can let a woman cheat money and sex also cheated life. And finally sold out. Cut the whole body parts. Even a body of skin and flesh are not spared. Was dismantled in the east a piece of the west a piece of? Alas, the Qin family ancestral graves of the green smoke are smoking on my body. Right, host? The original host's fate in the original plot wasn't much better, so don't brag about yourself, okay? No, the original owner is the original owner. I'm me. I'm here to avenge her. Qin Yan's face showed a look of horror. What the hell is this? Is it human? Why are you still cursing him? Ugh, look at these clear little eyes. These two corneas were even sold for $50,000. When Chu Shi looked at his expression, she became angry in her heart and slapped him over. Go to one side. Let your brother come and get to know Ning Ning. Qin Yan covered his head and didn't forget to give his position to Qin Feng. Qin Feng cheerfully, Maisie, you're so pretty. Much better looking than that Qin Jiao. She can't even compare to your nose hairs. Qin Ning smiled politely. I thank you, Moncler. Qin Feng waved his hand. Who are we and who are we? No need to thank. Quinning, really thanks. Condescending just to look at her nose hairs? This kid has such a low IQ that he was designed by Qin Jiao to marry a daughter-in-law who knows a bit of boxing and kicks, and he was raped by her every day. And finally he was raped to death. And after he died, he was matched with a in marriage at a high price of $60,000. Qin Feng was full of panic. Sister, sorry, I can't talk. Are you angry? If you are angry, you can punch me twice to help relieve your anger. Qin Ning didn't even want to talk to him. The old ancestors were right when they said that riches don't last more than 3 generations. Probably because the 4th generation has a bit of an IQ problem. I didn't do anything to him. Why does it look like I'm bullying him? Chu Shi kicked him. Let go of your sister. You've scratched your sister's hand red. Qin Feng immediately let go of his hand and came straight to a triple bow. And Qin Ning silently pulled on the covers. Is this a funeral? And they've even taken 3 bows. Qin Yu slapped away Qin Feng and gently tugged on Qin Ning's hand. Cousin, how are you? I'm Qin Yu. I'm not like them. I'm the smartest one in our family. Qin Ning had a bitter smile on his face. Yes, you are the smartest. There are a group of good girlfriends. People eat you, drink you. You take them as friends. They treat you as a big wrong seed. And finally the Qin family destroyed. They left your mother's last bit of your private money coaxed away. You found out in hindsight. Go to find them to ask for money. And finally buy them with a quilt cover. Group beating to death. Alas, poor sad pity. Qin Yu trembling took out her cell phone. Looked at the 99 girlfriends, sent a message. Either let her reimbursement to buy shoes, or let her reimbursement to buy a bag. There are also buy clothes, dinner. There is also a buy sanitary napkins, also let her reimbursement. Does she look that much like a big, bad seed? Quinning, it's very much like that. But is what cousin said true? I have no good feelings for the Qin family. And said people do not believe. People have their own lives. My life is not much better. They have long known my whereabouts, but still let me suffer in the village. Originally did not want to let me live. Why should I worry about them? Chu Shi and Nan Nian looked at each other. They originally didn't know about it, and then they unintentionally heard Bai Jiruo say it, but Bai Jiruo, a mom, didn't care, and they didn't want to meddle. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed they who had little human feelings first, and Qin Ning was not to blame. Qin Yen, Qin Feng, and Qin Yu gathered around Qin Ning. They were all stunned, expecting Qin Ning to say something else, but instead of waiting for her to speak again, she waited for her to purr. Chu Shi took the 3 children and left first in order not to disturb her rest. Nanny didn't dare to leave. Her family's 3 hadn't come yet. She can't sleep until she hears the results. Chu Shi and the others returned to their residence, closed the door and started discussing countermeasures. What do you 3 think? With what Qin Ning means, the Qin family will be destroyed by Qin Jiao. Mom, Qin Jiao can't finish it alone, right? There must be someone behind her. I didn't find out. Qin Ning said he was Qin Jiao's real parents, but I couldn't find out at all. Then it's just that they're hiding it too well. In that case, I'll go check. Chu Shi was filled with worry. You 3 remember to stay away from women. Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. Me too. I promise not to deal with Qin Jiao. And according to Qin Ning, all the women we know were arranged by Qin Jiao. The mother and son looked at Qin Yu at the same time. Qin Yu was busy. Don't worry. I'm intercepting the pictures of the transfers. Eat my all have to spit it out. I'm going to sue them. Chu Shi let out a sigh of relief. I also prepared a lot of words to convince you guys, but I didn't expect you to believe it after hearing it. Qin Yan smiled bitterly. Mom, although the 3 of us aren't very smart, we're still relatively sober when it comes to life. Yeah, I don't want to get beaten to death and get matched in a shady marriage. Mom, I don't want to get killed either. Chu Shi gave one person a slap. From today onwards, play more with Qin Ning, treat her as a close sister, and exchange sincerity for sincerity. Do you hear me? Heard that. The three siblings spoke in unison. She was very satisfied. Since Qin Ning lacked love, they would give her love. So she said very confidently, very well, I'll be her own mother. Qin Ning, there are always unruly people who want to be her mother? Chapter 27, Who has your family offended? Qin Ning is sleepy and can't open her eyes. Nan Yen has not yet left, and she has already made 99 plus phone calls to scold those three people. Unfortunately, it didn't wait for the three of her family, and waited for the news of Qin Yuan's accident. Nan Yen hung up the phone and hurriedly said, Ning Ning, your big brother had an accident. Said he was in love with a woman and got beaten up. Qin Ning raised his eyelids with difficulty. Ha? Beaten up? Where's his bodyguard? Where do you need bodyguards when you're in love? Is it live? Nan Yen was too embarrassed to speak too clearly with a junior, but hopefully she would understand. Xining, I don't get it. Oh, dead or not? No. Soft tissue facial contusion, cracked arm bone, bruised leg. It's all no problem. It's mostly just been on the news. What are you worried about? The Qin family won't let the public opinion expand. Third auntie, you go and rest too. There's nothing wrong with me. Since ancient times, heroes are difficult to beauty. When Lu Wanshu to not have Mr. Zhuge auxiliary cannot pass. Not to mention the so-called overlord Qin Yuan. He likes the kind of worship his little white flower. By the woman complimented a few words of the brain on the mix. Deserved to be beaten. Now Qin Wan and Bai Jiruo no crying. Early why go? Raised a white-eyed wolf in the side. Alas, what can I do? The corners of Nan Yen's mouth twitched. She really did know everything. She just wouldn't remind them that no matter what the big house did, they, the third house, had to give Qin Ning warmth. Sincerity. Absolute sincerity can move heaven and earth. Nan Yen got up and tucked in the corner of the quilt for Qin Ning. That's good. You memorize my number and call me directly if there's anything. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it. Ha? Why are you so sincere? Is she asking for something? I don't have anything. You can't ask for anything. Is she coveting grandma's money? Nan Yen is full of black lines. She does not lack that 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Her Nan family's business is also spread all over the world. Okay, Ning Ning, you've just arrived, and I don't really know your preferences, so the clothes and jewelry your second aunt and I have prepared have been sent to your room, so keep the ones you like and throw away the ones you don't. Qin Ning nodded. Third aunt, you guys are too broke. I don't need that much. What are you talking about? You are the eldest miss of our Qin family. Going out represents our face. We are decorating our face. Don't excuse yourself. I'll go back first. I still have to go and see your elder brother, or else your mom should say that we are not humane again. Qin Ning then realized that this was the case. Then I'll thank Aunt Sam in advance, for the sake of her buying me clothes and jewelry. How can I remind her that her 3 good sons were lured by their so-called friends to go exploring? One fell into a swamp, one got stuck in a snowy mountain, and one got lost in a rainforest? Ugh. Send an anonymous message later. Nan Yen's brain buzzed as she looked at the message on her cell phone. Her upper and lower teeth couldn't stop chattering. Ning Ning, your 3 brothers are in danger. What should I do? Qin Ning immediately got up. Third auntie, you need to stabilize now. First, notify my third uncle that the troops will be split into 3 to save the people. Second, you prepare the rear for medical aid. And third, immediately send trusted people to find the person who lured the 3 brothers to the adventure. Yes, all according to what you said. Ning Ning, third auntie will go save the people first, and third auntie will definitely thank you heavily when she turns around. Chushi's face was grave after receiving the news. Yener, you now immediately go and investigate the people Qin Chang and his 3 brothers have been in contact with in the past few days. Fanger, you follow your third uncle to save the people. You are go and stay with your cousin Qin Ning. I'll go and find your third aunt. The 3 siblings put away their smiles, grabbed their cell phones and left. At this time, somewhere in a villa in South Mountain, Qin Jiao is having breakfast with an exquisitely dressed woman. Mom, have you bought Qin shares now that they've plummeted? If you buy more, you'll earn more later. No. Qin Jiao was a bit puzzled. Why didn't you buy it? Humph. I'm pissed off at the mention of this. I was going to take it all for myself, but suddenly 2 forces came in to bottom out. Who is it? Are they deliberately working against us? As far as I know, one is Shin Zhoxing, the crown prince of the Shin family. His ambition is not small. Most of the business abroad is in his hands, and now he's coming back to try to eat the domestic ones. Jia Jiao, you must marry him, only he can be worthy of you. Qin Jiao is rarely shy. Mom, what are you talking about? I don't even have a chance to spend time alone with him. The last banquet was cut off by Qin Ning Nat. She's as dumb as her own mother, so you don't have to care. Mom, what's next? I don't want to be around that stupid woman at all. The woman smiled. Silly child, you endure a little more. but the next Qin family's affairs will not let you interfere. You turn your attention to Shinjoshing. Madam, Qin Chang, Qin Yu, Qin Mo won't last 2 days. What do we do now? Qin Jiao glanced at the black-robed man who had spoken. Uncle Black, how did you do it to a few cuties from the third house? Laid hands on them? Missy, it's what Madam wants. Qin Jiao looked at her own mother. What do you mean? Didn't you say not to move them now? Early or late death is still death. I didn't expect the old lady to wake up. She's too smart, so we have to speed up the process. Don't ask. I'll ask your Uncle Black to send you back to the Qin family. Qin Ning awoke from his sleep, woken by the system's alarm to be exact. What's the matter? Your aunt's 3 sons have 48 hours to live. If we don't find them in 48 hours, they'll be dead. So, do you want a reminder? How can I tell you the exact address? In case they suspect I did it? Host, did your head not follow you when you were dressed? There's a voice changer on your cell phone. I can't believe I forgot about this. Qin Ning scratched his head and scrambled to find his cell phone. Saw Nan Yan's number, dialed it and said 3 addresses. The system was also speechless. This host was so brainless, she didn't even change her number. You're calling me brainless. Don't worry, I have a dual SIM card. She doesn't know one of my numbers. That's more like it. Nan Yan received an unfamiliar number immediately split into 3. In the 3 sons will soon see the king of hell at the moment to save out. Looking at the 4 brothers lying on the hospital bed, Xin Shang had a bellyful of fire. I'm not even dead yet, and someone dares to screw them so squarely? Yeah, and 4 of them at once. It's too rampant. Old man, this is not putting you in the spotlight at all. Xin Shang tugged at the corner of his mouth. Can you stop being shifty? Xin Ning shrugged his shoulders. The truth is hard to hear. Old man, your family needs to reflect on this. Did you offend someone? This is running towards making your Qin family extinct. First it was Qin Wu, then Qin Yuan, now it's their 3 brothers. Who's next? Chapter 28, Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. I counted on my fingers. Old man, this is the debt you left behind. But unfortunately I'm the first victim. The person who retaliated against you is your old lover's daughter. That is, Qin Jiao's own mother. Alas, my life is really bitter. Qin Shi's 2 families and Qin Xing's 2 families looked at their old father in a sly manner. What was this? It's the old man's debt of adultery. Qin Wen still didn't quite believe it, but his eldest son was indeed being counted on, so he believed Qin Ning for the time being. Bai Jiruo still looked at Qin Ning with a bored look on her face. Qin Ning, move out. Ever since you came back, this family hasn't stopped. Qin Ning glanced at Bai Jiruo. Just how did Bai Jiruo live to this day with this IQ? What are you looking at? Am I not right? Before you came back, Xin Chang and the others often went out exploring and came back safely every time, but it was because you came that they went out on a limb. Qin Yuan didn't have any problems in his first 28 years. You've only been back for a few days and he's so badly injured. An old 5 can still be attacked by extreme fans when he's recording a program. Clearly all because of you. I've already done right by you now. Go out and live there. There's an apartment on the south side of the city. Consider it a handout from me as a mom. Don't stay to hokey pokey the Qin family anymore. Qin Ning directly applauded. Bai Jiruo, the relevant departments of the state should invite you to sit in, so that you do not have to spend human and material resources and financial resources to do research every year. You pinch your fingers and know everything. Bai Jiruo was getting tired of looking at her dangling appearance. And don't you dare force your words. I have proof that this is all related to you. Chu Xi and Nan Yan were still thinking of saying something when Qin Shi and Qin Xing directly stopped them. They also wanted to see what evidence Bai Jiruo could bring out. Qin Ning lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Bai Jiruo was overjoyed. It seems to be true. Or Jiaojiao is smart. Qin Ning, you're weak-minded, aren't you, and have nothing to say? Qin Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled contemptuously. Bai Jiruo, has anyone ever said that you're stupid? Hopelessly stupid? No wonder you can make Qin Jiao's mother and daughter play tricks on you. Originally, the Qin family was impeccable, but you're a stupid one, exposing all the shortcomings of the Qin family. Qin Shang slapped the table. Bai Jiruo, am I giving you face? Your son was tricked by a woman like this. You let him reflect on it. Don't hold any on Ning Ning. Qin Wen, if you can't control her, let her take her good foster daughter and get out of here. The whole Qin family let you make a mess is not enough. Ning is not easy to come back. You don't feel guilty even if you don't heartache. Now you say his human words? One by one. They don't have a brain themselves. They deserve to be treated like monkeys by others. If they haven't learned from their mistakes by now, sooner or later the Qin family will be destroyed in their hands. Qin Wen hurriedly compensated for his smile. Dad, you calm down. You calm down. She doesn't talk too much. You don't remember the small person's fault. Where could Bai Jiruo hold back? What did Qin Wen mean by this? Is she a villain? Isn't this all about the old man's own affair? What's it got to do with her? Bai Jiruo to Qin Jiao is true love. Even if her several sons are dead in front of her, she will not believe in Qin Zhao related to, or even her to death will not believe that Qin Zhao will kill her. Sad and pathetic. And I have nothing to do with it. These things what to look up a check. People do not believe in what is the use of it. Qin Wen gave Qin Ning a deep look. He didn't understand why his own daughter's mind was like this. Why she kept expecting them to die. Isn't it just to keep her out there for a decade or so? She didn't suffer much, did she? All of Bai Jiruo's boredom with Qin Ning was no longer hidden and was completely expressed on her face. Qin Shang waved his hand and drove Qin Wan and Bai Jiruo's two families straight out. Out of sight, out of mind. Fuda, drive me far away. Affecting my mood. Qin Wan and Bai Jiruo were reluctant. The head was too biased. Qin Wan gave Bai Jiruo a wink. Bai Jiruo looked dissatisfied. Dad, what do you mean by this? Kicking Qin Wan and I out? What are you trying to explain to them? Is there property that we don't know about? Are you trying to divide it up among them? Qin Shi coldly grunted. Sister-in-law married in for so many years, but you still have a small family. Is your family's property small? What time is it now? Someone is trying to harm the next generation of the Qin family, and you're still thinking about money. Big brother, which eye of yours is blind? How could you let this kind of goods be counted? It's really the cycle of karma. When sister-in-law counted on my big brother back then, did she ever think that your son was also counted on by another woman? The little brain she had, she used it to scheme against Qin Wan. How could she think that someone would scheme against her son? Bai Jiruo was already angry. Qin Ning added fuel to the fire. This time cannot completely hold back. Qin Chi, what do you mean? Literally. You mind your own business before you mind my family's business. Don't make a fuss over nothing. My family again how? But not as much as your family. How big a person? Are able to lose their own daughter? Lost still not. Learn others to play in the TV stand in literature. Disgraceful. Outside who recognize the identity of Qin Zhao, do not know what others are saying it. They say my big brother is a big wrong seed. So it's hard to say whose seed Qin Zhao is. Otherwise why would sister-in-law defend that adopted daughter so much? What do you mean? I'm just here to watch the fun. Why are you getting on my case? Bai Jiruo looked at Qin Wan. Why don't you say something? Just let him bully me like that? Qin Wan glanced at his old father, on the verge of a violent rage, and he didn't dare to speak. When Bai Jiruo saw that Qin Wan didn't dare to stand up for him, she was able to spit blood on the spot. Qin Wan, are you still a man? He has said so much about you and insulted me so much. You can still hold back. Why should we? Why should we put up with it? It's because mom and dad are biased. You've always favored the second and third, causing them all to look down on us. Qin Ning shook his head. This real mom was not only stupid, she was also blind. Couldn't even see that the old man's face had been turned into a purple vegetable gourd by the anger. Qin Xing smiled. Big brother, you're so lucky to have such a virtuous wife as your sister-in-law, and your days are smooth. Facing his brother's sarcasm, Qin Wan glanced at his old man who was glaring at him. Dad, what do you think we should do next? Hearing a human word, Qin Shang's face only got a little better. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. I'd like to see just who dares to scheme against my Qin family in any way. Focus on that adopted daughter of yours. She's been going out alone a lot lately. What? What are you checking on Jojo for? Dad, I know you don't like her, but you can't take it so personally, right? I can't talk my way out of a ing ghost. You shut up, Qin Wan said as he covered her mouth. Qin Shang didn't even look at her and directly covered his chest. Lao Laos and you too check. Alas, check it out. Follow Qin Zhao check. Can find out a lot of things. Oh, but she is now seducing. I'll go. That's my guy. Chapter 29, interrupted good things. Qin Ning whooshed and scurried out. Qin Zhao dared to seduce her fancy. Tatsuko, report back as soon as possible. How far have they gotten? Qin Zhao is discharging, but Shin Zhouxing doesn't seem to receive the signal of her discharge. It should be the butterfly effect. Looking at your preconceived behavior has affected him. Very good. That means I'm still very attractive. At this time, Shin Zhouxing looked at Qin Zhao in front of him and had an indescribable feeling in his heart. But the limbs are very repulsive. Because a little closer, those ghostly faces of Qin Ning surfaced in his mind. Shin Zhouxing hurriedly shook his head. What was wrong with himself? How could you think of Qin Ning? It seemed that Qin Ning had cast a really big shadow on him. Qin Zhao smiled, but the movements in her hands were not interrupted in the slightest. Brother Zhou Xing, I heard that you love tea. It just so happens that I've learned the art of tea for a few years now. I wonder if I could please enjoy a cup of tea. Shin Zhouxing politely nodded. Ms. Qin is polite, but I have a meeting in a while. I'm afraid I don't have enough time. Qin Zhao did not get angry when she heard this. Instead she stopped and picked up a bucket cup. Brother Zhou Xing please. Shin Zhouxing hesitated to take it. He now has many questions. Before he is not clear, he does not dare to learn from Qin Yuan. After the scandalous revelation about Qin Yuan, the Qin family's stock price jumped and plummeted. Elder Qin was so angry that he hadn't eaten for a day. Qin Yuan was the only one among the Qin family's grandchildren who had any business acumen left. Everyone said they wondered if it was because the three brothers of Master Qin were too capable, resulting in not many of their children and grandchildren being able to come up with anything. The people behind this wave were coming for the Qin family, and after messing with Qin Yuan, the others were not enough to fear. But why don't they think about the fact that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse? Qin Shang also has two brothers. Nope, maybe there's another one besides Qin Yuan that can come up with it. Shen Zhouxing was dumbfounded. How could he have such a ridiculous idea? Qin Ning can take it? What is brother Zhou Xing smiling about? Can you share it with me? Qin Zhao remembered her own mother's teaching that when getting along with a man, one should be speechless, understanding, and considerate. The sons of rich and noble families do not lack material things. What they lack is spirituality and emotion. There is no man who can't be attacked if he is sincere and understanding enough. Shen Zhouxing did not want to be with Qin Zhao, but his legs did not listen to him and he was never happy to go. And what had been a very cold conversation, the words went out very softly. If he hadn't been educated for so many years and hadn't seen the development of technology, he would have suspected that this Qin Zhao had given him some kind of descending head. Why not only can't you walk away when you see her, but you speak very softly? It didn't feel that way when I saw Qin Ning. The feeling alarmed him greatly. Could he not even master himself? Shen Zhouxing put up a 12-minute fight, trying to see any breaks from Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao found that Shen Zhouxing had been looking at her, shyly lowered her head, calmed down for a while. She held a bucket cup and narrated, "Brother Zhouxing, at this time the sun is warm, although we are in the city, but also from this cup of ordinary green tea to experience the great way of life, or purely to avoid the hustle and bustle of the world, to relax here. This is what I have specially prepared for brother Zhouxing. You taste it. Pretend a hairline. Is a cup of ordinary green tea just, but also experience life avenue it? Life what avenue? Eat in where warm is not on the line. You want to do what? Capable of directly under a little drug, and then overbearing, and then Shenzhou line woke up and then hostage to the stomach to order the Shen family. You're the proper Shen's youngest grandma." Shen Zhouxing breathed a sigh of relief. She came, she finally came. It was too scary, even though the feeling hadn't gone away, but Qin Ning had come, so at the very least, he wouldn't have any problems. Qin Zhao's face changed suddenly. Why was she here? God knows how much effort Qin Ning used to run from the Qin family to here. His lungs were about to explode. Before Qin Zhao could put down the cup in her hand, she was cut off by Qin Ning and bared her teeth in a hot grin. Holy, it's too hot. I don't even need water this hot to kill a pig. Who has nothing better to do than drink tea on a hot day? Qin Zhao, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Qin Zhao took a few deep breaths and swallowed the words that had just reached her mouth. She had come to find Shen Zhouxing, not to argue with this Qin Ning. Never lose out on small things. Looking at Shen Zhouxing's expression, he shouldn't be able to hear Qin Ning's heart. Why was Bai Zhirua moving so slowly? Why hadn't she sent Qin Ning to Xia's house yet? Xia Ming's side had already started to rush her. Shen Zhouxing hurriedly poured a cup of cold water. Come rinse your mouth. Qin Ning gulped it all in. It's over. It's hot and cold. What if I my pants? It's okay, there's no one here. Just, Shen Zhouxing was filled with black lines. Could some civilized words pop out of her mouth? Qin Zhao was also very disgusted. It is true that he grew up in the village. His mouth is full of dirty words. Qin Ning sat next to Shen Zhouxing with great familiarity. Don't worry, comrade Shen Zhouxing. I'll protect you. She won't seduce you. You yourself must watch your little brother closely, or Qin Yuan will be your downfall. Shen Zhouxing awkwardly put his hand to his mouth and coughed. Miss Qin, are you here to pick up your sister? Since this is the case, then I won't bother you. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll leave first, and I'll contact you again when I have the chance. Qin Ning slowly raised her head. Was what she had just heard human words? Why should I take Qin Zhao home? I'm not a driver. Why should I? There's no benefit. Why should I give her a ride? Shen Zhouxing slowly approached her. Take Qin Zhao away and I'll give you $5 million. Qin Ning was overjoyed. This mission was good. She liked it. It's just that $5 million seems a bit. $20 million. Tops. Any more and she's not worth that much. Qin Zhao also directly denied that she didn't want to go home with Qin Ning either. So she said, no need. I can go home by myself. Wherever sister wants to go to play she can go directly. Qin Ning walked to Qin Zhao's side and reached out to cross her arm. Good sister. Your mother is crying at home. You'd better go back and take a look. Mister, Shen has something to do. We can't be so brazen as to disturb people. Qin Zhao tried to break free several times, but she just couldn't. Let go of me. Qin Ning smiled skinlessly. No release. Get off me. I don't want to go home with you. I drove myself. Qin Ning didn't move a muscle. Stop it. I drove here too. Shen Zhouxing asked Yang Xian to send a check for her. Qin Ning took the check and stuffed it into her pants pocket beautifully, still not forgetting to tug at Qin Zhao. Walk faster. Turn around and block people's doors. 10 minutes later, Qin Jiao looked at a pink electric car and fell into silence. Qin Ning not only treated herself as a little cutie, but also spoiled her own good deed. She was going to be at loggerheads with Qin Ning. Chapter 30. Qin Ning, what are you going to fight me with? Qin Ning, are you kidding? Is this your car? Qin Ning sat on his butt. Let's go. I just picked up the car. After the discount of 3,200 yuan it. 360 degrees without dead angle. Panoramic sunroof. Are not afraid of motion sickness. Qin Jiao was filled with disgust. Who wants to go with you? I have my own car. Humph. Want to go to your own mother? Then discuss how to take Shin Zhouxing's countermeasures. I tell you, no way. That man is mine. Qin Jiao's eyes widened. She said that this guy wouldn't show up for no reason. So she also looked at Shin Zhouxing? However, on second thought, anyway, her purpose was to make Shin Zhouwei work for her. And now if she could make Qin Ning work for her as well, killing two birds with one stone, it would feel good. Qin Ning suddenly felt cold and turned back to look at Qin Jiao, only to see Qin Jiao with a bright smile on her arm. Sister wants to send me home. Well then, sister, let's go. The goosebumps on Qin Ning's body grew bigger and bigger. Don't hug me so tightly, I'm sexually normal. She even wanted to use the beauty plan on me. It's really a knife that cut my ass and opened another eye. Fortunately, I don't like women, especially women like her. Qin Jiao couldn't wait to destroy her now and turned around. But Qin Ning followed closely, taking one step to follow another. Qin Jiao was forced to stop. Can you not follow me? Qin Ning shook his head. I can't. This is my mission. $20 million. I won't stop until I get you home. Qin Jiao glared at her. Put away your Thai car and take my car. This time it was Qin Ning's turn to shake his head. I can't take it anymore. What the hell do you mean? What are you shaking your head for? Are you a rattle? In the face of Qin Jiao's hysteria, Qin Ning spat out a quiet, I get carsick. 10 minutes later, a Maserati had a rope tied to the back of it, and at the end of the rope was pulling a motorized cart. There were two girls with helmets on the motorized cart, one with a teapot helmet and a grin, and one with a toilet helmet and a stern face crying. Oncoming passersby took a video and uploaded it to Shakeology, and it exploded in a matter of minutes. All sorts of aids for those who know them, and all sorts of searches for information about them for those who don't know them. In the end, it turns out that these two are the real and fake Qin Jin of the Qin family, and people seem to be on good terms with each other. There was a flurry of 8 Qin missed. Qin Wu couldn't help but twitch as he watched the video. Was it too late for him to cut ties with the Qin family? Qin Yuan felt that the face of the Qin family had been lost to her. Qin Ning has gone too far. Assistant Lin, I'll give you 3 minutes. I want all the videos to disappear. Never let Zhejiao's image be ruined by that Qin Ning. The corner of Lin Zhang's mouth twitched. Mr. Qin, the video has been forwarded too much. 3 minutes won't necessarily be enough to delete it. Qin Yuan turned 45 degrees sideways, revealing a face that he thought was very domineering. Assistant Lin, I didn't hire you at a high salary for you to tell me that nothing works. Lin Zhang sighed. If it wasn't for the generous paycheck, he wouldn't be working beside this greasy bully. He really thinks that the world is all his family, but the boss has given the word. He can only do his best. Yes, Mr. Qin. Qin Yuan coldly grunted. By the way, eliminate Jojo's negative influence. She's going to enter the entertainment industry in the future. As for Qin Ning's side, you shouldn't deal with it. Yang Zhang felt that these brothers of the Qin family were not normal, especially when it came to the matter of Qin Jiao. The internet said that the real and fake millennials had a good relationship, and he really wanted to clarify that they didn't have a good relationship at all. 3 minutes later, Qin Yuan looked at quite a few anti-many videos and directly deducted Yang Zhang's bonus for a month. Half an hour later, the Maserati and the electric car were firmly parked in the traffic police brigade. When Bai Zhirua received the news, she still did not believe it. Her Jiao from kindergarten is a good child. That scourge only went home for a few days. The family all kinds of accidents. So he took Qin Jiao directly, leaving Qin Ning and her tram and 2 helmets alone. Qin Ning was sitting on the tram, looking up sadly, when a bird chirped and hot bird poop hung in her face. Slowly, she pulled out a paper towel, wiped her face, and raised her eyes in a murderous rage. Host, you don't do this, This is illegal, Murder is against the law, You just need to complete your mission, can go back. Others you don't care about the. Unico, how do you think they treated the original owner? There's nothing to say, but your mother is treating you well. You're perfectly capable of going out to live now. You can stay at Shin Zhouxing's place. I can't. I'm a girl. I have to be modest. The next second, Shin Zhouxing's money came over, and Jean by the way proposed to let her go as a personal bodyguard, with a negotiable salary. Qin Ning ran on his little electric donkey upside down. The system was also speechless. Host, where's the reserve? I don't need it. I don't lose out. Then go now. No, I'm going back to the Qin family to solve some problems. Are you going on a killing spree? Almost. Do I need to call 110 or 120? Let Shinjoshin come. Meanwhile, Bai Jirua had already brought Qin Zhao home, and the family had gathered to talk about it. Because he had disgraced the Qin family, everyone had more or less some opinions about Qin Ning. Qin Wen was full of anger. Qin Yuan and their brother's affairs have just been settled. Qin Ning was invited into the traffic police again. Knowing the law and breaking it, Zhao you too. She came out from the village. She doesn't understand, you don't understand either? How could you let this happen? Look at the voices on the internet, saying that the Qin family is rich and amazing, letting their children violate traffic laws on the road and disregarding the lives of pedestrians. Qin Zhao directly kneeled down, and tears flowed involuntarily. Dad, I was wrong. I reminded my sister, but she said it was fine. Now there are fewer pedestrians on the road. It's all my fault. I'll open a conference on this matter. I'll come and apologize to the public. Dad, you don't blame my sister. Bai Jirua directly pulled Qin Zhao into her arms and hugged her. Zhao, what are you apologizing for? This has nothing to do with you. A moment later, let your father fix that Qin Ning. Qin Wen impatiently waved his hand. Hurry up and send her to the Xie family. Any further trouble at the Xie family will have nothing to do with our Qin family. Qin Yuan was very much in favor of it. Let's do what Dad says. Xu Shi and Nan Nian wanted to open their mouths, but they were stopped by Qin Qi and Qin Xing. The two sisters-in-law looked at each other. This cannot be but also to keep Qin Ning, in case their children have another accident. Qin Zhao struggled out of Bai Jirua's arms. Dad, big brother, grandparents' side won't agree. Why don't I just marry over? No way. Bai Jirua and Qin Yuan spoke in unison. Bai Jirua pulled her. Silly child, what are you talking about? That Xiameng is a vegetable. If you marry over there, this life will be over. Mom won't let you marry over there. Qin Zhao nestled in Bai Jirua's arms, the corner of her mouth smiling. Qin Ning, what are you going to fight with me? Chapter 31, The Old Man's Affair. Qin Ning went to the old lady's yard first when she returned home. After all, the old lady gave her most of the property. She packed up the Qin family. She always had to notify the old lady first, which is also worthy of the old lady's peace of mind. The old woman had little strength to speak anymore. The poisoning had been too deep for too long, and the last few days had been a return to the past. It was only when she saw Qin Ning that she broke off and said, "Karma is just karma." When Qin Ning came out of the old lady's room, the old master took her to the study. Qin Ning looked at the old man and half-joked. Are you distressed, old man? Is it because you're afraid I'll beat your eldest son's family to death? Qin Sheng smiled bitterly. Child, I've told you stories, haven't I? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Your affair debt, is it? Qin Sheng laughed out loud. Yes, it's my affair debt. After a while, Qin Sheng fell into memories. At that time I was 20 years old. Can be said to be young and frivolous? Do not know the heights of the sky, bent on breaking out of the Hall of Fame. So to your great-grandfather left a letter to the south to break into the world. But the heart is higher than the sky, life is thinner than paper. That turbulent times, want to mix a world is not easy, but I'm not afraid of from the pouring of foreign things to start, and slowly made the black and white are a little bit of a relationship. It can also be said that the wind, as the saying goes, to keep warm thinking about lust. Don't look at me now old, but back then that was a suave. Fascinated many girls, which has a girl, very good behavior. Read the women's college in Shanghai. I talked to her for 3 months, and in those 3 months we talked about literature, music, history, philosophy, and thought about the future together, and it was an unforgettable memory. Men are all piggish, having a fiancé and still chatting with other girls. Qin Sheng listened and continued to reminisce, but in the world nothing is set in stone, including feelings. My business is getting better and better, and her feelings are growing stronger and stronger. But a letter from home broke all my plans. At that time, this place was not yet called Shengjing, called the capital city. Your great-grandfather in the family letter that the capital city council changes. The Great War is imminent. I am the eldest son. Let me quickly return. I had no choice but to transfer the business to your second grandfather's hands. I asked her to go back with me. She said her parents were there, not far away, and by the way, she was an only daughter. I respected her opinion and asked her to wait for me. I went back to the capital city first. Then there was the Great War, and I was bouncing around, with only saving the country and the people in my heart, unable to fulfill my promise. So I asked your second grandfather to tell him not to wait, that I had failed her. Qin Ning bristled. People glorify themselves when they tell stories. Tuzi, is this old man lying? There is a part of the embellishment. The girl is pregnant. The birth is Qin Zhao, her mother. Qin Zhao, her grandmother, unmarried child. Although there are parents to protect, but in that era is not good. Then her grandmother's parents were forced to die by the same clan, and their money and houses were taken over. Her grandmother begged all the way with her children, and in order to survive she married a butcher, and then gave birth to 3 daughters, who were beaten to death because they didn't give birth to a son, and after her grandmother's death, her mother had the butcher kicked out of the house. Then later her mom went into the orphanage, learned various skills on her own, did a lot of work, and then later it was for someone as a 3, earned a lot of money and came to the capital city. She hung around the upper class circle in the capital city, and inquired about your own mother was pregnant, so she chose a better gene, and gave birth to Qin Jiao. She bought a nurse to switch you guys, and disguised herself as a nanny in the Qin family for 10 years or so, and raised Qin Jiao before quitting, and now she has one goal, to screw Qin Shang's generation. Qin Ning sighed. Old man, you said you've been negative to her, but you turned your head and married my own mother. Qin Shang nodded. Yes, at that time your grandmother and I were comrades in arms. She was passionate and brave. She didn't hold back. I fell in love with her. I don't know why. A man's love comes and goes quickly, so I married her. Don't you know that the one in Shanghai is pregnant? Qin Shang smiled bitterly. I don't know. If I knew I wouldn't have given her up. And do you know how big a game that daughter of yours has played? Qin Shang still shook his head. No, so what? She will not forgive me. Her mother will not forgive me. Qin family still have your second grandpa and your third grandpa abroad. In the end is not a total failure. Child, is grandpa even dragged you down? I prepared a point of assets for you. It does not matter if you do not work in this life. When your grandfather and I have no more, you leave. Stay will be the same as their fate. Qin Ning couldn't believe that this old man was now choosing to break the bank. Old man, are you just going to watch her take revenge on the Qin family? Qin Shang shrugged. Your father Qin Wen is horny. Your second uncle is incompetent. Your third uncle is mediocre. Your elder brother is arrogant and cocky. Your second brother is bullying. Your third brother doesn't know the heights of heaven. Your fourth brother smells of sourness. And your youngest brother is just a simple-minded person. The 3 from your second uncle's family, 1 is involved with the mob, 1 fights blackboxing, 1 loves brains, all are a little smart but no great wisdom, and the 3 from your third uncle's family are just retarded. As for your 2 aunts, they're both traveling now, not to mention you haven't seen them since you came back. Even I haven't seen them for half a year. You tell me, even if the other side is just 1, it is no match for others. In 2 generations, you are the only one who can still get into the picture. But can you fight Qin Jiao's mother now? So what if I find out? She has a team of top hackers, killers, hitmen, and multiple companies. The Qin family looks big, but in fact, it is already an empty shell. Someone is not capable of If you're worried that she'll drive you to death, Grandpa can arrange a union for you. Qin Ning took a sip of tea. Old man, you're talking as if it's going to be the end of the world. There's no need to be afraid. The union you're talking about won't be the Xie family, right? Qin Shang directly denied. Just that waste, how can he be worthy of you? I am talking about Xin Zhouxing. He has the ability and means to be worthy of you and to protect you. This is also your grandmother's intention. After your milk and I left, the Qin family big house is completely at the end of the road. Master, this dear grandfather of yours is explaining the aftermath. He loves your grandmother from the beginning to the end. To Qin Zhao's grandmother is just a dewy-eyed love affair. To that fiancé is even more no feelings at all. You say it is angry, so that's why he can't counterattack. He can only escape. She's pathetic, but go get revenge on Qin Shang. Why did you hurt me? I was a newborn. Who did I piss off? After Qin Shang finished, he went back to his room to accompany his old companion, leaving Qin Ning alone in the study to flip through the official certificates. Qin Shang returned to his room, and the old lady was already awake. Did she believe it? Believe it or not, it's pretty calm anyway. She should be defending it, beating them up at most, but not life-threatening. The old lady looked proud. I told you she wasn't ordinary. Qin Shang glanced at the monitor and leaned down to kiss her. Daughter-in-law, I'll be with you. Don't be afraid. Chapter 32, violently beating Qin's family. After leaving from the old man and woman, Qin Ning went straight to the place where the Qin family's eldest house lived. Seeing her enter the door, Qin Yuan directly got up and walked over with oppressive momentum. Tomorrow, the Xie family will come to pick you up. To be able to marry into the Xie family, it's also considered that you've burned a lot of incense in your life. How many people have the Qin family lost by causing such a big mess? Don't you know what you're doing? If you ask me, I shouldn't have let you come back. Bai Jiro glanced at her condescendingly, as if she was looking at some kind of bacteria. She didn't even want to talk to this person if she didn't have to. Host, you're so pathetic. None of them have feelings for you. Just Chu Shi and Nan Yen. Their feelings for you depend entirely on whether you're useful or not. I know. Don't push it now. I'm gonna start punching people. Chu Shi and Nan Yen kept looking at Qin Ning. Why did this child come back at this time? What if he was sent to the Xia family? They couldn't stop it. Host, it turns out your parents still want you to marry into the Xia family. and your two aunts have the power to stop it, but don't want to offend your big brother. Shoo, you can shut up now. I'm gonna start playing hard to get. You moved your neck from side to side, flung your arms again, and ruthlessly lengthened over at Qin Yuan's scornful eyes. I gave you face, didn't I? I let you stand on my head and piss on it, didn't I? You can't control the 2 tails of meat in your ing pants. You've been tricked by a woman. The company's stock has plummeted, and the old man is spitting blood in anger. You're pretending not to see this? What did I do? I didn't know, but now I do. It's good to learn from one's mistakes. Who the hell are you to educate me? What a pig's nose in an onion. Pretending to be a hairless elephant. Also that plant from the Xie family, you have to think it's a good marriage. You marry it. Push me again. I'll ing report and warn you about abducting young girls, and I'll make your Qin family company's stock fall until you doubt your life. Did I give you guys 2 days to smile and you think I'm a noodle pinch? Said then slapped twice. Qin Yuan 2 times. Was knocked 2 meters away and hit the corner of the stairs and fell down hard. Upon hearing Qin Ning's words, he spat out blood and pointed at him, his face suffocating through the redness without uttering a word. The crowd is still reacting to it. Qin Jiao has run over with small steps, whispering and shouting, Big brother, how are you? Does it hurt? Sister, how can you hit big brother? If you have anger in your heart, hit me. Don't take it out on big brother. The company is relying on big brother. What if you hurt him? Sister, you hurry to apologize, or else it is to the Public Security Bureau. You have no reason. Sister, you weren't supposed to be like this, so apologize. Listening to Qin Jiao's voice, there is always a feeling of a pregnancy reaction. How she said it makes people so disgusting. Bai Jiruo already had a belly full of anger, and now that she heard her making up Jiao Jiao in her mind, she became even more angry. Scourge, you are a scourge. Why didn't you freeze to death in the first place? Luckily I have Jiao Jiao now. If I had raised you, I would have been pissed off alive by now. Why don't you get down on your knees and apologize? Look how much has happened in the house since you came back. Kneeling? My ass. I'm kneeling to your mom. Only a blind man like Qinwen would let you give birth to so many gadgets without any meat or vegetables. Bai Jiruo gasping for air. These days she has no words to curse. All let this scourge forced out. Qinwen's face was filled with an expression of hatred. Qin Ning, your grandparents are old. They can't protect you for long. Ultimately you still have to rely on your parents. Your mother had a hard time persuading Mrs. Xia to let you in. You said you were uneducated, and to find you such a good in-laws. What is there for you not to be satisfied with? Dad, Mom, stop. She is ungrateful just like that. Qin Ning, I originally had a somewhat favorable impression of you, and you've managed to wear down any good impression I had of you. Qin Er was about to leave after saying that. He even sighed as he walked to Qin Ning's side. Only this breath was not sighed out before 4 ribs were broken by Qin Ning's black tiger hollowing out his heart. A very obvious ringing sound. Qin Er was in pain and couldn't speak. Qin Ning looked contemptuous. I've put up with you guys for a long time. What are you? You were still bearing your urine and playing with mud when old me was holding a knife. Bai Jiruo pointed at her. You, quickly come to the people. Give me to catch her. Directly send to the Public Security Bureau. Let her squat inside. Do not put out. Qin Ning saw her hand, grabbed it and broke it, and with a kaboom, Bai Jiruo's scream pierced through the 17th floor and reached the clouds. Qin Wen shivered. Qin Ning, what's wrong with you? What's gotten into you? Why are you like this? This is your flesh and blood? Qin Ning laughed coldly, his face showing sarcasm. Which eye of yours sees them treating me like flesh and blood? After all these years, I've thought of myself as an orphan? That I'm just a ing bastard who was born and raised by his mother? My whole family's dead. Qin Wen, you're guilty as hell. Don't you know that? The old man gave you so much money to find me. You know in your heart what you're doing. Full of benevolence and morality. With a belly full of male thieves and female prostitutes. The Qin family will be finished sooner or later with descendants like you. No wonder the old man said that the Qin family is hopeless. It's better to die with virtues like yours. Qin Wen was furious. Men, grab her for me and put her in the basement. Qin Ning's figure flickered as he drew a pig-killing knife from his back and headed straight for Qin Wen. First, he kicked 2 times towards his stomach, then set up a killing knife from behind. You all work for the Qin family. Go ask the old man and old woman if they acquiesced when I cleaned up these few scourges. In the Qin family, with the old man around, it wasn't the turn of the 2 losers, Qin Wen and Qin Yuan, to make the decisions. It is even less the turn of this thing, Bai Jiruo, to speak out. And you should not look at that adopted daughter's eyes. I may not be able to defeat you, but today I'm only going to clean up those who have a grudge against me. And if you guys are aggressive, we'll all have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. Qin Shi hurriedly waved his hand. All of you get out. This is between them. The bodyguards looked at me. I looked at you. No one dared to move. After all, the salary is still paid by Mr. Sheen. Ah, the second master does not pay wages. The speech is not very strong. Ah. Sheen Ning grinned. In that case, please enlighten me. As the sound of flowers fell, Sheen Wen was thrown out. Sheen Ning fought his way into the group of bodyguards with a killing knife. Everywhere you go, it's a mess. From the first floor oohs and ahs to the third floor, from the third floor to the fourth floor and all the way to the 17th floor. When the last piece of glassware on the 17th floor was broken, the bodyguards realized they had been duped into helping Missy tear down her home. Shin Shi and Shin Xing really couldn't stop it, so they called in their bodyguards and twisted the person out one-on-one, watching the entire building become a wreck. Shin Shi and Shu Shi, Shin Xing and Nan Yan realized what kind of character Qin Ning really was. Chapter 33, Breaking with the Qin Family. Qin Ning oohed and awed after the Qin family rode his motorized bike straight to the front door. However, Qin Yuan Halo had sent a message to Qin San and Qin Wuan before, and they had brought a group of bodyguards to guard the gate. Qin Ning glanced at him. Get out of the way. Qin stormed into a rage. Qin Ning, you're too unbridled. Do you think there's no king's law here? Qin Ning got down from the tram. It's been a long time since I've been reckless without being reckless. What can you do to me? What can you do? You deserve to be killed by Qin Zhao because of your attitude today. I wanted to see your attitude, and if you are nice to me, I can still save your life. But now it seems that there is no need for that. Qin Wan was very pleased that Zhao Jiao was really ingenious, and even managed to surmise that Qin Ning was trying to provoke their relationship from the bottom of her heart. But it was of no use at all now. The facts could prove everything. Zhao Jiao had been injured trying to protect her big brother. Instead, this Qin Ning was hurting them. Qin San froze for a moment. Looking at Qin Ning's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could Zhao Jiao really end up getting them killed? Impossible. Zhao Jiao was so close to them. How could she harm them? Qin San waved his hand, and the bodyguards surrounded Qin Ning. Qin Ning looked toward Qin San and sked twice. A lawyer should be able to stand up to his own conscience, without a little bit of his own opinion and judgment. He takes all kinds of cases, and in the end, he helps a bully to win the case, and is burned alive by the victim's parents, so he really deserves it. Qin San's heart chills as he listens. How can she curse him like that? His mood is very upset. What are you waiting for? Grab her and call the police directly. I want to make him sit through the bottom of the jail. Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves and gave his face. Since this is the case, then it will be solved directly with his fists. Finding her way to Qin San's position, she took an assisted run around to his rear, slapped him in the back with a large sinus first, and then kicked him hard. You're so hard-hearted. And you let me sit in jail. Why are you so capable? Qin San was kicked and flew out more than a meter, unable to get up at all. Qin Ning, you're intentionally hurting people. I'm going to sue you. What are you guys waiting for? The Qin family pays you so well to watch her beat me. The bodyguards looked at each other in disbelief. Missy was definitely above them in this stance. Gu and Li had both greeted them in advance, and they were all ready to jump ship en masse, not wanting to be with a bunch of cuties at all, bullying Missy together. Qin San was furious and cried out in pain as he pounded the ground. Give it all a damn, and hit it hard. Qin Wan took a few steps backward. You guys go together and grab her. Qin Ning was helpless. There was always someone looking for a fight. She moved quickly, forcing Qin Wuan to close in on the door, snapping a few slaps. Her face was swollen before she stopped. Those bodyguards took one look and then fell to the ground. Ah, Oni-chan is so powerful. I've been affected by the wave. The corners of Qin Ning's mouth twitched. This acting was too bad. Gu Chuan and Lian's prestige is still quite high. Turn around and give them an increase in shares. 1% by 1%. Seeing that Missy was quite satisfied, their desire to perform became even stronger. Ah, my head hurts. My chest hurts. My stomach hurts. My face hurts. My ass hurts. Wait, Qin Ning seems to have heard something? Pain in the ass? Is there some story to this one that could be expanded upon? When all the bodyguards were on the ground and Qin San and Qin Wan couldn't get up, a manure forklift appeared in the doorway with a CUA. Qin Ning was not happy. What time is it? I've finished solving it and you're here? In the car, Yang Xian turned around and asked for instructions. Boss, do you want to go down? When she's done cursing, I'll go down there and it's me she's cursing. Yang Xian carefully looked at the shape of Qin Ning's mouth, and the cursing was indeed quite dirty. Still, he reminded, Boss, do you think there's a possibility that it's you that Miss Qin is cursing right now? Shen Zhouxing looked at the document and didn't raise his head. I'm not going down. She scolded me. I can't hear her. It won't affect my mood. But if I go down there and he swears at me, I can hear it straight away. How disruptive. Yang Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth and was about to say something when he turned his head and saw a face plastered on the car window. Holy, the boss has a ghost. Shen Zhouxing rubbed his temples, opened the door and let her in. Yang Xian tremblingly pressed the door button. Miss Qin, hello? Qin Ning blackened his face and grumbled. Brother Yang, Get my car up here. Yang Xian looked at the pink electric car outside and he looked at his boss. Shin Zhouxing pointed to the back seat. Get in. What about my car? I just bought it. I can't leave it. Shin Zhouxing closed his notebook. If your car cuts my car, you pay in full. Qin Ning whooshed in. This car will be given to them, and it counts as the lodging fee for these few days. Brother Yang, drive. Shin Zhouxing laughed lightly. You really don't insist on holding on? Giving up so easily? Qin Ning looked at him with a serious expression. Shin Zhouxing, I'll tell you a life-preserving truth today. When a thing, whether it's a person or a thing, he influences your mood and judgment, and can even sway your thoughts, there's only one way for you to go, and that's to cut off your relationship with him. Shin Zhouxing raised an eyebrow. Then what if it's a close relative or husband and wife? The backstabbing of a close relative, the betrayal of a husband and wife, the stabbing of a friend, the turning of a hand against a friend, are all these to be cut off? Qin Ning stared at him for a while and suddenly laughed. Shin Zhouxing, this point of question still needs me to solve the confusion. I am just so casually pretending to be a little bit. You really ask me? Whoever hurts me, I'll stay away. There's no second choice. Shin Zhouxing looked at the Qin family's gate. So you're cutting off the Qin family today? There was never a connection. What's the point of cutting it off? I don't get involved in their affairs, and they should stay out of my life. Saying goodbye to Grandpa Qin? Already talked. He gave me 20% of Qin's shares, and I want to make a deal with you. Shin Zhouxing took the equity transfer letter she handed over. You're asking me to swallow Qin's? Change the name. Swallow the Qin. The old lady doesn't have much time left. She's the old man's faith. If the old lady is gone, the old man's faith collapses, and who can't save it? But the old man failed a girl when he was young and he had a stray daughter. It's in full retaliation against the Qin family right now, so he selfishly wants me to keep the Qin family. Shin Zhouxing read it and returned it to her. No problem. Do you want cash or equity? Qin Ning turned to the window. Equity. We're half and half. Don't you dare try to take advantage of me. I've broken with the Qin family. This is the capital I need to live my life. Cash is spent too quickly. The bank is not preserving the value. Directly to equity. Participate in the annual dividend. How good. I am not stupid. Chapter 34 All mine, including you. Shin Zhouxing signaled Yang Xian to drive. Qin Ning stole a glance at him. Shin Zhouxing, do you know who Qin Jiao is? Shin Zhouxing's face did not change. It's your sister. Qin Ning slapped over and Shin Zhouxing dodged it perfectly. Shin Zhouxing, who are you cursing? Shin Zhouxing felt that what he said was the truth. Her mother and your real father have the same father and mother. She and you have a quarter of the blood relationship. That is your sister. Wrong? Qin Ning thought so. That's true. Right. It's your sister. I always feel like you're scolding me. You're blatantly scolding me. Qin Ning mysteriously approached him. Shin Zhouxing, Qin Jiao has her eyes on you. Do you know? I can only remind you that Qin Jiao's charisma is a bit too big. And the protagonist's aura. How can Shin Zhouxing resist? Shin Zhouxing also felt very strange. He hated Qin Jiao, but he was also unconsciously close. It was like some out-of-this-world kung fu in a martial arts drama. And he, an atheist, had to suspect that Qin Jiao had cast a descending spell on him. However, as soon as Qin Ning appeared, this feeling of his disappeared. It's over. It's useless for me to say it so bluntly, and he's fighting it with silence. Shin Zhouxing was amused by her. Qin Ning was alarmed. This is too powerful. One only mentioned Qin Jiao and she let out a burst of happiness? Shin Zhouxing wanted to explain, but the cell phone rang. He answered his cell phone and started to get cranky. The Honorable Mr. Shin has to be urged to get married too. How pathetic. Although your old man made the call, it was your stepmother's idea. Qin Ning took a look at Shin Zhouxing's icy cold eyes, slightly pursed thin lips, high nose, as the saying goes, a man with a high nose bridge. Qin Ning shook his head, going off topic. Poor General Shun. With my help. For the time being, with my help not I was Qin Jiao Wen. But you did not escape your stepmother's calculations. She introduced you to her niece in her mother's family, and now is to call you back, and finally let you guys raw rice cooked rice. Then I'm going to spice up your food, clothing, transportation, 3 meals a day, and finally send you to the West, and your company and your property will be owned by your stepmother and your brother. While Qin Ning was ruminating, Shin Zhouxing agreed to go home. He hung up the phone and looked at Qin Ning thoughtfully. Qin Ning, how about we make a deal? Qin Ning closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear. Have you any self-awareness? You're in the abyss yourself, and you're trying to drag me into it. Shin Zhouxing was not in a hurry, gentle and patient. You fell asleep? Qin Ning opened his eyes with his arms wrapped around his hands, his face cold. What's the situation of your family? You don't know yourself? I just come out of the dragon's lair and now I'm going into the tiger's den? Shin Zhouxing didn't object. It's true that the Shin family is not a place for people to stay, but I don't think this is a problem for you. Qin Ning closed his eyes again. Whether it's a problem or not and whether I want to or not are two different things. You want me to block at least 95% of your fire, if not all of it. Shin Zhoshing let out a laugh to himself. I meant to cooperate, not pull you as cannon fodder. Unless you add a few more favors, maybe I'll soften up and agree. Shin Zhoshing breathed a sigh of relief. He needed Qin Ning, who was everyone's nemesis and his blessing. So he looked at Qin Ning. If you can play husband and wife with me, I'll help you take down Qin's and help you take care of the companies. The money you earn is yours. Qin Ning's face didn't change, but his inner caution was already dancing wildly. Really? Really? If that's the case, I can still get up and do it again if I don't go into the tiger's den. Shin Zhoshing continued to entice. After our fake marriage, I'll give you a black card that can be swiped anywhere, with no upper limit, so you can use it as you please. Old milk, with no limit? I'm missing a card. After the marriage you can live in the old mansion. In the old mansion, as long as you win every time you argue, a one-time reward of $10 million. After Shin Zhoshing finished speaking, Qin Ning turned her head and came quietly. I can make you go bankrupt. Shin Zhoshing raised his eyebrows. I'm scoring 200 million a minute. Ninger, feel free to argue. Qin Ning stretched out his left index finger and shushed before placing it next to Shin Zhoshing's mouth. Don't be careless until you see the results. You might as well ask around. I, Qin Ning, am not even the best at fighting. Quarreling is my strong point. If Mr. Kong Ming is fighting with his tongue in the land of Wu with his 3-inch tongue, I, Qin Ning, can quarrel your whole family to death in the Shin family? Shin Zhoshing lightly coughed twice, which blew, and the wind hit 12 levels. Seeing that she was still immersed in the thoughts of the quarrel, Shin Yuning added, if you live alone, you can choose whatever you want from all the houses under my name and send you 10 sets after completing the mission. Also, I'm busy at work, so you don't have to follow my routine. You just have to come out and accompany me when I go back to my old house. Plus all the cars in the garage are yours to drive as you please. All the things in the Shin family are earned by me. You just smash. No one dares to find your trouble. Sounds so tempting. Should I agree? Shin Zhoshing started to unbutton his buttons after he finished speaking, and Yang Xian had long since raised his car gear, because the boss is starting to fool people, and he's too nice to listen to lies. The temperature in the backseat gradually rose, and Qin Ning wiped the nosebleed that had disobeyed him and come out to skewer him. Shin Zhoshing slowly fastened his buttons like nothing. How is it? Is Ms. Qin still satisfied with me? Any thoughts on my proposal? Idea? Hey, there is an idea, and I do not know if the abs are hard or soft, and if the bite has the flavor of QQ candy. She weakly raised her hand. Do fake couples go along with the daily life of a married couple? Shin Zhoshing propped up his head. His eyes were seductive. His lips were slightly open. His pupils were dilated, and he gave her a big wink. Qin Ning slapped his thighs and yelled, Yang Xian, change lanes, go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I want to own your boss. Qin Ning then revealed 8 standard teeth, clasped her hands around Shin Zhoning's arm, pinched her throat, and shouted in a meaty voice, husband. Only then did Shin Zhoshing take a chill pill and then concurred. Yang Xian, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was only when we reached the door that Qin Ning reacted to the question of whether this marriage was too fast. Are we going that fast? Shin Zhoshing continued. Pua, think about it. Your company, your money. Your food, your card. Your man, your happiness. Qin Ning's ghost-obsessed day eyes. Get out of the car and get a license. Mine. Mine. All mine. The money is mine. The car is mine. The house is mine. Including you, my husband. Chapter 35. I'll just die a death. The host married a man. An hour later, Yang Xian stood on the side of the road and hit the drop. The boss is such a badass that he thinks he's in the way and tells him to get his ass back to the office for a meeting. It's so inhuman. He underestimated his boss's tactics and got a wife just as easily. When will Ms. Qin realize that the boss is not a good person? Not even the minimum pursuit. Directly coaxed people to get a license. In the event of a divorce later, it would be a second marriage. PayPal arrived with $1 million. The sweet announcing voice sounded. Yang Xian opened his phone to confirm his account. A minute later there was a pop. Long live the boss. By the way, he also sent a happy wedding to his boss and told him not to worry about the company. He would arrange it. It ended up with another big bonus of $66. 666. Drivers are too scared to pull a psycho in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Shin Zhoshing had already brought Qin Ning to the old mansion. He was still a little worried. Ninger. Qin Ning raised her hand and peeled Shin Zhoshing away. Get up and get away. Grinding. Still not a man. I'm the one who gets paid. Don't delay me from working. As long as the money is there, there's nothing I can't do. With a salary of $10 million a month, I'm not just a cow or a horse. I'm a nuclear-powered donkey. Looking at Qin Ning majestically in front, Shin Zhoshing's bit of worry directly dissipated. Should he buy a couple coffins online though? Or else when those guys are pissed off at Ninger, what if people's coffin stores sit on their asses? He has to use all his money to support his daughter-in-law and has no spare budget for a coffin. The Shin family has been supporting them for so long. What's wrong with helping him chase after his daughter-in-law? Shin Ning walked and felt wrong. Why Shin Zhouxing? Go froze for what? Shin Zhouxing raised his eyes and smiled like a spring breeze. Ninger, I'm here. Shin Ning hugged himself. Why was he still getting goosebumps? This person's acting is really good. Shouting quite intimate. I'm still a bit uncomfortable, but 10 million a month. He called my daughter, I can agree. Shin Zhouxing stumbled. He didn't want more than one daughter at the moment. Thanks. Shin Ning directly out on the unrecognized pace. Today's first shot must be played. Cannot smash the signboard is not. Tuzi, stop pretending to be dead and hurry to give me specific information about the Shin family. I want to fight. Host, you'd better worry about yourself. Your mom kicked you out of the Chin family and disowned you. It doesn't matter. I really don't care. There's a priority. Help my husband first. What? I just died for a second. Why did you get married? Mentioning this, Shin Ning had a belly full of anger. You still have the nerve to say it. The first time, when I just wore it you died. A death is 5 years. The second time, when I was fighting the Chin family, you died. And once you died it was for 5 days. You're dead or not. You just die when it counts. You say you're not qualified for this unification? The system was slightly embarrassed. Host, I feel very sorry. I've followed various hosts across too many times and I always feel a little overwhelmed. Shin Ning rolled his eyes. You're a statistic, not a man. You can't do it. You have to be shameless. Cut the crap. Tell me the information about the Shin family. The Shin family's grandfathers and fathers are complicated. Simply put, Shin Zhouxing's mom and dad are in a business marriage. No one loves anyone. Shin Zhouxing or both parents drugged his mom and dad to come here. Shin Ning turned back to look at Shin Zhouxing. Drugged to come. Intelligence surprisingly has not been affected by anything. Unico, go on. His mom gave birth to him, and then was pressed by both parents to hold out until your husband was 10 years old before the divorce. Immediately after the two started their own families, Shin Hong and Zhu Ziyan fell in love with each other. Wen Ru and Lian Yu, double dating, your husband, father doesn't love you, all brought up by nannies. Shin Ning glanced at Shin Zhouxing again. It was quite pitiful that he lacked love, but the original owner lacked love and money, and was even more pathetic. Host, you don't have to pity him. He's known about his mom and dad since he was 3, also know where he comes from, so he doesn't care about family. He likes to get money. Shin Ning nodded his head at this point. Heroes see the same thing. Shin Zhouxing watched her nod her head for a while and shake her head for a while, and directly walked up and held her hand. Ninger, I'll take you in. Ouch. You're holding hands. Host, get lost. Why are you so immodest as a statistician? I'm just trying to lighten the mood. As Shin Ning and System chatted with each other, Shin Zhouxing had already led her through the door. What are you doing in my house? The very unfriendly voice brought Shin Ning back to her senses. Looking at the big fat man in front of her, Shin Ning glared at him. Hubby, wasn't it that pigs weren't allowed to become sperm after the founding of the country? Why are all the pigs in your house talking? Should we report it to the state and take it back for research? Is this Shin Zhouxing's half-brother? What's the big difference? Why is one like the moon in the sky and the other like a toad on the ground? Who the hell split their legs or got plastic surgery? Shin Zhouxing looked at her favorably. Ninger is wrong. The Shin family never raises pigs. I don't know what this is. He's not like Shin Hong, nor is he like his mother. Shin Ning said meaningfully, some people have plastic surgery because the child born is 100% restored. So your own father married a toadstool. How hungry he must have been. Big Fatty wailed. Mom, you come quickly. Shin Zhouxing scolded me, and he even brought an ugly woman back. And they say you're a toadstool. Mom, come out and save me. Shin Ning wasn't used to him and tugged on Shin Zhouxing's hand. Let go of me first. I have something to do. Shin Zhouxing let go of Shin Ning, then retreated a meter away, not forgetting to remind. Ninger, don't let yourself get hurt. Shin Ning smiled gently. Watch my invincible sweeping leg. Only a bang was heard, and the fine jade floor was smashed into pieces. Ah, Mom, I'm hurting. Mom, I'm hurting. The woman who responded screamed. Baby, how are you? Who are you? Why did you come to my house and beat me up? This is Zhu Xiuyan, Shin Zhouxing's stepmother, 20 years younger than Shin Zhouxing's father, about 37 years old. Zhu Ziyan glared viciously at Shin Ning. You're the one who hit my baby. Now immediately kneel down and kowtow and apologize. Otherwise you won't be able to walk out of this mansion. Wish Suyun, who are you letting out of this mansion? Zhu Ziyan raised her eyes at the sound, and Shin Zhouxing was standing across from her, looking at her with a smile. Zhu Ziyan hated to kill him in her heart, but her face was still covered in smiles. Hong, you come quickly. Zhou Xing is back. As the words fell, Shin Hong said in a deep voice, I saw what just happened. kneel down and apologize. Qin Ning looked at his fingertips, and with an overhand grip and a click, Shen Hong let out a pig-killing roar. Chapter 36, Sisters Want to Fight. Zhu Xiuyan was heartbroken. Hong, are you okay? Zhou Xing, look at her. How could she do this to your father? Shen Hong roared. Shen Zhouxing, you even let her hurt me. Where is your family education? Apologize immediately. Also send back the Qin family's daughter. We can't afford to have the Shen family. People were kind enough to pick her up and bring her back to enjoy her happiness, but she's so good that she's even playing the enmity game. Qin Ning bristled. What kind of family is this? Just this family in my hands. Get beaten up 3 times a day. Shen Zhouxing directly blackened his face. The son doesn't teach the father. It's the Qin family that's excessive. You're right. Who do you educate when you only give birth and don't raise a child? Poor husband. Like me. I was a child hated by my parents. But don't worry, I don't hate you. Shen Zhouxing was very satisfied and looked at Qin Ning with increasingly drawn eyes. It was just that Qin Ning was sharpening his sword and not paying attention at all. Shen Hong was furious. Shen Zhouxing, do you not want to see your grandfather? Xu Zian on the side also had a smug look on her face. Shen Zhouxing had hardened his wings and dared to talk back to them. Shen Zhouxing grimaced. Shen Hong, don't challenge my patience. You know grandpa's problems, and if you don't take care of him and cause his condition to worsen, I won't spare you. Shen Hong glanced at him vainly. I'm his son. He's my father. How could I possibly not take care of him? You can't be serious. The old man has bedsores all over his body and you don't even ask. As soon as Shen Zhouxing heard this, he immediately took out his cell phone and began to give orders. Qin Ning was looking at Shen Hong with a crooked head. The old man was infuriated by you and suffered a brain hemorrhage, and was hospitalized for a long period of time. One day you took advantage of Shen Zhouxing going out for a meeting and surreptitiously moved the old man. The main one took Shen Zhouxing. At first he wanted money, then he wanted equity, now he wants his life. Am I right? Unfortunately, there's no point in you saying that, because I know where the old man is hidden by you. Shen Hong squinted at her. Who is this? Why are you talking all nonsense? Zhou Xing, we are father and son. Do you believe her or me? Without thinking, Shen Zhouxing blurted out, trust her. Shen Heng's chest puffed out in anger. Waste. You shouldn't have been kept at all in the first place. Shen Zhouxing impatiently sat on the sofa. Finished? Qin Ning then saw Shen Hong take a big stride and raise his hand to give her money tree a big sinus. How could she be willing to do that? With a swift kick in Shen Heng's crotch, he also struck a handsome pose. Shen Hong clutched his crotch and rolled on the ground in pain. Xu Zian hugged her son and called out to her husband, and those who didn't know thought it was time to go to the grave here. Qin Ning walked over to Shen Zhouxing and sat down. Hubby, your family's combat power is not working. Praise me, aren't I great? Shen Zhouxing smiled dotingly. Ninger is awesome. Qin Ning arrogantly lifted his chin and looked down on that family of 3. Be satisfied. With your 2 pounds of flesh, it can still save your life. Otherwise you will use it to seduce a woman later, and be castrated by her husband on the bed. Shen Hong looked at Qin Ning in shock and stood up trembling. What was going on? But he wasn't a little cutie. Although he disliked the son, there seemed to be something wrong with this Qin Ning. Then he patted his youngest son awake. Shen Debao, quickly get up and accompany your big brother and sister-in-law for dinner. Xiao Yan, you call the big guys over. 20 minutes later, due to the Shen family's explicit mockery of Shen Zhouxing, they were directly mocking Qin Ning. Qin Ning directly stood up and pressed his hands on the dining table, smiling evilly at the crowd. Your mouths are happy, but I'm not feeling well. I'm going to fight. Then his hands flipped over and a 10-meter long by 5-meter wide dining table was lifted up. Come on, little darlings, let's get dry together. I'm not hungry, and neither are you. Eat a broken meal and still give me a hard time. You also don't stand and take a piss to see who is qualified to say a word against me. I don't want to eat this. You guys don't have to eat it either. I ate a lot of little cookies in the car anyway. My stomach is full of cookies. Zhu Xiuyan's head is, body, face is covered with vegetables and oil. She was scalded wailing, painful and angry, pale melon face, big watery eyes, looking at Shen Hong pitifully. The big eyes blinked and opened their mouths in a 9-pronged manner. Brother Han, look at people's heads and bodies. How can I still see people here? Isn't this bullying? Zhou Xing, tell me what I've wronged you for all these years that made you bring your girlfriend back to bully me. He didn't hear the other words, but Zhu Xiuyan actually said that Ninger was his girlfriend, so he had to correct himself. Wife. Zhu Xiuyan froze. Oh Hong brother, listen to this. He even pretended to be deaf and dumb. This is not a team up to bully me. For so many years, I've done hard work without merit, and they're just bullying me like this. Oh, Shen Hong wanted to hug his daughter-in-law and comfort her, but there was no way to do so now. He was so angry that he wanted to slap the table, but the table was lifted up and he patted his leg. Shen Zhouxing, look at what you have done. Did you deliberately go against us? Who told you to bring a scourge here? Don't you know what she's done to the Qin family? Do you want our Shin family to repeat the Qin family's mistake? The Qin family doesn't even want her anymore, and she went so far as to put her parents and siblings all in the hospital. You even married him in. This is really the heavens killing my Shin family. Shin Zhouxing didn't listen to Shin Hang's blind pussyfooting around at all, but nodded his head towards Qin Ning with great satisfaction. Qin Ning compared it to a love heart, and looked up to raise an eyebrow. Well, it's not a waste of money, is it? When it comes to arguing and fighting, no one dares to say I'm number 2. Shinzhou walked over and reverently held Qin Ning's hands. Ninger, does your hand hurt? This table is too long. Next time change the small table. It won't be hard for you to lift it up. Qin Ning grinned and said sweetly, thank you, hubby. Shin Hong roared loudly, Shin Zhouxing, look at what you look like. Qin Ning bristled, teared up. Eunuch you're breaking my heart by talking like this. I'm a very gentle and kind girl, and anyone who can get me riled up, you name it, they should go overboard. Eunuch, I thought you were different from them, but I didn't realize you were all the same. As they say, the whole picture is unknown. No comment, so why are you opening your mouth? Eunuch, don't open your mouth, or your daughter-in-law will be very sad. My daughter-in-law is sad, and you're having a hard time, do you know that? Shin Hong shouted angrily at Shin Zhouxing, don't take her away yet, don't wreak havoc on us here. Shin Zhouxing sat on the sofa in an old-fashioned manner. Aren't you the ones who called me to come home? Now not only am I back, but I've brought my daughter-in-law back. Dad, you should be happy. Shin Hong also covered his chest. Rebellious son. You rebellious son. Chapter 37, this should be a problem with the ancestral grave. The others saw this and instead advised Shin Hong to calm down. Qin Ning sat in Shin Zhouxing's arms as Shin Zhouxing played with her hand. The two look like they are in love and envious of each other. Shin Hong is really a. By Shu Xian's ear blowing cannot find the north. Shin Hong looked at Qin Ning. Her mouth didn't move. Where exactly did these sounds come from? Zhu Ziyan is even united with Xin Yuan to assassinate my husband. If my husband is really GA, Xin Yuan will immediately deal with her, and then deal with Shin Hong. The big house will disappear completely. Shin Hong glanced at his own second brother without a trace. Was his non-competitive nature really playing dirty tricks behind his back? Turning around, Zhu Xiuyan will tell Shin Hong to screw the old man directly, so that my husband will be distracted and Xin Yuan will take advantage of the situation. Shin Hong looked upstairs again. Su Yan and Lao Er worked together? Since when? Why didn't Qin Ning say anything? Shin Zhouxing realized that his old man had been looking at Qin Ning. What did he mean? Stinking shamelessly, he wrapped his arm around Qin Ning's waist and turned to the side. Shin Heng's black face. What does this kid mean? Think he covets Qin Ning? As far as Qin Ning's shrewish nature is concerned, which man would want it? Shin Zhouxing had a heart-to-heart, turned his head and glared at his own father again. Dead shameless. The older the more shameless. Shin Hong felt more pain in his chest. This ungrateful son. Qin Ning patted his hand and whispered, honey, take your paw away. It's another price. $5 million a hug. Qin Ning smiled joyfully. Hubby, you hold on tighter. Oh, I'm about to fall, he said and made a point of scooting his butt towards the inside to take a seat. Shin Zhouxing's body was stiff and very serious, his voice a little hoarse. Ninger, don't move. Qin Ning felt uncomfortable. Shin Zhouxing, your belt is clucking at me. Shin Zhouxing tightly wrapped his arms around her waist as if he was in pain. Qin Ning was startled. This guy cannot have any hidden disease. How do you feel guilty? Tuzi, see if Shin Zhouxing has any serious illnesses, and check if he has a will. Shin Zhouxing instantly darkened his face. She had no feelings at all? As long as it's 100% stake? If the system had a face, it would probably be black. Host, Shin Zhouxing is in good health and has not made a will. What about that? I'm legal with him. How much do I get? He can't die yet. Why does it hurt so much if you can't die? You're sitting on her. Many colors appeared on Qin Ning's face. Red, black and yellow. Unico, tell me honestly, is there some kind of major accident? Otherwise his expression why he's in so much pain. Be well. Qin Ning was rarely a bit shy. Tadako, how tall is he? What's his build like? Shin Zhouxing hated that he had magic that could drill into Qin Ning's brain and stop this mechanical voice in her head. What kind of words are those? That's the same thing called Unico that turned his ninjas from lemons to bananas. Qin Ning couldn't wait to find out the answer. Tuzi, are you not aware of this? The body is majestic. Almost have abs. Height too. Cannot say. Host, you are not VIP. Cannot hear. Qin Ning only felt dizzy and a bit overwhelmed. Shin Zhouxing's face had completely blackened, and Shin Hong was in great pain. He wanted to listen to the secret to come. He didn't want to listen to the science. So on the pretext of chest congestion, he went to his room to rest, leaving Shin Zhouxing and Qin Ning to make themselves at home. By now the maids had cleaned up and replaced the table with a new one, filled with good food. Shin Zhouxing also recovered his demeanor and took Qin Ning to sit down to eat. Xing Yuan raised his cup. Zhou Xing, you said that you got married, such a big thing, why not say in advance? Also let us prepare for it. Shin Zhouxing's tone was cold. It's not too late for the second uncle to know now. Just casually follow 100 million or 200 million of the share of the money on the line. My husband's so brave. He's asking for a lot of money. Shin Zhouxing whispered. Ninger, the portion money is all for you. Qin Ning immediately sat up straight, a formulaic smile on his face. Second uncle isn't afraid he can't bear to part with it, is he? Husband, you're too good. You're a very qualified husband. Let's see my performance next. Shin Yuan was full of embarrassment. He was just saying a polite word. How can these two families still climb up the pole? Qin Ning saw that he didn't answer and was filled with aggression. Hubby, does your family not like me? If they don't like me, they don't like you. Then what are you working so hard for? Why don't you just sell shins and let's take the money and travel around the world? Shin Zhouxing was painfully clear. Ninger is right. Today I also see that they don't welcome me or treat me well at all. Tomorrow I'll declare bankruptcy, sell shins, and then take you on a trip. Hubby, you're too good. Mwah. Shen Yuan was confused. What was this? He hurriedly signaled for a quick check. 200 million is only a fraction of Shin's annual dividend, but you cannot lose the watermelon for the sake of sesame. So under Qin Ning's wealth-obsessed eyes, Xing Yuan handed the check to Qin Ning. Oh, nephew-in-law, this is a blessing from the entire family of second uncle to the two of you. Qin Ning nodded in a friendly manner. Many thanks, second uncle. Then he and Xing Yuan's entire family engaged in a handshake in return. Hey, 200 million to hand. But even so, I will not export to save you. You say you peacefully wait for Shin's dividends, how good. Glory and wealth will not be a little less. But you have always been harmed, my husband, trying to take the place of. The second house of the Shin family was flustered for a moment. What was this Qin Ning's origin and how did she know about it? TSK. It's a pity. If you don't do what you want, you'll get yourself killed. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. Xin Yuan was a bit anxious. What did it mean? He's the mantis. Who's the yellow bird? Qin Ning prettily put the check into her bag. Hubby, this is my private money. Say yes. Shin Zhouxing comforted. No one is robbing you. Don't worry. Looking at the two of them frowning, Xin Yu understood and wrote a check as well. Zhou Xing, Xiao Ning, this is the blessing of your little aunt and I. I hope that the two of you will work hand in hand and be happy until you grow old. Shin Zhouxing nodded. Thank you, little uncle and aunt. Qin Ning also thanked sweetly and took the check with both hands, shaking hands in thanks. Gee, since you guys are so self-conscious, should I tell you that your 25-year-old son has a boyfriend? Your 23-year-old son has a boyfriend. Your 21-year-old daughter has a girlfriend. And your 19-year-old son is chasing his roommate. Xin Yu and his wife looked at each other, each seeing horror in their own eyes. Xin Yuan's family almost didn't hold their breath. The third house is extinct. Qin Ning glanced at them. What's so funny? You two are good. The 27-year-old is frigid. The 25-year-old is impotent. The 23-year-old is missing an egg. And the 21-year-old hasn't hatched yet. In the second house of the Shin family, the silence was deafening. Qin Ning took another sly glance at Shin Zhouxing. The big house is no better. The pair of dragon and phoenix tires are not Xin Yuan's. Looking at the children so much, the pressure to pass on the generation of all in the Shin Zhouxing here, alas, is not the old Shin family's ancestral tombs out of the problem. Chapter 38, Old Daughter-in-Law. I'm your grandfather's son. Shin Zhouxing glanced slyly at her stomach. He didn't have much pressure. Qin Ning threw over a slap. What are you looking at? It's not like I'm going to give birth. What are you thinking? If you want to have a baby, find someone else. I'm not having a baby. Shin Zhouxing was a little aggravated. Ninger, your clothes here is a little bit of oil. Maybe just lifted the table and touched it. I think about how to buy the same model. Qin Ning instantly dissipated her anger, her face full of smiles. I'm sorry, husband, are you in pain? I'll give you a hoo-hoo. This can do Assault boss will not be deducted but I can first say, as long as not deducted, other apologies to compensate her can be. Shin Zhouxing raised his eyebrows. Ning I have an important meeting tomorrow. This face. Qin Ning directly went up and blew. Hubby, I didn't do it on purpose. Forgive me. Shin Zhouxing's face did not change. How about deducting money? He won't really deduct my money, will he? He's so stingy. If you can't, call me back. I'm thick-skinned. I'm not afraid. Qin Ning tugged at his pinky in aggravation. Is there any other choice? Shin Zhouxing sighed. Considering that you are a first-time offender, owe me a condition first. Qin Ning said it was no problem. She would do anything as long as she didn't deduct any money. God knows she needs money. Lots of it. She wasn't the type to sit on her ass, so she had asked Lian to help her with her security company. which focused on providing personal security for various celebrities and famous people for a higher fee, because the benefits are good. Not only 5 insurance and a pension, but also commission. And Guchuan takes care of the entertainment company. This entertainment company is not to promote the stars, but to create public opinion and topics for the stars, by the way, take pictures and so on. Besides, she made a rule that she would only help the good and not promote evil. However, after experiencing these events today, she has set up 2 more companies. One is a marriage defense company that specializes in catching mistresses, regardless of gender. Also, this is the mouth replacement company, which specializes in hiring employees who are so fast-talking that they can hold their tongue and take the heat for their employers without violating laws and regulations. Anyway, those popular industries such as real estate, jewelry, hospitals, clothing design and hotels are all occupied by the upper-class families in Xinjiang. As it is, she engages in strange and practical company, casting a wide net to catch more fish. She, Qin Ning, would one day become the general manager of the Qin family? Not the Qin family's already ousted first miss, or the Shin family's indentured young grandmother. As she combed through her ambitions, the Shin Yuan family and the Shin Yu family waited with bated breath, just hoping that Qin Ning would say just a little bit more. But Shin Zhouxing very much hated their eyes. Why did everyone want to steal his daughter-in-law from him? So he got up and walked out with his dazed daughter-in-law in his arms. Shin Yuan was filled with despair and pointed at his 4 sons. The 4 of you go with me to the hospital to see the male department. Shin Yu was lifeless. The few of you also get up and go with me to the study. We'll talk together. Qin Ning sat in Shin Zhouxing's Rolls Royce before reacting. Where are we going? I still have a lot of strength left to keep fighting. Shin Zhouxing handed his cell phone over. We've found Grandpa. Let's go pick him up. Poor old man. He had so many grandchildren. But he ended up like this. Shin Zhouxing held her hand and walked all the way to the room where the old master was. The old man's eyes were open, both of them bruised, and there were pinch marks all over his hands and arms. This is the caregiver's abuse. The culprit is Shin Hung. He does not pay at all. The nursing home will certainly not take good care of. Shin Zhou walked over and picked up the old man's hand and looked at it carefully for a while, and suddenly his eyes reddened, and the old man's chaotic eyes suddenly changed to panic. Don, fight. Alas, how many times has this been beaten? Have formed a conditioned reflex. Poor, Shin Weiguo, old man's old age is so miserable. Shin Zhouxing softly consoled. Grandpa, look at me. I'm Zhouxing. Shin Weiguo looked carefully for a while, then whimpered. Zhouxing, they beat me. They gave me an injection so that I couldn't move and then beat me. Shin Zhouxing was filled with anger. Yang Xian, collect the evidence and send them all in. Explain and let the people inside take good care of them. Yang Xian, who had arrived earlier, was very angry. Don't worry, boss. It's all been arranged. 46 people from top to bottom. Not a single one has been spared. Only then did Shin Zhouxing turn his head to comfort. Grandpa, it's all my fault. I'm late. Shin Weiguo shook his head. It's my fault. Your grandmother passed away early. I didn't educate him well. Shin Zhouxing smiled. Grandpa, this is the time for you to give up. People's nature is like this. It can't be changed. Shin Weiguo sighed. It's all my fault. Your father followed his grandparents' family and learned such dirty tricks. Grandpa, dirty tricks can only profit for a moment. Are you talking about the Pan family? There's nothing good in that family. They're full of schemes and tricks. Shin Zhouxing looked at Qin Ning, then reached out a hand to pull Qin Ning over. Grandpa, I forgot to introduce. This is my wife, Qin Ning. Shin Weiguo looked at Qin Ning kindly. Good. What a good boy. What a beautiful girl. Zhouxing, you must treat people well. It's still the old man who has the vision to see through my nature right away. I'm such a good person. Then she greeted her with a smile. Old daughter-in-law, I'm your grandpa's son. After saying that, Shin Zhouxing looked at her incredulously. Ninger, your words? Shin Weiguo laughed out loud. What an interesting woman. My son, I think I misspoke. With a red face, Qin Ning took the old man's hand. Old man, I'm Qin Ning. We'll pick you up and take you home. See how I'll take the heat for you. The old man laughed for a while and then confirmed it again and again. He was afraid that this was a dream he had. Your boat walker? Shin Zhouxing was very patient. Grandpa, I am. You're my grandson? I am. You won't hit me? No. I will beat Shin Hung who made you suffer. Beat him to death. Okay, shoot him. Qin Ning waited on the sidelines, incidentally using his cell phone to arrange the next step for Lian and Guchuan. She instructs Lian to reveal the news that their company is all top-quality bodyguards to Shin Yuan because Shin Zhouxing will beat up Shin Yuan from time to time next. Let Guchuan take the order to hack her Qin Ning and raise the price. In addition to exposing the black information of all the stars under the name of Qin's Entertainment, and then taking orders to clear their names. Lian and Guchuan huffed at the same time. In the future, you cannot offend anyone but the boss. She hates it when she even counts herself in. and enters the game with her body so that the other side can't lift their pants if they lose. In addition, she asked the two to recommend that there were two other companies that needed to be manipulated. The two replied that they were given half a day. Qin Ning put away his cell phone and realized that the old man had already been pacified. Shin Zhouxing led people directly back to the old mansion. Shin Hong sought his own father and took a few steps backward. The old man sat in his wheelchair and looked at him coldly. "You're angry that I can come back alive?" Shin Hong waved his hand repeatedly. "What are you talking about, Dad? Didn't I ask them to take good care of you? How did this happen?" "Don't worry, I'll take care of them now." Qin Ning cheerfully walked over. "Eunuch, don't worry about it. Those are Zhu family members, right? My husband has been very considerate to send them in for rehabilitation. He will definitely take good care of them." "What? Who did you send in? Where did you send them?" Qin Ning looked up. At the source of the voice, she grinned. "Of course it's the prison. Don't worry, we've already greeted them. We'll take good care of them. My stepmother Sama." Xu Zian hurriedly looked at Shin Hang. "Brother Hang, they are too bold to send my family to prison." Shin Hang impatiently told her to shut up, then said to the old man, "Dad, you're not fine. There's no need to do so absolutely. Our relatives, how to get along in the future." Shin Weigua closed his eyes. "This son has been broken from the roots and cannot be saved. Boat walk. I'm tired and don't want to see them." Shin Zhouxing nodded. "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll clean up immediately." "Ninger, one for each. No problem." Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Zhu Zian. Chapter 39, sending them to a nursing home. Zhu Xiuyan wailed in fear. "Zhou Chang, Nui, quickly come here. This shrew wants to beat me." "Qin Ning, I'm telling you, I know your mom. If you dare to touch me again, I'll let your mom clean you up." It was fine if she didn't mention Bai Zhiruo, but as soon as she did, Qin Ning directly began to move his hands and fists. "No one who can be friends with Angela Barker is a good person. She's not right. She's twisted. I've just beaten up Angela Barker. She's just cut off her relationship with me. And you still dare to mention her? She drugged a man and married into the Qin family with a ball. No one can look up to her. Only you when she is a senior. Even as the law. TSK, only the old man so many years to play too much flour. You are not too good to eat." Zhu Xiuyan was so confused that she couldn't even feel the pain in her body anymore. "I don't know how Shin Han would react if she knew you've been cuckolding her for so many years. I've got the paternity test." Hey. Zhu Xiuyan then reacted and yelled towards her pair of children. "Why don't you two come over and help? Do you want her to beat me to death?" Shin Zhouchang wailed. "Mom, my body is still hurting right now. So cover yourself. Brat, I usually love you for nothing, don't I? Mom, I can't move in the pain right now. Just hang in there. I told you to know what you're doing. Why don't you listen?" Zhu Zian was angry and spit out blood. This small, obviously it is all him who screamed in his own ears every day, saying that Shin Zhouxing robbed him of his position. Hadn't she done all that for him? Turns out this gave up on itself first. Stupid. Really stupid. The same virtue as his deadbeat dad. Zhu Xiyan directly gave up on calling out to Shin Zhouchang and directly raised her head to call out to Shin Nui. Shin Nan didn't even dare to go downstairs, covering her ears. "Mom, you quickly call the bodyguard. What kind of is this? I go down there is not also cannon fodder. My brother is right. You have nothing to mess with them for what? Self-inflicted." Zhu Zian spat out another mouthful of blood. "Shin Nan, you white-eyed wolf, when you saw your mother being beaten, you hid quite far away." Shin Nan bristled. "Mom, all the money in our family is earned by Big Brother, so what's wrong with letting sister-in-law get beaten up? Other people can't even get beaten up if they want to." Zhu Xiuyan fainted with a mouthful of blood. What the hell did she give birth to? Shin Nui saw her own mother fainted, and she said weakly, "You can't hit me if you hit her. I didn't harm Big Brother. I learned about that grandpa thing later, but I didn't know where grandpa had been hidden by dad." Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves. "Oh, Outlaw Bamboo produces good bamboo shoots. I'm not going to hit you. You go to your room. We're going to clean up today." Shin Nui bottomed out. "Is it to clean me up?" The little girl is quite smart to know that she's not the Shin family seed and has saved a lot of money. "Host, this really has nothing to do with Shin Nui. It's all her mom's fault, but she doesn't dare to say anything, because if she does, her mom will screw her to death." "So you're saying I shouldn't involve her? She has the same character as her real father, and she'll go to her real father, a country paraprofessional, later. In that case, forget it." Qin Ning nodded. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it." Shin Nui whooshed into the room after hearing this and pulled out her cell phone to send a message. When Shin Hong saw Zhu Zian fainted, he looked viciously at Qin Ning. "You're killing people. No wonder the Qin family hates you so much. You just deserve it. You deserve to be unwanted." Before the words hit the ground, he was knocked out by Shin Zhouxing. Qin Ning looked at Shin Zhouxing. How to deal with it? Shin Zhouxing gave them a disgusted look. Return the favor in the same way as their own. Qin Ning scratched his head. Don't bully me into reading less. Make it clear. Sent to a nursing home, they'll have to taste everything Grandpa has suffered and eaten. Still the original one? The staff at that one are giving it away. Qin Ning just finished the sentence. I don't know where Shin Zhouxing got out a handkerchief, but also slowly and methodically wiped the blood on his hands. Sent to a nursing home abroad. The kind that can't come out in this life. If I, Shin Zhouxing, don't act, do they all think I'm easy to bully? Qin Ning gave a thumbs up. That's a good idea. I can refer to it but why don't you send Shin Yuan in? He tried to harm you, and even though it all failed, he's still a man with a previous record. Shin Yuan, who had just returned from his own hospital with his 4 sons, returned, crying with a face that was worse than his own death. When he saw Shin Zhouxing, he started to say, Zhouxing it's all because second uncle is obsessed, always wanting to harm you. Swallowing Shin himself, although I didn't succeed, I've wronged you, so God punish me. Not my 4 sons, not your 4 brothers. What's the point of me living? You tell me what's the point of me living? Qin Ning slurped a few times. It's true that there's no point, but you're still alive. You just don't have a daughter-in-law. Shin Yuan froze for a moment, and when he thought about it this way, he might as well be the oldest, regardless of gender. At least he has a daughter-in-law. He's having a son to carry on the family name. Why did you have to cut him off? Is this retribution because he was murderous towards his nephew? Shin Zhouxing was quite annoyed by his crying. Second uncle, I always knew it was you, just still thinking of giving you a chance. I finally got around to your confession today, and I'll be ugly. If you have a next time, I'll never clear the air. You're a bit of a saint. I'm not the one who got hurt, so feel free to do as you wish. Shin Yuan was grateful. Don't worry, great nephew, I will definitely not harm you again. Otherwise let me be struck by heavenly thunder. Shin Zhouxing sighed. He also wanted to rectify Shin Yuan. Just grandfather's situation is unstable. 3 sons let him send away too. He was afraid that grandfather cannot hold out. Shin Yuan looked at Qin Ning again. Can't she say 50 cents again? Qin Ning, no, $1. Shin Zhouxing immediately blocked in front of Qin Ning. Second uncle, if there's nothing else, go back to your room and rest. Shin Yuan immediately turned around. I'm desperate. I'm going to emo. I need to heal. He is the second master of the Shin family. Half of his life is full of splendor. How is it that in middle age, the children are not competing, talking about healing, but actually going to those institutions? He wants to turn his 4 sons back to normal, male or female, at least a daughter-in-law. Shin Yuan nodded. It was still his nephew-in-law who understood him. This kind is innate, and if they are forced to change it, they'll die inside. Shin Yuan's eyes widened. Would he die? Then forget it. Better dead than alive. If he can't, he'll tune up and train another trumpet. Qin Ning seemed to have discovered a new continent. Shin Yuan and Shin Yu were worthy of being brothers and both wanted to practice small numbers. Chapter 40, Fighting at the Drop of a Hat. Qin Ning is completely famous, violently beating the Qin family to be removed from the family, married to the Shin family to send away the in-laws. Bai Jiruo saw the news for a moment of fear. Luckily, I broke off relations with her. She is really a veritable scourge. Suyun is such a good person. How did she end up like this? She was nicer to Boatwalk than she was to Boat City or Nui Nui, but unfortunately, in the end, nothing came out of it. In order to have someone who knows how to serve the old man, she even invited her own mom and dad, not realizing that her good intentions would be treated like a donkey's liver and lungs by Boatwalk. Qin Wen shook his head. Boatwalk is not such a person. This should be Qin Ning's idea. After all, Boat City has grown up as well, more or less threatening Boatwalk's interests. Qin Zhao also chimed in. Mom, I heard that Zhu's family was all sent to prison by brother Zhou Xing. How can he be such a person? I used to have a pretty good impression of him. It's fortunate that I didn't agree to Shin Zhouxing's advances. Otherwise if he were to deal with you guys like this, then I'd be the Qin family's sinner. Bai Jiruo was very angry. Jia Jiao, contact your big brother and save your Uncle Shin and Aunt Xiaoyan. This Qin Ning really doesn't do anything. No matter whose house he goes to, he'll stir up whoever's house he's in to fall apart. Hubby, you shouldn't favor her either. How many things have happened in the house since she came back? Before she came back, there was no conflict between us at all. Although Qin Wen was still thinking about the fact that he could hear what was in Qin Ning's heart, there was nothing good about what was in her heart for someone who didn't have good intentions, right? So at this point his scales still favored Qin Zhao. After all, it was the child they had raised for so many years. How could it possibly harm them? It must be that Qin Ning was jealous of Zhao Jiao and was trying to provoke their relationship both explicitly and implicitly. Qin Wen agreed with his wife after his self-pua succeeded. I know. Anyway, the relationship has been severed. And it's also the same as telling the outside world that we don't have anything to do with Qin Ning. and if Qin Ning gets into trouble she'll take the blame herself. Qin Jiao hugged Bai Jiruo's arm and pouted. Mom, don't talk about sister like that. I think my sister has a bit of a twisted psyche because she didn't have a family when she was a kid, so she can't accept it when she sees other people being happy. Mom, it's all my fault. I took my sister's place, otherwise she wouldn't be so jealous. Dad, you too. Why did you kick your sister out so early? In fact, we should have given her some more time. Then give enough love and care to make your sister feel warm. Bai Jiruo snorted coldly. Jia Jiao, you are just too simple. How could someone as ruthless as her be touched by us? You, just be your Qin family's eldest lady and don't worry about her. Qin Jiao secretly rejoiced. As long as there was no Qin Ning to mess things up, her and her mother's plan would definitely be resolved very smoothly. Her eyes reddened again. But Mom, I always feel sorry for my sister. I've enjoyed it for so many years. I am especially blessed to have a loving mom and dad and 5 older brothers, but my sister never felt it at all, and I felt so guilty that I didn't hate her even when she hit me as hard as she did. Mom, will you not hate your sister? None of us should hate her. Qin Jiao spoke and fell into Bai Jiruo's arms and cried, looking at Qin Wen also very heartbroken. Seeing her baby daughter crying so hard, Bai Jiruo comforted Qin Jiao while disparaging Qin Ning. Qin Jiao had tears in her eyes and a smile at the corners of her mouth, clearly pleased, but in the system's impression, it was the look of death. What does the system see when the camera pans out? While others are still sparing no effort to smear her and troll her, this rightful owner spent $1 million and admired the beautiful man's abs yet. It looked at Qin Ning, who was drooling at Shen Zhouxing's abs on the side, shook its non-existent head and rolled its not-so-existent eyes. By the wayside a virtual gasp. The host is not doing its job. What can it a unity do? Qin Ning wiped his saliva. Tuzi, you're scornful of me. Don't lie. I can feel it. Xingjiao is yin-yanging you in front of your own mother, saying you're a love-starved and jealous wretch. And then what? And then your mother said it's a good thing she broke it off with you, and she was scolding you, which is pretty nasty, which translates to mosaic. Qin Ning got up and even thoughtfully fastened the buttons for Shen Zhouxing. I haven't finished reading today's 1 million. Save it for when I come back. Shen Zhouxing raised his eyebrows. You're going to look at someone else's? Other people's are not as hard as mine, not as well-shaped, and not as colorful. Qin Ning took a few deep breaths and simply washed his face to dissipate his anger. Someone in the Qin family has a foul mouth. I'm going to deliver medicine. Shen Zhouxing put on his clothes, got up and said, I'll see you off. Qin Ning thoughtfully pressed him down. You rest, look at your 2 red bloodshot eyes. Rest. I don't want to be a widow at the moment. After all, it's not too easy to find a man with great tonic. Shen Zhouxing smiled helplessly. But you don't know how to drive, or I'll have the driver send you. Qin Jiao still refused. I'm going to sweep the shared bike and ride for 35 minutes, then hit the drop for 45 minutes, and finally run for 20 minutes to get there. You city people don't understand. It's only after all the pain that I end up fighting. Shen Zhouxing did not understand, but respected. Qin Ning first pedaled the shared bicycle out of the sparks, then got seasick and vomited once on the drop, lost $200 to the owner, and finally ran all the way forward, so tired that his lungs were about to explode. When he stood at the entrance of the Qin family's garden, he was like an evil spirit in Hades. The bodyguards look at the sky and the earth, at their shoes and their boogers, and end up catching each other with lice. The gate was open just as watertight, and Qin Ning just swaggered in. The bodyguards engaged in the following conversation. How did the door open when I was just tying a shoelace? I don't know. I'm cleaning. I'm watching the sky at night. I'm observing the land drought this year. We're both catching lice. In the house of the Qin family's big house, Bai Jiruo is cursing in the heat of the moment, and Qin Jiao is talking like a peach blossom. Qin Ning punched a white lotus flower and kicked a kissing mum. The 2 men who hit it screamed croak. Qin Jiao whimpered and cried, and Bai Jiruo wailed. Mom, Jiao it hurts. Sister don't hit. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have taken your place. I'll leave right away. Don't hit. Bai Jiruo poo-pooed. Jiao, there is only one first lady in the Qin family, and that's you. She's nothing. I'll never recognize her. Qin Ning grinned and punched over, and Bai Jiruo fainted. With this fist of hers, a 300-pound pig would faint. What does Bai Jiruo count? Qin Wen cowered in a ball. We agreed that if we hit them, we couldn't hit me. Ning. She ended up having a delightful dinner at the Qin family's home and another friendly meeting and conversation with old man and woman Qin. It was only in the middle of the night that he tiptoed back to Shen's house, just laying down. The lights came on. Shen Zhouxing was very aggravated. Ninger, the comforter is all warmed up. Why are you just coming back? Qin Ning thought about the 39-degree heat outside, and he was thoughtful enough to warm the comforter? Chapter 41, It's not working well. I'll eat upside down. Shen Zhouxing saw her froze and patted the spot beside her. Come on. Qin Ning didn't say anything and walked over to the sofa. pulling out the agreement from his bag and reviewing it word for word. Shinjoshing quickly recalled the agreement that he had drawn up, and there was no item on it about sharing the same bed. Unico. It said that there's no such thing as a crook, and this guy is really fooling me. It's not even in the agreement. He's trying to seduce me with his beauty and then achieve the goal of saving money. The system was also speechless, and people really do laugh when they are speechless. Host, do you think there's a possibility that Shinjoshing likes you? Qin Ning shook his head. Judging from my 5 years of experience in killing pigs in Pingan village, he wants to take over the Qin clan through me and then become a superb family in Xinjiang. Shinjoshing also agreed with the words of that something Tuanzi. People really do laugh when they are speechless. Couldn't he be attracted to her personality? Then got an agreed marriage to lure people in first, and then a little more. He admitted that his methods were less than honorable, but he didn't mean any harm. Qin's in the hands of Qin Yuan. That thing that can't keep its pants on when it's fooled by a woman. Sooner or later it will lose out. And the rest of the Qin family doesn't have that ability. He acquired it in name, but it still belonged to Qin Ning and was still called Qin. This was a solution to Grandpa Qin's mind. At the very least, it allowed him to have no regrets. Alas, why does no one understand him? Qin Ning took the agreement and sat beside Shinjoshing. Mr. Shin, there is no sleeping and sleeping together in the agreement. If we sleep and sleep together, what do you think is good? Shinjoshing handed out another bank card. $10 million a night. Qin Ning grinned. $10 million? Just the kind of pure chatting under the covers. May I ask if my husband needs it? Shinjoshing patted the bed. Ninger, please load up. Qin Ning put away her bank card, closed the agreement, and smiled in a very formulaic manner. Husband, wait a moment. I'm covered in stinky sweat and need a shower. Shinjoshing rose thoughtfully. May I ask if Ms. Qin needs service? It's not expensive. $1 million at a time. Qin Ning shook his head. No need. Shinjoshing black face. His money is so good to earn. How is that guy's money so difficult to earn? Qin Ning took a bath and sang a song. Humph, want to earn her money. Next life, she picks up even her own fear. If it is not because of the fear of Shinjoshing to send her with invisible consumption, today will not even force herself to run out of the limit. Seeing that his beauty plan had failed, Shinjoshing took out his cell phone and began to search the internet. Qin Ning watched tired intermission. I saw someone posted a help post. Wife seems to have lost interest in me. Let me how to imply. She is very rational refusal. What should I do? Online waiting. Quite anxious. She scrolled down towards the bottom and there were already hundreds of comments with ideas. Qin Ning looked at the videos in his collection and decided to give that netizen some substantial advice. What to catch a woman's heart to catch a woman's stomach? Which is weak. Can catch a woman's stomach only takeout. What thoughtfulness. On call. Nightclub brother and brother can stick to the bone. As long as the money, not to mention on call. People 24 hours close to the guard. So she gave a piece of advice. Superior looks, seductive eyes, evil smile, bare abs, strength that doesn't fit in your suit pants, and then kneeling on the bed. You just wiggle slightly. It's the kind of back and forth activity for a herniated disc. Man, just try it. One try and no squeak. It doesn't work well. I'll stand upside down and eat. Standing post for proof. After typing it and checking it again, it was all her favorite anyway, and she was sure 99% of the girls had the same hobbies as her. They have not shown it only because there are individual reasons. For example, the husband only has one abdominal muscle, the husband is not strong, and the occasion is not appropriate, etc. As for the 1%, it's negligible at the moment, and that part should have seen enough to be practicing in Terminalia nowadays. And Shinjoshing is taking notes, to be able to cook, to be considerate, to remember all the holidays of his wife, to be sweet and thoughtful, and know how to be romantic, learn to create little surprises, and be nice to her family. Shinjoshing crossed that out. Their families didn't need it, but remembering it suddenly revealed a comment that was top of mind and had the most likes. What was written on it? He just read through it. And wasn't the subject of this comment still the beauty plan? Thinking about the way Ninger drooled at noon, he felt that this plan would work. Qin Ning was on the verge of rubbing her bald skin. After all, it was the first time she had ever slept next to a boy, and she made sure she didn't let him see any ash on her. And incidentally, marinated myself in flavor, but a little too much, and a little dizzy what to do. If Shinjoshing asked, she would say that it was body odor. After grinding for an hour, Qin Ning came out, and Shinjoshing knelt down. The two of them froze, and Shinjoshing touched his nose somewhat unconsciously. Ninger, this scent of yours is somewhat familiar. Qin Ning was a bit pretentious. Oops, it's someone else's body odor. Shinjoshing pulled the corner of his mouth. Ninger is quite special. She actually likes the same flavor as the smart toilet cleaner. Qin Ning was a bit confused. What do you mean? What do you mean? The system couldn't help itself. Host, I just reminded you that you used the wrong shower gel. That small one is shower gel and the big one is toilet bowl aromatherapy. Xin Ning good guy. A good guy. She was glad to marinate herself in flavor. Now it seems to be a joke. Shen Zhouxing was on his knees and agitated his body. But Xin Ning seemed to be immersed in her own world and didn't even see how hard Shen Zhouxing was hitting on her. Xin Ning was lifeless. Shen Zhouxing, don't put so many things in the bathroom in the future. I can't even tell them apart. Shen Zhouxing are tired. At least take a look but people directly lie down and close their eyes to sleep. Shen Zhouxing drew out his belt, took off his suit pants, changed into his housecoat, and found the comment that had just come up with the idea. Failed. My wife didn't even look at it, and went straight to bed after taking a shower. You send me the video of you eating upside down tomorrow or I'll be after you the whole time. Xin Ning did not fall asleep with his eyes closed, fished out his cell phone from under his pillow, opened it and saw that the blogger who had just commented replied, surprisingly failed. How is that possible? So she asked again, how can it fail? Girls love it. I've experimented with all of them many times, and the girls are looking at one and loving the other. The blogger continued, she didn't even give a look. I didn't see an ounce of emotion in her eyes. Xin Ning replied, that's her blind. You don't feel bad. The old doesn't go and the new doesn't come. Said also sneezed. Shen Zhouxing turned off his cell phone in anger. What a bad idea. Not useful at all. Chapter 42, I am who I am. A different kind of firework. Shen Zhouxing is sulking. Xin Ning is secretly glad. Tootsie, tell me if I'm smart. I'm not fooled. I don't care how he seduces me. Host, if I say you're horny, but you value money more than men, and if I say you love money, but you don't earn money, how should I define you? I am who I am. A different kind of fireworks. You don't define me arbitrarily, but you have to know that my principle is, life and death are indifferent. If you don't obey, just do it. Host, you really don't plan to have a sensational love affair with Shen Zhouxing. The domineering president falls in love with the pig killing me. How explosive. Shen Zhouxing was confused. The domineering president was him? The pig killer is Ninger? Host, you think about it. You guys have to talk about it. It can definitely be made into a short drama. It will definitely be very hot then. It's another money-making business. Xin Ning did not even think about it. Directly refused. Do not. There is no man in the heart. Draw the sword, natural god. Man. Look at it on the line. Cannot get on the hand. Why? Aren't you still drooling over his abs? You're a greedy girl who doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Xin Ning coldly grunted. You used to mix in the men's dormitory. Yeah, all the previous hosts were boys. I want to see how girls are this time. How many daughters-in-law have you assisted? At most, and at least, in the case of male protagonists, maximum 18, minimum 8. Xin Ning said in a serious tone, men use the lower half of their bodies to think about their feelings, and use the upper half of their bodies to measure the world. But women are different. Women are a whole. All used to think about their feelings. They can't get the world. The system got excited. It warmed up. Its host branched out. Host, are you going to start to fight the world? Where to start? This system is ready to assist. After the unification of the world, do you want to have a wide range of harem? Open a company. Open all kinds of companies. Open them all over the world. And then lie at home and hear about the accounts. Become the envy of women. And help a lot of handsome men. The system rolled its non-existent eyes. Oh, the hell, I believe you. Xin Ning shut up and didn't say anything. She had never been alone. She had been. She was. And she would be. Shen Zhouxing was listening quite attentively. Why was there suddenly no sound? Did it stop or did he not hear it? He waited and waited. Who knows what it's like to wait from darkness to dawn? He, Shen Zhouxing, knew. Torment. Too much torment. It's more desperate than a cold shoulder. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Shen Zhouxing walked into the restaurant with 2 dark circles under his eyes. The shape is like although it smells good, but eating is definitely stinky. I have a physiological reaction a little dry retch. Where's my cell phone? I'm ready to shoot. I'm gonna take 3 bites of this cake. Only then did Shen Zhouxing confirm that it was Ninger who had fallen asleep last night, not him who couldn't hear him. Eat it, our standing post for proof. Xin Ning is never a person who does not keep his word, because this comment has gone up 10,000 fans are waiting for her to eat upside down. Shen Zhouxing thought, why was this sentence so familiar? Could she have been the one who posted last night? Thinking of this, Shen Zhouxing smiled helplessly. What's going on with yourself? It's amazing that you can do something to seduce a girl. If those brothers found out, they wouldn't know how to laugh at him. But the problem is that when you seduce, the girls don't take the bait, and that's what makes people laugh. After he stabilized himself, he walked straight over. What's Ning Er doing? Xin Ning looked up with a sincere face. I'm eating. You want some? Shen Zhouxing looked towards the table where a poo-shaped cake was lifelike. He blushed in embarrassment. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll go upstairs and catch up on my sleep. Ninger, enjoy yourself. Xin Ning sighed. Well, since you're not blessed to enjoy it, let's watch me do an upside-down eating. Shun Zhouxing, who had just gone up a few stairs, turned around only to see Qin Ning eating a shaped chocolate cake upside down with her hands propped up on the dining table. He rolled on one foot. First time I've seen someone eat upside down in over 20 years of living. He steadied himself and limped up the stairs. He had to get to work. He might go crazy if he stayed with this guy any longer. Qin Ning finished showing off the cake in 3 bites, edited the video and posted it below the comments section. Numerous netizens have sought out the flavor. They literally saw someone eating upside down. But the concern of some netizens is that she can actually stand upside down. Qin Ning is on fire, with a video of her eating upside down, giving her 80,000 followers. Her account has also caught fire and people are realizing more and more that she is a person who not only has an interesting soul, but also a strong heart. Some people began to pick up her information and finally realized that she was the Qin family's eldest miss who had been expelled from the family and severed by the Qin family, or the kind that's been lost for 17 years and just recovered within days. Netizens asked questions underneath the video of her eating upside down. Qin Ning couldn't answer and simply made another video. She also made a point of wearing a green loudmouth fish nightgown. The family even made a point of clicking on it, only to hear, "Hello everyone, I'm Qin Ning, the widely known one who was thrown away by Qin Wan and by Zhiruo for 17 years and was expelled from his home a week after recognizing him." There are several specific reasons for this. First, my own father is a wallflower, and my own mother is stupid and unaware of it, and was fooled into looking down on me by 2 drops of horse urine from the fake Qin Zhao. Of course I look down on them. Don't think they're rich and powerful, but can they kill pigs better than I can? Incidentally, I'm a professional butcher, so if there's a need to kill a pig, I can come to your home. I dealt seriously with the behavior of these 3, mainly by reasoning first, followed by a fistfight, and in the end I prevailed and managed to get kicked out. Secondly, my 5 so-called real brothers are even walking around with placentas. Qin Yuan, a president, can't control his lower body and is fairy jumped by a woman, causing Qin's turmoil. Qin Air, Qin San and Qin Wu, as doctors have not done a few surgeries, the biggest being the removal of the appendix. When the lawyer did not fight the lawsuit, when the professor, with a broken gold glasses to pretend to be Svenskum, attracting schoolgirls weak. I do not want to use too many words to say that they are all traitors to Qin Zhao, only Qin Wu. He also returned $20 million to me. I saved his life, and there is nothing between me and him. At the end of the video, Qin Ning removed his hat and moved closer to the camera, revealing an evil smile. I know you guys will be cursing and gnashing your teeth as you watch this video. I, Qin Ning, will not be your good girl, but will always be your nightmare. By Zhiruo roared and smashed the screen. She's provoking us, Jiao. Let your big brother clean her up. She's gone against the grain. Qin Jiao suppressed the corners of her mouth and still had to persuade Bai Zhiruo. It's not good, mom. Sister was just joking. Fight. Come on, let your big brother clean her up. Chapter 43, I'm crying. Want to join me? Half hour later, Qin Ning replied to the rainbow farts of the netizens before slowly connecting to Qin Yuan's video. Meanwhile, Shen Zhouxing had just signed a contract and walked out of the hotel. Reporters from nowhere swarmed the room. Yang Xian stretched out his arm to block it. Boss, you go first. Shen Zhouxing's face was expressionless as he scanned the circle. What do you want to ask? One reporter was more daring. Mr. Shen, I heard that your wife is Miss Qin Ning Qin. Shen Zhouxing's face only looked better when he heard this. Indeed, now you should call her Mrs. Shen. That reporter also breathed a sigh of relief. Did Mr. Shen watch Mrs. Shen's video? Shen Zhouxing blurted out. The one who eats upside down? The reporters laughed. People said no, it's the latest, and someone found out the video to play it straight. Only after reading it did the reporter ask, what does Mr. Shen think? Shen Zhouxing smiled. I stood and watched. As long as the lady is happy, she can send whatever she wants. Her character is straightforward. She has a grudge, and she looks down on life and death. I was also attracted to this character of hers, and it is very rare for my wife to maintain such a character after being lost by her family for 17 years and having her relatives picked on by fakes after her return. Reporters have bowed their heads to record. There is too much information here. Go back and review it. A reporter squeezed up. What does Mr. Shen think about the crisis Qin's recently encountered? Shen Zhouxing was very formulaic. I'm sorry, it's not convenient for me to discuss this matter, but amongst the Qin family it's still the old master Qin Xingxing's 3 brothers who are more capable. The reporter got a satisfactory answer and retreated. Other reporters asked questions. Mr. Shen, the madam has been removed from the Qin family. Do you think she is worthy of you? I don't mean any harm. It's just that everyone wants to know your understanding of door-to-door. Shen Zhouxing said politely. As we all know, there are times when family marriages have to take place for the sake of interests, but they end up being tragedies, as was the case with my parents. When I was 10 years old they separated and married each other, and I lived with my grandparents. That's why I think door-to-door is less important than truthfulness, because I'm capable enough to get benefits on my own, not on a woman. And I hope you all find your favorite half. Assistant Yang. Give each reporter a red envelope for tea. The weather is hot. You have worked hard. Yang Hyun started preparing for the interview when Senior started doing it, and look at how excellent he is at responding as an assistant. The reporters got a red packet of $3,000 each, and the interview went well, and the report was all about praising Shin Joshing and Chin Ning. Instead, the Chin family became stinky. At this time, Chin Ning was in the Shin family and Chin Yuan's video sparring. Various organs from both parties themselves were cursed to both parents, cursing back to the ancestors from both parents, cursed from the grandparents that sons born on both sides have no ass. The two sides then engaged in a curse rally, which ended with Chin Ning getting a close win with a line about the length of your 5 centimeters that managed to shut Chin Yuan up. Chin Ning turned off the video to gloat, and Chin Yuan turned off the video to foam at the mouth. The system admired. Host, you take the job. Professional scolding will be a variety of dialects, 8 languages, if scolding the other side, but also slightly know some fists and feet. Chin Ning is like a big proud tiger that fights to win. Chin Yuan can still manage the company, but this guy is easily fooled, and even more easily fooled by women. That's why the old man wasn't at all comfortable leaving Chin in his hands. Now Shin Joshing's shares and mine together exceed Chin Yu's. If Chin Yu tries to compete with me, she's bound to lose. The system didn't react for a moment. Has Chin Yuan changed his name? Chin Ning sneered. Chin Jiao's own mother. Or did you tell me that you forgot? Where did you drink the fake wine? Tuzi, I suspect that you are getting old and are starting to experience forgetfulness. The system resumed its review for a moment. Host, I'm really sorry. I forgot to delete the plot of the last host. I'll delete it completely and start formatting it right away. Chin Ning really doesn't want her to delete it. At least let her learn the experience of unifying the world. But the system told her that in today's world, it would be delusional for her to unify the world. Chin Ning is angry. The system can be questioned but not denied. She hasn't even started to do it yet. How can it not be? Women, make sure you set an ambitious goal for yourself and move towards it. In the end, whatever you get, it's the process that counts. The system urges. Host, don't self-pua. Your grandparents are calling you. Your milk is dying. Chin Ning picked up the phone. And old Mrs. Chin had only one explanation. Ninger, no matter what mistakes they make in the future, please leave them alive. Even for grandma's sake. By the way, grandma has one more thing to tell you in secret. If you don't know a man's past, then you must not agree. Especially if there's someone else in your heart. Because for the rest of your life you're competing with the one in his heart. That's how grandma came to be. Your grandfather was self-deluded. He said he loved me the most, but he failed Chin Yu's mother. He failed his fiancée. And I have many times gotten a lot of things I didn't know before from just his words. Who wouldn't envy me a life with a capable and long-suffering husband? Children, and children, living a wealthy life, with a social and family status unmatched by any other woman. No one knows what he's like when he's drunk. That's why it's not fun for the grandmothers of this world to stop coming. Even if it were to come, grandma won't get married. Because of your grandfather's affair, grandma has wasted 10 years and shortened her life. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. And old man Chin also explained. Ninger, grandpa believes in you. Chins will get better and better in your hands. Grandpa is sorry that it took so many years to find you and that you suffered so much. And ultimately we were wrong. You're the one who suffered. And you're the only one who can save the Chin family. I've apologized to so many people. And now I don't know how to atone for my sins. So I'll just have to follow your grandmother. Just let grandpa be a shrinking violet for once. And leave the Chin family's mess to you. Chin Ning had been killing pigs for 5 years and had long since developed a heart of stone. The old man and woman's final exhortation was touching, but they didn't cry. The old man's own affair debt that he caused ended up being retaliated against the Chin family, and she didn't cry. But the thought of the next to face the Chin family's mess, she cried more than the death of her mother. This pain is comparable to the hard to raise 20 pigs, should be out of the pen. Came a swine fever. She did not sleep well all night, hanging 2 panda eyes. Early in the morning began to wear mourning. Shin Joshing home shocked. Ninger, what is this look? Chin Ning didn't even lift his head. I'm going to cry. Do you want to come along? Chapter 44, 2 daughters returned. Shin Joshing then reacted. Grandparents went, called me yesterday with last words, and so far no word from the Chin family. I'll check. Chin Ning pulled him back. No, this was Chin Wen and his 3 brothers' idea. Chin's just had an incident, and yesterday I posted a video, and with your interview, Chin's stock price fell again. If the news of the second old man's death was spread at this time, Chin would only be in more danger. The old man gave me 30% of the shares. How much is on your side? I've already arranged for someone to take the plunge, and I currently have 21% in hand. Qin Yu has 9%. Qin Wen has 20%. And your two uncles have 10% each. Qin Ning looked up at him. Change into a black suit and bring black armbands. Let's go to the Qin family. Shen Zhouxing worried. Should we bring some people? We will personally beat them at the funeral. Your grandparents won't feel at ease when they see it. Qin Ning snorted and laughed. The old lady said that leaving a life would be enough. Besides, when did you get so pushy about these things? Shen Zhouxing compromised. A woman sings with her husband. We'll beat whoever you say. Qin Ning was dressed in mourning clothes, with a meter-long white cloth tied around his head, looking as if he were a clan elder of some ethnic minority. Only people wore black embroidered ones and she was a white weeper. The Qin family home. The remains of the two oldest members of the Qin family were neatly arranged. Some people cried, some people were numb, and some people were excited. The ones crying are Qin Wen, Qin Shi and Qin Xing. Without the old man to hold down the fort, how long can their Qin family's position as a first-class family be maintained? The following children, except for one Qin Yuan, were all wastes, and were not of any use to the family. Bai Zhiruo, Xu Shi and Nan Nian had numb faces. The content of the numbness is still different. The expressions of these grandchildren of Qin Yuan also varied, and the most excited one was Qin Zhao. She couldn't wait to pull out her cell phone. Mom, the old man is dead and so is the old lady. On the other end, Qin Yu held her cell phone and didn't reply for a long time. What's going on? If that old woman died, she died. How did Qin Shang die? Qin Zhao thought her own mother hadn't seen it, and she sent it again. Qin Yu replied to her this time. How did Qin Shang die? Qin Zhao typed while observing his surroundings. He committed suicide and took a bottle of sleeping pills. What? How could he die like that? He should have died at my hands. You come back immediately now and bring Qin Shang's body here. Qin Zhao thought her mom was crazy. How could she take a corpse with her? Mom, what are you thinking? All of the Qin family is here. Second grandpa and third grandpa are already heading towards the capital city. I can't even finish this matter. Qin Yu put down his cell phone and calmed down for a while. Wait to bury it and then dig it out. Relying on Zhao Zhao is really unlikely now. Qin Zhao put her heart down only after she got her mom's reply, then walked towards Bai Zhiruo with a sad face. Meanwhile, Qin Shang's two daughters rushed back. They did not have Qin's shares in their hands and only participated in Qin's dividends. Now that the two old men are gone, their private property should be taken out. The sisters came in and first pretended to cry for a while. Only then did he look at Qin Wen. Big brother, how did mom and dad get there? Qin Wen glanced at them impatiently. Two idiots, bringing two Phoenix men to live in the house shamelessly, flying around all day long traveling and enjoying themselves, not doing a bit of filial piety for mom and dad. And now that they're dead and they're back, aren't they just running after the inheritance? Thinking of this, Qin Wen hummed. Yo, who are these two? Why do I feel like I haven't seen them in a long time? What are they doing back now? Bai Zhiruo likewise disliked these two little ants, so she said coolly, hubby, you don't remember. It seems that one is called Qin Jing and the other is called Qinling. It's these two names that mom has been shouting before she dies. But unfortunately, the death doesn't close her eyes. Qin Jing and Qinling looked at each other. Qin Jing was not convinced at all. Does sister-in-law lie without a draft? Mom has been in a coma for 10 years. How does she call out to me? That's right. Big brother and sister-in-law changed the subject and didn't want to answer us. Did mom and dad's death have something to do with you? Qin Jing was unforgiving. I knew it. You guys don't want mom and dad to be good. You covet the private property in mom and dad's hands, and you purposely made mom and dad give it to you while we weren't at home. Qin Wen heard this kind of words of loss of conscience. His stomach of resentment and aggression directly exploded. Grabbed Qin Jing and hit him. You stupid. Mom woke up a long time ago. You bring a talentless man to spend every day. Have you ever come back to see? Dad couldn't take it himself because mom died, took a whole bottle of sleeping pills, and was out cold when he found out. Hearing this, Qin Ling grabbed the handle. Big brother, my sister and I are not at home. There are extenuating circumstances. Aren't you all at home? Why did you guys only realize when dad was cold? What have you been doing? Sister-in-law? What about you? Second brother and second sister-in-law? What about you? Third brother and third sister-in-law? Who are you to talk about us? We merely married a common man in pursuit of happiness, and when you looked the other way, we took it out and left our home to you. But now, we come back and all we see are the bodies of our parents. What are you three doing? Bai Zhiruo's expression was a bit unnatural. I went to see it every day before, but when I went, mom got angry, so dad didn't let me go, and I haven't seen if the others went or not. Xu Shi and Nan Nian looked at each other. Their attention had been on the children's safety lately, with doctors and nurses, nannies and housekeepers on the in-laws' side. It's not their turn to keep watch. Qin Jing fumed and pushed Qin Wen away. Mom and dad's death has nothing to do with your three families. All three of you have to pay for your lives. My poor mom and dad. They gave birth to so many children, and in the end, they couldn't count on any of them. Qin Ling tugged at her. You're scolding both of us into it. Get down to business. Qin Jing wiped the hard-squeezed tears. Since the people are gone, let's talk about business. What about the shares in Dad's hand? Real estate and movable property. Where's the property in Mom's hand? Take it all out. The words fell unanswered. Qin Jing was a bit angry. What do you mean? You want to take it all for yourselves? Don't forget that my sister and I are also Mom and Dad's children. Qin Shi laughed coldly. After their two oldest privately disposed of it, I didn't even share a bit of it. What can you, a married daughter, have? No way. Ergo, you're not telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Uncle Fu will bring his lawyer here in a moment, and then you'll know. They, just didn't leave any for their children at all, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Qin Ling shook her head at Qin Jing. Her second brother's words could not be trusted. Xu Shi was secretly glad that she had Qin Yu. Chapter 45, The Will is Announced. All despair. Xu Shi's complacency in the eyes of Nan Yen is very harsh. No daughter can really suffer, but sister-in-law cannot be happy. Qin Ning are divided out. That money big house cannot get. Qin Ning, who was still in the car, couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the news coming from the system. When ordinary people die, they really do have children who are genuinely interested in them to cry a little. But the so-called big families, once the old man died, above the spiritual hall each has his own way of calculating how much they can share. Shen Zhouxing patted her shoulder. I'm sorry for your loss. Perhaps this is also a relief. Qin Ning sighed. I know they are relieved. It is the Qin family members who are all fighting each other over the inheritance in the hearth, thinking that this so-called big family is not as good as the common people. At least there are still a few bits of sincerity. Shen Zhouxing was unable to refute for a moment. You'll see more in the future, and the ones that killed people are even more numerous. I won't do that later. Well, I believe you. If I'm all alone, I'll spend what I can, and if I can't, I'll pay the poor people. If I had children and grandchildren, I would even spend every penny and not leave them a dime. Then get a safe and put a piece of paper in it. Let them fight it out. And when they finally grab it, they find the paper says, surprise, surprise, not a penny, it's all spent, let you fight it out. Shen Zhouxing's forehead came down with 3 black lines. He knew that some people could be comforted without comfort. Qin Ning finished himself and laughed. I'm such a smart egg. The driver glanced at the lady in the rearview mirror as he observed a moment of silence for Mr. Shen's children and grandchildren. Obviously a top-stream family, soon to be poor, and Uncle Fook has taken the lawyer to the funeral hall. Standing before the remains of the 2 oldest, the contents of the will were announced. 70% of the property in the old lady's name was gifted to Qin Ning as dowry and 30% to Qin Yu as dowry. Qin Jing immediately objected. No way. There's no way my mom wouldn't leave it for my sister and I. Who is that Qin Ning? I've never even met her. What gives her the right to take possession of 70% of the inheritance? Qin Ling looked at Bai Jiruo. No wonder big brother and sister-in-law have been severing ties with their biological daughters and trading insults online during this period of time. It turned out to be a deliberate attempt to create the illusion of discord, for the sake of surprisingly swallowing a large portion of the old lady's inheritance. Bai Jiruo also just learned that the old lady even left that scourge so much inheritance. Her Jiaojiao but not at all awe. Facing Qin Ling's questioning, she was angrier than anyone else. Everyone knows that I love Jiaojiao and hate Qin Ning. The old lady is just trying to work against me, not even giving a single shred to my Jiaojiao. As for you, the old lady is lying there. Go ahead and ask. Ask what the reason is. If I were you, I'd be embarrassed to say this. The old lady has been in a coma for 10 years, but you 2 sisters haven't seen her once. The old lady just couldn't move her body, but her mind was clear. Qin Jing, Qin Ling, you're lucky. It's because you 2 are biological. You're not yet kicked out, but you won't get any inheritance. Uncle Fu told them to be quiet and continued to let the lawyer read on. Of the estate in the old man's name, this Qin's manor is divided equally among Qin 1, Qin Shi and Qin Xing, and 20% of Qin's shares went to his eldest granddaughter, Qin Ning, and a small company in his name went to his youngest granddaughter, Qin Yu. The 5 billion in his name is divided among his 10 grandchildren other than Qin Ning and Qin Jiao, with 500 million each. However, since Qin Yuan had shares and Qin Yu had an inheritance, the shares due to both were redivided. Qin Yuan's 500 million was divided among the 4 remaining brothers, and Qin Yu's 500 million was divided among the 3 brothers of the 3rd house, and no one was allowed to have any objections. Hearing this, Qin Shi's 2 families and Qin Xing's 2 families were relieved. Qin Wen's very satisfied, only Bai Jiruo heart uncomfortable. After all, no Jiaojiao, but she has a few brothers. That 500 million she made the decision to give Jiaojiao, and Qin Jing and Qin Ling couldn't sit still. How come they have nothing? It's impossible. It's impossible. This will is fake. But no matter what they did, they were stopped by the bodyguards. She said to the lawyer. Lawyer 1. You continue to read. Lawyer 1 looked at Butler Fu. The next sentence could cause a huge fluctuation. Fu nodded. And the lawyer continued. In addition to that, 20 sets of real estate in his name were given to his eldest daughter Qinyu and granddaughter Qin Jiao. Everyone was shocked at these words. Who is Qinyu? Qin Jiao is Qinyu's daughter? Isn't she an orphan? Bai Jiruo is even more unbelievable. Qin Jiao, granddaughter of Master Qin, she has a real mother? But Qin Jiao was shouted away by a call from Qinyu just as Uncle Fu came in. Bai Jiruo couldn't find Qin Jiao anywhere. She was going crazy. Impossible. Impossible. Where is Jiao? Where did Jiao go? The Qin family is in direct chaos. Some people are looking for Qin Jiao. Some people are checking on Qinyu. And some people are going crazy. Fuan took one lawyer to intercept Qin Ning at the entrance of the manor. Lawyer Wen directly read, Elder Qin had a will, and in addition to what was published in the Qin family, the remaining 10 billion was all gifted to Ms. Qin Ning. The old master even left a message for you to protect the Qin family. Qin Ning took several deep breaths. The pressure was a bit high. The Qin family can't bring it up. However, after only a moment of frothing, he said, Uncle Fu, Junior Qin Ning is willing to hire you as my Qin family's butler at a salary of $200 million per year. Fuan smiled. Eldest miss, I'm getting old and want to accompany my wife around. But my son, Fernin, could serve, but he's too young to be worth the price. Qin Ning's mouth twitched. Uncle Fu, you scared me, but how much would you say is appropriate? Base salary 10,000. Bonuses at Missy's discretion. He's a cow and horse. He needs to be hung with good hay. It was the first time Qin Ning had seen a father who pitted his son. In that case, let's do what Uncle Fu says. The same goes for the smell lawyers. $100 million a year. And the Qin family's legal team must be world class. Lawyer Wen had a serious look on his face. Missy can just call me Wen Zhongjing. Our lawyers group and Mr. Shen's lawyers group are ranked among the top 10 in the world. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. If the two of us get divorced, which one of you will win? When Zhongjing patted his chest, our family wins. Qin Ning gave a thumbs up, promising, you guys get busy, I'll go check on them. Fu Wen reminded, Missy, it's a mess inside, the messier the better. Get your son on board now. I want a big funeral for the two old men. As soon as the words fell, a sentence came from not far away. The sky exploded with a bang, and the old slave shone. Missy, Fu Ning is here. Fu Wen kicked over. Speak human. You stay and help Missy with the manor. I'll contact the outside. Hukunin rubbed his buttocks. Finally able to take on his father's business. God knows how long he has waited. He is a 985 senior student studying management. Finally have a use for it. Chapter 46, Disturb me and I'll hit someone. When I used to go to school, I used to hear that other people's dads had all kinds of bullying careers. And my own dad worked for someone as a housekeeper. He's made countless noise and has been trying to get his dad to get a decent job. Every now and then, Mom would give him a bamboo plate stir fry. As he grows older, he unintentionally sees his dad's paycheck card balance. He understands his dad, and wants to be his dad, and even surpass him. But after graduating from college, he was useless because the Qin family's dad didn't recognize anyone else but the old man. I'd rather him nibble at home than let him come to work for the Qin family. But ever since Missy came back, Dad got in the spirit and told him to branch out, saying that the hope of the Qin family had appeared. Fu Ning walked behind Qin Ning in a beautiful manner, still holding a bag in her hand. Missy, you can handle your business as you please. The old slave will arrange all the funeral matters properly. Okay, I want the highest specification, and I'll give you a bonus when it's done. Fu Ning stood at a slight standstill. Don't worry, Missy, the old slave will definitely do it. Then he turned around and left, not forgetting to give Shen Zhouxing a greeting. Goodbye, Auntie. Shen Zhouxing wanted to laugh. It didn't seem appropriate. He could only nod his head expressionlessly. Go. Qin Ning was very satisfied. See, looking for employees should look for such. Have energy and vigor. Assigning tasks people understand and don't need me to say it a second time. Shen Zhouxing unconsciously compared him to Yang Xian. Isn't he a bit too lively? Not steady. Qin Ning rolled her eyes greatly at him. I like to be energetic, and my brother is big on tonic. Look at you. You're too serious. Yang Xian has been brought up to be a little old man by you. Shen Zhouxing raised his head 45 degrees to keep the tears from flowing down his face. I knew it. You dislike me for my age. You dislike me for not being able to do it. You haven't used it. How do you know if it works or not? Qin Ning had a vicious chill and immediately pulled up a fighting stance. Tai, who the hell are you? Hurry up and get off my husband, or I'm not done with you. Mommy bum bum red. Rudraksh, Tai Shang Lao Jun Ji Rui order. Amen. I don't care who you are. Get down there right now or I'm going to have to go on the child's pee. Shen Zhouxing, take off your pants and give them a pee. Shinjoshin quickly returned to normal and lifted her collar. Let's go. Do the right thing. No matter who you are. There's no brat I can't take down. Tunzi, Shinjoshin, when a person is speechless, he wants to laugh, but the occasion is not right. He just wants to cry. The noisy spirit hall instantly quieted down the moment Qin Ning entered. Qin Ning was draped in mourning and looked at everyone indifferently. Keep arguing, all of you. Don't stop. It's best to get the old men and women up. Qin Jing was going crazy next to the old man's remains, and when she saw Qin Ning, she was like borrowing Nez's wind and fire wheel, and arrived with a qua. Qin Ning? Are you Qin Ning? Qin Ning glanced at him with a haughty expression. I am Qin Ning Benning. What do you have to teach me? Host, she wants money, shares, inheritance, your life. She wants a lot, but no way. Qin Jing looked at her no differently than she looked at an enemy. Qin Ning, return my parents' things. Host, not only is she grumpy and love-brained, she's also ungrateful. Your mother's been in a coma for 10 years, and she and her sister haven't served her for a day. Love-brain? What kind of men make them love-brain? You pointed out to me. Two next to Nanan. Qin Ning first twisted his head to look at it. Just this? Not as good as a brother in a nightclub. What do you think? It's not good. I don't like it. What do you like? Qin Ning rarely squirmed. I want to be a stepmother to see. See? Shinjoshin gritted his teeth. People Ao Bing does not need a stepmother like you. Besides, human dragons are different and whimsical. Qin Ning was still immersed in the fantasy of who he would be a stepmother to, and the system couldn't help but remind him. Comrade Xiao Ning, people have given you so much inheritance. Let's at least cry a little. Qin Ning also wanted to cry, but when she thought of all the assets she had, she promised not to laugh. Okay. Honestly, the old lady has been physically immobile and mentally alert for the past 10 years. Do you know how many people she has seen? Do you know how much pain she has suffered? She actually wanted to die when she woke up, but she hadn't made arrangements for the aftermath, so she put it off for a few days. If I were to cry, I would be crying that she met a bad man and had an ungrateful son, and wishing that she had an afterlife and a fresh start. That's such a beautiful and brave woman. She deserved a perfect life. So what do you want to say to the old man? Qin Ning glanced towards the remains. I hope he cultivates in his next life. Failing 3 girls should be somewhat punished. Well, I'm speechless. Qin Jing was angry. She was really angry that this Qin Ning was ignoring her. Those could be properties that belonged to her. Why should they be given to Qin Ning? Did you hear me when I spoke? Give up the will immediately. It's mine and my sister's. Qin Ling also stood out. We're their own daughters. What are you? You can even share so much money. Qin Jing and Qin Ling surrounded her, and the others immediately took a dozen steps back when they saw this, for fear of splashing blood all over them. Shinjoshin didn't care about them and went up to send 3 incense sticks for the 2 old men. Qin Shi and Qin Xing bowed 3 times towards him to show their gratitude. Qin Ning organized his mourning clothes. Oh, a voice roared open. My poor grandmother, you left too early, should enjoy the blessings you did not enjoy, should not suffer the suffering you suffered. Having given birth to so many children, there are still a few ungrateful, heartless ones, those whose hearts are all about women, and those whose eyes are full of men. Oh my grandmother, while you were writhing in agony, your ungrateful sons were rolling in tenderness. They have the face to fight for the inheritance now. Don't they know that? It was when you saw their true colors that you redid your will. My grandma, don't worry, I, Qin Ning, swear to heaven that I will catch all the people who are harming people and be punished with what is still left. I've already beaten your unfilial sons. Now it's down to the unfilial daughters. Wait and see how I'll clean them up. Granddaughter. Qin Jing and Qin Ling covered their ears. She wasn't pointing at the mulberry tree anymore. She was just directly scolding them. Outrageous. Too much guts. Qin Jing looked behind Chunyan. Hubby, help me clean up this woman. Qin Ling also called out to her husband. Qin Ning wiped his tears, woke up and wiped his nose directly on Qin Jing, and then a spinning jump. Bang bang, 2 feet. 2 big men were kicked out about 3 meters. Then he turned around and snapped 2 slaps, slapping Qin Jing and Qin Ling to the ground. I'm crying in the spirit. Don't disturb me. If you disturb me, I'll beat you. Chapter 47, Equal storming of everyone. At this time, the spirit hall is quiet. The ground drop a needle can be heard. The ones who had seen Qin Ning beat up people shivered. Never seen her hit anyone. Deep down, Qin Jing wailed, and Qin Ling followed suit. Those 2 flunkies even dared not say anything. When did the Qin family come to have such a powerful character? It's amazing that these 2 idiots don't have a clue. The system had traveled to so many realms and had seen many shameless people. Such shamelessness is still a rarity. Host, do you know the origin of these 2 flunkies? I don't know. Is it dangerous for me? All are goons, like barnacles, needing parasites to survive. Long average figure, height wearing the inner height 180. What advantage? System full screen yellow. Host, a person whose external conditions are a mess must have very superior internal conditions. Qin Ning is a smart person. She understands the system's hints. Her heart is very upset. Yelled, all ing dumb, give me a cry. What are you standing there for? Welcoming the guests when your parents are gone. The hearth resounded with cries. She looked halfway around the room and realized that there were many fewer people, and with an assisted run, she stood at the foot of the old man's ice coffin, glancing at the blue-faced old man and letting out an involuntary sigh. She was in no position to comment on the old man's private affairs, and now that the man was gone, what was the point of talking about it? Qin Wen and the others looked at Qin Ning. Why was she running and standing on the ice coffin? Qin Ning indifferently scanned the crowd. I'm going to give the two old men a grand funeral in a beautiful manner, and Fu Ning will inform you of the specifics. Tomorrow, if we don't have a full crew, I'll show you how I kill a pig. Qin Yuan, Qin Air, Qin San, Qin Wuan and Qin Wu must be present. 3 from Uncle 2, 3 from Uncle 3, and none of them are missing. At this time if outsiders are allowed to see that the Qin family is not in harmony, you will experience the feeling of falling out of a first-class family and out of the third class. I'm rich and married myself off. I don't really care what happens to you guys. The old man is gone, and if you don't get on with it yourselves, then you'll be waiting for the later. It's so hard to lead. Why did I take this mess? Hearing this, Qin Chi immediately concurred. Ning Ning, don't worry. I've already notified them. They're all on their way now, and it's estimated that they'll arrive in half an hour. Qin Xing chimed in. Your 3 brothers are already at the door. Qin Ning looked to Biology's own father. Qin Wen was a bit flustered by her look. This should be her mom's. So he looked at Bai Jiruo, who glared back at him. What are you looking at me for? They all have their own jobs. I asked Jiao Jiao to let her know. Qin Ning laughed out loud. And Jiao Jiao, that's my great-aunt's daughter. Oh, her mom is your husband's half-sister. Ah, she's older than all of you. She just wanted Qin Jiao later. When I was first thrown out by her in conjunction with the nurses to replace Qin Jiao. Humph, it was purely to wait for an opportunity to retaliate against the Qin family. Ugh, I'm just a ing link in their grudge play. Who did I invite? Mentioning this by Jiruo was like eating. The daughter she had loved for so many years had been deliberately arranged to be by her side, but when she opened her eyes, there was a white, chubby child lying on the cot beside her, and she must have given birth to the most adorable child ever. If not, won't my mother-in-law say that she'll give birth like a monkey? Then they wouldn't have thought of doing a paternity test, and it wouldn't have been proven that Jiao Jiao wasn't biological. She was loved as her own daughter. Why would she be like this, even if she was an orphan? The more Bai Jiruo thought about it, the more painful it became, but even so, her eyes still looked at Qin Ning with hatred and disgust. Qin Ning knew that the hearts of people were biased, and even if Qin Zhao's identity was exposed, Bai Jiruo would not treat her well. Don't you look at me like that. I hate you just as much. I didn't need a mother's love or a family once upon a time, and I need even less now. I only promised the 2 old men that I would keep the Qin family from dying, but I don't guarantee how I will live. Whether you pick up garbage or beg along the streets, it has nothing to do with me. Bai Jiruo hummed. It's useless for you to use provocation. I won't recognize you as my daughter. My daughter should be a good girl, not a violent maniac. As soon as the words fell, Qin Ning's slap landed again. Stupid one. Qin Jing and Qin Ling were lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. She didn't just beat them, she even beat her own mother. Fair enough, her heart was soothed. And at this time Qin Yan, Qin Chu and Qin Yu ran in wearing mourning, crying quite sadly. Immediately after that, Qin Chang, Qin Xian and Qin Ming also came in crying in their mourning clothes. Qin Ning waited for another half hour, and she grumbled and walked out with a stick as thick as her arm. Qin Yan's 3 siblings and Qin Chang's 3 brothers cried even more when they saw it, and it was lucky that they came in time. The car was driving out of the fire. It was also fortunate that the mourning was done. Originally the grandparents left so many things for them. They were touched and excited. It would be a lie to say that they weren't sad. Probably because the feelings had faded a bit in the past 10 years because grandma was in a coma and grandpa wouldn't let them bother him. But it is possible to cry. Now that I see that the 5 brothers didn't come, it's not going to be easy for the arm thick stick to land on my body. Qin Ning just got on the car. A flirty sports car stopped. Qin Wu ran out in a panic. Seeing Qin Ning, he shouted in a hurry. Little sister, why did you leave? Is it that they kicked you out? You go in with me. I'll see who dares. The system wiped the non-existent tears. Host, look, your 5th brother still cares about you. Maybe he's afraid of the stick in my hand. Whether it's sincere or not, they do it on their face. He's in showbiz. He's the best at reading the situation. But I'm okay with him. Maybe it's because that beating he gave me at the beginning still has an effect. Qin Wu, he was really concerned this time. Not false. The little sister even doubted him. Sad. He was really sad. Qin Ning raised the stick in his hand. Go cry in the spirit hall. I'll go glean those 4 things. Qin Mu swallowed. Okay, then you take care of yourself. Got it. See you later. Chinwoo looked at the butt of her car and folded his hands. 4 brothers? My little brother's 187 height and 120 pounds can't stand my little sister's punches and kicks, so forgive me if I can't air it out. Not enough to make it worth your while this time. You guys deserve it. Your grandparents are dead and you're still not coming. By the time he finished and looked up, he couldn't even see the car's exhaust. Based on the system's prompts, Qin Ning had first violently beaten Qin Yuan in the presidential suite No. 888 of the Jinghua Hotel, and then slapped Qin Air, who was handily teaching his youngest sister how to pour liquids, in one of the laboratories. Another half-hour later, he kicked over Qin-san, who was sipping coffee at Qin's law firm, and finally whacked and cried on Qin Wuan, who was reading the newspaper in the university office. Chapter 48, Such a Brazen Man. The funeral is about to begin with arrangements made by Blessed and Blessed Nin. Not a single member of Qin's family was left behind. All of them attended the funeral, including Qin Jiao. What Qin Ning did not expect was for Bai Jiruai to restore her relationship with Qin Jiao as before. What a dumbass. Qin Jiao is still thinking of dealing with the big house. Why? The old man is dead. Does Qin Yu still have any complaints? In Qin Yu's opinion, the old man for your milk can abandon the family. Her hatred deep in the marrow. How can because the old man is gone on the grand finale it, now only just begun. Qin Ning swept another glance at Qin Jiao. Tuzi, what bad idea is Qin Jiao having? Tell me one by one. Oh, Qin Jiao is persuading them to let you go home, not to expel you. How did they react? Highly consistent in not letting you go back, and you'll be abandoned again if you do. Qin Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth. Am I just idly sticking my hot face up my cold ass? Shin Zhouxing was worried that she was sad and even held her hand at the door to become a welcome guest. This hand-holding is Shin Zhouxing's initiative, not hers. Can't be charged but his hand is kinda hot and his palm is kinda big. Hey, no, he's holding my hand. Do I have to charge for it? Shin Zhouxing's temples jumped. What time is it? Can we not discuss the matter of money for the time being? Qin Ning observed the people who had come to offer their condolences, and it was good that she didn't recognize any of them, but Shin Zhouxing recognized them, and they greeted each other while she touched the fish in the back. Although they were curious about Qin Ning, their gazes were quickly drawn to the others, because some of them are bruised, some of them are limping. Finally someone told them that it was all Qin Ning's fight. The head of the Qin family is now Qin Ning for 6 reasons. In the end the guy who thought he was kind of funny got swarmed. Later they learned, because Qin Ning took the most inheritance, owned the most shares of the Qin clan, had the highest force value, embraced the most people, the old man trusted the most, and her husband's strength was the most powerful. So much for still being 6, facing everyone's eyes. Qin Yuan's few people's faces were completely disgraced. They all hate to tear Qin Ning, but they can only think about it. They don't dare to. They can't even scold him, and they can't even fight him. So what can they do? Qin Wu kindly advised. I think my little sister is right to fight this time. What are the 4 of you doing when your grandparents passed away? Big brother, you're sleeping with women. Second brother, you're picking up women. Third brother, you're snubbing women. Fourth brother, you're seducing women. And shame on you. I think you're deadly shameless and deserve to be beaten. Qin Yuan chilled his face. Are you sick, old 5? How can you turn towards her and not us? Qin Wu scratched his head. He just couldn't understand why all the stupid people were born in the Qin family. Is the smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves? Although this was the ancestral tomb of the Qin family, Qin Ning had chosen a good location for the old man and the old lady, belonging to the preemptive step. When the family and friends had finished, a woman dressed in black walked over with an umbrella. There was also a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in his hand. Qin Ning was waiting for her. Qin Yu, I've heard a lot about you. You've been hiding in the gutter all day. How come you're willing to come out now? Qin Yu turned her head and saw Qin Ning behind her, a hint of a smile spreading across the corners of her mouth. Qin Ning, hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing 100 times. You really are different. Qin Ning looked at her with a smirk. Thanks for the compliment. But who asked you to come to worship? The person lying there on the right is the one you killed, and you had the nerve to come here to make sure they were really dead. Qin Yu was also not willing to show weakness. You're not qualified to say that either. Do you know how many mistakes he's made? He wronged and ruined my mother's life. And when my mother was finally beaten alive, she was still chanting my father's name. I was kicked out by my stepfather, starved and almost bullied by those dog men many times. While he was living a happy life in Shengjing, we were suffering. As you wish. I just came to see if he's dead through. Even if he gave me 20 properties, I could afford them myself and wouldn't be touched at all, much less care. Qin Ning asked uncertainly. You really don't want it? You really don't care? Then you write a transfer certificate. You don't want me. I lack real estate. For the first time, Qin Yu encountered such a brazen person. Who am I to give it to you? Qin Ning was now close to rolling on the ground. You don't want it again. You don't want me to have it. Why don't you give it to me? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth twitched. She didn't want it, but she could leave it to Jiao Jiao. I'm saving it for my daughter. Why would I give it to you? Qin Ning commiserated. Ma, don't you recognize me? I'm the monkey you threw in the snow 18 years ago. You gave Qin Jiao to my real mom. So you're my real mom and you have to raise me. So give me the house. Qin Yu gritted her teeth. Shut up and I won't give it to you. Qin Ning scared twice. I knew you were hard-hearted. So if you don't give it, just don't give it. Cheap bastard. You've ruined my life. Jeopardized my milk's life. Worse than a beast. If you have the guts, you can just poison the old man. You don't want to. You hate the old man, but you also want to call him your father. You say how contradictory you are. Qin Yu didn't want to talk to her anymore. He couldn't win, so he put down the chrysanthemum and left. Qin Ning looked at her back and indignantly came to say, I will take revenge for my milk. I will not spare anyone who poisoned her. Qin Yu is the first person the system has encountered in this realm who used his brain to do bad things. Host, not that I'm hitting you. She does have an alibi. What are we going to do? Check it out first, and then make a list of all the people involved in this, and I'll personally send them to jail. The system came quietly. There are Qin Jing and Qin Ling in here. What? How could there be two of them? These two unfilial sons have committed such a treacherous act. I hate to admit it, but it's true. Send that in. 2. Murdering your own mother is an extra offense. They're not subjective. They're fooled. If all the people who made a mistake say they were fooled, what do we need the law for? The system didn't speak. It had nothing to say. Qin Ning stood at the cemetery for another half hour before leaving. Just as she left on the front foot, Qin Yu appeared again on the back foot with a group of people. Dig. At a command, a group of men with shovels began to dig the grave. Chapter 49. The old man's ashes were stolen. Qin Ning was almost exhausted and weak, so he managed to crawl back into bed to rest for a while. Honey, come here, come here. The pretentious voice shouted Shinjoshing's temples straight. Ninger, hello, rest. I'm going to a meeting. Qin Ning waved her hand. Husband, go earn your money. I'm sleepy. Go earn money. It's all community property anyway. I can still get my half later, but mine is still mine, and my legal team can win anyway. Host, you are really shameless. Your money is not shared with others. People's money, you want to share half of it. I have never seen you so a little bit shameless, people. Qin Ning yawned, mouth high, line. Small old man and not lack of money, lord. I just said. Shinjoshing, a lonely big old man to earn a little money is not easy. Have given me so much. I'm not greedy, people. The divorce, look at his conscience. Casually give a few billion. Enough for me to spend on the line. Shinjoshing stumbled over his feet. The system shut up. It didn't want to talk for fear of being assimilated by her. Qin Ning also did not brag with the system, closed his eyes and went to sleep. And tomorrow he will pack up and clean up to be the general manager of Qin. But before she had slept for an hour, the system told her that Qin Yu had gone to dig a grave. Host, I know you're awake. If you don't wake up, Qin Yu will take the ashes to the highway. Qin Ning looked grumpy. I haven't slept for an hour yet. 1 minute short. You have already slept 59 minutes. My previous host does not sleep at all. Every day in the upgrade and fight monsters. Host, you get up and work. This is a good time for you to defeat Qin Yu to recover the shares of the. I know. I became Mr. Qin, then protected Shinjoshing and made him a step-forward wife. System, it guided no problem. How also brought into the petulant literature. Qin Ning rubbed his nose. Tungzi, you say. Qin Yu, she wants to learn Tai. Find the old man's soul. Mix the ashes evenly to bring the dead back to life. I can tell you, she does not have the ability to do this. No, she was taking the old man's ashes back to Shanghai to be buried with her mother, which was her mother's obsession. And hers too. Qin Ning wasn't sleepy at all anymore. Qin Yu was going off the deep end. Host, what are you going to do? Are you going to go after them now? I'm so tired. I can't even catch up with a wind turbine. What should we do then? Qin Yu still has Qin's shares in her hand. Let Fu Ning notify the three brothers Qin 1. According to the process, the old man should be buried with my milk, because he loved my milk the most. That's what he said, but my milk is quite regretful to marry him, may not be willing to be buried together. So this matter is left to their brothers to handle. The system has a breathless perfunctory. The host lost this good opportunity for nothing. Then you call Fu Ning. If you do not go after, people can take away and bury into the. Qin Ning then remembered that Fu Ning was still staying at the manor. Tuzi, Fu Ning is still at the old mansion. The system cheerfully. Yes, is tongue fighting with the group of scholars at. To your 7 aunts and aunts all scolded to raise their heads. I told him that young people have energy, so let him yell at them. That group deserves to be yelled at. It's true that they should be scolded. They dare not be angry. As long as they resist, Fukunin will have to close the door and let you go. 3 black lines appeared on Qin Ning's forehead. He's treating me like a dog. I don't think of you as a human being. Qin Ning picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Fu Ning, who was tired of cursing and intermission, heard the Missy exclusive ringtone, pulled it out, and the sky collapsed. After reading the message, his face was heavy. My Missy said that the old man's grave was dug up by Qinyu, and the ashes were stolen by Qinyu, and he has now set off towards Shanghai, and Missy asked you to go and solve it. Qinwen got up from his stool and cursed. Why doesn't she go? Share the money without us. Think of us when you work. Fu Ning looked at him with contempt. That's your father. As long as you're not afraid of people laughing at the fact that you brothers can't fight a Qinyu, then help yourselves. Qinwen slapped the table. Fu Ning, are you posting your face open wide? If it's your father coming today, I'll still give him 3 thin faces. What are you? Fu Ning took out his cell phone again. With a haughty face, he was the housekeeper personally appointed by Missy. Who was he afraid of? Humph. I'll let Missy talk to you directly. Ask her what I am. Qin Ning pointed at him. You're a dog of a man, you. Aren't you a bully? Qin Shi had never been scolded like this before. He didn't look at Fu Ning at all. Just now there was just no one to help. That said, Fu Ning, you overstepped your bounds. You did get credit for organizing the funeral, but the Qin family paid you a salary. You just cussed us out for a round. I didn't say anything about you for your dad's sake, and now you're teaching me how to do my job? Fu Kunin had turned on the recording. You continue, but everything you say will be used against you in court for my Missy's judgment. Qin Shi looked around. How come no one took advantage of his words? Big brother, third brother, we're not dead yet. Is it the Qin family's turn for a girl like her to be in charge? Qin Jing covered the swollen left side of her face. Her face was full of hatred towards Qin Ning. Yes, big brother, my second brother is right. Qin Ning is nothing. Who is he to be our family? Fu Ning poo-pooed. Without my big miss, you guys are nothing. Just one Qinyu. Sold out all the shares Qin messed up. If it wasn't for our Missy holding the bottom, you'd still be eating and drinking. I despise you all, and you think you're so great with $2 stinking. Fu Ning, you've gone too far. Since you're Qin Ning's traitor, then please get out. This garden belongs to our brother 3 and we don't want you to be the housekeeper. Qin Ling covered the right side of her face where she was beaten yesterday. As long as we stick together, I don't believe we can't mess with her. Qin Xing's eyes are better. Where Fu Ning opened the recording, she opened the speakerphone. Don't dare say anything. He doesn't dare say anything. A group of people surrounded Fu Ning and asked what made her Qin Ning so cross and who backed her up. Fu Ning grinned and raised his cell phone. Qin Ning's voice came out from it. I, Qin Ning, have 3 things. The first, old man is rich, richer than you. Secondly, I, Qin Ning, have a husband. His name is Shin Zhouxing. If you guys don't like it, go find him now and fight one-on-one. Third, I, Qin Ning, have kung fu and can beat all of you. Now you're ing bleeping. The old man's ashes are gone and you're not going after them. What ungrateful sons. Did they grow up raising placentas with their brains? Each and every one of them is stupid and nothing. Bai Jiruo's chest ached with anger. Qin Ning, come over here if you can. You turn your head. Bai Jiruo immediately turned her head, and Qin Ning punched straight to the face. His gaze sharp, sweeping everyone equally. Bring someone to intercept Qin Yu and get out. As the crowd began to make arrangements, Qin Ning pointed at Qin Yan. Take off your belt. Qin Yan covered his chest with both hands. Sister, we didn't come out of the 3rd generation. Qin Ning laughed, gritting his teeth. Unbuckle your belt and tie up Qin Jiao. This is a hostage. Qin Yan was then relieved that although his cousin was good looking, it really wasn't allowed. Qin Ning looked up and sighed, clenched his fist. Where is the Qin family SIQ? Chapter 50, if you can't do it, you can share it equally. When Qinwen arrived at the highway intersection Qin Ning had mentioned with his 2 younger brothers and 10 cars of people, he found that Qin Yu's people had already exchanged blows with another group of people, and that group also came for the ashes and fought. Qin Shi looked out of place. Big brother, just how much love debt does dad still have? Qinwen had 2 big heads in one. I can't figure it out. The old man didn't say anything. Qin Xing pulled out his cell phone, or he was smart enough to directly notify his great niece. She must know. Qin Ning was napping when his phone rang. Fu Kunin glanced at it. Missy, unfamiliar number. You answer it. If it's a loan, you ask him if he still needs to pay it back. If not, grant me $1 billion or $800 million. If it's a house for sale, you ask him if he can make a fractional price. And if he can, I'll buy it. If it's insurance, ask him if he can buy personal accident insurance today and collect it tomorrow. And if he can, then buy it for all the Qin family. Kill the pig at night, and collect the insurance tomorrow. If it's someone who's trying to rip me off, you tell him, no way. The corners of Fu Kunin's mouth twitched. Missy, the phone is hooked up. Qin Ning didn't even open his eyes. Forget it, the other party doesn't have any patience at all. Not a good salesman. As soon as the words fell, Nan Nian received a message, and she hurriedly said, Ning Ning, Your third uncle said that they've already caught up with Chinyu, but there's still a group of people robbing the ashes. At those words, everyone was energized, looking together at Qin Ning on the high seat in the middle. At first people were quite critical of her for taking that seat where the eldest should sit, but after she showed her strength, it went very smoothly, and that strength is fully embodied in by Jiruo and Qin Wuan, who have now been sent to the hospital. Qin Ning also opened his eyes after hearing this. The old man is still quite popular. Ah, he's so sought after even when he's turned into ashes. Since this is the case, Auntie 3, you reply back and invite Qinyu and the other family to come to the Qin family. If there is anything we can solve it together. It's not good to always fight like this. Nanny nodded. Okay, I'll reply right away. Qin Ning rubbed his temples. His head hurt. Why so many things? Host, that set of robbing ashes is your master's fiancée Lin Yuan. After your master and people withdraw from the marriage, people lifelong unmarried, follow the brother and sister-in-law to live. After the death of the property are given to the 5 nephews. These 5 nephews want to fulfill the aunt's last wish, and when your master is dead, to steal some of the ashes of the joint burials. Qin Ning didn't understand the infatuation, but respectfully, she would never do it. If you're so rich, why are you holding out for a scumbag? Alas, they not only have money but also face. Once a girl is moved, it's for life. You human beings don't have a saying. It's called once upon a time the horse and carriage are slow, only enough to love one person in a lifetime. Qin Ning felt very sad. Unlike now the network is very fast, a second to love a person. I brush 10 minutes of cell phone, 180 is able to fall in love, but love is also very short, the longest not more than 10 seconds. The system was still immersed in this tragedy, and Qin Ning felt that it wasn't worth it. It's too stupid. This woman is too stupid. There are plenty of good men. You have to hang yourself on a tree. The system's voice carried a thick sadness. Host, you don't understand. You substitute your favorite star. If he got engaged to you and then fell in love with someone else, what do you do? Qin Ning stroked his chin, and a person came to mind. I'll show you what a strongly twisted melon is and what an ill-fitting shoe is. Host, a twisted melon is not sweet, and a shoe that doesn't fit will wear out its feet. Qin Ning does not care about these. What do you know? The strong twisted melon is not sweet, but quench the thirst. I am to quench the thirst. Too sweet, I'm afraid of getting diabetes. As for the ill-fitting shoes, then I'll wear them as slippers. I want him. No one can break us up. The system is speechless again. Shameless maniac. Qin Ning hemmed and hawed a couple times, then collected himself, just in case his mouth watered. An hour later, Qin Ning, Qin Yu, and Lin Xiao sat in front of a round table. Qin Ning first smiled in a friendly manner. Both of you. I'm the head of the Qin family nowadays, so I'll review it first. Qin Yu bristled. You're the boss? You think they're all dead? Qin Wen looked at the sky. It's not impossible. Qin Shi looked at the ground. Consider me dead. Qin Xing looks at his fingers. The fist of his great niece is the rule. Qin Yu was furious when she saw how the 3 of them were behaving. Humph. None of the men in the Qin family are useful. The 3 brothers' heads bowed deeper. Qin Ning knocked on the table. Speak politely. We're the only ones talking about them. Others aren't qualified. The 3 brothers branched out again. Lin Xiao looked at them with a smirk. Let's get down to business. Host, this Lin Xiao is very wrong. Qin Ning looked at Lin Xiao thoughtfully. Could it be that he's taken a liking to me? System, never mind. Pretend it didn't just speak. Qin Yu slammed the table. I don't care. Qin Shang ruined my mother's life, gave birth to me without raising me, and now that she's dead, she should fulfill my mother's wish. Lin Xiao heavily put down the cup. Impossible. To say that the one who had her life ruined was none other than my aunt. She was withdrawn from marriage by Qin Shang, suffered from the world's ridicule, and remained unmarried and childless all her life. Even death can't enter the ancestral tomb, and that's all there is to think about. If my Lin family can't satisfy Auntie, then what face will I have to see Auntie in the future? One of them shot a smashed, Qin Ning heartbreaking look. A moment lying down to see, a moment to stand up to see. Fortunately did not cause damage. This is a rosewood. She didn't say anything, so she quietly watched Qin Yu and Lin Xiao fight with each other. She even thoughtfully handed a cup of tea when the 2 were arguing about their dry mouths. Finally the 2 looked at her in unison. What do you say? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. To be fair, both said in unison. Yes. Qin Ning clapped his hands. Qin Yan took the balance scale. Qin Feng took the non-woven fabric, and Qin Yu took 3 identical, equal-sized bowls. Qin Chang was dressed in Taoist garb, Qin Xian was dressed in Buddhist garb, and Qin Ming came over bare-chested with a cross. Qin Yu pointed at the 3 Qin Yan siblings. What are they doing? 3 siblings, equal share grandpa. Lin Xiao pointed at the 3 Qin Chung brothers. What about these 3? The 3 Qin Chung brothers, let grandpa not be angry. The crowd looked at Qin Ning, who scratched his head. What's that? My milk is the original wife. Gave birth to children, and was also victimized by you. Qin Yu, if he doesn't accompany my milk, who will he accompany? Qin Yu was furious. Your grandmother's matter has nothing to do with you. I didn't kill her. Qin Shang made my mother pregnant out of wedlock and ignored me. He should accompany my mother. Lin Xiu was not happy. Qin Shang caused my aunt to be born a loner and die a loner. He must accompany. The aura was one more powerful than the other. The crowd didn't dare to breathe. Qin Ning slapped the table, so I decided to share the ashes equally. Chapter 51. Do you know your value? It's a bit of a non sequitur, but it's feasible. Qin Ning asked again, do you have any opinions? If you don't agree, I will accompany you to the end, and the three of us will continue to fight. No matter if it's a commercial battle or a close combat, I will accompany you at any time. Anyway, my Qin family has a lot of people, so there's no problem with a few deaths. The Qin family crowd, their lives are lives too. Lin Xiu nodded his head as well. My Yang family also has many people, so I can also contribute a few to accompany the burial. On the contrary, Miss Qin Yu, I'm afraid it won't work since your family can be just mother and daughter. Qin Yu directly cursed. Your family has beaten her in the commercial war, and there is still Shin Zhoshing, that living king of hell, behind her. Qin Ning's face was full of smugness. Tuzi, I finally understand dogs now. Ha, what do you mean? It's really good to have a dog in the fight. The system, it doesn't speak. It wants to die. Lin Xiu sighed at this. I agree to an equal share. Qin Yu was reluctant. I agree. Qin Ning snapped his fingers and Fu Ning came holding the urn. Eldest miss, the old slave has invited the old master here. Order them to close all the windows, and not a breath of wind can come in, so as not to blow my grandfather away. Fu Ning took out his walkie-talkie and stepped aside. Qin Fong spread the non-woven fabric on the table, and Qin Yan pulled an electronic scale from his waist. Qin Cheng strangled. Purple violet great heavenly king, cloud head covered golden body. Bong urgent order. Qin Qian folded his hands. Amit Ba Buddha. Qin Ming reached out, nodded his left chest, nodded his right chest, and nodded his forehead. Amen. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. He never knew that the Qin family had so many talents. 18 arts and crafts, all good at everything. Qin Yu sneered. Why are you primping so many tricks? If he really manifests, I'll confront him. Qin Ning exhaled and glanced at her. You know status, it's all about process. What's gotta go is still gotta go. With that, he opened the open urn and chanted, my tall, handsome, and charismatic grandfather, you can't rely on me. As a granddaughter, I definitely defend you, but as a woman, I think you are a scumbag. If you have a fiancé, why are you messing with other girls? And if you have skin in the game with other girls, why are you pursuing my grandmother? You have lived a life of great merit, benefiting your country and your people, and much charity, for your country and for your people. But you have a problem with the concept of love. You married my grandmother and you still talk about other women from time to time. Heart has other women, and negative people, to be honest, did not put your bones into the ashes or doing. The younger generation has the quality. It has come to this, and you have left me with a mess by dying, so I have no choice but to resort to this. After saying that, Qin Ning poured the ashes onto the non-woven fabric that was spread flat on the electronic scale. Take a look at the two of you. Usually a person's ashes are 2 to 3 pounds. The old man was 192 tall and weighed 180, so his ashes were 3.5 pounds. We'll split it equally between the three of us. The Qin family members were shocked. How can they still do this? Did the ancestors of the Qin family agree? Ancestors of the Qin family agreed. Totally agreed. Qin Yu said it was fine. Split it. Lin Xiu also said it was fine. Yes. Qin Ning suddenly raised his head and the two were very nervous. What's wrong? Qin Ning was a bit embarrassed. How do you split 250? How about 3.5 caddies? First split 3 caddies, 1 caddy for each person. What's left? 250. Father, dear father, come here. Are you sure all my grandfather's ashes have been swept in? The name Qin Wen's heart tightened. I swept it all in. I swept that table clean. It wasn't wasted at all. Qin Ning nodded. I know. Sit down. Qin Yu said. He spent the longest amount of time with your milk while he was alive. So to be fair, this 250 should be divided like this. 100 for me, 100 for the Yang family, and 50 for you. Qin Ning was not happy. On what grounds? My milk has suffered no less than yours, and you've harmed my milk, so I haven't settled the score with you yet. Qin Yu glanced at Qin Ling's position. I was planning to deal with her, but someone else was a step ahead of me. With them to deal with, I'm still making less effort. In short, if I poisoned your milk, I shall not die. Qin Ning saw that she didn't look like she was telling lies. Tuzi, is the information wrong? She did send someone, and in the episode it was said that she was the one who caused it, so it seems there's been a change. Then we'll have to check again. Lin Xiu disagreed. One of you was accompanied all your life. One of you was not accompanied but at least gave birth to a child. My aunt has nothing, so I want 150. Chin Yu 100. Your family has nothing. Chin Yu disagreed. I won 25. You 125. She didn't. Qin Ning was so angry that he wanted to slap the table, but he was afraid of sending the old man flying. She collected herself. No, why not have mine? None of the three would let anyone. It's a fight to the death. The people of the Qin family looked at the one who rolled up his sleeves and wanted to fight again, and lowered their heads, just for fear of implicating themselves. Qin Ning pulled out a grunt of anger and gave Shin Zhoxing a complaint. After Shin Zhoxing received the message, he paused the meeting and told her a sentence, and Qin Ning grinned when she saw it. Tuzi, when looking for a husband, you can't just look for looks and figure. You need to have some IQ, so you can use it in critical moments. Host, is it worth it to spend $100 million on a message? It's worth it. Don't worry, I'll make him pay double. Host, aren't you a bit shameless? Yeah, you got a problem with that. System, don't dare. Qin Ning put down his cell phone. Tell you what, let's talk. The two unconsciously looked at her. How do we talk about it? Qin Ning pushed out the pound in front of himself. I'll talk with this. What can you give me? Qin Yu immediately reacted. You want the shares in my hand? Qin Ning snapped his fingers. The old man told me to guard the Qin family, so the Qin shares must be entirely in my hands. Qin Yu hugged her arms and said meaningfully, I won't change, or we'll just wear out. Host, your plan has fallen through. What's the rush? I've got a hostage. Host, you're not only shameless, you're also despicable. Qin Ning laughed out loud, and Qin Yu hurriedly covered her mouth. Sister, stop talking. Grandpa's been blown off a few times by you. Qin Ning peeled away her hand. I haven't even let out my harsh words yet, and she dares to threaten me. Qin Yu, you will regret it. Qin Yu glared at her. From the time I knew Qin Sheng existed, I have never regretted it. I can even use my own body to get back at the Qin family. What do you think I have to regret? Qin Ning gave Fu Ning a wink, and Fu Ning shouted outside. Bring it up. Mom, save me. Qin, you're despicable. You're restricting my personal freedom. This is against the law. Qin Yu hurriedly got up. Qin Ning, what do you mean by that? Qin Ning was smug, holding the emperor hostage. Can't you see? Qin Yu gritted her teeth. Qin Ning, does your grandfather know he's so valuable? Chapter 52, here's a little more. Qin Ning walked over to Qin Jiao and raised his hand to touch her face. Sister, I thought you were a fake Qin Jin, but I didn't realize that you were really my sister. Look at you. Why are you so hostile to me? As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army. The Qin family has raised you for 18 years, and now it's only right that you make some contribution to the Qin family. Qin Jiao poo-pooed. Don't you dare. Qin Ning took a step back, and Fu Ning handed over a handkerchief. Eldest miss, wipe your face. She looked down and wiped her face and then her hands. Fernin is very sweet. $10 million in bonuses. Fu Ning bowed 90 degrees. Thank you, eldest miss. The old slave is at your beck and call. Qin Jiao laughed shamefully. Some people don't even have a bottom line for money. Fu Ning gave her a blank look. That's better than someone pretending to be a powerful young lady's parents and relatives. Qin Jiao was furious. Shut up, there's no place for you to talk here. Qin Ning raised his head and flung a slap at her face. Here, Qin Jiao Yuan, there's no place for you to speak. Wild seed. Qin Ning, say that again. Qin Yu's two bottom lines were trampled to pieces by Qin Ning. Qin Ning shook off his hands, which were numb from the shock. Qin Yu, I haven't even settled my vendetta against you yet, so what qualifications do you think you have to negotiate with me? I won't even feed the old man's ashes to the pigs. What's their love-hate relationship got to do with me? Who are you to dictate my life? And how did I get through all those years? Who knows? Qin Ning was furious when she thought that the original owner had died in her teens. Qin Yu did dare to admit it. Qin Ning, this is a sin created by Qin Sheng. You can only blame him if you want to. Who made your mom unappreciated? A young Qin grandmother giving birth to a child with no one around. Humph. Isn't this the Qin family's fault? Or maybe Bai Jiruo is too weak to even protect her own child. Qin Ning laughed loudly. Asterisk. The father is stupid a litter. And the mother is stupid a litter. Your mother never complained about your father. The two of them, are you willing, before she died gave you the family private property. Enough for you to eat and drink in this life. But you yourself have been cheated by a scummy man and have nothing to show for it. And as you watch the Qin family prosper, you're trying to remember your hatred for the Qin family. A flash of panic flashed across Qin Yu's face, but it was only for a moment. What do you want? Qin Ning was still saying the same thing. If you want to give your mother a name and an identity for yourself, then take something for it. Unico, can you give me this information in advance next time? Almost didn't catch it. Host, even without this hidden information, you can conquer her by force. I believe in you. Of course, it's good to beat someone up. Once you're alive, twice you're familiar with them. It's good to beat them up all the time. Qin Yu fell into thought. Qin Jiao struggled a few times. Mom, you have to save me. This is too tightly tied. My hands are swollen. Mom, look at my face. My face is swollen too. Qin Ning has been hitting me since she came back. One small hit in 3 days and a big one in 5. Oh, Mom, it hurts me. Mom, you quickly help me fix Qin Ning. Qin Yu was heartbroken, with her daughter on one side and the ashes on the other. What should she do? Qin Jiao just don't understand. The old man and the old lady are dead. Grandfather gave them 20 sets of real estate. Conservative 2 billion. Why Mom still she satisfied it? Qin's in this situation. That little share is not worth a few dollars. Is she not worth as much as that share in Mom's heart? Thinking of this, Qin Jiao's eyes filled with resentment. When brother Xie Ming is the head of the family, the Xie family can give more money than the Qin family. Lin Xiu felt that women were just abrasive. He looked at Qin Ning. Miss Qin, if I want what you're holding, what are you going to let me trade for it? Qin Ning had forgotten that there was also the Lin family. Tuzi, what does the Lin family do again? Movie playing? Theater? Company? Group? Yes, the Sunshine Group has entertainment companies, movie companies, theater chains, etc. Didn't your husband ask you to take 5% of the shares of the theater? Qin Ning smiled faintly. Mr. Lin, how about the 5% stake in Genesis Pictures under your Sunshine Group's name? Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. This share buys more than just less than 2/3 of your aunt. There is also the Qin and Shin family's help. I'm sure Mr. Lin is a man who understands how people make money. Lin Xiu laughed out loud. Alright, I agree. I'll hold 100% of Genesis Pictures and give you 10%. Qin Ning reached out. Brother Lin, happy cooperation. The two handed over the shares in one hand and the ashes in the other. Qin Yu took a look and hurriedly shouted. The rest of the 250 is all mine. Qin's shares are for you. Qin Ning nodded. Great aunt. Those who recognize the times are wise. The two handed over the shares in one hand and the ashes in the other. Lin Xiu carefully brought and placed the 2 pounds of ashes in a specially customized urn with mixed feelings. His aunt was finally no longer alone. Qin Yu took 1.5 pounds of ashes in Qin Jiao and left as well. Qin Ning took the 2 contracts. Fu Ning, run an errand and give it to my husband. Fu Ning took the contract. The old slave promises to fulfill the task. In the end, Qin Ning and the Qin family were left. Everyone looks at me, I look at you, and no one wants to be the first to get hit. Qin Ning slowly sipped his tea. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Qin Xing raised his hand. Ning, you swear not to hit anyone. Qin Ning revealed his 8 teeth and smiled. Little uncle, you ask. Qin Xing asked in a small voice. You divided your master. There's nothing left on your mother's side. Qin Ning sighed and pulled a small packet out of his pocket. Nah, there's a bit more. Qin Xing, good guy. He a good guy. This thing, who can play with her? If the old man had known he could play like this after death, he would have regretted dying early. Qin Yu came over. Sis, will grandma be too little? Qin Ning pondered for a moment. It's true that it's a bit less. Turn around and burn 10 big handsome men down for the milk. Qin Yu wanted to cry. Sister, you misunderstood, didn't you? Grandpa will be sad, right? Grandma will be sad too. Qin Ning patted her shoulder. Old sister, perhaps your milk does not want to be buried with your grandfather, leaving this point of the ashes simply to let the grandmother have a feng shui treasure. Otherwise this 8-2 I can at least exchange for a few 100 million. Besides, Qin Yu, unknown the whole picture. Others are wrong. Known the whole picture. You master wrong. A man can love many people in his life without conflict, and I'm sure grandpa is satisfied with how I've handled it. Qin Yu didn't understand, but respected. After all, the cousin's punch was a bit heavy and the slap hurt a bit. Qin Jing and Qin Ling glared viciously at Qin Ning. It was all her fault. Qin Ning glanced at them intentionally or unintentionally. How was the old lady poisoned and unconscious? Why don't you investigate and see if you have nothing to do? Maybe there is something different to be gained? Chapter 53, A Couple's Battle of Wits and Courage. Qin Jing was a bit scared by her look and hurried back to her own courtyard on the pretext of not feeling well. Just as she entered, she shouted, Brother Chang, Brother Chang. Chang Pu came down from upstairs and slowly removed his glasses, revealing an expression that he thought was attractive. Jinger, what's wrong? Panicking. Qin Jing glanced at him in fascination, then said worriedly, that Qin Ning keeps mentioning the matter of my mom being poisoned and in a coma. Chang Pu pulled her. Let's go upstairs and talk. How did you guys handle it? Did that Qin Yu and Mr. Yan leave? I was a bit dizzy just now so I didn't go with you. Jinger, don't be angry. Qin Jing shook her head. What is Brother Chang saying? How could I blame you? Those two families are already gone. It's all because of Qin Ning's bad idea to trade my father's ashes for shares. Chang Pu held her hand. What shares? Qin Jing struggled a bit. Brother Chang, you're hurting me. Chang Pu lowered his head, hiding the boredom in his eyes, then apologized. I'm sorry Jinger, I was just too worried. How could she do that? Mom and dad are legally married. How can they still share the ashes equally with another woman? If outsiders knew about this, they might not know how to laugh at the Chin family. Not only that, but where is Chin Ning putting mom's face? Didn't they stop it? You didn't stop them either? What shares were exchanged? How many were exchanged? Did you ask? Qin Jing showed a confused expression. Brother Chang, you're asking so many questions. Which one should I answer first? Chang Pu gritted his back teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a large family to raise behind him, he wouldn't bother coaxing this stupid and foolish princess. People have finished dividing their inheritance and she's still here acting cute. She's old enough to be a grandma, so who gave her the courage to do this? Qin Jing then pouted a bit before she began to narrate. Learning that his father-in-law's ashes had been put to such great use, Cheng Pu hated it. They'd made a dowry for Qin Ning. He worked so hard for so many years and what did he get in the end? Even this place he lives in is not his. Once Qin's shares are all held by Qin Ning, will there be any of them left in the annual dividends? Qin Jing see him worried, but instead to comfort him Cheng brother you don't worry, my 3 brothers will not care about me. The big thing is that there are still deposits 1 billion save Chang Pu's eyes flashed, holding Qin Jing's hand. The tenderness and love in his eyes overflowed. Jinger, you can't just stare at the deposit we have to look forward. You and I don't have any biological children. When the time comes, mention this. Qin Jing is full of guilt. She cannot conceive. Sister pregnant with a flow of 1. The ancestral tomb is too biased. All the children are given to the 3 brothers. Did not leave them a little sister too. Cheng Pu sweetly comforted. Jinger, I love you, whether there are children or not. I don't mind. Qin Jing cried even more fiercely. Brother Chang, vomit. Qin Ning covered her stomach. Hubby, people are nauseous. Are they pregnant with a baby? Shin Zhouxing brought a cup of hot water. Just drink some hot water. Qin Ning's skin smiled and his heart was numb and criticized. Shin Zhouxing explained. You haven't eaten all this time. You've been distributing ashes and collecting shares. You're hungry and nauseous. I'll let you have a sip of hot water and then eat. Qin Ning moved closer to him. Honey, why don't you suspect that I'm pregnant? Shin Zhouxing felt that bringing up a daughter-in-law was much more difficult than earning money, and he revealed an awkward and impolite smile. May I ask if Ms. Qin is a Komodo gargoyle or a starfish? Qin Ning reached out one finger to block Shin Zhouxing's mouth. Shoo, actually I'm a lighthouse, a jellyfish that can split reproduction, return to old age and live forever. Do you believe it? Shin Zhouxing touched her head. Is not recently overworked head burned? Qin Ning bristled. I'm fine, I was just joking with you. But speaking of that, Shin Zhouxing, if I really want a child in the future, let me use your surname. Shin Zhouxing's entire body turned into a big signal. You don't borrow people, you borrow last names? Isn't that silly? Still, he asked, am I less attractive as a person than a last name? Qin Ning giggled as she hugged her pillow. I want to have a son. One named Shin Xiaobao and one named Qin Cha Cha. Shin Zhouxing sneered. Then you find another surname Ao and give birth to a few dragon sons. Qin Ning snapped her fingers. Hubby, you know me too well. Is it possible to just change your last name in the household now? It's fine under not violating public order and morals, but what you've done is generally against public order and morals. Qin Ning grunted and twisted her head. She was just disgusted by Qin Jing and Cheng Pu. A relationship brain has been snubbed for 20 years by a man who was all heart and soul and money and resources. The entire Chang family is all over Qin Jing sucking blood. TSK TSK TSK. Qin Jing she will clean up, and she will make the Chang family spit out the money they spent. Since she dared to harm her milk, she should be prepared to receive retaliation. As soon as Shin Zhouxing took a look at her expression, he knew that someone was going to be in bad luck. Host, your husband keeps looking at you. That's not because I'm too attractive. I can't help it. People are too good. He's waiting for you to pay for that cup of hot water. How much? 5 million. Qin Ning glared at Shin Zhouxing. Pouring a glass of water for your wife. You're Leonizing her. Shin Zhouxing pulled out a small book from somewhere. You pick me up downstairs at the company for 50 million. Open the door for me for 20 million. And open the car door for me for 30 million. When I got home I took slippers for 10 million and gave a hug for 90 million. I'll pour you a glass of water and charge $5 million. Much? Qin Ning was slightly embarrassed. Husband, how can you be so calculating? We are all husband and wife. Shin Zhouxing sneered. You still know couples? Not even a discounted price. Qin Ning laughed out loud. You're angry? Don't be angry. Next time I'll give you a discount and a broken bone. Shin Zhouxing lifted his eyelids. Ninger, we're still sleeping, right? Qin Ning nodded ahead, and the person was picked up in a princess hug. She drifted a bit. Go back to the bedroom and give back the covers. Turn off the lights, and tell bedtime stories. Just as she was about to drown in Shin Zhouxing's calm yet sexy voice, the $400 million were gone. Princess hugs, 100 million. Covered quilt, 100 million. Turn off the lights, 1 billion. Bedtime stories, 1 billion. Half an hour later, Qin Ning fell asleep because she was tired of crying. Shin Zhaoxing sat on the edge of the bed, gently caressing her cheeks. The corners of his mouth rose, and with a click, a group photo came out. Qin Ning opened his eyes. 800 million. Shin Zhaoxing, your ancestors 18 generations. Chapter 54, Big Brother Let's Talk. The next day, Shin Zhaoxing and Qin Ning kicked open the door to the Qin president's office. Qin Yuan had just processed the documents, and when he saw the two men, he was instantly numb, his brow furrowed, anger rising to his face as he sat down in his ergonomic chair, his nose sub right side up, his features twisting a bit. What are you doing here? Qin Ning looked at Qin Yuan, and then looked at Shin Zhaoxing, and could not help but shake his head. What is the meaning of hegemony? What is the meaning of temperament? Qin Yuan learns not like Shin Zhaoxing touched her head. Didn't sleep well? Headache? Want a massage? Qin Ning drifted off, listening to the low and magnetic voice, crisp and elegant. If Shin Zhaoxing is a genuine boss, Qin Yuan is a 9 package with shipping insurance. Shin Zhaoxing toward that station. Temperament? From the inside. Your brother are surface work, greasy demeanor, pompous performances, really cannot, right, or my husband is great, I have a good eye. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and cut his teeth. What is he? Shin Zhaoxing? He always has a dead father expression, and he is also respectful of women, boasting that he is not close to women. He pooh-poohed it, not knowing how fancy he was playing with it in private. Not only that, he Qin Yuan in Qin clan, from the grassroots step by step to do up, while Shin Zhaoxing is Shin old master directly promoted. In terms of ability, he, Qin Yuan, was better, and this Qin Ning, always turning his elbow outward. No wonder he was not liked. Qin Ning glanced at Qin Yuan and arrogantly reached out. Hubby, my head doesn't hurt, my hands itch. Shin Zhaoxing held and blew. It won't itch if you hit someone in a while. Thank you, husband, that's a nice compliment. Ninger is so good, of course I have to praise her. Qin Yuan slapped the table. That's enough, you two. What's the point of being mushy, evil or not? What the hell is going on? Tell me or get out and leave me alone. Qin Ning withdrew his hand, and Shin Zhaoxing lowered his hand. Both of them withdrew their expressions again at the same time and walked towards Qin Yuan on the left and right. Qin Ning raised his fist as Shin Zhaoxing pulled out the documents. Qin Yuan shivered. What does this mean? Don't come over, I'll call someone. Qin Ning grinned and even threw a wink. Big brother, let's talk. Shin Zhaoxing smiled. Mr. Qin, let's talk too. Qin Yuan has gone soft. Finally the change of Qin was completed under Shin Zhaoxing's language and Qin Ning's force. Qin Ning became the chairman of the new generation of Qin clan as a 90% controlling owner, with Qin Yuan as the executive president. If you don't do a good job, Iron Fist will be waiting for you. By the way, he walked through the finance to terminate the distribution of dividends for Qin Jing and Qin Ling, and saved the dividend money totaled 2 billion. Qin Ning every year and then private 2 billion, a total of 4 billion, for employees in the original basis of the year-end incentives. For a moment, the Qin clan had only one belief, that the chairman was overbearing, and they swore to follow him to the death. When Qin Yuan heard this, he directly fainted in the office. When the news reached the Qin family garden, Qin Jing and Qin Ling fainted to death again. The two sisters' monstrous hatred was on the verge of drowning Qin Ning. They had no share in the inheritance, and now that the dividends are gone, how can they live? The two men, at the instigation of their respective men, find Qin Wen is fighting the landlord with his two younger brothers, and his daughter said, "Live well, don't get into trouble, and they will live in peace with each other. If you can't stand the loneliness and are always looking for something to do, you will have to bear her wrath." After this period of whacking, he knows one thing, the girl eats soft food, but not hard. You hard, she is even harder. You again hard, she wants your life. The three brothers were fighting when the two sisters rushed in. Qin Jing was furious. Big brother, the Qin family has let her Wen into what? Don't you care about her? The three brothers were suddenly quiet, and Qin Wen lifted a curtain of paper stuck to his forehead and issued a soul-torturing question. You think I can manage that? You're her father. Don't you have any authority at all? Qin Wen snorted. I just provided a tadpole. I didn't give birth to someone. I didn't raise them, let alone prop them up. There's no birth grace. There's no nurturing grace. So what qualifications do I have to discipline? The main thing is that Qin Ning hit people really hurt. Hit but also can't beat. Scolded but also scolded. Know what's right is right. Qin Jing was frantic. She's not filial at all. She's so cruel to her loved ones. Isn't she afraid of being struck by heavenly lightning? Pa 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 pa. A round of applause came from far away. That's right. Did you ever think you'd be struck down by heaven and lightning when you poisoned your own mother? Did you think about heavenly punishment when you put your own mother in a coma for 10 years? Xin Jing turned her head sheepishly. Qin Ning, you still dare to come back. Let's see how I'll educate you for your parents. She raised her hand towards Qin Ning, and the three Qinwen brothers directly covered their eyes. Only the sound of snapping ah dun 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 was heard, and when he opened his eyes again, Qin Ning had already walked in. Qin Xing looked at Qin Ning. Ning Ning, are you telling the truth? Was it Qin Jing who drugged your grandmother? Qin Ning coldly eyed. Can't you guys find out? Or are you unwilling to believe it? Or did you not check at all, and really believe that your own mother is brain infarction? Qin Xing couldn't refute it. They didn't check it, because that's what everyone said. But how does she have the guts and brains to do that? Qin Ning laughed. If she doesn't have it, someone else does, doesn't he? Changpu looked like he was wrongly accused. The meal can be eaten indiscriminately, but the words cannot be said indiscriminately. You come up with evidence. We did not do it. Where have you hidden my Jinger? I want to take him back. Qin Ning was kind-hearted and pointed toward the sky, and the three brothers also saw Qin Jing hanging from the crystal chandelier. Qin Wen said weakly, daughter, this lamp is $150 million. Qin Chi added, 10 million for labor and installation. Qin Xing sighed, if one breaks, $5 million a bulb. Qin Ning made a jump and gripped Qin Jing down. Who bought this lamp? Where's the invoice? I'll see what's made of the inside. What a ing dare. The three brothers simultaneously rubbed their noses in disgust. The system couldn't wait to tell. Host, they ate the kickbacks. Your own father to buy. Your second uncle to find someone to install. The two ate 100 million in kickbacks. And then your third uncle found out. 3 equal share of the kickbacks. It's so dark. You don't talk about others. Just now your husband had a bottle of water and you invoiced $300,000. Qin Wen looked proud. Not bad, not bad. A tiger's father has no daughter. Qin Ning didn't have the time to pull this matter. There were more important things right now. Qin Jing was in severe pain. Brother Chang, save me, it hurts. Changpu was full of worry. Jing air. Qin Ning vomited, and the little bit of rice he had eaten in the morning vomited all over Qin Jing's face, including, but not limited to, 4 cages of crab buns, 5 cups of soy milk, and a bowl of caviar rolled with soybean skin and scallions. Chapter 55, Sexy African Female Monkey. Qin Jing was smoked and also vomited, vomiting all over Changpu. He didn't hold back and threw up too. For a moment, the hall was filled with the smell of disgust. Qin Wen scattered his legs and ran. Daughter, you're the head of the family. Deal with it as you see fit. I'll go first. Dear Dad, just run. I'll watch you run, and when I get over it, I'll make you carry weight for 10 kilometers. Qin Wen braked sharply. Daughter, I just had my feet numb, and now that I'm moving around, it's really good. Is that so? I thought you wanted to quit. You don't even want to investigate your own mother's murder. Qin Wen touched the false sweat on his head. The old lady is gone. What is the point of letting them fight hand to hand now? Qin Ning saw that he didn't care about this matter at all, and was even a bit repulsed by it, and her fire came to a head. Her eyes were cold, and she gritted her teeth. Qin Wen, there's no pain in your body anymore, is there? Let me tell you, I accepted the old lady's inheritance. Then I have to fight for her. All those who harmed her. One can't run away. What the law can solve, use the law. What the law can't solve. Ha! After hearing this, Qin Wen immediately ran over with a cup of water. Daughter, drink water and rinse your mouth. Don't be angry. Deal with it how you want. Don't think that just because you're nice to me now, you can cover up what you did before. I'm good at holding grudges. Qin Wen cried and mourned, scolding and beating. Why can not get through it? But he didn't dare ask. He was still wounded from the day before. Qin Shi beckoned the servants to clean up, and Qin Xing walked away from his big brother with a pouty ass, then assisted Qin Ning to the opposite couch. Ning you eat is not a little mixed. This how there are large onions in sauce. Shin family bankruptcy? If you can't do it, you can leave, and my uncle will reintroduce you to another one. You don't know Uncle Junior's profession, and while Uncle Junior is a no-good college gym teacher with no other resources, there are plenty of men. Qin Ning's double son was bubbling with stars. Little uncle was too powerful. His tone was very gentle. Really? Little uncle know my request? Let's add it. Turn around and you send me all the photos to me. Qin Xing looked at his elder brother and second brother in triumph. These two had never looked down on his profession, thinking that he had no connections, but now he was the only one in charge of the family that he could browbeat. So he pulled out his cell phone with an air of calmness and came in mid-sentence. I'll sweep you. Qin Ning's face was filled with excitement. Alright, Uncle Junior, hurry up and pass. When Qin Xing saw the name of the big sexy African female monkey, he thought he was blind. Is that a person's name? No, the name this guy took? Somewhat incredulously. Ning you're at least the Qin family's grand master. Isn't this name a bit thunderous? Qin Ning raised his eyebrows in triumph. How about it? The previous name was earning money to support male models, and that guy Shin Zhouxing said that I had no substance. Isn't the name super connotative? Is it instantly appealing? Qin Xing's mouth twitched. Where's the connotation? Is there anything practical about it? Qin Ning explained in a serious manner. Uncle, you think Shengjing so many families, there will inevitably be a lot of socializing. To participate in the banquet everyone plus a contact. Mr. Shen Mr. Li Mr. Qin is not too common, but in a group of total mixed in a monkey, or sexy. You say this impression is not deep? As long as the impression is deep, Qin and involved in many industries, and I harm my movie industry, security, entertainment, and boudoir sleuths as well as on behalf of the quarrel. The field must win. Do not pay. Win the pay doubled. I'm really a big smar. Qin Xing nodded woodenly. No wonder your grandfather always said that the few of us were useless. The corners of Qin Ning's mouth loosened slightly. TSK, casually omitting a bit of wisdom has benefited you. Quickly send me the picture. Qin Xing hurriedly raked through the albums. Ning, what do you like? Young or old? Domestic or international? Qin Shi directly gave this younger brother a kick. You're a bit too much in charge when you're an uncle, aren't you? I'd rather tear down 10 temples than break a marriage. You watch Ning. I'll call the police to send these two in. Qin Ning shouted. Don't be hasty, second uncle. It's not over yet. Fu Ning, bring all the Qin family members here. Lian invite Qin Jing, Cheng Pu and Sheng family members to the Ancestral Hall. Guchuan invite Qin Ling, Huashua and Hua family members to the Ancestral Hall as well. Although Cheng Hua's two families relied on Qin Jing and Qin Ling to live in a large villa, drive a luxury car, and live a rich man's life. But this Qin Manor they are the first time to come. The original manor is a small city, residential area, entertainment area, medical and health area, public areas have everything, and even organic farmland area, gardens and zoos. The two families totaled over 30 mouths to feed, and it was a sight to behold, shattering all the way. Mom, it must be because Qin Jing's parents have finished dying and there's no one in charge here, so she invited you to stay here. That's what I thought. You said your sister-in-law can't do anything, that's all she can do. Mom, you've got some good times ahead of you. The Hua family members on the side were also excited. It seemed that Qin Ling had some use for her. The Cheng family and the Hua family were oblivious along the way, thinking that they were already the masters of the Qin family. But after entering the door, they realized that they had been brought to the Ancestral Hall, which was covered with densely packed tablets, making one's scalp numb from the sight. And right in the center stood a girl dressed in white with a high ponytail. The ones sitting on either side seemed to be members of Qin's family, some of whom he had seen before and some of whom he hadn't. Qin Ning saw them and made a wink with Li and Guchuan, and the two of them kicked each other, and the two Qin Jing and the two Qin Ling knelt down. What are you doing? What are you doing? Letting my son kneel you, and not being afraid to die young. Cheng Pu did not speak out to stop. Her mother quarrel is the most powerful, can quarrel over the ing not many people. Qin looked at her playfully. Which one are you? The old lady dangled her eyebrows, her face full of smugness. I'm Qin Jing's mother-in-law. She has to serve me at home. What kind of a thing are you to make my son kneel to you? As the words fell, Qin Ning rushed over and snapped 2 slaps. I'm the head of the Qin family. What are you? Blah 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 here. Qin Jing didn't have much strength left and couldn't stop it, and Cheng Pu didn't dare to raise his head for fear of Qin Ning's slap. The other Cheng family members held the old lady and then looked at the surrounding bodyguards in black clothes, not daring to act rashly. Cheng Pu's mom didn't dare to yell when she saw it. Qin Ning snorted coldly, and cursed to stupidity as he passed by the two Qin Jing sisters. Fu Ning, put out the video and voice of the two sisters assassinating the old lady. Qin Jing and Qin Ling looked up, and when their voices came out of the video, they knew they were done for. Chapter 56, The Qin Family's Great Melee. Cheng Pu and Huashua momentarily panicked after hearing their own voices, but quickly calmed down. The old lady has been turned into ashes and nothing can be found out. Can they be easily convicted on the basis of a few videos and recordings? Qin Ning, most of the old lady's inheritance has fallen into your pocket. My family Jinger didn't get a single cent, and I didn't say anything, but what are you doing? Is it going to be backwards? Do you want to kill everyone? Yes, you still want to drive the whole world? Who do you think you are? Now is a society of law. My son did not break the law, and you cannot bend the law. Qin Ning rubbed his temples, aching. Qin Jing, you are truly a mallet. Just such a thing can coax you for 20 years. Qin Jing was unimpressed. You're afraid you're not unloved. You're nakedly jealous. Cheng Pu's smugness was overflowing. Still Jinger understands me. She just lacked love since she was a child. And no one loves her before she gets jealous of being surrounded by love. Qin Ning made a sweeping leg. I'll let you love. Love you mama batch. Cheng Pu flew off with an ah. Qin Jing rushed over. Brother Chang, are you alright? Chang Pu covered his chest. Jinger, don't you mind me. If beating me up can make her comfortable, then I'm willing. I son his whole family. Mom, had, if it is not the rule of law society to protect you, you today high and low as a bubble of in the zoo. Qin Jing, you are a stupid to the home of the love of the brain. You deserve what happened to you, but the old lady should not be killed by you. The hatred in Qin Shi's and Qin Shing's hearts turned into a blazing fire, and as soon as the two brothers looked at each other, one of them punched one. Qin Shi rode on top of Qin Jing, punching after punching to the flesh. Qin Jing, you heartless. Mom loves you guys the most. You guys actually poisoned her. Qin Jing held her head. No, I didn't. Second brother, you believe me? I never harmed Mom. Qin Shi slapped her again. Stupid. Being coaxed by a man for half of your life. Harming yourself as well as Mom. You should have been killed in the first place. Qin Jing argued with reason. It's fine for you to talk about me. Second brother. You're not allowed to talk about Brother Chang. Qin Ning felt that if she were to give birth to a love brain like this in the future, she would have to stew that man and then lock such a daughter in the house by smashing her legs. How can you be so stupid? Did the old lady stuff the placenta as a brain when she gave birth to you? What about that Chang brother? Your Chang brother never liked you. Qin Jing unconsciously looked towards Qin Ning when she heard the sound of birth, but Qin Ning just looked at her with condescending, disdainful eyes. TSK, this Chang Pu from a young poor ding-dong, but the appearance of 8 villages in the 10 miles is considered the top. He found that their own duty after running life after the study. The emperor is not to be ashamed of the people, and finally enrolled in the University of Shengjing. The first thing he did when he entered the university was to enter the student union, and then one by one, he checked the student files and pinpointed Qin Jing, the dumbass. After his platonic pursuit, he managed to capture Qin Jing's heart and then pull it for 20 years, succeeded in making Qin Jing a blood bag for the Chang family, and Qin Jing, the idiot, not only paid for the Chang family without limits, but also personally sent poison into her own mother's mouth. What's even more stupid is that she still doesn't know the reason why she can't have children. Qin Jing stubbed her ears. Why couldn't she have a baby? Why? Alas, Chang Pu has been giving her birth control pills for 20 years, while others have children in their hometowns, and Qin Jing, a dumbass, has nothing. And since it's been determined that Qin Jing didn't get any inheritance from the Qin family, Chang Pu has taken out a sky-high insurance policy for her, and in a few days, she'll be traveling abroad on the pretext of taking her out for a break, and Qin Jing will die a guest in another country. Qin Jing couldn't believe that Brother Chang would do this to her. Brother Chang said he loves her the most. Ha? Why? Qin Jing held her head. Her head hurt. Mommy, it hurts. Now you know how to say mom, poison. Seeing this pompous behavior of hers, Qin Ning said in a cold voice, Qin Jing, although the old madam didn't leave you an inheritance, she left you last words, so listen to them, said the man who signaled Fukunin to play it. The screen went black, and the old madam's voice came out. Qin Jing, Qin Ling, you two sisters are the babies I gave birth to after 3 days and nights of pain. From a young age, I have loved and never treated harshly, and with the strength of the Qin family, you do not need to make a marriage like the daughters of other families. But I didn't realize that you two sisters were stupid enough to be hated. I can't believe I've been tricked by 2 poor boys with bad character. I can't help it, but as a mom, I respect your choices. But then I overheard Cheng Pu and Hua Shua bringing strange women in and out of the maternity clinic. It was only then that I thought to do some investigating, and it was only then that I realized that not only did they cheat you out of your money and sex, but they also hypnotized your bodies. Prolonged use of birth control pills resulted in one of you being infertile for life and one of you having a habitual miscarriage. But when I was about to tell you the truth, I was pushed down the stairs by the 2 of them, and then you 2 idiots were instigated by them to feed me poison. So I was in a coma for 10 years, and when I woke up my body was not well nourished. Qin Jing, Qin Ling, I regret giving birth to you, so you won't get a single cent of my property or the Qin family's property. All the evidence is in the safe. Ning, punish them for grandma. The recording ended. Qin Jing's head hurt even more, and Qin Ling looked at Hua Shua incredulously. Is what my mom said true? Hua Shua eyes gentle, soft voice comfort. Linger, you don't be angry. Mother-in-law has always looked down on. You shut up. You shut up. I don't believe you anymore. How could you lie to me? Qin Shing's fist could not be collected. I son your old mother. You harmed my mom. I will kill you. Qin Sheng, you 3 give me a fight. Beat the Hua family to death. Qin Shi waved his hand. Children, follow my father to up the Cheng family. The Qin family's grandchildren were all rubbing their fists, and even Qin Yu joined the war with his bench leg. Qin Ning glanced to the side. Qin 1, it wasn't your mom who died? It wasn't your mom who was killed? What are you standing there for? Watching the joke. Qin Wen got up. Daughter, Let the bodyguard hit his. I hit degrading awe. Qin Ning closed his eyes and tried to use his hands to press the air down, but in the end, he realized that the fire couldn't be pressed down. If I don't let you guys see what force value means today, I won't see Qin Ning. After saying that, he drew his pig-killing knife from behind him. Sons and daughters of the Qin family, beat me up fiercely, and avenge our old lady. Whoever doesn't do it, I'll cut them down. Qin Wen took a look and directly joined the team that was beating up the Chang and Hua families. The family doctor was already waiting, and the two Chung Hua families, one knocked out and one carried away. Qin Ning watched the Qin family melee and was very satisfied. Lian took people to the Chang family. Gu Chuan took people to the Hua family. Real estate was sold. Movable property was brought back, and all the floor tiles were pried back for me. My voice is not bad. It's like my mother's voice. Hey, go against me in your next life. Rest in peace. I made up your last words, but it's true that they're hurting you. If you don't put on a show, they won't fall for it. The Qin family toolman who was dry humping. Qing's family can spit out 5 billion. Was family can spit out 3 billion. Not bad. The pockets are fuller again. Qin Ning was caught up in her thoughts, thinking without noticing that both the Chang and Hua families had been carried away, while the Qin family looked at her with faces full of grudges. Chapter 57, How much is a face worth? Qin Ning stepped back towards the back. What are you guys doing? Why are you leaning so close? It's affecting my ability to breathe fresh air. The crowd spoke in unison. We have a problem. Qin Ning sighed. In that case, line up, one by one. Everyone was in order, and of course the first one was Qin Wen. He looked backward. You guys are so heartless, aren't you? Why did you let me be first? The crowd chorused. Because you're the oldest. Qin Wen. Qin Ning hooked a stool with his foot. Kissing father. Sit down and ask what questions. Qin Wen pointed to a slap mark on his face. Did you have to let us fight? So many bodyguards you don't use. Letting us fight in close quarters. Qin Ning puffed out his chest. Righteous. Your mother was hurt, suffered for 10 years and lost her life. And you're here to tell me that you're going to let the bodyguard fight on your behalf? Put your right hand on your left breast. Is that conscience still there? As the eldest son of the family, you're such a failure that the Qin family has let you lead them into the ditch. Any more questions yet? If you do, say so. If you don't, get lost. Qin Wen covered his ears. He knows. Why so loud? Qin Ning grunted coldly. Asterisk 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 off. Second uncle you sit. What's the problem? Is that last word true? Did your grandmother hate them both? The last words were synthesized by the AI I used. The old lady didn't even want to mention them. Hate them? They're her own. Don't hate them. They're the ones who did her in. Any questions? And the last one. Isn't Qin Zhao the nanny's daughter? Why is it Qin Yu's? Because Qin Yu has been a nanny in your house for a while. Or by Jirua's personal nanny and Qin Zhao's babysitter. Is there a problem? Conflict? The enemy is lurking. I'm being stolen from my home. You know nothing about it, and there's a problem? Qin Shi shook his head. If you don't have it, get lost. Next, Uncle Sam you ask. Ning, does the fact that your grandmother was pushed down the stairs and poisoned have anything to do with Qin Yu? She had already arranged to give the old lady some medicine, but didn't want her to die. Her main purpose was to make the old man suffer. But when she was about to do it she realized that Qin Chang and Hua Shua had already done it, so she simply sat back and watched the tigers fight. Qin Xing wiped her tears. I know. Qin Ning glanced backward. Next, what's your problem? Auntie 2. What Ning plans to do with those two families, and what to do with Qin Jing and Qin Ling. One family sends a rainforest adventure and one sends a wilderness survival. Including both of them? Not included. They have to keep the old lady's spirit for the rest of their lives. Next, little auntie sit down. Ning, are you staying at home from now on? Come if you need something, if not I have to stay with my husband. He can't stay away from me. Next, Shun Zhouxing, who was far away from Europe on a business trip, always felt that someone was scolding him. Qin Yuan sat down with a dark face. Why don't you deal with Qin Yu? Why are your fists turned against your own blood relatives? Qin Ning condescended with a look of contempt. All the work is for me to do. Are you a eater? She saw it and didn't stop it, indirectly causing grandma's death. Isn't she responsible? You even gave her grandpa's ashes. You're working hand in glove with her. Qin Ning grinned and slapped down. I don't even care to scold you. Stupid one. As the eldest grandson, you can't even do a good job of defending the house. And if you can't protect the old lady, you expect others to do so? Qin Yu was still merciful. If she was ruthless enough, you'd all be lying in your ancestral graves by now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lousy's appearance saved you. Not only do not thank you, but also dare to question me. Is not living impatiently. Qin Yuan covered his face and stood up. Qin Ning, pay attention to your identity. I am the eldest son and grandson of the Qin family. When is it your turn to speak? Qin Wen immediately backed up. This can be all Qin Yuan's own behavior. Do not rise pro-father. Pro-father is served. The others also silently withdrew 2 meters away. Qin Ning took 3 deep breaths. Tuzi, do you think I should kick him to death or hammer him to death? His brain has 10% IQ and 90%. He's so shameless and confident that you can't fight him. So just do it, and fight again. Qin Yuan was angry. He was really angry. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. He was even more heartbroken at the thought that the company he had worked so diligently to build had been taken away by Qin Ning. So he wanted to stimulate her and make her fight with Qin Yu, preferably losing both, so that Qin is what he said to forget. The system was chilled for a while. Host, he's counting on you. So scary. Qin Ning scanned Qin Yuan from head to toe. This thing was not only stupid but also ruthless. Qin Yuan didn't know what she meant, so he straightened his spine. Grandma really misjudged people too. The 2 aunts are also victims. Shouldn't the culprit be Qin Yu? No, the culprit is Grandpa. If he wasn't such a womanizer, where would the Qin family have gotten into so much trouble? Qin Ning shook his head. Qin Yuan, I really couldn't see how stupid you were originally, but now I can see that the old man is really not bad anymore, and he shouldn't have let your father be born, and then you stupid bastard wouldn't have been born. You're reckless. Qin Ning, watch how you speak. Qin Ning couldn't bear it anymore, kicking at his lower body, waving his fist, and saying sorrowfully, I'll beat you to death. You mouth and leather swallow growing upside down thing. Qin Yuan clamped his legs and covered his head. Dad help me. Second brother. Third brother. Old 5 save me. Qin Ning's last punch went down and Qin Yuan fainted. Fu Ning, carry the man down. Fu Ning is not surprised. The eldest young master is just brainless, who is not good to mess with, but to mess with the eldest young lady. Qin Ning looked at the people who stayed behind. Don't forget, I am the chairman of Qin's board of directors, and I can change the executive president at any time. Behave yourself and this day can still go on. If not, I'll be there anytime. And who else asks questions? Qin Yu, do you know where mom went? Qin Ning shook his head. It's not like I'm a people finder. Is there a problem? Qin Er was undeterred. You really don't know? I don't want to tell you, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. Qin Ning saw him froze and directly yelled. Next, Qin San, what's your problem? Do you know where Jiao Jiao's home is? Qin Ning black-faced. I'm not Gouda. I can't navigate. Get lost. Next, check it out yourself. Why ask me? I'm not DeepSeek. Qin Yan lurched over. Ning Ning, who did you learn your kung fu from? Innate saint body. Self-taught. Next, Qin Fong. Ning, how many people can you hit at the same time? No problem beating you 100 times. Next, Qin Yu. Qin Yu had a starry-eyed look on her face. Sister, you're so powerful. How many children do you plan to have? That depends on how many you can give birth to. Next, Qin Chang. Ning, how are we going to get along with Qin Yu from now on? Will we meet and fight or greet each other? That depends on how she treats you. The next, Qin Xian. Ning, what do you think of the fact that great-uncle mother is still thinking about Qin Jiao? King's defiance. Next, Qin Ming looked toward the back. Yo-ho, he was on his own, so he simply asked a big question. Will Ning lead the Qin family all the way to the flowery road? Or maybe by water, land or rail? Qin Wana, who hadn't been named while sitting in a wheelchair, opened his eyes. Do you still need a face? Qin Ning waved his hand. A face is worth a few dollars. Chapter 58, Qin Wan, this is all your fault. Qin Ning handed over the matter of the Qin family garden to the small housekeeper Fu, and his own ass went home to soak. His husband. Unfortunately, when I entered the door, I was told that Shun Zhouxing was on a business trip. She pulled out her cell phone and didn't see the message. Shun Zhouxing. This guy, even didn't tell her personally, but also let the housekeeper tell her. Did she have no place in his heart at all? LOL. Sad. True. Marriages held together by money just aren't strong. The housekeeper pulled his mouth. Young lady, the eldest young master also asked me to tell you that he doesn't want to click on your WeChat name, so please contact him under a different name. Why? How nice to have a big sexy African female monkey. Uncle Wu, your young master has too much going on. Uncle Wu smiled. Young lady, young master said he felt like a big strong African male monkey if he acknowledged your name. Qin Ning grinned. It was a good name, just right for a love head. Wubo didn't know why the young lady was so happy. That mouth was grinning up to her ear. Qin Ning bounced up the stairs. She had to bully and coax someone to change their love head. Meanwhile, Qiner and Qin San found their way to Qin Yu's doorstep based on the information provided by Qin Ning. The brothers were reluctant to get out of the car when they looked at their own mother at the door, who was crossing her arms and cursing. Second brother, let's go back. We can't afford to lose this face. Lao San, you don't want Jiao Jiao anymore. But look at mom. What is she doing? In case Jiao Jiao's own mom gets angry, we'll be even less able to pick up Jiao Jiao. Then what do you say? Big brother was knocked out by Qin Ning. still lying in the hospital bed. The oldest 4 was beaten to do wheelchair. Dad has no backbone at all. Became an obedient good boy. Now that the entire Qin family is under Qin Ning's suppression, do you think that even if we take Jiao Jiao back, they live a good life? Qin-san rubbed his brow in distress. You decide. Second brother. I have a case to deal with. Qin aired directly black face. You have to come on. A husband peeped at his daughter-in-law shower. A daughter-in-law beat up his mother-in-law. A husband cheated on his 40-something junior. A married woman seduced the male big points. There are so many lawyers in the law firm. You need to sit in personally. I'm in more of a hurry than you are. Qin-san is still angry. Second brother, this is not at all concerned about his career. You still have the nerve to talk about me. How about you? You, that is either circumcision or pulling out fish spines. So many years. You have not even done an appendix operation. It. Zinel stormed out. He was most leery of being told he hadn't been on a major operating table. Qin-san, shut up. You're not qualified to finish. You specialized. Qin heir. You're not qualified to finish either. You adult high schooler. The two brothers fought from the car to the outside of the car, and from the outside of the car to the Public Security Bureau. When Qin-wen went to ransom the man, the three fathers fought because he cursed Qin-san more and Qin-heir less. Qin-wu came with a couple scoffs and a fight. Finally Qin-ning walked in with a baseball bat on top of his cocktail hat. The four fathers saw her cringe. Qin-ning blackened his face. I damn well just sent the two old men away, resolved the grudge left behind by the old man, and dealt with the wolfish ambitions of Cheng-pu and the Huashua family, exhausted physically and mentally, only 4 hours of sleep, and you guys are screwing up? Qin-wen weakly raised his hand. Daughter, he doesn't blame me for this. Qin-ning stared at him. Not on you? How is it not on you? A great son of the Qin family was counted out by the Bai family because he couldn't manage those two tails of meat, gave birth to an older son who fought his way to a third degree, a second son with an adult high school diploma, a third son with a college degree, a fourth son with an online education, a youngest son with a technical school degree, and an illiterate me. Qin-ning said, gnashing teeth. Qin-wen listened to the physical and mental has died. He is at least 985, just because of curiosity, went to the bar alone, and then was robbed strong. When he ends up with a child that is not as good as the one he had, who will he talk to about it? Looked at the appearance of that one nose and face. Qin-ning's anger is not a place, signed to lead the people, and finally beat up and threw home. Fathers and sons are emo, and finally agreed that it's all about the mother. Bai Jiruo was soft and hard at Qin Yu's place, and for a whole day, no matter if she told her the truth or splashed around, Qin Yu was just not willing to give her the child. Obviously it was her own daughter that she had pampered for so many years. Why should she take it away from her? Originally unhappy, back to the home who saw the nose and face of a few father and son, she disliked to look at, humph, and was repaired by Qin-ning. Right, deserved it. A few big men, even a yellow hair girl cannot beat. Shame or not shame? Qin-wen gave her an even more disgusted look. Shame on you. You have your own daughter. You have to rob someone else's. You're sick. Bai Jiruo's fire was lit up. Qin-wen, it's because you're incapable that Jiao Jiao followed Qin-yu. Qin-wen raised his hand and slapped. Bai Jiruo, I found out that I was wrong. A few children are so stupid. I thought that there was something wrong with the ancestral tomb, but I didn't realize that the problems were all in you. You are really hopelessly stupid. Bai Jiruo screamed and hit. Qin-wen, I'll fight you. The system pulls the alarm. Your own father and your own mother are fighting. Do you want to go back and take a look? No, I'm in a bind. As long as no one gets killed, it doesn't matter. After communicating with the system, she then looked at Shenhong and Zhu Xiuyan on the sofa to the side. How did they get back? Shenhong directly raised his hand and confessed. Daughter-in-law. Ah, the African chief and I are brothers. He told us to come back. Qin-ning raised an eyebrow. How did you become brothers? Shenhong was a bit uncomfortable by her look. Daughter-in-law. Everyone has a bit of friendship. This doesn't need to be said in such detail. Qin-ning didn't believe it. Tuzi, how did he become a brother with the chief? The system answered in a more subtle way, comparing height, length, and who pees farther. The corners of Qin-ning's mouth twitched. No wonder Shenhong blushed. So this is an unspeakable reason. Shu Ziyan couldn't help it. Obviously she's the mistress here. Why should she listen to Qin-ning? Hubby, since we're back, let's get to the point. I'm the first wife. You're the daughter-in-law, so you'll have to listen to me in the future. Qin-ning absently played with her fingertips. Her hands can be really nice, white and slender, nails red, full of blood. Shenhong hurriedly went up to cover Zhu Ziyan's mouth. Daughter-in-law, don't listen to her. She's messing with you. Zhu Ziyan was gagged and whimpered a few times, and Shenhong pulled him into the room by force. Qin-ning glanced toward the upstairs. Tuzi, why do you think Shenhong didn't get divorced? He was cuckolded and could still endure. It's true love. It's true love. You don't see your own mother-in-law and her husband. That's even weirder. Xin Ning hadn't had a chance to talk to the system yet when her cell phone rang. Big strong African male monkey, something happened on my mom's side. Help me go and take a look. The errand fee is $50 million. Big sexy African female monkey, no problem. Be right there. Chapter 59, Divorce Breach? Xin Ning was sitting in the car, and he didn't forget to remind the system. Tuzi, I'm warning you, don't come to reverse. Whose son is the one of Wenru and Lian Yu? It must be Wenru's. I'm just not sure who my father is, right? What about the 7-year difference between Lian Xiao and Xin Zhoxing? Which means that Wenru and Xin Hong remarried and gave birth 5 years after their divorce, with a 99% probability of being Lian Yu's. What about the 1%? The system is a bit embarrassed. A host. People belong to the old age. Sometimes there will be some error. Xin Ning sighed. What kind of life is she? The unification will also be old. Young lady, it's here. Xin Ning froze. No, how many minutes are you driving? The driver replied respectfully. Young lady, I drove for 10 whole minutes. You don't know, Mrs. Wen is usually out of the country and lives here when she comes back to visit her family. Xin Ning pointed to the same molding as Xin's entrance. The houses are all the same? They live so close to each other? Young madam, this villa is the property that Mrs. Wen was given in the divorce. She likes to live here. I'm not too sure of the exact reason. Well, you drive back. I'll walk back later. Yes, young lady. Xin Ning stood in the doorway, looking at the identical facilities, and she was a bit skeptical of the accuracy of the intelligence. Host, you don't suspect. Wenru and Xin Hong are arch rivals. The two have been fighting each other since childhood. Not married to each other. Scolded each other. Married to each other to beat each other. Divorced, each other's sarcasm and climb. In that case, what are they comparing? Xin Hong had a baby boy and a baby girl. More daughters than Wenru. That's not Xin Hang's. He's already gone to his own father. As long as Xin Hong thinks it is, she will always be. So, that's why Wenru thinks she's missing a daughter and wants to have a daughter. Xin Ning didn't understand. She gave birth to a daughter. So she gave birth. Oops, host Wenru is over 40. A woman of advanced maternal age. And Lian Yu won't let her have a baby. The two fought because of this. One bought a super thick model to stop the elves. One with a needle. And later transformed different conception. Xin Ning is listening to the fun. How to still stop it. There is something that I, this honored VIP, cannot listen to. Your mother-in-law and your stepfather-in-law are fighting. And you're not going to stop them? I want to hear what a VIP should hear. You don't want your $50 million. Xin Ning tapped her head. Yes, she had come with a mission. She's the best at persuading people to fight. Bringing this up brings up her war record in the village. If the object of persuasion is a person, she will first try to convince people with reason. If not convinced, then ask a little knowledge of fists and feet. There is no fight she cannot persuade. If the object of persuasion is a pig, she will first assess the price of this pig. If the price is not suitable, she will persuade the fight across the force. If it is suitable, directly to the table. With that thought, she majestically rang the doorbell. Not a minute later, the door opened, and the sight of silver crushed hair, glowing in the sunlight, was all that met his eyes. Underneath the silver hair was an unusually handsome look, with blue eyes staring right back at her. Xin Ning swallowed his saliva. Tuan Zuc. So positive, blue eyes, silver hair, amorous eyebrows, sexy nose. That is, there is a thin mouth, but it does not matter. I am amorous on it. The system can't even look at it. This is still shameless. My respected host, let's do the right thing, okay? I'm drying. Don't worry about it. System, what do you take for granted? Xin Ning grinned. Hey handsome, what's your name? My name is Xin Ning. How many people are in my family? That's not important. What's important is that I'm in charge. How old are you? My actual age is 18, but the account book is 22. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm young. Where does your family live? My house is diagonally across the street from yours. I live with my husband, so the three of us can live together in the future. How many people are in your family? We'll all live together if you don't mind. Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? If I can, I'll get a divorce first. What kind of fruit do you like? I like durian because I think it's very yellow. Like me, do you like it? By the way, handsome, what kind of food do you like? I like everything good, like onion dip. What kind of girls do you like? You said I could do my own remodeling. Are you a foreigner? It's okay. I'm Chinese. I can help you improve your genes. Can you understand Chinese? I can teach you. Want to come home with me? Or I'll come to your house and teach you myself. Tell you what, let's add a contact first, so that we can get in touch well in the future. System, rogue, pervert, shameless. When the name of the big sexy African female monkey was revealed, he realized who the big strong African male monkey was on his cell phone. No wonder I couldn't find Big Brother and had to call to find him. So that's the name. Funny, so funny. seeing that his sister-in-law was continuing her output. If it wasn't for the fact that his elder brother had popularized it ahead of time, he would have thought that it was some kind of mental institution that had run out. In order to avoid his sister-in-law's misunderstanding, he helplessly shouted, "Sister-in-law, my name is Lian Xiao. I'm 17 years old this year. My home is in Shangjing. I don't have a girlfriend, and I like girls who are cool, who can understand Chinese, and who are also very good, so we can home contact." Qin Ning cried, not daring to open her eyes, believing it was her hallucination. This person was actually Xin Zhouxing's half-brother. Why didn't anyone tell her that Lian Xiao was a mixed blood and also mixed so well? Qin Ning cried out in the bottom of his heart, "Tuzi, I've fallen out of love. How can it end when it never began? He's grown on the tip of my heart, and I want to advise all girls not to enter into marriage so much, because there are better ones out there. Host, get down to business." "No, I don't think it's a big deal to earn that money later. Do you think it's a breach of contract for me to file for divorce now? $15 billion in liquidated damages. You signed it yourself." Qin Ning snapped his right hand. "Dead hand. Who let you sign?" Lian Xiao reached out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. "What's wrong with you, sister-in-law?" Qin Ning smiled gently. There was a mosquito that had been killed. Lian Xiao sighed in relief. "That's good. Sister-in-law, come in and sit down." Qin Ning said thank you and walked in. The ground was full of wolves. Has Lian Xiao's house been run over by a digger? Lian Xiao then remembered. "Sorry, sister-in-law. This is mom and dad's first battlefield." "Oh, and what battlefield is it in now?" Lian Xiao pointed to the ceiling. "Second floor." "Listen. Frame smash ah." Qin Ning didn't care. "It doesn't matter. It's not like your family can't afford to redecorate." "Oh, we're having a bit of a financial problem right now, and it's all because Big Brother is paying for the renovations." "What? Outrageous. What kind of fight is this?" Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves and rushed straight up to the second floor. The corners of Lian Xiao's mouth rose. Big Brother really understands sister-in-law. Chapter 60, A Woman's Mouth, A Deceiving Ghost. When Ru and Lian Yu each held a baseball bat and beat each other. One bat for a vase, one bat for an antique. Qin Ning was burning with anger. Xin Zhouxing's money was her money, and her money was her life. Dare to waste her life like that. Don't want to live. A boost, jump, throw the leg, reverse, throw the leg. When Lian Xiao came up, he only saw a dad on the left wall and a mom on the right wall, and the sister-in-law stood on the bar carrying a baseball bat and introduced herself. "Let's get acquainted. My name is Qin Ning. I'm Xin Zhouxing's rightful daughter-in-law. Please take care of me when we first meet." He finished with a 90-degree bow, almost getting himself double-folded. When Ru and Lian Yu were confused. Didn't the boss say that his daughter-in-law was white, tender, fragrant and soft? The whiteness is true, and Kaori wasn't wrong. It's just that the boss's understanding of the word soft isn't a misunderstanding. I'm afraid, the word soft shouldn't be interpreted that way. Lianxia wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers, but he was able to key down his mom and dad in the wall. He twisted his head, and looked at Qin Ning aggrievely. "Sister-in-law." Alas, this sentence shouted. Qin Ning was full of strength. She felt that she could plow 2 acres of land with her bare hands. One hand, one tug, done. 10 minutes later, a family of 4 was sitting on a couch with one leg missing. Lian Yu cried and cried. "Hello, stepdaughter-in-law. I'm your step-husband-in-law. My name is Lian Yu. It's my first time meeting you, so please be kind, and I don't have much to give you. The garage is full of new cars, so feel free to pick a few." "Tuzi, you look ah." Lianxio's hair and eyes with Lian Yu. Lian Yu long really good looking ah, modeling face ah, he, the main or generous, deep in my heart ah. Lian Yu looked at Qin Ning in horror and suddenly clasped his arms. No, he only belonged to his own dear daughter-in-law. He was willing to be beaten and scolded even if he was beaten and scolded. "What's wrong with your stepdaughter-in-law? I like to be stronger than I am, and a weak man can only be seen from afar, not played with, and I have a bit of humanity in me. The system is speechless. Master, be normal. You're here to persuade a fight. I've already persuaded them to fight with each other in the future, and if they break things and make my husband reimburse them, then I'll let them be scrapped." Lian Xiao and Lian Yu looked at each other. Sister-in-law/daughter-in-law is so scary. When Ru's eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if she had discovered a new continent, Qin Ning returned to her senses, revealing a polite yet embarrassed smile. "Thank you, Eunuch Ji, but I don't have a driver's license. Can I get a discount?" Lian Xiao coldly grunted. "Sister-in-law, you don't know. He spends all his own money on the car and doesn't have a single dime on him. Loves the car more than he loves me." Lian Yu blushed a little at what was said. "Brat, who said I don't love you? Yes, when you loved me, it was to coax my allowance. I don't have money. You have money. What's wrong with having money to honor your own father? That doesn't take away all my allowance, does it? Causing me to swipe my classmates' cards for meals." The 2 fathers and sons argued directly. When Ru went up and slapped one of them, "Get lost. Qin Ning's heart is tired. There is no place to save. Want to lie down towards the sofa yet?" Suddenly, he entered a warm and soft embrace, and a laughing voice came from above his head. "You're my daughter-in-law? Boss's daughter-in-law? Really good, good looking, and capable, and kind. I heard about your Qin family." When Ru hugged her and wowed and praised her for a long time, Qin Ning was hugged by a mother like this for the first time, and to be honest, it was a bit touching. An hour later, she finally understood In Susu's words when she saw her bank card missing $50 million. The more beautiful the woman, the more she can coax people. Just a hug, surprisingly worth $50 million. She's going to ask her husband for reimbursement, doubling her reimbursement. Meanwhile, Qin Jiao stepped on her 10-centimeter high heels and clunked her way to a room. A slap to the one who was in bed as a sleeping beauty. "Xia Ming, still pretending. Aren't you tired?" The person on the bed grabbed her hand and with a slight force, Qin Jiao fell into Xia Ming's arms. "Jiao Jiao, you finally came to see me." Qin Jiao's face blushed. The Qin family's matters are all settled. Xia Ming sat up in surprise. "Really? The Qin family is dead." Qin Jiao straightened her hair and pouted. "What are you thinking? It's like this." Xia Ming's fire erupted as he listened. What the hell are you guys doing? Didn't your mom say that she wanted to exterminate the Qin family altogether? Why none of them are screwed up? It's time to give the good-for-nothing shares back to what's her name Qin Ning. If you guys do this, won't I have suffered all this time for nothing? Qin Jiao looked at Xia Ming's face distorted by anger and was somewhat incredulous. Why are you so angry? My mom definitely said that my grandmother is the main focus. He had to give my grandmother a name and fulfill my grandmother's dying wish. It's also a way to get rid of her. Why are you getting angry? Besides, it's easier to deal with the Qin family now. Xia Ming took a long breath and forced himself to calm down, then softly said, "I'm sorry Jiao. It's because I'm impulsive. I'm just worried that all of the Xia family's resources are tilted towards my cousin, and that the family elders won't see my dedication at all. Since I've been lying here, no one else has been here at all except the caretaker and my mom. And Jiao, you know how hard it's been for me." Qin Jiao hurriedly consoled. "What are you in a hurry for? Brother Ming, the Qin family's current power holder is Qin Ning. As long as you marry Qin Ning, then when the time comes to have an accident, the Qin family's property and resources will all fall into your hands by then." Xia Ming was overjoyed and hugged Qin Jiao and kissed her. "It's still Jiao who is good to me. It's just that she didn't agree at first, so how could she agree now? And she's already married to Xin Zhouxing, so how could she be willing?" Qin Jiao was full of confidence. "You don't have to worry about this. Xin Zhouxing is interested in me. I will let them divorce. And that Bai Zhiruo couldn't stay away from me. So I asked her to help coach Qin Ning home and then take Xin Zhouxing to catch the adultery. So she had to marry. The priority now is to announce that you're awake and stop hiding." Xia Ming held Qin Jiao's hand. Jiao, having you in this life is the luck I've cultivated over 10 lifetimes." Qin Jiao leaned into his arms. "Brother Ming, don't worry. I will help you get back everything that belongs to you." At this time, Qin Ning lying on the bed emo. She decided not to meet with Wenru in the future. See a few times she will certainly go bankrupt. Although there is a monetary subsidy and comfort from Xin Zhouxing, he was coaxed away from $50 million, and his heart is hard to bear. The system sends an alert. "Master, your place is calling you home for dinner." Qin Ning sat up from the bed. What does she want? The system came in a light-hearted manner. "It's nothing, just changing a son-in-law." "What? Changing son-in-laws? Is Qin Jiao behind this? I don't feel right lately. I haven't beaten them up in 2 days. Chapter 61, Bai Zhiruo angers Qin Ning. Qinjia's garden. Qin Jiao nestled in Bai Zhiruo's arms and cried for air. "Mom, I miss you so much." Bai Zhiruo was teary-eyed. "I miss you so much too. Jiao, you don't even know how mom has been over these past few days. It's really painful for mommy to be without you." Jiao. The corners of Qin Jiao's mouth rose. As long as she was a little pampered, there was nothing she couldn't accomplish. "Mom, I would like to come and see you, but my sister is in charge. I don't dare to come. I'm afraid she'll beat me." "Mom, look at my face. It's almost disfigured." Bai Zhiruo cupped Qin Jiao's face. Traces of bruises could still be seen on the right side of her face, and the fire in her heart rushed straight up. This scourge, how can she be so capable of wreaking havoc on people? If it wasn't for her coming back, it would have been fine for the old lady to be in a coma for the rest of her life. At the very least she would still be alive. Your grandfather, the linchpin, wouldn't have followed, and not so much would have happened at home. The most detestable thing is that she also divided up so much property, and now she kicked your big brother out of the Qin clan, but instead let Xin Zhouxing send someone to take over the Qin clan. Do you think she is specifically against the Qin family? Master Void has long said that she is against our whole family, and with her around, there is no good life for us. How come she didn't freeze to death then? Is a long life. Qin Jiao hurriedly smoothed out Bai Jiruo's anger. Mom, don't be angry. It's all about Ning. Maybe the Qin family should have let her sister be the head of the family. Sister also has good intentions. Otherwise how would she have found out that the two ants killed grandma? Speaking here, Qin Jiao suddenly covered her mouth and cried again. Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. My status is too embarrassing. I'm satisfied that I came to see you today. Take care of yourself. Mom, Bai Jiruo pulled her. No, it's not your fault. It's all the old man's fault. Your grandmother and your real mother are both victims. Jiao, you're not. You're mommy's little baby. Don't mind them. I want you to live at home. Qin Jiao shook her head. Mom, I'm not the Qin family's daughter, but I still have a marriage contract with the Xie family on me. If you don't marry, Xia Ming is awake and is not a good thing. Let Qin Ning marry over, so as not to hang around in front of my eyes. I'm tired of looking at it. But my sister has already married Xin Zhouxing. Brother Zhouxing is not even clean anymore. Mom, I am not worthy for Brother Zhouxing. Mentioning this Bai Jiruo had a stomach full of anger. If it wasn't for Zhouxing the child backing her up, where did she get the guts to challenge the Qin family? Zhouxing is good at everything, but he doesn't know how to choose a daughter-in-law. Jiao, don't worry. Mom will make sure that Qin Ning, that scoundrel, gets a divorce. Then she marries Xie Ming and you marry into the Xin family. Your Aunt Su Yan and I are bosom friends. She will definitely help you. Qin Jiao shyly hugged Bai Jiruo. Thank you, Mom. Mom, you're so good to me. Qin Ning just entered the door and heard the two people's cloying words, and immediately felt his intestines rolling. Vomit. I urted God. I'm a little dry wretch. Why don't you two go into the entertainment industry? Even a Grand Slam actress is not as good as your acting skills. Qin Jiao was especially happy and rose to greet her. Sister, you're here. Bai Jiruo pulled her. What's the point of greeting her? Qin Ning, come here. I have something to say to you. Qin Ning stomped the he had just stepped on. I'm sick. I'll go over if you tell me to go over. You count as an old man. Don't talk so much nonsense. Divorce Bodline today and pack up your own things to go to Xie's house tomorrow. Qin Ning pulled out his ears as if he had heard some heavenly joke and couldn't get up from laughing. Bai Jiruo was furious. What are you laughing at? Qin Ning covered her stomach and wiped her tears. Have you been infected by Qin Yuan and become a female bully? The Civil Affairs Bureau is your home. Open say leave just The cooling off period is still 30 days. Understand law blind. Starting tomorrow, I'll have Lawyer Wen send someone to the Qin family to spread the law, and whoever doesn't participate will have their water, electricity, food, and cards cut off. How dare you? Bai Jiruo roared. See if I dare. Bai Jiruo, am I giving you face? Well, I'll admit that you've managed to piss me off. And remember that any consequences you suffer next are at your own peril. Bai Jiruo was a bit flustered. It's against the law to hit someone. There's surveillance everywhere. Qin Ning laughed sorrowfully twice, took out his cell phone and pressed the number. And the other party answered in seconds. Qin Ning tenderly shouted, How are you, Mom? What's going on? Qin Jiao was confused. Bai Jiruo was puzzled. Qin Yu on the other end lowered her voice. Who the hell are you? Speak quickly if you have something to say. Don't bother me if you don't. Qin Ning shrugged his shoulders and shrunk his head, pinching his throat. Mama, what are you doing? Why are you ignoring your little baby? Qin Yu's goosebumps rose. You've got the wrong number, right? You've got the wrong number. Hang up and don't bother me with the movie. What kind of movie are you watching? Ma, look at my husband. Who is your husband? What's it got to do with you and who the hell are you? Qin Ning cleared his throat. Ma, do you remember the monkey you threw in the snow 18 years ago? After all these years, doesn't your conscience hurt? Look at the life I've led. Every day, I can eat to death, sleep to death, curse to death, and beat to death. Look what your own daughter has done to my own mother. Is she even a mom? She's got no manners, no education. How dare you ask me to get a divorce and let your daughter marry my husband? Is this something a human being can do? As her guardian, don't you care? Qin Yu was sidetracked. How come I'm the guardian of Bai Jiruo? You are Qin Jiao's guardian, and Bai Jiruo listens to Qin Jiao. So you are Bai Jiruo's guardian. If you don't care, I'm going to go dig up my grandfather's ashes, and the ashes of the one in your family in the meantime. Qin Yu listened. That was a gnashing of teeth. You stop. I'll handle this. Bai Jiruo heard and understood that this scourge even called Qin Yu. Why did you call Qin Yu? Qin Ning shrugged. Nothing, just letting her control her own daughter. Otherwise I can't control my own hands either. After all, the feud between Qin Yu and I hasn't been settled yet. Don't you think, Qin Jiao? Your mom has subsided and you're still jumping around? Qin Ning pressed forward step by step. Qin Jiao retreated back and forth. Bai Jiruo directly blocked in the middle. What do you want to do? As soon as you came back, you spelled skin to bully Jiao Jiao. Is there a look of being a sister? No wonder your brothers don't like you. I'll never love you just the way you are. Bai Jiruo's hideous appearance and vicious words made the servants who were busy stop. Qin Ning's hand clenched. Slap after slap, punch after punch. I don't know how long the fight lasted, but the last punch whacked the man into the couch. Qin Jiao screamed and exploded. Qin Ning twisted his head and slapped his head over, and Qin Jiao fell straight down. Fu Ning walked over. Don't worry, Missy, the surveillance here was broken in the morning. The master just arrived. Qin Ning slowly and methodically wiped the blood on his hands. Send Bai Jiruo upstairs to the hospital. Under special guard. Without my orders, no one is allowed to visit. Shoot 2 more people to send Qin Jiao to Qinyu in the south of the city, and warn her that if Qin Jiao still tries to count on her, the next thing she'll receive will be a broken arm and limb. Fu Ning nodded respectfully. Don't worry, eldest miss, the old slave will make the arrangements. Qin Ning waved his hand. Have Lian and Gu Chuan come over. I'm going to destroy the Bai family with my own hands, and the Bai family will go wherever they came from. Chapter 62, Ruthlessness even uses itself. Xinyu just arrived at the door of the house and saw her daughter whose face was swollen into a pig's head. Listening to the message from the Qin family bodyguard again, Xinyu brought Qin Jiao back home with a cold face. Qin Jiao sat down and the family doctor immediately came to apply a cold compress to her. She wailed in pain. Mom, are you afraid of Qin Ning? Why don't you take revenge for me? Once upon a time you weren't like this. Why don't you fight the Qin family now? Xinyu sat on the sofa with her eyes closed. She didn't want to talk to her daughter so much. Since the beginning, he only loved 2 people. One died, and so did the other. Qin Jiao was just a tool she used to get back at the Qin family. Now that he saw that she and Bai Jiruo were so affectionate, he felt a little uncomfortable in his own heart. She had a long dream the night she placed her father's ashes in her mother's grave. In the dream, father, mother and her lived happily ever after. Her mother told her to let go of her hatred and live her life. The father also told her that he caused everything and that he was willing to take responsibility. She argued with her father in her dream, how his fault could cancel out the suffering she had endured and all she had been given. But father said, what's wrong with Qin Ning? Yeah, what's wrong with Qin Ning? Or is it because of his father alone? The father's fault caused the mother's tragedy. Her tragedy, Qin Ning's tragedy and the tragedy of the other 2 women. He could not forgive his father, just as Qin Ning would not forgive her. There may still be a battle between them. If one goes all out, one may not fail to win. But Qin Ning still had the Shin family, the Wen family and that multinational family, the Lian family, behind him, and Zhao Jiao's fiancé, the Xia family, can't even make it to the top. What good family could she choose for Zhao Jiao with that little wisdom of Angelica Bai's? The father's genes were good, the woman's genes weren't bad to ask, and the Qin family did look good. But your own mother is pretty, and you're not bad yourself. But why is Qin Jiao so ugly? Qin Jiao was unhappy. She had been beaten up by Qin Ning and Bai Jiruo would have sincerely avenged her, but her own mother didn't care. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Qin Jiao's voice couldn't help but get a little louder. Mom, did you hear me? Why have you become so timid? Qin Ning is a reckless man. You have so many powerful fighters there. Why don't you help me fight back? Once the seed of doubt is planted, it can take root very quickly. How could her Qin Yu's daughter be uglier than that Qin Ning fellow? Back then, she had seen it with her own eyes, obviously looking like a monkey. How could it become so beautiful? Qin Yu's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. She looked at Qin Jiao. TSK, a bit ugly. Zhao Jiao, you go upstairs and rest first. I'll understand the situation. Qin Jiao was then satisfied. Mom, you must avenge me. Well, go upstairs. Qin Jiao took 1 step and turned back 3 times, every step urging her to take revenge. Qin Yu heard the sound of the door closing before she pulled out her cell phone. Third brother, help me check something. Back then I wanted a child. Lian and Gu Chuan had never seen Missy so serious. Lian reached out in front of her. Very serious indeed. Serious enough to walk away. The 2 of them pushed and shoved each other, neither daring to speak. Qin Ning looked back. Gu Chuan, at your service, Missy. Send out all the marketing strategies and marketing numbers to expose the fact that Bai Jiruo drugged Qin Wen in a bar back then and then brought a ball to force her to marry him. The more powerful the better. Whether people believe it or not, when the speculation is at its hottest, there are pairs of families who come to buy other news about Bai Jiruo, all for sale. Gu Chuan reconfirmed. Missy, may I ask who Bai Jiruo and Qin Wen are? The eldest son and daughter-in-law of the Qin family. My biological real parents. Gu Chuan was really scared. Missy, this matter will bring the Qin family's face to an end, and by then, you will also be implicated, and perhaps even Qin's stock price. Qin Ning raised his eyes. The first thing is to expose Bai Jiruo's climbing of the wall and guide netizens to check out the Bai family's history of wealth. The second exposes my lost 17 years and gets the real and fake millennial entanglements out there as well. Thirdly, exposing Bai Jiruo and Zhu Xian's relationship, focusing on the bosom friend sentiment here. Since they want to play, I'll play well with them. Old me doesn't want face. They don't think about wanting face. I'm going to tear down the covering of the Qin family's big house. Gu Chuan gave a thumbs up. Missy, you're going down with the enemy. Qin Ning beckoned, out of a Bai Jirua into the mansion Jedi skills. The money earned, I do not want a penny. After paying taxes the partners in the company divided equally. Gu Chuan gave a thumbs up. Missy, you're this. It's so awesome. You can utilize yourself to earn money. Go on. The chance to earn money is fleeting. Watching Gu Chuan run off at the top of his lungs, Lian was in a hurry. Missy, what am I doing? Qin Ning sipped his tea. Tell me how many people are in the Bai family. The size of 3 dozen mouths. Your grandparents. Qin Ning stopped right there. Say their names. Lian stretched out his fingers and counted. Old man by old woman by gave birth to 5 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter is Bai Jirua, married into the present Qin family. The youngest daughter was supposed to take the same path as your mom, but the other side of the family didn't recognize her, humiliated her and threw her out, and since then she's been crazy. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. So the Bai family is counting on Bai Jirua? Yes. What do all 5 of Bai Jirua's brothers do? Everything: eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, rubbing the Qin family's nose in it all day long to get money. Unification son. What are the shortcomings of the 5 sons of the White family? Your great uncle likes to adopt. Your second uncle likes to gamble. Your third uncle likes to steal. Your fourth uncle likes to have great healthcare. And your youngest uncle sucks. Qin Ning got up, looking serious. A Shinjingqi, I want to be righteous. Lian sent 5 groups of people. The first group is responsible for finding the evidence of the Bai family boss molesting the girls. The second group was responsible for searching for evidence of gambling by the White family's second son. The third group, forget it, let Fu Kunan arrange someone for the third group. He has someone on his side who is more specialized. Group 4 you will get live video. Group 5 is the hardest. Follow my instructions. Liam patted himself on the back for getting the job done. At the same time, Bai Jirua was wrapped into a dumpling lying in the hospital bed. Move a little bit of effort. There is no place on the body does not hurt. But what hurt her more was what was being shown on the TV. How she had married into the Qin family back then was revealed. At this time, the cameras were interviewing several children of the Qin family, only to see Qin Yuan grimacing. This is someone who thinks that my Qin family has no elders to sit on the sidelines, and is first testing to see if we're good at bullying. I, Qin Yuan, will definitely not let him off the hook. Qin Air was all haggard. I just got out of the lab. I'm sure it's all a subplot, so please keep your eyes peeled. Qin San faced the camera and launched a direct challenge. The Qin family will gather all the evidence and wait for you. Qin Wana's face was filled with anger. It's all rumor mongering, and the people behind it, their hearts are punishable. Qin Wu cheerfully, thanks for giving me another chance at exposure. Please make it up like that next time. Qin Jiao cried and cried. My mom isn't like that. You all have wronged her. Qin Ning grinned and threw a wink at the reporters. I don't know. Don't even ask me. All I know is that she and my stepmother-in-law are BFFs. And anyway, things come in groups. I don't know anything. Bai Jirua was so angry that she cursed. Scourge, scourge, shouldn't have given birth to her in the first place. Someone, bring up that scourge Qin Ning. Unfortunately, the shouting was muffled and the 2 bodyguards at the door didn't move a muscle. Qin Yuan came over after work with his 3 younger brothers in a huff. He swept a glance at the 2 bodyguards at the door. Open the door. I'm going in. Bodyguard. Qin Yuan huffed. You don't understand when this young master speaks to you. I order you to open the door or you won't do your job. The bodyguards looked at each other. Stolidly. Qin Yuan rolled up his sleeves. Toast to the wind. Qin Air stopped him. Big brother, don't be impulsive. You guys still won't let go or don't blame us for not being polite. The bodyguard shook his head. Qin W was impatient. 2 watchdogs are just 2 watchdogs. What are you talking to them about? Just go straight in. The 4 brothers just took a step closer. Framed 4 punches, and the 4 brothers fell to the ground. The 2 bodyguards pulled out red scrolls from behind them and set them down. Top line, Qin Yuan or Sanwa shall not enter. Next line, Qin Jiao and the dog please don't trespass. Then the 2 of them raised their left hand and won their right. With the banner, I'm in charge. The 4 brothers cursed and held each other up. After a while, Fernine came over. Signing, how is she? Is there anyone? The bodyguard also signaled. Things are good. Very quiet. Missy's 4 brothers came and were beaten away by us. Fu Ning Shun they performed well. This month's bonus is $100,000 a person. The 2 were overjoyed. Originally they had been frustrated in their search for a job due to deafness caused by an ear injury, but blessed Butler didn't mind them and gave them a high salary. So touched. Chapter 63, you look back. Fu Ning had a smug look on his face. Still Missy is smart. A qualified housekeeper must be able to use people. Use the right people. Use good people. He also made a special effort to send a message to report to Qin Ning. who backhandedly transferred $100,000, and didn't even have time to send the extra emoticons. It was true that I didn't have time, because I was very busy now. Busy earning money. Busy earning the money of the Bai family and Qin Yuan's money. She sat in her office, watching Gu Chuan's busy feet, smiling with her mouth open to her ears. Even through the thick glass door, his excitement could be felt. Qin Ning suddenly quite regretful. Unity-san, you said 4 and 6. 46 is not a little unfair to me. I'm the boss. How can I give her that much? You promised yourself that your cows and horses would eat high-quality grass to produce good milk. Ugh, I'm such a good boss. The system bristles. Host walks to remind you. You're in trouble. Is there less on me? You can't break the rules of the trade, no matter where you are, no matter what industry you're in, and you're breaking them. Qin Ning sneered. I want to become the leader of a formal media company, mainly doing news gathering and editing, advertising and marketing, film and television production and network communication, and most of all public relations activities. Oh, people still have dreams. What if they come true? Do you know why you guys can earn the money that the Bai family and Qin Yuan used to suppress the scandal? Qin Ning raised his eyebrows. I know, because their offer is lower than the star offer. Those companies are earning the star's money. They can't look at the small money. But I'm different. I can look at. The system is also curious. Master, besides the purpose of earning money, why do you want to become a media leader? Qin Ning sighed. Tuzi, do you know about the herd effect? The system wanted to roll its eyes. Forget it, you don't understand. To put it bluntly, it's the herd mentality. Some media companies only want to make money. They have no morals and conscience. They take advantage of people's herd mentality. They can arbitrarily decide whether a person is a good person or a bad person. Speaking as if you have morals and a conscience. Though I don't have much, I'm not that bottomless. That's the rule of showbiz. Do you think you can change it alone? Qin Ning was very serious. When I say I can, I can. The system really looks like that when you look at her seriously. How about trusting her for once? While the system was still hesitating, Qin Ning had already begun to pick at her phone. Gu Chuan, reply to the Bai family. That little bit of money can't be pressed at all. Take another 500 million. All those years of taking the Qin families will have to be returned. Who let their Bai family's shouting daughter mess with me? The system can't seem to believe it. Host, you just catch the Bai family grips. You grips the poor. Your own mother or from the Prochin family to get something to subsidize. If her sons want to give it to her, I won't give it to her. She degraded me so much. Scolded me. I'm still my nature if I don't retaliate. Gu Chuan received the news and immediately raised the price. But the Bai family disagreed. Just refused. That split scandal rolled in. And finally, after the White family transferred 500 million, the matter ended there. Gu Chuan calculated the total account. A total of 750 million gleaned from the Bai family and Qin Yuan into the public accounts of 500 million. The rest of the money after deducting taxes, Qin Ning and Gu Chuan 46. And the 60% that Gu Chuan gets has to be given to another 108 employees in the form of bonuses. Qin Ning earned $100 million in pocket change as the owner. Immediately after that, he got a virtual number and reported several uncles of the White family that he had never met. For a moment the Bai family was in chaos. Qin Ning dumped a call to Fu Ning, let Bai Zhirua out, and told her what had happened to the Bai family. When she learned that Bai Zhirua had already rushed over with all the children except for her and Qin Wu, Qin Ning was in a soothing and refreshing mood. Now it's just a thought. When you have money, then you have to enjoy life. Too much going on lately, too many worries, too tired, need to relax and unwind. An hour later, the middle of the night, the biggest and most luxurious bar in Shengjing. Qin Ning followed the dynamic drums, stepped into the dim light, held a cup of night orchids, and twisted his ghostly figure to sway on the dance floor. He was accompanied by a couple of masked little brothers, who could both admire and act as human dividers. 10 minutes later she made her way back to the card table through the crush of people. She still wasn't fit to dance. Her twisted back hurt her ass. It's more comfortable to sit back and enjoy the crowds coming and going. Host, your cousin has seen you. Qin Ning spewed out a mouthful of old wine. So many people. Why does she have such good eyes? Host, shouldn't the focus of your concern be what she wants from you? What does she want with me? Oh, she asked you for money. Qin Ning hurriedly tucked away his cell phone. She has not much less money than me, and borrowed mine. I do not borrow. Her money is in her mom's place. Her mom is afraid that she is in love with the brain. In the end, people and money. So directly take away the money. Qin Yu is now only a month fixed pocket money. Before Qin Ning could get up, she heard Qin Yu's loud voice. Cousin, sis, my own sister. I miss you so much. Qin Ning stretched out a finger to poke her forehead. What are you doing in a bar if you're not going to school? Qin Yu bristled. Aren't you here too, sis? Qin Ning grunted coldly. I'm relaxing and unwinding after work. You're skipping class here. aren't you? Looks like I'm going to have to call your mom. Shin Yu hurriedly stopped it. Sister, are we not real sisters? Shin Ning shook his head. Dang it. Shin Yu continued to ask. Sister, is it that you don't want me to be beaten and suffer? Depends. Shin Yu cried and mourned. Sister, lend me some money. All my money has been taken away by my mom. She said that the old Shin family has both the genes of the love brain and the gene of the slag, but at a glance I'm the love brain, so I'm hit with no wealth. That's how I took all the movable and immovable property left to me by my grandparents. It's my roommate's birthday today, and I called a couple of my little brothers, but I didn't have enough money. Shin Ning rubbed his head. How many did you call? Shin Yu stretched out 4 fingers. Shin Ning sighed in relief. 4, that's okay. 10, 000 at most. Let's go. I'll settle the bill for you. Shin Yu shook her head. Sister, it's 40. Shin Ning wailed. 40. Living father, can you use them all? Shin Yu said weakly. Sister, there are 4 of us. Oh, she's meh. People really do laugh when they're speechless. Shin Yu hugged her arm and pouted. Sister, help me. In the future, if you order 80 without money, my sister will help you pay for them all. Shin Ning's mouth was educating in a serious manner, and her hands did not forget to bring the 4 she ordered. Shin Yu's box to the eye opening. Now young people so good at playing? It's all a mask. A Judas. All tops off. Charming eyes in suits. Shin Ning's eyes were dazzled, and a deer in the headlights in his heart. At this time the wine was on its way up. Shin Ning raised his glass. Sisters, proceed to play music and then dance. Unbeknownst to her, there was a person standing at the door of the box who was picking at his cell phone. Within a few seconds, Shin Ning's cell phone rang, and she shushed it. Her sweet voice rang out. Hello, husband, where are you? Shin Ning looked around sheepishly and cheerfully. Hubby, I'm doing business planning at home. Yes? I don't know why, but it always felt a little prudish. Still, it was a stiff. Yeah, when's hubby coming back? Oh, look back. Chapter 64, Old Woman White Makes a Move. Shin Ning swallowed his saliva. Tuesday, when did my husband come? Standing at the door for 20 minutes, Shin Ning began to look down on Unity. Why didn't you remind me if all my behavior was seen? The system leans up to the sky and wails. Heaven and earth. I've used all kinds of shrill cries, but I haven't switched you from your colorful state. Then what do you think the odds are that he'd believe me if I fainted right now? 0%. Unico, there's nothing in the agreement that forbids molestation, right? He's not going to turn around and make me pay for it, is he? Speaking of this, the system also wanted to laugh at her. Didn't you open your eyes and take a look? You're no good at all. You just signed your hand after being seduced by someone else. Shin Ning stroked his chin. This thing it does not rely on me mainly because we came out of the village. Have not seen so many handsome. A moment cannot help themselves, and when I see enough more, will produce in unity. The more Shin Zhoshing listened to his face, the darker it became. Thanks to him seeing the news, he also made a fool of himself and flew back to help her. But he didn't expect to see her flirting with those male models in the bar. It kinda confirms her first name, earning money to bag a male model. She really dares to think about it. Just almost called the police myself. But when he saw that Shin Ning didn't get on with it and was just drooling, he softened his heart. But now this guy is trying to snub him. How dare he? Quick, show him the marriage agreement for the clause prohibiting molestation of males. But the marriage agreement has not been turned over. We heard Shin Ning's voice remembered in the box. You say you girls, college students, like handsome men is normal. While it's true that there are a lot of hot guys in the bar, you guys can't order that many at once. Shin Yu stared wide-eyed and let out a sharp burst. Sister, the 4 of us total 40. The remaining 60 is not your point. Oh, let go of me. Shin Ning was in pain. Shin Yu, this time you called me to pay for it. I paid for it. Next time you can't play like this. You guys go home early later. Your brother-in-law is picking me up, so I'll go first. Shin Yu was dumbfounded. What did it mean? She's taking the blame? Shin Ning shook her head as she walked. Alas, it can't be helped. I, as the older sister, am doing it quite hard. Tell me about you. What are you doing out here if you're not staying in your dormitory? The corners of Shin Yu's mouth twitched. Pleased Songtian. Argue loyalty and treachery. Who ordered the most? Shin Ning opened the door and immediately smiled into a flower. Hubby, when did you come back? Why didn't you say in advance? My cousin called me to let me Jianghu rescue. I didn't realize it was her who came to the bar to play. But there was no money. Shin Zhoshing immediately switched the expression. How to do it. See her smile. They cannot get angry. Just arrived not long. Would have liked to give you a surprise. Shin Ning was slightly distracted. Next time say it ahead of time, or what you see might be a shock. 3 black lines fell on Shin Zhoshing's head. That would be my fault. Shin Ning is very generous. Waving his hand. It's okay, I'll forgive you this time. Your side of the matter is over well. Shin Zhoshing's pupils dilated. What did he hear? This guy, alas, what can be done? Spoiled, it's almost over. I saw you fight back, that's why I rushed back. Qin Ning was very flattered by what he heard. Don't worry, if she hadn't annoyed me, I would have at most punched them, but they went too far. Shen Zhouxing looked at her with heartache. Ninger, I will always be good to you. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Don't feel sorry for me, feel sorry for yourself. Your father came back with your stepmother and let me scold him. Your mom took your stepdad to break up the house and let me beat him up. We're both pathetic little wretches who are not loved by our fathers and mothers. But I'm more rational than you. They don't hurt me, and I feel good when I beat them up. You, right, people don't hurt you, and you're still hot-faced and holding out money to stick it to their cold asses. Shen Zhouxing wanted to organize language to explain, but did not expect Qin Ning to say first, your own mother's mouth is very powerful. I let her fooled limp. In the future less to deal with her. They are a family of 3. First let Lian Xiao use the beauty trick, then let Lian Yu use the bitter meat trick, and finally your mom use the heart attack trick. A little bit of intelligence all used on me? Is it true that every time you pay out your money, it's this process? Shen Zhouxing was helpless. I'm a bit better than you. My mom just used the attacking trick on me. My dad just used the bitter trick on me. Qin Ning's eyes were filled with sympathy. Hubby, in order to avoid your property being snubbed out, my side suggests that you put all your money in my name. The system was incredulous. Host, you didn't let him go either. This is a plan within a plan. Meanwhile, the White family. Bai Jiruo sat weakly on the sofa with 2 freshly baked slap marks on her face. Across from her were 2 old men with scowling faces, looking at her viciously. Xin Jiao was very disgusted. My mom just got up from the hospital bed. Grandma, you guys are treating her like this. It's too heartbreaking. Is mom in pain? Don't you guys hurry up and get the ice. Old Mrs. Bai was directly furious. You still have the nerve to cry. What are you crying for? What did I tell you? That Qin Ning is the money tree. The money bag of the Qin family. Ji Ruo, don't you know why mom beat you? She's been away for so many years, and the last thing she needs is care and love. But give her the slightest bit of attention and she'll be grateful. How do you do it? You call her names and hate her and ostracize her. She's grown up seeing cynicism and must have been bullied a lot. You're only going to provoke her into rebellion, which is why I'm hitting you. Foolishly. Qin Zhao bit her lip and burst into tears. Grandmother, old Mrs. Bai shook her hand in disgust. Don't you shout at me. If it wasn't for you blowing in her ear, how would she have provoked Qin Ning? The Bai family has been in Shengjing for so many years, and more or less still has a few connections of their own. So other than old Five's matter being a bit tricky, there's not much else that's a problem. After finishing her speech, old Mrs. Bai looked at Qin Yuan and the others. The same goes for the few of you. Among the few of you, apart from Yuan who has a bit of shares, who else has them? From today on, you must be nice to Qin Ning, whether they beat you or scold you. Bear with me. I've eaten more salt than you've traveled, so you can't go wrong with me. If you want to continue to live a good life, you must pick on Qin Ning. Bai Jiruo didn't dare to say anything, and Qin Zhao only kept her head down to provide her with a cold compress. She knew that this dead old woman was the best at playing with people's hearts. Otherwise she wouldn't have sent Bai Jiruo, who was as stupid as a pig, to the position of the Qin family's first lady. With this old woman sitting in command, what's Qin Ning? That reckless man who can only beat people up? Qin Wuan didn't agree. Grandmother, I hate her, and besides, she hates us, so why should we flatter her? Old Mrs. Bai walked over to him, took his hand, and said kindly, Ah Wuan, have you ever heard the saying that a good girl is afraid of a stalker? Listen to Grandma, bear with her for now, and when we take all the property in her hands and marry someone into the Xie family, our Bai family will be stabilized. Qin Wuan thoughtfully, then nodded, and old Mrs. Bai smiled in satisfaction. Qin Ning, who was lying in Shen Zhouxing's arms and huffing and puffing, suddenly opened her eyes. Is a good woman afraid of stalkers? What is the evil woman afraid of? Chapter 65, Antarctic Enchanting Little Goose. Hey, since you want to mess with my money, I'm going to take advantage of the situation. Shen Zhouxing felt that although he was tired from rushing back all night, he was very satisfied with his daughter-in-law now that he had his arms around her. Yang Feng, drive steadily. Yang Feng was very respectful. Don't worry, Mr. Shen. No one drives more steadily than me. Qin Ning opened one eye. Yeah, slow down a bit more or you'll pass the pedestrians outside. Yang Feng defended himself. Ma'am, walking can be all for your own good. One of you is full of red bloodshot eyes and one is full of dark circles. Driving slower can make up for the sleep. Qin Ning came quietly. Is there such an option that you drive faster and we can rest at home? Yang Feng slapped his head. Right, why didn't I think of it? You're so smart. Ma'am. Oh, is it possible that you're too stupid and I'm too smart? Shen Zhouxing's temples jutted straight out. Yang Feng, You're playing a trick on me. Increase your speed and raise the fender. I don't want to see you. Yang Feng prettily pressed the fender switch. He swear. He just unintentionally glanced at the rearview mirror. What he saw was Mr. Shin closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth is still hanging a trace of a smile, so that people are pleasing to the eye. And the lady in the arms of Mr. Shin's five senses twisted, seemingly smiling, as if holding back the bubble big. He was shocked and clunked, and was rear-ended. Shin Zhouxing did not react for a second and subconsciously blocked his head with his hand. Qin Ning in his arms just rolled under the car seat in one sharp motion. Shin Zhouxing opened his eyes and immediately fished for someone. How are you doing, Ninger? Are you hurt? Qin Ning held out his middle finger. Don't touch me. I should be under the car, not in it. Shin Zhouxing looked at the front row of the chapter. Yang Feng, if you are not more stable, I will let you and your brother switch over. Yang Feng immediately apologized. General Shun, don't it's not easy for me to half work and half rest. I'm driving normally. The rear car is fully responsible. I'll go down to see. After saying his words, Yang Feng rolled up his sleeves and got out of the car. Qin Ning had a hard time getting out from under the seat. Shin Zhouxing, did his chauffeur position come through the back door? Shin Zhouxing admitted it matter-of-factly. He is Yang Xian's younger brother. The kissing kind? Yes. No wonder. Shin Zhouxing was a bit confused. What do you mean by that, Ninger? Qin Ning got up and sat down. It means that ancestral graves can't keep smoking, just like the Qin family's ancestral grave. It bubbled quite vigorously in the old man's generation and went straight out in Qin Wen's generation. One strand has sprung up in my generation, and that is the one that sprung up on my Qin Ning's head. Alas, shouldering the burden of the Qin family's prosperity, it's even harder for me than AOA. Shin Zhouxing was helpless. Yes, you're the hardest. Qin Ning death stare. You quite perfunctory, but forget it. People do not have empathy. You do not understand. Yang Feng, how to negotiate. Not yet good, I am so painful. Shoulder such a heavy responsibility, but no one to understand. Alas, so lonely, Now only the night and the balance of the bank card can comfort me. Shin Zhouxing barely count. After all, it is my food and clothing, Shin Zhouxing really didn't know what was in her head, so he pointed behind him. They're fighting. Qin Ning turned around hastily. His eyes, which were already large, were now like the eyes of a bull. Good guy, this kid follows me. Life and death are not important. I'll go down and see how it's done. And just wait. I'll make sure the other guy fixed the car. Before Shin Zhouxing had a chance to pull the slippery, loach-like Qin Ning, Yang Xian came to the phone. Qin Ning ran down to see that Yang Feng had already fought with the other got driver. She rolled up her sleeves. The one sitting inside come out. I'll fight you one-on-one. The other party was disdainful. Who are you to tell our young master to get off? Qin Ning walked to the co-pilot, reached out and grabbed the other side of the collar. Is not good. So Watery lifted out, and then threw it to the side. Young master, help. This is a trouble seeker. The man in the car stepped down when he saw this. Qin Ning, why you? Is that your driver? No wonder he's so rude. It seems like the kind of master has the kind of dog. You hoo-hoo, an old acquaintance, my dear fourth brother. Qin Ning blew his right fist, and violently hollowed out. Go you. Qin Ning, you bastard. Ken suddenly remembered his grandmother's words. He stood up straight and covered his heart. Sister, a girl has to be like a girl, fighting and killing all day long. What is decent? The Shin family is a big family after all. You don't deserve Shin Zhouxing like this. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Qin, wondering, did I go out without reading the calendar, or did you go out and forget to take your medication? When have we both been able to talk so peacefully? Qin Wu self-pua. Deep breath. Cannot be angry. Words coaxing. Think of her money. Think of her shares. Think of her value. And so on. All get hands, and then properly educate her. Qin Wana managed to pua himself well, held up his glasses, smiled very gently. Sister, since my grandparents passed away, I've come to the profound realization that life is bitterly short. Maybe we fight today, maybe we won't see each other tomorrow. So why not get along while we're all young? We are the closest blood relatives. I am your fourth brother. You are my little sister. We should love each other. Qin Ning covered her mouth. Vomit. Qin Wana's face finished darkening. It took a while before Qin Ning finished throwing up. I'm sorry, I just learned that I'm pregnant. Now the body is not comfortable, even if we are the closest relatives. But go husband, earn money is not easy, or you are fully responsible. On the go insurance or private. Fourth young master, this has nothing to do with us. It's because they're driving too slowly. You fart. This road is so wide. I walked well. Did not run the red light. The car yielded to pedestrians. Did not press the solid line. You rear end is your full responsibility. You fart. This is a motorway. You should be in the same lane as a turtle at that 10 miles per hour. You, our lady is pregnant. He is seasick. What's wrong with my speed? Asterisk 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 you. I'll fight you for not being able to drive. Dog son. I'll fight you tail chaser. Qin Ning watched as the two men beat each other with bricks, her expression numb. Hey, Yang Feng. Yang Feng slammed a brick over. Madam, you play by yourself first. I'm busy. Qin yelled. Qin Shou slammed a brick over. Fourth young master, I'm distracted. If you can't beat me, just take it. I have to compete with him today. Qin couldn't pretend anymore. You're not stopping it. Qin Ning pooh-poohed. Why don't you go? You seek death. Try it. Shinjoshin came out after making the call, saw two people lying on the ground who could still hit each other with bricks, and then looked at the people who were twisting and fighting into a ball, and directly dialed 120. The news bristles with the fact that the Qin siblings assaulted each other over a vehicle rear-end collision, and their respective drivers also assaulted each other over inconsistent traffic laws. Qin Wen looked at his fourth son, who was wrapped into a pig's head, and Qin Ning, who had a smug look on his face, as he dialed a number. It took a long time before an old voice came from inside. Something wrong? My nephew asks you to come back and sit down. He is lawless. Ha, can't even deal with a yellow-haired girl? Why did Big Brother give birth to you three idiots? Qin Wen's face was ugly. Second uncle. He's too powerful. Rubbish. I'll be in Shengjing today. Chapter 66. A strong enemy comes. I stand and watch. In front of Yang Feng's hospital bed, Qin Ning was reviewing today's fight with him. Qin Ning looked at Yang Feng, whose head was broken and bleeding, and couldn't stop shaking his head. Brother, you have courage but no strategy, although the other party was also injured. But you also laid down awe. You must learn from me. I still stand when Qin Wuan lies down. Yang Feng looked at Qin Ning all starry-eyed. Sister Ning, please accept my little brother's obeisance. How on earth can I fight to avoid getting me hurt when my opponent can't avoid it? Qin Ning thought for a moment. At your current age, it is no longer possible for you to practice a feat like mine. That's why I'm going to teach you simple and practical techniques, and you should be careful to focus mainly on dodging and sneaking when you're on the offense, to attack the opponent's weak points, such as. Yang Feng suddenly realized and directly snatched the answer. Snap his eyes, cast his nostrils, tear his mouth, and pull his ears. Qin Ning hugged his arms and sked twice. Young people, they still don't understand the dangers of the Jianghu. Yang Feng's clear eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. Sister Ning, am I wrong? Yes and no. Yang Ning clasped his fists. Please explain. Sister Ning, ever heard of a chrysanthemum stump full of sadness? Ever heard of faint sorrow? Ever heard of the Gigi gang? The more Yang Feng listens, the more wrong it is. What does it mean? He looked to his big brother for help. Yang Xian couldn't stop sighing and looked at Shinjoshin. Boss, what do you think? Shinjo walked over to hold Qin Ning. Yang Feng, get some rest. We'll leave first. Qin Ning doesn't want to leave. I haven't taught it yet. How can I leave? Yang Feng is resting. You'll disturb his rest like this. Be obedient. I'm not disturbed either. He's in good spirits. That's all adrenaline holding it together. The voices of the two men are getting farther and farther away. Yang Xian couldn't help but twitch. He shouldn't have been soft and brought his brother into Shin. He had felt relieved to have his lesser brother with him, but he realized that he was even less relieved to have him around. Only not yet finished reflecting on it, it was subdued by his own brother's speech. Hey, so Sister Ning's screen name is so overbearing. I'm also going to take an overbearing one. Since she's a big sexy mother monkey in Africa, I'm going to call it Antarctic Enchanting Little Goose Law. Yang Xian wanted to strangle himself right now. He was wrong. He was wrong from the beginning. Shinjoshin had just gotten into the car with Qin Ning when Qin Ning got her cell phone to ring. Once, twice, 3 times. Qin Ning slowly pulled out his cell phone and muted it. Shinjoshin had a smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems to be someone Ninger hates. Qin Ning saw that it was Shinjoshin himself who drove. She did not want to distract him. After all, life is important to demolish all. Drive well. Go home and tell you. Qin Wen is good. I'm not even afraid of the old man. You still have the guts to invite Qin Wu. Ha, it's just one more target to be beaten up. Shinjoshin suddenly became serious. Qin Wu is not like old Master Qin Shang. Qin Shang is a good person, although he is a bit flawed emotionally. Qin Wu is not the same. He is a real businessman, cunning and insidious. He now knew why the old master had handed over the Qin clan and the entire Qin family to Ninger. The old master's fear had never been Qin Yu, but rather the fear that the big house he led would be swallowed up by the second house. The first time Shinjoshin came home, he asked whose call it was, and Qin Ning, who had never seen him so anxious, said it was Qin Wen's, telling her to go back, that the family had guests, and that she, as the head of the family, had to go back to meet them. Shinjoshin couldn't wait to tell Qin Ning about Qin Wu's tactics in business and his insidiousness as a person. After hearing this, Qin Ning stroked his chin, pondering. Fun, finally a strong one. Ha, honey, Qin Wu has a lot of money. right? You tell me quickly? Shin Zhouxing nodded. Many, more than yours, but none of them are proper. His business in China is regular. I know. His eldest son is in charge of China. His second son is in charge of Africa. And his youngest son is in charge of Southeast Asia. And what he's doing, I can't tell you. Shin Zhouxing continued. Xin Wu has a youngest daughter named Xin Shu, a movie star. She only does movies and commercials. Xin Ning suddenly moved closer to him. You know it well. Shin Zhouxing dotingly scraped her nose. I have to understand because our Shin family was in competition with them before. It was also a competitive relationship now. But they didn't dare to move the Shin family easily. Otherwise it would have come to Xinjing's circle long ago to get a piece of the big cake. Xin Ning raised an eyebrow. Because there's still the Wen family and the Lian family, right? There are reasons for them, but not the main one. The system came into play. It was finally able to talk about gossip. Host, it's not that I'm belittling your husband. Elder Shin's body is quite weak. Your husband's father just gets tired of your stepmother-in-law all day long. And your mother-in-law's second uncle is ambitious and incompetent. The third uncle of the in-laws is bored with his own business. Why is your husband known as the prince of the Shin family, do you know? Xin Ning smiled without showing his eyes. No, his ability is not just what I see. Although he took over Shin's, but he Shin's is the Shin family's. His personal business can be more than that. Otherwise why would I sign a marriage agreement with him? The system shivered. Host, your thoughts are too evil. Xin Ning shrugged. She was just waiting to inherit untold wealth. What was wrong with her? Shin Zhouxing raised his eyebrows. Things that could be solved with money were never a matter. Ninger, you don't need to be afraid. I'll handle Qin Wu's side. Xin Ning stretched out her right index finger, shushed it, and pressed it to Shin Zhouxing's lips. You earn a good living. I'll take care of it myself. Shin Zhouxing's whole body was tingling, excited, thrilled, and his heart was racing. Just as he was about to act, Xin Ning suddenly turned around. Ha ha ha, it's time for my old man's high time again. Shin Zhouxing was all passionate and was hailed without a trace. Xin Ning has already automatically ignored Shin Zhouxing. Tuzi to your work. Tell me everything about Qin Wu's family. Host, Qin Wu's second son, Qin Yi, and his youngest son, Qin Huan, are in the arms business and the drug business, which is expressly forbidden in our country, under the circumstances permitted by these countries. His eldest son, Qin Ji, runs the Ji Group in China, which includes a chain of hotels, a chain of 5-star restaurants, and is also involved in real estate and film companies. And his Qin Shu is specializing in the movie track. A movie can easily invest $1 or $2 billion, 3 released a year. What do you think it is doing? Qin Wu also has an older daughter named Qin Cotton, a psychiatrist and senior hypnotist. Qin Wen told you to go home, and the first person you met was Qin Cotton. Host, every opponent this time is a strong enemy. What do you think? Xin Ning really wanted to raise the old man's ashes. The same 3 sons and 2 daughters. Qin Ji versus Qin Wen. One is Mr. Qin and the other is an animal. Qin Yi versus Qin Qi. One is an arms magnate and the other is a literary creator who has written 2 books. Qin Huan versus Qin Sheng. One is a drug lord and the other is a college gym teacher. Qin Cotton versus Qin Jing, a senior psychologist and a severely calcium and intelligence deficient relationship brain. Qin Shu versus Qin Ling. One movie queen, one dumbass. You're finished, old man. No wonder I was entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. So it is because I am extremely intelligent, both literary and military pillar of talent. The system held his forehead. The host was even in narcissism when the enemy was at hand. An illiterate person said that he was a pillar of talent. Where was her face? Xin Ning, it's hard to walk around the world without a face, but it's hard to walk around with a face. So she was going to stand and watch. Chapter 67, Who was the visitor? Shin Zhouxing was not assured that the old man Qin Wu was unconventional, and the ordinary bodyguards could not cope with it, so he had to send a few special talents over. Xin Ning looked at Shin Zhouxing, crackling a moment to knock the keyboard, a moment to pull the phone. A little curious, what are you doing? You need to be assigned a couple of people to protect you, but they're sensitive and I'll handle it. No need. I alone can stop 1,000 armies. Shin Zhouxing stopped. You can? Xin Ning nodded solemnly. Really? Xin Ning plucked at a strand of green silk scattered in front of his eyes. No problem. Shin Zhouxing continued to busy himself. I don't believe it. You don't have a problem dealing with Qin Yuan and the others, but Qin Wu mixed with the blacks when he was young. After so many years of experience, you're new to the game, and if you play dirty tricks, you're not necessarily a match for him. Xin Ning immediately pulled out his cell phone. What are you doing? Call the police. Qin Wu is involved in blackmail. Shin Zhouxing sighed. That was in the past. It's no longer the case now, and he due to the fact that he did a lot of charity, donating a lot of money in natural and man-made disasters, so he's portrayed in a positive light. Do you have proof of that? Xin Ning shook his head. That's why I'm sending someone to follow you. or I'll go. Qin Ning waved his hand. Shun Zhouxing, you have your power, I have my strength. In this world, it's not easy to mess with me. Right, Tatsuko, do you think there's anyone who can me up? No, neither assassination nor open killing, that's alright, as long as I don't die. Whoever messes with me, I'll make their lives miserable. Have ambition. Your phone rings, your mom calls you home for dinner. A real dinner. Qin Ning raised her eyebrows. Honey, give me your cell phone. Good. What's the password? Your birthday. Qin Ning froze. Shen Zhouxing thought she was touched, so he said gently, all the places that need passwords are your birthdays. Ninger, don't be touched, these are what I should me. I'm interested in you. Qin Ning topped it off with a big question mark. What's my birthday again? Shen Zhouxing slammed his head into his laptop. Qin Ning tried 3 times and the phone locked. Hey, it's locked. Shen Zhouxing wanted to cry. Bring it to me and I'll open it. Qin Ning revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Husband? I'm sorry, I never keep track of birthdays because when I think of that birthday, I remember when I was abandoned. Shen Zhouxing couldn't be bothered to get angry. I'm sorry, Ninger, I should have told you in advance. It's August 18th at 8 hours 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Good man, who are you asking? How can you be so precise? Host, he asked about Qinyu. After all, the one who threw you personally. Qin Ning blackened her face. Her revenge with Qinyu had yet to be avenged. Shen Zhouxing opened his cell phone, and Qin Ning found the music player and adjusted it to the maximum volume. And a song of the northern suburbs rang out, shocking Bai Jiruo on the other end of the phone into temporary deafness. Don't even think about calling me on the phone. I'll give you no time to talk. Shen Zhouxing was uneasy and wanted to follow. And Qin Ning said that to follow is to show that she can't, and it is insulting for a girl to be told that she can't. In the end, Shen Zhouxing let the driver drive a pickup truck to send Qin Ning back to the Qin family garden. Why a pickup truck? Because to take away her electric car. Banquet room in the Qin family estate. Qin Wu sat at the main seat, with Qin Wen and Qin Yuan on either side, men on the left, in order of seniority. On the right are women, also in order of seniority. The only thing that was missing was Qin Ning's position. Xu Shi and Nan Nian looked at each other. There will be a battle today. Big brother thought it would be enough to get the second uncle to help, but Qin Ning was afraid of no one. Just now, my sister-in-law didn't even make a smooth phone call. Instead she was temporarily deafened by the shock. Qin Yu looked at her mother and little aunt muttering, their own left and right are being distracted. Brother, 100 feelings chat lie. Cousin sister, why not come on? Qin Wu looked at his watch. Why hasn't she come yet? Have you contacted her or not? Qin Wen accompanied with a smile. Second uncle, don't be anxious. She has already been notified. She will definitely come. Humph. How big of a face does she have to make a bunch of elders wait for her? Qin Yuan's face was full of disgust. Second grandpa doesn't know. She has always been like this, lawless at home. No one can do anything about her. I worked hard in the company. And what happened? She took the equity of the company, kicked me out at the first opportunity, and then let Shen Zhouxing's people take over. If that's the case, why did you pick it up? Qin Yuan looked to Bai Jiruo. This is not my mom's reason. She said that since she found it, considering Qin Ning in and suffered so much, she wanted to take home to live a good life and compensate her. Bai Jiruo breathed a sigh of relief. She thought her eldest son would tell the truth. Qin Wu coldly snorted. All of you are trash. A group of people can't control this girl. Let me say what's good about you guys. Also, if sister-in-law can't be saved, she'll give up. So why are the 3 big brothers following? You who are sons and daughters have no skills at all. The 3 Qinwen brothers were scolded and bowed their heads. Qin Wu did not agree with this statement. Second grandpa, my grandmother is walking 2 ants' harm. My grandfather and grandmother love each other. He does not regret. It's my 2 aunts who started this. What has it got to do with us? Qin Wu looked at him. His face was horribly gloomy. His big brother was diabolizing him. It was said that children's names should not be repeated with their elders. But big brother had chosen to name this grandson Qin Wu, which was basically a curse on him. Her parents gave her such a big piece of land, and divided the 2 shabby houses in Shanghai among themselves. If he hadn't fought with his own life, where would he be today? It's a good thing that the wind and water have turned. His good oldest brother is finally dead, and this place should finally be his own. Qin Wu looked at this second grandfather who he hadn't seen a few times. His heart was scared and he directly lowered his head. Just when he didn't know what to do, a burst of singing came from far and near. One wrong step for life. Go down to the sea accompanied by dancing for life. The crowd turned their heads in unison, only to see a pink electric car coming fast with dynamic music, and the man on the motorized bicycle, holding the handlebars in one hand and carrying a homemade weapon in the other, was gyrating to the music. Qin Yan, Qin Fong and Qin Yu also involuntarily wriggled, and Qin Sheng Prokian and Qin Ming whistled. Qin Wu slapped the table angrily. What is the behavior? Who is the visitor? Qin Ning made a handsome drift. Shengjing butcher Qin Ning. Qin Wu got up, his eyes staring straight at her. You're Qin Ning? Qin Ning was juggling a weapon in her hand, which was built by Shin Zhouxing with 100 pounds of 999 gold. Solid, just so she could punch people. Someone backed up. Qin Wen did not have to grovel. From ancient times, which father is afraid of his children? This period of time can be suffocated to death. Qin Ning, your second grandfather asked you. Answer. Qin Ning smiled evilly and jumped onto the table carrying his stick, quickly running to Qin Wen's side. A stick went down and Qin Wen fell straight down. She condescended and looked down on Qin Wu. Put away your small mind. With me around, it's not your turn to be the master of the Qin family estate. Chapter 68, pretending to be a big one. Qin Wu's bodyguards popped out from everywhere. Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves. When Laozi practiced martial arts, you guys weren't even born yet. Compare yourselves to me, my ass. Yo yo yo, this killing aura. All murderers my opportunity to build a career has come. Qin Wu laughed out loud. Little girl, you're too rampant. They're carrying human lives on their backs. You just killed a few pigs. Compared to them, you're finished. Do they really have human lives on their backs? Old man, it's not right to lie at that age. You tell me. I'm all ears, including recordings. Qin Wu was annoyed. They are the ones who carry human lives on their backs. Can't you see the murderous aura on them? Qin Ning shook his head. No, can't see it at all. Unless they say how many people they have killed and the details of the killings. Otherwise one counts as bragging. Qin Wu laughed out loud and said that she was great, but she was still a child. These are all his right-hand men. Which one doesn't have a few lives on him? So heavy killing intent can't be seen. Brother, your children are not as good as the next generation. The kingdom you fought for is better left for second brother to guard for you. Qin Ning skimmed his mouth. A face of ridicule is not just rely on taller, stronger body, but also kill people. Kill chickens you dare? Come on, man, you're being a pain in the ass. Qin Wu sat down and slowly sipped a mouthful of tea. A few of you reveal a little bit, so that this world-unseen girl can see that only those who have killed people have a murderous spirit. Qin Yuan immediately stopped it. Second grandpa, don't fall for her trick. Maybe she's holding something bad. Just hit it directly. Qin Ning went up and kicked. Qin Yuan, I'm asking for advice. Is there a place for you to interrupt? Qin Yuan felt like his ribs were going to break. Look, second grandpa, she just relies on the fact that she has a bit of kung fu and beats us up like this all day long. You have to do it for us. Qin Wu was a bit angry. Come down. Since the beginning of time, where is the woman on the table? Qin Ning stomped her feet on the table twice. Now that I'm the man of the house, you're not qualified to talk about me even if I'm standing on the roof. But grandpa, which security company did you hire these bodyguards from? How much per hour? 100 is enough? If you need it, I also have a security company. For the sake of us having relatives, I'll give you a 5% discount. What do you think? Qin Wu hummed arrogantly. They're 100,000 a month, with a year-end bonus of 1 million, and all of them are masters at fighting. That murderous aura alone can also make people retreat. Qin Ning sked twice. Really good at bragging. I've been killing pigs for 5 years. There are 800 without 1,000. And I've killed tens of thousands of chickens and tens of thousands of ducks without practicing killing chi. Who are you fooling? Qin Wu will look over. A scarred face on the right side laughed. Little girl, 10 years ago I was in the Great Northwest. I killed too. First raped and then killed. Ha ha, but no one can catch me. You say angry. Ha ha. The one on the left coldly grunted. When I was in the Southwest 16 years ago, I killed 3 of them. All of them were abusive. I like to listen to their desperate cries for help. Oops. It's a pity that I didn't kill the last one, and she became a vegetable. But I even attended her funeral. Cannot be directly dead. Surprisingly also lasted 5 years. I was leaving when I sent her parents over to accompany her again. Ha ha. When they finished speaking one by one, the Qin family members' faces were ugly. Why did second uncle / second grandpa take so many murderers as bodyguards? Standing on the table, Qin Ning, weapon in hand, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked, her eyes suddenly cold, her red lips lightly opened. Next I'll show you what is called true killing aura. Qin Yan hugged Qin Fong, excited. Mom, get on the whip. Qin Fong was infatuated. My sister is so valiant. Mom, bring me my boxing gloves. Qin Yu pulled out her cell phone and clicked. I'm going to use it as a screensaver. If I want to find a boyfriend in the future, he must have this feeling and this smell. Mom, take my nunchucks. Qin Cheng's face was full of demented looks. Worthy of being the king of butchers, brothers demolished the stools. I want to help my sister. Qin Xian was a little hard to take. She's only 18 in August. What the hell did she go through to become like this? I can't beat them. I'll be a cheerleader. Qin Ming sighed. Compared to my sister, we're very happy. I really don't know if the brains of my eldest uncle and eldest aunt have degenerated into a placenta. Don't want such an awesome daughter. Have to have someone else's daughter. I come to shout and cheer. On the contrary, Qin Yuan Five Brothers is shivering it. The original Qin Ning usually beat them or light hand? Do they even have to thank her? Second grandpa's talking big. There's no one here who can fight. As soon as the words fell, she was as fast as the wind. So fast that a few bodyguards couldn't react in time. And the weapons in their hands smashed one after another. In the large banquet hall, apart from the sound of Qin Ning punching people, it was the screams of those people. Eggs shattered, arms broken, legs broken, teeth finished falling out, and finally spread into mush. Those helpers hadn't even been brought in yet. The cheering words hadn't even been shouted out yet, and things had been settled. Qin Wu was in pain, covering his chest. You've gone too far. Oh, there's more to it than that. What? What are you doing? Qin Ning hooked her lips and dialed 110 under the gaze of the crowd. Comrade police, I want to be righteous. Qin Wu immediately roared. Qin Ning, you hang up the phone. Well, you even set me up. Do you still want to lose face? Qin Ning shook his head. Qin Wu was hardened by the anger. When the police comrades arrived, she handed in her recorder and then pulled out a paper bag from under the seat of the tram and handed it in. Those murderers were taken away. Specifically except for the few bones that protect the internal organs are fine. The rest of the whole broken, together with the fainted dead Qin Wu was also taken away. Qin Ning watched the police car leave and couldn't help but sigh. The net of heaven is wide open. No matter how far one escapes, there will always be a day of falling into the net. But what about those lost lives? At this moment, Qin Wen woke up quietly. He looked around. Where's my second uncle? Where is my second uncle? Qin Ming turned around and jumped onto the table with a big grin, her veiny hands touching the weapons in her arms. Her voice was not cold. Those few are the most heinous murderers. What awaits them is the death penalty. And I'm just breaking 180 of their bones, which is considered merciful. Today's performance is not my limit, but a warm-up activity. If you still want to continue the challenge, I, Qin Ning, am always ready to accompany you. Making sure she left, Qin Wen and the others broke out in a cold sweat as that feeling of intimidation finally disappeared. The crowd dispersed in a flurry, leaving Qin Wen with a few mouths to feed, and Qin Ning, who got into the car, rubbed his sore hands. Tuzi, was I handsome just now? Did I handsome them a face? Handsome, especially handsome. Master, you've never succeeded in being a killer. Your savings is no more than 2,000. You follow your brothers and sisters all day long to dabble in food and drink. Where did you get your killing spirit? Qin Ning raised his eyebrows. You guess? Chapter 69, let's work together. I can't guess. I bounded after you died. I don't believe you haven't succeeded. This killing aura is too much. Let me tell you this. The organization gives missions to kill good people, and I don't want to do it. But if I don't do it, I don't know any other skills. So I do the opposite. Killing the worst offenders would be like I'm Party B, but I killed Party A. The system a whole big speechless. It clammed up. So brave. Killing the A side. Who gave her the courage? What kind of operation is this? The organization won't punish you? I pretended to be crazy. Every time I pretended to hit someone by mistake. The organization's punishment is confinement. Do not eat or drink. I'm used to it. The law can't control you. Aha, our world wasn't like here. That place had a lot of killers. Killers were legalized, and you got bonuses for completing tasks according to A's requirements. But I've never completed a mission. I kill whoever causes more harm. So I'm not only poor, I've made a lot of enemies. Don't you want people to retaliate? Aren't you afraid of death? I'm afraid, but before I die, I'll take away a lot of people who are so guilty that they won't even be judged in this lifetime. The system was very touched. Master, if I had tears, I would definitely shed two for you. Thank you. I don't need it. Okay, I'll tell you a secret. Qin Jiao is here with Xie Ming. She'll be here in 5 minutes. Qin Ning moved his neck. It was good. He could punch someone again. But she made a phone call first. On the other end, Qin Yu looked at the unfamiliar number. Her heart hurt and she didn't want to answer it. Qin Ning just kept hitting until Qin Yu picked up the phone in annoyance. Qin Ning, what do you want? Qin Yu, do you still remember the monkey you threw away in front of Yunhe Hospital 18 years ago? Can't we get through this one? Get over it, and whenever I'm upset, I'll come to you for a chat. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. If it's not possible, let's just go to war, the kind where you die in a lifetime. Qin Ning came in quietly. I think the most enjoyable revenge is lynching, and I am lynching you. Qin Yu was frantic. I'm not wrong. It's you guys who owe me. Don't think about making me apologize. I won't apologize even if you go full circle on me now. Qin Ning asked rhetorically. May I ask what I owe you? Did I cheat you out of your money or your body? Or did I take your heart? Your fault is that you are Qin Shang's granddaughter. Your fault is that your mother used improper means to enter the Qin family's door. She was not treated well. No one took care of her. Otherwise how could you have been carried away so easily? Oh, so Master Wrong's son or not? What the hell do you want? Qin Ning laughed twice. By the same token, the mistake you made. Your daughter returned. Where is Qin Jiao with you? Don't move her and I'll tell you a secret. What other secrets does the Qin family have to say? The secrets I want to know. I'll find out myself. I don't need to learn them from other people's mouths. Do you have any idea why all 5 of your brothers are stupid and you're not? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Because they grow placentas in their heads and I grow brains. Ha ha, you quite humorous tell you put, because Bai Zhirua gave birth to 5 sons or because of the drug to your own father. Otherwise how would it be born so often? Your own father hated Bai Zhirua, but it was your own father who drank when he had you. Not Bai Zhirua who used the drug. Qin Ning hurriedly sought confirmation. Tuzi, is that so? She's right, why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Qin Ning sighed. What's the point of you telling me this? It won't stop me from beating up Qin Jiao. Not only did she come looking for trouble herself, she also brought that Xiaming with her. I'm just reminding you that either you take her out of the country and stay away from me or I'll beat her up every time I see her. Qin Yu got up to get her keys. Give me the address. I'll go pick her up. In front of the Qin family garden. You bring the ambulance. You wait. Hey, Qin Ning. Qin Ning threw his cell phone on the car. Kid, start the car. I'll settle the fight in 5 minutes. Yes, ma'am. As the words fell, a Maybach pulled up beside her. Qin Jiao came down from the car in a white dress, with a butterfly hairpin in her dark, shiny hair. At first glance, there is a flavor of the white moonlight, but as soon as he opened his mouth, that kind of pretentiousness came up. Sister, good wow. Sister, how did you drive a pickup truck to come here? Is it the boat line brother went bankrupt? Qin Ning looked her up and down. He won't even go bankrupt if you break him. And also, I don't want to hear the words brother boatwalker out of your mouth or I'll tear your mouth apart. Qin Ning shut up and apologized to Jiajia immediately. Qin Ning turned her head and saw a man in a white suit. She snapped her fingers. Yo, this is for the funeral. You guys enter and go straight then turn left to see if Qin Wan and Qin Yuan are still alive. Qin Jiao covered her mouth. Did you, sister, you hit them again? Can you stop for a bit? Qin Ning pulled out his ears. You can pull yourself together. In what capacity are you speaking? Qin Yu Sin's or Bai Zhirua's adopted daughter or his lover? Qin Jiao's eyes were red again. Pearl-like tears flowed out again. Crying and complaining. That little expression. Pitiful. Confused Xiaming dizzy. TSK, 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 TSK. Qin Jiao glared at her. This person, on the surface does not dare to scold, but will scold people behind their backs. Qin Ning, apologize. Immediately, right away, or I won't forgive you. Qin Ning looked at her with a wry smile. And what kind of grass are you? Qin Jiao immediately agreed. Sister, this is Brother Xiaming. Brother Xiaming, my sister is just messing with me. Don't be angry. Xiaming glanced at her contemptuously. Qin Ning, although you don't have much of a family upbringing, I agree to marry you, but after the marriage you will learn manners. And you must not speak to Jiao in such a manner. She is not in my heart as you are. Qin Ning was exasperated and laughed. I'm married. Do you understand? Bastard boy. Xiaming grunted in anger. So I'll give you 1 day to get a divorce. Qin Jiao also advised. Sister, you can fool others but not me. You and Zhou Xing are both fakes. Xiaming brother is different. He agreed to marry you. Is really going to marry you, when you become, help Qin Ning really couldn't listen anymore. Did these two things not understand human language? She hooks left and stomps right. Count and hit Qin Jiao. Cake and kick Xiaming. I'm telling you, I'm married, and I have the best man in the world. Not something you two placentas can understand. Don't bleep in front of me about anything or I'll beat you up every time I see you. 5 minutes later, Qin Ning jumped into the pickup and left. 10 minutes later, Bai Zhirua rushed out, hugging Qin Jiao and crying. Whoa, she even did this to Jiao. My, before she could finish crying, her arms were empty and Qin Yu's voice rang out from above her head. Shut up, you're delaying my daughter's treatment. Bai Zhirua smiled sardonically. Qin Yu, there's a hospital at home. I'll quickly take Jiao in. Saying that, he even had someone bring Xiaming inside. Qin Yu looked at Xiaming and then at Qin Jiao as she said, Bai Zhirua, let's work together. Bai Zhirua turned her head. What? Chapter 70, Entering the Entertainment Industry. Qin Ning came down when he got to the city, intending to ride the trolley for a casual stroll. The driver warmly advised, Ma'am, the bar is closed during the day. Qin Ning expressionlessly gave him a motherly compliment, and she swore that she was really here to go shopping. Since crossing over, she's been in a constant state of combat. Never had a good time relaxing. She's going to have a good time today, and by the way, she hasn't forgotten her mission. Unico, how is my husband now? Preparing for a meeting? All clear. That's good. Xin Ning took a selfie at a more distinctive corner cafe, then found Xin Zhouxing's account and sent a sentence. Hubby, someone just tried to seduce me into cheating on my husband. I resisted the temptation. Awesome. Award $10 million. Honey, someone else just told me to divorce you and I beat him up. Well done. Rewarded with $20 million. Husband is so generous. Let me send you a picture. Thank you, Ninger. The prize money is $20 million. Husband, make good money. I'll spend it. Okay, rest and don't get tired. Xin Ning sent a picture of the account with an extra $50 million. Yang Xian watched the whole time as the boss was fooled by the boss's wife with a photo for $50 million, and couldn't help but shake his head. What a lover. Xin Ning was gorgeous, and with a wave of his hand, the white water turned into coffee. When you have money, you have to enjoy life. Sitting in front of a glass window, sipping coffee and listening to a beautiful melody, she was foreign for a moment. Just as he was thinking of leaving, a voice with anger came from the card table behind him. GMO, don't give face to face. You graduated 5 or 6 years ago. Have you been a leading lady once? Lee is always looking at you. If you accompany me once, the leading lady is yours. What actress in the circle doesn't do that? Just as a second shot. Tong Zi, you say the world is not too big or small. I actually met GMO again, just for the sake of her to give me motion sickness medicine. This that you I have to help. Master, she and you together to participate in the program when it was so what Lee always looked at. But that time Chin fog on her impression is good. More than a few words. That Lee did not dare to. Then why do you dare now? Because he had investigated. GMO was not Qin Wu's girlfriend. So now he started to use his tactics against GMO. Qin Ning suddenly waved his hand. Wait, I seem to have found a way to deal with them. Aha, against whom? Qin Wan and Ji Ruo's family. Master, tell me more. I'll tell you later. But for now, let's deal with Jima. After a while, the angry voice sounded again. You don't agree, right? Fine, fine. Then you wait to be blocked, and also, your default payment of $8 million has to be paid over on time, otherwise wait to be sued. After saying that the man wanted to get up and leave, but was pressed down by a hand. What's the rush? Let's talk. It was only at this moment that GMO acted as if he had come to life. Ning, why are you here? Qin Ning grinned at her. Long time no see. The man turned his head. Who are you? Qin Ning came in quietly. I'm your grandpa. The man coldly grunted. Eloquent. GMO, no matter what you find to come, you still only have 2 choices. The first, obediently listen. The second, compensate for the breach of contract and wait to be blocked. GMO clenched her fists. Blocking her is not afraid. The big deal is to live an ordinary life, where you can find a job, but she can't afford to pay the astronomical liquidated damages. After 6 years of filming, the company draws 80% after paying taxes, and there's not much left in her hands. GMO closed his eyes in despair. The entertainment industry is really difficult. Not to study well and polish the acting skills on the line. Qin Ning patted the man's shoulder with a little more vigor. You're her agent, aren't you? The man ate the pain. Yes. Qin Ning pinched his neck and boxed out 2 punches. You're looking for death. The man covered his stomach. I can't help it. You don't know the scene. Qin Ning lifted his collar. As her manager, letting her accept subterfuge, isn't it? Actresses are like that. Judy, no? She accompanies more. You guys ask around. Her resources are especially good. GMO has the looks and acting skills, but why is it not warm and hot? It's because no one is holding it up. So what do? Aren't you the one who goes tearing through these resources? As an agent, I earn money when she earns money. I definitely want her resources to get better and better, and I tried my best. I accompanied her to the point of stomach bleeding, but it was useless. People don't look at your ability while bringing in new people. I'm the poorest agent in our company. Qin Ning suddenly had a good idea for earning money. How much is your liquidated damages? The man froze. Me? I don't have a breach of contract. Just resign. Qin Ning pointed at GMO. Why can't she just resign? That's the way it is with entertainment companies. It's easy to get in. It's hard to get out. And the liquidated damages are high. So if you want to leave, you'll have to pay the liquidated damages. Or if it's like GMO, who doesn't listen to the company's arrangement, then use the threat of liquidated damages and blocking. And in the end, either behave and continue to generate profits for the company, or compensate for the liquidated damages and the company earns money. Tuzi, is he lying? No. As an agent, he would also be shut down industry-wide if he went against the company's will and couldn't get a job. And his mother was seriously ill, so he couldn't go against the company. Tatsuko, I've got a way to make money. The system had a bad feeling. You're not going to enter the entertainment industry, are you? Shinyu has a company full of popular artists. It does make a lot of money. It's much easier than your family man. Shin Ning snapped her fingers, then released him. You go resign, and I'll send Shin's got a team of lawyers to negotiate Chimo's breach of contract. I'm setting up a studio on my side and the first artist is Ikumo. Then you tell me which IP is better. I'll invest in it and make Ikumo the first female. What do you think? The man was astonished. Ikumo, when did you know such a powerful goldmaster? Chimo was also very shocked. Ning is the head of the Qin family in Shengjing, and is also Qin Wu's own sister, and Qin Wu has to listen to her as well. The man was very excited. Just wait, boss. I'll make sure this is done properly for you. Qin Ning waved his hand. Hold on. I'll make some calls. First call to Li An. Send 10 bodyguards to the corner cafe on Central Avenue. The second call was made to Gu Chuan, arranging for Chimo to reject the subterfuge, borrow a friend's $8 million to pay for the breach of contract, and tearfully resign from his old employer. The third call was made to Young Feng to immediately register a studio, sign artists, and enter the entertainment industry. The fourth call, to Wen Zhongjing, sent a senior attorney to the cafe on Central Avenue. A fifth call was made to Froning to recruit for the studio. Listening to Qin Ning's methodical arrangements, Chimo was moved to tears. Qin Ning wiped her tears. Chimo, I'll clear all the obstacles for you and help you reach the green clouds. And you, build up fame and make big money for my studio. Ikumo nodded. I will. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow at the man. Qian Ming, if you're still not good enough to be an agent under these circumstances, then it's you who's incapable. The studio is yours to take care of. Remember, no tax evasion, no illegalities. I just want fame and money. If you see an artist who has suffered the same encounter as Ikumo and has the ability, you can sign them over. Qian Ming rose and bowed. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I'll plan well for Chimo to be a hit. Immediately followed by a second bow. Thank you for General Manager Qin's reuse and appreciation. I will definitely manage the studio well and make the word Qin Ning a godlike existence in the entertainment industry. Finally, he bowed 3 times. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for providing a clean slate for the entertainment industry. Qin Ning black-faced. Are you sending me away, or are you sending me away? Qian Ming scratched his head in embarrassment. Mr. Qin, I meant what I said. I know, my men are here. You and Ikumo take them away. Settle today and open tomorrow. Qian Ming and Chimo looked at each other and bowed again before leaving. Qin Ning leisurely renewed another cup of coffee. Qin Yu, I am going to come in and steal your kingdom. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who was in the hospital, was inexplicably shaking. Qin Zhao touched her face, which was swollen into a pig's head, and wailed, Mom, in 2 days, I still have to audition for the movie. What should I do? Qin Yu didn't look too good. No need to try. The female lead is you. I'll arrange for a few seniors to take you. This time you want to become famous in one fell swoop. Take care of your career first. Qin Ning's place should be taken care of slowly. Don't always listen to Bai Jiruo. She's just a dumbass, and she gets you beaten up every time. Qin Zhao nodded her head obediently. Thank you, Mom. I know. I won't listen to her. She's just an idiot. The mother and daughter were chatting happily, unaware that there was an additional figure at the half-hidden doorway of the hospital room. Chapter 71, Great Niece. Let's talk too. In order to save money on phone bills, Qin Ning pulled together a group. The group name is Queen Ning's World. The leader of the group is a big sexy African female monkey. The janitor is a large strong African male monkey. The members of the group were, Lian, a giant in the field of security. Gu Chuan, a spokesman for the high point of public opinion. Yang Feng, a sexy and alluring little penguin. Wen Zhongjing, an exterminator in the lawyer's world. And, Fu Ning, Qin Ning's exclusive old slave. Now there are 2 more people. Qian Ming, the entertainment agent bearer. Chimo, the best candidate for the movie queen. Qin Ning happily sent 1066,666 red envelopes in the group. Give and take. There is a give and take. Keep up the good work, all of you, and help me to create another great success. Strong African beat the male monkey. Ninger, don't worry. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. Honey loves you. Oh, giant in the security field. Sister Ning, don't worry. There's absolutely no problem with the security piece. Trust in your abilities. Opinion High Point spokesman. Boss, everything on command. Have a vision. Sexy enchanting little penguin. Sister Ning is mighty. We will do our best. Dude's good. Yo, the exterminator of the lawyer world. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. Does Uncle Wen have a son? How old is he? The exterminator of lawyers. Mr. Qin, you want to molest him? I don't dare. I'm afraid of losing my family's money. Just kidding. But just as she clicked send, she saw Wen Zhongjing pull in someone with the very simple name, Wan Xian. Qin Ning greeted. Welcome Wan Xian. Wen Xian. Aha! Xin Ning huh, concise. Xin Ning's exclusive old slave reported directly. Eldest miss, the second madam is looking for you, saying that there is something important that needs to be interviewed. Okay, I'll send the address and you can have her come over. Xin Ning's exclusive old slave. Okay, the best candidate for the movie queen. Ning Ning look, the entertainment agent's bearer is tongue-tied. Xin Ning immediately nodded. Not bad, not bad. I'm looking after Qian Ming. Tell him I'll arrange for his mom to be treated in the best hospital with no worries in the back. Entertainment agent bearer. Kneel down and thank Mr. Xin. I will bow and die. I won't let you die. I'll just let you soar. And if you can make money, I can make money. So everyone must take care of your health. And if you're not feeling well, talk to me. Don't take it hard. Xin Ning poured several pots of chicken soup in the group, moving people around. Half an hour later, she put down her cell phone and She walked in. Ning, how come you have time for coffee? Xin Ning pointed across the room. Second auntie sit. She said to the waiter. A glass of lemonade. I've been sleeping poorly lately. I don't dare to drink coffee anymore. Ning Ning, take it easy. Second auntie, make yourself at home. I wonder what you wanted to see me about. She pulled out a pen and pushed it towards Xin Ning. This is a recording pen. I'm not a good person. And recently your father and your second grandfather's family have gotten close. Their family wanted the old mansion and originally offered $12.4 billion to buy it out. And your parents agreed. We and your third uncle's family do not agree. One is living in the habit. The second is that your grandfather left things. Is the symbol of the Qin family's old generation of big house. The third is nowadays there is no shortage of food and drink. There is no need to sell. In order to stop them from selling the estate, I put listening devices everywhere your parents went. And this was overheard in the hospital room, where your mom and Qin you collaborated. The purpose is to mess with the shares and assets in your hands. After all, you are their biological daughter and they have the right to inherit. Xin Ning carelessly spun the recorder. I'm married, and the first heir is Xin Zhouxing. I won't leave that much money because I've already made a will. If something happens to me, all the assets will be turned over to the state to support the military development of the country. And another sum will be set up to invest in a fund so that every child can have a healthy body. She was very surprised by her choice, but still reminded. But the second place is the parents. You haven't had a baby yet, and several of your brothers have the right to inherit. And Xin Yu is trying to avenge her daughter's death because you hit Qin Jiao, causing her facial prosthesis to rupture, and now she needs to recover, delaying her debut. The exact plan is in the recorder, so you can listen to it or take precautions. By the way, both Qin Jing and Qin Ling are trying to find ways to contact the outside world, saying that they're going crazy staying in the shrine. Crazy is as crazy does, and they need to be thankful that it's now a rule of law society. Otherwise it would have been out of sight by now. A pair of heartless contraptions. No need to mind them. She was very anxious, but someone will use them. Second auntie is overly worried. Although I don't live in the manor, I know everything about the manor. Qin Jing and Qin Ling can't think straight, and the people looking for them probably aren't much smarter. Besides, do you think they'll be able to get out of the shrine? She was silent. She didn't know what exactly Qin Ning meant anymore. Are the secrets you tell yourself considered secrets? She sighed involuntarily. Does Ning think we're worth anything? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Then what does Auntie Tu want? Don't be greedy, or I won't accept it. She sighs in relief, slowly uttered. First, the Qin family estate cannot be sold. I can make a will to do notarization. In the future, the share of our second house belongs to you. Qin Yan and the three of them only have the right to reside. Secondly, now that we're here, we don't need your undue attention. And if we're not around one day, please pull in Qin Yan and the three of them when they're in trouble. Qin Ning looked at her meaningfully. Doesn't second aunt believe in her own children? Can't they protect themselves? Do people older than me need my help? She shook her head. With you around, the Qin family will always be a first-class family. It's a good thing and a bad thing. The bad thing is that it will get a lot of jealousy from a lot of people, inviting a lot of unnecessary risks, like the Hongmen banquet, like the pig-killing plate, like the fairy jump, like outright kidnapping and assassination. Qin Ning sighed. Second auntie, all these bodyguards can do the job. There's only one Qin Ning. I can't possibly do everything. It's a bit difficult. They're adults, not children. I can only tell them to be safe, but I can't control their legs. She secretly laughed. It was indeed a bit forceful. Ning Ning, you just need to try your best. I'm sure they'll follow your footsteps completely and don't need to worry about going astray. Qin Ning only wanted to laugh at this. Second aunt, is it possible that I am the wayward one? Am I a good person? I'm not a good guy. It costs too much to be a good guy. She waved his hand. You are not astray. Although you have a fiery temper, you are kind and upright. Even though you beat your father and mother, it was purely and simply because they went too far. though you are rude in your movements, coarse in your behavior, and rough in your language, you are a man of integrity and love to fight. I believe that the Qin family's future hopes are all in you. Qin Ning instantly darkened her face. This quip, why did she net want to hit someone? Chapter 72, Scissors on loan to you. She covered her mouth. I'm sorry, did I exaggerate wrong? Don't you know what you're talking about? Do I have to say it? She was still a little embarrassed. The first time he patted a horse's ass, he actually patted the horse's hoof. Qin Ning looked at her colorful expression and immediately sighed. Second aunt, the conditions you said are very tempting. I reluctantly agree. But let me tell you, I try to protect as much as I can, and if they get themselves killed, it's nothing to do with me. Everyone is an adult. What they can and can't do, if they don't know, they've wasted their lives. She settled a matter of concern, relaxing both physically and mentally. Ning Ning will do her best. Coming out of the cafe, she walked with a much lighter step. If it weren't for her own hoity-toity wife, she'd have started popping up already. And as Qin Ning looked at her distant back, his fingers flipped, quickly picking at his cell phone. The system is very curious. Host, why don't you tell Chu about the Peach Blossom robberies that Qin Yan and his 3 brothers have recently encountered? Why should I tell? It's all a small problem. If I need to help with this small thing, am I going to die of exhaustion? What are you doing now? Oh, for my good brothers to find a girlfriend. Their age is so old. There is not even a person around to know the cold and warm. How poor. The system just didn't have a mouth. Otherwise it really wanted to skim. Master, they'll regret very much for picking you up. Qin Ning put down her cell phone and looked out the window. The system thought she was thinking, only to see Qin Ning drooling, lying on the window, looking at the handsome man outside and drooling. In the meantime, a crowd gathered around Qin Wu's hospital bed. She grimaced. It seems that what's his name Qin Ning is very powerful. His fighting strength isn't weak. Dad, I told you that you bring people less. If you know her force, then let's have a wheel battle. Hundreds of bodyguards together. I don't believe she won't get tired. Qin Shu, who was working on her nails, didn't care much about it. Humph. Big brother doesn't think too highly of her. A guy who didn't even graduate from elementary school. What else can he do except for being a brute force? On top of that, Dad brought in the wrong people. Those are the ones who are so guilty that they could blow up at any time. So don't use people like that in the future. Why don't we get Big Sister to step in and just give her a deep hypnosis and then voluntarily give Dad what she's holding? And why would Dad suffer through that? Qin Min, who was tapping on the keyboard on the side, paused. I'm going to Xinjiang next week on business. I want to meet this Qin Ning for a while. Such a strong-willed person. It must be very interesting. I want to challenge it. Qin Wu listened to his children's arguments before he gritted his teeth and said, Cotton child must beware. That girl doesn't follow common sense. Tricky and with a tape recorder on her. You might fall for her at some point. Qin Cotton comforted. Dad, don't worry. Your daughter's ability you don't know well. Guaranteed to make her obedient. Qin Shu pouted at the side. Good sister, do me a favor. The pro-Cotton was full of spoiled helplessness. Say it. Who dared to mess with our precious little miss this time? Qin Shu whispered in her ear. And Qin Cotton nodded her head. Don't worry. This post-film award will definitely belong to me. And Qin Ning, who was still staying at the cafe and watching the scenery, grinned. It turns out that after the last week Qin Cotton will hypnotize himself. When she herself hadn't warning it. The leader of the organization saw that she had been killing A's and found 10 world-class hypnosis masters with the purpose of hypnotizing her to make her a qualified killer. Unfortunately, it nearly exhausted those 10 masters. While she stayed up from 8 in the evening to 6 in the morning, the king lost 11 in a row. Her mind broke down, and she was so angry that she whacked the hypnosis master. So, some people are immune to anesthesia, some are immune to hypnosis. The system was dumbfounded. Master, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Average, third in the world. When are you coming home? Waiting for the sun to set. Don't wait, you're about to be burglarized. Aha, there's something going on in the old Shin residence. Your stepmother-in-law has brought her niece to seduce your husband. Weren't the Zhu family members sent to a nursing home? Didn't they say they couldn't be released without Shin Zhouxing's order? The ones that were sent in were the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. The core of the Zhu family is intact. Zhu Xiuyan can get on Shen Hong. You think the Zhu family is simple? Isn't Shin Zhouxing at work? Why is he back at the mansion? The old man told him to go back. Qin Ning was so angry. This old man is really unsalvageable. Shin Hong and Zhu Xiyan did this to him, and he can still forgive? He's not forgiving. He's trying to make things right at home. That's not how this plays out. You didn't read your husband's distress message. Qin Ning was a little embarrassed. He had just seen a male big, full of vigor, so he ignored the cell phone. The system taunts. You don't work when you're paid. Work. Why wouldn't I work? I'll be right there. Qin Ning rode on the small electric donkey, gears open to the maximum. all the way to the wind, riding the 6 relatives. An hour later, the butt is numb. Only then did she limp into the Shin family's living room. Husband, I'm back. The crowd looked at her in unison. Look, Tatsuko, there's a lot of people here today. They're all saluting me. Don't be poor. Hurry up to work to earn money. Later go back to be counted in the bonus to you. And Shin Joshing behaves sweetly. Don't worry, today's sugar is over the limit. Shin Ning's blood boiled as she listened. And with a sweet, greasy voice, she shouted, Hubby, I'm back. When Shin Joshing heard the familiar voice, the heart that had been silent for a long time suddenly began to beat. He hurriedly turned towards Shin Ning. Ninger, you're here. Are you tired? Tired. Tired ass is sore and numb. It's swollen. Do you want to see it? As the words fell, coughs rang out around the room. Shin Joshing's handsome face slowly approached her. Just as she pouted, people wiped their mouths and said with an ear, Grandpa's health is not good, but he raised me to grow up. I can't disobey him too much. This Shu Yilin is especially good at fooling the old man, and has already crippled him. This is a bit of a tough battle. I'll give you $100 million. You have to win. The claim is that we are in a stable relationship. We will not divorce, and no one will ever try to insert themselves into our marriage. Shin Ning didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and wore a formulaic smile. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. You can rest assured that I work. Zhu Yilin, who was talking and laughing with the old man, looked at Shin Ning triumphantly. What does Shin Ning count as? Nothing more than relying on the momentary interest of Boatwalker's brother. She herself had gained the old man's affection and the support of a large family. After all, she was known as a male doctor. Her head lifted higher at the thought. Shin Ning walked over. His hand reached into the bag. A moment to pull out a hammer. A moment to pull out a small saw. A moment to be a knife. A moment to be a bullfrog. Before finally touching out a miniature small scissors. Nah, lend it to you. Fix the nose hairs. It is too fluttering. They are all fluttering out. Chapter 73. I just want to honor my grandmother. Zhu Yilin covered her nose and glared at her. What do you mean? Shin Ning was at a loss. You kept looking at me with your nostrils. I thought you were asking me to observe your nose hairs. I see that you do have long nose hairs, and I kindly lent you the scissors, but you didn't use them, so I'm so sad. You're not as good looking as me. You're not as white as me. You're not as tall as me. You've got 2 headlights that are bigger than mine. So what? I'm not a nanny. Zhu Yilin was teary-eyed. Grandpa, look at her. Old man Shin was cheerful. Ning Ning, this is your Yilin sister. Usually a bit petulant. Don't be like her. Zhu Yilin looked at Shin Ning smugly. Humph, did you hear that? Shin Ning put away his smile, and Shin Joshing was enough to take a step back, not because he didn't help, but because he was afraid of dragging his feet. Zhu Yilin looked at Shin Ning, who came over, and was a little timid in her heart. What do you want to do? Shin Ning raised his hand and slapped it over. Petulant is it? What I cure is petulance. Stealing a man from me. How many ing balls do you have? Not as pretty as me. Not as good as me. Not as capable as me. Not as rich as me. Which point are you better than me? Zhu Yilin covered her face and wailed. Grandpa. Old man Shin had just opened his mouth when Shin Ning kicked over the sofa next to him. Old man. Her Aunt Zhu Zion and your good son locked you up in a nursing home run by the Shu family to torture you. You've been beaten and electrocuted. Pinched and pinched with needles. Underfed and underclothed. Pooped on the bed with no one to wipe it off. Shen Zhoshing and I rescued you, and you can still smile at your family. Your brain is in the or degraded into a placenta. We're the ones who got you out of there, and instead of being grateful to us, you're up on the pole to be nice to your enemies. He's got honey on his lips. Does he like these women whispering in your ear? How old are you? Do you want to lose face? Shen Hong, do you need a stepmother? Letting a woman go around your father all day and dress like this. Dark skin, and ing backless dresses. Those pants are seeing ass cheeks. The Shu family has gotten so much money from the Shin family, and they don't even have any decent clothes. TSK, poor thing. Zhu Xiuyan supported Zhu Yilin. Yilin is okay. Does her face hurt? Hong brother, look how much force she put down. Yilin's face is swollen. Shi Ning mocked. Hubby father, you are really not good. No wonder Shin Zhoshing is your medicine to come. The fact that you're keeping all the dragon and phoenix babies born to Zhu Suyan and her ex-boyfriend is also ample proof that you can't do it. My mother-in-law line. My mother-in-law in addition to Shinzhou line. She also gave birth to Lian Xiao. Go back and ask Zhu Xiuyan to borrow a few more seeds. More children. You can afford to raise them anyway. Shen Hong, who had been thinking of saying a few words, had lowered his head at this point, and he fell into self-doubt. Was he really no good? Humph. An old man. You think Zhu Xiuyan figure your age? Figure you 3 seconds ah. People figure the reputation of the Shin family's wife, the momentum of the Shin family, money and interests. How old is the person? But also learn young people to play love. Shin Hong covered his face and cried, throwing Zhu Yilin aside and pulling Zhu Shiyan up the stairs. Qin Ning shook his head, said you cannot still do not believe a moment down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1, finished. Old man Shin patted his wheelchair. Ning Ning, you've gone a bit too far. Family and all things are close up. You've offended everyone. What can we do in the future? I'm doing this for your own good. Why don't you understand my good intentions? Qin Ning stamped his foot on the wheelchair and said quietly, old man, let me tell you, you have the grace of raising Shin Zhoxing, but not me. He and I are husband and wife in name only, and all the property in his name belongs to me. Qin Ning, alone. You can't obey me to get benefits from me. Disobey me and get as far away as you can. If you're not doing anything, you'll be an honest harbor. Don't even think about hitting on me or coveting my people. Old man, when you're old, will you enjoy the blessings or suffer? Think about it yourself. I'm just telling you that it's important for people to find their place in the world. You're old and useless, and now the only person in charge of the Shin family is Shin Zhoxing. The Shin family became one of the top families in Shengjing by relying on your grandmother, who has passed away. Not you. She worried so much about this family that she lost her life too soon, and I pity people like that. Old man, you know, I have no conscience, no morals, I'm the rules, I'm the law of heaven. Don't mess with me, I'll beat you up too. Old man Shin shook his head in disappointment. Zhou Xing, this is the wife you took it upon yourself to find? Dead old man, his brain has been beaten by the nursing home people. When he's not sober he's still like a human being, when he's sober he's an ass. Shin Zhoxing nodded. Grandpa, he is my wife, my only wife. What she said is true. All my properties are under her name. Some people shouldn't toss it either. I'm just a person working for Qin Ning now. What? I can't believe you didn't ask for my permission? How could you be so hasty? Qin Ning directly jumped up. Stinking old man, when I went to the nursing home to save you, you still called me a good baby. Now you dare to deny my existence? Oh, dead old man, you've succeeded in angering me. And as a female bully, I'm not that easy to coax. Old man Shin even sneered as he watched her pull out her cell phone. Girl, you saved me. I'm very thankful to you. I can give you $10 million as a reward, but my grandson's marriage partner must be a lady of the house, with a generous demeanor and speech, which will help him in his career and life. Seeing that Qin Ning didn't speak, old man Shin continued. Our Shin family's granddaughter-in-law must be the kind that is at peace with the country and the people. You belong to the category of chickens and dogs, and I don't agree. Qin Ning finished sending the message and replied with a smirk. You're wrong, old man. I'm not a chicken and dog. I'm a ing chicken and dog kind of guy. Old man Shin nodded. You have a clear position of yourself. I am very satisfied. When will you divorce? But don't worry, Boatwalk's wife isn't Elaine either. It's still her sister Yushu. That's what a lady of the mansion looks like. Qin Ning exhaled a cloudy breath. Old man, has anyone ever told you that you're just a big dumb 13? Old man Shin persuaded bitterly. Shin Yuan and Shin Yu two families did not say anything. They do not take sides. They just come to eat melon. Although they needed Zhu Yilin's professional help, they were more afraid of Qin Ning's fists. Just when old man Shin thought he was close to persuading her, an uninvited guest came. Qin Ning Kwa stood up in a flash. Good boy, you're finally here. Fu Ning bowed. Eldest miss, the old slave has already followed your instructions and found 10 men above 180 with handsome looks. Various ceremony personnel are already in place, and a special team of oboe performers has been invited. Can we start now? The crowd was puzzled, only to hear Qin Ning give an order, and the mournful sound of the Swana blew people straight to tears. Clattering in came 10 men in sackcloth and mourning, each holding an effigy. Qin Ning looked at Shin Zhoxing. I think this old man is too stupid, so I chose a new grandfather for you. Whichever one you see, I'll place the offer right away, and if we see them all, we'll take them all. Old man Shin pointed at her. His eyes went black, and he directly fainted. Qin Ning shrugged his shoulders, his face full of aggression. He has a small belly. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to honor my unseen grandmother. Chapter 74, Shin Zhoxing discovers a big secret. Shin Yuan and Shin Yu rush to get the family doctor to resuscitate them. Nothing, don't worry, the old man's life is big. Panic, what panic? We'll scare Shin Zhoxing every day with moral abduction him. Alas, men don't understand. To become a real strong man, can't have a soft spot. Qin Ning shook his head and looked towards Shin Zhoxing thoughtfully. This man can't do it. Shin Zhoxing black face, he can carry out. Filial piety is filial piety, but cannot be foolish filial piety. At this time, Shu Zian came downstairs with a grunt of anger, and seeing that the old man was furious, he pointed at Qin Ning and cursed. Your mom said that you are a scourge, and at first I didn't believe it, now I believe it. You're a scourge. You hobbled the Qin family, and now you're hobbling the Shin family. You know what you're doing? Go back where you came from. Don't hang around in front of our eyes. If it wasn't for you, we'd be doing just fine. Shin Zhoshing looked at Zhu Ziyan. Did I show mercy to the Zhu family and let you go so wild? Who the hell are you? A bed crawler telling the Shin family's first grandma what to do. From today onwards, the Shin family withdraws all support for the Zhu family. And if the Zhu family dares to make money under the Shin family's guise in the future, we'll see you in court. Zhu Yilin hurriedly pulled her aunt. Shut up, big aunt. What are you doing messing with her? Then he apologized to Shin Zhoshing. Brother Zhoshing, don't be angry. My aunt also spoke out of turn. She was wrong. Zhu Xiuyan was a bit flustered and immediately agreed. Zhoshing, I'm just talking. Don't take it seriously. Shin Zhoshing snorted coldly. Remember your position. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Don't do what you shouldn't do. Zhu Xiuyan hurriedly responded. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Ning put away her dangling state. Ha, this kind of handling wasn't her style. Just as Zhu Ziyan and Zhu Yilin breathed a sigh of relief, Qin Ning kicked Zhu Ziyan in the stomach. I've warned you. Qin Ning, do not suffer. I do not suffer. I do not suffer. I do not hold back. I look down on life and death. If you do not submit, you will do it. Followed by a handful of kicks. Zhu Xiuyan was beaten like a lost dog. Zhu Yilin wailed. Don't fight. Don't fight. You'll kill yourself. Qin Ning did another chain kick and kicked Zhu Ziyan to the pillar. Remember, don't mess with me or you'll die or I'll live. Xu Shiyan had fainted. Xu Yilin got two people to carry her away and ran away herself. 5 minutes later, Old Man Shin turned around in a ghostly manner and pointed at Qin Ning. You quickly take these things away. Qin Ning shook her head. I learned this all from you. I haven't even gotten divorced yet, and you've already booked Shin Zhoshing's next daughter-in-law. Grandma is gone. Your marriage is dissolved. What's wrong with me choosing a few waiters for grandma out of filial piety? I'm going to leave a will in the future, too, and buy my grave bigger, and choose more, and I'm going to sleep in rows. Old Man Shin took several deep breaths, just for fear of being exasperated by this guy. Good boy. I still have many grandchildren. You can choose whatever you want. There's no need to hang yourself on a tree. Qin Ning is very serious. Old man, you don't understand. Gold 10,000 taels easy to get. No one's heart is hard to find. It's not easy for me to meet one. You said to scatter. Who are you? And who am I to listen to you? And who do you think I've ever listened to? Old Man Shin directly asked the doctor to bring oxygen, so that he could inhale some oxygen first, otherwise it would not be good to deal with her. Look at where Zhou Chang is. Qin Ning sat on the sofa holding her arms and crossing her legs. Cold. Not as enthusiastic as my husband. I winked and my husband was like a vicious dog pouncing on, while Shin Zhou Chang was different. Even though I took off cleanly, he thought I was going to scrub the dust. Where's boat time? Incompetent. Not as competent as my husband. My husband is a solar-powered perpetual motion machine, and nuclear energy can't even bring up Shin Zhoshir. Where's the boat guard? Qin Ning didn't say anything. Double-yolked eggs are more influential. You don't understand my requirement for nutrition and my pursuit of aesthetics. It must be symmetrical. Where's boat tiki? Qin Ning's face reveals an oddity. He's undeveloped, bisexual, can't think in other directions. I'm a decent person. But Qin Ning, who prided himself on being a decent person, had now twisted himself into a twist. The more Shin Zhoshing heard, the more wrong he was, and he looked around at the faces of the people who were all embarrassed. Shin Zhoshing couldn't care less about his black face as he looked at Qin Ning and finally understood. Whether it was the last time they met and shook Ninger's hand, or being hit by Ninger, all of them were considered physical contact, so they could hear Ninger's mind, which was too dangerous. Shin Zhoshing pulled Qin Ning to sit on the sofa to the side, but he simply could not say the words "hear the heart," and his neck seemed to be pinched by large invisible hands. Shin Zhoshing picked up his cell phone to send a text, wanting to send his guess, but his finger clearly wanted to press the pinion of the word Xin Shang, but the letters seemed like clouds in the sky, and he couldn't catch them. This caused Shin Zhoshing to develop an uncontrollable panic. He quickly walked to Qin Ning's side. Is Ninger thirsty? Do you want some water? Qin Ning shook his head. I'm not thirsty. Don't worry. It's just that if you put me in the desert, I can survive for 7 days. I'm asking who else has the ability to fight like this? Who else has my ability to earn a living? Is Ninger tired? If so, let's take an intermission. Qin Ning shook her head. I'm not tired. I'm just thinking that if Grandma was still around, where there were so many demons and ghosts, she would have taken care of them for you. Shin Zhoshing nodded solemnly. Yes, Grandma never let her heart. Qin Ning seemed to get something. She held Shin Zhoshing's hand. Her eyes revealed some kindness. If you really can't, you recognize me as a god grandmother. I will love you like a real grandmother. Grandson. Shin Zhoshing clenched his fist and lowered it again. He couldn't domestic abuse. The main thing is not to be domesticated by her. He wants to be her husband, but she wants to be his grandmother. Shin Yuan and his wife wanted to cry. Why? Obviously 4 sons, and not a single complete human being can be put together. Xin Yuan asked in desperation. How old are you, daughter-in-law? 48. I'm 50. After years of being a couple, the two seemed to have found an understanding and walked away in unison. Stiff-footed, Xin Ning looked at them meaningfully. TSK, re-practicing small numbers. The 4 sons of the second house also looked at the parents of the chapter, with a face of indifference. Practicing is practicing. Old man Shin did not die. Where is Jolie? Xin Ning raised her eyelids. I don't want to be the third party. What about the boat billion? I said I didn't want to be a third party. Where's boat Liam? Old man, why do you keep making me the third party? Old man Shin didn't die. Where's Zhou? I'm sorry, he likes people with different features and notches than I do. Old man Shin clutched his oxygen and shouted to the family doctor. I want to be hospitalized. Hurry up, hurry up. Shin Yu's 2 families looked at each other and said in unison. How old are you? Chapter 75, this is not the end of the feud. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shin Yu's 2 families also walked away. In just that half an hour, Qin Ning and Shin Zhouxing were left in the flower hall looking at each other face to face. Qin Ning picked up the bag on the sofa and pulled out the check, the POS machine, the phone to find out the collection code, and a small money detector from it. The corner of Shin Zhouxing's mouth twitched. Ninger, what do you mean by this? Qin Ning rubbed his fists and gritted his teeth. What do you mean? Does payment understand? I won the argument. People are too good. They just can't help it. I don't want to be like this, but mainly they are too trashy. Shin Zhouxing stared at her backpack. What else do you have in this backpack? Qin Ning let out a hush. Unspeakable and unspeakable. Just make your payment. Let's get the silver and the goods. Shin Zhouxing resigned himself to his fate and began to choose a payment method. Qin Ning didn't forget to teach a bit. Shin Zhouxing, your heart is too soft, so they will morally kidnap you. But I'm different. I don't have a heart. I'll never be kidnapped. Some people are self-aware and some aren't, so you have to be ruthless. Shin Zhouxing very much agreed. What Ninger said is true. I understand. Next time I'll know. Qin Ning bristled. Tuzi, do you think he really knows? The heart of a person who lacks love is the softest. If he is attacked and a knife or a gun is used, he is not afraid at all. But he is afraid that other people will care about him. Shin Zhouxing chose, and finally picked up a check. Aggrieved. So Ninger has to help me otherwise I will let them eat the dregs. And I have so many assets. Wouldn't it be a bit of a waste if I let them coax them away? Qin Ning took the check and smiled so much that he couldn't see out of his eyes. Good deal. As long as the money is in place, there's nothing I can't do. Tutsi, I tell you, if you can solve things with money, it's never a problem. As long as you're willing to pay, you don't have any worries at all. Oh, I want to be a human being, not a ruler. Master, you fix it. Quinning, my silence is deafening at this point. Do you hear me? Why do you want to be a human being? Because when people have 7 feelings and 6 desires, 3 views and 5 senses, and as a system, what feelings are not? I take back what I just said. This thing of yours is not something that can be solved by money. You guys are so strong. You can solve anything. If you become adults again, then the world will have a seizure. Shin Zhouxing listened intently, and Qin Ning saw him fretting and only felt that he was preoccupied. So the sharp check and her collection specials grabbed her backpack. I'm going to the bank for a bit. Make yourself at home. Is Nell home for dinner? I mean our home. Go back. It's too wasteful to eat out. Oh, why don't you say you don't want to spend your own money? You could say the same thing. Shin Zhouxing smiled darkly. Good, then I'll go back and prepare. Ninger, be careful yourself. No problem. It wasn't until Qin Ning's figure disappeared that Shin Zhouxing came back to his senses. From the sidelines came a man, shaking his head. That's why she's young and trusts you too much. He was able to study abroad at the age of 10 and founded his own company at the age of 15. Can't an 18-year-old business wizard who dominated all of America solve the Shin family's problems? And it was Grandma who raised you. Grandpa never did. So don't you have a guilty conscience for snubbing your sister-in-law like this? If sister-in-law knew the truth, do you think the marriage would still be viable? Shin Zhouxing straightened his sleeves. Shen Zhouchang, are you still cured? You can't be an aloof person for the rest of your life, right? Shin Zhouchang's face was greatly embarrassed. What does my matter have to do with you? Shin Zhouxing nodded. Yeah, what does my business have to do with you? Shin Zhouchang was put on the spot and hated it. Also a Shin family seed. He had been crushed to death and suffocated to death. Seeing Shin Zhouxing's performance today, he realized that the relationship between these two people was maintained by money. I had wanted to scare Shin Zhouxing with this matter, but I didn't expect it to fail. Shin Zhouxing looked at his expression and was furious. Get lost. I was merciful to you guys before. If you dare to hit on her, I won't be able to spare you. Shin Zhouchang directly broke and turned around, and around the corner stood a person. Seeing Shin Zhouchang, full of disgust, such a person are not worthy of asking her to cure. cured is also a waste. And Shin Zhouxing had already talked to Yang Xian on the phone. Hanging up the phone, Yang Xian's mouth twitched. He wanted to find the madam to confess. He didn't want to be in trouble with his boss, a psychopath. Otherwise, in the end, the boss will die a miserable death, and he may not be left alone. After he thought about what would happen to him, he called Yang Feng, and there was still hope that everything could be saved. Qin Ning chatted with the system while riding the tram. Master, Shin Zhouxing's setting is obviously dark and crazy batch. The original plot he spent countless money for Qin Jiao. Send room to send a car is a small matter. He sends a yacht to send a small island, but also sends several planets. How did you become a weak and helpless person? He pretended not so how to let the enemy relax their vigilance. Shin still has 25% of the shares in the hands of the old man Shin. He needs to get back. The system is a whole big speechless. You have made the old man so angry today that he inhaled oxygen. Do you think that people will still give all the shares to Shin Zhouxing? You don't get it. I'm the bad guy. He's the good guy. Finally coaxing the shares over. You wait. When Shin Zhouxing gets his shares back, he'll give me a bonus. Well, master, you're too good. Knocking down the mountain and solving all the dangers of Shin Zhouxing. Indeed, I'm too good. So you've got all the dangers focused on you. The Bai family represented by Bai Ji Ruo, the Qin Wu family and the Zhu family. A three-way siege. Not right. Also do Qin Yu mother and daughter. Do you know what life is for? What? Experience. Life is for experience. I'm worried about being bored. System, it's so profound that it can't understand it. An hour later, she was personally sent on a small electric donkey by the bank president. Who would have thought that a super VIP customer, who deposits $100 million, would come on an electric bike? At the same time, the distant mountain village, Panghua in the radio passionate open mic, fathers and elders folks, our god of wealth Qin Ning ancestor donated 100 million to the village. She said for the village to build roads, houses, agrotainment and economic development. The village was abuzz with the fact that their efforts had been worthwhile and they were finally seeing the rewards. It's not in vain to be beaten and aggravated for so many years. Ancestors have a clear conscience. However, under the leadership of the village chief, they were the first to rebuild the graves for Qin Scar's family, and according to Qin Ning's instructions, he would repair another small grave next to Qin Scar and put the clothes she wore as a child inside. The crowd wondered why they were even fixing a small one. The village chief said, Ancestor Qin said that what is buried here is her past. That night, Qin Ning had a dream. A butcher takes his daughter-in-law in difficult labor to the hospital and ends up with 2 dead bodies. When he is disheartened, he picks up a small baby in a snowdrift. The scene shifts, her adoptive father dies, and 12-year-old Qin Ning dreams of her future, so desperate that she commits suicide, fearing she is powerless to change it, and then she occupies someone else's body. At the end of the dream, the little Qining smiled and waved at him. She said thank you for her little grave, thank you for avenging her death, wished her peace, and disappeared. Qin Ning on the bed opened his eyes and picked up his cell phone. 12 o'clock sharp. She got up and walked to the check room, chose a black dress, grabbed her killing knife and went downstairs. This revenge is not finished yet. Xiao Qining thank you early. Chapter 76, Midnight Venting, More Than Revenge. Shin Zhouxing, who heard the sound, opened the bedroom door and chased out. Ninger you are. A black dress, face high ponytail are tied with black ribbon. Expression indifferent, the killing knife in his hand emits cold light. Revenge. Shin Zhouxing held her hand. Ninger, there are many ways to take revenge, but we can't put you on the hook. I know you hate Qin you hate Bai Jiruo, you hate Qin One and the others, but there are many ways to get them punished, so sit down and listen to me. Qin Ning waved his hand. Don't worry, walking won't get you hitched. It's 12 o'clock. I'm just going to yell at them to get up and pee. Shin Zhouxing let out a sigh of relief. I'll drive you. Qin Ning didn't squeak, but his expression had some hints of heartache. Shin Zhouxing softly consoled. I'm not sleepy. I slept for a while during the day and now I'm refreshed. Don't worry, okay? Qin Ning held his tongue for a while and directly opened the door. You sent me out of your own free will, right? You can't charge for it, right? Don't ask for money afterward. If you're okay with that, then go ahead and drive. Shin Zhouxing clenched his teeth together. Qin Ning, do you have a heart or not? Kissing shook her head. I only recognize money. Shin Zhouxing glanced at the pig-killing knife. Don't force him. Force him. He will use the pig-killing knife to bag himself to death, so that Ning Er sees the pig-killing knife and thinks of him. Qin Ning saw that he was a bit hesitant and lifted his foot. You want to sit on the ground and raise the price. There's no door. Shin Zhouxing said helplessly. Free, all free. So, their first stop was at Qin Yu's house in the south of the city, where they gathered the sleeping Qin Yu and Qin Jiao up to pee. Qin Yu was furious. Qin Ning, why are you so gloomy? What time is it now and you're not sleeping? Qin Ning shook his head. Can you fall asleep? I can't. When I close my eyes it's the experiences I had as a child. How can I sleep? Shin Yu sighed. Say, what do you want? Looking for death? A society of law and order. You broke into my house with a knife. If you call the police, you will suffer the consequences. Shin Ning smiled blandly. It doesn't matter what happens to me. I want you to die. Shin Yu coldly grunted. Shin Ning, be careful with your words as well. Shin Ning grabbed her by the neck. In proportion? You're telling me to pay attention to proportion? All I can close my eyes to know is what happened to me once, and I can't wait to chop you up and feed you to the pigs. What qualifications do you have to tell me to watch my step? I haven't even gotten to you yet, but you're trying to count on me, aren't you? Shin Yu, you're lucky you have the law to protect you, or you'd be dead already. Shin Yu's eyes twinkled as she deliberately provoked Shin Ning. Kill me if you're capable. What's the use of scaring people here? Shin Ning was a bit bewildered. What have you done? Why do you want me to kill you? Shin Yu laughed loudly. Because 18 years ago it was me who carried you away and threw you out, and then made my daughter the Qin family's first lady. How about it? Angry or not, if you have the ability to kill me. Shin Ning grinned down, then raised his head, his voice sad. Aren't you afraid that others will know about this? As long as there's no evidence, it's all speculation. It's slander, and I'll sue as soon as I can. Shin Ning, that is, so what if I change your life? Without evidence, what can you do to me? Ha ha. Shin Ning's hand went into his coat pocket, then moved his neck to open the punch. Xin Zhao had been quite pleased with herself, to the point where she saw her own mother being lifted by one leg and thrown back and forth. She yelled, Shin Ning, you stop. Shin Ning lifted Qin Yu and threw him towards Xin Zhao, who was directly smashed down. Xin Zhao trembled. What do you want? Shin Ning's hand reached towards his coat pocket again. Xin Zhao, how come I heard that you're going to be the female lead? You said you're just a sophomore. How come there are so many seniors lifting you up? Before Xin Zhao could say anything, the dazed Qin Yu roared. I want you to care. I'm in charge of the entertainment industry. The company is mine. I'm letting my daughter be the female lead. What are you questioning? Shin Ning scared twice. But this face of hers is all technology and hard work. It's kind of ugly. Xin Zhao couldn't even care less about being scared. You're the one who's ugly. Your whole family is ugly. Shin Ning shook his head. I'm not ugly. My whole family isn't ugly. You're the ugliest. Your mom was really hungry and found a random man to give birth to you. Too irresponsible. So many boyfriends. Least pick a handsome alas. It's a pity. One of them is better looking than Qin Wan, but unfortunately Qin Yu does not choose people. Xin Zhao is furious and catches her own mother in the act of questioning. Qin Yu is still angry. How could she give birth to such an ordinary-looking daughter with such excellent genes, causing her to spend much more money on that face? The two men argued, and Qin Ning happily waited for them to argue, and ended up charging $5 million for his services. Gu Chuan receives a recorder in the middle of the night, hears the content and organizes it to sell it to Qin Yu's opposite house, Cloud Entertainment. And Qin Ning's second stop came to the Bai family, which was so populous that there was no way to wake them up one by one. Shin Zhouxing was wondering if she was going to come with a loudhailer. Who knew that she had pulled out a Swona? At the first sight of the oboe, he immediately plugged his ears. As expected, the next second, Qin Ning blew a song Tears from the iron window for them. The White House was instantly lit up, and the whole family came downstairs cursing. After looking around and seeing no one, everyone went back to sleep. Qin Ning came back to the northern suburbs for another song, and the lights of the Bai family villa were on again, broke down for a while and went back to sleep. Qin Ning picked up the horn, and the third song directly blew a funeral song, and the lights in the White House have never gone out. Qin Ning grinned. They couldn't sleep well so he could sleep well. The third station into the Qin family garden. Bai Jiruo confused turn over. Vaguely face feel the end of the bed seems to stand a person. She stopped being sleepy straight away and opened her eyes to see that there was nothing. Bai Jiruo breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she had misread the situation. As she closed her eyes and turned away, she felt someone staring behind her. She opened her eyes and turned sharply. Empty behind her. Bai Jiruo exhaled. What's going on? It doesn't feel right. Tossing and turning for a while, she fell asleep flat on her back. But how do you think there is a second breathing sound in this room? Bai Jiruo opened her eyes wide, a face in her face to face against. She screamed, her voice piercing right through the 17th floor, and fainted straight away. 10 minutes later, Qin Yuan broke into a rage. Qin Air was trembling. Qin San was frozen in fear. Qin Wuan hated him, and Qin Wu gave him a warm welcome. Qin Ning leaned against the doorframe, one hand holding his arm, one hand playing with the killing knife in his hand, with a 3-part sneer, 3-part mockery, 3-part rambling and 1-part sleepiness. What are you all looking at me for? Have you made enough of a scene? Did you feel better about scaring mom like that? Qin Ning swept a look over, and Qin Yuan still shivered some. I'm quite well tolerated. Thanks for your concern. Xin Ning, you're already the richest person. Your grandparents have already compensated you. So stop. Xin Ning waved his hand. Screw them over and I'll call it quits. You don't know my past experiences. If it wasn't for my rationality, you guys would have died under my pig-killing knives long ago. Shin'l, you better shut up and don't say anything I don't like to hear. Xin Ning, what the hell do you want? You're breaking the law. I can sue you. Xin Ning laughed out loud. Third brother, I had a nightmare and looked for my mom to sleep in the middle of the night. What's wrong with that? Which law was violated? Who says that daughters can't look for their moms to sleep in the middle of the night? Nonsense. No wonder mom would rather continue to be nice to Jiajiao than have you. Don't you see where you compare to Jiajiao? I'll be damned. Sango, check it out. She must have changed her grandparents' will. Before the words even hit the ground, Xin Ning's fists and feet went over. In just a few seconds, Xin Wuan was kicked into the wall and couldn't be buckled out. Xin Wu sighed. Sister, have you lost your temper? If you are angry, go back to sleep and have a beauty sleep. It's not good for a girl to stay up all night. There are $5 million in this card. It's your beauty fee. Xin Ning nodded with satisfaction. It's still fifth brother who has my heart. Good night then. Half an hour later, Xin Ning sat in the car and fell asleep with a satisfied look on his face. Shen Zhouxing's eyes were full of heartache, and he blasted his foot on the gas to his home, put Xin Ning gently on the bed, covered the quilt and walked out. Xin Ning opens his eyes. What did you just say? Tuzi, emergency alert. Xin Wu's eldest daughter, Xin Min, arrives in Shangjing tomorrow morning, still sleeping, to deal with you. Chapter 77, your way to come is broken. Xin Ning rolled over. Tomorrow's business will be told tomorrow. Don't go to sleep. She's a master hypnotist. Once she hypnotizes you, you'll be a puppet on a string. Unico, let me remind you that the next time you bind a host, please learn about the host's past and abilities. I'm an all-around killer. I don't necessarily use knives, guns, poisons, accidents, but also psychology and spirituality to carry out my mission. Oh, the poorest assassin ever to be co-opted to death. Xin Ning rubbed himself and sat up. I don't want to lose my conscience. I'm doing this for the people. I'm exhausted. As long as I finish my mission, I'll still go back. Right. Ah, yes, 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 yes. Tuzi, you're being perfunctory. Have I reversed the end of the story? Instead of marrying Xie Ming, I married Shen Zhouxing. Theoretically, yes, but there are always external factors that try to make you follow the original plot. You can't take it lightly. I understand. Is there anything else you want to say? Just say it once and don't disturb my sleep. It's not a big deal. Xin Ning rolled his eyes. Not much is something. You directly say it. In the end, what is it? Your biological father is in trouble. What's the problem? After you left from the manor, Bai Jiruo woke up. Then she was too scared to sleep, so she went to find Xinwen. Did you find it? Do you know where she found it? Where can it be? But in some woman's nest? Yeah, you're smart. Under your sister-in-law's blanket. Your own mother was so mad. She grabbed the scissors off the table and ended you on your way here. Xin Ning is not sleepy. Then what? He really clicked it off. It's true. Then I went to the hospital to get a graft. Okay, I'm going to bed. I'm not a doctor. I can't help you with this. I have 5 sons. It doesn't matter if I want that thing. In the next room, Shen Zhouxing saw the cell phone at the bedside light up. He picked it up and opened it to see that it was from Shen Nui Nui. They didn't have any blood relationship after all, only that this Shen Nui Nui had always respected him, so he kept forgetting to delete it. When he saw the message, he called straight back. Shen Nan Nan answered in a second. Big brother, it didn't bother you, did it? What is it? It's like this. My best friend is interning at the hospital, which happens to be a surgical department, and I saw my sister-in-law's father, and the Qin family and the Bai family came. I heard that the lifeblood was cut off by my sister-in-law's mother. Well, I know, they didn't notify your sister-in-law, so don't bother her about it. Got it, big brother. It's okay, don't stay out at night, be safe. Okay, I'll take care of that. Thanks, big brother. When Shen Zhouxing hung up the phone, she put down the phone. In fact, this big brother is really good. The others say big brother is ruthless and will do anything to succeed. But ever since she could remember, her big brother had still been good to her. But mom had done such a thing. And even though Uncle Shen didn't mind, she couldn't get past the hurdle in her heart in the end. And with a family on her biological father's side, she's got a little savings of her own, so she'll be able to support herself. But his brother didn't have any self-awareness at all, and he still wanted to challenge his big brother. He had reminded himself many times, but he just didn't listen. Much ado about nothing. Out of blood. She doesn't snitch, but she doesn't help either. Big brother will surely notice and beat his brother to death. And when Shen Zhouxing hung up the phone, he got up and went out. He walked over to Qin Ning's bedroom and listened carefully for a while to make sure that Qin Ning was asleep before he left. Half an hour later, Yang Xian was wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes. It's just 4 a.m. Who works at this hour? Hell is closed at this hour. The boss isn't being a man. Why come to the hospital when you can just go to work? Isn't it just Qin when doing a graft? The lady doesn't care. What's the boss's hurry? As soon as his cell phone rang, Yang Xian cleared his throat. Boss, I'm at the surgical building. Give me 10 minutes and I'll report the situation. I'm not concerned about him. You just make sure they don't bother your lady. Yes. Don't worry, boss. Well, go ahead. Yang Xian hung up the phone. His resentment at this moment was bigger than a ghost. Blame it on Qinwen. How old is he? He still learns from Jiajin to sleep with his sister-in-law. Deadbeat. Old man. The cell phone suddenly rang again. Yang Xian looked at the balance of the card and a few more zeros. His legs are not sore. His waist does not hurt. And suddenly felt that the dark circles under his eyes became a very decent smoky makeup. At this time, 13th floor of the surgical building. Qin-wen, who had already been operated on, was still in a coma. Bai Jirua's face was grim as she twisted her head to look at her own mother and brothers. You guys go away. I don't want to see you right now. Old Mrs. Bai pointed at her. You don't understand my good intentions at all. Qin-wen is used to being flirtatious. You are not attractive to him anymore. Instead of letting him go to someone else, you should hold him firmly in your hands. It's not like your sister is going to take your spot or get pregnant and have a baby, but it will also make Qin-wen happy. So why not? Did mom not tell you that in the mansion? Don't talk about feelings, only interests. Bai Jirua impatiently waved her hand. I don't want to hear this right now. Mom, you guys go back first. I want to be quiet. Old Mrs. Bai walked over and slapped Bai Jirua's face. Idiot, what did I tell you to coax Qin Ning? What did you do? How dare you collaborate with that bastard? Qin Ning is so powerful. She must have known about your collaboration, or else would she have gone in the middle of the night to scare you? And the surveillance was down when she was there, so you can't even call the police for evidence. Not only that, have you seen the news? There's an audio circulating on the internet about that bastard Qin Yu deliberately throwing away Qin Ning. 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the verbal evidence wasn't enough to convict her, but the audio affected Qin Yu's reputation. Doesn't she have an entertainment company? For the benefit of the company, she will definitely spend money on public relations, and Qin Ning is there to earn that money. You're still here messing around with all this, when someone else, Qin Ning, is sitting at home with $500 million in PR money already in hand. Dumbass. Bai Jirua covered her face. Mom, what should I do? Infinite greed and viciousness erupted from old Mrs. Bai's triangular eyes. Coax her, provide for her, and make everything she has yours. What about the cooperation with Qin Yu? Old Mrs. Bai laughed coldly. She's also very rich. She's also single. It just so happens that your third brother just kicked out the yellow-faced woman. Let your third brother marry Qin Yu. Won't everything about her become our Bai families as well? Bai Jirua admired. Mom, you're amazing. Old Mrs. Bai stroked her face. Daughter, everything mom did was for your own good. The 2 of you sisters can't afford to hurt each other over a man. You remember, men are like clothes, and profit is fundamental. Bai Jirua nodded her head obediently. All listened to mom. Outside the hospital room, Yang Xian also nodded. What a great old lady. Chapter 78, driving a supercar in a raincoat. Only the room continued to mutter. Bai Jirua was successfully convinced by old Mrs. Bai in just 10 minutes. This kind of skill he can learn later convenient for him to pull boss. After the person inside finished speaking, Yang Xian went downstairs and reported truthfully, and also told the boss that the Qin family S1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were afraid of losing face, and sent Qin-wen to the hospital and went home. No one thought of informing the madam so that the boss could sleep in peace. Qin Ning next door huffed and puffed, and Qin Yu in the south of the city endured the physical pain and tossed around all night, pressing hot searches and doing public relations. The beauty of it is that her daughter Qin Jiao is about to star in a TV series, but because she felt worse when she read the script, as a mother, she plays the role of a snarky stepmother. It cost $500 million. Qin Ning this actually recorded what she said. No wonder she felt something strange at that time. It turned out to be Qin Ning who had been dominating her speech. Qin Jiao was so sleepy that she couldn't stop yawning. Mom, can we go to sleep now? I'm so sleepy. Qin Yu lay down. Sleep. We'll have to wait for the joke at dawn. Qin Jiao rolled over. Mom, we're all a joke now. None of us can beat Qin Ning. I wouldn't dare to provoke her now, but I still hated her. And if she hadn't come back and Grandpa had known who I was, all that property of his would have been left to me for sure. Why didn't you say so earlier, Mom? Why did you wait for Qin Ning to come? Mentioning this, Qin Yu was filled with anger. Do you know how stupid your grandfather was? I've been babysitting in the Chin family for 10 years with a company that looks 60% like him, and he just didn't notice. Then I quit my job as a nanny after seeing you grow up. I've messed up a lot more since then, but he just won't keep looking into it. Then why don't you just say so? Chin Yu shook her head. I also have my pride. He doesn't even take the initiative to recognize me, so why should I introduce myself? Xin Jiao was annoyed. Mom, what's yours is what you have to fight for. Regret it now. Just gave you 20 properties. Do you lack that? Alright, I know what to do. When dealing with Qin Ning, you can't be rough. You have to outsmart him. Xin Jiao was puzzled. Mom, what are you going to do? Qin Yu coldly snorted. She has many enemies now. The Bai family, the Qin family's big house, the Shu family, the second old master Qin's family and us. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. I'll see what she'll do this time. Early in the morning, Qin Cotton got off the airplane and went straight to the Qin family garden. Shu Shi urgently notified Qin Ning. Unfortunately, Qin Ning was sleeping soundly. Xun Yan looked at her in a hurry and asked in a moment of curiosity. What's wrong with you? Second sister-in-law? Qin Cotton came and went to the shrine. What do you think will happen to her? Nan Yen bristled. What else can I do? Go see those 2 heartless things. Meanwhile, the shrine. Qin Jing and Qin Ling were both numb. The old lady is dead. How long have they been locked up in the shrine? Not given cell phones, not allowed to leave the house, and kept them in penance. Confess what? Mom's gone. Confess that she'll come back to life? And how did Mom get pushed down the stairs in the first place if she didn't resent their husbands? Shouldn't this be Mom's fault? Sister, I miss my family Warang. Who says it isn't? I miss my brother Chang. It's all Qin Ning's fault. I also don't know what sister-in-law is doing by picking her up. Now it's good. She's become the master of the Qin family, and we've all become prisoners. Qin Jing looked viciously at the gate. I don't believe we can't get out. When we get out, we must not spare her. Qin Ling asked, taking a stand. Yes, we must not spare her easily. The more the 2 sisters spoke, the more agitated they became, explicitly and implicitly cursing Qin Ning a million times. Suddenly the door to the shrine was opened. The sudden sunlight shone so brightly that the 2 sisters couldn't open their eyes. Looking at the person who walked in, the 2 sisters were so excited that they spoke in unison. Qin Cotton? Qin Cotton smiled and reached out. I've come to fetch the 2 sisters out. The 2 gleefully extended their hands. At noon, the duo, who had just woken up, were eating. One chews slowly, the other gobbles. One is elegant and decent, the other unforgiving. Shen Zhouxing took the napkin and wiped the corners of her mouth. Ninger, slow down. Qin Ning shook his head. It can't be slowed down a bit. I have a show to catch up on, so make your own arrangements after you eat. Shen Zhouxing raised his eyebrows. Ninger back to the manor? Qin Cotton is here. She's Qin Wu's daughter. And not only did she release Qin Jing and Qin Ling, or are they trying to brainwash the Qin family members to work together against me? Shen Zhouxing was a little worried. I'll accompany you. Qin Ning was already preparing to go out, and when she heard this, she twisted her head and admonished. Men should prioritize their careers. I'll take care of these small matters myself. If you go with me, how can I start the show if I cry and hang myself? Shen Zhouxing was very helpless. Bring a bodyguard. Qin Mian is a psychiatrist. She doesn't rely on force. I'm a man of letters and a man of arms. Don't worry. Believe me, I'm better than that. She's nothing. Shen Zhouxing sent to the door. Looking at her pink little donkey, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. There is a convertible top in the garage. Ninger is car sick. Directly open the convertible top to go. You wait for 10 minutes. I'll let Young Phone come over. Qin Ning lifted his cell phone and shook it. I shouted. You eat your food. 5 minutes later, a light rain fell from the sky. Yang Feng stood in front of an open-topped car, a little puzzled. Boss, it's raining. Qin Ning hugged his arms and nodded with great approval. I know, it's raining. We drive this car? Yeah, I get carsick. How nice to have a convertible top. Yang Feng emphasized again. Boss, it's raining. You'll get wet if you drive a convertible. You can buy the car if it breaks down, and it'll be hard on people if they get sick. Qin Ning didn't say anything and would only rummage through his backpack. After another 5 minutes, a red supercar hovered over the bypass. In the car sat 2 men in raincoats. The driver was the blue Oza. Next to the red witch sea, Yang Feng wore sunglasses and drove expressionlessly, letting the cold rainwater slap haphazardly on his face. Boss, where did you buy this raincoat? Is it genuine? Didn't you check the goods when you bought it? Qin Ning glanced at him and then looked down at his own. It was sent by charging the phone bill. Isn't it genuine? You see how serious my witch sea is. Yang Feng pulled the corner of his mouth. Why is my Aoja so obscene? Qin Ning scared twice. It's all a matter of temperament. I'm not like you. An hour later, Yang Feng, who was frozen into a dog, soaked in a hot spring arranged by Fu Ning. Qin Ning entered the restaurant and went straight to Qin Jing and Qin Ling. who were laughing and eating. The two sisters threw down their knives and forks in fear and hid behind Shin Cotton. Shin Jing gritted her teeth and said, "Sister, she's Qin Ning, especially violent and difficult to deal with." Shin Ling couldn't stop nodding. "Sister, save me." Qin Ning walked to her heels, and Shin Cotton suddenly pulled her back. "Qin Ning, look into my eyes." Qin Ning grinned and punched him squarely in the center of his brow. "I'm looking at your mom. Look, 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 look. Look at your blackheads or look at your pitch black nostrils. Look at your wrinkles or look at the holes where you've had your hydration injections. Look at your eye boogers or at your enlarged pores. Bah! Nothing. The man I put in there with my own hands. You've eaten your bear's heart and dared to let him out." Chapter 79, Let Them Feel It. Shushi pulled Qin Shi back a step. "Stay away. Don't splash blood all over." Qin Ning looked over slyly. "What did Auntie Tu say? It seems that people don't think much of me. In that case, I'll sit tight." Shushi looked up at the sky. "Oh, I said it's so sunny today." Xin Yan looked puzzled. "Mom, it's raining outside. Why are you talking nonsense with your eyes open? You clearly said stay away." "Don't." "Oh, what are you covering my mouth for?" Shushi smiled shyly. "Ning Ning, second auntie sought to make room for you." Xin Ning glanced at her. "Second auntie can just watch honestly. Xin Yan is a real kid, so I congratulate you. You're about to meet the woman who'll send you to meet your master." Shushi's eyes widened. "Good niece, if you can talk more." Xin Yan was mindful of the fact that he would die at the hands of a woman, so he directly bypassed the dining table and ran over to Qin Ning's side. "Sister, is there anything I can do for you?" Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. "Take Qin Jing and Qin Ling to the Ancestral Hall and keep them under strict guard. No one is allowed to visit without my orders." Qin Yan yelled. "Roger, executing immediately." Qin Ning scared twice. "Seeing as you are sharing my worries, I will appropriately remind you that the woman who harmed you is your friend's sister." With a harmless look, but a sinister and poisonous heart, Qin Yan stumbled on his feet. He had a lot of friends. Most of them were only children. Basically all of them had older siblings or younger brothers. If you want to talk about having a sister, there's only one. Weekend's sister Weekend is a nurse. Ah, his friend said. "I heard it is still a delicate and soft girl." Shushi secretly noted down. "The eldest son has many friends. Ah, which has a sister, do not know how many of them." She was sure that if she looked into it carefully, she would be able to find out, and as long as she could, she would be able to keep her son safe. Qin Jing and Qin Ling cried out as they were dragged away by the bodyguards. Qin Jing bit the bodyguard's hand and struggled. "Qin Ning, you don't have one to imprison us. We want to see a lawyer." "We didn't do it. You're brutalizing people's lives." "Second brother, third brother, are you going to stand by and watch the Qin family fall into the hands of a girl? You're all bad people. Let go of me. I'm going to find Brother Chang." Qin Shi and Qin Xing gritted their teeth. "What an idiot. What a time to be thinking about going to that soft food thingy." Qin Shi laughed coldly. "The Chang family harmed Mom. Do you think he has a good life? Stupid one. If you hadn't led the wolf into the house, how would Mom have suffered?" Qin Jing was not reasonable at all. "Mom just can't see me Chang brother. Sister-in-law is still a bed crawler. Why is she still so nice to her? She just doesn't love me. She just targets Chang brother." Qin Xing rushed over. "I'll kill you. You stupid. Brother Chang, Chen you shameless who killed her mother. I'm telling you, Chang's family are all become in the belly of a polar bear. They don't even think of coming back in this life." Qin Jing's face was beaten into a pig's head, but her mouth still cursed Qin Ning. Qin Ning hugged his arms and leaned on the dining table. "Tuzi, you listen. If the old lady listens, will she feel better about giving birth to 2 placentas? What kind of thing is this giving birth to that can make a man brainwash himself like this? The system is also infinite emotion. Master, don't believe it. No matter male or female, there is the possibility of being fooled by love into era. I kindly remind you that your family has this gene." Qin Ning tossed her flowing ponytail. "My IQ is online and I know exactly what I want." Qin Yan looked down at his feet. He also knew what he wanted. He wanted to live, and he would never let a woman take his life. Alas, all the green smoke from the Qin family's ancestral tomb is rising above my head. The others? Let's not talk about it. It's not easy to do. They're all heartless guys. Qin Yan touched his own head. Could Ning still see whose head was smoking and whose head wasn't? Over there. Qin Xing slapped Qin Jing's face and swelled it up, still not relieved of his anger, twisting his head and shouting, "Qin Yan, according to your big sister's words, lock up this scourge. I'm annoyed just looking at it." Qin Jing covered her swollen face and cried like a nightmare. "You even dared to hit me? Oh, Qin Ning, it's all you. All of this. It's all because you caused this. Who asked you to come back? Our families are fine if you don't come back. My mom won't die, Dad won't be martyred, and Brother Chang won't be avenged by you." Qin Ling would only wail and cry. "You let me go. I'm the little aunt of the Qin family. I'm going to find Huashua. Qin Ning, you shall not die." No wonder your own parents don't like you and your brothers hate you. You are indeed annoying, impersonal and unrespectful. Two murderers who killed their own mothers, and they're still in a position to negotiate with me? Xin Ning's eyes were translucent red, and the bodyguard immediately let go of his hand when he saw this, and both of them retreated 5 meters. Xin Ning rushed over and threw 3 left punches and 3 right punches, all of which made a sound. If I don't come back, what awaits the Qin family is extinction, and your mom will still die, a death of resignation. Your father would still kill himself, only chanting Qin Yu or Lin Xiu to force him to do so. Everyone in the Qin family will be avenged by Qin Yu, and you, a fool, will be killed by the Cheng family. Cheng Pu has a beautiful wife and children, and you, a yellow-faced woman whose fertility has been destroyed, are still thinking of double-crossing him? You're the first idiot I've ever met, and the second is your sister Qinling. You were fooled by Cheng to go. She was fooled by Hua Shuo, to your own detriment, to the detriment of your own mother. The two of you are in vain. Xin Ning spoke and smashed until blood flowed from his head, and only then did Xin Ning get up from the two men. Their husbands plotted against the old lady, and they victimized her. The old lady who caused the coma for 10 years is blessed with a short life. With immediate effect, I will let them feel what it's like to be in a coma for 10 years. Also, this matter is partly Qin Yu's fault, plus the conflict between her and me. So Qin Yu has nothing good to offer. Everything in her hands will be mine by then. And with all that said, I'm only telling you all, don't mess with me. Messing with me doesn't end well. Xin Qi and Shu Shi hugged and comforted each other. Xin Xing and Nan Nian calmed each other. Xin Fong and Qin Yu encouraged each other. And each of the 3 Qin Shang brothers recited their own incantations. Xin Yan bristled as those 3 were still immersed in their roles of snapping prey to death and couldn't get out of it. He looked around and had to hug himself. Xin Ning raised his eyes, and Xin Yan immediately greeted his bodyguards, dragging the 2 on the ground to the family hospital to lie down. Shu Shi recruited the servants to clean and quiet the blood on the floor, and 10 minutes later, the restaurant was unchanged except for the fact that there were 2 people missing and 1 person lying on the floor. Xin Ning looked down again at Qin Cotton, who had been hollowed out by her punch, and walked over with a smile. Xin Ning, stop. Chapter 80, Reverse Hypnosis. Get her to stop. Is that possible? Was she Qin Ning an obedient child? Lifting Qin Cotton up, he also gave a provocative glance at the visitor. There's nothing anyone can do to stop her. Shu Shi and Nan Nian, they took a look at his 4 beaten are here. Well, they can eat in peace. Only when you are well fed will you have the strength to listen to your orders. Xin Ning didn't even want to turn his head when he heard the voice. Xin Yuan, is your skin itching again? Xin Yuan immediately stopped. No, his skin didn't itch. It's just that if you fix Qin Cotton, you're inviting what could be a much bigger problem. Xin Ning was quite surprised to hear Qin Yuan's explanation. This person would be so kind? Ha, he doesn't have a kind look about him. Qin Yuan clenched his fists. He was angry. Very angry. What kind of expression is that on your face? I'm your big brother. You don't even listen to what I say. Xin Ning pulled up a stool to the side and smashed it over. When have I ever admitted it? Can you not stick gold in your own face? Get lost and don't diaphragm me here. Or your year-end dividend isn't that easy to ask for. When Qin Yuan heard this, he scattered his legs and ran away. Nothing was as important as his money, because he had just bought a small company at a low price. With his ability, building another Qin clan would be a snap. Xin Ning looked at his back and smiled meaningfully. Since he is a person, he must have his own value and must make the best use of it. This is still what Xin Zhouxing told him. Since he wants to earn money, no matter how big or small, don't mind it. Since the people around you are not satisfying you, give them the benefit of the doubt, realize their potential, and squeeze the surplus value to create value for yourself. After Qin Yuan ran away, Xin Er thought about his grandmother's words for a moment, but when he saw Qin Ning, who had blood on both of his hands and was full of bad jokes, he swallowed the words that had just reached his mouth hard. Qin Ning didn't have much patience left. Say what you have to say. Let go if you have a fart. Wheedling, old sow giving birth. You're the only one who can wheedle. Xin Er was defeated without a fight. You beat people at home every day and think you're lawless. Maybe to the point where the wind and water will turn on you one day. Qin Ning laughed out loud. Stewing a donkey's head in an iron pot. You're left with a stiff upper lip. Xin Er, that wolf grandmother of yours sent you here, didn't she? She means for you to cajole me, provide for me, and finally take me and give me all everything to the white family, and then finally sell me at a high price, right? Xin Er's pupils dilated in shock. Xin Ning had thrown down Qin Cotton. How did she know? Xin Ning grabbed Qin Er's collar, the two of them away from the position of a fist. Tell her that everything in the Bai family is given by the Qin family. Let her wait, obediently waiting for me to personally collect the door to retrieve it. Still thinking of counting on me? In your next life, get out. Zinel stumbled away, and Zinsam fought back a little. The guy was too smart for his own good. She handled things as the head of the Qin family. The bodyguards and servants in the house listened to her, and the surveillance was broken when she said it was broken. He, the lawyer, couldn't even get her to do anything, and that method of grandma's was fine against others, but a little less so against Qin Ning, because Qin Ning is different from others. As long as you've targeted her at first, she won't trust you no matter how she changes later. Thinking of this, Qin San turned around proudly, and had to show his backbone even if he was defeated. Qin W held up his glasses. Humph, I'll spare you this time. Qin Ning kicked over with a flying kick. Don't look for a sense of superiority in me. The four of you are all defeated. Don't come to provoke me next time. The doctors and nurses at the home hospital are idle. The wards are empty. After hearing this, Qin W limped and ran away. Qin Ning, you wait. Sooner or later I will take revenge one day. Before the words fell to the ground, Qin Ning made an assisted run and another kick went over, and Qin Wuan directly glided several meters. Ha, he doesn't know what's good for him. He's been talking tough to me all day. He can't even beat me. He's a loser. Qin Cotton also woke up. She covered her nose. It hurt. Dad really did not lie to her. This Qin Ning was truly extraordinary, and it looked like she was going to have to use her killer tactics. She got up while searching for Qin Ning's figure. Qin Ning, where are you? Why did you hit me and run away? You have the ability to beat me. Why don't you have the ability to come out? What a shrunken head turtle. Qin Ning slowly twisted his head to look at her. Qin Cotton, are you sick? Are you sick? Are you sick? Qin Cotton was overjoyed, so she continued to shout. Qin Ning, do you dare to look at me? Don't think you're great. No matter how great the Monkey King is, he can't escape Buddha's five-finger mountain. Isn't it just a bit of three-legged kung fu? I'll tell you what, I'll make you behave right away. I love the cockiness of this. Qin Cotton froze. What did it mean? Why was she able to hear other voices? Why does this voice sound like Qin Ning? And Qin Ning grinned and slowly approached her. 40 minutes. Qin Ning sat on the main seat, and Qin Cotton knelt at the bottom. Master, please command. I will definitely offer my liver and brain as your most loyal servant. I thought I was so powerful, but I didn't think it would be so easy to turn me. Qin Cotton remained kneeling, waiting for his master to give the order. Qin Ning's fingers tapped one by one. The large restaurant was as quiet as a chicken. Her red lips lightly opened. Her voice did not contain a trace of emotion. First, return to Shanghai today, live a normal life and work normally. Transfer your studio to me, and give me the money you earn after paying taxes. Qin Cotton respectfully replied. Yes, master. Qin Ning continued. Second, send me the business dealings and details of Chu Ji's company. In addition to hypnotizing your elder brother and making him my person, contact the new president of Qin for all specific matters. Qin Cotton remained respectful. Yes, master. Third, there's a chance to hypnotize Qin Yi and have him hand over all of his assets in Africa to Shin Zhouxing of the Shin Group. Yes, master. Fourth, have Qin Huan personally exterminate the evil over in the southeast and then return to his country to turn himself in. Yes, master. Fifth, expose Qin Shu's playing big names and bullying newcomers and assistants for so many years, as well as the false voting to get some kind of movie queen. Knocked her straight to the bottom and made it impossible for her to make a comeback in her life. After these 5 things are completed, tell Qin Wu personally. I'm looking forward to his reaction. Yes, master. After saying that, she took her bag and got up to leave. Qin Ning stood up, twisted from side to side, stretched and yawned. Moving my brain makes me feel tired. It's better to just start fighting to save my mind. The two families of Chu Shi and Nan Yan were shivering. I had only thought she was good at hitting people, but I didn't realize reverse hypnosis was so good. Only now did I hear that her use of force was the lowest of the low. At the same time, Shin Zhouxing had just finished a meeting, and he finished going to 2 places on business. One was Shanghai and the other was Africa. Qin Ning's face was expressionless when he received the message. The sight of 6 more zeros in her balance only added a smile to her face. Yang Feng came in a hurry and had just received a call from his big brother, who said on the phone that his boss couldn't be left in a state of thought, or else the enemy would surmise her next decision. What kind of unreasonable request is this? If you control the sky and the earth, you can still control people too and fart. Why doesn't he let the boss think and put some in her head? Qin Ning watched Yang Feng freeze for half a day and asked curiously, what are you thinking about? I'm trying to figure out how to put some in your head. Chapter 81, I'm not old. Calling Sister Ning. Qin Ning grinned as he punched over and Yang Feng became panda-eyed. He covered his eyes and wailed, boss, that's not what people mean. Qin Ning waved his hand to stop it. I'm not old. Don't learn from your brother. Your brother is an old curmudgeon. Yang Feng was aggrieved. Sister Ning, it really hurts when you hit people. Well, good to know. Qin Ning looked around. Yang Feng, Where's Fu Ning? Yang Feng pointed to the far west. He's taken people to the Ancestral Hall. He's raging. I guess he's gone to pack up the people. Qin Ning was very satisfied. The fact that Qin Cotton was able to easily take away Qin Jing's two idiots means that the people over at the Ancestral Hall are not acting. Sister Ning, perhaps they were hypnotized by Qin Cotton. It also makes sense. In that case, notify Fu Ning. A meeting. I want a meeting. Qin Jiao Yuan, what with the kitchen, the garden, the zoo, and other types of service personnel totaling 300 or so people. The monthly salary is going to be in the tens of millions of dollars, and the year-end bonuses range from $200,000 to the top of the range. And now it can be all about me. If they don't listen to me, why do I keep them? Yang Feng pulled out his cell phone, then thought, Sister Ning, you personally notify Fu Ning. I'm on the same level as him. He won't listen to me. Got it. Half an hour later, on the Manor Square, Qin Ning held a microphone and stood on the stage. If she didn't have to have a meeting, she would be singing a song right now. This assembly only lasted for half an hour, with only one point, obey Qin Ning, or obey Qin Ning. But anyone who has second thoughts, go straight out the door, turn left or right, go back to your own home, find your own mother. With Qin Ning at the head, he eats and drinks. Those who betrayed Qin Ning would have their noses bruised and swollen, or their families would be destroyed. Finally, the big screen also appeared Qin Ning's enlarged eyes, ears surrounded by a voice with compulsion. Coming out of the Qin family estate, Qin Ning went straight to a private hospital. She was a filial child and was going to visit her daddy. She walked in front of her with a breeze, and Yang Feng carried a handful of bananas and ate them with a stinky fart. Qin Ning turned back with his nose wrinkled. How am I supposed to look at my own father after you've finished eating? Yang Feng also toward the mouth to stuff it. You still have the nerve to say, 1.5 yuan a caddy of bananas. I eat a few, what's wrong? It happens to be constipated only. Qin Ning was helpless. Okay, you eat, leave one or I'll turn you into a banana. Qin Ning walked too fast. Yang Feng ran all the way. Sister Ning, you have a hospital at your house. Why must you come to this side of the hospital? Because the hospital at home didn't have a men's unit. Period. And this private hospital had better privacy and higher technology. So they came here. Yang Feng cheaply squeezed his eyebrows. Sister Ning, I heard that there is no general anesthesia. Qin Ning looked at him like that and slapped him across the face. But Yang Feng dodged it with a spinning jump and closed his eyes. Qin Ning glanced at him. Don't follow up yet. I want to mock. Ba in person. Console my own father in person. Yang Feng couldn't stop shaking his head. Qin would be good. The two then got on the elevator and went straight to the 13th floor. VIP ward on the 13th floor. Qin Wen tore his heart out and wailed. 1. He didn't use anesthesia. And 2. It was just a decoration that couldn't be used in the future. He had the heart to kill by Jirua now. It was already half ruined by this woman and ended up being half ruined by this woman. He wants a divorce, even if it means death. The kids are old enough to be with whoever they want, and he's with his daughter anyway. The second and third brothers told him what had happened at home. Even Qin Cotton, a senior hypnotist and psychiatrist, couldn't do anything with Qin Ning, and he didn't bounce around anymore. As long as he didn't make a fool of himself, he could always retire in the Qin family. Go back and get counseling from Mr. Wink to see if he can get the White family stuff back if he gets divorced. When you get it back and turn it in to your daughter, she shouldn't be able to beat it up much. And Bai Jirua sat on the sofa not far away. She did not do it on purpose. People rabbits still do not eat the grass in the nest. What has Bai Jiqing become? This still goes to Wen whose daughter-in-law can be at peace with seeing such a scenario. It's normal for her to react like this. Besides, that thing didn't work in the first place, and with all those kids, it doesn't matter if it did or didn't. But wouldn't that make Qin Wen stay home honestly? The two of them each had something on their mind. Elderly Mrs. Bai, with her eyes on the nose and her nose on the heart, couldn't bear to keep the scene cold. Don't be angry. Your father and I have already scolded her. This matter is Ji Rua's fault. She shouldn't be so impulsive. Qin Wen coldly grunted. You have given birth to 2 good daughters. 1 and 2 of them are counting on me. Now that it's better. You guys are happy when I'm wasted, aren't you? Old Mrs. Bai slapped her thighs. Her eyes blinked, and those tears flowed out. Wen, what did you say? Father, my dear father. Which murderer has clicked and pickled you? Elderly Mrs. Bai Jirua and Qin Wen looked towards the doorway at the same time, only to see Qin Ning walk in with a red face and a joyful smile, sitting directly on the side of Qin Wen's bed. Father, what's going on? I went home to take care of something and heard a few of my older brothers say that you had some kind of surgery. Qin Wen's teeth were bared in pain, but his heart was still quite touched, although his daughter often beat him. But hitting is kissing and scolding is love. and his daughter's feelings for him are too deep. He was wrong. He shouldn't have sought out his daughter's affairs. One only sees sincerity in the face of great things, and those 5 sons are no good. Surprisingly, they were all running back for fear of losing face, leaving him here alone to suffer. Shinwon was so touched that her daughter finally stopped hitting her. Shin Ning stood beside his bed and shouted, "Yang Feng, bring the gifts I brought for my father." Yang Feng was eating the last banana, still freshly peeled, and he reluctantly handed it to Shin Ning. Shin Ning took it, and Shin Wen's face darkened. "You just brought a banana?" Shin Ning immediately argued. It was a handful, but they were all eaten by this guy. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the banana snapped from the root and snapped, falling to the ground. Shin Wen is alive and dizzy. What touched? This daughter is here to take revenge. She is trying to be angry with herself. The various instruments on Shin Wen's body ticked and whimpered and wailed in alarm. Doctors and nurses come in a bunch. Emergency resuscitation. Yang Feng weakly tugged on her sleeve. "Look, Sister Ning, I said I'd let you buy 10 yuan for 3 pounds, but you had to buy 5 yuan a pound. That's it. It's broken. Your own father is pissed off alive." Bai Jiruo ran over, her face full of anxiety, looking at Shin Ningdu's eyes with strong disgust. "What are you doing here? Who let you come? You are a scourge." Before the word harmful could be uttered, Shin Ning's fist had already passed. "Stupid one, Mrs. Bai immediately changed her face. "This idiot," she said, "so much is nonsense, right?" Even thinking that, she didn't forget to cower in the corner and lower her presence, leaving Bai Jiruo alone to bawl her eyes out. Shin Ning took out his cell phone. Kaka took a few pictures, found his workgroup and sent it over, and ate the spokesman for the high point of public opinion. "Gu Chuan, send out a circular. The Bai family test the moral line, encouraging the sister-in-law to hook her brother-in-law. The sisters and the 2 women get into a fight. Shin Wen breaks the night of ecstasy." Yang Feng clutched his cell phone with a shocked expression. "Sister Ning, you're not even sparing yourself." Chapter 82, Boss, you have to listen to advice now. 10 minutes later, the hot search exploded. The Qin family is in trouble again. The Bai family is disgusting. Shin Wen has ruined his life in the hands of the Bai sisters. Mrs. White didn't understand what the heat was, but when she received a call from her son, she immediately rushed home. She saw Shin Ning taking pictures and didn't realize that she was the one who used it to get this thing going. Now the Bai family was being chased by netizens, and even the official website of the Bai family business had fallen. Qin Zhao's account also fell. She herself was filming a movie, and all the entertainers on the scene flocked to her. Qin Zhao's agent contacted Qin Yu immediately after he pawned the reporter back. Qin Wu's side is fine. Someone interviewed him. He said very generously, "I belong to the unprofessional in our family. Everything is based on my sister's notice, and it's not for us as children to talk about what's going on between our parents. Thank you for your interest and concern. Everyone has worked hard, and I'll treat you all to afternoon tea in a few minutes." The assistant then brought milk tea and red packets, and the reporters didn't bother him anymore. Qin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder Grandpa would give the Qin family to his sister. Her sister was truly capable of this. Luckily, he had been convinced the first time, and had just panicked if his sister hadn't sent him a message ahead of time telling him what to say. Seeing that the situation was festering too quickly and had affected their restaurant chain, the Bai family hastily began to press the heat. A total of 10 companies were approached and $800 million was spent. Shin Yu had originally pushed it all to the Bai family, and this matter had nothing to do with her in the first place. But the opposite family, Cloud Entertainment, took advantage of the opportunity to pull her into the water. After all, the internet has memories, and although Qin Zhao is her daughter, Qin Zhao was raised by Bai Jiro and Qin Wen. Qin Yu spent $500 million to calm the matter in order to keep Qin Zhao out of the way. Finally Gu Chuan ordered, withdrew the hot search. The White family's $800 million. He took $200 million. The remaining $600 million 10 small companies divided. After all, they just a little bit of no effort. Just out of a chat. The $500 million taken by Qin Yu was split equally between him and Cloud. Qin Ning was very satisfied, causing the Bai family and Qin Yu to lose people and money, suppressing the Bai family's company, robbing Qin Yu's resources, creating a stain for Qin Zhao's debut, and emptying their money little by little. She, as the Qin family's family member, cleaned up this mess and harvested another wave of goodwill. Qin Ning held his cell phone and bared his teeth and grinned. Yang Feng was busy registering the catering company. He was on a mission to benchmark the Bai family catering and gut them. In the meantime, Shen Zhouxing looked at the statement and then looked at the online news. Ninger is killing 5 birds with 1 stone, and can also make a small fortune. I have to work hard too, and earn more money to make Ninger happier. Yang Xian looked up at the boss's worthless look and said in a serious tone, "Boss, you have to listen to advice now. The marriage that relies on money is not long-lasting, and when there is a day when the lady does not love money." "No way. She loves money. She only has money in her eyes. She'd rather abandon me than money. Yang Xian's face was filled with black lines. Boss, don't grab the answer first. Wait for me to finish. You used to negotiate contracts in the hundreds of millions of dollars a minute. Now why are dozens of small companies popping up? This company tops out at 100 million a month. And it's usually tens of millions of dollars in revenue. Not like your style. Shin Zhouxing smiled. Yang Xian, there are too many idlers in the Shin family. And one person is responsible for 5 or 10 of them. Tens of millions of dollars for one company. What about 10? What about 100? Accumulation is a stone's throw away. And all these companies are mine. By letting them manage, I give them both power and a cut of the profits. And give them something to do. So that they won't think about causing me trouble or being taken advantage of by others for doing nothing. Business opportunities are everywhere. And there are many young people who have the ability but no platform. And have the ambition but no funds. I provide funds to provide a platform. They give full play to their abilities and skills. And we work together for a win-win situation. Isn't that good? The aggregate monthly revenue of these small companies is $1 billion, right? Is that enough for your wife's pocket money for a month? You tell me. Who else around her is richer than me? Who else can earn more money than me? Even if I rely on money for the rest of my life, I have enough. Yang Xian, you don't understand. There aren't many men who can earn money and are sweet. Your lady can't get away from me, and I'll be whatever she wants me to be. Although Yang Xian agreed, he still had questions. Boss, Madam and you have been in a partnership and are getting divorced in 5 years. Shin Zhouxing smiled with his eyebrows, picking up his cell phone and looking at the person on the screen. She won't get divorced. I have confidence. Yang Xian's face was full of question marks. Then he bristled. Boss, are you getting ahead of yourself? Although I don't know why Madam likes money so much when she's obviously rich, but she herself was also the head of the Qin family. The Qin Wu family was now completely earning money for her, and the Bai family's assets would be hers in the future. How much more certainty do you think you'll have when her funds reach a certain level? Besides, she's still young. She'll meet more people in the future. Maybe they're more handsome than you, younger than you, richer than you. Boss, you still have to gain the lady's liking and heart. Shin Zhouxing glanced at him. You asked a good question. Don't ask it next time. Yang Xian thought he had said that his boss was speechless. Shin Zhouxing took out a pile of paper with a blacklist on it and didn't raise his head. Are you too idle? $5 million a month is to support you to play? If you don't do this job, someone else will. So are you going to do it or not? Yang Xian hugged the contract and disappeared in an instant, closing the office door in the process. Shin Zhouxing looked down at the blacklist. Ever since he guessed Ninger's secret, he had begun to organize everyone Ninger had come into contact with. Among them, the Cheng family and the Hua family were crossed out, and these two families would never appear in front of Ninger. Now there's also Qin Wu and Qin Cotton in Shanghai, which aren't a threat at the moment. In Shengjing, there is Qin Wen's family, Qin Qi's family, and Qin Xing's family. Qin Wen's family, except for one Qin Wu, is still reliable. The remaining one can't. Qin Qi and Qin Xing's entire family are safe for now. The White family must be taken out. And among them, the Shin family, the Shu family, must be resolved. And Lian Yu's father and son and his own mother. In addition to this, there were Lian, Gu Chuan, Wen Zhongjing, Fuan and his father, Yang Xian and Yang Feng. At the moment he had sent people to monitor all of these people, all coming into them as secretaries or staff or servants. As soon as anyone is found to be acting against Ninger, they are immediately wiped out. At that thought, he looked at the photo on the screen again, his expression gentle, his mouth smiling. Hubby, your virtuous wife is here. Qin Ning's voice came before his arrival. Shin Zhouxing put down his cell phone and the list and rose to greet him. Congratulations Ninger, for cleaning up after them once again. Qin Ning waved his hand. It's all a small token. It's all a small token. Tell me more if you can. Shin Zhouxing doted on her and touched her head. Ninger is really capable. I'm going to reward you with $1 billion. Yang Xian in the doorway laughed. He knew the purpose of the boss to get a small company. A comatose king. Chapter 83, Self-Interested Shin Zhouxing. Qin Ning came to protect Shin Zhouxing because she was reminded by the system that he was in danger, and she didn't expect any unexpected gains. This is a good husband. A moment to take my car to participate in a drinking game. Your car was located, and then create a car accident. The Shin family's most promising one, coma or death. Someone fishing. Shin Zhouxing was very pleasantly surprised that Ninger was still worried about his safety and was too touched to try to pull all the money into Ninger's account. Yang Xian, boss, think twice. All road over, Mrs. Ken unloading. Qin Ning looked at Shin Zhouxing and realized that he was reading the documents in a serious manner. She sneaked over. Husband, who can stand a woman's pampering? They say a pampered woman has the best life. Shin Zhouxing was very calm on the surface, but inwardly the villain danced. Ninger shouted with too much feeling. He stiffly suppressed his emotions, but the unstoppable tenderness still gushed out like a flood that broke the dike. Ninger, has something wrong? Or are you feeling bored? Do you want me to accompany you for a walk? I'm bored? How could I be? I've got a lot of things I want to do. Qin Ning shook his head. No need. You busy yourself. I'll go find Lin Xiu in a while. Xin Zhouxing's alarm bells went off. Lin Xiu? The head of Lin's business. A president who was known as a gentleman. With looks, body, and bearing, and many girls from Xingjing's family liked him. If he were 10 or so years younger, Ninger would have been able to look at him. Last time I saw Lin Xiu, I was shocked. Although Xin Zhouxing is not bad, but I'm a pig. I always want to arch a few more cabbages. Xin Zhouxing commiserated. Ninger doesn't like me anymore? Why go to him? Qin Ning raised his eyebrows. This also vinegar on it. The performance is good. She also followed. I do not have 10% of the shares of Genesis Pictures. Well, go to see how the business. Plus I have a studio too. Signed to Icomo. She's in a movie. I'm going to pave the way for her. Xin Zhouxing understood. You're asking for a rehearsal toward Lin Xiu, right? Qin Ning scratched his head in embarrassment. This movie is for the Spring Festival, and although she's been in the business for several years, it's still her first time being the female lead, so I'm afraid she won't be able to hold up. So it's a good idea to say hello ahead of time so her path can be smoother. If she doesn't already have a solid body of work under her belt, she may be thrown off by some. Mixing showbiz in ancient times into the palace service is a reason. Color, failure and love chi. So she has to be held up so she can make me money. Xin Zhouxing shook his head. He had never paid attention to the entertainment industry, but as a businessman, he used his keen sense of smell to determine that Chimo's movie would definitely lose if it was scheduled for the Spring Festival. That's why it was suggested. Avoid the Chinese New Year slot. What's the theme of Chimo's movie? Qin Ning thought for a moment. Big female lead revenge type. Modern or ancient? Ancient. Xin Zhouxing smiled. Avoid the Spring Festival slot. This subject matter should be more of a drama. Ikomo is a soft and tender girl, while playing a revenge type of big heroine, directly subverted the image. My husband doesn't like it, but we'll just raise the movie rate privately. Xin Zhouxing saw that she still insisted, so he began to slowly and methodically explain the reason for this. After analyzing the circle, she accepted Xin Zhouxing's opinion and placed it on May 1st. After a while, Qin Ning stretched and got up from the sofa. I know what to do. You get busy. It's exhausting to be a physically active boss. I don't do that. It's cheaper for them to die of exhaustion. Xin Zhouxing got up. I'm going to a drinking party in a while and I'm missing a female companion. Is Ninger willing to accompany me? Qin Ning then remembered that her main mission was to protect Xin Zhouxing. No problem. Take my car in a while. Xin Zhouxing was too comforted to hear that Ninger cared too much about herself. Ugh. I'm not following. In case you hang up, the will hasn't been made yet, and I still have to fight the Xin family's group. But I'm sitting with you. In case something happens, I can make your will with a recorder. I'm such a smart and clever girl. Xin Zhouxing's black face. After all, he was the one who made a fool of himself. 10 minutes later, Yang Feng rode the pink trolley around the company. Yang Xian had a headache just looking at it. Yang Feng, die over here. Yang Feng kicked the gas and stopped beside his oldest brother with a handsome drift. What for? Can't I see when I'm busy? What are you scurrying about for? Yang Feng rubbed his nose and looked smug. What can you do with the job your boss gave you? If you can't, you resign. My sister Ning gave me the task of riding the trolley and staying wherever it was cool. I think it's coolest here, so I'm staying here. Yang Xian gave him a slap. Little cutie. One that can't understand a word. Yang Feng sked twice. Big brother, it's only happy if you seem to understand. You don't understand. In the meantime, Xin Zhouxing open top. Qin Ning wrapped into dumplings. Do not say. This November weather is really a little cold. Her frozen upper and lower teeth chattered. Hiss. Husband, are you cold? Can't really raise it. It's cold. If you don't know, you'll think I'm pretending to be 13, but I'm really carsick. I can still carry it. Ninger is important. Qin Ning was slightly touched, but he still told the truth. No, it's me who's cold. Then pulling a bucket out from under his feet. Raise it up. It's better to puke than freeze to death. The corner of Xin Zhouxing's mouth twitched. Ninger is quite well prepared. Qin Ning bent down and pulled out the cold spirit again. Honey, do you want to take some as a precaution? Xin Zhouxing was touched again. His tone was gentle and almost drowning. Thanks, Ninger, but my body is good. I won't catch a cold. Oh, that's fine. I was afraid you'd infect me. Xin Zhouxing wanted to cry. Ninger, you don't have to be so honest. Sometimes a good lie will make people happy. By the time he arrived at the hotel, Qin Ning had stuck his head in a red bucket and was vomiting all the acid because he hadn't eaten anything. Xin Zhouxing first carried the person to one of his usual rooms. Ninger, take a bath and rest. We'll go back in half an hour. Qin Ning waved his hand. Nausea, headache, no energy, you help me. Xin Zhouxing's whole body stiffened. this is not good, right? Qin Ning rolled his eyes. You and I are legally married. What's wrong with him helping me out? But, in the face of Qin Ning's blank stare, Shin Zhouxing couldn't resist his hospitality, and since Ninger was willing, he was naturally willing. 5 minutes. Shin Zhouxing in the bathroom blackened his face. Having lived for 25 years, it was the first time he had seen someone bathing with their clothes on. Half an hour later, the couple's outfits the two were wearing walked into the banquet hall on the top floor. Just as she entered the door, Qin Ning heard a familiar voice. Dear little baby is here. Qin Ning knew with her toenails that she had met her sweet-mouthed blood sugar-popping pro-mother-in-law. He looked at Shin Zhouxing grudgingly. Why didn't you tell me that you had this today? Shin Zhouxing was also innocent. Ninger, today is Lianxiao's birthday banquet and this hotel is your mother-in-law's. But I've got my birthday present ready. Don't worry. Qin Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's not the birthday present I'm worried about. It's my wallet. Your mom's not a nice person. Chapter 84, I don't even care to talk about you. Qin Ning looked at Wen Ruo, who was walking over with a smile, and let go of Shin Zhouxing's arm to run. When Ruo hugged her, Ning Ning, you finally came to see me. Usually when I want to see you, this brat always says you're busy and just won't let me go. Oh, is that a look at me? You're looking at the wallet in my pocket. When Ruo raised her eyebrows, her daughter-in-law was soft and fragrant, so she liked to cuddle. Shin Zhouxing pulled his own mother away with a dark face. This is my daughter-in-law. When Ruo wasn't annoyed. Alas, some people, have a daughter-in-law and forget their mother. Forget it. How can you be a mother and act like a child? And don't take your daughter-in-law to meet people. She's the head of the Qin family. She must know everyone in Xinjiang's upper-class circle. Otherwise it's a frog in a well. And how can the Qin family continue to grow? Shin Zhouxing glanced at her, finally speaking the truth. Qin Ning took Shin Zhouxing's arm and followed along. Husband, keep an eye on me. Don't give your mom a chance, or she'll hit on me again. When Ruo took a sip of wine, she exchanged her mother's love for money and didn't feel guilty at all. He then walked to a card seat and pressed a fist on Lian Zhao's head. Your big brother is here. Go say hello. Lian Zhao hurriedly got up. Really? Is my big brother here? Where? When Ruo pointed a direction for him. Take these friends of yours with you and say hello to your sister-in-law. And Shin Zhouxing was really taking Qin Ning to recognize him. Ninger, this one you're familiar with. You know his big brother. He's Lin Ming, Lin Xiu's third brother. Qin Ning extended his hand. Hello, I'm Qin Ning from Qin's. Lin Ming shook hands. Hello Mr. Qin, I'm Lin Ming. Lin Ming, his own independent business, specializing in artificial intelligence, now has a small success, a good talent, but unfortunately, God jealous of talent, died in a car accident. Lin Ming didn't move, but his heart was already filled with waves of shock. He could actually hear a voice and said he was killed in a car accident. If you rubbed up against your brother's car every time, you wouldn't be dead. Lin Ming was even less convinced. His second brother was bad at traveling and spent most of his time in a wheelchair. Qin Ning shook his head. Also born of the same mother and father, the four of you are incredibly healthy. Inheriting the family business for inheriting the family business, and starting your own business for starting your own business. But he himself is not only deformed in his legs, but also weak and sickly. Such a person's heart is already out of order. He wants to screw up all his brothers and sisters. Lin Ming couldn't stop trembling. How could this happen? How could Ergo be such a gentle person? It's a great talent, and if it doesn't die, it's going to be a future AI powerhouse. If you want to get out of danger, join the national team, specialize in AI, and make a name for yourself. Your second brother's hands won't reach the national team. Lin Ming did not move and touched the cell phone in his pocket. There really is an invitation from the national team. In that case, he into the national team. Lin Ming then sent Qin Ning away very respectfully. Before leaving, Qin Ning deliberately said, recently the rain has increased. The cars are starting to break down, and so are the people. Mr. Yang should also be careful. Lin Ming bowed. Thank you for Mr. Qin's kind reminder. Qin Ning waved his hand. You're welcome. Shin Zhouxing looked back at him again, only to see in a daze, and then took out his cell phone and began to pick up the phone. This guy actually listened to it. Immediately afterward, he walked over to another man. Ninger, this is Mr. Yensen Yen of the Yen family in Xinjiang, and the next head of Yen. Smiley, you're not a nice person. I don't even want to shake your hand. Shin Zhouxing silently gave a thumbs up and pinched Qin Ning's palm. Qin Ning came in faintly. Hello, I'm Qin Ning. I don't play with this kind of perverts, for the sake of seeking excitement, men and women, and it's not because of love. It hurts a lot of people. It's disgusting. Qin Ning left after her greeting. She needed to think of a reason because she chapped or punched someone. Yen Sun glanced at her arrogantly. Why does Mr. Shen have an extra vase? It's not useful to look at. Shin Zhouxing snorted. That's still better than young Master Yen bringing a big old man out all day. Yen Sun. Speak politely or you'll be the one who loses face if you get cleaned up later. Yen Sun laughed out loud. Qin Ning punched over and Yen Sun directly fell to the ground. You have a lot of guts. How dare you mock my husband? My husband is also something you can mock? Shin Zhouxing touched his nose. Ninger isn't this reason of yours a bit far-fetched? After Yen Sun fell to the ground, Xia Ming, who was watching from a short distance away, walked over. Qin Ning, you are too rude. How can you just do it? This isn't your Qin's house, and the surveillance isn't broken, so it's fine for you to go crazy at home. But what are you doing out of the house? Qin Ning whole big speechless. Who are you? It's your turn to educate me? Xia Ming directly cold-faced. Qin Ning, I'm too disappointed in you. Your character is so bad. I really don't want you to enter the Xia family's door. Qin Ning, a good guy, went up and punched, saying as he did so, I'm married. Which one are you? Aren't you the fiancé of that White Lotus, Qin Jiao? Do I have a hairline relationship with you? Xia Ming shook his head. You are my fiancé. Your mom agreed to it, and Zhao Jiao also said so. Qin Ning gave him another punch. Xia Ming, if I don't let you see my strength today, you won't even know your own last name. You didn't even ask around. There's a new rule in the Qin family estate that Qin Jiao and dogs are not allowed inside. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Jiao is the Qin family's first lady. Who the hell are you? Xia Ming was beaten and begged for mercy, and was finally thrown out by Qin Ning. The world cleared. Shin Zhouxing brought Qin Ning to a quiet place. Ninger has been tired. Rest and relax. You do your business. There are a lot of people waiting for you over there. Shin Zhouxing was a bit uneasy. Can you do it alone? Qin Ning patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry. I'll protect myself. Shin Zhouxing always felt an unsettled feeling, but looking at Qin Ning, who was picking at his cell phone, he still dismissed his concerns. It was only when he had just left for so many minutes that Lian Xiao walked over with his own group of classmates. Qin Ning's harangue was close to being caught in a bucket. College students just have energy, and the youthfulness has overwhelmed her. Men are great. I love it. I love it so much. When Ruo watched her mouth open up to her ears as she smiled, and she walked over with a twist. In the second half of the banquet, Qin Ning drooped his face, and those who did not know thought that his parents had died. Shin Zhouxing sympathetically consoled. What is this for you? I was fooled by her since I was a child, and this is also the reason why I was not willing to follow her when they divorced. Her strength is based on a mouth, and you're no match for her. Qin Ning howled. My money, my life, I'm going to play with your mom. Shin Zhouxing grumbled in anger. How did your money go out? Don't you have any points in your heart? I don't even care to talk about you. Qin Ning covered his mouth. Alright, don't say it. Isn't it just $100 million? I can earn it in a minute. Shin Zhouxing raised his eyebrows. Oh, how does Ninger earn? Qin Ning suddenly moved closer to him and barred a kiss on the left side of his face. Husband. Shin Zhouxing pulled out a bunch of checks. Go on. Chapter 85. Who is Wu Siyu? Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves and wrote a check. Right? Rich, right? Who are you looking down on? Half an hour later, Qin Ning topped a sausage mouth, took a pile of checks, and walked away beautifully, leaving Shin Zhouxing alone to reminisce alone. The next day, Yang Xian came to pick up Shin Zhouxing for a business trip. From home to the airport, from the airport to the destination, from the destination to the hotel, Yang Xian finally couldn't help himself. Boss. No one responded. Yang Xian took a deep breath and raised his voice. Boss, boss, boss. Shin Zhouxing glanced at him. I'm not deaf. Yang Xian's face was full of black lines. Boss, may I ask if you have a semi-permanent smile lip? From the time I got you, until now, the corners of your mouth have been harder to press than AK. Shin Zhouxing continued to smile. You don't understand. Yang Xian bristled. We're going to negotiate a contract soon, so you're just going to go with a grin on your face. In case you are not in shape, this business will not be negotiated. And if it is not negotiated, then we will lose a lot of money, which is all money. Shin Zhouxing instantly resumed his smile. A serious, let's go, talk about it and return. And Yang Yan learned from his own brother why his boss formed a semi-permanent smile lip. It's amazing how such a lowly game can mesmerize a business geek like that. Alas, no wonder people always say that rich families produce lovebirds. In the meantime, Qin Ning, who was paid to do the job, arrived at the entrance of Genesis Pictures. Yang Feng was a bit puzzled when he saw that she was hesitant to go in. Sister Ning, aren't we going in? Qin Ning moved his body. Go in? How can you not go in? Yang Feng silently nodded a wax for Lin Xiu in his heart. You said that you have given 10% of the shares to Sister Ning. How can you directly hang up Sister Ning's phone? Qin Ning fist pumped into the lobby, and the staff at the front desk immediately intercepted. May I ask you too, do you have an appointment? She glanced at Yang Feng, who smiled and went over, and incidentally blocked her view. Qin Ning took the opportunity to enter the elevator. Tuzi, why did Lin Xiu hang up on me? Just go and see for yourself. I said I'd make a mosaic. It's just one thing that needs to be mosaicked. It seems that Lin Xiao is also a moralistic thing. Master, is it possible that he is the victim? Qi Ning's eyes lit up. Victim? Well, she's going to have to see justice done. Qi Ning looked towards the elevator flashing this floor. Good elevator. Hurry up. I want to save people. On the 16th floor. It was about a 5-minute walk between the office area and Lin Xiao's office. The employees have seen it all before hearing their boss yelling inside. That's fun for people's unmarried couples. They're not getting involved in this bowl of dog food. But how a gust of wind just passed by. Qi Ning rushed to the door of Lin Xiao's office as fast as he could, lifted his foot and kicked it, and the door opened, only to see Lin Xiao being pressed by a woman on the sofa, the two of them disheveled and cloaked, and 2 cell phones thrown on the floor. When Lin Xiao saw her, it was like she saw money. Wailing, Qi Ning, you quickly explain. Are you married? Anan, what's wrong? You're going to introduce me to someone. Did you call me to ask for a dividend? Dividends are paid once a year. Qi Ning shook his head. I'm here to inquire about theater scheduling rules. Lin Xiao said to the woman who was pressing down on him. Did you hear that? She's a married woman and my partner, not a mistress as you put it. Qi Ning kicked the door shut again and slowly walked towards the sofa, lifting Lin Xiao with one hand and throwing him directly onto the office chair. Who the hell are you calling a woman? Lin Xiao was apologetic. Qi Ning, I'm really sorry. My fiancé Wu Siyu is brewing vinegar. I can't help it if I don't explain it clearly. Qi Ning twisted his head to look at Wu Siyu on the side, looking like Xia Jinggui in the Dream of the Red Chamber. TSK, this Lin Xiao is not Xuepan either. How did he meet such a powerful character? Similarly, Wu Siyu also sized her up, looking just like a vixen. Those eyes looked at anyone with a spring in their step. Lin Xiao pointed to the door. Siyu, you go out for a while. I'll talk to Mr. Sheen about something. Wu Siyu sat directly on the sofa. I'm not leaving. Who knows what you lonely men and women will do together. Lin Xiao instantly changed his face. Siyu, what did I tell you? Wu Siyu grunted in anger. Just leave. If you apologize to me, see how I'll clean you up. Qi Ning lowered his head to pick at his cell phone, leaving Yang Feng to watch this Wu Siyu outside, and Wu Siyu glared at Qi Ning before stomping off. The system immediately alerted. Master, she said you're a vixen. What a good thing he is. How could Lin Xiao be engaged to such a person? Lin Xiao was a bit weak and directly lowered his head. Qi Ning, if you want to know anything, you can just say it. Qi Ning hooked a chair and sat down. Lin Xiao, is there something you can't think of? Lin Xiao froze at her question. No, what do you mean by that? Qi Ning shook his head. If there's nothing to think about, why did you get engaged to that Wu Siyu? A character like hers won't help you in any way. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. She saved me. Qi Ning was very surprised. Big brother, come on, what century is it? And still just line up to save your life and give your body to a. He helped me with that drug. Lin Xiao was still a little embarrassed when he finished, then continued, there's no way I'm going to get out of this in one piece with a girl paying for it. Qi Ning was petrified. Tuzi, listen, I really don't have any words to refute. Master, is it possible that Wu Siyu gave the drug herself? What do you mean? Wu Siyu drugged Lin Xiao. Let me tell you this. Wu Siyu's first love was the Lin family's second son. Isn't Lin Xiao's second brother a bad boy? How come he's in love? The Lin family's penis, because of health reasons, often go to the nursing home, and Wu Siyu's family is to open a nursing home, one after another. She is secretly in love with Yang's penis. Women in love period IQ 0, or even negative. Elder Lin brainwashed Wu Siyu to marry Lin Xiao in this way, didn't he? Then they make noise every day so that Lin Xiao can't concentrate on his work, thus making mistakes and disappointing the elders of the family. Master, you underestimate human nature. He is asking Wu Siyu to give Lin Xiao chronic poison through 3 meals a day, so that Lin Xiao won't live to 30. Qi Ning touched his nose. How should I tell Lin Xiao that your fiancée is your second brother's woman, and that she will poison you through your diet so that you won't live past 30? Lin Xiao's face did not move, but his heart had long been in waves. Lao Er was such a gentle person, but he wanted him to die? After all, Genesis still has $1 billion in dividends every year. It's a little money tree. Qi Ning cleared his throat. Lin Xiao, you don't look too good. Should I have a doctor take a look? Did you eat the wrong thing? Lin Xiao was very grateful. Thanks for reminding Mr. Sheen. I'll go for a physical examination this afternoon. Chapter 86, Move the Ancestral Grave if you can't. Qi Ning had been going in for quite a while, half an hour at the very least, and Wu Siyu was waiting impatiently at the door. Just wanted to push the door and Yang Feng stood directly in the doorway. My sister Ning talks about business. Outsiders are not allowed to disturb. Wu Siyu glanced him up and down. Who are you? Get out of the way. Yang Feng shook his head. I am what I am. A different kind of firework. Wu Siyu was exasperated. Why wasn't there a decent one? Get out of the way, or I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Yang Feng directly unbuttoned and pinched his thigh again. Tears soared, and then yelled at the top of his voice. Help don't Miss Wu Siyu, you have self-respect. Wu Siyu glanced backward and realized that everyone was looking at her, instantly flaming out. Fine, you're going my way aren't you? After saying that, he directly lay down on the ground. Help, killed someone. Yang Feng also smoothly lay on the ground. Dead ghost, don't. Wu Siyu was so furious that her temples jutted out. Don't you learn from me? Yang Feng raised her orchid fingers. You don't want to learn from others. Nasty. The two of them had a word for each other, and neither of them would let the other go. When Qin Ning finished talking about things and opened the door to come out, Yang Fengqua stood up. Sister Ning, finished? Qin Ning nodded his head. It's done. He's too weak. He lost his strength halfway through the conversation. He needs to check his health. Host, you really don't behave yourself. It's obvious that you're the one who wants other people's equity to make people dizzy. Since I want a piece of the entertainment industry, I need a place in every industry in the entertainment industry. 10% is too little. That's still your father's money. What? 10% of what's left. He'll give it to me if I can help him with Wu Siyu. Did he say that? You don't understand human hints. We'll see. And after Yang Feng heard it, he scared twice and his tone was full of mockery. This really doesn't work anymore After checking finish replenishing the body. It's not even 30 yet. And it's so weak like this. Ouch. TSK, what can be done about it? Wu Siyu got up, her eyes full of rage. What did you say? Qin Ning? What did you say? What exactly did you do? Shame on you. You're a married man yourself and you're still seducing someone else's fiancé. Qin Ning arrogantly looked at her. Say it again. What does her physical weakness have to do with me? 24 hours a day you pester him for 23 hours and 60 minutes. And you want me to take the fall? Wu Siyu directly ignored her words and covered her chest instead. Bitch, don't you know he has a fiancé? The fiancé is waiting at the door. So how can you have the nerve to do what you're doing in there? Qin Ning a good guy. Lifting his hand is a slap. If it is not this thing poisoned, how can Lin Xiu be so weak? He also had to ask himself a favor to piss off Wu Siyu, who was going to the hospital. Wu Siyu covered her face. Unbelievable. You dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? I'm the future great-grandma of the Lin family. You dare to hit me. You really don't want to live. Qin Ning directly poo-pooed. I'm still the head of the Qin family's word. You dare to talk to me like that. Have you eaten your bear heart and leopard's gall? Isn't it a 2G network? And isn't there any rumors circulating in the circle about the Qin family's Tyrannosaurus Rex? Wu Siyu yelled. Lin Xiu, you come out. Your fiancé is being bullied and you're indifferent. Are you even a man anymore? Qin Ning suddenly moved closer to her. Isn't it clear to you? Isn't that why you saved him? I heard you couldn't even get out of bed the next day. TSK, and you said Lin Xiu wasn't a man. Wu Siyu, there is a set amount of blessings for people. You are so hungry now. What can you do in the future? Wu Siyu's face was becoming more and more ugly by what she said, but pro-life just wouldn't let her go, daring to harm her co-op, not a small amount of guts. As for why she liked money so much, it was because when she returned to the real world after completing her mission, her savings here would be discounted 28%. That is, if you save 100, you will end up with 20. It was too much for the system to deduct, but as long as she saved enough, it wasn't a problem. And he also has to do charity on his side, which requires 2 billion a year, which will have to be gouged out of the dividends given by Lin Xiu. Wu Siyu actually poisoned Lin Xiu. Is this poisoning Lin Xiu? It's poisoning her. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. On the one hand angry at the system for eating too many rebates, on the other hand angry at Wu Siyu for wanting to harm her pocketbook. A moment of confiscation. That what? Knocked someone out. Yang Feng called 120 to take Wu Siyu away. And by the way, he had Lin Xiu's secretary notify Wu's family. And he tells Wu's family that he's going to sue Wu Siyu for violently possessing him, and that if he doesn't comply, Wu Siyu will die for him and eventually pass out. Therefore, the Wu family has to compensate him for his mental damages and lost wages. Lin Xiu's secretary trembled. Whoever has a hard fist has the right to speak. At this moment, the door behind him opened, and Lin Xiu walked out. Qin Ning, Genesis Pictures will be handed over to you first. I'm going out to recuperate for a while. Give it to me? I have things to do. Just give it to your secretary. Lin Xiu didn't return his head. You can see for yourself. There is a 10% equity transfer on the office desk, and you will get 2 billion in dividends every year. In addition, I'm not sure about Wu Yu. He and Wu Siyu are cousins, and he's someone the Wu family stuffed over. Qin Ning bristled. Then you're really useless. You even let the Wu family stuff people. Alright, You deal with recuperating properly, leave the rest to me. Lin Xiao, if he ignored the corner of her mouth that he couldn't suppress, really believed that she wasn't happy to receive it. Yang Feng was confused. Sister Ning, what's wrong with him? Blind eye, blind mind disease. So are we really going to manage here? Qin Ning pointed at him. It's you, not us. Yang Feng was incredulous. Sister Ning, I'm your gold medal driver. Qin Ning took the equity transfer book and left. You are not studying management, just professional counterparts. Plus I've already talked to Liam about sending 4 bodyguards over, so you'll have no problem. Yang Feng cried out, but I'm quite sad that there's no one left to drive you. There are people. Fernin arranged it. You work in peace. After saying that, he flung his sleeves and did not take Yang Feng away. Yang Feng looked at the elaborately decorated office, took out his cell phone, and clicked. Yang Xian immediately received the message and then replied with a smile. Do a good job and don't let Madam down. And as Qin Ning stood at the heel of her sports car, she was very surprised to see Qin Yan coming down from a cab. How did Fu Ning send you? Qin Yan cried out. Sister save me. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Master, he was pestered by Zhou Wei. The reason is that he went to visit your own father, and happened to run into Zhou Wei to change the water. Acquaintances met, and then chatted into the hotel after chatting for a couple of sentences. Dumbass. Qin Yan aggrieved. Not so. Is Zhou Wei said her car a little problem? Cannot start the fire. Let him help look. And there is Shin Zhouxing's sister next to him. He thought that 3 people would be fine. Who knew that when he woke up, the sky had fallen and his innocence was gone? Qin Yan just finished. Qin Fang's phone call. Said a girl sued her for molestation. Qin Yu wailed. Said someone sued her for bullying. Immediately after that, Qin Chang was swindled out of $15 million. Qin Xian broke someone's head by mistake. And Qin Ming chased down a Rolls-Royce Phantom in a Wuling that he got from a friend's lap. Qin Ning sat in the car, not moving a muscle, watching the cell phone get smacked straight up. Qin Yuan was fairy jumped again. He didn't have Cao Cao's ability but still learned to love his wife like Cao Cao. Qin Air debates with others about healing and gets himself pissed off and spews blood. Qin San appeared in court and fought with the other side's lawyers. Qin Wuan and students' teacher-student relationship. Qin Ning's teeth hurt, and it is really impossible to move the ancestral grave. Chapter 87, Qin Yuan by Jiruo's counterattacks. Qin Yan carefully poked Qin Ning this time. Sister, how do you feel now? Qin Ning closed his eyes and leaned back. Lifeless, bring me my ancestral white silk. What are you doing? Oh, my neck wants to swing. Sister, it's not so bad to be angry, is it? He, when you're in such a family, you'll be pissed off even if you don't die. So what are you going to do? Qin Ning glanced at him, then lowered his head to pick at his cell phone. An 8-lawyer world exterminator and Wen Xian. Both of you, come to life, you are strictly following the law. It's the Qin family's responsibility. Never shirk it and follow the law. It's not the Qin family's responsibility. Pursue it to the end. This was followed by Aiken sending someone to ensure the safety of the Qin family's lawyers. Qin Yu used this to play up the idea that since the death of the old master and old lady, Qin Ning, as the head of the family, had been unable to manage and restrain the people of the Qin family, causing them to make mistakes one after another. Netizens are going crazy eating melon, and this matter is divided into 2 factions. One school of thought believes that although Qin Ning is the head of the family, she cannot possibly control everyone's thoughts and behavior, and that the behavior of the rest of the Qin family does not rise to the level of the head of the family, just as fan behavior cannot rise to the level of the lord, or lord behavior cannot rise to the level of the fan. The other faction believed that since Qin Ning was the family member, the one at the helm, he had to manage and restrain the Qin family, and could not be lawless just because he was rich, and also because she was a young woman who couldn't hold up a thriving family. Qin Ning directly dumped a sentence on the internet. The Qin family's legal team has been deployed, and the Qin family will not evade the responsibility it should bear. But if someone deliberately calculates and frames the Qin family, they will never be lightly spared. As for those who made mistakes in the Qin family, the Qin family's family rules would also teach them to behave. My grandparents asked me to be the head of the Qin family on my deathbed, and that's because I'm strong, not a drunkard. Qin still runs as usual, pays taxes according to the law, and the Qin family never stops taking out $2 billion a year for charity. I have my own plans for how the Qin family will develop, and those who cannot keep up with my pace will naturally be eliminated. But the Qin family's business, it's not your turn to Qin Yu to point fingers. The old generation of grudges you find the old generation. There are so many opportunities why you do not direct the little old man to take revenge. Instead, it ruins 17 years of my life. If it weren't for you, why would I be an illiterate in the 21st century? What has happened to the Qin family lately has nothing to do with you. You are declaring war on me, so I shall answer it. Qin Ning's passage directly tore apart the old generation's grudges and feuds, drowned out the hot search of the entertainment circle. The entertainment circle fights for beauty and position, which is not as exciting as the grudge of the mansion. Qin Yu also didn't expect Qin Ning, the scourge, to directly pick a fight and to answer it. She was in a hurry in her room, and it took her a while to force herself to calm down, pick up her cell phone, and find Baijiro. And all of Qin Ning's attention was now on the stock price, and this flurry of events in the Qin family had caused the Qin family's stock price to dabble. Entertainment is entertainment. People are just watching for fun. If it causes huge losses, then Qin will be in a complete crisis. Qin Ning just arrived at the Qin's downstairs. Shin Zhouxing's phone came. She let Qin Yan parking, got out of his car to get into Shin Zhouxing's car. Why are you driving by yourself? Where's Yang Xian? Shin Zhouxing pulled out a gift. He went back to the company. Your side was busy, so I came. Master, with Shin Zhouxing around, you don't need to worry about Qin at all. He's very capable. I know how many days it would cost to get him to do it. The system rarely twists and turns. Usually people who ask him for an opinion are worth $1 billion or $800 million. You're a couple. You should be able to get a 20% discount. The corners of Qin Ning's mouth twitched. The relationship between us is only 80%. It's up to you. Shin Zhouxing felt that thing in Ninger's head was still a godsend. Qin Ning let out a sigh of relief. How do you think I'm going to try? The system replied. He craves you. The system's mechanical voice fell, and the always thick-skinned her instantly blushed. Is this something she can listen to? What do you mean? Shin Zhouxing really isn't a thing. Acting so obviously, she is hiding it so deeply that ordinary people can't see it. Shin Zhouxing thinks this is normal. He already likes his daughter-in-law. Isn't it normal to crave her? What love at first sight is not love at first sight, except that he will have love at first sight for the rest of his life, and the next life, and the next life. After Qin Ning Pua herself, she looked at Shin Zhouxing. Hubby, Qin needs you to keep an eye on things. Tell me what you want, as long as I can afford to give it. Shin Zhouxing stared at her with downcast eyes before smiling lightly. Good. Qin Ning was incredulous. You promised? Gratuitously? Shin Zhouxing reached out and scraped her nose. Ninger should tell me if she encounters any difficulties. I can solve them. Besides, why be paid to do things for your own wife? Qin Ning was touched for just a second. Anzi, why doesn't he want the reward? Why do I think he's holding back a big bubble? Master, don't think of the gentleman's heart as a small man's heart. If you can't give him a kiss, it's also a repayment. Flesh payoff. Or you could just give him $1 billion. Qin Ning directly barred the right side of Shin Zhouxing's face. Work hard. I'll leave this place to you. I'll go home and take care of something. After saying that, he directly got off the car without even looking at Shin Zhouxing's reaction. Shin Zhouxing in the car couldn't get enough, touching the right side of his face and smiling in a way that could drown people. At the same time, a large number of Black Qin Ning's passages appeared on the internet. She said that she usually relied on force to suppress the Qin family, not only beating her father and mother, but also beating her 2 aunts into a vegetable. For a while, the internet was full of cursing her and all sorts of yellow rumors. Not waiting for Qin Ning to react, Shun's lawyer Heaven has already sued 358 people at the same time, and put on the official blog, the law of the land and the rules of the family are with you, and vow to defend the interests of the lady. With the previous lesson, although it is still being discussed, but do not dare to blatantly. Qin Ning didn't care about this at all and directly carried a whip to Baijiruo's room. Without waiting for Baijiruo to speak, her whip directly threw itself onto Baijiruo's body, sending Baijiruo jumping up and down and wailing. You scourge, the internet has cursed you to be what you are. Don't you have any idea in your own heart? What else can you do besides hitting people? Qin Ning threw another whip. I can still let you die. Baijiruo smiled triumphantly. Qin Ning, you simply don't have the ability to manage the Qin family. It's better to obediently hand over all your money and power. Looking at the bruised and swollen and smug Baijiruo, Qin Ning realized that it was useless to beat her, and that she needed to let the people she cared about give her a fatal blow. TSK. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's purpose was achieved. Smearing me is smearing Qin. Qin's collapse, bankruptcy and liquidation. The Qin family fell apart. 3 birds with 1 stone. Qin Yu's purpose of revenge has been achieved, and Qin Wu was able to occupy the Qin family estate alone. And Qin Zhao and Xieming will run the Xie family with their help, so they can enjoy it. Baijiruo froze, then bristled. Bull *******. The analysis was not right at all. Qin Yu had said that their common enemy was Qin Ning. As long as they forced Qin Ning away to marry Xieming, then everything in the Qin family would be theirs, and Zhao Jiao would be back by then. Chapter 88, Qin Yu's complete defeat. Baijiruo looked at Qin Ning smugly. I'm going to tell you a good method now that can definitely turn the current situation around. Qin Ning stared at her with a smirk. What good method? Baijiruo really thought that Qin Ning believed it, so she proudly said, you divorce Shin Zhouxing, divide most of his family property, and then put it together with your family property. finally with all the dowry to marry Xia Ming. With this money, Xia Ming will be a huge help both in the family and in his career. At that time, you can be an official wife, and the Qin family is directly handed over to your elder brother, who has the ability to manage it well. Qin Ning raised his hand and applauded. This is a really good method of yours. Don't worry, I'll make sure your daughter follows your method. After that, he threw another whip and took her cell phone. Without saying a word, Qin Ning went out the door and headed straight to the Shangjing Film and TV base, grabbing Qin Yu, who was visiting the class. From inside, Qin Yu laughed out loud after seeing the visitor. Qin Ning, Qin Ning, you don't go to deal with the Qin family affairs, but you still have the ability to come to me. Qin Ning slapped him across the face. Qin Yu, you're really not a person to be reckoned with, since the war has already started. Qin Yu, look forward to it. Qin Yu covered her face. You can't fight me. I just want to make the Qin family fall apart. Does he think he can just give me 20 houses? No way. I don't care. Qin Ning rubbed his brow. You're tired of hearing these words. Don't you realize you're being stupid? There are two best ways to get back at someone. First, by living better than her. And second, by making her live badly. How old are you? 40-something. You've been a vengeful man all your life, haven't you? Are you happy now that Qin Sheng is dead? I don't think you're that happy either. Qin Yu shook her head. I'm not happy. It's all because of you guys. I can only be happy when something happens to you guys, dead or otherwise. Qin Yu patted her face. Do you know what the old man's prerequisite was for me to be the head of the family? It's to let you live. Qin Yu, the old man knows everything you've done, including throwing me away. Do you know why I split his ashes? Because you took my life, one to avenge and one to atone. When I take control of the Qin family, I am making it my own Qin, not Qin Sheng's Qin. I never wanted to spare you guys, except that when a cat catches a mouse, it likes to torture it for a while before screwing it up. But it's just that when I don't mess with you guys, you're actively messing with me. Qin Yu looked at her incredulously. What do you want? Qin Ning's red lips slightly opened. I want to see you suffer, to see Qin Zhao suffer, to see Bai Jiruo's family suffer. It's a society of laws now. Qin Ning laughed out loud. Now that you think about it being a society of law and order, how come you didn't think of it when you were looking for people to discredit me regardless of everything and create yellow rumors about me? Take a good look and scrutinize the revenge I have all you. As the words fell, Qin Yu's two legs were smashed hard. Qin Yu screamed miserably. Qin Ning, you shall not die a good death. Walk curse, you shall not die a good death for the rest of your life. I would have strangled you if I'd known how I'd believe you'd freeze to death. Qin Ning, this is against the law. I'm going to sue you for intentional injury. Let go of me. Let go of me. Qin Ning looked down on her from above. If you hadn't bounced around so happily, I wouldn't have made up my mind to dispose of you like this. Qin Yu, you broke two legs. I'm not satisfied with that. Every time I dream at midnight and think of what I've been through, I can't wait to kill you. Qin Yu was in cold sweat from the pain, but his tone didn't slacken at all. Qin Ning, if you're capable, you can kill me. As long as you can't, I'll have a way to kill you. Qin Ning pooh-poohed. Do you think that if you fall into my hands, I'll let you rise again? Such a big man, still so childish in his considerations. Qin Yu was very alarmed when she saw Fu Ning walking over with two teams of bodyguards. What do you want? Qin Ning gritted his teeth. I'll take care of you. Take good care of you. Just don't worry. I'll take care of you until you die. Isn't that upholding the old man's wishes? As long as Qin Yu lives, that's all that matters. Qin Yu's heart was bad. What did Qin Ning want? And Qin Ning kept Qin Yu in the family hospital, with a large screen in the ward showing everything outside at all times. Then they let Gu Chuan stir things up out there. So the news is continuous and things get bigger and bigger. On the first day of Qin Yu's incarceration, her Sunrise Entertainment was found to have evaded as much as $3 billion in taxes. As the matter came to light, the netizens' curses and attention all turned to Qin Yu. The day after Qin Yu was imprisoned, artists under Sunrise Entertainment were exposed for tax evasion and theft, drug use, raising brats, overpaying for trophies, and signing yin and yang contracts. These days the tax department, the public security department, the industry and commerce department is busy. Qin Yu in the hospital room. To Qin Ning's ancestors 18 generations have been cursed. On the third day of Qin Yu's imprisonment, the movie starring Qin Zhao was forced to stop production and Qin Zhao was removed from the movie. Her path to debut has been blocked, and the director receives a new investment from Qian Ming, and the female lead becomes GMO. Qin Yu looked at Qin Zhao's crying red eyes, and she couldn't wait to tear Qin Ning apart. On the fourth day of Qin Yu's incarceration, Shangyang Entertainment declared bankruptcy, and Qin Ning paid for Qian Ming to take over while he had the chance. On the fifth day of her incarceration, the court seized all the properties in Qin Yu's name to pay taxes and tax credits. In turn, Qin Ning auctioned off the houses from the court and made them all her private property. On the sixth day of Qin Yu's incarceration, Qin Jiao and Xia Ming were caught on camera by a reporter's race in a small, minor fight in a car. And those medicines were what the two were going to use on Qin Ning, and now they were sort of eating their own. On the 7th day of Qin Yu's imprisonment, Xia Ming was forced to marry Qin Jiao, and I heard that there was no Qin family to attend, and it was cold and quiet, which made the Xia family elders angry. On the 8th day of Qin Yu's imprisonment, Qin Jiao was subjected to domestic violence because she had nothing to lose and was still unwilling to pull down her status to serve her mother-in-law. Up to this point, Qin Yu's spirit was greatly tortured and shocked, cursing and yelling, and finally his spirit collapsed and he went directly insane. Qin Ning acquired another mental hospital and sent Qin Yu in, and thus Qin Yu was successfully resolved. The Qin family members who had been following and watching for the past few days were shivering at this moment, sitting in the conference hall, none of them daring to raise their heads. The conference hall was surrounded by bodyguards, and Qin Ning walked around the podium of the conference hall with a whip, while the big screen behind her kept playing about Qin Yu's mother and daughter. There was no one more scared than Bai Jiruo, who was afraid that Qin Ning would use this method against her and the Bai family. Qin Ning scanned the crowd, his eyes contemptuous and his smile evil. What do you all think? All, don't dare think about it. Not at all. Qin Yin Head Iron raised his hand. Sister, the Qin family's ancestral tomb still moved or not? Qin Ning directly blackened his face. I'll move your grandpa's grave. Qin Yan glanced at Qin Wen, a bit embarrassed. Should we bury them alive before moving them? Chapter 89, I'll forgive you if you admit you're wrong. Qin Wen immediately cried bitterly. Daughter, father was wrong. Father is not even a complete father now. You're going to bury dad alive, and your grandfather's 220 ashes won't rest in peace. Qin Ning frowned. Whipping. You shut up. If it wasn't for you not being able to control your 2 tails of meat, would so many things have happened in the house? Look at all the you guys are producing. Wait a minute. You're putting yourself in the middle of this. I'll change it. Qin Ning glared at him again. Look at the ones you've given birth to. Aside from Qin Wu and I, of those 4 remaining contraptions, is there a single one that can be taken out? A good look for nothing, and a bad mess on the inside. Qin Wen felt quite aggrieved. It's not my fault. Your mom, her genes don't work. Bai Jiro glared at him. Why don't you blame yourself for your lack of quality? Qin Wen was stimulated up. Put your mother's fart. I'm a perpetual motion machine. The quality is quacking high. Instead, it's you. Like a log. Look at what you've given birth to. Except for your daughters. They're all logs. Bai Jiruo copied the stool and smashed it over, counting every minute. You still have the nerve to say you're a perpetual motion machine. If I wasn't an easy pregnancy, you'd be extinct. Bah, nothing. Qin Wen also copied the stool and smashed it over. If it wasn't for your daily medication, how did they all become retarded one by one? You're responsible for that. Qin Wen, you're deadly shameless. Are you cursing yourself? Bai Jiruo? Qin Wen, you. Lao Mian really blind guess to find you like this. Qin Wen was furious and red in the face. Bai Jiruo, you have ruined my life. Look at what you have given birth to. One by one. Simple-minded. 4-legged. And that brain is as big as a walnut. Chu Shi and Nan Yan suffocated into red warmth. But they didn't dare to laugh. After all, there was another black-faced person on the stage. Qin Ning looked up at the ceiling. Tuzi, how do you think I should screw them? Master, I sympathize with you. Should I cry now? Master, cry. It's not a sin for a woman to cry. As Qin Wen and Bai Jiruo fought, Fu Ning looked at the young lady's face, then gave a wink to the left and right bodyguards. The bodyguard pulled the two apart, and Qin Ning gave one person a whip. Can't help it. Don't want to live, do you? Qin Wen wailed. Daughter, it hurts. Bai Jiruo stared at her dead in the face. Qin Ning sneered. What's the point of glaring at me? All of this is because of you. Going against the grain, forcing drugs, and giving birth to children who are dumber than one another. Master, you've gotten yourself into trouble again. It doesn't matter. Only when you're tough on yourself can you be tough on others. Qin Yuan was not happy. Qin Ning, what do you mean? Why are you still coming with personal attacks? We are already very capable. You are talking about yourself, right? Qin Ning turned to him. I don't even care to talk about you, since you have to be the outlier. Let me just ask you why you're like Jackie. You can get down with anything. How hungry you really are. Qin Yuan seemed to have been stepped on his soft underbelly. You don't understand love. I don't want to explain it to you. Oh, you call it love when just any woman can hook you up? This is no longer love. This is a male dog in heat. I've decided, with immediate effect, to freeze all your funds. Without money, I'll see how you eat. Qin Wen saw that there was nothing left for him to do, and happily sat down. By Xi, a number of standing is also quite embarrassing. He sat down himself. Qin Yuan was not happy. I'm an adult. I earned all my money. Who are you to freeze it? Qin Ning gave him a whip. Because you're disgracing the entire Qin family. The Qin family is an upper-class family, and now you've made a mess of it. Shin's lawyers are all highly paid and are now sent out to fight these messy lawsuits. Family can't come up with a second degree. Where's your face? Shin Ning's voice was a bit loud, drifting back and forth throughout the conference room. Shin Yan raised his hand and spoke. Sister, I'm 985. Shin Fong did not show any weakness. I 211. Shin Yu was full of pride. I rebooked. The three Qin Cheng brothers spoke in unison. We all studied abroad. Shin Ning me asterisk. Shut up you guys. It's not your turn yet. Isn't it a bit of a brain? How can you still make so many low-level mistakes? Shin Yan scratched his head. Sister, that matter is really not my fault. Hasn't it been proven? I didn't have that ability after I fainted. Shin Ning's entire face twitched. You think it's kinda proud, don't you? And you can still take it out and say it, don't you? Tunzi, you heard it or not? The ability is not strong. He is quite happy. If not the lawyer intervention, Zhou Wei has already screwed a child. By the time Qin Yan is wearing a cuckold to die. Xin Yao clenched his fists. He wanted revenge. Sister, where is that Zhou Wei? Where she should be. You'll make fewer friends in the future. The more you make, the more you'll be counted. Do the math. How much you've spent for them. Xin Yan lowered his head. I was wrong. I'll never make friends or spend money indiscriminately again. Xin Ning was very satisfied. Knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is a good thing. Humph. Dead licking dog. No backbone at all. Xin Ning followed this voice to look towards Qin Wuan, the corner of his mouth grinning as the whip went straight over. Qin W yelled in pain. Are you sick? What are you hitting me for? You're still proud of yourself? Teacher-student love. Ha, ha, now you're suspended from school, idling at home, an invalid, and you still have the face to talk. If I were you, I'd put my head in my hands right now and not say a word. No talent at all. Think female college students are simple, and start to cheat with this appearance. Nothing, don't even know how to die. Master, is he really unaware that this girl has a gangster boyfriend? If I had known, I wouldn't have saved him and let him get hacked to death, so I wouldn't have to be angry every day. The crowd was scared for a while, but Qin Wuan didn't think that this Qin Ning was always scaring them. Shiner and Qin San didn't say anything. They were at a disadvantage and would surely be beaten if they spoke. But Qin Ning did not intend to let them go. The main reason for opening this meeting today is to tell you not to get into trouble. And if you get into trouble and can't fix it yourself, I'll beat you to death. Also not afraid of things. If someone insults the Qin family, they can just do it and I'll clean up the ending. You're the ones who are wrong this time, whether you admit it or not. So one person is fined $10 million. On top of that, the son doesn't teach the father. You three brothers are also fined the same. All of them are given to Fuck Ning. Fuck Ning, you keep it. Fu Ning nodded. Yes, Missy. Chu Shi and Nan Yan pulled out checks directly. Xin Wen dawdled. Daughter, I've admitted my mistake. Do I still need to be punished? Xin Ning raised an eyebrow. It's your business if you admit your mistake. It's my business if I don't forgive. Do I have to forgive if I admit my mistake? Impossible. Chapter 90, Loss of $3 billion. Having dealt with the family business and calmed the internet, Qin Ning returned to his little home to huff and puff. Shen Zhouxing returned home after dealing with Qin's affairs and the corner of his mouth rose when he saw the shoes at the door. Half an hour later, Shen Zhouxing, who had already washed up, came to Qin Ning's room, squatting beside the bed. He carefully looked at Qin Ning's eyebrows for a while, and how he looked at them, he liked them. Qin Ning smacked his lips, a dirty smile on his face. Reaching out, he directly dragged Shen Zhouxing to the bed and bullied him. Qin Ning dreamed. Shen Zhouxing in the dream deliberately seduced her and made her blood rush. Dreams don't cost money anyway, and she mucks up people's spit. The next morning, the two men sat on their beds looking at each other. The corners of Shen Zhouxing's eyes were red and his eyes were filled with aggression. Qin Ning had already scratched his hair into a chicken nest. Tuzi, what exactly happened last night? It's all a mosaic. I don't know the content. You can remember it yourself. Why do you have bugs? Sorry, my last host was a mosaic the whole time. I didn't even see what he looked like. Our system is to just detect something unplayable and block it immediately. So I don't know, but you initiated it first. After that I don't know. Tadako, at least give me your opinion on how I should react. Try to satisfy them. Who made you beastly? Shen Zhouxing leaned against the bed, hugging the quilt and smiling lowly with downcast eyes. Qin Ning turned his head and looked at Shen Zhouxing with the appearance of a young daughter-in-law. Unable to bear it. So what? You said how much? Ninger, is a man's innocence measured in money? Qin Ning was furious. My innocence is still intact, so don't sell yourself short when you get a bargain. Besides, it's the girls who are losing out on this. Okay, I'm not even counting. Shen Zhouxing was teary-eyed. It was Ninger who moved her mouth first. Qin Ning propped up his forehead. Is 100 million okay? Shen Zhouxing shook his head. Am I that cheap? 200 million. Am I that tacky? Qin Ning gritted his teeth. 300 million. Qin Zhouxing directly pulled out his cell phone. Forget it, I'll send it online and let the majority of netizens advise me. Qin Ning grabbed the phone. Don't say anything. 500 million. Qin Zhouxing cried. Ninger, if it was me who forced you, how much would you want? At least $2 billion. Qin Zhouxing stared at her slyly, and Qin Ning felt weak. Qin Zhouxing pulled back the covers and exposed his chest. Qin Ning fixed his eyes on the entire upper body, which was full of teeth marks. Who did this to you? Who did this to you? This is brutal. Who else but you? Qin Ning smiled shyly and reached out to poke it. Nice elasticity. Nice tan. Nice muscles. Pretty good practice. Qin Zhouxing hissed and looked at Qin Ning with tears in his eyes. Ninger, it hurts. Proning waved his hand. 3 billion. Half an hour later, Qin Zhouxing's suit walked away with the check. Qin Ning's face was disheveled and lifeless. After a month of work, overnight back to liberation, not only did not earn money, but also backward too. 1 billion. The system shook its non-existent head. Master, pull yourself together. Qin Ning waved his hand. No, let me be decadent for a while. I'm a bit sad and need to vent. Then you go back to the Qin family estate and beat up anyone you can find. Qin Ning shook his head. No one. Then you go sing. Qin Ning's eyes lit up. Singing was fine. Another hour passed. Qin Yan's 3 siblings, Qin Chang's 3 brothers, and Lian Xiao. Even Shen Nannan, who came to look for Qin Zhouxing, was among them. The group, expressionless and numb-eyed, looked at the man who, clutching the microphone, was tearing up the air and singing. Qin Ning sings while shedding tears. One step in the wrong, lifelong mistake. Courtesy accompanied by dance for life. Ah, I am also a person. Life will be accompanied by tears over. After one song came another. Fate nah. Why just torture me? With the principle of joining in if you can't beat them, Qin Yan sang along directly. The others looked and got up. Those who could sing and those who could dance. People coming and going outside stopped by. It's so fashionable now that older people are coming out to sing. Older people are better able to keep up. Yeah, it's just a little hard to sing. Courageous. To sing with such dedication when you're all out of tune. The system is beeping. Master, someone outside is cricketing you, saying you're an old man and that you're singing out of tune. They're the ones who are out of tune. Why did you come to the mall when you said you had entertainment at home? Ambience, you don't know what I'm talking about. Don't interrupt my singing, but people out there are cricketing you. Qin Ning took the microphone and opened the door and walked out, and before those people had a chance to run, she sang around them. Who would have thought that it would be a young, beautiful woman singing such a song? But looking at that face, the runaway tune is the song's fault. Shen Nannan couldn't take it anymore and took a video and sent it to her big brother, asking for moral damages. At this time, Shen Zhouning, who had just finished the meeting, opened the video, and his face was filled with a gentle smile, and then sent 88888 to Shen Nannan. Yang Xian on the side bristled. Boss, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're asking too hard. No wonder you can make Madame angry like this. Qin Zhouxing put away his cell phone. You don't understand. Boss, you'll piss off Madame like this. She's only gotten 900 million from you. You directly gleaned 30 and made Madame poor 21. Treacherous businessman. Qin Zhouxing glanced at him. What do you know? Ninger is a girl who gets more courageous the more frustrated she gets. She's lost $3 billion and will double it back, with a $6 billion goal. How many times do you think she'll have to engage me? Yang Xian huffed. Boss, you're too shameless. I'm just defending the marriage and adding to the couple's fun. It doesn't make sense to you. A single dog. Yang Xian black face. Not allowed to abuse the dog like this. In the meantime, Xia's villa. Qin Jiao came down from upstairs, dressed up in a floral style, and even then, she couldn't hide the tiredness in her eyes. She regretted so much. How could she have married this idiot? Both her brain and body were no match for Qin Zhouxing. Xia Ming was chatting with his parents downstairs. When he saw Qin Jiao with her bag, he directly asked, "Where are you going? Dressed up like this? Are you trying to seduce Qin Zhouxing again? Just die of it." Qin Jiao was filled with impatience. What are you talking about? I'm going home, looking for my mom. Where else can I go? Isn't your family broke? What are you still going back for? Qin Jiao gave him a disgusted look. I have 2 moms. Only then did Xia Ming react. You're going to the Qin family estate? But Qin Ning is in charge there now. Can you get in? The way in? My mom called. Qin Ning isn't home right now. She asked me to come back. Chapter 91, Qin Jiao not allowed inside. Then go and come back quickly. And you'd better bring some money with you. And it doesn't matter how much. 20 million will do. Qin Jiao's eyes widened. Didn't I just give you $2 million the day before yesterday? How did you use it so quickly? Xia Ming waved his hand impatiently. You think those departments want to get in just like that? How can you get in without a little bit of hustle and bustle? Okay, don't say anything. Blame your 2 moms for not being able to handle a Qin Ning after all this time. Not to mention the real estate she's holding, but her cash flow, at least $30 billion. If she had entered the Xie family with this dowry, I would be walking sideways by now. But now this big piece of fat meat even let Shin Zhoxing eat it. I'm getting all pissed off just thinking about it. Bai Jiruo is a waste of space. And that real mom of yours is a waste of space too. Xin Zhao couldn't help but be angry and slapped over. I poo. You're incapable yourself, and now you're blaming me instead. Your second brother was able to get in on his own, but you couldn't even get in, and you spent money to get in. I'm so blind to find a stupid bastard like you, walking repeatedly tolerated. How dare you hit me? Xia Ming was furious, but when he thought of Bai Jiruo, he should have patiently coaxed. Okay, I'm wrong, you've hit and hit. Can you calm down now? Jiao, we're a couple now. You'll only get better when I get better. Don't you want to avenge your mom? Don't you want to get back everything you lost? I'm still the third young master of the Xie family, but what about you? How have you been bullied by Qin Ning? Sume on the side was getting more and more dissatisfied with Qin Zhao. Not only was she incapable, but her words and behavior were also rude and incapable. Neither could he beat Qin Ning, nor could he take Shenzhou, but now he still had to use her. So he could only coax. Jiao, your own mother was driven crazy by Qin life, and that Jiruo mother of yours doesn't have much power. Now we only have to unite. Qin Zhao came back to her senses. When she heard Qin Ning's name, her eyes seemed to be quenched with poison. She must mess with Qin Ning, mess with the Qin family, and get back everything that belonged to her. While Bai Jiruo waited at home, Qin Zhao still didn't come back. Now that Qin Yu was mad, there's no one to steal Jiao from her. She hadn't been able to find the time the other day, and when she heard that Jiao had been beaten by Xia Ming, she was distraught. Sume is too deceitful. Doesn't she know that Jiao is still a Qin family member? Qin Wen looked at her walking around. His eyes were bored. Bai Jiruo, you go to one side and walk away. My body is weak. What if you fan me with this walking around and catching a cold? Bai Jiruo laughed coldly. Qin Wen, you have no conscience at all. Jiao is suffering in the Xia family and you don't even care about it. What's the Xia family? It's just a couple of officials. Xia Ming even beat Jiao, and that old woman Su Mei even made Jiao serve her. Qin Wen switched directions and swiped his cell phone. Bai Jiruo, you haven't looked at the direction yet. Qin Zhao's path was chosen by Qin Zhao herself. Didn't she always like Xia Ming? Now that she's gotten her wish, do you have any more comments? In addition, Qin Zhao and Xia Ming are both people Qin Ning hates. Qin Jianing is the boss of the family. We must be consistent with the boss. Otherwise you won't even have a chance to enjoy life properly. Bai Jiruo didn't look down on him at all. No backbone at all. Qin Wen's eyes were sympathetic. I've already told you. Don't drag me down when you make a death wish. Are you walking around waiting for Qin Zhao to come in? Don't wait. Qin Ning gave an order to hang a sign at the gate of the Qin family that Qin Zhao and dogs were not allowed to enter. I guess she's out there right now. You go out too. If you want to cry, go out and cry. Don't cry in the house. Bad luck. Bai Jiruo was exasperated and had no way out. Who let this Qin Wen make a divorce now? She grabbed her bag, changed her shoes and went straight out. Qin Wen looked at her back and couldn't stop shaking his head. Looking for death don't involve him. Qin Zhao was on the verge of crying at the door, but the bouncer at the door didn't say a word. He just kept pointing at the sign, only to see that the sign read, Qin Zhao and dogs are not allowed to enter. And there's also a parenthetical. Stray dogs are allowed to enter only after they've had a full body checkup. They must strictly abide by Missy's rules. After all, if you pay 100,000 a month, it can't even be called Missy. It's called a living goddess. When Bai Jiruo saw Qin Zhao standing alone outside, tears rushed out. Jiao. Qin Zhao was even more aggravated. Mom! At this time, Qin Ning, who had hoarse his voice from singing, was enjoying a high-specification pedicure. Soothing music, great technique, perfect body, seductive eyes. It's worth the money. It's just that Shin Nan on the side was a bit worried. Sister-in-law, this isn't appropriate, is it? Qin Ning opened one eye. Is it not strong enough or is the service staff not handsome enough? Shin Nan nodded her head honestly. Sister-in-law, this is all very good. It's just that big brother knows? If you knew, would you two fight? I'm scared when my big brother fights. Qin Ning waved her hand. Nui, sister-in-law told you that you should enjoy yourself when you enjoy yourself. And as for quarrels, that's all something to think about later. The most important thing in life is to live in the moment. Handsome boy, put more pressure on it. I can take the pain, especially the location of the kidney area. My kidneys are surprisingly a bit weak. Have to make up for it. Miss, this is not the kidney area. It's the liver area. Your kidneys are very good. It's just a little bit of liver fire. Usually pay more attention to defeating the fire and you'll be fine. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. How do you lose? Drinking chrysanthemum tea? Or my husband? The male technician's ears were reddened by her words, and for some reason, he could hear some strange sounds, and this sound was coming from the young lady in front of him, but her mouth wasn't moving. Maybe there really was something in this world he couldn't explain. Still, he answered seriously, Miss, all of them can be. If you are not sure, you can consult a Chinese medicine practitioner. Qin Ning suddenly moved closer to him. Is it okay to look for you? Master, you're a bit shameless. He's a serious mechanic. He's here to earn a living. My father died. My mother married. My grandmother is seriously ill. My grandfather is blind. And there's a poor him. I remember Qin has a special bursary fund set up at every university. Didn't he apply for it? Applied for, replaced by someone else. Qin Ning pulled out his cell phone, and aids Wen Xian in the group. Qin Ning still appreciated Wen Xian. After all, it was Wen Xian who had dealt with all the cyberstorms she had experienced before, but it was just a moment of seriousness, and immediately returned to its nature. What's your name, little brother? Where do you study? Do you feel ashamed to massage for others here? Miss, my name is Su Mu. I'm in Shangjing Normal. I don't really feel that. With hard-earned money, how can I be ashamed of myself? He suddenly approached Su Mu's ear. After work is over today, find an excuse to resign. Go back to school and apply for Qin's bursary. Study hard, and find a job in the future. This is not the place for you. After all, there aren't many rich women of my caliber. Boys in this place and so pretty. That's a sin. They'll be devastated. Su Mu nodded solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Qin. If he couldn't guess that this was Qin's current family member, then he would be a little cutie. Anymore. Qin Ning laid himself down, closed his eyes, and came quietly. Give them a tip of 20,000 each. It's all pretty hard. Everyone was very much in agreement. Then she came back with, Qin Yu swiped his card. Qin Yu's face was filled with black lines. My sister, you're so generous. You're welcome, sis all the way. Only after saying this, there was a delayed response and a quiet batch in the room. Qin Ning didn't care. It seems like a massage would really be so comfortable that you wouldn't want to talk. Yeah? As the words fell, Qin Ning snapped her eyes open and looked at the person who was towering over her. She scratched her head. Hubby, it's all because of Qin Yu and Shin Nanen's deadweight. I didn't want to come. I just didn't want to spoil the fun. Chapter 92, Life is a Wilderness. An hour later, Qin Ning and Shin Zhouxing sat face to face on the bed. Qin Ning scratched his head for a moment and rubbed his nose. Shin Zhouxing blackened his face. Do you have lice on you? Qin Ning shook his head. No. Shin Zhouxing reached out and straightened her hair. I asked you. It's just a simple massage. No major health care. Shin Zhouxing sighed. Ninger, I don't object to you enjoying your life. It's just that I don't feel comfortable with the environment outside. Just have the housekeeper arrange for a female technician to come to your home. There are a lot of potential risks with the place you went to. I've checked it all out. Suki is a good kid. Besides, I'm there for a reason. Qin Jiao and Xiaming still want to deal with me, but I want to reap the benefits. That's why we need outside help. Suki is the best outside help. Shin Zhouxing raised his eyebrows. Su Mu? He remembered that Yang Xian had said that Su Mu was Su Mei's nephew, and that the reason why Su Mei didn't want to help her mother's family was simply because she didn't want others to know about the family background of a so-called official wife. Otherwise she couldn't compete with the other two sisters-in-law of the Xie family. All people know is that her godfather is the Shangjing Su family, which she recognized when she was a nurse. Qin Ning played with herself. She needed to take advantage of Su Mu. In this gap, a message was first sent to Lian, asking him to send someone to protect Su Mu's family, then have Guchuan find time to expose Xiaming's mom Su Mei's family background, and stir up the matter of Su Mei taking care of her godfather, and then blame it on Bai Jiruo, stirring up conflicts between the Bai and Xie families, making them fight so that they themselves are happy. It's a good time to take a vacation. And Shin Zhouxing heard Qin Ning's plan and realized that he had wronged her. That's why his tone changed to a softer one. Ninger, I'm scared. That's why I don't want you to go. Qin Ning was still a bit touched by what was going on. I only heard Shin Zhouxing add, I'm afraid that you will be beastly and pounce on people. Qin Ning rolled up her sleeves. If she didn't conquer this man today, her surname wasn't Qin. The system is close to grabbing a melon. Master, there are only two ways to conquer a man. One is in bed, the other is in the fist. Qin Ning smiled somewhat sinisterly. There is a third. What's the third? Fists in bed. Saying fight. She directly pounced Shin Zhouxing and pressed on his body. A set of combination punches quickly struck. Shin Zhouxing let her throw a few punches to get out of breath before fixing her fists with both hands and flipping her body over. Qin Ning's pupils got big. She was bedazzled? Shin Zhouxing looked at her carefully, an untamed smile hanging on his delicate face. It drew him to lower his head. Half an hour later, there was a man sitting on the bed giggling with $1 billion check. The system was helpless. It seemed to have overestimated the host's intelligence. Shin Zhouxing is shameless. First used the beauty trick while the host was sleeping and dreaming, and blackmailed 3 billion. Now it's chewed up again and come up with 1 billion to give back. Poor her host is still pretty much convinced she's earned it. Shin Zhouxing came up with a urinal porcelain jar. If Ninger hadn't specifically emphasized that this was her water cup, he would have thought that this was a urinal. Whose normal drinks water from this rare thing? Shin Ning intends to go out and have fun and remove himself from suspicion. Just after bringing it up, Shin Zhouxing agreed. Where does Ninger want to go? Shin Ning looked arrogant. I'm going to conquer Haba Snow Mountain. Shin Zhouxing was filled with black lines. 396 meters. Are you sure you want to go conquer? Shin Zhouxing, who are you looking down on? Life is a wilderness. There is nothing that Shin Ning, cannot conquer. Shin Zhouxing nodded. I'll change my name. What? I'm Wilderness. Don't go there. You conquer me. That one's really bad. Shin Ning shook his head. My fate is up to me, so don't you delay me from ascending to heaven. Shin Zhouxing simply couldn't stop this stubborn seed who wanted to conquer the wilderness. He was going to go along, but 2 impromptu phone calls and he had to go on a business trip. It had all been arranged for Yang Xian to go, but Shin Ning asked again and found that the boss earned more by going. So blindfolded, he threatened Shin Zhouxing to go on a business trip by covering himself up, and she led a group of Qin family members to kill at the foot of the snowy mountain. The beauty of it is that it is a great way to exercise and strengthen your body. Shin Ning saw a group of people standing around chatting. She walked straight over. How many of you are guides? One of the men at the head of the group approached. May I ask if you need anything? Shin Ning pointed at the group of bitter and hateful people behind him. One person at a time. Lead them up to skate. No problem. Just up to 1,000 meters. Shin Yuan breathed heavily. I want to go down. Shin Ning was atmospheric on the side. Life is wilderness. You need to see it. Shin Yuan cried. Snotty. But, it is. My life is also a life. The guide on the side also said. MS. Shin. This one really can't. It will be dangerous if he forces himself to the top. Shin Ning glanced at Shin Yuan, who was lying on the ground. Since that's the case, I'll trouble you to lead him away and pay his wages. Before she could take more than a few steps, she heard a thud, and get this, another one down. Shin Ning looked back. Shin Wandering get up. Shin Yuan didn't move a muscle, his eyes glaring fiercely at her. You're committing murder. I'm going to sue you. Shin Ning sneered. You know what you look like now? Like something your wizard spit out. Shin Yan was a curious baby. Sister, is it phlegm? Shin Ning glanced at him. Do you have bad eyes? That's waste fog. Then with a wave of the hand, the guide leads back another one. And today's job is simple. Just go up a kilometer. She turned around and continued to walk forward, only to take 1 step and fall down. 1 step and fall down. And in the end, Qin Yan, Qin Fong and Qin Chang were left. Qin Ning raised his eyebrows. You 3 are not bad. Qin Yan looked arrogant. Today I'm going to pull the exploding wizard. The guide laughed but did not say anything. Only 1,500 meters. Already tired into this dog. Can still say big words. So unsurprisingly, at 1,800 meters he pulled and burst his guide's shirt and managed to be led down. At 2,200 meters, Qin Chang was led away. At 2,500 meters, Qin Fong was led away. Only Qin Ning and her guide. She looked up. Not just 2,900 meters left. It's a piece of cake. So at 3,500 meters Qin Ning felt slightly lacking in oxygen. Started breathing heavily at 4,000 meters. Started walking on all fours, doggy style, at 4,500 meters. Started crawling against the ground at 4,800 meters. Gucheng started at 5,000 meters. The last 400 meters were dragged by the guide. After a while, she was woken up by her guide yelling, "Get up and send a friend." At the same time, Shin Zhouxing swiped to Qin Ning's friend circle, a 9-panel grid, and then with a quote, "Life is wilderness." He liked it in seconds and came back with, "Ninjel, retake the picture. Your dog's leash is off." Qin Yuan and others, no peanuts for them? Caught well at home and fisted to work out here. One person ended up holding an oxygen tank and crying, and to top it all off the money for getting a guy to buy gear was AA. Qin Ning is really stingy with his money. System, you guys don't know her. For beauty, he throws away a lot of money. In billions. Xining, life is all about what to save and what to spend, and riding your bike around the bars. Chapter 93, Xin Yu was rescued. What's most infuriating is that Ling Xiu, a hospitalized and sickly man, mocked her in his circle of friends, said one look at her leash was being led up by a guide. He climbed it himself back in the day without a bottle of oxygen. She also left a big "you can't" in her comments section. Can Xin Ning, who has been strong all her life, let anyone say she can't? Absolutely not. So she rolled down the mountain, worked out in the morning, climbed in the afternoon, and for 3 days in a row, finally climbed the snowy mountain by herself without a guide to hold. In the meantime, A couple of pieces of good news have come in. One is that under Gu Chuan's operation, Su-mei's affair with her godfather was blown out of proportion, and Xia-ming's father directly sued for divorce. Su-mei disagreed and threatened her husband that if she divorced, the other man would be disgraced. Xia-ming's father had no choice. The marriage was not divorced. Su is still the third wife of the Xie family. Only after Su Mu's family was exposed, Su-mei arranged her parents into a sanatorium in order to save face, and gave Su Mu a house and a lot of money. For the identity was picked out this matter. She was very angry. After investigation found that it was by Jiru, a ghost, the two in the meeting got cafe and quarreled. It was even filmed and posted on the internet, and Bai Jirua's design to marry into the Qin family was back in the limelight. Netizens have wondered if there is some kind of training course for them to marry into a wealthy family from the same family. Qin Wen took the opportunity to sue for divorce, but under the suppression of Qin Yuan's brothers, the two did not get a divorce certificate. Belonging to the stage of looking at each other, and seeing that there was little hope for Xia Ming, Qin Zhao turned into the arms of Xie Qin, Xia Ming's second cousin. Xia Ming can't stand the cuckold that Qin Zhao puts on him and stabs Qin Zhao with a knife. Now Su-mei is circling around to save the day while pestering Bai Jiro. In order to prevent Xia Ming from going to jail, he also asked Qin Zhao to sign a consent of understanding. Qin Zhao took the opportunity to ask for a divorce, but Xia Ming did not agree. So Xia Ming could only be arrested for intentional injury. Even so, he is still not willing to divorce. Qin Zhaoqi's wound collapsed and re-entered the intensive care unit. Bai Jirua and Su-mei fought again in front of the ICU. The second good news is that Chimo's first movie, with an investment of $300 million, has grossed $1.6 billion, which is commendable. Xian Ming took the opportunity to make a name for Changning Studio, and Chimo took the opportunity to increase the powder $1.5 million. 5 or 6 years after the debut, the fans finally broke through 5 million. Not easy. The third is that Xin Yuan and Xin Yu show their weakness to Xin Zhoxing, and they stop arguing about the ownership of Shen. In order to obtain Xin Zhoxing's forgiveness, one person compensated Xin Zhoxing $1 billion, and Xin Zhoxing gave this credit to Qin Ning and the money was transferred to her. For this reason, Qin Ning was so happy that he directly promised to give Xin Zhoxing a big mumu. Just after an hour of talking, Xin Zhoxing appeared in front of her in his private jet. Qin Ning was so pleasantly surprised that she jumped on him on the spot, mouthing him on the left and mouthing him on the right. Xin Zhoxing was stoned by beauty and gave Qin Ning another card. 2 men, 1 mommy and 1 dimwit. For just 1 short hour, Xin Zhoxing was almost emptied. Yang Hian couldn't stop his relentless scoffing as he reminded him that he had to get back to his meeting. Xin Zhoxing glanced at him arrogantly, leaving behind a sentence. Before meeting each other first smile, the first meeting has already promised a peaceful life, then left another handsome back. Handsome Qin Ning then heart shouted, brother is so literary. Yang Xian couldn't stop skimming his lips on the side. Why didn't he say he was quoting? For that skittishness, he was lifted off the private jet and brought home with a bunch of Qin's family members clutching oxygen tanks while those two who flew home in a private jet. When she picked up the airplane, Bai Jirua looked at her 4 half-dead sons and scolded Qin Ning again. She saw the 3 siblings who looked like they had been wandering for a long time and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Nan Nian is the same. They do not resent Qin Ning, and thank him, because these children have recently had a disaster. Was taken by Qin Ning also dodged a bullet but my sister-in-law is blind and just doesn't want to believe it. Otherwise, Qin Ning wouldn't care about the last words of the old master and the old lady. Qin Ning didn't go back to the Qin family. She fell asleep in Xin Zhoxing's arms, too tired these days. In the end, he slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and the frightened Xin Zhoxing kept probing his nose, listening to his breathing, touching his heartbeat, and feeling his body temperature. Early in the morning of the 4th day, she finally woke up, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Xin Zhoxing's bearded and reddened eyes. Aggravated. Ninger, you finally woke up. It was only when he spoke that Qin Ning realized that his voice was muffled as well. What's going on here? You're broke? It's okay to be broke. I'll support you. My son is going bankrupt. No one in the world can do business. Good daughter-in-law. He's in this state because of you. Qin Ning turned his head over. Ms. What brings you here? When Ruo shrugged. Oh, I fought with your stepfather-in-law. I won, and he kicked me out. I was homeless, so I came to join you. But I didn't know I'd see him like this. If you wake up a day later, I'm going to have to go gray. By the way, good old son, did you make a will? How much can I inherit? Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves and got up from the bed. Ms. When you've taken the liberty, everything of Xin Zhoxing is mine. But there's nothing for you. When Ruo also rolled up her sleeves. I'm his own mother. Why not? All birth, no qualifications. I raised it until I was 10. And it was Xin Hong who was so disgusting that I couldn't take it anymore and left. But your husband won't come with me. What can I do? I gave him $200 million a year from the time he was 10 to 18, and I gave him the startup fund abroad. Qin Ning twisted her head to look at Shin Zhouxing. Is what she said true? Shin Zhouxing nodded. Yes, but I paid it all back after the business venture was successful. Or double. Qin Ning grinned. In that case, Qin Ning and Wenruo were fighting next to each other while Shin Zhouxing got under the covers and huffed and puffed. In the end, Wenruo cried and was picked up by Lian Yu, and Qin Ning blew his victory. Before we could celebrate, Froning called and something big happened. There's a fire at the mental hospital, and the cause of the fire is a psychopath who thinks he's a caveman. Every day he wears a red pantsuit to drill wood for fire. Who knew that today he would be allowed to do it? Managed to burn himself bald and set fire to his own room. Fortunately with no casualties. After putting out the fire, the paramedics do a head count and realize that one is missing. And after an investigation, the missing one is Qin Yu. Qin Ning stood in the garden of the mental hospital, bouncing with the patients one moment, singing with them the next. I forced Qin Zhao's real father out of the house. The battle is about to escalate. Are you ready? I've been in a state of combat readiness, fighting Qin Yuan and his minions every day. It's quite meaningless. After Shin Zhouxing wakes up from his sleep, he is very worried when he hears that the mental hospital is on fire and Qin Yu is rescued. Then he made a call to Qin Ning. Ninger, I'll investigate the person who saved Qin Yu. There might be dark forces behind him, so don't get involved. Since he saved Qin Yu, he will definitely save Qin Zhao. You are there, come back quickly. Qin Ning was embraced by a group of patients and pushed towards the top of the wigwam. Looking at them kneeling down to worship themselves, the corners of her mouth rose and her red lips gently opened. Shin Zhouxing, it's fine to have fun. Don't affect my actions. Chapter 94, Qin Zhao becomes a Gu family member. Fu Ning led a group of bodyguards to look at the wigwam. Their big miss stood on top of the wigwam, as if she was the king who looked down on all the living beings and looked out of the world. Cool, so cool, with having honor. That's the kind of person he, Froning, should be on the phone with. Shin Zhouxing on the other end of the phone was even more aggrieved, and he, who was invincible in business, had encountered the biggest obstacle in love. After panicking for a moment, he hurriedly explained, Ninger, I'm not influencing your decision. I was just concerned just now. Qin Ning borrowed the slope. I understand your concern, but I can handle it myself. If there are difficulties that I just can't solve, I'll take the initiative and say so. Good, then be more careful. That man of Qin uses Gu Chonghai. Nominally, you're my man. He'll look for things about you that won't happen in the open. Tripping in the dark will happen, especially abroad. You've been paying more attention lately, and I'll take care of him as soon as I can. Shin Zhouxing smiled. Ninger, don't worry. Since it's Gu Chonghai, his center of gravity is abroad. The cake is huge. I think we can take this opportunity to grab it. The corners of Qin Ning's mouth grinned even wider. Shin Zhouxing, I like the strength of yours. Shin Zhouxing was coaxed so easily. I'm going out during this time. Yang Xian will stay home. Good. Hanging up the phone, Shin Zhouxing put away the look of a nymphomaniac. Gu Chonghai? He then dialed Yang Xian's number and arranged for him to stay in Xingjing. He was going out for a while. Yang Xian was kinda wondering how Love Brain suddenly wanted a career. Could it be that the lady thinks the boss is broke? No way. The boss's money. The lady can't coax it out in 10 lifetimes. And hanging up the phone, Qin Ning directly sent a message to Gu Chuan, asking him to expose Qin Zhao's biological father as Gu Chonghai. If the Gu family withdraws the hot search, it should not be too much or too little. 200 million is enough. She can really be a conscientious businessman. The Gu family is in the echelon of second-rate families in Xingjing. Gu Chonghai has 4 brothers, the second in line, and has been unmarried for many years. So this time she'll reunite the family of 3 and then kill them all in one fell swoop. In less than an hour, Gu Chuan's call came, saying that the Gu family was willing to pay 200 million to withdraw the hot search. Qin Ning asked him to pay the tax and then transfer half to Lian, and the 2 company employees split it. After all, they worked hard to protect Su Mu's family. Even if the hot search is withdrawn as fast as possible, it is not as fast as the netizens' net speed and hand speed, so people still stroke out. Qin Yu, the illegitimate daughter of Qin Shang, brought Qin Zhao into the Qin family in order to take revenge on them, and then worked as a nanny in the Qin family for 10 years. After the incident was revealed, Qin Zhao became a fake Shanjin and illegitimate daughter again, and became the object of ridicule on the whole internet. She also ended up being forced to marry into the Xie family because she was playing outdoors with Xie Ming of the Xie family, and her mother-in-law is famous for some scandals, and Qin Zhao seduces her second cousin and gets stabbed by her husband. After netizens' analysis, they thought Qin Yu's brain was bubbly. If she married into the Gu family peacefully, became the second wife of Gu, and then slowly retaliated against the Qin family, wouldn't such a route be better than the 9 turns and twists she had planned for herself? And it's the Gu family that's on fire right now. It was all fine and dandy, and then suddenly there's a mother and daughter full of laughs. Recognizing it, they became the joke of the circle. Disowned, They became a national joke. After a night of deliberation and voting, it was finally recognized. You can't deny it. The Gu family's main source of income is abroad, and Gu Chonghai is in charge of foreign countries. If they didn't recognize it, Gu Chonghai would mess things up and their Gu family would fall from the second-rate echelon. A special banquet was organized for this purpose, with the beautiful name of welcoming home the $1,000, and all the lineages were invited, and everyone ran to eat melon. So more people came. The Shin family is here. All hands on deck. Anyway, they're Shin Zhoshing with a group of brothers fighting to support the family. They, the elders, were idle at home, out eating melons and preventing Alzheimer's. The Qin family had come with 10 cars, and they were here to protect Qin Ning, as well as to prevent Bai Jiruo from making a joke and losing the Qin family's face. And the moment Qin Jiao, who had just returned from the hospital, saw her real father, she completely understood why she was so ugly. Her sultry eyes glanced to the old man there in the main seat. Old man Gu grunted. Other people's granddaughters were white and tender, delicate and lovely. Why did this granddaughter of his have a snarky face? And Qin Ning was sitting in the card seat next to him, surrounded by men and women. Qin Yu hugged a bottle of juice and squeezed in beside her. Her cousin was hers and no one could take it away. Qin Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth. You're still squeezing. Still squeezing. Why don't you just sit on me? Qin Yu was overjoyed. Really? Thank you, cousin. Qin Ning looked at the person in his arms, and to be honest, sometimes he quite wanted to beat her to death. Tadako, is there a way to beat someone to death without breaking the law? Let the others kill you. Okay, I get it. As soon as Qin Yu heard this, she directly pampered herself in her arms, so she asked, Sister, Qin Zhao's face is very ugly. Why? Does she feel ashamed? Qin Ning shook her head. She was wondering why the rest of the Gu family wasn't ugly, but her own father was, and she still followed him. Qin Yu hugged Qin Ning's neck. Yeah, why? Qin Ning sipped his champagne. Ever seen Najia? Looked at it. Why? Did the Dragon King of the Four Seas read it? Mentioning this, Qin Yu got excited. Sister, when I go to find a husband in the future, he has to be as handsome as Ao Guang, otherwise I won't get married. Qin Ning sighed. What I'm going to say is why Ao Guang has the looks, Ao Run has the winks, and the remaining two are very presumptuous. Qin Yen, who was on the side, directly snatched the answer. Because mom is different. Qin Ning was relieved. Right, because mom is different. Qin Yu stroked his chin. It turns out that old man Gu plays with quite a few flowers as well. Qin Chang snorted coldly. This old man Gu is a notorious flower, with 7 children and 7 moms. This little wife beside me has no children. She just married last month and she's only 18. Qin Ning sprayed a mouthful of champagne in Qin Yu's face. I'm sorry, a bit excited. Qin Yu looked at her grudgingly. Sister. Qin Ning's face did not turn red. You're sitting in the wrong position, but you're still blaming me? Qin Yu bristled. Okay, I was wrong. I'll change my position. With that, he climbed towards Qin Ning's back and attempted to ride on her neck. Qin Yen and Qin Yu pulled down Qin Yu, who was about to commit suicide, with Qin Ning's murderous eyes on his left and right, pulling and dragging him down. Qin Ning's face only got a little better, giving 2 points of color. She still wants to come to the dye house? It's so exciting. Tatsuko, is it real? Yes. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Master, now is not the time to eat melon. Qin Jiao mother and daughter are thick-skinned. They won't stop taking revenge on you just because of those scandals. I know. So you tell me about old man Gu's affair history first, and I'll see if there's any more black stuff I can make money on. Qin Yu and Qin Jiao immediately turned to Qin Ning. If eyes could kill, Qin Ning would have been killed at this moment. But Qin Ning raised his glass at them, and judging by his mouth it should have been. Congratulations, big stupid 13. Chapter 95, I read small books. Qin Jiao glared at her with a death glare and gave her a mouthful as well. You wait. Qin Ning rolled his eyes widely. Idiot. Qin Jiao was furious and stomped her feet. Qin Yu hurriedly pulled her. You restrain yourself, they're all watching you. Qin Jiao bristled. So what? She was always like this in the Qin family and no one said anything. But these behaviors of hers, this is in the Gu family's opinion. Qin Jiao has too much small-mindedness and is not atmospheric. What can you learn from following a bastard daughter's mom? Let alone growing up with that bed-crawling daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Much less learning anything good. Ha ha. The Gu family said that Qin Jiao is followed by the Qin family crawling bed daughter-in-law grew up. Did not learn well. Do not intend to reuse. Recognized back as a pet to keep it. Qin Jiao and Bai Jiruo looked at the Gu family members at the same time. And Qin Yu turned to Qin Ning. Alas. What is the use of it? No wonder Qin Yu did not just start to marry into the Gu family. The original is the Gu family do not see her. Did not let her into the door. Gu Chonghai can only be for her to buy some family business to raise in the outside. Qin Yu had all but glared holes in Qin Ning, but he was still cricketing her. As the banquet was implemented, Old Man Gu announced the identities of Qin Yu and Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao is full of complacency. She is a member of the Gu family. And in the future, the circle will still be high on her. After all these years, she will come back as Miss Qin. I've been through a lot, so I've been reborn in nirvana. Qin Jiao clenched her fists. She wanted to kill Qin Ning. Qin Ning is eating with pleasure. I heard that the Gu family's ancestors were imperial chefs, and the Gu family's business in the country is mainly just as a cook. Ranked in the second-rate world by a good hand at cooking, today's taste is true to its name. In the future, Qin Jiao, with her tall hat, will be happily upsetting spoons in the kitchen, and it's classy to think about it. Qin Jiao looked at Bai Jiruo with aggression, and Bai Jiruo was very distressed. Even if Zhao Jiao was the daughter of the Gu family, she had raised her, and her feelings were incomparable to others. She walked towards Qin Ning with an angry grunt, eating without eating, sitting without sitting. You're disgracing the Qin family. Bai Jiruo's words made the crowd that was drying their rice raise their heads. Everyone was running for the Gu family's rice today. Why would you want to eat a fist when you don't eat a good meal? The Qin family couldn't figure it out, and the others even more so. Qin Ning of the Qin family is already so famous, but it is her own mother who was a confused one. Qin Ning was squatting on a stool holding a large sea bowl while clicking and chewing on something. I don't know how the Gu family managed to make a bowl of kanji so good. It was so delicious that she wanted to grab a random Gu family member to take home as a chef. Bai Jiruo saw Qin Ning, who was still holding the bowl and drinking kanji, as if he hadn't heard her words at all, and even directly ignored her. Her anger was so great that she walked over and slapped her bowl away, raising her hand to point at her. Still drinking. Didn't you hear me? Qin Yu sighed at the side. Damsel, your line is wrong. It should be still eat. Collect you come. Ooh-hoo. Big brother, let go. Qin Yan covered her mouth. What time is it now? She still has the heart to change her lines? Bai Jiruo snorted coldly. I'm warning you, don't be cynical to Jiao Jiao. You've been bullying her for so long. Not only do you not apologize, but you're getting worse instead, which makes me angry. I'm warning you now. If this continues, get the hell out of the Qin family. You're not welcome in the Qin family. Qin Ning was drinking beautifully. The bowl fell. The porridge was gone. She looked at Bai Jiruo and then looked at the bowl on the ground. And suddenly there was a burst. Rising quickly to a chain kick, Bai Jiruo flew out in a flash. She stood on the stool, looking at the broken bowl and the porridge that flowed all over the floor. Her mood as heavy as a dead mother. Her face as ugly as a dead father. The Gu family immediately arranged for another bowl, cleaning up the garbage that had just been there in the meantime. Qin Ning hugged the new bowl and continued to drink kanji. It's time for the White family to disappear. The Qin family members looked at each other in dismay, then lowered their heads to eat. Bai Jiruo was looking for death. They still wanted to live. During this period of time, they had already found a pattern. As long as they obeyed, cooperated, and didn't do anything to die, Qin Ning was their protector. As long as you don't listen, people like Qin Jiao and Bai Jiruo who keep making deaths, Qin Ning is the god of death. Qin Yuan on the side didn't want to talk. After coming back from the snowy mountains, he was so weak that he didn't even have the desire to fall in love. Zinel also died down. He was currently no longer involved in surgery or research and was working as an anatomy teacher at the school. Since Qin San's last fight with the opposing lawyer in court, he has stopped participating in lawsuits and has become a legal advisor, specializing in providing legal advice to those in need. Although Qin Wuan had become a logistic, he was still not dead, and it was all Qin Ning's fault. Mom said she got a master to do the math, and Qin Ning is a scourge, specializing in sucking their qi. Before Qin Ning came, the brothers' careers were as good as new. After Qin Ning's arrival, their careers fell apart and changed forever. Now not only did he bully Zhao Jiao and beat up his mom, but he even wanted the Bai family to disappear. He can't fight, but he can get help from his police uncle. So Qin Ning had just drank the appetizing porridge and was about to gorge herself when the Gu family realized that a police comrade had arrived. The crowd realized that Qin Wuan went straight to the police, running all the way wailing, "Comrade police! It's her! She wants to kill someone!" The comrade policeman couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching as he looked over at the man whose head was sticking into the king crab shell. Qin Wana walked over and knocked off the king crab. Qin Ning had a mouthful of crab meat and looked up in bewilderment. She was just eating a meal. Who was in her way? Qin smiled smugly. Still eating? The police uncle has come to collect you. Qin Ning glanced at him. Do you know what the consequences of reporting a false police report are? Qin coldly snorted. You hit your mother and scolded your father. Qin Wan weakly raised his hand. She didn't scold me, so don't accuse me wrongly. Qin Wan sighed and had this hateful sigh. Dad, what exactly are you afraid of? What are you afraid of when you have a police uncle to back you up? Look at me. Qin Wan pointed at his own face. You hit me. You hit me. You hit me. You hit me. You hit me if you can. Qin Ning was flabbergasted. How could someone else make this request? She slowly raised her hand. I'm a small reader. Don't fool me. Qin's family members all huffed in unison. They read big books. Qin Wuan laughed out loud. Look, Dad. With Uncle Policeman around, she wouldn't dare at all. As soon as the words fell, Qin Ning's slap came as promised. Uncle Policeman. He made me do it. Qin covered his face and looked at her unbelievably. Asterisk 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 you scourge. Sweeper. You even want to hit me? Comrade Policeman. She intentionally hit someone, and you still don't arrest her. Qin Jiao shook her head in disappointment. A pair of idiots. No wonder they were able to make Qin Ning beat the hell out of them. Chapter 96. The appearance fee is not low. Qin Ning was full of food and drink, and Qin wandering and by Jiruo, one with a bruised nose and face and the other half dead. But no one in the circle dares to say Qin Ning is not, mainly because people don't care. In addition, whoever says who gets beaten up. But in the Gu family's territory, Elder Gu was still quite vocal. He glared at Gu Chonghai, who inwardly hated Qin Ning. However, on the surface, she was still very polite. Miss Qin's lack of restraint is true to her name. It's just that today is the daughter's marriage recognition banquet, and I'm afraid that Miss Qin's action is inappropriate. Literally, bullying me for not receiving 9 years of compulsory education? This is all caused by that Qin Yu. My pig-killing father has no ears to hear the world, but only thinks of his daughter-in-law. By the time he thought about it, he was just past the 9-year compulsory education. He struggled to get my 12-year-old self into a first-grade classroom, and before I could learn to walk, he died of chronic depression. When Qin Ning thought of the original owner, she wanted to cry. It was all supposed to be something she should enjoy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She rolled up her sleeves. Not okay, your mom's balls. She recognizes her relatives. She recognizes nothing. Damn her, swapping lives with me, making me suffer for my first 17 years, and now wanting to become a Gu family's millennial to continue enjoying. Let me tell you, I am immortal with their mother and daughter. You Gu Chonghai, no matter how powerful you are, you have to step back towards the back, otherwise Qin Ning, will even mess with the Gu family together. Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. I mean a play life. You fight me in a commercial war. I'll play with you, and I'm more excited when you play with me. I step out to punch someone and you still want to say a few words. I'll be damned. If you say one more word, my fists will immediately go to Qin Yu and Qin Ning. Gu Chonghai was shaking with anger. How dare you? Qin Ning grinned, and the Qin family members immediately picked up the delicacies in front of them and stepped back 3 meters. Qin Ning kicked over the table, then copied the chair and slammed it on the ground. Bending down to pick up a stool leg, rushed to Qin Yu and Qin Jiao with lightning speed, clunked a few times, and the mother and daughter wailed in pain. Daddy, help, Chonghai, save us. Qin Ning is going to hit someone. Gu Chonghai's eyes were wide with anger. Asterisk 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 you bully people too much. Come on people, catch her for me. Qin Ning became even more excited and roared impatiently towards Gu Chonghai. Qin covered his face very excited. Police uncle, you look. Qin Ning hit people. You quickly catch. The police uncle it. Qin Chang, who was holding a salt-baked chicken on the side, tore into it while pumping his mouth to reply. It left 10 minutes ago, and you're reporting a false police report, which is a legal blind spot. My sister will send someone to popularize the law for you later. Don't do such stupid things in the future. Not to mention being self-absorbed. You've lost the Qin family. Qin W yelled. She's lawless. Do you all follow along as assholes? Qin Chang glanced at him. There's meat to eat after your sister. What do you know? Nothing. Elder Gu hadn't expected Qin Ning to react so strongly, and he hurriedly asked a few of his other sons to put a stop to it, so that others wouldn't say that his Gu family was bullying the young with the big and bullying the many. Just before they had a chance to say anything, a group of men in black rushed in with real guns and surrounded them. The hearts of the crowd, who were originally watching, were in their throats at this point. Gu Chonghai laughed loudly. Asterisk 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 you are dead. My people are coming to clean you up. Qin Yu and Qin Jiao supported each other, looking at Qin Ning with a vicious expression. Qin Wuan instantly dropped his heart. Qin Ning, apologize and don't drag our Qin family into this. Although Bai Jiruo was in pain, she couldn't stop scolding Qin Ning. You either beat this or scold that every day, and now there's finally someone who can clean you up. Qin Ning gave Gu Chonghai a kick. Get the hell out of here. It's not your turn to speak harshly. Gu Chonghai covered his stomach. Asterisk 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 you're still so crazy at the end of your life. Qin Ning stood on the stool, unconcerned, as if she wasn't the one being mobbed. Qin Yan and the others threw away the food in their hands and protected Qin Ning in the center. Xu Shi and Nan Nian had been watching the action from the periphery, but now that they saw that the children were in the center, they didn't dare to act rashly even though they were worried in their hearts. Nan Nian was so anxious that her palms were sweating. Second sister-in-law, what should we do? Why are they still carrying weapons? Isn't it forbidden? She snorted coldly. Who doesn't know that Gu Chonghai hasn't done anything good abroad? Maybe this is all privately hidden in their family. Nan Nian pulled out her cell phone. If I can't, I'll call the police. This is a terrorist threat. She stopped her. This is in the Gu family. The children are inside. We can't act rashly. If the Gu family really dares to harm my child, the Chu family and I won't let them go. The South family won't be spared either. On the contrary, Bai Jiruo, who was on the side, even ignored the pain in her body and pushed hard towards the center. Qin Ning, as long as you kneel down and apologize, I can help you plead for mercy in this matter. Qin Ning didn't even give her a look. Oh, I'm not like some people who are shameless, Bai Jiruo angrily rebuked. You don't even listen to me anymore. I'm your mother. I'll you up. Don't talk, it's distracting to listen. Bai Jiruo opened her mouth long, and Qin Jiao immediately took over. Sister, no matter what, you're still my sister, and now that it's come to this, reflect on yourself and reflect on whether or not all of this was caused by you. I used to speak up for you, but now I realize I was wrong because you came back and killed Grandma and killed Grandpa. He also stole the assets of his grandparents, barring the power of his father and elder brother, and appointed himself as the head of the Qin family. Since you've been managing the Qin family, the Qin brothers and sisters have had repeated accidents. Don't you have any guilt in your heart? You're really wrong, terribly wrong, but I can't bear it. As the saying goes, the prodigal son returns to his roots. Sister, the sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore. As long as you kneel down and admit your faults, and return the Qin family's property and power to Big Brother, I guarantee that you will still be the Qin family's eldest miss, and no one will compete with you. Qin Ning laughed out loud. Qin Jiao, Qin Jiao, you've learned one skill in these 18 years, and that's pretending to talk nonsense. You and your own mother found someone to assassinate Qin Wu, framed Qin Yuan, sold Qin Air's research results to his rivals, disrupted Qin San's lawsuit, and found a female college student to seduce Qin Wuan, brainwashing by Jiruo, Qin Jing and Qin Yu, poisoning the old lady and forcing the old man to commit suicide. Wasn't all this the work of your mother and daughter? Now it's all mine? You've got a mouth on you. You're a real knockout. The crowd was amazed that the mother and daughter were so hateful. Ha ha, Qin Ning, it's useless for you to ask any more sophistry. Today is the day of your death. Chonghai, tie her up. Go to personally clean her up. Gu Chonghai waved his hand, grabbed Qin Ning. Hundreds of black-clad men didn't move a muscle. Gu Chonghai continued. I said grab her. Are you deaf? The man in black remains motionless. Gu Chonghai yelled, turn the tables, grab Qin Ning. Qin Ning sighed from the side. Take them. The men in black said in unison. Yes, ma'am. Then swarm. The entire room was dumbfounded. This was actually Qin Ning's man? Quinning, no, it's my husband's people. Obviously they can solve it. Shinjoshing this favor to come to this out. Still do not know how much the appearance fee. Perhaps there was a heart-to-heart. Qin Ning's cell phone rang and she looked down. The appearance fee is $3 billion. Qin Ning's eyes went black and fell into a warm embrace. And before he fainted, he heard a sentence. A hero saves a beauty. Plus $2 billion. Chapter 97, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Qin Ning. When Elder Gu saw Shinjoshing, he hurriedly walked over. How did Zhouxing have time to come? Yesterday, when I spoke to your grandfather, he still said that you were traveling. Shinjoshing smiled politely. It's true that I traveled. It's just that my wife is more important than anything else. Today is also very lucky. I can't believe I didn't know the old man had such a strong son. Old man Gu was a bit vain. This is all a misunderstanding. Old man, I was also very shocked when I first learned about this. No wonder he's been reluctant to get married for so many years. Who knew he was still harboring this secret? Zhouxing, that's all old grudges. Master Qin is no longer with us, so let's call it a day, shall we? As for the grudge between them, to be honest, I've also heard about what happened to the Qin family during this period of time, so just point it out. It'll be aggressive if it goes on like this. Shinjoshing chilled his face. The old man is old. Don't get involved in young people's affairs. I never limited my wife. She suffered more than those people could ever pay back in their lifetime. So, they had to be immortalized, specifically crushed unilaterally by my wife. Perhaps I, Shinjoshing, have some regard for it, but my wife, she has no regard for anything. She causes trouble and I make good, so the old man doesn't have to worry so much. Gu Chonghai's tone was icy. Shinjoshing, what do you mean? Literally, between them, there is only one ending, and that is my wife lives and they die. Gu Chonghai poo-pooed. She dares, if she dares to touch my wife and children, I will definitely break her into pieces. Shinjoshing snorted and laughed. What are you basing this on? Oh, is it based on those hooks abroad? Gu Chonghai, remember, the water is deep and the waves are big, so talk less if you don't have the strength. Gu Chonghai was furious and covered his chest. He only knew that Shin Zhoshing had a hand in business. He didn't realize that there was also a hand in gaslighting. Wow, that's great. My husband's got a big mouth, and it's all in my head. And Shin Zhoshing hugged Qin Ning. Ninger, kiss, 10 billion for you. I cut off Gu Chonghai's business. Oh. Qin Ning instantly opened his eyes, cupped Shin Zhoshing's face with both hands, and gave each left and right a mwahahaha. Buy one get one free. Remember to hit me on the account. Qin Yen covered his eyes. Wow, that's hot. Qin Feng covered his eyes. Wow, it's so spicy. Qin Yu covered her eyes. Wow, it's so hot. Qin Chang bristled. Humph, what's the point of showing off? Making it seem like who doesn't have it? Qin Xian came weakly. You didn't have one in the first place. Qin Ming walked to the center and lifted his arms around his two brothers, a little to the left and a little to the right. What they have, you will have too. My brother loves you. The two were so disgusted, they almost sprayed, and Qin Ning was so satisfied with Shin Zhoshing's answer that she let loose with harsh words at the Gu family's banquet. Since I've been back, you guys have been very confused about all the things I've been doing. To put it bluntly, it is Qin Yu as Qin Shang's illegitimate daughter. In order to take revenge on Qin Shang, she lifted my leg and threw it out, and put her daughter beside Bai Jiruo, then let Qin Zhao grow up in the Qin family, and the mother-daughter duo worked together inside and outside, attempting to make the entire Qin family's big house slowly disappear. She takes revenge. She doesn't just the guy who started it. She s me? I've suffered for so many years and come back to be treated all kinds of differently. You can make me throw out my hatred with a word? I tell you, don't dream. You wouldn't be alive now if the law allowed it, so I will torture you as much as the law allows. Like death comes, it's immortal. Enjoy it. Miss Qin's breath is a bit too big, isn't it? Qin Ning looked at Gu Chonghai. I think you're a bit underpunched, don't you? Gu Chonghai laughed out loud. Miss Qin, this is the Gu family. The entire upper-class circle of Xingjing was present, and the surveillance of walking the Gu family was not broken. Human and material evidence will be left behind. And you think this is your Qin family estate, so you can do whatever you want. Qin Ning looked at Shin Zhoshing. Hubby, he threatened me. What should I do? Shin Zhoshing sighed. Ninger, didn't I say that you caused trouble and I take care of the aftermath? From the time my people came in, the Gu family got the whole surveillance system out of order. Qin Ning pointed at a group of people attending the banquet again. There are too many eyes. Shin Zhoshing smiled. Black wind. There are too many people. The air does not circulate. All please go out. Yes. A tall, imposing man with sunglasses at the head of the group raised the weapon in his hand and jutted it toward the ceiling twice. Gentlemen, get out. Our lady has a bit of a personal vendetta to settle. In just 5 minutes, the large banquet hall was left with Gu Chonghai's family, Bai Jiruo and her 4 sons, and the entire Bai family. Even old man Gu was lifted out by Shin Zhoshing, and before he left, he didn't forget to instruct. Ninger, have fun. Qin Ning beamed at him. Roger that. As the door slowly closed and those left behind shivered, Qin Ning's smile grew creepier and creepier. All the crowd heard outside was screams, all kinds of screams, and clicks and clacks. Elder Gu looked at Shin Zhoshing. Don't go too far. You guys. Elder Gu, do you want to watch the Gu family fall from the altar in your lifetime? Gu Chongda, the boss at the side, hurriedly replied. Mr. Shin will be busy first. I'll persuade the old man. Shin Zhoshing glanced at it and then left. Gu Chongda immediately said. Injustice has its revenge. Dad, this is what Chonghai did wrong. Knowing full well that the mother and daughter had hurt Mrs. Qin, they did not know how to repent, but they even defended them to continue to fight against Mrs. Qin. He brought all this on himself, and in that case, our Gu family is not unreasonable. Dad, you're too old to understand what's going on here. Stay out of it. Elder Gu looked twice at his eldest son. Are you going to give him up? You have to realize that the Gu family's main financial source is in his hands. Gu Chongda shook his head. Dad, just by relying on our family's cooking skills, we can completely gain a foothold in Xingjing. I don't want to offend Shin Zhoshing and Qin Ning because of a little interest. They're husband and wife. One ruthless and merciless, one tyrannical and incomparable. You see, Shin Zhoshing is now talking to you with a smile. Behind the scenes he can screw you. The two of them, one of them secretly screwing around and the other openly retaliating. The Gu family is no match. Elder Gu nodded. Then I'll listen to you. At this moment, the door to the banquet hall opened, and Qin Ning was covered in blood, his gaze like a torch. It's still the smell of blood that smells good, especially the blood of an enemy. After saying this, he took Shin Zhoshing and left with his head held high without looking back. Unico, do you think I'm handsome? I'll just leave after I'm done. Handsome, especially handsome, but they hate you even more now. Humph, a dog can't change its ways, or a few of them. What do you do next? Mess with the Pak family, make Angela Pak go into hiding. And after this incident, Qin Ning was honored with the title of Tyrannosaurus Rex. True to her name, She kinda liked it and just changed her social account to Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 98, Xin Jia returns. Xin Ning went back and blocked Xin Zhouxing on the bed. Tell me the truth. What exactly do you do? Master, I know. Why don't you ask me? I'd like to be told directly by the person in question. Xin Zhouxing raised his hand and drew circles on her face. As long as there is a profession that exists in this world, there is me. Be specific. Domestic AI, internet, finance, real estate, healthcare, food. What about abroad? Minerals, oil and the weapons you saw today. Involved in human trafficking? Xin Zhouxing shook his head. Involved in the drug business? Xin Zhouxing shook his head. Involved in foreign wars? Xin Zhouxing continued to shake his head. Ninger, I'm a businessman. Businessmen only earn money, and have never done anything to harm the heavens. On the contrary, I've saved a lot of people, but now that the professional sector has moved on, I'm not going to get involved. Xin Ning sighed in relief. That's good. You can't commit a crime. Xin Zhouxing raised an eyebrow. Then did Ninger commit a crime? Xin Ning grinned. No, I beat up people who deserve it. Don't kill or set fire to people. Actively pay taxes and duties. Open a company to solve employment problems, and am a qualified citizen. Xin Zhouxing was puzzled. Ninger's awareness is really high. What's the matter? You want to take the public examination. Xin Ning let go of him. If you don't commit a crime, nothing will happen, and if nothing happens, you won't die. Xin Zhouxing looked at her incredulously. Ninger, I'm so touched, but don't worry, the money I earn is enough for you to squander for 10 lifetimes. Xin Ning looked at him fondly. Did you make a will? Xin Zhouxing darkened his face. Is Ninger in such a hurry? Stand up. Notarized? Xin Zhouxing's face was darker than an adulterer. Notarized. Is my name the only one on it? Xin Zhouxing didn't want to speak. Yes, only yourself. Xin Ning let go of him. Good boy. Xin Zhouxing wanted to speak and couldn't believe his ears. Ninger, don't I earn more by staying alive? Xin Ning froze for a moment and drilled her head into Xin Zhouxing's arms. Hubby, I was just kidding you. Don't take it seriously. I just want you to live. If you can't live, at least leave me something to soothe my broken heart. Xin Zhouxing was too moved. He could not be idle. He had to go to work and earn money for Ninger. Xin Ning saw that he was so diligent, and rewarded him with 2 more kisses. And Xin Zhouxing seemed to be doped up, and all of them worked overtime. If Yang Xian hadn't cried and thrown out the medical report again, and ended up crying directly to Xin Ning, otherwise it would have been an all-nighter tonight. Xin Zhouxing was full of bullish energy that he couldn't finish, and his excitement made Xin Ning unable to accept it. Knocked out with a punch and dropped the man off at Lin's house on her little trolley. When Ruo and Lian Yu were both confused, pointing at Xin Zhouxing in the middle of them. What's the situation? Xin Ning shrugged. Oh, your oldest son is too excited and rowdy. It affects my sleep. When Ruo was filled with black lines, he doesn't affect us? What does it matter to me who it affects as long as it doesn't affect me? Xin Ning bristled. You old people, you have less awareness. When Ruo wailed, if he's too excited, you guys go make babies. What's the point of sending us here? I'm still a baby. I don't want a baby. Xin Ning shrugged. Sleeping between you guys saves you from thinking of a daughter when you're a handful of years old. The 2 of you are 100 years old, and you still want a daughter. You're out of your mind. Lian Xiao laughed in the doorway of his room and couldn't straighten up. Xin Ning looked at him slyly. Very funny? What are you laughing at? How old are you? You've never even held a girl's hand. Lian Xiao was expressionless. Not funny. Coming out of Lian's house, Xin Ning's little electric donkey sped through the empty streets. An hour later, she found a public charging shed by pushing a small electric donkey. Another late-night drop arrived at the door of the White family's villa. The system can't stand it anymore. You learn to drive. It's hard for me to watch. I'm afraid I'll beat up the coach. So I quit. Then get a driver. I don't want my whereabouts known to a second person. What are you doing here? Late night, lonely, just having fun. Xin Ning breezed to the entrance of the Bai family villa. This villa was 1,500 square feet and had 6 floors, which Bai Zhirua had bought with the Qin family's money. The property that logically belonged to the Qin family. That belonged to the Qin family. Then it was hers. Xin Ning. 3 or 2 steps and a jump into the yard. 2 big black dogs rushed out. Xin Ning drew the pig-killing knife from the back of his waist, and the 2 dogs shivered straight. Xin Ning a dog gave a kick, rolled the nest in sleep, then strutted in. Old Mrs. Bai and Old Man Bai lived on the first floor because of their bad legs. The rest is a child lair. The only thing that is not there is Bai Zhiro's. Xin Ning shook his head. Tuzi, Bai Zhirua is a fool, being eaten by her family and drinking their flesh and blood, but this family doesn't take her seriously at all. The Bai family's companies are all managed by professional managers. What are you gonna do? Take it all back. Let Xin Zhouxing manage it. Sell what can be sold. Merge what can be developed. It's useless for the company to take back. The Bai family is mainly lying on Bai Zhirua to suck blood. Your brothers have money in their hands, and if your mom cries, the White family will be rich again. Qin Ning is now on the first floor, stroking his chin, thinking for 3 seconds, and carrying a killing knife to start sweeping the floor. The next morning, Bai Jiruo went crazy, and the Bai family went crazy, beating people, cursing people, even rushing out of the house to hurt others. People directly notified the head of the Qin family. Qin Ning was so heartbroken that she not only compensated $30 million, but also publicly apologized for sitting this out and admitted people to her mental hospital, selling the White family villa as fast as possible. All the money obtained was used to improve the hardware and software facilities of the mental hospital. Even the fence is set up with 100,000 volts, which has the same effect as Pikachu's. Bai Jiruo cursed outside for half a day and didn't even see anyone. She had just gotten on the bus and was preparing to go to the Shin family to find Qin Ning when she received a call from her eldest son saying that her third grandfather Qin Jie, who was abroad, had returned. Bai Jiruo was full of complacency. Qin Jie is even more vicious than Qin Wu. There is Qin Ning to suffer, and the Qin family estate. Qin Yuan and Qin Wuan had already added fuel to the fire by talking about what Qin Ning had done. Qin Yuan was in pain. Third grandfather, if Qin Ning hadn't returned, grandparents Qin wouldn't have died. Qin Wuan covered his face and cried, "Third grandpa, look at us walking a good piece of ground on us." No. Not only did he beat mom and dad, he beat us. He didn't even spare Jiao Jiao. Qin Jiao cried and arched many more fires. Third grandpa, in fact, all of this is my fault. It's me who took my sister's place, and it's only right for her to beat me. I'm the one who dragged my grandparents down, my mom and dad and my 2 aunts, and even more so my brothers. Qin Jia on the main seat slowly sipped his tea, informed Qin Ning to come see me. A few siblings had a smug look on their faces. Qin Ning's good days were coming to an end. Qin Wen shrank in the corner of the eyebrow painting red, muttering to himself, "This color is not suitable for people. Lao Air, you help people to buy a new one. Lao San, you get the eyeliner for people. They need to draw eyeliner." Qin Air and Qin San miss Qin Ning. Can she this male mom in the face? The system's alarms rang through the sky, but none of them woke up the sleeping Qin Ning. Chapter 99, Stabilizing the Cannonball. When Qin Ning woke up from his sleep, the system was already red warm. Qin Ning's head full of question marks. Still does not affect the dry rice. How? How also red temperature it? What is the matter? Say it. Your mom's crazy. She's looking for someone to kill you. Shinjoshing made a note on the side that Bai Jiro deserved to die. And then what? Your dad's dead because of that thing. Qin Ning hurriedly interrupted it. Isn't it picked up? Picked up just to maintain his integrity, but no utility. The function does not work. So you have another mom. Your second and third brother miss you very much. Why? They want you to punch your mommy boy in the face. Qin Ning's silence was deafening, and for the first time there was a sense of hand-wringing. This is something I've never really met, and it's his karma, and I've helped him get his revenge, and the White family is all bouncing around the mental hospital. So your boy's mom is especially grateful and prays for you every day. Praying for something, letting you die and go to heaven instead of hell is the best blessing he can give you. Shinjoshing wrote it down again, cursing Ninger and deserving a beating. The system's mechanical voice is starting to rush. Gu Chonghai already knows his business has been swallowed by Shinjoshing and is organizing an assassination attempt against him abroad. Assassination? I'm here. Only Gu Chonghai will die. Shinjoshing was moved and directly hugged Qin Ning. Ninger hug. Qin Ning ate her meal and looked at Shinjoshing, who was almost hanging himself, a bit puzzled. Hubby, you came to your great aunt? Why are you so delicate today? Shinjoshing nestled in the crook of her neck, his tone languid, suddenly feeling so happy. Then realizing that this happiness is because of marrying Ninger, Qin Ning was smug and full of smugness. The system skimmed. Although it didn't have a mouth, it didn't affect its skimming. Master, you mustn't indulge in male sex. You have to have a lot of enemies. Qin Ning didn't care. They're just minions. We'll solve them in minutes. But Qin Jia is here. Bai Shi Ruo, Qin Yuan, Qin Wuan and Qin Jiao have already given him eye drops, and he's having someone look for you back home. Qin Ning instantly chilled his face, having solved Qin Wu's family. Another Qin Jia has come, isn't it? A few of them can still jump around, isn't it? What's the master going to do about it? Qin Ning grinned. I want to play a big game. How to play? Since my dad can't make it, I'll find a new dad and kick Angela back out of the Qin family. How do I find it? How to kick? Shinjoshing was also curious as to what Ninger would do. Qin Ning was silent, burying his head in dry rice. At noon, a scandal circulated in the circle that Bai Jiruo had cheated on her husband, and the object of the cheating was none other than her best friend Sumei's husband Xia Cheng, Xia Ming's own father. When the news broke, there was an uproar all around. Sumei caught the adultery, directly scratched Bai Jiruo's face. Xia family, in order to maintain the face, backtracked, pinned Bai Jiruo on the pillar of shame. Xu Zian directly deleted and blackened Bai Jiruo's contact information when she heard about it. for fear that she would seduce her own Shinhang. When this problem occurred at the critical moment, Shinwan could not bear it anymore, and he took sexy little steps and dragged Bai Jiruo to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Will Bai Jiruo hurt their own evidence and evidence of cheating, as well as these 30 years of misappropriation of the Qin family property to the Bai family to the evidence of a direct application for divorce? Bai Jiruo's brain was still in a state of confusion until now, and it was only after she came back to her senses that she bitterly begged Shinwan, "Hubby, for the sake of the 5 sons I've given birth to for you, please forgive me. I was set up this time. Qin Ning called me to talk about the White family. I went over and fainted before I could say 2 words. And when I woke up I was lying on the bed with Xie Qing. I am wronged all Qin Ning that screwed up. Husband, you still do not believe me?" Shinwan took out a small handkerchief and wiped her tears. "It's already this time, so don't try to be sophomoric. What kind of person is Qin Ning can I not understand? If she wanted to get back at someone, she would just throw a punch and not even use her brain to engage in these little maneuvers. Bai Jiruo, you've been counting on me for most of my life, and in the end you made me a woman. I should have divorced you a long time ago. If it weren't for a couple of dumbass sons stopping me, do you think you'd still be entitled to see me? Now you are to blame for everything. Didn't you transfer so much money to the Bai family? Get lost and go back to the White family. I have nothing to do with you anymore." After saying this, she twisted her small waist and got into the car, leaving a trail of exhaust for Bai Jiruo. Bai Jiruo stood in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau and cursed. How could she have picked up that scourge Qin Ning? The big deal was that she had offended the Xie family. She was still the honorable first lady of the Qin family. Everything in the family was headed by her eldest son, and when she returned to her mother's house, everyone flattered her, but now everything is gone. Qin Wen and she divorced. The eldest son is not the president. The White family are in the mental hospital. It was all Qin Ning's fault. Just as she was cursing she was lifted up. Looking up, it was none other than Qin Ning. Only then did Bai Jiruo point her nose and scold it. "Scourge, you are a scourge. You have harmed me. The Bai family, your grandparents, haven't you harmed enough people? Why did you come back?" Qin Ning grinned. "Wasn't it you who told me to come back, Mom?" Bai Jiruo laughed out loud. "The only thing I did wrong in my life was picking you up instead of getting you killed. You should have been dead a long time ago. It hurt for 3 days and 3 nights when I gave birth to you, and because I was pregnant with you and couldn't serve your father. He got a flock of chickens while I was pregnant with you. Your grandparents treated me badly. I can't believe they didn't come to see me when I had you. You deserved to lose it. Why aren't you dead? If you were, would we be in this mess with you?" Qin Wen raised his head, closed his eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down. "Did you see the original owner? This is your own mother, and so far, she's not remorseful, and she's putting all the blame on you." The people who followed Qin Ning were confused. Shouldn't this cannonball have exploded upon hearing these words? What's going on? Playing duds today? Become a silent cannonball? Bai Jiruo was tied up and cursed all the way in the car, and Qin Ning was as steady as a mountain. After arriving at the mental hospital and playing the recording of Bai Jiruo cursing her, the doctor issued a diagnosis of mental illness on the spot. Bai Jiruo was then taken to the west building of the inpatient department, which was a huge prison, as it was filled with severely mentally ill patients, the kind that would kill someone if they got out, and Bai Jiruo was locked up in a room in the basement. Until this time, she didn't realize how terrifying Qin Ning was. "What do you mean? You're illegally imprisoning me. Walk to sue you. Qin Ning, you're not human. You animal. How dare you imprison me?" Qin Ning smiled a somewhat creepy smile. "Bai Jiruo, I told you, I won't let you go. Not a single one of you. And when I've had enough fun, you'll all be reunited here. Master, aren't you worried about someone coming to save them? Like Gu Chonghai saved Qinyu last time. Xin Zhoxing gave me an island. This is not the time to show your love. The island was originally a prison, the kind you can't even blow up with shells, and he rebuilt it. And then what? It's mine now. Tonight, everyone in the White family will be sent in. The mental hospital is a regular industry. Go, how can you let these people in there? Master, I'm vicious, am I? Tuanzi, you are not a human being. You don't know how horrible the human heart is. As long as I release them, I will be the one to die. So if I don't die, they won't be able to do much good. Chapter 100, The Silent Mule. Qin Zhao couldn't find Bai Jiruo anywhere, only to find that the jewelry and clothes in the room were gone. She was very angry. Why did this stupid bastard run away? Jia Jiao, where's Mom? Qin Zhao immediately turned around when she heard the voice and softly said, Big brother, fourth brother, Mom's jewelry and clothes are gone. Did Mom and Dad really get divorced? Qin Yuan frowned. No way. Last time I gave an order with Dad. No matter what happens, no divorce is allowed. Qin Yuan was in a hurry. Where would Mom go? Qin Zhao shook her head. I don't know. Just as he finished speaking, Fukunin came in with a group of bodyguards. Drag that woman out. The notice at the gate didn't see it, did it? Surprisingly, he hid in the trunk and followed me in. If Missy knew about it, would I still be able to do my job as a housekeeper? Qin Yuan and Qin Wuan stood in front of Qin Jiao at the same time. Fu Ning laughed coldly. Miss Gu has a father and a mother. How can she come to the Qin family to recognize her? I'm not afraid of being laughed at when I say it. Is Miss Gu Jiao someone who has a mother who is a mother? Eldest young master and fourth young master don't make things difficult for me, or else I'll inform eldest young miss, and I'm sure the two of you won't have a good ending. Qin Yuan was directly furious. What has this family been made into by Qin Ning? From ancient times to the present day, where is there any woman in charge? This family has let her be. It's on the verge of being broken. It's harmed grandpa and grandma. It's ruined mom and dad, and now it's going to be used against us? Fu Ning smiled politely. The great young master's inability to distinguish between right and wrong is chilling. Bai Zhirua rolled away $3 billion from the Qin family and absconded abroad with all the people of the Kai family. Missy, for the sake of the gift of life, will not pursue the matter, since the first young master is not satisfied. I have no choice but to relay the first young master's words truthfully. Saying that, he let the bodyguard take away Qin Jiao, with Qin Yuan and Qin Wuan chasing after him furiously. Qin Er and Qin San were not interested at all because they were already done being tortured by this unlike father's mom. Qin Jia waited in the manor for 3 days. Qin Ning does not show up. Is to instruct the housekeeper, good food and drink to stay on the line. Qin Shi and Qin Xing one immersed in their own literary world. A hard work, can be said to two ears do not hear the Qin family affairs. Beatings cannot be their turn. Chu Shi and Nan Yan didn't know what Qin Ning meant. Was it just a stalemate? Qin Ning said that she was just busy dealing with Gu Chonghai and protecting Shin Zhoxing right now, and that minions like Qin Jia would have to get in line. Gu Chonghai, with the wind blowing in Qin Yu's ears, went crazy abroad and joined forces with Shin Zhoxing's rivals, bent on putting him to death. In their view, if Shin Zhoxing died, Qin Ning would have no one to rely on. They will still be at their disposal when the time comes. Miles away, Qin Ning's hand slammed heavily on the table. Outrageous. So they think that I'm so rampant because of you? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I, Qin Ning, was already rampant and powerful. Shin Zhoxing immediately handed over a bottle of ad milk. Ninger, calm down. We're not angry. It's them who have no eyes. You just got airsick and now you need to stay emotionally stable or you should throw up again. Tadako, can you fix my motion sickness problem? Can't. It's a case of you won yourself. Just have Shin Zhoxing tie you to the wing of the airplane on the return trip. Get out. You're trying to get me killed. Master, you're lucky. No one can harm you. Qin Ning was chatting with the system, and Shin Zhoxing saw that she was emotionally stable before letting her in. Just Qin Ning's presence was gradually attracted to the red hair, yellow hair, green hair, blue hair, purple hair, silver hair, white hair. TSK, 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 Suko, is my husband going into beauty salon next? Shin Zhoxing rubbed his eyebrows. Ninger's imagination is really good. This is his friend and partner, a Yakuza force from a different country, who the redhead represents. The red hairs are the redheads of the Americas. The yellow hairs represent the Alexandria party of the Middle Continent. The green hairs are the forest group of the Austrian continent. The blue hairs are the gentleman's party of the Southern continent. The purple hairs are the Herculean party of Africa. The silver hairs are the No. 1 mercenary corps of the world. And the white hairs are your husband's agents. Shin Zhoxing rose and solemnly introduced Qin Ning to them. Qin Ning held the ad milk in one hand and extended it with the other. Hello, I am Qin Ning. How are you? A few people stifled their laughter, starting with the redhead. Hello sister-in-law, we speak Chinese. Qin Ning shook hands one by one. I am not active atmosphere. How is it? There is no feeling to come alive. Several people were confused and dumbfounded. Qin Ning bristled. Alas, they don't know how interesting our language is. They've only learned the shape. Master, after all, they're not of the same ancestry as you. It's good enough for them to learn. It's really good. It's just a shame. A few hairs looked at each other. Sister-in-law didn't seem to speak. Where did this voice come from? Shin Zhoxing breathed a sigh of relief. He was also a bit selfish. These were his friends who had passed through life. He wanted to know if these friends would be in any danger. Qin Ning finished drinking ad milk and scanned a few more people. TSK, just met a few handsome guys is the last side. Shin Zhoxing, what kind of life is this? Shin Zhoxing's heart thumped. Ning ere you quickly say. Although the other few people were speaking individually, their attention was on Qin Ning. Master, do you want to remind me? Didn't you say you'd only let me protect Shin Zhoxing? What's it to me if others die? Shin Zhoxing's business all over the world is related to them. If they die, your husband will be devastated. Not to mention the property will shrink rapidly. Qin Ning straightened up. Am I going to walk up to them and say that red hair your big brother is jealous that you have been reused by your old man me and is going to detonate the plane on your return trip this time? And then tell yellow hair that the girlfriend you snatched believed in someone else's provocation and thought that you killed her husband, and then poisoned you every day so that you would die without realizing it. Tell blue hair you'll be blackballed by the fat guy under you. Tell the greenhorn you'll die in a fire next month. And the purple horn you'll be injected with Ebola by your personal physician. Tell silver hair the other mercenary corps have issued a joint mission to trade his head for $5 billion. In the end, white hair, your mom doesn't love you, and you'll go back as a blood bag, and end up being drained of your assets and locked up in the basement to starve to death. People believe me? The system thinks for 3 seconds. They should take you for a head check. Don't interfere with other people's karma, or it'll backfire. Several people looked at Shin Zhoshing with tears in their eyes. Shin Zhoshing got up and walked over to Qin Ning, bending down and softly saying, Ninger, we're going to the conference room to talk business. Is Ninger going? Qin Ning waved her hand. Don't go. It's a bit disgusting. Husband, am I pregnant? You have to be responsible. Shin Zhoshing darkened his face. That's the aftereffects of your air sickness. You can't get pregnant for the time being. Oh, you can't. Shin Zhoshing gritted his teeth. He couldn't. He had to prove it now. Look, Mr. Unicorn is trying to prove himself. Whitehair stopped it just in time. Why is this even going to unbuckle his belt? Boss, there's going to be a meeting. Shin Zhoshing sighed. Ninger, take a good rest. Call if you need anything. Be at your beck and call. Look, Mr. Unicorn, the mule is silent again. The system was also silent. If it didn't have to fulfill its mission, it also wanted to be silent. This host wasn't too easy to mess with. Qin Ning hummed. Good. After the group went out, Qin Ning stood up and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the beauty of the scenery at his feet, the corners of his mouth rising. Chapter 101, The Beauty Plan Works. Hey, stop pretending to be deep and tell me what to do next. Do what you have to do. Don't bother me. I'm feeling very deep right now. The system is really helpless. I'm talking about what about those people in the country? Qin Yuan and Qin Wuan jumped at the chance. Qin Yu and Qin Jiao were stupid. Qin Jia was furious. It's easy. I'll set it up. 20 minutes later, Yang Feng's brows tightened when he saw the task Qin Ning had placed. Lin Xiu has been discharged from the hospital. He does have time now, but how is he still a matchmaker? Qin Ning saw his delay in returning the message and dumped a phone call. Young Feng, are you dumb? Sister Ning, I've never been a momsan. Ha, from now on you are. Qin Yuan likes human wives. Qin Wana likes young and energetic. Qin Jiao likes domineering CEOs. And Qin Yu likes young brothers. Go to the clubhouse and get it. Then I'll reimburse you. And remember, I only have one request, to pester them. Young Feng was a little confused. Sister Ning, what type of human wife is this one? The one I'm talking about is not the kind where people have a good time. You can't let him hobble good people. You need to find someone to play the human wife. You know what it means to have big tits and a fat ass? Young Feng was still blushing a bit. Got it. This Qin Yuan thing loves these kinds of stinky ones. Qin Wana likes the whinier ones, the young and energetic ones, the petulant and cute ones. You look for them according to Qin Jiao, but they're better looking than Qin Jiao. Don't worry, Sister Ning, I'll do it right away. Sister Ning, when will you be back? The date of return is undetermined. When she hung up, the system started beeping again. Why don't you tell him you're leaving in a week? He's a loudmouth. Can't talk to him? Qin Ning dialed Fu Ning's number again. Fu Ning was very respectful. Eldest miss, how is Qin Jia now? 18 questions a day, asking when Missy will be back. Too lonely to set him up on a blind date to pass the time. Fu Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth. Missy can be so playful. Okay, Missy, is there anything else going on at home? The second young master and the third young master wash their faces in tears every day, and are almost crying like Sister Lin. Is it because Qin Wenqing's mom is gone? Yes. Arrange for a psychiatrist to see Qin Air and Qin San first. Fu Ning was a bit doubtful. Missy, why don't you use hypnosis to make them obedient? There's also such a big struggle. Because I'm idle. Fu Kunin froze. Well, he was surprisingly powerless to retort. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan is suffocating at home, and his mom unexpectedly runs off with the Bai family, abandoning even them. Oh, how nice. All that money she took away was given to her when she was managing Qin herself. I didn't realize that it was now their road trip. Only alcohol can make him feel better now, but there's no atmosphere to drink at home. He still chose to come to the bar. The lights, the songs, the dancing, the people, the breath crosses. Qin Yuan one cup after another. Yang Feng hung up his headphones and stared straight at him. Qin Yuan suddenly turned around as a 38G girl walked over. Front and back. Winks. Handsome. Move over. Qin Yuan was numb from his head to his feet and nodded his head woodenly. Good, good. The woman smiled flirtatiously. Handsome guy is alone. Xin Yuan returned to his senses. You're also alone? The woman snatched the glass in his hand and drank it all in one go. Alas, life is too much misery. Come to the bar and get drunk. Is that how it is with handsome men? Xin Yuan nodded his head. Yes, when you're drunk, there's no more pain in life. The woman raised her hand to caress his face. Perhaps there is something more pleasurable. Do you need it? Xin Yuan grinned. Needed. Yang Feng could not stop shaking his head. How can this thing have no resistance to women at all? He rushed to follow them to the room and pulled out his cell phone. And just as Qin Ning picked it up, Yang Feng came to say that it was over. After being scolded by Qin Ning, she realized that Qin Yuan had already taken the bait, resolving the fight in less than a minute. Qin Ning was silent. Yang Feng was also silent. In the end, it was Yang Feng who broke the awkwardness. Sister Ning, what next? Pester him and let him hang around outside. And you find fuck Ning to ask for a house to give to that woman so that she can pester Qin Yuan. Yes. What was the woman's name? Yuran. Qin Ning was still a bit surprised. This name is quite like White Moonlight. How is it over at Qinwana? Hooking up. Your fourth brother is more pretentious. The girl is in denial. Good job. I'll transfer you $1 million up front. Hard work. Yang Feng immediately came into the spirit. Don't worry, Sister Ning. I guarantee that I'll let them hold 2 for 3 years. Don't let them have kids. With that IQ, what if they come out retarded? Copy that. Yang Feng hung up the phone and Yu Lian came out. Boss, he can't do it. Yang Feng's face was filled with black lines. $100,000 a month. Just suffer. Yuran sighed. I haven't felt it yet. He's trembling. Yang Feng blackened his face. You can shut up now. Bring him to this address. As long as you pester him for 2 years and don't let him have time for anything else, this house is yours. You love to see the address on Yang Feng's cell phone. The apartment opposite the bar. 70 square meters it. She simply cannot afford it. So very excited and slow to speak. Really? I'm a man of my word and I never lie. So as long as you pester him for 2 years, I'll take you right through the door then. And at 100,000 a month, you're making 2.4 million in 2 years. And you're getting something from him, at a loss? Yuran nodded hurriedly. I will definitely do everything in my power to make him unable to leave me. Yang Feng left after telling her the password. The smell of their place was too uptight for him to smell. Yuran never thought that such a big pie would fall on him. She'll do a good job. And in 2 years she'll be a homeowner with a savings of her own. Gathering herself, she glanced disgustedly toward the box. The man was unhelpful, but the look was still okay. Qin Yuan was tired. Many things happened in the family during this period of time. He followed the worrying and suffering. It was not easy to relax, but also fell asleep. When I woke up, I was in a strange place. He hurriedly got up. Yuren heard the commotion and came in with a spatula. Brother Yuan, you're awake? The rice will be ready soon. You can slow down first. Qin Yuan looked over. Hot pants undershirt with apron. Beads and round. All snow white. Before and after the thin clothes wrapped. After a minute, Yuren skimmed. Not even delaying the cooking. Qin Yuan lay on his bed. Contented. Thinking that perhaps this was the life he wanted. And at this moment, Qin Ning stood on the dining table holding a bottle of red wine. I, Qin Ningxia, have never shed a single tear for my feelings, and I can't sleep at night only for your Mr. Shen. Forget it, it doesn't make sense with you bunch of single dogs. Guys, watch me give you a talent show. Never life and death are indifferent, specializing in the Qin family against my life by my not. Vomit. Shin Zhouxing blackened his face, snatching the bottle away with one hand and carrying the person with the other. Alright, you've drunk them all down. You don't need to be on talent. I'll take you to take a bath and go to bed. Qin Ning shook his head. Don't. I still want to drink. I am Qin Ning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Don't you dare move me. Vomit. Shin Zhouxing sighed, looked at his daughter-in-law who was twisted into a twist in his hand, and then looked at his brothers who were lying on the ground. His life, so bitter. Chapter 102, Collecting Saliva and Nosebleeds. Qin Jiao couldn't contact either Qin Yuan or Qin Wuan. She couldn't get into the Qin family, and now she was in a hurry. Qin Yu also cannot contact Gu Chonghai. How so useless? Said that dealing with Shin Zhouxing is a small thing, and now the business is gone. The person has no news, but now she couldn't let the Gu family know the news either, or they would definitely put the blame on her. Qin Jiao directly slammed her cell phone. Mom, not a single person can be contacted right now. Bai Zhirua turned off the phone. Qin Yuan didn't answer the phone. Qin Er and Qin San cried as soon as they answered the phone. Qin Wushi directly messaged back that he was busy. Qin Wu went to shoot a movie, and the phone calls were answered by his agent. Qin Wen has become a man or a woman. What can we do now? Where's my dad? When is he coming back? Are we just going to stay isolated in the Gu family? Qin Yu's face was grim. I don't know what's going on in the Qin family right now, but as a matter of urgency, we need to get a firm foothold in the Gu family first. You and Xia Ming aren't divorced yet, and you need to go back to Xia's side of the family. Qin Jiao directly blackface. She's half dead. His dad and Bai Jiruo made that incident. Sumei now hates the house. What am I going back for? To see her face. Your father's foreign business is in trouble. He's not involved in the domestic business. We don't have much money in our hands. You need to find a way to get money from Xiaming now. Qin Jiao was full of concern. Qin Yuan and the others won't let me run out of money to spend. As long as I'm pampered. Xiaming doesn't have much money. He doesn't have a job. And he used to get money from me. His dad pays $1 million a month, which isn't enough to buy me 2 bags. Qin Yu's face was filled with anger. Bai Jiruo is really blind. How could she find you a marriage like this? Why don't you look for Shin Zhoxing? Look at how well Qin Ning married. And then look at you. Qin Jiao was unhappy. Isn't this all because of you? You wanted revenge and made me listen to that idiot Bai Jiruo. In order to fight Chu Xinan Nian. Bai Jiruo looked at the identity and status of the Xia family. Xia Ming's eldest and second uncles are both at the level of Major Colonel. And his 3 cousins are all at the level of Deputy Department. They all love to go away a decade older and have families. Only Xia Ming fits the bill. Qin Yu didn't even know what to say. Xia Ming's father was a playboy. Her mother and Kai Jiruo are of the same kind. 2 people who only have small calculations but no great wisdom. What kind of stuff can they give birth to? So much for Bai Jiruo's ability. But Qin Wen was also taken down by her. None of the 5 children Qin Shang had with that woman were capable. And this is her retribution for playing with her emotions. Qin Jiao didn't want to hear this story at all now. If she didn't want to take revenge, she would still be the favored and exalted young lady of the Qin family now. How did she come to the household family to become a mediocre-looking second Miss Gu? She had a belly full of aggression with no place to release it, and Qin Yushue spoke more and more agitated, and her features were hideous, scaring Qin Jiao away. Looking at his own vehicle from the Maserati changed to BMW, Qin Jiao a gas door, all the way wild, getting drunk at the bar and staggering out the door. Autumn winds rise, yellow leaves fall, Qin Jiao only feels cold. How could it turn out like this? Suddenly, her gaze tightened on the advertisement screen in front of her. Today's Express, Miss Qin Ning, the head of the Qin clan, has promised to take out $2 billion a year for charity. She knew, it was Qin Ning. Qin Ning ruined it all. She wanted revenge. She wanted to drag Qin Ning into hell. It was just that the emotions were too much, and when he didn't stand still, he actually fell down. But the pain that should have come didn't. Instead it fell into a warm embrace. Are you alright, miss? The clear and crisp voice was like a tinkling spring in March, making Qin Jiao unable to resist sinking. She raised her eyes, a little surprised. Brother Boatwalker? Oh, I'm sorry, you seem to have recognized the wrong person. My name is Xiao Yunji. Qin Jiao instantly sobered up. She hurriedly came out from Xiao Yunji's arms and straightened her hair. Sorry, I walked and drank a bit too much. I just made a fool of myself. I thought that you were one of my brothers. It's really because you guys look a bit alike. My name is Qin Jiao, and I just talked to thank you for your help. Otherwise I might have actually fallen. Xiao Yunji handed over his business card. You're welcome. I see that Ms. Qin seems to have something on her mind. But a girl should still drink less alcohol. Even if you want to drink, have a family member or friend accompany you or drink at home. It's dangerous to be out drinking alone. Qin Jiao smoothed her hair in embarrassment. Thanks. Go next time it won't happen. Xiao Yunji laughed softly. Can Ms. Qin still walk? It's really unsettling for you to be alone, driving here or... Qin Jiao pointed across the street. I drove here. I'll walk you to your car then. No, you've been drinking. Let me call a valet for you. Qin Jiao shook her head. Thanks. There's no need to call for the time being. I want to sleep in the car for a while. Xiao Yunji was a bit puzzled. Ms. Qin, as far as I know, it's dangerous to sleep in a car. Qin Jiao suddenly got sad and bit her red lips. It's fine. I'll pay attention to myself. An hour later, Yang Feng sent a message with a photo. Qin Ning stared with wide eyes for 10 minutes before kicking at Shin Zhoxing. Tell me, do you have a twin brother or brother? Shin Zhoxing slept in a daze. His eyes did not open. His mouth directly denied. No, the 2 of them together gave birth to myself. Qin Ning stroked his chin. In that case, then this person is either the same father as you or the same mother as you. Shin Zhoxing took his cell phone and then forwarded the photo to Yang Xian. 10 minutes later, Shin Zhoxing testified to himself. Half-brother. Qin Ning thought it was really rare that there were people who looked so much alike. The system in her mind laughing at the flowers. Master, you are not also in here. Qin Ning looks exactly the same. Well, you remember, everything is a big cycle. Nothing is impossible. Yes, the purple one has the most flavor. What? Are we talking about the same thing? Tuzi, don't tell me. Qin Jiao looks good in purple. How about a walk? I don't know. It's still purple. I'll try. Shin Zhoxing did not know that she did not sleep in the middle of the night. A moment a trip is what? Getting up and opening the check room. Ninger, Girls can't stay up all night. Qin Ning turned around. What did you say? Shen Zhouxing only felt that the blood in his entire body directly reached 100 degrees Celsius. His body stiffened, and his face tingled. Ning you. Qin Ning stepped over arrogantly with a 10-centimeter high heel. Her finger lifted Shen Zhouxing's chin, and smiled charmingly. Hubby, do you think there's any rhyme to purple? Shen Zhouxing did not say anything and only spewed nosebleeds. Purple, straps, lace, all hanging off skin like gelatin. That's not rhyming. That's killing me. The system does not understand. Is not just a big purple eggplant. Why also spray nosebleed? Qin Ning sighed. Virtue, put away the nosebleeds and drool. Life is important. Shen Zhouxing shook his head and carried Qin Ning and ran. Qin Ning cursed. Tuzi, I'm playing a big game. I'm gonna kill Precious alone. Mom and Dad, I'm coming. Chapter 103, Smashing Money to Hack You. An ancient castle stood on a small island in a large ocean. What looks like a castle on the outside is an abandoned prison on the inside. No water, no electricity, no internet but people. The White family never expected to wake up exiled and wild. It's such a lonely island in the middle of the ocean. They had been here for half a month and had never seen a ship pass on the sea. Old Man White and Old Lady White have fallen ill, lacking food and clothing and frightened. The key is that there's no medicine here yet. Bai Jiruwa gritted her teeth. She's trying to make us die here. Old Mrs. Bai raised her hand and put it down helplessly, thinking about her Bai Xusion all her life. From a young age, she was sold to the Bai family as a child bride, and the Bai family is somewhat capable of living on the outskirts of Xinjiang. How else could his own parents have done so? Having been working as oxen in the White House, he became a couple with Bai Jiabao at the age of 17 and then had 5 sons and 2 daughters. The first son Bai Yud has courage but no strategy, and the second son Bai Yoxing has strategy but no courage, and his guts are like walnuts, so he is careful all day long. The third son, Bai Yuran, is courageous and resourceful, but selfish and arrogant, and a hot-tempered man, whose daughters-in-law have already beaten away 3 of them. The fourth son, Bai Yuyi, followed her mother-in-law, who was harsh and cold. The youngest son, Bai Yoxin, is a spoiled child in every way, but not much. The youngest daughter, Bai Jiqing, has been frightened by the village people since she was a child, and is too timid and godlike. And the kids look either like her or their dad, some with small eyes, some with collapsed noses, some with dark skin, some with big mouths. Only the eldest daughter completely synthesizes the best of both of them, with double eyelids, a high nose, and white skin. Matchmakers have been stepping on her family's door since her oldest daughter was 17. Looking at how beautiful her eldest daughter was, she had an idea. She went straight to Xinjiang on the pretext of taking her youngest daughter to a doctor's appointment and started as a nanny, constantly asking about the Shangjing gentry, eventually settling on Qin, one of the Qin family. She was proven right, but now everything was ruined. Qin Ning had left them here to fend for themselves and kill each other. Probably she and the old man will die first, followed by Jiqing. Bai Yuran walked around annoyed. His parents were sick without medicine, and every day he had to go hunting early in the morning and late at night to collect dew and make fresh water. From the high and mighty master Bai San reduced to a savage all of a sudden, he couldn't take it anymore, dragging Bai Jiro and beating her up. If it wasn't for this dumbass, how would they have ended up in this situation? Bai Jiruwa cried out as she was beaten. Mom, Mommy save me. Mrs. White was so weak that she couldn't even speak if she wanted to. Bai Jiruwa shouted again. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother save me. Although the 4 of them didn't speak, which one of them didn't blame Bai Jiruwa? If she hadn't been provoking Qin Ning, they wouldn't have been retaliated against. The 4 men went out with a cold look. Bai Jiruwa yelled, you are all ungrateful people, all white-eyed wolves, lying on my back and sucking blood for so many years. If it wasn't for me, you'd still be mudbloods, and when my son gets here, I'll never take you. Miles away in a small apartment, Qin Yuan could not stop sneezing. Yu Lian was very disgusted. How to be so useless, for nothing a big tall man. That boss lied. Didn't he say that with a height of 180, he's meaty when he takes off his clothes and skinny when he puts them on? This was all taken off, and she realized that this Qin Yuan was wearing fake abs, and even his butt was wearing a butt pad. At 180, 110 pounds, those wing roots flickered when he did push-ups, so it took 5 push-ups to make you catch a cold? However, she still put away the disgust on her face. Brother Yuan, you're amazing. You can even do 5 push-ups, take a break and rest. Qin Yuan was full of pride. It's not that I'm proud, my physical quality is very good. Yuren was full of love and smiled very happily. Brother Yuan is really great. In the meantime, Qin Ning had landed safely, and it was imperative to catch up on his sleep first. After all, a woman who's been turned on is a bit of a wild card. The war record is available. No sleep for a week. Shen Zhouxing was afraid that she would die suddenly. The system pulled the alarm several times and still didn't stop the process of her enjoyment. Master, I'd like to talk to you about something before I go to bed. Say, the white family on an island has fully exposed their humanity and is killing each other. Serves you right. So many people have been victimized over the years. Killing each other is not a big deal. Qin Yuan did push-ups and slapped himself into a severe cold triggering myocarditis. Yu Lian called an ambulance and now has it under control. If you can't give up sex and abstinence when you have a cold, it's good to learn a lesson. Xinwana has been taken by the outsourced actress who is an innocent female college student and is in love. I'll reward you for a job well done. Your dad. No, now your mom. Who pissed off both your brothers anyway? Oh, my mom and dad. It's okay. Let them torture each other. Lastly, your second and third aunts have sent you messages. Qin Ning pulled out her cell phone and opened one eye. Shu Shi posted Qin Cotton Awakening, making a comeback. Qin Shu accepted the interview, admitted the relationship with the Qin family. Yin raised her Qin Ning. Sinan Yenhair is Qin Jia 108 old lady. Angry 3 days did not eat. Almost starved to death in the Qin family. If the real death in the Qin family is not good to account for, let her quickly back. Qin Ning returned the word no, threw the phone and went to sleep. Although Chu Shi and Nan Nian were puzzled, they both put their hearts in their stomachs. Qin Ning knew, but didn't panic, so that meant things weren't that serious. Qin Ning huffed and puffed his way through the years. Shen Zhouxing resurrected with full blood and inspected various companies like a spring breeze. And when Qin Shu came to Shangjing to appear on the program, the one she brought with her turned out to be Qin Jiao, which could be described as fishy. Qin Shu had been worried too. She had come to take revenge. Qin Ning was actually able to reverse hypnotize his sister and gleaned more than 3 billion from their family through her during this time. The elder brother is very busy and has no time. The second and third brothers are abroad and can't spare the time. Dad was afraid to come. Big sister went into a coma. Mom watched her herself. Now that she was the only one in the entire family with time on her hands, she was going to use her influence to stigmatize Qin Ning's reputation first. The internet has a memory, and gossip about Qin Yu and Qin Jiao's mother and daughter is back in circulation. People are still more or less boycotting Qin Jiao, but I have a part of me that supports it. Those who supported her believed that all the mistakes were caused by Qin Sheng of the Qin family. By now the person is gone. All the grudges should dissipate, and Qin Ning has taken revenge for bringing down Qin Jiao's family's company. Now that she was the head of the Qin family, why did she still want to drive people to extinction? Because the program was live. The public screen was full of water armies that Qin Shu had paid to discredit Qin Ning. Qin Ning, who had just woken up, opened his cell phone, swept the public screen, and spoke directly with a large number. Just came out of the toilet. Ate a few pounds, said so dirty? Netflix took a look and was happy. Qin Ning himself is here. That means the fun's here. Gu Chuan directly through the later call. Boss, the company received $100 million from Qin Shu for hacking you. Do you think this will continue? Tell Qin Shu to raise the money. Let the storm come harder, and mostly swear at my father. I can take it. The corner of Gu Chuan's mouth twitched. Boss, you deserve to be rich. Chapter 104, Mom and Dad. I'll take it out for you. The melon eaters saw Qin Ning cursing with the water army. The show has been aired. Why don't we invite Qin Ning over and let them confront each other together? As a lighthearted talk show, it's all about conversation and traffic. Qin Shu and Qin Jiao's relationship was simple yet complicated. If Qin Ning was invited over, this topic shall not explode. The crew really listened to advice, made an appointment to go to the house the same day and asked to go. Shen Zhouxing was on the side dealing with official business, when Xian was on the side reading the contract, and Qin Ning was barefoot and gnawing on the sugarcane with her teeth bared. The show's people couldn't understand why she was nibbling on sugarcane and eating horseshoes at the same time, and finally taking a sip of hot water. The director compensated with a smile. Mrs. Qin, I don't know what kind of food you're eating? Qin Ning gave him a blank look. Sugarcane and horseshoes boiled in water, clearing the lungs and lowering the fire. And as you know, I've been sparring with the black powder for the past 2 days, and I'm slightly on fire. The director didn't understand. Then you can just boil the water. No, my mouth is the pot. The director looked down, the corners of his mouth twitching. This guy wasn't too mentally normal. When Xian put down the contract, Madam, there is no problem with the contract. It's just that you may not be able to see the through fee. It's not enough for a minute's intake for Mr. Shen. What's the fee for the fluff piece? $50 million, before taxes. The director was a bit nervous. Mrs. Qin, this is all the funding we have. Queen Qin is stealing the show for free. Qin Ning put down the sugarcane. No problem. When Xian, you handle this pass fee after paying the tax. Use the money where it belongs, and if you can't, just walk to the hospital and spend it. When Xian nodded solemnly, don't worry, ma'am, I'll send you the list of expenses later. Qin Ning snapped her fingers. Hubby, You earn milk powder money at ease. I'm going to play. Shin Zhoshing raised his head, his face full of tenderness. Ninger, don't worry, have fun. The show's official announcement came straight out of the gate, with a strong entry from Qin Ning. Originally a small 18th line program, it became a third line because of Qin Shu's addition, and now because of Qin Ning's addition, it has directly dried up to a super first line. Meanwhile, the rest of the program pales in comparison. Qin Ning arrived at the studio and first shook hands with all the viewers, staff, and guests present, then introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Qin Ning. Are you ready? I'm going to start breaking news. Marketing numbers, here's your chance to get rich. Pick up your cell phones now. The whole studio was as quiet as a chicken, each with their own little thoughts. As for the live broadcast, the Water Army was still sparing no effort to blacken Qin Ning, and had already cursed her to her ancestors. But there are many netizens who see the doorway. Sister Lin's monkey, why do I feel that the atmosphere of the scene is not right? Everyone has an odd look on their face. Guan airs fly, because Qin Ning is there. Ah, afraid she'll blow something up. Right, Wu De Lang's Alian. Queen Qin's expression management is so good, she can still smile at Qin Ning. Song Jian wants to be an official. That Qin Zhao's expression management cannot be or professional originate. Howlook want a knife dead Qin Ning feeling. Sima family's world. You guys think about it, if there was no Qin Ning, she was holding the script of the big female lead. Since Qin Ning came back, she ended up a bit miserable. Qin Jia was wearing a headset. The headset was an assistant reading the pop-ups. That Sima was right. The culprit of all this was Qin Ning. So preemptively, how did your sister find the time to come on the show? Qin Ning hung back. There's no way. The program gives more. Much more than you. Qin Jia was a bit embarrassed. I'm afraid that sister doesn't know the program's rules and can't talk about this topic. Then why are you asking me? Qin Jiao looked towards Qin Shu, who shook her head at her before smiling at Qin Ning. Hello Qin Ning, I'm your aunt. Nice to meet you. Qin Ning gave her a blank look. I'm not happy to see you. Is the purpose of you appearing on this program for free because the Qin family didn't put any money into the program? So the program doesn't have any money to give to you either. The purpose of you being promoted by your big brother is to launder the money that your second and third brothers got from breaking the law abroad. This small program your big brother didn't see. Of course he won't invest money. Qin Shu's heart thumped. How did she know? Qin Jiao fidgeted and clenched her fists. Sister is so humorous. Aunt Shu is seeing that the director is very talented and doesn't want to be buried. That's why she came for free. Oh, Qin Jiao seemed to have punched cotton. Sister, how can you be like this? Qin Ning's tone was lazy. I have a different father and mother from you. Don't get involved and call me brother. Don't force me to beat you up in front of the camera. But I wouldn't have done it without the surveillance being broken. And when I did it, the surveillance must have been broken. Qin Jiao is about to break defense. Qin Shu hurriedly rounded off the scene. Let's just follow the director's rhythm. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. No problem. Guchuan has been too busy. Everywhere is pressing news to sell news. Money like water into the company's pocket. Qin Jia was even more angry. This guy left himself hanging for half a month and came back to run to the TV to argue with Qin Shu. He made a big fuss in the manner. And only Qin Qi, who had seen Stonecloth lose to Qin Xing and had no choice but to come over to persuade him. When Qin Jia saw Qin Qi, he yelled, "Call Qin Yuan here." Qin Qi sighed. Qin Yuan is practicing his abs with his girlfriend. Where's Chinel? Is crying. Where's Qin San? Depressed. Where's Qin Wana? Go play platonic love. Where's Qin Wu? Closed for filming. Qin Jia tapped the table. Call Qin Wen here. 10 minutes later, Qin Wen walked over wearing a big red dress, and threw a wink as she passed by Qin Qi, second brother. Qin Qi's stomach rolled and he almost threw up, immediately looking to Fu Ning for the peach branch. Who are you? I don't care what kind of demon you are. Immediately get off my big brother. Qin Wen crossed her orchid fingers. Aya, what are you doing little Chi-Chi? She's your big sister. Qin Qi immediately pulled out his cell phone. Big niece you come back. This family cannot leave you Qin Jia walked over and snapped 2 slaps. Wastes, a group of people can't deal with a wild girl, and you've gotten yourself into this situation. Qin Wen covered his face, which was filled with tears. What are you doing hitting people? Third uncle? Qin Jia covered his chest. Big brother what are you doing dying so early? Look at what your chosen heir has done to the Qin family. When Qin Ning returned, there was a lot of crying in the house. Yo, it's pretty lively. Qin Wen raised his head and rolled around, hugging Qin Ning's leg and bawling. Daughter, that old undead guy beat me up. Qin Ning lifted the man up in disgust. Don't worry, Mom Dad, I'll help you out. Then he threw Qin Wen into Qin Qi's arms and walked towards Qin Jia with his fists clenched. Qin Jia backed up. Don't come over. Chapter 105, I'll make you 2 levels of reversal. Qin Jia sat on his butt and was lifted up again by Qin Ning grabbing his clothes. Third old man, How many years have you been out of the country? 35 years? What's wrong? Qin Ning sat next to him, crossing his legs, his tone languid. Old man, you haven't made any progress over the years. You're rusty on the culture of your country. Qin never understood. What do you mean by that? Is there a saying you've heard before? Less meddling is more prestigious. Qin Jia was a bit uncomfortable by Qin Ning's dangling eyes. You're making a scene here. How can I not care? Mother asterisk 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 her. If you say one more word, I'll make you twice as fat. Qin Jia's pupils dilated. What did you say? Qin Ning slammed his fist on the coffee table in front of Qin Jia, and the fine rosewood shattered instantly. Qin Ning got up. Fu Ning, tell this old man about his accommodations and spending here during this period of time. Tell him to settle his bill and get the hell back. No one has the right to meddle in the Qin family's affairs except me. A minor case will result in hospitalization. A serious case will result in the morgue. Before Qin Jia could digest his findings, he heard Fu Ning read, Third Master Qin stayed at the manor for a total of 17 days. The accommodation cost was 200,000 per day, but Missy hit a fracture price of 20,000 per day, a total of 340,000. 3 meals a day is a rate of 20,000 per day for a total of 340,000, which is 280,000 since you are on hunger strike for 3 days, but the air cost is 10,000 a day for a total of 310,000. During this period, a total of 108 old ladies were introduced to you, 33 of whom you were mad at and 68 of whom you scolded away, with hospitalization costs and moral damages totaling to 16 million yuan. Just now, because you pissed off Missy, Missy slipped up and smashed a small rosewood table for 19 play. So old Mr. Qin spent a total of $3 million. Was it by credit card or cash? The corners of Qin Jia's mouth twitched. Qin Ning, I came to my big brother's house as a guest. Do I need to pay? Qin Ning grinned. Your big brother's home isn't here. He's lying in his ancestral grave. This is my home. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the home of the 3 brothers. If we go by the will, you don't have a share in this estate, do you? Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves. Old man, I see you're quite the rebel. Did you give too much face and you feel like a human being? You want to do it until you're forced to do it. Who are you? How come I didn't see you and your big brother contacting each other in your life? All day long you're either picking up girls or toning your kidneys. Now you want to get up? It wasn't you who came when your big brother died, was it? It was your blue-eyed son. He said he couldn't reach you, that you're in a woman's bed 360 days out of 365 a year. You can a handful of years old, play quite flower a total of 5 sons and 6 moms. Lustfulness is something in the Qin family's bones, regardless of gender. And I'm not a good person in this regard, but if the upper beam isn't right, the lower beam can't be right either. Qin Jia's serious face was reddened through and through by Qin Ning's words. King Qin Ning's scorn. I know that Qin Wu and you are both hitting on the idea of this manor, but it's a pity that you can't. It's true that this manor is not on my inheritance list, but I can live to see all 3 of them sent away, along with Auntie 2 and Auntie 3's agreement that the future belongs to me, and that no one will miss what's mine, and I'll guard the food. Qin Jia was enraged. This manor has nothing to do with you. You don't need to know if it has anything to do with me or not, but it sure as hell doesn't have anything to do with you. I can make an offer for it. Qin Qi immediately replied. We are not for sale. Qin Jia glared at him. Rubbish. Is there a place for you to speak? Qin Ning punched over. Who are you staring at? Qin Jia covered his left eye and fell to the ground. You really can't get on top of things. How dare you assault an old man? Qin Ning coldly grunted. I can still abuse you. Qin Jia, look at me. Your second brother Qin Wu is better there. Half an hour later, Qin Jia obediently swiped $3 million and then bought a box of tickets to Shanghai. Qin Ning sighed. When will you be able to handle these minions yourselves? Qin Qi was a bit embarrassed. Ning, I can't get down. Qin Ning glanced at him. He's just a philandering old man pretending to be 13. Not as bold as your father and not as poisonous in heart as Qin Wu. Otherwise he wouldn't have left the country back then. And he's making a name for himself abroad again. And that's all because of his sons with different moms. It doesn't really have much to do with him. This time he came back or was snubbed by Qin Wu. In that case, I'll let him go and play with Qin Wu. Ning, Qin Cotton can also hypnotize. So if Uncle San goes, he'll probably be cured by her. Qin Cotton uses hypnosis to help her big brother hypnotize his opponents and give away the earning project, helping her second and third brother do all the bad things. The hypnosis I put her under, forcing her to flush it out. She'll become a vegetable. It was her comeuppance, and she deserved it for doing the same to her. So don't worry, no one can unhypnotize Qin Jia. He will keep haunting Qin Wu. Get on with your life. How dare you bother me? Qin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he recognized the time otherwise how painful it would be to use this trick on himself. Qin Ning seemed to know what he was thinking and smiled. Both of you don't need to use hypnosis. Qin Shi black face, looking down on who, they are not a good deal. At the very least, they can still resist for 3 seconds. Qin Ning touched his stomach, hungry. While she was eating at the restaurant, Qin Xing kept looking around. That's not right. Why haven't Big Brother and Qin Yuan and the others come back for dinner? Nan Nian thought for a moment. I heard that Qin Yuan and Qin Wuan are in love outside. The second and third are so angry by their big brother that they don't want to go downstairs. And the fifth is filming a movie and hasn't been back for a long time. Big brother seems to be in the more makeup and can't shout. Qin Xing nodded. In that case, let's eat then. The crowd unconsciously looked toward Qin Ning, who was feasting on the main seat. Qin Ning took a big bite of the meat and didn't say a word. How can Qin Wen's poor acting skills fool you? How can he give in to me and get along with me? The crowd immediately perked up their ears. Had they not been convinced? He and Qin Yu have a private contact. The two of them cooperate to get me killed. Qin can only be managed by Qin Yuan, and he, as Qin Yuan's dad, the power of the Qin family is still in his hands, while Qin Yu's goal is still so firm, to destroy the Qin family. Qin Wen, the stupid bastard. The people each thought to themselves that Big Brother is indeed stupid. At this time, Qin Wen was sitting in his study with a grim expression. Our father and sons have suffered so much during this period of time. This time, we must catch Qin Ning and hand him over to Qin Yu. Let her sell her people over there and never come back, and we'll still be in charge of Xinjiang's first-class family. Qin Air stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a somber expression. Dad, this is a paternity test. Jiao, she is not Gu Chonghai's daughter at all. Qin Yu is sick and desperate. I think she approached Gu Chonghai for that doorway of Gu Chonghai's. Qin Wen sneered. Qin Yu played so flowery back then, living with different men. Who knows whose seed Qin Jiao is? She is indeed using Gu Chonghai. Otherwise how could she have told me that I could sell Qin Ning over there? Qin San flipped through the law books. Dad, have you noticed that when Jiao is with us, our business thrives, and when she's not, we fall flat on our face? Qin Wen tapped his head. Before Qin Ning came, did your mom go to Master Void and what did he say? I don't know, but just look at mom's attitude towards Qin Ning and what's happened in this period of time. Qin Ning must be a scourge. Qin Wen got up. Then get rid of this scourge and give her a great reversal. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the study was kicked open, and father and son turned their heads at the same time. Qin Ning walked in with a smile. I'm looking forward to your 2-level reversal. Chapter 106, My Fist is the Truth. Qin Wen made eye contact with his 2 sons, and the 3 fathers formed a triangle stand. Qin Ning was surrounded by them, and she didn't have a hint of panic, instead chatting leisurely. Trying to sell me out, aren't you? Qin Wen, pretending to be a misogynist is quite decent. Qin Wen glared at her. Since ancient times, where has a woman been allowed to be in power, or a woman who is married to a man? You just control Xinjiang. Why are you still holding on to the Qin family's power? You told the outside world that your mom took the White family and ran off with the money, but you know in your own heart where they really are? Qin Ning, after doing so many bad things, aren't you afraid of going to hell after death? Qin Ning applauded. Well said. We'll say more. I love to listen. Qin Wen, when Qin Jiao looks less and less like the Qin family, but if you guys check, you'll know that she's not the seed of the Qin family. Only you're too lazy to check, right? Qin Wen was a bit unnatural. What's the use of talking about this now? Didn't I pick you up? The butcher didn't treat you badly. Didn't you have a good life in that village? What can we as parents do? Wrong is wrong. After spending so much effort to raise Qin Jiao, are we going to raise you an illiterate? Qin Ning looked at him slyly. Qin Wen, what you're saying isn't human, and what you're doing isn't personnel. Qin Wen straightened his clothes. Qin Ning, you're in no position to talk about me. Which of the things you've done are personnel? Since you've been back, the family has been restless and broken. Now the Qin family, were still a first-class family, has become the laughingstock of the circle. The big Qin family is letting an uneducated married woman take control. Do you still want us to be human beings? What are you coming back for? If you hadn't come back, or obeyed and married Xie Ming, would the Qin family have come to this? Finished? Qin Wen multiplied his attack. As long as you let go, return the Qin clan to your big brother, quit the Qin estate, divorce Xinjiang, and marry this Ming, I can pretend that nothing happened, and the Qin family will be your strongest backing. Qin Ning pulled out his ears. Dog blood drama doesn't even play out like this. Qin Wen, even though it's dark, you can't have such a good dream. One by one, they are all stupid. By the Qin Jiao mother and daughter to play the ball. Qin Yu is trying to destroy the Qin family. A living mouth are not left. You still beautiful with her cooperation. And finally died, do not know how to die. Qin Wen snorted. Qin Ning never had any good intentions. Qin San on the side couldn't help but speak out. Qin Ning, you can't compare to Jiao Jiao. When she was at home, our business flourished, and you come back and throw her out, and we've got to have our careers in tatters. You're a selfish person with a bad life, and it directly affects our lives. But if you have any conscience, then get out of here and let Jiao Jiao come back. Aren't you depressed? Aren't you on a hunger strike? Can't pretend anymore? Pretend during the day. Secretly eat and drink in the room at night. Look down. Except for a freshly eaten beer belly, can you still see the toes? Qin Er unconsciously touched his stomach, blaming Qin Ning, who was suspended from his job and had no way to work and exercise, and hadn't done any body management lately. Qin Er concurred. Third brother is right. When Jiao Jiao is at home, walking either for surgery or revising literature will be successful. But since you've been back, we've had a steady stream of bad luck, and you're the bane of Mom's existence. Yes, I go on the scourge. Qin Jiao is a koi. You are stupid. Take a wild seed and compare with me. You also deserve to. Qin Ning applauded again. Well said. Not looking for reasons from oneself, but talking about destiny. In that case, I'll show you what a scourge is. If we don't do this the hard way, then I'll have to do it. Let's start with the weakest Qin Er. Qin Er immediately tensed up, and once father and son looked at each other, they decided to make a preemptive strike. Qin Wen raised his hand. Qin Ning, you forced us to do this. You're too greedy. Greedy? No, it's you who are too greedy. It's Qin Zhao who's too greedy. Qin Wen's slap didn't hit Qin Ning, but was instead tightly twisted by Qin Ning's wrist. Qin Wen, let me tell you a secret. Here there are surveillance cameras everywhere. I know everything you guys eat, drink, and every day. I even know how many sheep's balls you pooped today. Qin Wen was infuriated. Qin Ning, you're a pervert. I'm going to kill you. Qin Ning first gave Qin Er Qin San, who had come up to hit her, a kick, and continued to say to Qin Wen, you know why your dick doesn't work? It's because the attending physician is one of mine. Ha ha. Do you know why Angela Beck seduced you? Because I compelled her. Do you know why your sons are so stupid? You think it's all because of the drugs? No, it's not. Because you can't with the medicine. And Angela White can't get pregnant. So she had to get someone to impregnate her. And the only reason these kids look like you is because they got plastic surgery. In your likeness, there's the nose, there's the eyes, there's the shape of the face. Qin Wen shook his head straight. No way, no way. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Qin Ning sighed, pulling out the paternity test and the videos and chat records of Bai Jiruo with different men. Why don't you believe me? I'm the only one of your biological children. Unfortunately, she died at the age of 12. Qin Er and Qin San screamed loudly at the impossibility. Qin Ning threw away Qin Wen, who was watching the video, moved his neck and walked towards the two. Half an hour later, Qin Wen asked her dully, impossible, I can hear. Qin Ning's face was full of blood and his smile was a little creepy. Can hear my heart right? Oh. Qin Wen's pupils grew bigger and bigger. His head hurt more and more, and he finally held his head and screamed at the top of his lungs. You're not Qin Ning. Qin Shi's family of 5 and Qin Xing's family of 5 were all standing in the first floor hall, listening to the screams coming from the study on the second floor. Their hearts followed with a tug. It must have hurt. An hour later, Qin Ning walked down covered in blood, looking at them with an expression that still carried the afterglow of his violent anger. Qin Shi immediately pulled out his ears. Daughter-in-law, are our clothes still confiscated? Xu Shi immediately turned around. Right deal. Go home and collect your clothes. Qin Xing could barely stand. Daughter-in-law, what confiscation in our family? Nanny all but burrowed into his arms. Confiscate me. Qin Yan walked over carefully. What do we need to do? Sister. Qin Ning didn't look back. No one will hit the idea of Qin's homestead in the future. You guys keep an eye on the home, and by the way, diligently look at those plants, and let me know when they die. Qin Yan stood at attention at a slight rest. Don't worry, sister. We will definitely complete the mission. Qin Ning's voice came from the distance. If you don't cause trouble or fear trouble, I'll protect you. Otherwise, you'll end up like those guys. I'll do what I say. My fist is the truth, and I hope you fully realize that truth. Chapter 107, The Infernal Affairs of Husbands and Wives. Qin Yan swallowed and turned around. Should we go up and take a look? Qin Fong shook his head. No go. I'm firmly united with my sister. I'm afraid of pain. Qin Yu tugged at her sleeve. Second brother. Sister is your sister. Then who am I? Qin Fong spoke solemnly. Cousin. Qin Yu deflated. Listen, Mom. Is this human language? Xu Shi patted her daughter's shoulder. Follow your sister and you don't have to worry in life. Your grandpa and uncles mean the same thing. It's your sister's personal matter. After all, it was the Qin family that wronged her first. If Mom didn't watch over you and you were switched, what should have been a life of fine clothes was now ruined for a third of it, and returned home to be used as a substitute marriage. What would you do with parents and brothers who are blind in the eyes and heart? So yeah, we have no right to be involved in this. so listen to the people and eat your heart out. And adjourn. Qin Xing and Nan Nian looked up towards the stairs, just in time to see Fu Ning coming down. Fu Kunin bowed and reached out. Please move over. Masters as well as young masters and young ladies, it's time to set up the security defenses here. Qin Ning returned home and went straight to the upstairs bedroom without turning on the lights. Shen Zhouxing came back and opened the light and was still startled. Ninger, when did you come back? Qin Ning turned around slyly. It's long since returned. Then why don't you turn on the lights? I'm thinking about life. Thinking now? Qin Ning shook his head. No, don't want to think about it. Too tired. Shen Zhouxiang walked over and Qin Ning backed away. Don't come over. Shen Zhouxing directly laughed. I just want to lend you a shoulder. Nothing else. Qin Ning shook his head. The smell of blood on me is too heavy to wash off. Shen Zhouxing directly wrapped his arm around her and patted his shoulder. Lend you a hand. Shen Zhouxing, I've wasted many people. Shen Zhouxing lowered his head and raised his right hand to stroke Qin Ning's hair. That's what they owe you. I put the white family in the tur. Shen Zhouxing shook his head. Ninger is the kindest. Birds don't. How much air environmental hygiene must be up to standard. I beat Qin Jing and Qin Ling into a vegetative state, sent their in-laws to the poles, and now they're both popsicles. That's what they get for maiming people. I got someone to seduce Qin Yuan and Qin Wana. Ninger is being charitable, making money for her partners and contributing to the policing of society at the same time. Qiner and Qinter are lying down, too. Well played. That's two dumbasses with their elbows out. Qin Wen is crazy, rather cheaply. Qin Jiao was sold by me. Qin Yu tried to sell me. I willed the trick and sold them both. 400,000 for one, 800,000 for two, and the money went directly to a girl who takes in stray critters. My Nell is just loving. Qin Ning raised his head. Don't you think I'm vicious? Shen Zhouxing laughed softly, cupping her face with both hands. They were at fault first, hurting you over and over again. Ninger was only acting in self-defense. It's just that Ninger won't let me intervene. If I were to handle it, none of them would survive. Ning is still too kind. You know, wildfire can't be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring breeze. As long as they're alive, there's a possibility of a comeback. Qin Ning hummed arrogantly. Do you know what a person's greatest happiness is when faced with pain? What is it? It's death. And I like to leave them in despair again and again. Shen Zhouxing took the opportunity to drop a kiss on her forehead. It's good that Ninger is happy. Qin Ning gave him a blank stare. You've gone rogue. Right. Fine. It's all yours. Half an hour later, Shen Zhouxing lay straight down. The system couldn't stop shaking its head, though there was no head. I thought your heart was harder than a rock. How did you touch the strongest poison in the world? Qin Ning glanced at the person on the bed who was hypnotized by her. Sent to the door. When it's time to enjoy, you still have to enjoy it. Reserved for whom? Shen Zhouxing won't betray you. Why do you want him to forget the conversation just now? The Qin family, those 10 or so people you didn't hypnotize. Qin Ning lay on the bed and pulled a quilt over herself. Qin Shi and Qin Xing's family don't have the guts to do that. Even if I kill someone in front of them, they wouldn't dare to say anything about it. And as for Shen Zhouxing, we're a contractual couple. So what if one day he blackmails me with my secret? They're true to you. Qin Ning was blindfolded. Unity, you don't understand. In the human world, you can say that it is a physical relationship, a relationship of interest, a relationship of cooperation, but don't ever believe in sincerity. Besides, you've been with so many hosts, don't you have any experience at all? All the hosts are married and have children. Marry several, 10 or 8. Men are only curious, competitive, interested and philandering. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. After an unknown amount of time, the room resounded with the sound of Qin Ning's even and regular breathing, and Shen Zhouxing opened his eyes and dropped a kiss on Qin Ning's forehead. Pulling out his cell phone, he dialed a number, and 3 seconds later, a noisy voice came out of the phone. Boss, it's the middle of the night on your end, and you're not sleeping. Did you let your sister-in-law kick it into the study? Shen Zhouxing hummed. Actually, I don't want to contact you. A single dog. It's just that I had to do it today. Did you get 2 new arrivals on your end? A mother and daughter. Ha, boss, how did you know? I marked it up. 1.6 million for the mother-daughter sisters. What's going on? You want to redeem it? Does sister-in-law agree? If a guy named Gu Chonghai goes fishing, he'll ask for $80 million. Gu Chonghai? That name is a bit familiar. Ha, you ate his business the other day. Except that the skinny camel is still a bit stronger than the horse. I'll just get him killed. No need. When he gets it up, you keep eating so you make more money. Ha ha, boss, it's still you who's smart enough to raise fish. Okay, I'll do it. Get someone to hypnotize that mother-daughter duo to make them forget how they passed. Got it. I'm all about talent here. Don't worry. Shen Zhouxing hung up the phone and dialed another one, and although there were no noisy voices on the other side, What came through were indescribable sounds. Shin Zhouxing instantly felt that his cell phone was contaminated. I'll give you 3 minutes to end the fight and call back. The old, big, 3 minutes. Don't reflect my strength. Shin Zhouxing blackened his face and gritted his teeth as he cursed. Roll. After that, he got up and went out to sterilize the phone. As soon as the door to the room closed, Qin Ning opened his eyes, his mouth tinged with a hidden smile. The system's CPU is fried. What the hell are these two doing? Staying up in the middle of the night, playing Infernal Affairs? Chapter 108, Qin Ning beats up again. Time is like a string of delusion, and soon it will be the day of Old Man Shin's 70th birthday. Qin Ning lying at home to collect money also over the days of hair. It is time to get up and move the muscles. Yang Feng's frozen tears and snot are frozen. Whose boss in the North Wind Owl Winter Ride convertible? But even though his body was cold, his boss gave him a lot, so he had to overcome even the hardest and the coldest. Just entering the door, Shin Nan Nan greeted her. Usually she lives outside. Today is the old man's birthday. Her mother had to let her come back. Always feeling a bit embarrassed by his status, he sat in the corner until his elder brother and sister-in-law returned. She affectionately crossed Qin Ning's arm. Is sister-in-law cold? Come warm yourself. There's a lot of your favorite food in the restaurant today. Big brother asked the restaurant to prepare it. Oh, very much in my heart. This child how to know that I am hungry. I am at home is to eat a little snack. A packet of snail powder. A bag of boneless chicken claws. 10 or so girls. 2 bottles of Coke. A cup of milk tea. A small hot pot, which puts a few not too pressure hungry oolong king crab. Sea cucumbers and abalone have not eaten a few. Shin Nan Nan unconsciously stared at her stomach. After eating so much, her stomach was so flat? Was it a hallucination that one piece of cupcake made his little tummy rise? Qin Ning took off her military coat, beautifully went straight to the restaurant. Quickly go. People are iron and rice is steel. A meal is not eaten hungry. Walking around, he realized that Shin Nan Nan froze in place. Go, what are you waiting for? Shin Nui wanted to cry. Sister-in-law, I actually have a little tummy. Qin Ning turned around and reached out to pinch her twice on her little tummy. Want to know how to not have a little tummy? Shin Nui nodded her head into full auto. Wanna know? Qin Ning grinned and pulled her to the 3rd floor. 10 minutes later, Shin Nui was wearing 2 twisted braids and tied 2 pink bows. He was wearing a pink cartoon jumper, blue sweatpants, and a pair of pops. Crystallized teardrops hung on her face as she grieved for her sister-in-law's later great niece. A mom who thinks she has a great eye for fashion, and if she doesn't wear it, she'll pack her fists. It never occurred to her that the original way to not have a baby belly was not to eat less, not to fast, not to lose weight. Rather, as long as the clothes are looser, the flesh will always be shadowless. She regretted it. How good could her fashion sense be for someone who wore a military coat in the middle of winter and drove an open top? Qin Ning is still beautiful. She is a high ponytail, light blue cartoon sweater, light pink sweatpants, wearing a pair of creamy yellow pop shoes, the whole person like a color palette. They were the 2 prettiest cubs in the crowd. Xu Xian originally wanted her daughter to take advantage of this opportunity to get a blind date, but just a little bit of work not to see how to become so rustic appearance. Nui, where's your gown? Who matched it for you? The crowd looked together to a nearby pallet. Wasn't that obvious? 2 of the most bizarrely costumed people in the room. Xu Xian darkened her face. Qin Ning, you can just be so casual yourself. Why did you bring my daughter with you? Shin Nan Nan hurriedly pulled her. Mom, it was me who felt that the gown was a bit tight before I wore my sister-in-law's dress. Zhu Yilin laughed twice from the sidelines. Don't be angry, Auntie, your master. The poor are rich at first sight. She probably thinks these clothes are the best. Even with all the money in her hands, her vision is limited to the village. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd as Zhu Yilin finished speaking. Shin Nan Nan directly threw off her face. Cousin, no one is qualified to talk about my sister-in-law. What's fashionable or not? That's just the definition of a person. What we wear for comfort is what I consider fashionable. What's so great about gowns? Skipping meals a day in advance to make the lines look good. Is that what you consider fashionable? Zhu Xiuyan impatiently told her to shut up. You don't know anything. Don't talk too much and listen to your sister. Don't deal with ruthless people in the future. Don't you know what the Qin family has become? Anyone who deals with her is missing, hospitalized, and insane. Mom, you can't control me. It's all those people who bullied sister-in-law first, and you're not allowed to fight back when you're bullied. Who made the rules? Zhu Xiuyan raised her hand and was pulled back by Zhu Yilin. Auntie, my sister is still young. Don't get angry. Nui, the most frightening thing in this world is the human heart. You can't be fooled by falsehoods. All the people here today are talented people from the world's families, and she dressed up as a village girl just like her. Her heart can be killed. And look at what you're wearing. It's ugly. Shin Nan Nan stomped her foot in anger. I think it's pretty. It's up to you. Zhu Xiuyan slapped her across the face. Shut up and go change. Qin Ning pulled his face out of the birthday peach that was bigger than his face and walked slowly towards Zhu Yilin. Did your parents give birth to you to detoxify the body? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhu Yilin was a little scared and hid behind her aunt. Xu Ziyan thought about how many people were present. Forgive her for not daring. Qin Ning, as your elder, I must. Before the words were finished, the person had already been lifted up by Qin Ning by the neck. Zhu Yilin went up to pull, and was met with a roundhouse kick from Qin Ning, and her entire body was slammed to the side of a coiled dragon pillar. Xu Ziyan's face turned into an eggplant from the pinch, and Qin Ning pulled the corner of his mouth and did a big spin directly before throwing himself on Zhu Yilin. Then straightening his clothes, he lifted his foot and walked over to her, stomping down, reaching out and slapping her face. Zhu Xiuyan, did I ever tell you not to mess with me? Xu Ziyan covered her stomach and burst into tears from the pain. Qin Ning you. Qin Ning didn't want to listen to her nonsense at all, and slapped her unconscious. Shen Nan Nan, take your mom and disappear. If it wasn't for your sake, I would have wasted her today. Shen Nan Nan nodded her head repeatedly. Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll definitely keep an eye on her. Saying that, he beckoned the servants to carry Zhu Xiuyan away. Qin Ning glanced down at Zhu Yilin, lifted her and threw her out directly, and said in a cold voice, in the future, stray dogs and stray cats are allowed to enter this place. Only Zhu family members aren't. Anyone who dares to let them in, I'll show you what I can do. You hear me? The bodyguards and servants replied in unison. Yes, great young grandmother. The people who had originally followed to watch the fun started to get scared. So it turned out that Qin Ning was not only lawless in the Qin family, she was even more reckless in the Shen family. After beating up his stepmother-in-law, driving away the Zhu family, threatening the crowd, and gnawing half of Master Shen's birthday peach, the key is that not only do they have strength, but they also have a big backing. The one on the second floor was watching the whole time, and smiled very gently. The vignette came to an end, and the old man's birthday banquet began. Shen Heng angrily came down the stairs and pointed at Qin Ning. You have a big nerve. How dare you hurt Xiuyan? Qin Ning only threw a punch, and the servants withdrew Shen Heng, who had 2 nosebleeds. Shen old man grudgingly looked at her. The Shen family and Qin Ning, the 8 characters do not match. He would like to have a peaceful birthday, but do not go wrong. Happy, everyone eat and drink well. Do not care about them. Qin Ning is helping them to detoxify. The people were seated one after another, except that next to Qin Ning, there was no one else in a 2-meter radius except for Shen Zhouxing. She looked east and west, full of confusion. Husband, where is your family's honesty and propriety? Shen Zhouxing pointed to 2 meters away, the 2 shivering masses. Isn't that over there? Chapter 109, the Shen family has so many things going on. Qin Ning glanced, humph, without that ability, even thought of cooperating with Zhu Yilin. That woman is full of flowers. Is it you use her or she use you? Shen Zhouchang felt that his back had been burned with 2 large holes by Qin Ning's eyes. He was wrong. He shouldn't have been compelled by that woman Zhu Yilin. Shen Zhouxing put down his cutlery, his expression grim and his tone icy. Qin Ning shivered. Who messed with her contract husband? Shen Zhouchang immediately ran over. Big brother, you called out to me. Shen Zhouxing pointed to the opposite seat. Sit down and eat. Shen Zhouxing asked, how is your company doing? Have the new products been released? Have you hired a spokesperson? And how did the trade show go? Shen Zhouchang took a napkin and wiped the sweat rising from his forehead. Big brother, don't worry. The new product conference was already held 3 days ago. As for endorsements, it's not finalized yet. A few have been chosen and the asking price is too high. What kind of spokespersons do you use? It's easy to explode. The ones you chose. The one known as the Jade Lady has a 3-year-old son. The one known as the National Girlfriend has a Gold Master. And the one known as the Happy Fruit has depression. Shen Zhouchang's sweat was like a waterfall. He couldn't stop wiping it off anyway. What does Big Brother mean? Shen Zhouxing glanced at Qin Ning, then said, let the customer become the spokesperson, and the true feelings of people who have used it are more popular. Shen Zhouchang breathed a sigh of relief. Good, then we'll do as Big Brother says. Sweating so much, you're losing your kidneys. You're so young. Young people nowadays really don't know how to take care of their bodies. Shen Zhouchang really wanted to dump the medical report in front of her that he was all normal. Also physical examination it. Should not check all the check. Should check and not check. This kid a little nephritis if not treated, later may become more and more serious. It does not matter. Just right. One less to spend money on. Xin Yuan was shaken. The husband and wife will look at each other. A moment later, the eldest son pulled to hospitalization. Shen Zhouxing raised his eyebrows. How is it on your side? Shen Zhouxer? How's the game development going? Shen Zhouxer sat upright. Big brother, this game is in post-production and is expected to be ready in half a month. Your good friend has already sold the game to your rival. they'll have it up and running in 5 days. You'll be a plagiarist in half a month. Qin Ning shook his head while savoring the delicacy. No matter men or women, they must not easily trust others. People, they can only ever trust themselves. Shinzhou time lack of love. Be coaxed so a few words, then floating do not know their own last name. Telling the company's secrets and secrets. Fortunately, Shin Zhouxing did not let him enter Shin's, but only let him be in charge of the game development of a small company. Shin Zhou sure couldn't believe it. The hand holding the cell phone was trembling and didn't know how to be good. It doesn't matter if the game is sold. After all, this game won't be hot. The next one will be. The key problem is that his friend is a scum-eating bastard who eats what he gets, drinks what you get, and finally sells you. Qin Ning raised his head to look at Shin Zhouxer. Boys and girls, you are very valuable. Oh, that man not only sell your game, not long after the sale of you out of the country. Oh, Shin Zhouxer's palm-sized small face was pale as paper, both eyes rolled over, and he just fainted in a watery manner. Shin Zhouxing looked at Shin Hong, second uncle. Zhouxer's health is not too good, don't go out for now, I'll make other arrangements for his work. Shin Yuan nodded his head repeatedly. Good. You are the big brother. For the sake of the brother, the second uncle is very touched. Don't worry, the second uncle is more familiar with the game development, and will definitely study one to earn money. Shin Zhouxing nodded his head. In that case, then I'll trouble second uncle. Shin Yuan waved his hand. We are all family, we help each other. That is, can you ask your daughter-in-law to take her knife back? For fear, Shin Yuan is still a bit useful. He has one of the largest game companies. The company is headquartered abroad. The domestic small game companies want to come back to get a piece of the pie. It is necessary to cooperate with my husband. You 50-50 is. I'm more than fair. Shin Yuan only dared to sneak and skim. He contributed people. He contributed efforts. He stayed up all night. It's not like he can't afford this money. And in the end, he has to split it 50-50 with Shin Zhouxing. It feels so bad. The heart is a little bit bad. The oldest son has a kidney infection. The second son has no opinion. The third son goes to the hospital every day trying to put an egg on his face. And the youngest son doesn't leave the house all day and always has a kind of egg on his face sadness. Gu Ling, Shin Yuan's wife, walked straight toward Qin Ning with a bit of currying favor. Ning, you're so optimistic and cheerful. Can you make a move for Auntie too? That little brother of yours, that's Shin Zhouxin. He doesn't come out of his room all day, and he doesn't want to even us. 3 meals a day are left at the door and he doesn't even come out to get them until we leave. Despite his physical handicap, he is my child after all, and I just want 3 of him to be happy. Tuzi, look at other people's mothers. They can accept their children's defects and just want them to be happy. Look at my mom, she just wants me to die. In that case, I'll give you a hand for the sake of motherhood. Gu Ling couldn't stop her joy. She knew Qin Ning had a way. People have said that the greater the temper, the greater the ability. Qin Ning put down the cutlery and Shinzhou behavior wiped her mouth. You're wiping in the same order as I wipe my ass. It gives me the wrong impression. Shin Zhouxing black face. This guy, there is no little romantic cells. Half an hour later, Gu Ling had gained a cheerful daughter, and Qin Ning had gained a card. Both parties are satisfied. Shinzhu and his wife Nemo Sweet looked straight at her, pulling out 2 cards in Qin Ning's heart-cursing eyes. He requested, just let one of the 4 children return to normal. Although Qin Ning had received the card, his facial features twisted with worry. Shin Zhouxin is a psychological problem. You can use hypnosis. Your family got these 4 is not purely psychological problems. There are physiological problems. Hypnosis plus fist should be able to break over a. Shin Zhouxi took a step back directly. He and Ashang had a stable relationship and were about to register abroad. Qining smiled a little creepily and gave him a straight-up chair thump. Dude, look at me. Shin Zhouxi directly closed his eyes. Qin Ning directly on the handbuckle. You're that boyfriend. I don't care to say you. People are in double. Men and women, in the old family have a daughter-in-law, have a pair of children, and a villa and luxury car, are bought with your money, happy not? In order not to strike your dignity and face, I'll just hypnotize you. Shin Zhouxi couldn't believe it. It couldn't be. How could Ashang lie to him? Alas, 30 days a month. He traveled 15 days. Running at both ends is not easy. If it is me, I am now with hundreds of people, with a fleet of cars, directly blocked in front of his house, pulling up banners, saying congratulations to the Zhang family's son in Shengjing selling as-earned villas and luxury cars and savings, then take the transfer records and sue. Hey, it's not labeled as a gift. The lawsuit will get it back. Oh, Shin Zhouxi suddenly stood up. Sister-in-law, I suddenly remembered that there is something I need to settle. When I come back I will definitely accept your hypnosis. Qin Ning bristled. I'll believe the hell out of you. Shin Zhouxi directly bowed. Sister-in-law, 3 days later walk with the money to find you at the door. After saying this, he ran away. Qin Ning was also helpless. Love brains were the hardest to hypnotize, and there was also the possibility of a backlash. By the time she becomes a relationship brain again, it's scary to think about. Qin Ning shook his head. It's better to start with Shinjoi. Turning his head, the guy was picking at his cell phone, his fingers flipping, and if you didn't know better, you'd think he was playing Strictly Come Dancing. Alas, there's so much going on in the Shin household. Chapter 110, Causes of Nosebleeds. Shinju excused himself to urinate and left for a while, wanting to count his son, that also need to see if he agrees or not. Qin Ning lowered his head and sent a message to Lian. The opportunity to earn money is coming, so take advantage of it. Shinjoshing looked towards Qin Ning as a thought suddenly popped into his mind, but this thought was immediately squashed by Qin Ning's heartfelt voice. She knew this guy has vision. Know what I like video. Good. Shinjoshing's face was full of helplessness. It must be that girl Qinyu who sent Ninger the video of the abs man dancing again. Since she likes it so much, it's not impossible to learn a bit of it herself. He was looking forward to Ning Air's reaction, while Qin Ning was watching the video. Shinjoi and Shinjolian were escaping. Just as he was about to get his way, he was lifted and thrown back by Qin Ning with one hand. Little Auntie Ah. The two of them were named incorrectly. Who uses the word lian for clean for a girl, and who uses the word billion for a boy? Isn't it okay for a girl to be called Lotus as in lotus, or love as in love? Can't I use the word E for boys? Which one can't use E as in Yida, or easy as in easy? You tell me who blindly made a mess of naming this. The crowd looked at Elder Shin together. Elder Shin argued with reason. This was specially chosen by Master Void. They said that these children all have a great calamity. They must use such a word. Qin Ning drifted out a sentence slyly. Yeah, whose old man is called Shin Painting. Why aren't you called Shin Hua Hua? Elder Shin directly blackened his face. What do you mean, Qin Ning? Are you questioning Master Void? Qin Ning had already heard Master Void's name twice. One from Bai Jirua's mouth saying that she was on the scourge, and the other for naming the Shin family. It seems that this Void Master has a bond with her. Shinjoshing smiled at the favor. My name was chosen by my grandmother, not that whatsoever Void Master. Qin Ning gave a thumbs up. It's still our milk that has standards. Shin looked at the master to see that she directly hollowed out their own. Angry breath cannot come up. Almost fainted. Boat line you just watch him so bullying me. I think back then, when your parents didn't want you and your grandmother was very sick, if I hadn't brought you up, how would you have gotten where you are today? Shinjoshing gritted his teeth. You just took me for a day, or I made you 3 meals a day. Qin Ning laughed out loud. Yes, just one day, and then threw it to the nanny. And from then on used that one day of favor to morally kidnap Shinjoshing for years, and also gave Zhu Ziyan the illusion that as long as she controlled the old man, she could threaten Shinjoshing. Qin Ning once again reminded, no matter boys or girls, when you get married, you must look at the IQ. Too stupid will really affect the next generation to get IQ. For example, Grandma found Qin Shang, a philandering man with a somewhat worrisome IQ, and then gained a bunch of stupid children. For example, Qin Wen had found Bai Jiruo, a woman whose heart was ruthless and whose intelligence didn't match again. For example, Shin Han laughed at Zhu Xiuyan, a stupid woman, and her in-law's grandmother found Shin Painting, a phoenix man with a worrisome IQ and a worrisome EQ. The key hasn't been alive as long as he has, so it's good to find a few with a passable IQ. Otherwise the large Shin family not Shinjoshing himself, then this big young grandmother is not happy. Old man Shin looked at Qin Ning's scornful eyes, unimpressed mouth, full of these looked down on the expression. He did not dare to get angry, and then angry he could not get up, but Qin Ning went too far, and his eldest grandson didn't care. Shinju directly told the old man to shut up. Nothing was as important as his own son or daughter right now. He and Sugar tried, too old and out of shape to really be able to have a baby. At 10 o'clock the birthday dinner was over and they took the old man to his bedroom. He also invited Qin Ning to their residence and escorted Shinjoi, Shinjolian and Shinjochi over. My husband said he'd give me a surprise tonight. I don't know how big it is. I'm still looking forward to it. Mo Sweet reached out and poked her. Can you stop thinking about surprises for a while? You have to do something after receiving money. Qin Ning grinned. Oops, husband is too good. Easy to get on the highway and run off course. I look at Shinjo Billion, 23 almost 24 years old. Or the following, brother you at least fight the old Shin family is a top luxury Shinju wanted to gut this son right now. Ning was right. The old Shin family would always stand above the others. Shinjo Billion is also very aggrieved he wanted to come back, but 10 times failed 11 times. Qin Ning patted him on the shoulder. Brother, come inside. Sister-in-law will talk to you about life. For the first time, Ingsweet felt that 50 minutes was comparable to 5 centuries. Aren't we talking about life? What's with the fists? Did Ning talk about life with his fists? 50 minutes later, Shinjoi came out. although his nose was bruised and swollen, but he was very excited and went straight to the 4th floor. He wanted to learn Kung Fu. Qin Ning shrugged. Little auntie. He'll learn Kung Fu next and won't be addicted to male sex, as long as his attention is distracted. Also both men and women, their love is not that strong to go to that top club in Xinjiang. As long as they were clean and good looking, all of them were invited over, at least dozens or hundreds of them, to take turns seducing him every day. Let him go from excitement to passion and finally revulsion until he falls flat. Sweet came right in with, "Can the kidneys stand it?" Qin Ning darkened his face. "It's bearable. He can't last that long. Isn't it a bit immoral? What if he and his boyfriend are really in love?" Qin Ning laughed out loud. "True love? Auntie, you're too cute. Your son is just a plaything for others, and you're talking about true love? The other side has played all over Xinjiang. Only your son is too stupid to believe it, and that person already has the disease. If we don't avoid it, Shinjoi will die." Mo Sweet immediately went out. "Ning is working hard. I'll go make arrangements now. It's best to keep that man under surveillance, so he doesn't have any chance of contacting your son." Shinju immediately arranged to keep Mot on. After all, there are still 2 unresolved. Shinjolian and Shinjochi were shivering. One of them was out of love and the other was in love. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Qin Ning sat on the sofa, his hands holding his arms. Just stop the cart of these 2 goods. They have become someone else's blood bag. Sweet finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Ning performed another simple mental suggestion on the 2 before leaving. Only 2 hours later, Qin Ning went into the hospital. Etiology, nosebleed spurts that simply won't stop. Reason, Xinyu posted too many videos. Xinyu looked at her brother-in-law who was wearing a suit and was serious. She wanted to cry. How could this be? She's just sharing out of the goodness of her heart. Is her sister so mentally challenged? Qin Ning weakly pointed at Shin Zhouxing. God damn it. He wants to plant beauty to seek money and kill people. Shin Zhouxing grabbed her hand. Ninger, don't worry. I will severely criticize Qinyu. Ninger, quickly go stop the bleeding. Don't talk. Listen. Shin Zhouxing, you're shameless. You're a. Shin Zhouxing looked back. It was good that he had already advanced into the treatment room. Their family did not hear any useful information. Meanwhile, Old Man Shin was nearly scared to death because Zhu Yilin, who had been thrown out by Qin Ning, had unexpectedly appeared in his room. Zhu Yilin's 5 senses twisted. Shin Zhouxing, can't be your wife. I will be your milk. Chapter 111, Renewal of Contract for another 2 years. Ever since Qin Ning was found to be anemic, the food she could get into her mouth became red and black. Looked at the plate and saw nothing but a black blob and a red blob. Qin Ning couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Mr. Shin, can we have some other colors? A blood tonic. What else do you want? Qin Ning thought for 3 seconds. Come on, green bar. I'm more interested. The color green is good. It represents hope and peace. Shin Zhouxing sighed. Ninger, if you eat this meal again, I'll give you something green. On the head? Shin Zhouxing was filled with black lines. Girls shouldn't have so much imagination. Qin Ning squeezed her eyebrows. Shin Zhouxing thought she was covered in prickly scratches. After half a day's agonizing, she still asked, Honey, is it acceptable for our milk to have a little green on her head? Shin Zhouxing froze. Which milk is our milk referring to? Qin Ning gave him a blank look. It must be your milk. I've already been green on my nipples. A fiancé, a pregnant fiancé, and the ashes were divided. Shin Zhouxing pulled the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, there is no green on our milk's head. Qin Ning spoke directly. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhu Yilin, she's already had her way. Shin Zhouxing got up. Ninger, wait a moment. I'll take something for you to see. 10 minutes later, Shin Zhouxing walked over holding an exquisite box. Master, it's an antique. It's good stuff. Is it worth anything? At least 200 million. Qin Ning's eyes glowed, then returned to normal. He was a somewhat moral person. He couldn't rob others. Shin Zhouxing sat beside her and opened the box. This is the dowry that grandmother's mother passed down to her. Their Shin family has been a big family from ancient times, and the family has produced many first-ranking officials. This box is old, 500 or 600 years old at the very least. The jewelry is even more priceless, and it is all passed on to women and not to men. Grandma didn't have any daughters. She wanted to give it to my mom, but they got divorced. So let me keep it and save it for my granddaughter-in-law. Before I was afraid to scare you by taking it out. Now I'm also scared. Although it's worth a lot of money. Although we have to be very close to each other. But we are a contractual couple. What if the time is up? Shin Zhouxing froze for a moment, then solemnly said, Ninger, can I renew my contract? Qin Ning's face was full of questions. We haven't finished this contract yet. Why are you thinking of renewing it? Shin Zhouxing placed the box in her hand. Ninger, look, are my looks qualified? Yes. What about height and build? Qualified. Where's the time? Qin Ning looked down at the jewelry, her tone slightly squirming. Not bad. Shin Zhouxing laughed lightly. What about my earning power? First class. Am I a philanderer? Don't see it at the moment. So is it okay if I renew my contract for 2 years with this box of jewelry? 2 years? Are you sure? Sure. After all, you'll only be 25 by then, the best age for a girl, and it won't hold you back. Qin Ning put away the box. No problem. Shin Zhouxing took out a contract from behind his back. Ninger sign. Qin Ning wrote her name on it with a dragon's flourish. Shin Zhouxing received a call from Yang Xian and left with the contract. The more Qin Ning thought about it, the more wrong she was asking. How come the contract was even renewed? She sold herself for another 2 years? As he was chagrined, he slapped his head and pulled out his cell phone and made a call to Shin Zhouxing. Shin Zhouxing came directly. Ninger, I'm going on a business trip. There's a card on the dining table. You can go shopping if you're bored. Qin Ning bumbled the card into his pocket and didn't forget to drop a line about being safe. The system has shut itself down. It looks quite smart. How can it be sold and still count the money for others? Shin Zhouxing is in a good mood. He wants to slowly renew the contract. Renewed to this life, and then renewed to the next life. Yang Xian looked at the man sitting in the office leisurely drinking tea. Really want to sue. This treacherous businessman's so-called business trip is hiding in the dark to start cleaning up people. The Shu family, in particular, had hit on the old man. They don't know it yet, do they? The old lady had divorced the old man before she died. The fact that the old man can continue to live in the Shin family is the result of the boss's leniency. I wonder how they will react when they know the basket is empty. And Qin Ning was not idle. After Yang Feng drove a few times in the open-top fever, she decided to learn to drive. Just the entire Xingjing 1538 driving schools, 3,500 instructors, more than 15,000 coaches all suffered a tragedy. During Yang Xian's debriefing, Shin Zhouxing learned that his wife, who had just renewed her contract, had knocked down the walls of more than 1,000 driving schools and damaged the offices of more than 400. Again, due to coaches talking loudly, talking without patience, calling her a big dumbass, etc. All the coaches who took her, none of them were spared, and the cars Qin Ning drove are now sent to the scrapyard. One enrollment fee of 1,800 and a driving school's compensation of up to $8 million. Half a month down the line, Qin Ning was like a frosted eggplant, and Yang Feng had been repaired. Zhu Yilin even made a point of running up to her to make fun of her, and not surprisingly, she was also beaten into the hospital by Qin Ning. Shin Zhouxing took a hospital overnight so that he could still save some medical expenses. After half a month of tossing and turning, Qin Ning finally had a new mount. Yang Feng still had gauze wrapped around his head, but when he saw his sister Ning's new ride, he still couldn't help but ask, does this need a license? Qin Ning shook his head. I don't think so. That's not bad, Sister Ning. You don't have to worry about getting carsick anymore. Qin Ning grinned. I even bought 2 on purpose, one for each of us. An hour later, Shin Zhouxing arrived at the traffic police brigade with a dark face. 2 donkeys were parked in the yard of the traffic police brigade. 2 people on the sidelines were watching a traffic law video. Seeing Shin Zhouxing, Qin Ning wailed. Hubby, I bought a horse. They said it wasn't. Isn't that a donkey? The city doesn't allow donkeys. Yang Feng pulled the corner of his mouth. Boss, Miss Traffic Police said this is a mule, born from a horse and a donkey. Qin Ning twisted his head incredulously. Impossible. This is a horse. 15,000 a head it. The seller said. Fake one to compensate for one. The payment is reduced by 10 times. Yang Feng immediately became excited. Immediately apply for a refund. This is a mule. $30,000 to buy 2 mules. A loss. Not 30,000. What? Qin Ning said in a serious manner. It wasn't bought for $30,000. I haggled. How much? 1,500 on both ends. Yang Feng laughed and twisted his head to look at the mule. Society my sister Ning, pointing at the mule as a horse. Qin Ning didn't care about Yang Feng's cynicism and only sought comfort in Shin Zhouxing's arms. Shin Zhouxing paid the fine and promised to keep the 2 mules in captivity. Throwing Yang Feng to Yang Xian, he went off by himself with his daughter-in-law and 2 mules. Chapter 112, Not Worthy of the Original Female Leader. After 20 days of peace and quiet, with no one to beat up, Qin Ning's hands were too itchy. Shin Zhouxing, worried about her depression, deliberately brought back to live in the Qin family garden, letting her toss in her own zoo. The great king of the mountain is forced to wear a bow hairband and the African savanna overlord is forced to wear a little pink dress. Packs of hyenas were gutted by her, and the always mentally stable capybara went berserk as she nagged her. He raced with an ostrich, climbed a tree with a monkey, and competed with a hippopotamus to see who could eat a watermelon faster. But he couldn't beat them and kicked them twice. Arctic wolves were brought to barking by her, and polar bears learned to squirm on the ground. Spinning around, he ended up singling out a kangaroo with a pair of boxing gloves. Watching the staff scream at the top of their lungs, the black bear wailed as she beat him, and the chimpanzee raged as she tricked him. teach macaws to seduce beautiful women and take mandarin ducks to learn dog paddling. Finally, ride an elephant around the property and let the huskies single out the coyotes in the process. Let the border herdsman go herding zebras, wearing a dress and letting the snow leopard chase her. No meat allowed if she can't catch up. A zoo is protesting en masse by the animals she use in Oz over. The director of the zoo told her that the plum garden was the prettiest today and that Missy could go and enjoy it. As a result, she sang Du Shir Nyang in the plum orchard with a microphone in her arms, and all the plum blossoms fell overnight. Chin family members worried about each person lost 4 or 5 pounds. How no one hit it. After oohing and awing the animals and oohing and awing the plants, is it time to ooh and awe them next? The more they thought about it, the more scared they got. The two families had a meeting overnight and finally investigated something. Qin Jiao is back? Qin Shi raised his hand and swore. Really? Ning Ning? Think about it. Second uncle can lie to anyone but he doesn't dare to lie to you. Qin Ning sighed. Even you found out. They're really high profile. Qin Shi was a bit confused. What did it mean? Qin Jiao got out 20 days ago. I always knew she wouldn't be locked up for long. Otherwise why would I practice my speed and stamina every day? We have to give the defeated a little time to prepare. Otherwise a punch KO. What do I play next? Qin Shi then realized that his great-niece knew everything. Not only did she get herself out, but she also saved the White family. Except they used blasting, which caused that island to be directly sunk in half. Today, the relevant international organizations have identified the bombing as a deliberate act of terrorism, and the organizer Gu Chonghai has been secretly arrested. The Gu family is collectively looking for Qin Yu's mother and daughter. Qin Shi looked backward. None of the family was looking at him, each looking at their own shoes. It seemed a bit awkward, so it turned out Ning knew everything. Qin Ning smiled and glanced at Qin Shi. How are a few of them doing? Qin Shi immediately replied. Qin Jing and Qin Ling have suffered from the failure of various organs, and through testing, the doctors found that it was due to their long-term consumption of toxic food. Two stupid love brains. Since I don't move them, they won't survive this spring festival. 20 years of poison. It's a miracle they've survived this long. They should be thanking me. Those two families are dead. It's revenge for them. Pack up and prepare for the aftermath. Bury them anywhere. Don't play and bury them with grandma. They don't deserve it. Also get someone to go to those two families' hometowns and expose their mistresses. Qin Ning, treat everyone equally. Qin Jing and Qin Ling murdered their biological mother and are guilty of capital punishment. Those two families can't have a good time living when they're counting on the Qin family. Okay. Also Qin Air and Qin San are still in the ICU. So far, everything is fine. Big brother is goofy and I have a children's playground set up with nannies there to take care of him. Qin Ning coldly grunted, rather cheaply. If he hadn't gone crazy first, there would have been a place for her in the plants now. By the way, Qin Yuan came back for a visit, and he said he wanted to get married. Agreed. We have to give him a big party. Hasn't Qin wanna come back? No. Hot love. Qin Ning got up. I've had enough fun at home. I'm going out to play. So you guys go about your business. After ordering things, Qin Yan furtively sent Qin Ning directly to the Shin family. Meanwhile, Qin Jiao sat down with Qin Yu and Bai Jiro as well as Zhu Xiyan. Qin Yu always felt that her daughter had changed a lot this time, talking and doing things more maturely than before. But after experiencing so much, how can I cope with Qin Ning that without growing some? Qin Jiao felt that she should be thankful to Qin Ning. Otherwise how could she have had a fever for 3 days and 3 nights because she was beaten? During the fever she had a dream that she was the heroine of the book. Xia Ming was the hero, Shin Zhouxing S was his spare tire, and she was the group favorite. And Qin Ning was nothing more than a spare tire that would allow Qin Ning to bounce around for a while he wasn't awakened. Now that he's back, she's going to take everything that's hers. So he raised his eyes and glanced at them. The next thing we need to discuss is how to deal with Qin Ning and get the assets in her hands. I don't share a common grudge with Qin Ning, and I won't let her off the hook for what she's done to me. Qin Yu sighed. I have nothing in my hands now. It's all been counted over by Qin Ning. Qin Jiao directly said in her ear, you go to my real father. You know in your heart that it's not Gu Chonghai, only he can help us now. Qin Yu got up and left. Bai Jirua covered her face. I'm the one who has nothing available. Divorced, no property, and with a family. Why didn't you just strangle her in the first place? Or would she have gotten us into this mess? Qin Jiao spoke impatiently. Mom, now has to be a priority to coax Dad, you guys to remarry. Zhu Xiuyan looked at them with disgust. They were all a group of women who were even more vicious than she was. Since you don't have anything, how can we work together? Is it hard for me to deal with Qin Ning alone? Besides, we can deal with her without you. The Zhu family. My Elaine is pregnant. I have leverage. What do you have? Qin Jiao's tone was bland. Qin Ning has no chest, only a few punches and kicks, and not the slightest bit of wisdom. Fighting we surely cannot beat, but moving his brain he is not as good as us, so I am going to be like this. Several people then engaged in a heated discussion about Qin Ning's brain, and Qin Ning on the road couldn't stop sneezing. Qin Yan immediately said, "Have you gotten cold, sister?" "No, it was someone cursing me. Qin Jiao must be a few of them, even get together to make ghost ideas against me. Ha, held back for more than 20 days. My fist can finally hit out of the way." Qin Ning twisted his head. "Are you still in contact with that weekend?" Qin Yan shook his head. "No, I don't dare. She's too powerful for my liking. Yes, small-minded, bent on marrying a rich family, only she doesn't pester you anymore, just wants to be your mom. No wonder she can be friends with Zhu Yilin." Qin Yan braked sharply. "Sister, I suddenly remembered something." Qin Ning's face was dark. "Safety first, do you know? Do you know that life is the most important thing?" Qin Yan immediately admitted his mistake. "I'm wrong, sister. Zhou Wei and Zhu Yilin are good friends. Zhou Wei and Shen Nan are also friends. She doesn't count me." Is she minding the target and turning her head to count her brother-in-law? Qin Ming checked the seatbelt and helmet again, attracting pedestrians to look sideways. Who came to the open top with a helmet in the winter? "Don't worry, she'll come if she has the guts. I have the means to screw her." Qin Yan sighed in relief. "That's good. Good. She wants to be your mom." Qin Yan was aggrieved. Qin Ning closed her eyes and rested her mind. Qin Jiao awakened the memories that belonged to her, and things were getting more and more fun. No wonder the system reminded her of the difficulty upgrade, one equivalent to being reborn and one mastering the plot to cross over. Ha, looking forward to it. Qin Yan couldn't stop shivering, not knowing whether he was freezing or frightened by the murderous aura on Qin Ning's body. It can't be freezing, he's driving with a quilt on. He's not cold at all. Chapter 113, is this the solution you were talking about? Shun's old house. Qin Ning backed up, helped himself, and kicked open the door to Zhu Xian's room. The four men who were plotting suddenly rose and said in unison, "What brings you here?" Qin Ning glanced backward, and the butler very wisely picked up the door and installed it. The four people retreated back and forth. Zhu Xian was scared but still didn't forget to put out harsh words. "I'm telling you, this isn't Qin's house. There are at least 3 cameras in this room of mine. If you dare to make a move, you'll be dead." Qin Ning laughed out loud. "Cameras? Ah, quite good. Just so I can record my valiant side, post it online, and if I'm seen by a martial arts director, I'll be able to make my debut straight away." Zhu Xiuyan was furious. "It's against the law to hit someone." "Oh, I'm messing with my stepmother-in-law. Who would say I'm breaking the law?" "Mother-in-law, let my daughter-in-law help you loosen up." Zhu Xiuyan yelled. "Don't come over here." Qin Ning pressed forward step by step. One punch took out his stomach, and one punch hit his face. "You're good at calculating. Sending your niece to the old man's bed, evil or not." Shen Hong, this idiot, how could he be charmed by you? This lousy. Although she was talking, it didn't affect the speed of her punches at all. Zhu Xiuyan was able to curse at first, and later began to beg for mercy and shout for help, but Qin Ning didn't stop at all. If you're not ruthless with your enemies, you're not responsible for yourself. And while Qin Ning was beating Zhu Xian, Bai Zhirua and Qin Zhao's mother and daughter attempted to escape. The corner of Qin Ning's mouth pulled out an arc as he lifted Zhu Xian and flung her around, and the 3 of them were smashed down at the same time. "Trying to run? Ha, what are you thinking? Didn't I tell you to stay away from me? Why are you coming back? Why don't you stay where you belong? Why did you come back?" Bai Zhirua gritted her teeth. "Qin Ning, I really regret giving birth to you. Why are you so cold-blooded? Since you came back, has there been a single day of purity for us people?" Qin Ning slapped her across the face. "I really regret crawling out of your belly, blind in eyes and heart, stupid to the core. Do you think that just because you've brought the Bai family back, you guys will have a good life?" Bai Zhirua covered her face. "What did you do to them?" Qin Ning was cloudy and complacent. "It's not much. It's just that all the evidence of their crimes were handed over to the police uncle, and the rest of my life will either be in jail or eating a gun. What's wrong with that? I'm a good citizen who abides by the law." Bai Zhirua was so angry that she directly sprayed a mouthful of blood. "You're really wolfish. That's your own uncle." Qin Ning pooh-poohed. "I'm a ing orphan. I don't have any relatives. I don't even have a mom. Where's the pro-uncle? What are you crying about? You're just as good to go in." Bai Zhirua then reacted. "I didn't commit a crime, so why should I go in?" "Oh, 15 consecutive years of misappropriating Qin's group's public funds for the purchase of houses, cars, and jewelry. Even if all the assets in your name were liquidated, it wouldn't be enough to pay back the debt. Instead, you owe Qin $5 billion backward." Bai Zhirua, congratulations on spending your next life in jail. Bai Zhirua shook her head. "No way, no way. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail." After driving Bai Zhirua into a frenzy, Qin Ning turned his head to look at Qin Yu. "Are you happy? I ruined the Qin family for you. The Qin family now isn't Qin Sheng's Qin family anymore. It's my Qin Ning's Qin family. If you still have any intention of dealing with me as a Qin family, I'll just throw your mom's ashes into a cesspool. Qin Yu shook her head. You're really a crazy person. Qin Ning looked at her mockingly. If you want to take revenge, you have to be dry. Learn from me. Don't bother to formulate any strategy. Find the right target. Capture the thief first, right Qin Yu? Why don't you go away after you've taken your revenge? Why do you still want to go against me? What about the kind of calculations you used to make step by step? Why are you so stupid now? Qin Yu directly changed her face. If you want to kill or die, do as you please. If you have the ability, get me killed. If you can't get me killed, I'll go on and on with you. Qin Ning patted her face. You're my greatest enemy. I definitely won't let you go but I won't let you die so painfully either. You have to suffer for the rest of your life and be tortured so that I can be happy. Understand? Qin Yu, you ruined a girl's life. Don't you feel guilty at all? Aren't you sad that you've wronged your mother's teachings? Don't you feel guilty for playing with men's feelings? How many men and women's lives did you bury when you were running the entertainment company? How many disgusting things did you do? How many people's prospects did you rob? Doesn't your conscience hurt? From this moment on, the rest of your life will be spent in penance. Qin Zhao noticed something was wrong. Mom, don't look at her eyes. Qin Ning glanced at her grudgingly. Oops, you caught me, but it's already too late. Qin Zhao's face was full of indignation. You even hypnotized my mom. If my dad knew, he wouldn't let you off the hook. Qin Ning raised his eyebrows. Your father? Is that the one from the Qin family who has regressed intellectually, or the one who was shot on the high seas? Or is that the stallion with 19 sons and daughters on the other side of the ocean? Qin Wen has become a little cute. If you need it, I'll send it to you in a minute. Gu Chonghai has been shot for leading a terrorist attack. There are 19 of Robert's adult children on the other side of the ocean, and there are 21 underage children. So who do you think you are? He'll fight with me because of you, and I still have my husband. Qin Zhao clenched her fists, and she didn't believe that she couldn't fight Qin Ning with what she had in her dream. Qin Ning suddenly approached her and grabbed her by the neck. Qin Zhao, if you fight me, you're bound to lose. Before Qin Zhao could put in a harsh word, she directly pressed the fists and kicks. Qin Zhao wailed in pain. How does this not follow the routine? Qin Yin downstairs had already drunk 2 pots of ginger tea, and he could manage to keep his face expressionless as he listened to the screams upstairs. But the Shin family crowd still couldn't get used to it. Shin Zhouchang glanced towards the upper floors. Qin Yen, should we go up and take a look? What if there's a human life? Qin Yen, as an old-timer, grinned. Brothers, my sister can make such a move. It's all well prepared. Your Shin family's surveillance room is her people. The ambulance outside is her people. And the hospital and the psychiatric hospital that she went to after pulling it away are all hers. You should not be afraid. She only dealt with the disobedient, so, like us obedient, one person, one company. When things go wrong, she set things right, and then every year, 4 or 6, she's 6, we 4, and nothing happens to each other. Shinjoji always felt that this pattern was so familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. How have I heard of this pattern? Are you stupid? Didn't Lobby just give us each a company? Only he hasn't started beating us up yet. Shinjoji heard his own big brother's reminder and his back broke out in cold sweat. Big brother, why am I a little scared? Qin Yen said in a serious tone. As long as you are obedient and have no backbones, you will definitely be safe and sound. As soon as the words were spoken, the paramedics carried 4 stretchers up the stairs. 10 minutes later, 3 stretchers were in the hospital ambulance and 1 in the psychiatric hospital ambulance. Qin Ning walked down slowly. Let's go. It's settled. Qin Yen pointed at the ambulance. Is this the solution you were talking about? Qin Ning looked puzzled. Anan? Once and for all, isn't that good? Chapter 114, Throw the Old Man Out. Qin Yen gave a thumbs up. Dry, sharp, sister is just awesome. Qin Ning looked proud. That's for sure. Who am I? Did you catch a cold? I told you that you can't? My chauffeur isn't just anyone who wants to be my chauffeur. Zhou Chang, you send Qin Yen home. Shin Zhou Chang was very respectful. Okay, sister-in-law. Qin Ning was very satisfied with his attitude. In addition, the Zhu family don't let in. Carry the one in the old man's house and throw it out for me. Deadly shameless. How old is the old man? She is really hungry. For the sake of status and money, the Shu family would give anything to marry an old man when they could have married a young man. Shin Zhoushir was a little embarrassed. Sister-in-law, I heard that whoever that is seems to be pregnant. If we throw it out, if something happens, will it have any bad effects on our Shin family? Qin Ning pulled the corner of his mouth. Your parents, your little uncle and aunt at this age practicing trumpet have not succeeded. Do you think the old man a handful of years old? He can dry twigs in the withered grass, but also grow into a big tree throw it out. It's all right. I'll solve it if something happens. The old man can't even from a young age. You think Shin Hong and the three of them came from normal channels. Shin Zhoucheng and Shin Zhoushi as well as Qin Yan were very interested. Can you say a few more words down the line? Alas, are the old lady in foreign countries through the high price of the results? This old man is a pose. With this old man, no one hit the old lady's idea, but for the family business is too hard. Not enjoy a few days of blessing on the way out. This is the old lady to fight down the rivers and mountains. Shu family want to occupy. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Is not when we are dead. Shin Zhoushi rolled up his sleeves. Sister-in-law, I'll throw her away. Slow down. Old man Shin let out a furious cry. Qin Ning, this home can't be completely yours yet. This is the Shin family. Qin Ning shook her neck, and Shin Zhoucheng reminded slightly. Sister-in-law, don't kill anyone. Old man Shin was also a bit scared. I'm telling you, if you assault an old man, my eldest grandson won't spare you. Your oldest grandson listens to me. You're in no position to order him around. Old man Shin was so angry that he was looking for medicine everywhere. Thanks to me I thought you were a good one. I didn't expect you to do so many things behind your back. You'll suffer retribution. You're so harsh on your loved ones, and in the future your children will be the same to you. Don't you think about accumulating virtue? Qin Ning took a few deep breaths. Old man, am I giving you face? Did you just eat in that mouth of yours? Why does it stink so much? Old man Shin looked at the group of people behind her. Are you all dead? A group of big men, and they can still be taken by a woman. Shin's grandson, you're such a big man. You can still be taken. Seeing that it was useless to count on his grandson, old man Shin took the medicine and directly began an hour-long sparring session with Qin Ning. Finally, he was carried by Qin Ning to a tricycle. That's right, it was pedaled, and the old man was sent all the way to an ordinary nursing home for 700 yuan a month with a lot of wind. Old man Shin cried out his reluctance. What kind of trash place is this? Or is it a multi-people place? The room stinks of piss. Qin Ning wore a double mask. I've already made a deal with the dean. When you're convinced, when you'll change rooms, when you're completely convinced, when you'll change nursing homes, when will you stop being a demon and when will you see me? And no one can come to see you but me. And I'll fix anyone who dares as long as I don't let them. Old man Shin broke out in a curse. Qin Ning, you mistreated me. Old man, you're the one who messed with me first, and by the way, I've had your little petite wife thrown out. Old man Shin almost rolled his eyes. That's your milk. She's already pregnant with your little uncle. Old man, don't you know your own situation? Your 3 sons were born to my mother through technological means. Have you forgotten how much you weigh? Not even when you're 20 or 30, but when you're 60 or 70 you've grown up? Who are you kidding? Alright, stay honest. Letting old man Shin shout or curse behind him, Qin Ning felt at ease. Get out of the nursing home and go straight to Central Mall. While Shin Nan Nan was shopping with Zhou Wei and Wu Siyu, she received a phone call and was about to leave. Zhou Wei pulled her. Nui, what's wrong with you? Why are you so flustered? Shin Nui was a little hard to say. My mom is hospitalized. I'm going to go take a look. What happened to your mom? Ugh. Uncle Shin said she accidentally fell down the stairs and landed on her face. Gosh. I'll walk you there then. No. You guys play your games? My mom is still in the operating room. I'll just go check it out. After saying that, he picked up his bag and left. Wu Siyu on the side bristled. Wei, she doesn't even live in the Shin family anymore. Why are you still so nice to her? Zhou Wei saw Shin Nui get into the cab before saying, even if she doesn't live in the Shin family, her mom is still Shin Hang's wife. Usually quite good to Shin Nui. Maybe she'll use it at some point. I can't get into the Qin family, but aren't there many unmarried young men in the Shin family? One day I'll become a young grandmother of a wealthy family, and besides, we have a common enemy. Mentioning this, Wu Siyu was filled with anger. Lin Xiu even wanted to withdraw from the marriage with me. He said that I was cheating on the marriage. It was all because of the eye candy that Qin Ning gave him. He was married himself, and he still went around hooking up with men. Zhou Wei's fox eyes were filled with viciousness. Since that's the case, we won't bring Shin Nuanan with us. She seems to be very afraid of Qin Ning. She's just a wimp. Qin Ning is just bullying people. One is that Shin Zhouxing will protect her, and the other is that she knows some fists and kicks herself. As long as we make her incapable of resisting, then she's still at our disposal. When Weekend heard that, it was a good idea. What are you going to do? The end of the year is the engagement banquet of the Young family's oldest 2, and I estimate that the Young family will invite Qin Ning, and at that time, we will be like this, a card seat away. Qin Ning happily licked an ice cream plus. It was a great idea and she wanted to be a part of it. And when Shin Yilin woke up, she found herself lying on the grass outside the Shin family's front door, covered with a thin layer of snow, and she screamed at the top of her voice, Who put me here? She hurriedly stood up and ran to the Shin family's front door. Open the door. Quickly open the door for me. I have the old master's flesh and blood in my belly. The bouncer. wearing sunglasses and an expressionless face, pointed to a sign off to the side. Zhu Yilin fixed her eyes on it, and it read, Shu family members are not allowed to enter, and those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. She clenched her fists. Qi Ning, I don't share the same fate as you. Meanwhile, Qi Ning, who was having diarrhea, could no longer climb up. Shin Zhouxing stood at the bathroom door with the medicine. Ninger, are you okay? Ice cream point to point is fine. Why did you eat a meter of ice cream? Qi Ning covered her stomach, unable to get up from the poop. Her features twisted, her voice agonized, because it's free. Chapter 115, are there any that are not illegal? Shin Zhouxing was very distressed. Ninger, you don't have to save money. Qi Ning was breathless, poor and afraid. Ninger, I can earn money, spend it as you wish. Qi Ning was too moved. I declare Shin Zhouxing to be my best friend. Shin Zhouxing smiled down. Ninger, we are husband and wife. Qi Ning opened the bathroom door, her face pale. It hurts. Shin Zhouxing directly picked up the person and put him on the bed, then pulled out his cell phone. Half an hour later, a cursing voice came from far and near. Rich is great. If you let me come, I'll come. Shin Zhouxing didn't lift his head and rubbed Qi Ning's stomach at ease. Don't fund your research. The visitor's face was full of smiles. Third brother, I was wrong. This is sister-in-law, right? Hello sister-in-law, I'm boss's friend. Luli, the Luli of light and strange. Yoo-hoo-hoo, doll-faced, smiling, hateful, and a cutthroat enemy, just like me. Luli had long heard of Qi Ning's exploits, but it was just that third brother had never allowed them to meet him, and they didn't dare to create a chance encounter in private. Qi Ning got up with difficulty. Hello, I'm Qi Ning. Luli excitedly reached out. Sister-in-law, I've heard a lot about you. Little brother, I especially admire you. Qi Ning raised his eyebrows. Kid, you're not so bad. Just can't lay a hand on your own mother. She can even join with outsiders to put you in a mental institution and mess up your job, sabotage your research, leak your data, and you tolerate her bouncing around you. Brothers, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. You can learn from me. See how I dealt with Angela Barker. Luli was bitter in his heart. His means were indeed a bit weak and he was easily softened. Luli held Qi Ning's hand. Sister-in-law, I want to hire you at a high salary to help me with one thing. Solve your mom's problem. No problem. As long as the money's there, there's nothing I can't do. Shin Zhouxing glared at Luli. Cut the crap and quickly see if your sister-in-law is dehydrated. Luli looked at Qi Ning's state. It really wasn't the right time to talk so much nonsense. He was so busy. Then had the kitchen make a pot of fruit tea. Just drink it. Replenish your electrolytes. Your sister-in-law's body is fine. She doesn't need to be zapped and rehydrated. Only then did Shin Zhouxing put his heart down. Qi Ning took 2 sips and was filled with doubt. Shin Zhouxing, how many brothers do you have in Shengjing? Luli directly snatched the answer. Sister-in-law, there are 6 of us in our brotherhood group. Third brother is the oldest, and I am the oldest. Qi Ning sighed. Husband, why didn't you say anything about this? Am I not qualified to see your brother? Shin Zhouxing hurriedly explained. Ninger, you've misunderstood. It's not that I won't let you see them. Rather, they either don't see here, or they have a buttload of enemies of their own, and you're tired enough of working on both our families. If I get to know them again, then there may be more enemies. And where will I find regret pills if I hurt you by mistake? Qi Ning grunted and finished the fruit tea. Lice are not afraid of itching. Life has to be tossed around. Idleness will make you sick. As soon as Shin Zhouxing heard her say this, he did not stop it, only that after finishing the matter of Luli, the other 4 had not yet been said, and Qi Ning had already fallen asleep. Before Luli's request could be uttered, he let Shin Zhouxing push it out. Sango, I really have something to ask my sister-in-law for help. Your sister-in-law is tired. Wait until she wakes up from her nap. After the 2 of them went out in a tug of war, Qi Ning lifted the quilt. Tuzi, it's better if I don't get to know them. I didn't tell you about this because I didn't want you to get involved with them. The Chins, the Whites, and the Zhus are just little guys. They're easy to deal with. Yes, the water in the Lu family is very deep. Luli even has a dozen siblings. His father Lu Xiong tied the knot 10 times, left 10 times. The 11th marriage is about to be tied. The key is the first 10 daughter-in-law. Divorce does not leave home. A Lu family all day fighting to death. I can't get involved in this. You didn't need to be involved. Luli's mom is beautiful, has no breasts, and has no brain. She is fooled by her rivals to screw her own son all day long. She's sick. Luli is sick too. Just leave. Master, how would you feel if I took back your money in real estate? I think you're not doing anything because you're not human. Luli did not lack money since he was a child. He has been used to this kind of life. He simply cannot live the life of an ordinary person anymore. He can have today's privileged life, all because his father likes the ing beauty. If he dealt with his mother, his father will not let him go. That is to say, Lu Xiong is nice to Luli because of Luli's ing looks. By the way, even after the divorce, everyone lives in the Lu family, but Lu Xiong favors Luli the most. Although we don't see each other all year round, resources are given to the best. The other children are neither met nor given resources. Just 100,000 a month for living expenses. The other children started fighting because of resources, didn't they? Yes, women are jealous of each other, and children fight with each other. Luli doesn't look weak, looks soft, but is a black-hearted sesame seed, only dare not take a shot at his mom. It's because I'm afraid of bears. Shinjoshing stood in the doorway for a while. Luli's face was suffocated into a purple eggplant. He just couldn't say a word. It's not because he's afraid of Lu Xiong. It's because his mother used to be nice to him, but it had changed since 3 years ago, and as a doctor, he had examined it many times and couldn't find out why exactly. Now he wondered if his mother was schizophrenic. Shinjoshing stood in the doorway for another 10 minutes until the room was quiet before he pulled the dazed Luli away. A door away. Qin Ning skimmed his lips. It's not a psycho at all. It's just a different person. Are you going to tell Luli? Let's not talk about it for a while. It's idle. I'm trying to figure out who changed his mom. Why? And for what purpose? You do have time on your hands. I'm sleepy. Go to bed. Qin Ning was completely drained and slept until dawn. And Luli never left, and stayed behind. When Qin Ning went downstairs, she saw Luli, who was wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes, sitting in the living room and chewing on an apple. Luli immediately turned around when he heard the voice. Good morning, sister-in-law. Qin Ning walked over slowly. What did you do last night? Luli sighed. I can't sleep with worry. Sister-in-law, can you help me? How can I get rid of my mom but not let that real father of mine take revenge on me? Kill your father. Qin Ning left such a sentence and went to the restaurant. Luli followed behind. Sister-in-law, my own father isn't too good to kill. Pulling the strings. Then your mom. Luli drooped his head. Is there a way to do it without breaking the law? Qin Ning hooked his finger. Come over here and I'll tell you. Luli immediately covered his chest. Sister-in-law, people can give money, but they can't offer their bodies. Chapter 116, A Word to the Wise. Qin Ning got up and slapped him. Abrasive. Luli, you remember, no matter who it is, as long as they cause harm to you, they will directly take them out. What about parents? Does that give them the right to hurt you repeatedly just because they are parents? You'll never be able to hide or escape until this is resolved. So don't think that anyone else can help you. You need to branch out to save yourself. Now you're a psychopath. What a condition. Luli looked at Qin Ning for a moment. Third sister-in-law, if you were me, what would you do? Qin Ning's mouth grew whiter and whiter. I would do that. When Shinjoshing returned, he found that Luli had disappeared. Qin Ning is lying on the sofa watching cartoons. Ninger, why is that guy gone? Qin Ning stuffed a chip into his mouth. He went home to run some errands. Lu family, a third-rate family. All rely on the old man. Lu stood on the wind of the times to earn money. Just a pity. The loss of money earned too much. Efforts of a lifetime. On the Lu Xiong this son. Otherwise, how would he agree to Lu Xiong marry so many daughters-in-law and have so many children? Just Lu Xiong all rely on nibbling on the old money. The future grandchildren rely on what? Old man Lu can't do anything about it. His son doesn't listen. He can only take the money and travel around. Out of sight, out of mind. Shinjoshing always had a bit of a bad feeling. You didn't teach him anything, did you? Qin Ning was full of innocence. No, after I woke up, I went to meditate in the garden, listened to a few birds cursing, watched for a while as ants swarmed earthworms, and exchanged a few words about life with Koi. Other than that, 2 bowls of congee, 2 cages of crab buns, and a little after-dinner dessert, which was an 8-inch cake, 3 boxes of potato chips, a tub of yogurt, and then it was cartoons all the way. I'm not going to tell you that Luli went back to the Lu family with a psychiatric diagnosis with him and beat his mom into a severe coma and him into brain death. The women who snubbed his mom for doing bad things were put in the ICU. The siblings were kicked out. And now that the Lu family is in disarray, you're taking advantage of the situation to eat the Lu family's business. When Luli asks for it, he'll just take a small handling fee. Shinjoshing breathed a sigh of relief. This was all to be expected. A famous teacher makes a great student. It's something Luli can do. The story is making the rounds. But everyone thought that it was the Lu family who deserved it, knowing that Luli was not normal, but still wanting to stimulate him, and Luli, as a severely mentally ill person, and because he was first stimulated by the Lu family, his behavior is inconsistent with criminal and civil capacity. The audible surveillance of the Luke's home can be used as strong evidence. Luli was admitted to a psychiatric hospital for treatment, and the rest of the Lu family was in the intensive care unit, and the Lu family's business was divided up by other families. For a while, the medical expenses of the family of more than 20 people became a big problem. The lawyer, under Luli's commission, began to auction off the Liu family's old mansion. How could Master Liu not have imagined that he would just go out for a trip and come back with his home gone? All of this happened in one day. And the person who started it was attending Lin Xiu his second brother's engagement party. She came purely out of curiosity, just to see if Wu Siyu's expression was colorful, by the way trying to make them eat their own. As everyone entered the venue, Qi Ning, wearing a loose casual dress and carrying a red wine bottle, squeezed his way to the front. Lin Xiu, which one is your second brother? Lin Xiu's face was filled with black lines. Qi Ning, are you street skater styling? Qi Ning poured a mouthful of wine. Cut the crap. Which one is your second brother? Where's Wu Siyu? I want to see if she's hurt. Lin Xiu sighed. The one in the white suit is. Qi Ning raised an eyebrow. His leg is healed? No, it's due to a chip implanted in the legs, which then through a series of means can get you on your feet for only half an hour. So amazing. Who is he engaged to? Chu Baozhu, the Chu family's eldest miss. Her elder brother and your family Shinjoshing are good friends, only they didn't come today. It seems like it's because of work. Tulku, is Chu Pachu's big brother Chu Qingyi? Yes, Chu Jingyi is a special forces team, went on a mission. If nothing else, this time is lying back. What do you mean? Boxed in. Did you die for your country or were you counted? Of course he was counted. He is wise and brave. Every mission is a triumph. Only this time he brought the wrong person. Chu Baozhu and he has the same father and mother. He died. The honor belongs to the Chu family. The legacy belongs to the Chu family. The Chu family belongs to Chu Baozhu mother and daughter. Lin Xiu's expression didn't look too good, and Shin Zhouxing on the side was so calm that one couldn't see his expression. Outrageous. This shameless mother and daughter want to eat the whole family. They're the oldest and the youngest, and they drove Chu Qingyi's own mother to death. Qin Ning glanced at Shin Zhouxing. Tuzi, how do I tell Shin Zhouxing to arrange for people to rescue people in the South Asian rainforest? Sends anonymous message. That doesn't guarantee he'll believe it. He'll believe you if you tell him the truth. Qin Ning pulled out his cell phone and directly urinated. Lin Xiu looked at Shin Zhouxing. I also have some people over there. Thanks. I'll arrange it. Lin Xiu nodded. You'd better let her touch less people. It's too dangerous. I know. The numbers are getting low at the moment. That's good. I won't say anything. After all, she's the second largest shareholder of my Genesis Pictures and saved my life. Shin Zhouxing nodded. It's good that you remember. After Qin Ning sent the message, he carried a bottle of wine and took a fork to start the buffet mode in the restaurant. Tuzi, that Wu Siyu is looking for you. I know. Let them look around for a while until I've had my fill. And weekend, we'll work it out together. At this time, Wu Siyu and Zhou Wei were looking for her everywhere, but I couldn't find her anywhere. Did Qin Ning not come? Impossible. Shin Zhouxing is chatting with Lin Xiu. Qin Ning must be nearby. Zhou Wei looked around again. There's no sign of her at all. Did we just prepare for nothing? Wu Siyu shook her head. She made me a joke. I won't let her go. Qin Ning appeared directly in front of them after eating and drinking. The two men were delighted and looked at each other and walked straight over. Wu Siyu glanced at her. Qin Ning, follow me upstairs. I have something to tell you. Qin Ning looked at it for a moment, then clapped his hands. What are you looking for me for? Drugs? But I don't have that thing. Are you looking for the wrong person? Lin Xiu is behind you. Wu Siyu's face was like a palette of colors. She had never seen someone who spoke so harshly. Qin Ning, don't give your face away. If it wasn't for you, how would Axiu and I be like this? You're a scourge, destroying other people's families wherever you go. If Luli didn't know you, how would he have taken action against his own family? If Elin didn't have a miscarriage because of you, you're a scourge. Qin Ning laughed out loud, walked over and raised his hand for a slap, then raised his leg and kicked it, and finally pressed down and began to shoot left and right. Wu Siyu was beaten wailing. Chapter 117, A Good Thing is Spoiled. Chu Baozhu on the stage had been watching Qin Ning, even though they hadn't made contact, but having heard of her exploits, the Qin family's big house was all but wiped out, the Shin family was condemned, and the Bai family was torn apart. The war record is available. Luli then touches her for the night and comes home mentally ill, tidied up the Lu family and became the head of the Lu family. Luckily, her good big brother didn't have the time, so I'm sure she won't have access to this person in the future. There was more than just Qin Ning as a family member in this capital, and she, Chu Baozhu, could do the same. Two people who both want to be king are not fit to be friends, so she wasn't going to recognize Qin Ning at all. But the young senator on the side couldn't stand still, his brows furrowed. This woman is a bit rampant. Chu Baozhu glanced at him. She has the capital to run wild. Senator Lin gave a wink to the man on the sidelines. Chu Baozhu looked at Qin Ning, who had been swinging his fist, and directly gave a splash of cold water. Shin Zhouxing is standing there. If you dare to intervene, we'll all play through. Yang Sun looked at Yang Xiu. Don't you care, big brother? Making trouble in our Lin family. She doesn't even care about us. Yang Xiu left straight away. You want to cause trouble? She didn't put anyone in her eyes. Not just the Lin family. Wu Siyu shouldn't have messed with him. The Wu family was also trembling at this time. Wu Siyu was committing suicide and taking them on. I just hoped that Qin Ning wouldn't hit them after he hit Wu Siyu. They couldn't afford it now. Watching Wu Siyu being beaten like this made them feel pain in their bodies, just thinking to hurry up and finish the fight so they can leave. However, Wu Siyu was a person who would rather die than give in, cursing one set of words after another. And even though she could barely speak, she still didn't stop cursing. Even Qin Ning admired her perseverance, and no amount of beating could gag her. In the end, she even cursed her ancestors. At the same time, Yang Sin couldn't help it. After all, it was the one who had followed him for so long. There was still some heartache, so he couldn't help but complain. When did Big Brother become so insensitive? Yang Xiu's face was full of mockery. Second brother still has a compassionate heart. Then you go. Wu family members are standing there. People are not acting. I'm an outsider, what am I going for? That's your fiancé after all. Formerly, didn't second brother get the notice? She directed herself and poisoned my diet. I've already left it alone for the sake of my father. Isn't that enough? But today is my engagement, and it was ruined by that Qin Ning. Is our Lin family such a wimp? Lin Xiu pointed at Wu Siyu, who was dragged away. The Wu family is settled. Don't worry, continue your engagement ceremony. Lin Sen was stifled for a moment. Zhu Baozhu coldly grunted. I'm still standing here. What are you looking at Wu Siyu for? If you have the ability, you can go and get engaged to her. Senator Lin grunted at both ends and twisted his head, sending a command on his cell phone in the process. Qin Ning patted the non-existent dust on her body and looked at the translucent red hands. ********. The meat on Wu Siyu's body is really sturdy. Husband, look at my hands. They are red. Shen Zhouxing cupped her hands lovingly. Let the bodyguard come next time. In case you hurt your hands, what can you do? You're like this. I'll be heartbroken. My husband still loves me. Next time I'll look for places with more meat to hit, so my hands won't get hurt. Qin Ning sighed. Honey, why are they always against me? Shen Zhouxing's face was full of tenderness. That's because Ninger is too good. Would show in the forest wind will destroy it. Lin Xiu on the side couldn't help but want to vomit. Can you two roll aside and show your love? Qin Ning bristled. If you have the ability to find your own daughter-in-law, if you don't have one, you'll suffer. It's none of your business if I'm showing love to my husband. You'd better worry about yourself. Your second brother wants you dead even more than because I beat up Wu Siyu. The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. Qin Ning beat up Wu Siyu. Why did Lao Er want him to die? Alas, Elder Lin thinks it's all caused by the fact that you asked for the ashes for your aunt, and it's mainly because he recruited me, and he doesn't dare to do anything to me now, so he's taking you out and using the whole Lin family against me. Let's get one thing straight. You're the only one in charge of the Lin family and I'm not going to do anything about it. I can't guarantee what he's going to do if he goes after me. Lin Xiu looked at Lin Sen's back. If you are not well, then recuperate, but you still covet his position. Qin Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth and pulled Shen Zhouxing away, and Zhou Wei, who was sneaking and hiding, ran into Qin Yan's car. After the banquet, Qin Yan fainted in direct shock when he went to drive. In the middle of the night, Qin Ning met with the Zhou family at the police station with a black face. She's in the process of ripping off Shen Zhouxing, and the first few times she's been close to the door, she's come up short. Such a handsome husband, can't eat you, say anxious. Seeing that the day was almost seduced, and immediately rubbed the gun. A broken phone call splashed her passion out. Looking at Qin Ning black face, Qin Yan immediately a few people, delicate on Qin Ning's back. Sister you can give brother to do Brother's innocence is almost gone. She is a ghost, all day long pestering me Qin Ning's temples twitched. You can just call Fukunin, he'll make the arrangements, but people just want you to back them up. Qin Ning clenched his fists. ********, don't you touch your nose on me. I'm wearing silk pajamas. Qin Yan's face was full of tears, and his big eyes with translucent red looked straight at Qin Ning's military coat. Sister, are all the military coats made of silk? Qin Ning slapped him across the face. Inside, let's see. Qin Ning really wanted to kick him to death. You see a hairline. Fu Ning find a lawyer and sue her for stalking and molesting a young boy. Fu Ning's face was filled with black lines. Missy, young Master Yan is already 23 years old. Then have your lawyer come under the law. And in the future don't notify me about this. During the day if you can. Not at night. Yes, Missy. Weekend hurriedly rushed over. He looked at Qin Yan and advised in a serious tone. Brother, we have been friends for so many years. My sister truly likes you. Why don't you agree? Now also make so ugly. Hurry in the police comrades. This is all a misunderstanding. Since my sister like you, you marry it. Our family wants not much. Casually give 2 or 3 sets of houses, 2 or 3 cars on the line. The bride price also don't how much. 50 million will do, the other jewelry and so on. You guys look at it. Brother, I said it's already little enough. Right. In addition, that what cousin of yours? That is the housekeeper's one. You introduced to me. We kissed on top of each other. Qin Yan was confused. Weekend, you are taken away or the brain was eaten by the dog. Who are you? I will marry your sister, but also want less. You are the backward paste I do not want. You haven't learned your lesson from last time, have you? How dare you still want to hit my sister's idea? How old are you? No water, always have urine. Can't you see how much you weigh? Weekend's face was displeased. Qin Yan, don't refuse to eat the wine until you've toasted it. Qin Ning already had a belly full of fire. Lifting his leg was a kick. Who are you threatening? Chapter 118, Qin Jiao Xiaming plots big things. The Weekend hadn't been paying attention to the man in the military coat, and he didn't expect to be caught off guard by a kick. He immediately yelled, "Uncle Cop, here's someone hitting me." Qin Yan directly stopped him. "Police, uncle. Someone here is forcing a marriage." Weekend wailed as he pinched him. "Qin Yan, you're sick. Get off me or I won't spare you." Qin Ning condescended. "Qin Yan, where do you know this fuck Ning from?" Qin Yan immediately explained. "Don't worry, sister. It was me who was blind in the past. I'll deal with my child's circle of friends right away." Qin Ning got up and left. "Fu Ning, contact my second uncle and second aunt. If they can't even handle this, I'll throw them in Africa to dig for minerals." "Yes, Missy, that's right. Tell them that the Zhou family siblings have teamed up with the Lin family's penis. You let them pay attention to it, and in the future, you can solve the family's affairs by yourselves, and you can't really solve the big things before looking for me." "Yes, Missy." Qin Ning buckled his military coat with a urinal helmet, rode a small electric donkey, and left the police station without looking back. Fu Ning stood in the doorway and couldn't stop shaking her head. It's not easy for Missy. The Qin family is so hard to lead. When Qin Chi and Chu Shi rushed over, Fu Ning dryly conveyed the words of the eldest miss. The couple immediately packed up the Chow family and sent them off to dig. It was so fast that Senator Lin didn't have time to indicate his next move. And when Qin Ning returned to the villa, Xin Zhaoxing was already asleep. She took off her army coat and looked up at the sky. When will she get to eat meat? Xin Zhaoxing closed his eyes and snickered. It is only when you cannot get it that you will keep thinking about it. Ninger has not really wanted to live with him. He must keep the bottom line. Qin Ning cried under the covers late at night until dawn. The system came up with an idea for her. "Master, if it's not possible, why don't you give him some drugs?" "Don't. I'm not a dominatrix." "Oh, really? False. It's a guilty pleasure. Then you'll live a good life for a few decades." "No, I love freedom. I can't grow hair in a marriage grave." "You have to protect Xin Zhaoxing's life. You can be his bodyguard to protect his life." "Do you have to be his daughter-in-law? He really likes you." "I like him so far, and I'd like his body even more, but I can't promise I'll always like him. I'm not a long-term lover. I may like him at one stage and someone else at the next. My love is so wide that I feel I should distribute it to more people." The system didn't know how to answer. How could anyone take being horny for granted? Xin Zhaoxing had a good night's sleep and gave the sleeping Qin Ning a good morning kiss when he got up. It resulted in a slap on the wrist. Yang Xian's face was suffocating purple when he came to pick up the man. "So when I came into the company I was docked my bonus for the month because my left foot was advanced." Yang Xian is not hip to it. Xin Zhaoxing finished reading the work report before he shouted Yang Xian, who was drooping. Has the Zhou family left? The 3 a.m. flight, Qin Chi personally melted through. "Madam has returned a portion of the Qin family's management to them." Well, Ninger is only doing this to deal with Qin Wen's family, and now that that family is out of power, she definitely doesn't want to worry about it that much. Qin Chi and Qin Sheng should also carry this banner for the sake of their little family. You can't just let Ning Er handle everything for them. By the way, has Yang Xiu made his move yet? Tell him that I don't want Yang Sen to continue to be so rampant. Chief Foster has sent word that Senator Yang will not appear in front of people, much less have the opportunity to harm the lady. That's good. Where's your brother? Yang Xian looked up. She's running the company for the lady. What company again? Yang Xian scratched his head. A little hard to say. Xin Zhaoxing put down the file. Say, substitute beating and cursing or catching a mistress? Yang Xian cleared his throat. Madam runs a rental company. Car, man. Xin Zhaoxing sighed. Doesn't she have a security company? Ma'am, this time the man is not security. He's a boyfriend. The recruits are all 185 and above, with 8-pack abs and handsome faces. Must have at least one talent. Rapping, singing, playing, dancing, martial arts are all acceptable. Then rent it out. Starting at $30,000 a month. Paying a third to the company and having to keep the rest for yourself. If a fake out is made during the rental, the woman has to pay the company $100,000 for the termination of the contract. If the talk breaks up, the man can continue to go back to work. The strictest has always been the requirement to submit a physical every 3 months. Shin Zhouxing's face had finished blackening, and Yang Xian silently retreated. Ma'am, you're on your own. He had suggested it in the first place, but the lady said she had a way to convince the boss. So far, it seems that the lady is playing a preemptive game. Shin Zhouxing looked at the time and thought that Qin Ning was still sleeping now, so he couldn't bear to disturb. Planning to talk about this when I get back at noon. At the same time, Xia Ming, who has been discharged from the hospital, looked at Qin Jiao. His face flashed with impatience. What are you looking for me for? Divorce? Qin Jiao smiled. Xia Ming, how about we work together? Xia Ming smiled to himself. Cooperation for what? Haven't I been victimized by you enough? All I want now is to get back everything that belongs to me, and I don't want to deal with that lunatic from the Qin family. Qin Jiao, you're no match for her, whether it was financial power or force. Besides, there was the Shin family behind her. The Qin family's big house is completely finished. 1 crazy person, 3 plants, 2 love brains, and 1 hiding out on a movie set. You still have your own biological parents, and it doesn't stand up to reason or the law. Qin Jiao smiled disdainfully, but where there were other candidates, she wouldn't small this loser. In the face of Xia Ning's cynicism, he suddenly moved closer. Xia Ming, believe me, something will happen to the Xia family soon. You have to do this now. Qin Ning opened his eyes at the sound of the system's whimpering and wailing alarm. Tuzi, you'd better be fine, or I'll kill Shin Zhouxing with my own hands, and you won't be able to finish the mission if I don't live. The system scared immediately explained. Master, I really have something. Xia Jiawan accident. Qin Jiao reported. All kinds of explosive news. And then what? She's teamed up with Xia Ming, ready to take over everything in the Xia family and then unite against you. Is it true about the secrets she reported? Yes, the Xia family has embezzled and bribed $3.5 billion through various means, in addition to participating in the dividends of many companies, with an unknown amount of funds that have been transferred abroad. I'll leave it at that. They want to deal with you. Master, you must pay attention, otherwise the gutter overthrow is really shameful. Qin Ning does not understand. As a unity, why so diligent? Nothing to sleep is not good? The system is overjoyed. Master, you've frozen up. Oh, I gotta go pee. Chapter 119, finally eating meat. The system has shut itself down. There's no way around it. The master doesn't participate in the inner scrolls. Qin Ning came out of the bathroom and yawned. Tuzi, as far as I'm concerned, they're all dying now. I'm not going to put too much thought into them. What's on your mind? Take down Shin Zhouxing. Shame on you. Qin Ning means that after living 2 lifetimes, you can't just watch pigs run and not eat pork. Just when she was full of florid thoughts about how to take down Shin Zhouxing, Yang Feng is on the phone. The rental company had a lot of applicants coming in and wanted her, the owner, to check it out. Qin Ning arrived at the location that Yang Feng had said he would be at in a biker suit with dark sunglasses. Yang Feng was looking straight. When did Sister Ning learn motorcycle? I would have. Then why do you ride a trolley every day? Qin Ning sighed. I forgot I could ride a motorcycle. Yang Feng stumbled after her. What could she say? Qin Ning was serious on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. Looking at one handsome face and toned body, she could electrocute everyone if they weren't wearing sunglasses. If the system hadn't been pulling alarms, she could have flooded this office with her saliva. The more Yang Feng looked at it, the more wrong it was. He was afraid that someone would be beastly and hastily informed his brother. Yang Xian relayed another message to Shin Zhouxing. Shin Zhouxing brought the person back home in a hurry. When Qin Ning reacted, Shin Zhouxing's face suddenly appeared at the location of one of her fingers. Ninger is not good. Qin Ning was a bit uncomfortable. Why did this thing suddenly start teasing people? Is it jealousy? When Shin Zhouxing saw that she didn't answer, he directly pasted up. Qin Ning wailed in his mind. Shin Zhouxing wanted to cry. Can you concentrate? While the two were nibbling each other, Qin Jiao had already found Qin Yuan. Without saying a word, the 2 slaps knocked Qin Yuan dumbfounded. Then soften it up. Unfortunately, Qin Yuan wasn't on board. Qin Jiao gritted her teeth in anger. Big brother, how majestic it used to be. Are you happy to be like this now? Is the president of Qin indulging in tenderness and drunkenness all day long? Qin Yuan was unconcerned. So what? It's not like we're the seat of the Qin family, so we can't go back. Qin Jiao was shocked. What did you say? Qin Yuan glanced at her. Go ask Bai Jiruo. If I don't marry that woman, I'll have nothing. You can't fight Qin Ning. She's too good. As much as I hate for her to die, I don't have any power against her right now. Can't beat her, can't scold her, can't even see her. Qin Jiao fell straight back into her memories. The dream never had this fragment. How is it that Qin Yuan and the others are not the seat of the Qin family? With this suspicion, Qin Jiao came to Bai Jiruo's hospital bed. Bai Jiruo was staring at the ceiling. Qin Jiao took a deep breath and softly shouted, Mom! Bai Jiruo slowly turned her head. Is Qin Ning dead? Qin Jiao shook her head. Not yet. Kill her, death by 1,000 cuts, and let her die without mercy. Qin Jiao spoke directly. Mom, aren't all 5 of my brothers members of the Qin family? Bai Jiruo suddenly became agitated. Who said that? Big brother heard Qin Ning say that she found out. Bai Jiruo flustered with the naked eye. How could this be possible? This secret was only known to her and her mom. Where did Qin Ning hear that? Qin Jiao knew by her reaction. It really isn't. They're not as good as they are. They themselves at least have some. The 5 of them have none. But the incident was not publicized. I'm sure Qin Ning still cared about the face of the Qin family. It was only a bit of a struggle to deal with Qin Ning by himself. The Shu family was cleaned up by Shen Zhouxing without any resistance. Shen Hong and Zhu Zian were honest and did not dare to speak at all. The Qin family that had a grudge against Qin Ning were all wiped out. The Zhou family was sent out of the country by Qin Qi, and Yang Xin was cleaned up by Yang Xiu. Xu Baozhu became a success. Xu Jingyi not only did not die, but also returned with a first-class merit. All her hopes now lay in Xia Ming. The Xia family was the only leverage she had left against Qin Ning, but Qin Ning didn't take her seriously at all because of the back pain. She regretted taking Shen Zhouxing. Dyspeptic men are better than nuclear-powered donkeys. The blissful enjoyment turned into a wail of agony. How long has it been? Backache and leg cramps. But Dead Miserable woke up crying. Keep saying she's an asshole who plays with her emotions. Qin Ning held his old back and signed another agreement. Shen Zhouxing took the 12-year contract and went to work. Qin Ning lay on his bed reviewing the whole process of being duped. Finally, I pulled out my phone and downloaded a national anti-fraud app. Shen Zhouxing not only got the man, but also got a 5-year extension. Happy, excited. Finish the work with super high efficiency, and go home and make a 4-course meal for Qin Ning. Serve people comfortably. The system was speechless. Please return its wildly explosive host. This host that from now on the king doesn't have an early morning court it doesn't want anymore. Qin Ning and Shen Zhouxing had been in love for 3 days when they were pulled back to reality by a phone call. Qin Ning put on his clothes and looked back at the aggrieved Shen Zhouxing on the bed. The corners of his mouth twitched. Your acting skills are better than Chimo's. I'm going to invest in a movie. Go ahead. Shen Zhouxing wiped his tears. Ninger ate and wiped people clean, patted his ass and left. Qin Ning clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Unable to punch. This guy's got a good job. What's going to happen to her happiness if she gets beat up? But looking at him in this pretentious manner, he held his breath hard. I'm going to take care of business first, so you can play by yourself. I can't play. I need you to play. Qin Ning directly went out and closed the door. Dead shameless. Looking as serious. In fact, it is an old astringent batch. Shen Zhouxing listened to the sound of the door closing. The corners of his mouth rose, and he picked up the cell phone that was muted on the side, and there were already 99 missed calls on it. Luli are fried. This why don't you answer the phone? Meanwhile, Qin Ning had already arrived at the awards site for a certain movie, just in time for Ikomo to come on stage and say his thank you speech. When Qi Ming saw her, he was so excited that he cried. Boss, you don't know. Everyone is saying that Qi Mo has been adopted. It's already spreading. I've recently been exposed to a pie that is positively theatrical, and if this is not dealt with, it will have an effect on her. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Just have her talk about me in her acknowledgement speech and talk me out of being the boss. As for that stuff on the internet, go straight to Winkin and gather evidence to prosecute. A mosquito's leg is still meat even if it's small, and in the end, let Gu Chuan post a few good posts about Qi Mo. Qi Ming gave a thumbs up. Boss, you're awesome. Qin Ning gave him a blank look. You're familiar with this process, so you can deal with it directly in the future. Aki nodded. Okay, boss. Master, this message was sent by Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao? This guy's still jumping around. You and the tenderness of the Gucheng these 3 days. The Xia family has had an incident. Xia Ming took over. Qin Jiao's eye. Qin Ning grinned. That's great. My hands are itching again. It's my pleasure to fatten up pigs before slaughtering them. What do you know? Oh, really? I don't think you're even thinking about it. You're having fun every day. Qin Ning blushed and looked at Qi Mo in a serious manner as he said his salutation. Chapter 120, You're not even salt anymore. The boss behind Qi Mo is actually Qin Ning? Ikemo's opponent was outright dumbfounded, and Qin Ning retweeted Qi Mo's video, saying, Qi Mo, I cover, dare to mess with her. I'll make the entertainment industry explode en masse. The whole internet was in an uproar when this comment was made, and many marketing numbers said she was too crazy. Qin Ning had nothing to do 1/18. You marketing numbers, you move right and wrong all day long on the internet, full of nonsense, ideas and statements that disrupt online clarity and mislead the public. Unbeknownst to you, you have violated the law, and today I am publicizing the full extent of your violations. I hope you guys hold up and are as wild as ever, but I'm even more wild than you say I am. GFN saw the 365 pages of PPTs posted by Qin Ning, with evidence for every item on them. In just one day, more than 5,000 marketing numbers were blocked online. Showbiz stars saw it and fired off a lawsuit. The owners behind those marketing numbers are carrying an average of 20 lawsuits each, with damages all in excess of $1 million. Qin Jiao has bought countless more water armies to accuse Qin Ning of finding nothing to do, and that cutting off people's wealth is the same as killing their parents. Qin Ning followed these IPs and realized that this was surprisingly not the navy under Guchuan. Qin Jiao paid money to hack her, but she didn't even use her water army. Outrageous that this money is not allowed to be earned by her. Xia Ming was cleaning up the Xia family's mess while Qin Jiao was spending her energy on this matter. A heated argument broke out between the two over this. In the end, it was Su Mei who pulled the plug. Qin Jiao, ever since you married into the Xia family, our family has gone downhill. Now that the Xia family is in such a big trouble, you don't help and spend money on useless things. Can you beat Qin Ning? No way. Besides, you're not the Qin family's first lady, and it's not right to fight for the name. He became the joke of the circle himself, and he made us a joke with him. Qin Ning, she's not even salt now. The fire is on. Are you trying to get out of it? Don't you know your own weight? And thinking of going against her. Qin Jiao didn't give any face at all. You're not qualified to talk about me. You can't even watch your own man. Su Mei went up and slapped. If it wasn't for you, how would Bai Jirua have the chance to get close to Xia Qing? Your real mom was no good. Your foster mom was even worse, and neither are you. Qin Jiao didn't show any weakness either. Shut up. It's not your turn to say anything about me. Don't you know what you are? Do you want me to help you remember the Su family? The Su family has defected to Qin Ning, but you still have the nerve to talk about me. Su Mei was furious. You are even less qualified to talk about me. You, Xia Ming impatiently roared. Shut up. All shut up. What time is it now? Why don't you unite? What's the point of arguing? Qin Jiao and Su Mei glared at each other. Xia Ming sighed. Qin Ning has almost no rivals right now, and it's simply easy for her to destroy anyone she wants. This is a time when we should be united, not fighting here. Jiao, you withdraw the water army and don't act rashly now. Since Qin Ning had waged war on the entertainment industry, let the entertainment industry draw the fire. We have to feed our energy and wait for the right opportunity. Qin Jiao nodded. My mother's side has already contacted my father. I believe that with his power, we will soon grow. Su Mei bristled. People are sowing seeds globally. Who remembers having you as a daughter? Besides, the Gu family has become a joke in the circle because of you mother and daughter. You'd better think about how to deal with the Gu family. Qin Jiao was unimpressed. Just a cook, not enough to fear. Su Mei twisted her head and walked away. She wasn't going to be like this dumbass. Her goal was clear, to get money, and Xia Qing couldn't point to it. With Qin Jiao around, she couldn't point at her son. Only money can give her security. Qin Jiao watched Su Mei leave before saying to Xia Ming, what are you going to do? Want to listen to me? Xia Ming sat on the sofa with a great headache. Who has the Xia family offended? Why did you just smash it to death? Qin Jiao sneered. Remember when I approached that second cousin of yours? I approached him for you, but you didn't believe me. Only then did Xia Ming react. The Xia family was reported by you? You think this is helping me? You whacked the Shay family, leaving a mess behind. I've become the head of the Xia family, but all the family assets have been frozen. Are you really smart or are you just being a smartass? Now that the Xia family's reputation is gone, the family fortune is gone, and I'm keeping an empty shell. You're satisfied. Xia Ming suddenly felt that he was blind. How could he have married such a scourge? The two had a huge fight over it. Qin Ning was overjoyed to hear that they were dog-eat-dog. At this point in the entertainment industry, the agencies were trembling in fear. Qin Ning, which was here to back up GMO. She's clearly here to straighten out the entertainment industry. Qin Ning is indeed too idle. Tens of thousands of stars of all sizes in the entertainment circle, and 357 of them have been reported by her in real names for tax evasion. There are 67 drug-addicted celebrities, 326 cheating on their husbands, and 457 who have been adopted. There are also 21 companies that bully their artists and 13 pimps. This showbiz storm had the authorities working extra shifts for a whole month. Qin Ning also suffered 11 car accidents of various sizes, destroying 5 motorcycles and 6 trams because of his reporting of this incident. 50 assassinations, 35 international fugitives and 15 domestic fugitives. They're all brave men who came out under heavy money. With a man's life on his back, he thought he'd retire after one more job. Qin Ning was a comer, and didn't even need the police's help. A steady stream of credits for the Department of Public Safety. She fought that soundly, basically leaving her last breath to send it over. This battle lasted directly until the Spring Festival, when Qin Ning reorganized the entertainment industry, bringing back stars who really rely on their strengths, and generating $5 billion in revenue for the country. purify the network environment and maintain social peace. So was presented with a certificate of special contribution. She posted it beautifully. Xin Ning was called by netizens the fiercest disciplinary committee in the entertainment industry, and a great hero in maintaining the society. Also, so many fans of the starlet came running to thank her. Xin Ning had been immersed in this atmosphere all day, unaware that her personal roommate had been filled with a ghostly grudge. Xin Ning was still crackling with replies to messages when Shin Zhouxing directly disliked her face. Xin Ning was filled with helplessness and raised his hand to press his handsome face down. Be good. Let me finish replying to the message. People are empty and lonely. Xin Ning got goosebumps. Speak properly. Shin Zhouxing shamelessly got into her arms again and pulled her hand on his abs. Open your eyes and look at me. I don't believe you have two empty eyes. Xin Ning gave it a smooth squeeze. Good. Shin Zhouxing sank his voice and smothered a laugh. For the colorful man, he can only be physically active. 2 hours later, Xin Ning was in tears. Her willpower had lowered. Shin Zhouxing couldn't get enough and bullied his way up. Let's continue. Xin Ning raised his leg and kicked. Get out. Your mother-in-law is at the door with your stepfather-in-law. What are they doing here? Your mother-in-law got pregnant, then had morning sickness, got excited when she saw the video of you hitting someone, and downed 3 bowls of rice in a row. So, she's happy to drag your father-in-law here and let you beat him up. Xin Ning's face was filled with black lines. Were the fetishes so strange after pregnancy? In the meantime, Lian Yu was crying, and when Ruo was full of excitement, Lian Xiao prayed in the car, hoping that his sister-in-law would be merciful. He didn't want to be without a father at 18. Chapter 121, I Can't Be Swayed by Men. Lian Yu hugged the big pillar at the entrance of Shin Zhouxing's villa and died. When Ruo was full of excitement, hurry up and spread out. If it wasn't for Ningning's love of small houses, we'd be living together in Beiyuan. By this time I've watched you take a beating. Lian Yu shook his head. Daughter-in-law, if it's not possible, let's not have this child. Really want to be sorry? Not even born yet. Want to get up dead pro-father? When Ruo flooded with a wave of nausea, spread your hands or I won't spare you. Lian Yu shook his head. Daughter-in-law, usually I listen to you, but not today. Now that she's just an embryo, it doesn't bother me at all. When Ruo raised her hand and slapped it, but I'm hard. Lian Yu bristled. It faces north. When Ruo did not react for a while, she was difficult. What was Xiang Bei doing? Lian Yu wailed. Daughter-in-law, no way. Daughter-in-law, a punch over. You can become a widow. Can you bear it? She has a checkable record. When Ruo was very difficult, but I don't feel sick in my stomach if I don't watch the beating. Just want to see Ning hit someone. Lian Yu sighed. Daughter-in-law, see if this is okay. I'll go find the video of my daughter-in-law hitting someone. Wan Ruo grinned. This will do. Go find it. Lian Xiao took the opportunity to start the car and ran away. Looking for videos of sister-in-law beating up D? His own father is bouncing on his sister-in-law's minefield. Is that a beating video? That's the evidence that sent my sister-in-law in. He'd better run, so that his sister-in-law wouldn't even beat him up later. As expected, Lian Yu's words just fell. The door to the villa opened. Xin Ning's face was grim. Say what you just said again. Lian Yu hurriedly explained. And Xin Ning gifted him with 2 black eyes. Shin Zhouxing looked over and said in a cold voice, Uncle Lian, I know your ability, but if you dare to recover, there will be a battle between us. Any person or thing that is detrimental to Ninger will be treated as an alien. Lian Yu stretched out 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. I won't recover. Only then was Shin Zhouxing satisfied. That's fine. It's getting late. Go to bed. When Ruo was filled with excitement. Ning, can you give him 2 more punches? Xin Ning shrugged his shoulders. He really couldn't stand it. To think that someone would still make this request. Meanwhile, Lian Xiao drove too fast and hit someone. He got out of the car in a state of shock to check it out. And it turned out to be a girl. Carefully, he asked. How are you? You now? Shin Nui thinks she should go buy a lottery ticket. It's been too evil for a while. Eating and biting your tongue. There's no water for washing clothes. Order takeout without chopsticks. Paying mom's medical bills. Lost the money. Went home to sleep and got hit by a car. Why does mom have to go against her sister-in-law when she has a good family? I don't blame my sister-in-law at all for this. But why is mom obsessed? The more Shin Nan thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. And she directly bawled. After half a day of coaxing Lian Xiao, he finally felt that it was worth it to cook this person. You're Shin Nui? Shin Nan looked up for a while. You're Lian Xiao? Lian Xiao carried the person to the car. I'll take you to check it out. Shin Nui directly refused. I'm really fine. I was the one who got distracted. I fell down before your car stopped, so go away. I'm going back to bed. Lian Xiao was reluctant and had to be taken to the hospital. The two pulled and tugged along the way, then talked and laughed again, and they all ended up posting to their friends. Early in the morning, Xin Ning lay in bed and rolled over. playing with his cell phone in the process. After seeing their circle of friends, they instantly rolled over to Shinjoshing. Husband. Shinjoshing was not too busy today, and the morning meeting was pushed to Jane, who came to play with him. When Qin Ning rolled up, he was very joyful. Ning error. Qin Ning raised his hand and slapped his face. Don't be flirty, I have business. She disliked the friend circle to Shinjoshing's face. Shinjoshing didn't see anything. Ning error, what's wrong? Those two would have known each other. Qin Ning shook his head. You really can't tell? What am I supposed to see? Qin Ning babbled in a serious manner. Passion. Shinjoshing snorted. Between them? Impossible. Qin Ning bristled. How is it impossible? There's no blood transfer between the two of them at all. Shinjoshing sighed. One is my nominal half-sister and one is my half-brother. The two of them fell in love and had a child who called me what? Shout out to your grandpa. Shinjoshing's face was filled with black lines. Qin Ning immediately changed his words. It's fine to call you great uncle. Shinjoshing waved his hand. They have known each other for a long time. People who have known each other for too long will not have any passion between them. Hormone production is a sudden boost. Qin Ning threw the phone away and rubbed his chin. Did you irritate me the first time you saw me? Shinjoshing shook his head. I can't get aroused by someone wearing yellow cartoon pajamas. So when did you get the stimulus? Shinjoshing looked at her and swallowed, raising his hand to caress her face. Master, men are visual creatures. What do you mean? Your face is attractive, but your body is more attractive. Qin Ning looked down. Yo-ho, the power of this capital is indeed powerful. Shinjoshing unbuttoned his pajamas. When did Ninger develop hormones for me? Qin Ning pinched his abs. Guess, as soon as I spoke. The spit didn't pocket. It flowed through Shinjoshing's stomach. Qin Ning panicked and didn't find a tissue, so he directly took off his pajamas to wipe. It didn't matter that this took off. It directly messed up the system with a mosaic. Who in their right mind would use her pajamas to wipe her drool? Doesn't she know what she's wearing underneath? Shinjoshing's brain was blank and his body was hot. Qin Ning's brain went down. And in the morning, the house was on fire. Overplayed. The fires went out until noon. Jane I, who was just visiting, killed it with a vengeance. Shinjoshing was rarely happy and made a special meal for him. Jane looked around. Boss, where's sister-in-law? Oh, my mom and Uncle Liam had a falling out last night and knocked on my door in the middle of the night and dealt with it for a long time. Your sister-in-law is catching up on her sleep. Jian Yi's face was full of mockery. Boss, you think I'm inexperienced, don't you? You've had your neck chewed up. You've been there. Nothing to be ashamed of. Shinjoshing shook his head. I was afraid of irritating you. Single dog. Jane couldn't get by with her head buried in her food. I was treated like a blood bag by my own mother at home, and it was hard to break away, but now I'm being abused like a dog. It's an impossible life. Hey Jane lovely, what's gotten into you? As soon as Jane looked up, his beautiful, uncharacteristically beautiful sister-in-law was looking at him with a smile on her face. He blushed through and through. Hello to you, sister-in-law. Shinjoshing directly gave him a kick. Mind your two headlights. Master, you're a bit unorthodox. You just ate and wiped Shinjoshing clean. How come you're here to send warmth to his brother again? Qin Ning's face was full of arrogance. Sister can be swayed by both men, but she can't be swayed by men. I'm entitled to the ultimate in female pleasure, but never hang on to the same tree. The system was speechless. Did you hear the sound of Shinjoshing's heart breaking? Qin Ning turned her head and smiled. Hubby, people are hungry. Shinjoshing immediately went to the kitchen with his ass in the air. Qin Ning put away his smile. Jian, why did you send your mom here? Jian handed over a card. Sister-in-law, this is all my savings. Settle my mom. The money is all for you. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Half dead or worse than dead? Janewan's face was grim and his tone was cold. Life is worse than death. Chapter 122, Matchmaker Qin on the line. Shinjoshing kicked him. What do you take your sister-in-law for? Janewan was pitiful. Sister-in-law, big brother kicked me. Qin Ning pouted Shinjoshing away with his butt. Stop it. This is my god of wealth. Shinjoshing rubbed his eyebrows. Ninger, your husband can earn money. Qin Ning took the card and waved it in front of him. Who would mind having too much money? Jane lovely, where's your mom? Jenny pulled out her cell phone. Sister-in-law, let's add a friend. I'll send you my mom's hobbies, personality traits, and looks. No problem. Half an hour later, Shinjoshing was full and fed Qin Ning. Qin Ning's mouth was stuffed with food, and he slurred. Panic. I'll definitely help you fix Mud Mama. Shinjoshing was full of helplessness. You guys are enough. This matter has been studied for half an hour. Why go to all that trouble when you can just send it to a mental hospital? Jianyi shook his head. Big brother, you don't understand my pain. Qin Ning also shook her head. Honey, you don't understand his pain. Shinjoshing sighed. Ninger, you don't understand his mom. That's an unreasonable master. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Have I been unreasonable? Tonzi, give me all of Jane's ing information. I'd like to see if she Ouyang Tong, is more hateful than Bai Jiruo. I can't say who's more despicable, but one is more despicable than the other. Your own mother has no humanity, no conscience, no morals. Ouyang Tong is a sweet talker with a sweet mouth and a nice heart. Jane a mother. She treats Jane as an ATM. At first disliked him as a burden directly thrown away. Now that the kids are earning money, they're back to exuding motherly love. How much money does she have now? Raised several sons and daughters with her current husband, asked for $2 billion before and after, and now has $500 million in savings. That's not enough to let Jane go. How can that be? They're going to screw Jane to death. They didn't get it last time, so now they want to do it again and inherit Jane's legacy. Why do we have to kill it? It's more profitable to keep it, because Ouyang Tong, that poisonous, thinks that Jane is on her humiliation. Qin Ning went numb. There are such brazen people in this world. Jianyi smiled bitterly. So many years of true heart was finally paid by mistake. Xin Zhoxing looked at Jianyi. The child finally saw the true face of that woman. It is not easy, but he was more curious about what tactics Ninger would use. Qin Ning cheerfully took Jane Wan to the rental company. Jane Wan looked at the hundreds of handsome men of all types and only felt that Big Brother's head was too small. Can you wear all these hats? She whispered. Sister-in-law, is this your harem? Qin Ning glared at him. Silly, this is my company. It's Class A, all 20 to 28-year-olds. It's specialized hookups. Yuck yuck yuck. Is used exclusively for rentals to girls over 35. Over there, it's 29 to 38. It's Category B, and it's specifically for girls under 30. There's also Category C, which is for those who are 35 to 45, and Category D, which is for those who are 46 to 54. This one is paired against the not-so-appropriate one used. Our rental is really the equivalent of a security guard babysitter in one. These men are in the hall and in the kitchen. You can be a boyfriend to cope with friends and family. It can be used as a bodyguard to protect women who are harassed or domestically abused. You can also provide. You figure it out and mean it. We are all legally compliant, have medical reports and no bad habits, paying 5 insurance policies and actively paying taxes. Are you in? Jianyi's face was filled with black lines. Sister-in-law, are you planning to use the beautiful man trick? Qin Ning snapped his fingers. Your mom likes tall, powerful and thoughtful, like to be fleshy off and thin on and romantically inclined. Prefers one who is handsome in appearance and dedicated and patient, though she can't find the perfect one, but I can customize it for her. Jenny followed Qin Ning and watched as she picked out a 35-year-old, handsome-looking clothes rack, and it spells out the requirements, promising to coax as much money as it can, with a commission given at 10%. If the task is not accomplished, only the basic salary is paid. The man is confident and promises to get the job done. Taking the 3 pages Qin Ning had given him, he left. Qin Ning also thoughtfully matched a Rolls-Royce and a townhouse. Jenny was still a bit uneasy. Sister-in-law, she's very cautious. Qin Ning squeezed his eyebrows. They're all women. I know women. Not that stepfather of yours. They've been in bed together for ages. Your mom is empty and lonely. But don't worry, I'm sweet. Jane had a bad feeling. My sister-in-law went so far as to set up professional customization for all of that family. At this moment, Ouyang Tong was drinking coffee slowly. Miss Qin, I don't want to cooperate with you. I just want to go back with my son. Why mess with one more person in the process? Besides, this person is such a strong fighter, and I don't have a grudge against her. Qin Jiao laughed. Mrs. Ouyang is wrong. You think you have nothing to do with her. But your son's older brother is Xin Zhoxing, and Xin Zhoxing's wife is Qin Ning. Now that your son is in Xin Zhoxing's house, do you think Qin Ning won't get involved in your family's affairs? Ouyang Tong was not in a hurry. As far as I know, Miss Qin is now pulling people around, preparing to join forces against Qin Ning. I wonder why. Qin Jiao looked out the window. Me and her. Only one can live. Ouyang Tong raised her eyebrows. So, what benefits can I gain? 10% of your shares in Qin. Is Miss Qin drawing a blank? I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm not that easy to fool. Qin Jiao got up. In that case, there's nothing I can do. Mrs. Ouyang, make yourself at home. Knowing what I know about Qin Ning, she'll definitely help Jane out once you're done. The odds are it's going to be a psychiatric hospital or intensive care unit. After all, the Qin family basically went in. Ouyang Tong shrugged. Miss Qin, threats are useless to me. Qin Jiao turned around and left. This shameless. I did not expect it to be really bad to fool. Ouyang Tong looked at her back and couldn't stop sneering. Wanting to use her as a gunhead, there was no door. Against Qin Ning, she could do it on her own. There was no need for cooperation. This Jane won. Really bold. Not easy to coax at all. Thinking of this, he pulled out his cell phone and was just about to dial. A waiter walking past her suddenly collapsed on top of her. A high-fashion outfit also got some coffee sprinkled on it. Ouyang Tong immediately rebuked. Are you blind? How do you walk? Can you afford to pay for my clothes? The waiter immediately apologized. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'll take care of it right away. Ouyang Sutong raised her hand and slapped it. What do you do with it? You can't afford to pay for it even if you sell it. Ma'am, calm down. I'll pay for this dress for her. Ouyang Sutong looked up as an elegant and easygoing looking man looked at him with a smile. The man pulled out his cell phone and made a call. 10 minutes later came over with another outfit of the latest high fashion, and the waitress was gone. Ouyang Xiaotong changed her clothes in a haphazard manner, and the man from just now was nowhere to be seen. It's like it's all just an illusion. Outside at the moment, in a tricycle, two cleaners were sweeping the road. Chapter 123, You Are Not Qin Wen Seeds. Never in her life had Jane thought there would be a day when she would be a janitor. That face drooped longer than a donkey's face. Qin Ning kicked him. Do a good job. Don't droop. Jane Wan felt that her sister-in-law was making it too complicated, so she just went straight to the fight. Qin Ning slapped him again. We are a country of law and order. How can we just break the law? You think it's your place? Why don't you settle her at your place? Jane scratched her head. She's good at pooing me, and I don't want to make contact with her. Sister-in-law, don't you know how to brainwash too? Why not brainwash? It's easy to arouse suspicion by doing too much. Jane Wan was full of disbelief. Qin Ning glared at him. I want to try if this method works. Take that look back from you. Only then did Jane Wan nod. Sister-in-law, she's really smart and sensitive and suspicious. Sweep the floor and sweep the floor. People come out. Jane Wan reached into the trash can headfirst, and Ouyang Sutong walked past. After a while, Qin Ning pulled out a tablet and watched the red dot on it get farther and farther away. She yanked Jane Wan out of the trash can. Your mom is far away. At this time, Qin Wu's first TV series was finally finalized. He performs the second male role in it and has a good part. Originally he just wanted to sing, but too much has been happening at home lately. Those things gave him a huge sense of crisis. Mom, Dad and brothers are obsessed, and Qin Jiao fans the flames. It was all too much for him to face, but when he got home, he realized that it was more serious than he thought. One is mad, two are in a coma, one is seriously injured, and two are addicted to female sex and can't help themselves. He took the initiative to make an appointment to meet Qin Ning. Qin Ning flung the 5 paternity tests over. Qin Mushi, none of you are Qin Wen Seed. Qin Wu was incredulous. How could this be? How could mom do such a thing? Qin Ning saw that he didn't believe him and hugged his arms with a bland expression. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time there was a girl who was born into an ordinary family that wasn't too well off. There are 5 brothers above and 1 sister below. Although she was relatively pretty, her parents didn't love her. In order to gain the love and attention of her parents, she was raised to be obedient and do whatever her parents told her to do. Then she grew up, but her family remained poor, and she's grown into a beautiful big girl. Her mom then came up with a great way to fly the coop, create chance encounters, play some tricks, and become a rich wife of a wealthy family. But the girl already has a sweetheart. To keep her parents off her back, she had to agree. However, after the marriage, she realized that her husband did not pay much attention to her, and there was a delay in getting pregnant, so she sought the seed of her beloved. 5 consecutive loans were made and 5 sons were born, and the daughter was an accident. Qin Mu was slow to react to how this was all so unreal. Qin Ning suddenly moved closer to him. I didn't publicize this matter. If I did, you wouldn't be able to mix in the entertainment industry, without the Qin family behind you. Qin Wu, do you think strength is enough? There is no shortage of powerful people in the entertainment industry. I have made such a big fuss in the entertainment industry only because I am not used to seeing it. But this will not become extinct and will return after a while. The weak are the strong, the law of nature. And the human world is even more cruel than nature. Winner takes all, loser takes all. The Bai family will never think of turning over in this life, and Qin Yu Qin Jiao will die. If the law hadn't protected them, their grave grass would have been reincarnated several times over. Qin Wu held the paternity test. Her hand still couldn't stop shaking. What do you want me to do? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. What are you afraid of? Even though you didn't treat me very well at first, but after letting me beat him up once, his attitude was much better. You weren't involved in those things either. I'm not going to kill everyone. As for your origins, I'm not going to announce them just yet. No matter how much of a catch-22 there is out there, as long as I don't state it, it will always be a rumor. Just do your business, and if you want to pick them all up, feel free. Qin Mu pulled out a card. This is all my savings. I'm the one who thanked you for not announcing it and keeping me stable in the entertainment industry. I'll pick them up and never let them hurt you again. Qin Ning didn't politely talk to him. I'll take the card. If you encounter any difficulties, you can look for me. Thanks a lot. Qin Mu was sincerely thanking him. With Qin Ning's current strength, it was too easy to block him. The mere announcement of his birth was enough to destroy his career. After Qin Wu left, Qin Ning leisurely picked at his cell phone. Master, you're quite kind. I'm not a pretty person. It's just that there has to be someone left to take in the bogeyman. The system was speechless. Why did I say you were so kind? So it was this idea. Qin Ning sent a message to Yang Feng, and Qin Yuan and Qin there closed their nets early. After Qin Wu and Qin Ning parted ways, they sent Qin Er and Qin San and Bai Jiruo to a private hospital. Another notification was made to Qin Yuan and Qin Wuan, two people, one of whom had just fallen out of love because he had missed out on beating up his girlfriend. One was expelled for repeated offenses, repeatedly engaging in student-teacher relationships, and causing serious repercussions for the school. Qin Wu brought the two to his house, and it was time for the two to pick and choose. Old 5. How big is this house of yours? It's only 300 square feet. Not as big as our living room. Why don't you hire some babysitters? Old 5. What are we going to do when we get hungry? Old 5. You're going to have to match a cook, right? Old 5. You transfer some money to me. I want to buy a car. Qin Ning, what qualifications does she have to kick us out? Is it because I haven't had time to teach her a lesson in the meantime? The more Qin thought about it, the more angry he became. No, big brother, let's go back to the manor. That ask is not her alone. Qin Yuan clenched his fists. Qin Ning is completely pissing me off. If I don't hack her up a bit, she won't even know who she is. Qin Wu directly blackened her face. Have you guys made enough of a scene? If it wasn't for Qin Ning's mercy, do you guys think we'd still be standing here chatting? Big brother, fourth brother, haven't you realized the truth by now? We were wrong from the start, but if we could have been nicer to her, you guys wouldn't have gotten mixed up like this. We were so stupid to trust grandma, to trust mom, to trust Jiao Jiao. Now it seems that trusting Qin Ning is the hard truth. I'll tell you, from now on, whoever dares to mess with Qin Ning will go out and fend for themselves, both men said in unison. By what right? Qin Wu flung the paternity test over. By virtue of the fact that you are not the seed of the Qin family. The two brothers saw the report and were filled with disbelief. This must be Qin Ning's plot. She was the best at playing small tricks. Qin Wu scratched his head, very impatient. If you don't believe me, go ask mom. She knows everything. The two of them really took the paternity test and ran out. And Qin Wu was not worried that someone would take this. After all, if he confessed, Qin Ning would bail him out. Chapter 124, Obsessive by Jiruo. Qin Ning had just returned to the manor when Lu saw Qin Yuan and Qin Wuan yelling at the door. She didn't even get out of the car. Now that such minions were no longer worth their weight in gold, she waited for Qin Jiao to take over. Allow Qin Jiao to gang up on people everywhere and then finally knock them down. That's what makes it feel good. The system is calling her a pervert. But Qin Ning always felt unrelieved. Whether it was ending her life at a young age or a tragic death after following the original storyline, she was heartbroken. No one can change the death of Mrs. Qin. Although old man Qin had been poisoned for years, he was not yet at the point of death. It's just that the guilt is too great to live with. Originally, she could have hypnotized and let old man Qin live for a few more years. Only, it was all because of old man Qin, and she didn't want to save it. It's as simple as that between life and death. While completing the system's tasks, the idle thing to do was to avenge the owner of this body. The system was worried about her going off the deep end and kept reminding her, Master, whoever owns this body is the owner of this body. And little Qin Ning now owns her own life. You're afraid I'll go crazy? Yeah, you should enjoy it now. You can go back with your reward when the mission is over. Qin Yu is still alive. Qin Jiao and Xiaming are alive and well. Bai Jiruo is still alive. Master, the plot has changed since you arrived. Qin Ning shook his head. Tuzi, don't try to brainwash me, or else I'll them up and get shot, and none of us will be able to complete the mission. The system cried out. For the first time in its long life, it was threatened by the host. Isn't there anything she cares about? What do you think I care if I go back and do the same thing I did before? As long as I don't care, you systems can't threaten me. At this moment, the system felt very weak. Master, you look after yourself. As long as I can complete the task properly, I'll be content. Only then did Qin Ning smile with satisfaction. This is only right. I just don't want Shin Zhouxing to die. To ensure that he lives a long life, you'll be a good role as a repository of information. Master, I know. Good boy. Qin Ning, has always been unrestrained. There is only whether she complies or not. There is no such thing as whether she can do it or not. Qin Yuan and Qin Wuan saw Qin Ning ride into the manor on a small electric donkey and didn't even stop when they saw them. Furious, they were at the door like shrews cursing. In the end, he was chased out a dozen miles or so by 10 Kango dogs released by Fukunin. When Qin Jiao received them, the two of them were as wretched as lost dogs. In front of Qin Jiao, he scolded Qin Ning as worthless. Qin Jiao was very happy that there were more and more people on her side, and Qin Ning was about to become a loner. Qin Wu had done his duty and went to the hospital to see Bai Jiruo again before working. Bai Jiruo had recovered well, and when she saw Qin Wu, She broke into tears. Why did you just come back? You don't know how Qin Ning dealt with us. She wouldn't treat us at all. Just told the family doctor to just hang on for dear life. It's an abomination to be so mean to your own mother. She also put your grandparents and uncles in mental hospitals and prisons. You go and get them out. By the way, where's your second and third brother? They've been hit harder. Did you call the police? Quickly call the police to arrest Qin Ning. Qin Wu sighed. Mom, I know all about it. You know what you've done yourself. The White family is to blame for all this. The facts and evidence of the crime are clear. What are you still arguing for? Still don't know what you did wrong? But if you had treated Qin Ning better, you wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Even though the 5 of us are not members of Qin's family, Qin Ning didn't drive us to extinction. He also allowed me to carry the Qin family's label in the entertainment industry. If I can't develop, you'll all have to go out to work. You haven't worked in over 20 years. You don't know anything. What kind of job can you get out there? Bai Zhirua froze. Why would she let you go? Qin Ning can't afford to be unprofitable, so how could she let you off easily? Qin Wu smiled bitterly. I gave her all my savings, and it will be signed to her company when the contract expires this year. Bai Zhirua couldn't help but scream at the top of her voice. What? Me gave her all her savings? You gave it to her. What do I spend it on? Stupid one. She can do whatever she likes. Is the entertainment industry run by her? Seeing that she was still obsessed until now, Qin Wu simply didn't explain. Big brother and fourth brother are both living in my house. The house is in Lakewood Courtyard. You can just go straight there when you get out of the hospital. The password is my birthday. I have to work, and if I don't I'm going to drink the wind. After Qin Wu left, Bai Zhirua only reacted. She did not remember Qin Wu's birthday. In the beginning, all 5 children's birthdays were fake so that they could coincide with their pregnancies. The only real birthday is known to mom in the mental hospital, but now she couldn't even think of a fake one. It's all Qin Ning's fault. This scourge really can't stay. Bai Zhirua thought for a while some headaches. After leaving the hospital must go to find the Void Master. At this time, Xu Zian and Zhu Yilan knelt in front of Shen Zhouxing, begging him to be magnanimous and let the Zhu family off the hook for once. Shen Zhouxing seemed to smile. All along, I have been turning a blind eye to the Zhu family. I know everything the Zhu family has done, including the fact that you collaborated with Uncle Tu to harm me. Only I thought it didn't matter. Those schemes of yours are like playing house in front of me. I have nothing to do. Fighting you guys kinda passes the time. You know I'm starting to you guys up now? Because you guys are making Ning Er unhappy. You don't even know how much you weigh. But this time I'm being merciful and just sending you guys on a dig. I'll let you return to your roots after you die. Shin Debao also followed. As for Shin Nan Nan, she's nothing to it. Xu Zian shook her head. Debao can't go. Debao can't go. Then she cried out that she was wrong and looked at Shin Hong with a pleading gaze. Shin Hong slapped the table. Zhou Xing, it's not appropriate for you to do this. They've been pretty good to you after all these years. Nothing happened to you, even though they tried to harm you. Shin Zhouxing directly blackened his face. Then you go together. After all, you are true love. Shin Hong shook his head repeatedly. Forget it, I'm too old for long-distance traveling. Son, when do you plan to send it over? Shin Zhouxing glanced at him. Leaving tonight. After saying that, he left, leaving the Zhu family crying. Xu Zian looked at Shin Hong. Hong, I'm disappointed in you. Shin Hong swallowed his saliva. He was also being wise. Who let the Zhu family be so stupid? When Shin Zhouxing came out, Lian Xiao and Shin Nan Nan followed. She carefully walked over. Big brother, will I take them away? I promise they won't bother sister-in-law. Shin Zhouxing twisted his head and looked at her. You control them? What guarantee do you have? Do I have to be merciful to a man who has tried to kill me 3 times? Nui Shin, don't beg me. It's useless. If this is to be handed over to Ninger, the Shu family will either die or be crippled. Lian Xiao tugged at Shin Nuanan. Don't you understand, big brother? Don't you understand, sister-in-law? Shin Nan Nan nodded. Big brother, I'll follow. Feel free. Shin Zhouxing's head did not return. He had to go home to accompany Ninger, which had the time to bull *******. Chapter 125, Sending the Zhu family away. Shin Nan Nan was almost unsteady on her feet. Lian Xiao hurriedly supported her. Nan Nan, why are you doing this? Shin Nan Nan shook her head. Her round little face was covered with tear tracks. They've all gone. Am I alone in the country to enjoy my happiness? They are to blame for harming big brother on the one hand and sister-in-law on the other. You were informed and did not counsel, and big brother did not think to punish you. In fact, it's very good for you, and you shouldn't resent big brother in this case. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to hold back until now. Shin Nan Nan nodded her head and looked at Lian Xiao. I know, Lian Xiao, you go back. Lian Xiao stopped persuading. Alright, I'll remind you that from now on, you all need to dispel the idea of harming big brother and sister-in-law. Otherwise you'll end up worse. Shin Nui expressed her understanding. I'll persuade them. Wish the family hooted and hollered and no one wanted to leave. The mouth is full of code-loaded words. Lian Zhao's handsome features directly distorted. You Shu family members are unrepentant in your deaths and deserve to be sent away by my big brother. With that said, he turned his head and walked away, afraid that if he listened any longer he'd want to hit someone. Shen Nan sighed and yelled, "That's enough. The outside is full of big brother's people. Every word you curse will reach his ears. It won't be as simple as digging when the time comes." Shu family members immediately shut up. Zhu Yilin still cried non-stop. "My whole life is ruined. Ruined in my aunt's hands." Zhu Xiuyan's elder brother, Zhu Xiuyu, was outright furious. "Zhu Xiuyan, look at what you've done. Look at what our Zhu family has become. I gave you a good daughter. What have you made of her? How dare you teach her to seduce a dead old man? And now she's had a miscarriage. Do you even want to be ashamed?" Zhu Ziyan's sister-in-law, Chen Jie, couldn't wait to fling Zhu Ziyan a few slaps right now. "Incompetent. Scourge. You haven't captured Shin Heng's heart until now. He doesn't have any say in front of Shin Zhouxing. You've harmed yourself and dragged the whole family down with you." Zhu Ziyan hated her teeth when she saw her big brother and sister-in-law's faces. "Shut up. You guys don't have any qualifications to talk about me." All of Zhu family's resentment was focused on Zhu Xiuyan at once. If Zhu Ziyan didn't have bad thoughts, how could she think of harming Shin Zhouxing? If Zhu Xiuyan hadn't been dishonest, how could she have ruined Zhu Yilin's life? If Zhu Ziyan was honest, their Zhu family would still be eating and drinking. In the face of her family's complaints and attacks, Zhu Xiuyan was not to be outdone. Breaking down. "What a face you all made when you made me marry an old man in exchange for a good life. If it weren't for you guys, Yuan and I would have gotten married a long time ago. Nor did she have to carry a child to marry Shin Heng. My life is ruined in your hands. Why don't you say so when you're enjoying yourselves? Now complain. You guys were more excited than me when I just mentioned that I was going to screw Shin Zhouxing. You deserve it, all of you." Zhu's family made a lot of noise, and Shin Nan sat powerlessly on the sofa. Meanwhile, outside the Shu family's door, Shin Hong was trembling. He didn't realize it was all a scam. It's a calculated plot by the Shu family. Qin Ning shook his head. "I can't even bear to strike him. Is there a possibility? The red from the wedding night? It's a ing pregnancy. It's a big move. It's red." Shin Heng's face became even more ugly. "No need to wait until the evening. Send it away now. Sent to that mine where the conditions are the toughest. The old man won't allow them a moment's free time." Shin Heng directly roared out at the end of his words, and his 2 marriages were all counted. His parents counted on him. The Shu family counted on him. How come he can't meet true love? Qin Ning pulled the corner of his mouth. By now, this guy was still thinking about true love. The wood is too rotten to carve. And Lian Xiao carefully looked at his sister-in-law. When did sister-in-law come? He just went out and met it. What is sister-in-law planning to do? She didn't go in till now. Qin Ning suddenly sighed. Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao hurriedly answered. "Sister-in-law, I'm here. Do you like Shin Nui? Lian Xiao was full of questions. "It's not annoying. What's wrong?" Qin Ning twisted his head. "I mean, do you have the kind of fondness for Shin Nan that you have for men and women?" Lian Xiao hurriedly waved his hand. "What is sister-in-law saying? Our family is too complicated. How can she and I be possible? If these two like each other, I'll hypnotize Shin Nui to forget about the Zhu family and continue to live in Xinjiang. But Lian Xiao doesn't like it, so do I still have to make a move?" Lian Xiao froze. "Sister-in-law, do you want Nuan to stay? She hasn't harmed your big brother, so it stands to reason that she shouldn't be punished." But she knew all about the Zhu family's actions, and it was her fault for not reporting what she knew. Sister-in-law wouldn't be unaware of that, would she? Qin Ning glanced at him. "She's all sneaky about reminding your big brother. Otherwise your big brother wouldn't have asked me to come. He meant to leave Shin Nuan behind." Lian Xiao thought it was unlikely. Shin Nan was quite stubborn. Qin Ning directly called Shin Nan out and asked for her opinion. Shin Nui was quite bold and said that she would not stay unless her family also stayed. Qin Ning was all pissed off and laughed. He hated it when people threatened her. Lian Xiao knew that Shin Nan looked soft and weak, but in reality, she was the one who could be the most angry. Before boarding the airplane, Shin Nan looked around and saw Qin Ning not far away. She waved goodbye. Everyone had their faults and she was off to redeem herself. For as long as she could remember, she knew that her mom was trying to find ways to harm her big brother. Sometimes she's afraid to talk about it. If she does, her mom will stick her with a needle. Sometimes she reminded her big brother and her mom took it out on her when her actions failed. She had wanted to leave Xinjiang for a long time. It was full of bad memories. The better her big brother treated her, the more guilt she felt inside. When her sister-in-law offered to let her stay, she refused outright. He would take the Zhu family away from Xinjiang so that the evil would not continue. At the very least, it would cut off cooperation with Qin Jiao. If you do too much, you will die, and Qin Jiao will not have a good ending. She blessed her big brother and sister-in-law. Qin Ning similarly raised his hand until the airplane disappeared into thin air. Qin Zhao didn't expect Zhu Xian's family to disappear en masse. If he wasn't wrong, this should be Qin Ning's handiwork. Qin Ning cried out in vain. It wasn't like she was the only one who would do this. Qin Zhao tightly ganged up. The upper face of the Xie family's disposition also came to an end. Except for a large mansion that had been handed down from the Xie family's ancestors, all other property had been surrendered. At the end of the day, Xiaming's family of 3 lived in a large mansion. But Xiaming's company was also on the right track and gradually began to make a profit. Although it wasn't even a third-rate family now, it was good that the family had a voice. They were quite satisfied. But Qin Zhao wasn't. How could they fight Qin Ning like this? Chapter 126, Wearing a Static Electricity. Electric who? Although Qin Wu was closed for filming, he hadn't dropped a single piece of information from the outside world. Shen Zhouxing and Qin Ning began to clean up the people. He'd warned Mom and a couple of his brothers many times. If they get bent out of shape, there will be consequences. Bai Jirua's stomach was full of resentment as Qin Ning bullied people too much. At this time, Qin Yu brought Qin Zhao's own father. This time a real one. The face is the same as theirs. The nationality is different. The first day he landed, Lian passed the news to Qin Ning. Qin Ning put down her cell phone. Having just stopped for 2 days, Qin Yu was really good at finding things for her. Shen Zhouxing glanced at her cell phone and couldn't help but say, Ninger, this wood Jason is working with the top on a big project. For the moment you can't touch him. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. Qin Ning waved his hand. You're just responsible for earning money. I won't move him. Don't worry. I just beat up Qin Yu's mother and daughter, and Bai Jirua and the others, who made them unrepentant until now. But if Jason would dares to meddle between Qin Yu and me, I won't care that much. Shen Zhouxing and Wood Jason hadn't dealt with each other, and there wasn't an ounce of overlap between the two of their businesses. But now that Wood Jason had followed Qin Yu here, then don't blame him for making the first move. On Wood Jason's first day, his oil base in the southern hemisphere exploded. While there were no casualties, the damage amounted to $1.7 billion, and there's no way to find out who did it. Wood Jason tossed and turned, aside Qin Yu upset. He does not know how much he weighs? The bed is collapsing. At this time, there was a large Qining lying on the windowsill. Wooden Jason is 6 feet 9 inches, 220 pounds. Qin Yu is 6 feet 7 inches, 90 pounds. This cargo is not the right board. How did you give birth to Qin Zhao? Can you demonstrate the process? I'm curious. Qin Yu snapped her eyes open. That scourge is here? Where is she? Would Jason's eyes hurt from the glare? Jade, what are you doing? Turn off the lights. I'm having trouble with my eyes. Qin Yu opened all the cabinets and there was no sign of Qin Ning. Not under the bed either. Not behind the curtains. Not in the bathroom. Not in the bathroom. Not in the toilet. Would Jason originally had a stomach full of anger? Seeing Qin Yu in this godly manner, think of it all as seducing him. He got up and scooped up Qin Yu with one hand, clamped it in his armpit and headed for the bed. Qin Ning's eyes widened. Coming. The main event is coming. Qin Yu struggled. Would Jason, let go of me. Would Jason's face was horribly grim. You weren't like this when you coaxed me to come? I have children all over the world. I don't care if a few of them die. It's just that your body is still attractive to me. And there's nothing wrong with helping out your own daughter. What do you mean by that? You bring me here and you won't let me touch it? Qin Yu, you're fooling me. Ha! Qin Yu was viciously thrown onto the bed, her entire body covered. I want it today. She wanted to say that Qin Ning was watching, but the words reached the corners of her mouth and never came out. What fell to Wood Jason was rejection. Denial, is it? That's the kind of forced he likes. It's exciting. But before Qin Ning could even begin to look, his eyes were covered. Shen Zhouxing snapped Qin Ning off someone's windowsill with a dark face. Qin Ning struggled harder to press than a pig on a case. Shen Zhouxing, you big man. Not sleeping in the middle of the night. What did you catch me for? Ninger, what are you doing up in the middle of the night? I couldn't sleep and came out for a walk. Shen Zhouxing sneered. You slipped from the north to the south of the city? Why? Didn't you sneak over here too? Shen Zhouxing gritted his teeth. I'm looking for a daughter-in-law. Qin Ning pouted. People are starting. It's all your fault. Shen Zhouxing held the person tightly and signaled the driver to drive. Returning to the villa, he threw Qin Ning under the covers. He pulled off his belt and waistband and looked at Qin Ning with a smile. Ninger, what's the point of looking at others? It's only fun to do it yourself. Qin Ning set an S on the bed. You do it. So Shen Zhouxing started to pick, first a down jacket, then a wool sweater, and a bottom, and finally this heating undershirt. Underneath was a pair of baggy sweatpants, followed by a pair of wool pants, and finally a pair of fall pants, and finally a pair of thigh-length wool socks. Shen Zhouxing's face grew darker and darker, and Qin Ning's laughter grew louder and louder. The air crackled with static. Shen Zhouxing went from a big back to a punching bag. He clenched his fists. I'm getting a couple 100 million a month and you get all static to wear? Ha, who do you want to electrocute? Qin Ning laughed out loud. Just kidding, don't mind. Still coming? People can't wait. Shen Zhouxing took her clothes and threw them all into the trash can. Qin Ning rushed into the bathroom to wash up, and when she came out, Shen Zhouxing was already asleep. It looks like it's tired of picking off clothes. She found herself a comfortable position to get into Shen Zhouxing's arms, and reached out to poke her abs. Not bad, quite hard. Shen Zhouxing grabbed her hand. There's more. Qin Ning was confused. What else? It took her half the night to know the answer to that one question. With 2 dark circles under my eyes, I was responding to messages on my cell phone in the middle of the morning. Her mental hospital was investigated because one of the doctors took money from a patient's family and sent a perfectly good person in. The psychiatric hospital is now closed down and the doctors and personnel involved have been taken away by the police. Xining also held a press conference to state its position and offer compensation. When Qin Jiao saw the news, she was very proud that her daddy was so powerful, and Bai Jiruo sneaked to the temple again. The little shaman had been waiting at the door for a long time. Sure, Master Ping, follow me. Bai Jiruo carried a large duffel bag and looked flustered. Quickly bring me Su to see Master. She had only one request. She must bring down Qin Ning and restore their rich and noble lives. In a flash to the New Year's Eve, Shen Zhouxing everywhere. Shenzhou could not find anyone. Qin Jiao Yuan didn't. The bar didn't. The villa didn't. The phone doesn't answer. Messages are not returned. Qin Shi's family and Qin Xing's family approached Shen Zhouxing to ask for someone. Shen Zhouxing approached the Qin family for someone. In the end, they didn't even know where Qin Ning had gone. Shen Zhouxing was so anxious that he was ready to start looking for people all over the city. Yang Feng ran over in a hurry. Boss, my life sister went back to the village. She said that she will be back tomorrow evening, so you guys don't have to go looking for her. Shen Zhouxing then put down his heart. What is she doing back in the village? Yang Feng shook his head. This is what Sister Ning informed me properly. She didn't say why, so she told me to tell you guys not to bother her. Shen Zhouxing felt a little lost in his heart, even though they had to be so close. Ninger still couldn't accept him wholeheartedly, and Qin Ning was sitting in the small courtyard where he used to live, looking at the picture of little Qin Ning, grinning. Sister is taking revenge for you. Don't worry, I'll grind them to death within the law. With me around, none of them will be safe for the rest of their lives, especially your own parents and Qinyu. As soon as the words fell, a dark shadow flashed by. Qin Ning twisted his head to look at it and didn't get up to go after it. There had to be a reason to drive some people crazy. Chapter 127, She is not Qin Ning. Qin Jiao was so surprised that this news was the best New Year's gift. Shen Zhouxing also did not expect that Qin Jiao would come to him at this time. I was already in a bad mood, and now I didn't want to see her at all. But Qin Jiao was shameless and stopped his car from leaving. Shen Zhouxing directly changed his face. Good dogs don't get in the way. Haven't you heard of that? Qin Jiao didn't get angry. Instead she was cheerful. Brother Zhou Xing, I want to talk to you. Shen Zhouxing was horrified in his heart. Without Ninger present, why did this feeling come back? Obviously not happy about it, but unable to refuse Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao saw that he had no reaction, so she continued. What I'm talking about has to do with Qin Ning. She has a big secret. Shen Zhouxing felt a bit ridiculous. Who else can be beautiful with a few secrets? You think I will believe you? Let you sow discord. Qin Jiao, your wishful thinking is wrong. If you have this time you might as well save your mom. He suffered a lot for you. At the mention of this, a flash of embarrassment appeared on Qin Jiao's face. Now everyone knows she's getting a new dad in a little while. People also say she is rich as a father and goes around recognizing her father. If they had listened to her in the first place, they would never have ended up in this situation. This is all Qin Yu's fault. How can she save? Shen Zhouxing took advantage of the fact that she was lost in thought and took off with a kick of the gas. Qin Jiao was furious and stomped her feet. Shen Zhouxing, don't regret it. Shen Zhouxing looked at the bowl of rearview mirrors and was filled with disgust when he saw Qin Jiao's open teeth and claws. Ninger had a lot of secrets on her, and even if there were more, he hoped that Ninger would tell them on her own. It didn't matter if he didn't say anything, but he didn't want to hear any truth from anyone else. I miss Ninger. When will Ninger come back? Qin Ning stayed in the village for the night, and that sneezing couldn't be stopped. The mayor and the villagers didn't know she was coming, but came and went through the door. Why did it always feel like there was a pair of eyes staring at them from behind a locked door? Qin Ning stood behind the door for a while, muttering to himself for a while longer before leaving. No sooner had she left than a dark figure burst in behind her, just in time to be caught by the villagers with their gadgets. How do they feel there are always eyes on them? Turns out it's a thief. Could it be that I heard that during the spring festival? Qin Ning girl gave out New Year's goods to the village. After all, a truckload of annuals for a family is $100,000 a family. The village chief took the loudspeaker and shouted, all of us together. Qin Ning is fighting outside. We can't let anyone steal our home behind us. Give me a beating. Dare to steal the god of wealth's home. He doesn't want to live. Led by the village chief. All of them, from the 99 to those who could just walk, joined the battle. Qin Jiao was at home, waiting left and right, still not waiting for evidence, just waiting for Qin Ning in the middle of the night. Looking at Qin Ning, who was pressing step by step, Qin Jiao's whole body trembled. What do you want to do? Come over again. I'm going to yell for someone. Qin Ning shrugged his shoulders. Go ahead and shout. It's better to shout them all in. What do you want? Qin Ning sat on the end of her bed. I asked what you want to do. It was Qin Yu's fault for being switched as a baby. I don't blame you, but why did you victimize me 3 times after I came back? Qin Jiao, feel your chest. Do you have a conscience? You make them all dislike me with a mouth that's shady and insinuating. Let them hate me, curse me, and want me dead at all times. How wrong do you think you are? As Qin Ning spoke, the anger in his heart rushed up and he choked Qin Jiao's neck. Qin Jiao's face rose to a penetrating red, and her hands kept picking at Qin Ning's hands. She was breathing a little hard. You are not Qin Ning. Qin Ning laughed out loud and suddenly moved closer to her. I'm an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. I'll only be happy if you all die. Qin Jiao was scared and angry. Murder is against the law. You wouldn't dare. Qin Ning slapped him over. It's not that I don't dare, but that you guys don't deserve it. I'm going to torture you all, make you work hard to get up and then kick you down. You'll never be able to turn yourselves around with me around. Qin Jiao was furious and her voice was hysterical. Qin Ning, you are too deceitful and shall not die. Qin Ning gave her 2 more slaps. I'll bully you. What can you do? From the time you were in kindergarten to college, you relied on the Qin family's power to bully how many people today? Qin Ning suddenly had a good idea. She was directly face to face with Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao, look at me. An hour later, a video was posted on Qin Jiao's account. The video is Qin Jiao herself confessing how many people she bullied from kindergarten through college. How many people have led the bullying and now she has no regrets and says those people deserved it. This video has caused national outrage. There has been a flurry of AIT expulsion of this student with no morals or conscience, and the people who had been bullied by Qin Jiao before had come forward to accuse and testify. Qin Ning, as a family member, held a press conference at the first opportunity. First, I apologize to all of you and pay $1 million each. Secondly, Qin Jiao's life was made public. Finally, it was announced that Qin Jiao and the Qin family were severed, and it was hoped that she would not do bad things in the name of the Qin family in the future. Qin Jiao's reputation was swept away, and Qin Ning reaped another wave of favorable reviews. Qin Yu is going crazy. She serves Mu Jiesin every day in a submissive manner. Qin Jiao even caused such a big trouble outside. She fiercely slapped Qin Jiao. You disappoint me too much. Do you know how hard I work? Qin Jiao covered her face. That's your own fault. You deserve it. Who are you to educate me? Look at what you've done. Now who else wants to cooperate? If I don't have it, I don't believe that I can't defeat Qin Ning. Qin Yu really didn't know what to say. What are you going to fight her with? What she has, you don't have any of it. Qin Jiao's 5 senses twisted. That's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, Walking would still be the Qin family's eldest young lady right now. You're the one who made me hurt the Qin family. You're the one who made me brainwash them. You're the one who took it lightly. Qin Ning is so powerful. Why didn't you investigate in advance? Qin Yu sighed. What's the point of talking about this now? What Jason will make a move. You go abroad first to finish your studies. The country is not suitable for us to stay at the moment. Qin Jiao shook her head. No, I don't want to go abroad. I still have a lot of things left to do. Qin Jiao twisted her head and ran, which was completely different from the dream. How did Bai Jiruo divorce Qin Wen? And how are the 5 brothers not Qin Wen's biological sons? How the Bai family lost and how Xiaming didn't marry Qin Ning? Why didn't Shinzhou behavior become her spare tire? She couldn't figure out if the dream was wrong, but it's obviously so real. With a sudden flash of insight, she knew what the problem was. She turned back. Mom, I know why Qin life is so powerful. Because she. Before he could finish his sentence, the man was knocked out. Qin Yu's face was expressionless. Take her away. Yes. Chapter 128, Have I Become Extinct? Bai Jiruo comes to Qin Jiao with the pouch given by Master Void. Standing in front of the villa, I realized that the place was empty. There was a sign on the door that said for sale to the public and a contact information. She called and found it was the real estate agent. The real estate agent also just knows that the owner of this villa is out of the country. Bai Jiruo suddenly felt an empty peace in her heart. How did Jiajiao leave the country? Not even a hello to himself. Qin Yuan, who was on the side, snorted coldly. It shouldn't be because Qin Ning messed up. She forced Jiao Jiao to record a video and got a bunch of people to play the bullies, deliberately causing an internet explosion. She then comes out and does a good job. Bai Jiruo chilled her face. Why is she so vicious? What has Jiao Jiao been victimized by her? Do you know where she is now? I'm going to put what Master Void gave me on her. Qin Yuan shook his head. I don't have her contact information. Bai Jiruo thought for a while. Go find your father first. Qin Yuan laughed to himself. My father? Which one? Bai Jiruo glared at him, looking for Qin Wen. What are you looking for in a crazy person? Bai Jiruo suddenly laughed. Crazy? How can that be? His acting skills are the best. He had even appeared in a TV series before. Only Qin Sheng didn't agree with him entering the entertainment industry. So all that good acting is used at home. You think we can get in? Bai Jiruo pulled out her cell phone. We can't get in. He can get out. Qin Yuan did not think that a man who had been counted for nearly half his life and had worn so many cuckolds could still be at his beck and call now. How can that be? Mom doesn't seem to recognize her place until now. As expected, Bai Jiruo unexpectedly realized that she couldn't get through to Qin Wen at all. Is he really that desperate? Hurriedly, Qin Yuan made Qin Yuan pull out his cell phone. Dial and see if it's also blacked you out. Qin Yuan sighed. I've already played it long ago. Mommy, wake up. You've lived together for so many years. Don't you know him? He's one of the most ruthless people out there. Or maybe he's got his cell phone under control. Bai Jiruo let out a sigh of relief. Yes, it must be Qin Ning with your father's cell phone. At this moment, Qin Wen looked at Qin Ning with a face full of incredulity. Is everything you said true? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow and nodded. Your own daughter died when she was 12. When she was 12, her foster father died of depression, and she felt hopeless about her future and hanged herself from a beam in her room with a rope. And I came from that time and then grew up with this body. Qin Wen scratched his head. Wait, let me slow down for a while. You're just going to tell me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll tell someone else? Go ahead. See if anyone will believe you. If you do go around preaching, the mental hospital is where you belong. Besides, just so you know, it's still easy for me to screw someone over. Now that I've said it, I'm not afraid of you saying it. Qin Wen hugged his head and cried. That means I'm extinct? And such a tragic death for your only real daughter? Meeting her adoptive father wasn't much of a blessing, but it was lucky. Better than being picked up by those traffickers. It's just that I won't spare any of you who caused this. Qin Wen smiled bitterly. I don't excuse myself for anything. At that time, the Bai family got hold of some photos and videos. Once it was publicized, the Qin family would suffer tremendously. So I chose to marry her, only to have my health gradually become abnormal after marriage. When she gave birth to Qin Ning, I was in the ICU, and my parents and brothers hated Bai Jiruo because of this. It was also felt that the White family would be there to watch, so no one was sent there. In this way, it gave Qin Yu a chance to take advantage of the situation. Qin Ning looked at him expressionlessly. Even so, you are all murderers who killed Qin Ning. How did you treat me when I came back before you knew the truth? If I hadn't been able to do so, the real Qin Ning would still be dead when he returned. Qin Wen nodded his head. I admit, I was wrong. Don't worry about Qin Yu and Bai Jiruo. I will personally avenge my daughter. Qin Ning was then satisfied. Then I'll wait and see. Qin Jiao has changed her face and name, and is preparing to come back after 3 years. Qin Wen looked up at her. Can I find another daughter-in-law? I don't want to be extinct. Qin Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth. This thing was indeed very thin-skinned. Because it was born of Bai Jiruo? Or is it simply not that sad because you've never seen it before? It didn't matter though. She could just let the guys kill each other. So she didn't stop at Qin Wen's question. Maybe doing so will make Bai Jiruo suffer more. Feel free. Qin Wen was overjoyed. I'll send regular living expenses, and I'll take the Qin family's property for little Qining, and do more good deeds to build up her virtue. And don't you dare think that I'm going to give back any of this property later. Qin Wen waved his hand. I don't have that ability, as long as Yu pays. If she hadn't just seen Qin Wen's sad and distressed expression, she wouldn't have believed that the person who was excited right now was him. Qin Sheng was right. This was God's punishment for him. Giving birth to sons, one not as good as the other. Jiruo is like a dog's skin. She can't stick to Qin Jiao, so she'll come back to stick to you. I'm afraid she'll make trouble if you want to marry your new daughter-in-law. Qin Wen's eyes turned cold. Would that woman mess up? She dared. Qin Ning wore if anything a smile. It seems that Qin Wen's life has changed, and he has even managed to come to a middle-aged and old age to get a son. Qin Wen was overjoyed. Ning, don't worry. Leave both Bai Jiruo and Qin Yu to me. I'll make sure to make their lives worse than death. Qin Ning got up. Then I'll wait and see. To deal with people you have to find a soft spot, and Qin Yu's greatest fear is that someone will dig up her mom's grave. Besides, the things you worry about, the Bai family didn't destroy them at all. They're all in the hands of Mrs. Bai. With these things, if you want to marry the new Mrs. Dream on. You're being held hostage by the White family. Qin Wen sent Qin Ning away, packed a few pieces of luggage, and left Shengjing directly. Qin Ning drank his coffee with the feeling of thin porridge. The system was greatly speechless. Master, Qin Wen went to Shanghai to dig his ancestral grave. You're asking them to kill each other. It's pretty fast. Do you think Qin Yu will show up? Definitely. They'll get physical. But master, you're not going to do it. I'm a good law-abiding citizen. The system suddenly pulled an alarm. Qin Ning pulled out his phone and looked at the hot search. Qin Yu was already on the news. It's so fast. One was stabbed 5 times and went to the resuscitation room, and the other one went to the Public Security Bureau for intentional assault. Master, Angelica took the opportunity to send warmth. She can't deliver. Why? Because Mrs. White is dead. Who killed him? Pissed off, Bai Jiruo sat in the waiting room. She couldn't figure out how Qin Wen could go digging up people's graves. I was looking at the time when my cell phone rang. It was a call from the hospital saying her mom was dead. Bai Jiruo rushed to the hospital in a hurry. But unfortunately, he did not see the last side. She glared angrily at who it was. Who killed her mom? Chapter 129. It's a damn shame. Bai Jiruo cried uncontrollably when she saw the body of her own mother. The police were called to report that the old lady had been murdered. But after the police investigation, forensic identification, and finally found that the deceased is due to physical disease caused by the whole body organ failure, Bai Jiro did not believe it. But in front of the iron evidence, spilling the beans would not work. A few brothers, Xin Yuan, pacified the people before sending old Mrs. Bai back to her hometown for burial. Bai Jiruo returned to her old house, but it was a mess. Those things are gone. Looking at his own mother's face so ugly, Xin Yuan stepped forward. Mom, let's go. Grandma has already gone. It's useless for you to be sad. Bai Jiruo shook her head. Your grandmother was murdered. Xin Yuan was already tired of the pain. Mom, Grandma is old and physically ill. Don't you believe what we're saying? Don't you believe in professional appraisals? Bai Jiruo still shook her head. I believe. That won't do. Let's go. Bai Jiruo pointed at the wolves all over the ground and said, there was a treasure hidden here, but it's gone now. Xin Yuan immediately got on board. What kind of treasure? Bai Jiruo turned her head slyly. A treasure that will allow you to continue to enjoy glory and wealth. Xin Yuan was horrified in his heart. Related to the Qin family? Bai Jiruo nodded. Right. Xin Yuan came to a sudden realization. Qin Ning, it must be Qin Ning. She's the only one who would rush to her death. Shin Zhouxing didn't understand. Did everyone die so Ninger could get out of the way? Ninger, isn't it enough to let them enjoy their pain? Does it really have to take a life to do that? In the face of Shin Zhouxing's skepticism, Qin Ning did not need to explain at all. They were only a contractual couple and Shin Zhouxing was not qualified to ask so many questions. Simply put, too much control and not putting yourself in the right position. Qin Ning gave him a disdainful look. Shin Zhouxing, but after not seeing you for 2 days, you've grown up, so the Holy Father is what you are? Shin Zhouxing's face was filled with pain. Ninger, I don't want you to fall deeper and deeper. What do you want? You tell me. I know you have anger in your heart. I'll arrange for people to take turns beating up those guys. You don't want to get anyone killed. State law in case. Qin Ning directly waved her hand. Shin Zhouxing, is that what I am in your heart? Am I a man who rushes things? Shin Zhouxing was silent. Only now the silence was deafening. Qin Ning laughed. A contract is a contract. With zero trust. Since it's a contract, Shin Zhouxing, you're in no position to talk about me. Once the contract is up, we part ways. She knew that she hadn't stopped Qin Zhao and Shin Zhouxing's last meeting in time. Shin Zhouxing was more or less influenced by Qin Zhao. Sure enough, the male counterpart couldn't help but look toward the female lead after she appeared. Shin Zhouxing hurriedly explained. Ninger, I don't mean this. I just don't want you to get in deeper and deeper. Ninger, don't be angry. I can do those illegal and criminal things. Don't be like this, okay? Qin Ning shook her head. Shin Zhouxing, you don't believe me at all. Shin Zhouxing shook his head. Ning air. Qin Ning sighed. The truth is that you'd know if you investigated. But you're just hearing about it from hearsay. Shin Zhouxing wanted to tell her that he investigated. All the evidence points to Qin Ning, who destroyed that evidence. Otherwise it would be Qin Ning who would be in trouble now. Qin Ning gave him a look that was all disappointment. Turn your head and walk away. Shin Zhouxing looked at Qin Ning's departing back and felt great remorse in his heart. How did he say such a thing? It was obvious that one's heart ached for Ninger. The system watched Qin Ning leave Shin Zhouxing and was in a hurry. Master, you know it's all because of Qin Zhao's influence. Why don't you tell Shin Zhouxing? It's useless for me to say it. With the way he thinks now, he still thinks I'm being unreasonable. If Qin Zhao sees him a few more times, it'll be dangerous between you and Shin Zhouxing. Remember, Shin Zhouxing can only save himself. The system disapproves. The influence of the heroine is quite powerful. How can he save himself? As long as the spirit and mind are strong enough, he will not be affected. Master, sometimes I don't understand people. Qin Ning's black face, meaning, if Shin Zhouxing really loves me, I'm so in love with me that no one can tear me apart. His mind won't be so easily disturbed. Understand? Or maybe he has his own path in life and sticks to his own thoughts and behaviors. Then Qin Zhao still can't influence him. What if he can't? I can't do anything about it. I can only help when his life is in danger. So that's how it is. Mentioning this, Qin Ning was filled with anger. It's not because of your broken rules. Why can't you mess with Qin Jiao? The system, cheaply explaining. Master, people are the female lead. The original plot was that she was favored to the end, and it was you and Shin Zhouxing who died. Now the butterfly effect. You're wearing it. The original owner is dead, and you're wearing it on a mission to protect the second male. So the heroine gets to have her storyline become persecuted by the second female again, far away from home. 5 years later, she comes back strong and then starts a series of revenge episodes. Qin Ning scratched his head. Strange, I can't find out where she is. Master, that's a plot bug. You found it. This plot can't go on. What am I supposed to do? Wait for her to come back 5 years later? What else? You can enjoy your life in these 5 years too. The corners of Qin Ning's mouth rose. Enjoying life. Half an hour later, Qin Ning was sitting on top of the stage, crossing his legs and grasping money in his hand. A bunch of dudes lined up and danced around him. The system died of anger. It's meant to nourish her. Didn't ask her to come to this place. When a dancer came, Qin Ning grabbed a handful of money and stuffed it into someone's belt. That's the kind of life a big heroine should enjoy. Shin Zhouxing followed along the way, not expecting to hear so much information. His mind was a bit unable to keep up. Had he really been influenced by Qin Jiao? Is there some other hidden agenda in the death of the old lady of the White family? Shin Zhouxing smashed the steering wheel twice in chagrin, and he, who had never spoken profanity before, kept swearing at this time. After a while, the car drove off. The system died in silence. These two, one admiring the man dancing, can't stop spreading money. One drinks with his brother and can't stop crying. At this moment, Luli's face was full of questions. What's going on? Being beaten up by your sister-in-law? Xu Jingyi shook his head. I've been away from Shengjing. If you don't know, I know even less. Shin Zhouxing was drunk and cried for Qin Ning. Qin Ning was equally drunk, except that he had also caught a few petty thieves. The thugs who beat them up called the police themselves. They're going to jail, and it's easy to meet crazy people out in the world. At the entrance of the other garden, Luli and Xu Jingyi framed Shin Zhouxing. Jianyi and Yang Feng carried a stretcher with Qin Ning lying on it. The two sides met and looked at each other. The system held his forehead. These two, what a damn shame. Chapter 130, Taking Down Shin Zhouxing. They were not comfortable with the maid's care and planned to keep someone to take care of them. Xu Jingyi returns to the army in the morning, and Luli travels on business in the morning. So the ones who stayed were Janewan and Yang Feng. Both of them worked through the night. Shin Zhouxing drunk as a talker, pulling Jane to talk all night. Janewan's dull face had turned into a bitter face. Qin Ning was drunk and kept trying to beat up people, and Yang Feng was bruised and swollen all night. Yang Feng's melon face had become a big pie face at this time. At dawn, one with a black eye and vicissitudes, the other with a bruised eye and bleeding mouth, hugged and wept. Shin Zhouxing felt especially embarrassed and gave $5 million of condolences to one person. When Yang Feng saw the sympathy money arrive, he felt that he was quite a bearer. A few more times and you can surely achieve wealth freedom. Janewan would not have been short of money. Indifferent in the face of 5 million, is to boss an apology. Shin Zhouxing was helpless. I'm sorry, okay, in the future I'll get drunk and you stay away. I'll talk to myself. Yang Feng broke it up on the side. Boss, Janewan is far away, but you can still pull people around. People are hiding under the bed, and you're all but lifting one of their legs and ripping them to heal. Shin Zhouxing was a bit embarrassed. I did have some uncontrollable control when I was drunk, so it's been under control. Yesterday was a special case, so go and rest. Jane nodded. Boss, you should never get drunk in the future. And sis-in-law, you two are one man and one woman. That's a disaster scene. If you have children in the future and this happens to you, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the mention of this issue, Shin Zhouxing was silent. He made Ninger angry and couldn't even think about having a child in the future. Twisting his head to the side, the one still huffing and puffing, the face was full of tenderness. Janewan and Yang Feng got goosebumps from watching. After the two of them left, Shin Zhouxing drank a cup of antidote soup and then force-fed Qin Ning some more. Finally, he drew the curtains and lay down beside Qin Ning and fell asleep. Qin Ning opened her eyes. She had no intention of forgiving Shin Zhouxing. Indiscriminately, she hung the old woman's death on her. It's so nice of people to think that they have two mouths to feed, and that they can easily convict a person by touching them up and down. She rolled over and used her hands and feet to confine Shin Zhouxing underneath her. You think that old woman's death was because of me? Do you have a brain? If I wanted to screw someone, would I make that much noise? Shin Zhouxing shook his head. I'm sorry Ninger, it's my fault. I was preoccupied when I heard that, and now that I think about it, there's no way you'd commit a crime for someone like that. Qin Ning grunted coldly. That old woman has done too many bad things. Disease stalks the world and deserves to die. It was a bargain to die so easily. I think you should know something about me in the meantime. I take revenge on a man by putting him in extreme pain, suffering and then dying of despair. Shinjoshing, you have wronged me. You are wrong. Shinjoshing immediately apologized. I can't. Ninger can do as she pleases, as long as you can forgive me. Shin Ning let go of him. Shinjoshing, the knife was stabbed in the body, the wound recovered, and the scar is still there. It's the first time. You don't understand. I forgive you. Think about what made you think I killed the old woman. If you can still be easily compelled by some, it won't be so easy next time. Shinjoshing raised his hand. Ninger, I swear that I will always be on your side from now on. Shin Ning got off of him and slept with his head covered. In her years of experience as an assassin, a man's vows are not as good as money. Shinjoshing was a bit uncertain. Ninger, you don't believe me? Shin Ning's voice came out from under the covers. The only thing I can trust in this world is money. Other than that, it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Shinjoshing hugged her heartily. Ninger, look at my actions. This action was indeed fast, and in just half a day's time, all of the assets under Shinjoshing's name were given to Qin Ning without compensation. Even the system sensed Shinjoshing's sincerity. Master, tens of millions of billions of dollars, even if it reveals 80%, you still won't be able to spend it all in a few lifetimes after you go back. The corners of Qin Ning's mouth rose. This is the effect I want. Shinjoshing's property has all become mine. I'll see how Qin Jiao uses her. Qin Ning beautifully rewarded Shinjoshing with a mwahaha. The system suddenly poured a bucket of cool water. Master, the one who can earn money is Shinjoshing. As long as the heroine can master Shinjoshing, then there is also endless money to spend. So even if you take all his property, he still makes money. Qin Ning patted his head. What then? Master, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. Qin Ning roared, saying, take down Shinjoshing. How do I get it? Shinjoshing is so beautiful these days. Ninger is pestering him every day to have a monkey. Yang Xian can be crazy. The boss does not come to the company every day. He works overtime 24 hours a day. Almost sudden death. If it weren't for the 2 extra men sent by the lady, he would have ascended to heaven by now. Meanwhile, Bai Jiruo and Qin Yuan brought Qin Er and Qin San, who had been discharged from the hospital, and both moved into Qin Wu's house. It's over 200 square feet though, to the point where it seems a bit cramped with so many people living there. It's only 4 rooms in total, and she's got a faceful of herself. 1 room for Qin Yuan and Qin Er, a room for 3 and a room for 4. Qin Wu had a room to himself because he had an irregular routine and no one wanted to share a room with him. Bai Jiru reached out for a card, and Qin Wu directly said that in order to protect them safe and sound, all of his money had been given to Qin Ning. Right now there's only $1 million to live on. He hands over the secondary card. Save it, Mom. Bai Jiruo, who had always been a big spender, directly hit the madness. Who told you to give her all the money? Do you believe her words too? How can you give her all the money? Does she deserve this money? Old 5. Don't you know what she's done to us? Your uncles, jailed and shot. Your grandmother is dead. Your grandfather is in the hospital. And your sister-in-law is in a mental institution. Jiao Jiao was forced to go far away from home. We were kicked out by your father, and you even bribed her with money. Are you out of your mind? Don't go and get your money back. Qin Yuan was also dissatisfied. His eyebrows twisted into caterpillars. Old 5. You're really something too. Your second and third brothers have just been discharged from the hospital, and they are all in need of attention and recuperation now. What can you do with that $1 million? Qiner and Qinsan didn't have much strength to speak, but the look in their eyes was very familiar to Qin Mu. Qin sighed. Old 5. You've been tricked by Qin Ning. She's not a trustworthy person. Qin Wu shook her head. You guys don't know her. If she wants to destroy me, just announce that I'm not a member of the Qin family, and then my career will be suppressed. The endorsements on the body will be affected, with defaults amounting to over $1 billion. So I'm warning you, don't mess with Qin Ning. If you mess with her, you're ruining me. My career is over, and none of you will have a good life. Stop it. Qin Ning won't let Qin Jiao and the others go. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, there will be a battle. Mom, after all, Qin Ning is your real daughter, our sister. Do you really want to put her to death? Bai Jiruo glared at him. What do you know? He's a scourge. She's harmed us. If she honestly married Xie Ming, everyone would be at peace with each other. It's all her fault and she deserves to die. Qin Wu shook his head. His words were over. If it really came to this when the time came, there was nothing he could do. He glanced down at his cell phone, and Qin Ning's avatar was still blinking. At this moment, he was chilled all over. Qin Ning didn't even go to junior high school. Why could he control his cell phone? Bai Jiruo was still cursing, and Qin Wu became furious. Will you shut up? Cursing your own daughter? Why did you have her then? Shouldn't you be the one at fault? Bai Jiruo walked over and slapped Qin Wu on the left side of his face. Say one more word, Ha! Bai Jiruo was startled. Who's laughing? She frantically tore at Qin Wu's face. You're Qin Ning, aren't you? Qin Ning's voice was like a demon, surrounding Bai Jiruo. Bai Jiruo, you really deserve to die. Chapter 131, Knowing Qin Jiao's whereabouts. Bai Jiruo raised her hand and slapped Qin Wu again. Rubbish, you're even in league with that scourge. Do you know what she put us through? With blood at the corner of his mouth. Qin Wu laughed bitterly. Wasn't all of this caused by you? The source is you. What's she got to do with it? You've been counting most of your life and what have you gotten? What did you do to Qin Wen? The culprits in all this are you and Grandma. Qin Wu's roared out these words. He hated this kind of calculation. Instead, I think it's great that Grandma died. Qin W directly blackened his face. Old 5. If it wasn't for Mom and Grandma, we wouldn't have been able to enjoy a good life for so many years. Why don't you know how to be grateful instead of blaming them? Qin Wu shook his head. Fourth brother, you're too deeply poisoned. Bai Jiruo wanted to reach out again, but was stopped by Qin Yuan. Mom, Lao Wu relies on his face for a living. How can he work if you keep hitting him? Bai Jiruo glared at Qin Wu. I'll let you off this time. Qin Ning's laughter came from the cell phone. Just one that can earn money. Do you think you'd be excited if I ruined him? Bai Jiruo snatched away the cell phone and roared. Scourge, you are a scourge. Damn you, you do deserve to die. Deadly, watery woman. Qin Ning, how dare you scold me like that? Qin Ning felt bored. Actually, I'd quite like to beat you up, but I don't have the time right now, so I'm going to release a message. After saying that, the phone went black. Bai Jiruo panicked. Qin Yuan's few people immediately pulled out their cell phones to watch the news. Qin Wu laughed out loud. You finally managed to piss her off, so it's good that I can rest. As expected, it was just that 1 minute before another hot search topped the charts. Angelica White has become the spokesperson for a salvage girl. Qin Yuan to Qin Wuan was scolded until he turned off his cell phone. Only Qin Wu was not affected in any way. It was because when Qin Ning made the announcement, she added that Qin Mist was different from them, so she covered it. The words are simple. The message revealed is not. Meanwhile, Qin Wu received a phone call. His first thought was that Qin Jiao was calling. For some reason, as soon as he touches Qin Jiao, his psyche unconsciously favors her. But as soon as one leaves her, one becomes sane. He has experimented over and over again many times. This time, he wanted to try. So hit answer. Hello, who is it? As expected, a sweet voice drilled in. Fifth brother, I'm Jiao Jiao. It's been a while. How have you been? Mom and my brothers couldn't get through on their cell phones, so I had to call yours. Qin mistook the cell phone and deadpanned, pretending to be calm. What's the matter with you? Qin Jiao's laughter came out of the receiver. Fifth brother, I wrote that I missed you guys. I suddenly disappeared because I was sick and the doctor wouldn't let me have my cell phone. I'm dying of fear that you'll think I've climbed the ladder and ignore you. Fifth brother, no matter what it comes to, you are my important family. A trace of emotion flooded Qin Wu's heart. Jiao Jiao. Meanwhile, Qin Ning was in a very comfortable mood and finally listened in on Qin Jiao's incoming call. Is so good at hiding that it has hidden in a small town in northern Europe. Xin Zhouxing pulled Qin Ning's hand. Ninger, is it okay not to go? Qin Ning shook his head. I don't like to wait for revenge. I like to take the initiative. Will you take me? No, you're going to stay here and sit on the fence. Don't you know what's in your heart? As soon as you touched Qin Jiao, your heart changed in favor of her. Xin Zhouxing directly shut up, but he couldn't let go of his daughter-in-law. Qin Ning sighed. As long as I leave, Bai Jiro and the others might mess something up. You must stay and watch. After sending away one Zhu family, another Yuan family comes. Your father really won't be idle. Also, your family's old mansion is still causing trouble at the nursing home and the family needs you to deal with it. Your brother Chu Qingyi is still being watched by his stepmother and that Chupa Chu. If you don't stay, Sheng Jing will have big problems. Xin Zhouxing nodded. Okay, I'll stay. Then Ninger must call 3 times a day and 1 video, or I'll come to you. Qin Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth. So clingy? Xin Zhouxing nodded. Right, okay, I promise. Qin Ning pacified Xin Zhouxing and went back to the Qin Manor. Qin Shi and Chu Shi, Qin Xing and Nan Yen. The two couples looked at Qin Ning with nervous faces. Qin Ning raised his eyebrows. I'm not going to eat anyone. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Shi cheerfully, breaking the just awkward atmosphere. Ning Ning is saying you're going out for a while? Anan, I've been fighting and arguing for the past 6 months. I'm going out for a change. Chu Shi nodded. It's good to go out and have some fun. Seeing the scenery will indeed change the mood. Ning, don't worry, we'll definitely keep an eye on the family. Oh, look at that. My ass. It's about to get stolen. Both couples were alerted at the same time. What's going on? Qin Xian is doing quite well at Qin's, and Qin Cheng and Qin Ming are doing well at outdoor broadcasting. Although they don't earn too much, but they don't nibble on the old man. Qin Xing and Nan Nian breathed a sigh of relief that the problem was not with them. Qin Shi and Chu Shi were on tenterhooks. Could the problem be with them? Qin Ning looked at the two of them again. Qin Yu is in his third year of college, right? No, second semester of his sophomore year. It's time to fall in love. Chu Shi was immediately on guard. Could it be that he had talked about a scheming one? Qin Fang's business is doing well, and the underground boxing ring, but the latest match will be a fatal blow to him. Compensation is trivial. The main thing is that the one who died had a difficult family and was trying to pay for his mother's medical bills. After the accident, the media made a big fuss about it, and it had a big impact on the Qin family. Directly scolding Qin Fang is a waste of time. Chu Shi's heart was in her throat. Lack of medical expenses is not it. She gives. Qin Ning smiled. Well, I'm sure you'll look after the family. If that kid Qin Yan doesn't fall in love with Lin Xiu's sister, I'll believe it. Lin Xiu only hated old man Qin, but in order to fulfill his aunt's dying wish, he didn't take it out on his in-laws. But his sister Lin Kur was different. She loved her aunt, hated the Qin family, and got depressed because of her aunt Lin Yuan's death. Lin Xiu sent someone out of the country for a break for treatment, and just half a month after he came back, he talked to that Qin Yan guy. Who knows if it's been planned? Nan Yan saw that her second sister-in-law was already starting to wander off, and she took charge of chatting with Qin Ning. Qin Ning got up and left after giving some instructions. Chu Shi immediately ordered, "Hubby, go to Qin Fang's place and find the boy who will be competing in the next match and fund him to save his mother." Qin Shi nodded. "Don't worry, daughter-in-law. I'll take care of it. You call your daughter-in-law to come back." "I understand," Nan Yan reminded. "Second brother, we should let Qin Yan come back now." Qin Ning listened to Butler Fu's report. The corners of his mouth rose. The children were teachable. Jane One got goosebumps when she saw her expression. "Sister-in-law, you should answer me instead. That mom of mine is in deep tenderness right now. When are you going to close the net?" Chapter 132, One by One. Qin Ning hung up the phone, took a sip of tea, and spat out a piece of tea. "What's the rush? What's the point of closing the net?" Jane froze. "Not closing the net? Is it going to stay like this? Don't take it. Let your mom change boyfriends for 3 months. How can she have the heart to pester you? A woman, no matter when she falls in love, as long as she likes it, her mind is only on her boyfriend. How? Still? Yes, it's a distraction. You're busy and she can't even think about you. She can't even think of her current husband or children. Ouyang Qiutong is in love. She can't stop. She finally discovered the truth that young men are the best anti-aging products for women." Jenny suddenly changed his expression. 3 to 5 years people are gone? Qin Ning lowered his head and fiddled with his cell phone. People are just contradictory, trying to get rid of someone, but when he did get rid of them, he felt out of place instead. In layman's terms, it's that Ouyang Qiutong has only solicitation but no love for him, but he can't let go. It's not worth it to pay so much for that vapid bit of motherly love. But everyone has their own choices. Jane One pays the money and she comes up with the ideas. Silver and goods received. As for how Jane One chose in the end, it was not in her consideration. After bidding farewell to Jian Yi, she had another meeting with Lian, Gu Chuan, and Yang Feng. The 3 companies are held in half by the 3 men and half by the 3 men. She is only responsible for the annual dividends going into her account. This made Lian, Gu Chuan, and Yang Feng grateful to her, swearing to the heavens that they would follow Qin Ning to the death and serve her. As the saying goes, if you want a horse to run, let it eat good grass. It was only after her sincerity that she was able to turn these 3 guys into nuclear-powered asses. Liam scratched his head, still a bit rattled. "Boss, I can't even believe that you can give me half of the security company. Honestly, I'm happy with that much annual salary. I'll work hard and you might as well take back your stake." Gu Chuan also said, "Boss, you gave too much. I haven't digested it yet. The company has been doing exceptionally well lately, so just sit back and wait to collect your money, boss." Only Yang Feng was dumbfounded. "My sister Ning is a king bomb when she strikes." Qin Ning knocked on the table. "You 3 shouldn't be too happy either. If I don't do a good job, I'll have to serve it with my fists." The 3 of them immediately assured and spoke in unison. "Please don't worry, boss/sister Ning. We will do our best to bring the company to the next level." Qin Ning waved his hand. All right, I know. Keep your voices down. You're disturbing my ears." Li An's security. Gu Chuan's media. Yang Feng's rentals. Isn't there something missing? Did you forget something? Forget it. I don't want to think about it now. In short, professionalism is in the hands of professionals and we have only one request. Do not break the law. Do not treat employees harshly, but ask not afraid of any evil forces. I can be reached on my cell phone during my time away. If you encounter something that you really can't solve, go find Xin Zhouxing. Lian should pay attention. In a couple of days will come a job application. Is a little handicapped hand, missing 2 fingers, direct acceptance. Liam made a silent note. Gu Chuan, Tomorrow night there will be a large number of water armies posting on the internet to blacken a person with no background. You don't take over no matter how much the other guy offers. That star is a pearl left behind by a big shot. Arrange for some people to speak for her and you'll get something unexpected. Gu Chuan silently made a note of it again. Qin Ning looked toward Yang Feng. Yang Feng immediately focused on whether or not he would encounter any danger on his side as well. Qin Ning stared at him for a moment, his mouth silent and his heart silent. Yang Feng was a bit anxious, but he couldn't ask yet. Qin Ning was puzzled. How can someone look at Yang Feng? There are several others. Or a male. Maybe this guy is too sophisticated, so clean and well-groomed every day, and he even wears perfume. If you make yourself dirty and smelly, you should be fine. Yang Feng a whole big speechless, he now wanted to rush into the bathroom to get out. Qin Ning walked out of the building after the meeting and looked up at the sun as she finally remembered what she hadn't done. In the studio, Shen Ming and Qin Ning glared at each other, neither one ignoring the other. In the end it was Qin Ning who lost the battle. Oops, I didn't see anything. Tuzi, Qian Ming has abs. Master, it seems like you're not focusing on whether you have abs or not. It's on the fact that people are sad. Qian Ming's tears were like a kite with broken strings. You're so annoying. People are changing clothes. Why did you come in without knocking? Qin Ning shrugged. Heaven and earth. I knocked on the door. You don't blame me for not hearing it. Who's in studio clothes in the middle of the day? Qian Ming aggravated to death. Boss, you don't have a heart. Yeah, a few days are busier. I eat and live here. What do you know? I was doing that to earn money for you. Qin Ning bristled. We're splitting it 50-50. I'm not taking advantage. Let's get down to business. I'm going out of the country for a while, so I'll leave the studio to you. Qian Ming was a bit puzzled. Boss, you're out of the country for a few days. I don't know. The return date has not been determined. If something happens in the studio that you can't solve, then go find Shin Zhouxing. In a week's time, there will be a variety show inviting Ikomo, no matter how much money they offer to keep him from going. Qian Ming secretly shouted in his heart. He had heard some rumors before, and originally did not intend to go on. Now that the boss has spoken, there must be nothing to gain. Guests invited there. One on drugs, one ordering takeout, one on domestic violence, one on 8-0, and the show not only doesn't come out, but is implicated, because we all agree that things come together in groups. The impact on Ikomo is greater. From the office, she went straight to Wen Xian's law firm. It was the first time she had seen Wen Xian in all the time they had known each other. No smiles, even facial expressions are rare. I wonder what kind of girl will take this ice cube face. When he smiled, did he have a bad look on his face? So he hasn't smiled since then? Wen Xian stumbled on his feet. He just didn't want to laugh. Mr. Qin, is there anything else you need? Can't you come and visit if you're not doing anything? That's so mean. It's the first time I've come to see you. Wen Xian was very helpless. He couldn't have anyone next to him when he was working. I'm here for a reason, but I can't say it out loud. As a lawyer, don't fall in love with your clients. She and her family are a bottomless pit. If you step into it, you're dead. That's the divorce case you're taking on now. That woman is soft and weak. She looks like a bully, but she's actually very powerful. Wen Xian put down the information in his hand, somewhat in disbelief. Qin Ning saw that he didn't say anything, threw down a buy and left. Wen Xian stopped, no longer able to concentrate on his work. An hour later, Qin Ning took the binoculars and saw the scene of Wen Xian handing over his work. It was a relief to ride home on the little electric donkey. Chapter 133, she got airsick. Shin Zhouxing was still uneasy and softly asked to follow along. Qin Ning coaxed for a while. I've already arranged it all. You have your work cut out for you. Don't follow me. It's not like I'm going on a trip. Shin Zhouxing stirred his nose. Ninger, what if I can't leave you? I wondered what you'd do after you left. Ninger, just take me with you. I promise to be good. Qin Ning sighed and spoke patiently. Xingjing can't leave you. I've told them to call you if anything happens. Shin Zhouxing looked at her with a straight face. Eat, wipe clean. You raise your pants and don't recognize people. Qin Ning laughed a little at his exasperation. Shin Zhouxing, don't force me. Shin Zhouxing had always been smart, but at this time, he was a little cutie. He didn't even realize that someone was already angry. It also went on to say that Qin Ning was a heartless woman who was going to abandon her, take his heart and his person, and then finally pat herself on the back and walk away. Qin Ning couldn't bear it and directly rewarded him with a punch. The world went quiet. Master, you're too powerful. Ha, there's nothing that can't be solved with one punch, and if there is, then 2 punches. By the time he woke up again, Qin Ning had already boarded the airplane. Yang Xian saw that his boss was on the verge of rage and he regretted coming to him to sign. Shin Zhouxing glanced at him. You have something? There are a couple of papers that need your signature. Shin Zhouxing got up. Go back to the company to work overtime. Yang Xian raised his hand to look at his watch. It's already time to get off work. Sure enough, The boss is not in his right mind without the missus around. Shin Zhaoxing strides, looking back at Yang Xian who was still frozen in place here. He directly black face. This month's bonus is deducted. Yang Xian wailed and followed. Boss, you can't do this. Money is my life. Aren't you trying to kill me? It's not easy for me to live. Shin Zhaoxing snorted coldly. Your brother owns half of the rental company and is on par with Ninger. He makes more money than he can spend. So what do you need that much for? Yang Xian didn't understand. The two brothers didn't spend their money together. What does it matter to the brother if he earns more money? But the boss is a deadbeat now, and no amount of explaining is going to help. At the same time, Qin Ning didn't expect her to get airsick, vomiting and diarrhea in the bathroom. Tuzi, do you think it's possible that I'm the first person to die of airsickness? You're still not dizzy, and you're still talking to me. Tadako, can you bolt me to the wing like a kite so I don't get dizzy? Qin Ning bristled. She knew that this unification wasn't everything. Poor thing threw up for 9.5 hours on her 10-hour flight. It was all assisted by the staff when they got off the plane. I'm too weak to walk. She rested at the airport for an hour before taking a cab to the hotel she had booked in advance. I slept in the hotel until I woke up most of the night, specifically from hunger. Qin Ning got up and looked out of the window and couldn't stop sighing. It's still good to be home. You can find food in the middle of the night. Look at this place. Empty streets. Can't even find a bite to eat. The system sighed along. Master, how are you going to fix Qin Jiao? Beat her up. What else can I do? Didn't you say you couldn't kill her? Is it worth it to come all this way to beat up? I'm happy as long as I'm happy. The system stopped persuading. It now understood that this host was a big stubborn donkey. Also a little crazy. If she's not allowed to punch someone, she might break and die with them. Qin Ning cried. She just wanted a meal. But it was early morning and there was nothing. Rummaging through my suitcase, I finally found a packet of noodles and a packet of chorizo. She put all this aggression of being in a foreign country on Qin Jiao's head. Tomorrow I'll beat the hell out of Qin Jiao. Not stopping at all. The system shivered and gnawed on the instant noodles and couldn't gag. At this moment, 150 kilometers away from the hotel where Qin Ning was staying, Qin Jiao tossed and turned in her room as she dreamed of Qin Ning beating her. The face was hideous and rode her and beat her. Hands and feet in punches. It caused her freshly made face to fall apart straight away. Qin Jiao woke up with a jolt and checked her cell phone at 3:30 a.m. She dialed a familiar number, only to find that she had been blackballed. Outrageous. Shin Zhaoxing dared to pull the plug on her. She dialed another number and Bai Jiro's voice came out from it. Qin Jiao put away her disgusted expression and shouted very sweetly, Mom, the money I called Big Brother. Did Big Brother receive it? Bai Jiro was very flattering and very surprised. Jiao, don't worry. Your big brother has already used this money to start a business. I believe that with your big brother's strength, we can definitely rise again. You'll still be the first lady of our family then. Qin Jiao was a bit impatient. Mom, you guys need to be quick. I don't want to be a joke when I go back. Bai Jiro was close to pointing to the sky and swearing. Don't worry Jiao. I've already found your big brother and their real father. When I gave him $5 million to leave Shengjing, he not only didn't leave. Instead, he took $5 million and started his own business, and now runs 15 hog farms, a large meat plant, and a meat processing and exporting company. She is also surnamed Qin, and you are still the little princess of the Qin family. Qin Jiao couldn't express her feelings right now. One was too many coincidences and she was still their favorite. One is that this is not a good identity. How is it a pig farmer? Bai Jiruo finished excitedly before carefully asking. What's wrong with you, Jiao? Are you unhappy? Qin Jiao denied. Mother, even so, we must make several brothers work hard and not rely on their fathers to sit on their laurels. Don't worry Jiao, they will definitely try. Qin Jiao made a few more perfunctory remarks before hanging up the phone. She checked the time. Her mom should be resting at this time of day. She put her phone aside and laid down. How could Qin Yu not expect that she had been robbed? Or in your own home? Isn't it safe here? Looking at the ransacked house, she informed Jason Wood directly. Jason Wood is sleeping with his arms around two blonde beauties. A loud noise woke him up. It's that Qin Yu woman again. She's done what she said she would do. Take them out of the country. Get the best medical plastic surgery team and give them another 100 million euros. Why are you contacting him now? He had already lost interest in that Qin Yu woman. It was well maintained, but what should have been loose was loose. He's not even interested anymore. But the phone kept ringing and he picked it up impatiently. But no one spoke at all on the cell phone. He HELLO'd for a long time and no one responded. Would Jason was so furious that he just blacked out the number. Chapter 134, Qin Yu's mother and daughter are a little miserable. Qin Yu didn't expect the group to return. She was in tears. What the hell do you guys want? I've got a house where you're moving just the load-bearing walls and the front door. A bunch of hecklers. They're getting paid to do the same thing. And there's an old lady out there who says this woman stole her husband. Then they were given a box of money to empty this woman's home. It wasn't a robbery. It was just moving all her stuff outside the car. Can't get her to call for help yet. Qin Ning stood outside the window and watched this, the corners of his mouth rising. She can't mess with people, but she can break them. Early the next morning, she went to drag her luggage to the town where Qin Jiao was. It's a good thing there's an inn in town. Small but fine. Qin Ning directly wrapped up a month. She's going to beat up Qin Jiao for a month. The system said it was helpless. It only had one minimum requirement: to leave a breath. Just don't let the world fall apart. On the first day, Qin Jiao hit the door and her eyes swelled up. The next day, Qin Jiao went to the garden and stepped on a banana peel, landing on her face and deflating her nose. On the third day, Qin Jiao pedaled her bike. The brakes broke, rode the river, and the chest thing was so heavy that she almost drowned. On the fourth day, lying in bed to rest, the leg of the bed broke and she was buried under it. On the fifth day, one of the puppies she had suddenly went berserk and bit her. On the sixth day, out shopping she was robbed. She shouted and had 2 of her teeth knocked out. On the seventh day, Qin Jiao was cooking when the gas exploded and her hair was gone. On the eighth day, the infusion was finished, the blood was back in the bottle, and no one was called. On the 30th day, Qin Jiao's whole body was bandaged, but ants got into the bandage. Her fidgeting caused all the wounds to bleed, and Qin Yu was in a hurry. Hurriedly call Bai Jiruo's phone and ask her to go and see if Qin Jiao has been possessed. Bai Jiruo checked half a day to learn that Zhao Jiao did not fall into the evil, but rather Qin Ning, that scourge in the past. Qin Yu gritted her teeth. She knew it was Qin Ning. Putting down her cell phone, she shouted at the window, "Qin Ning, I know it's you. Come out if you can. Isn't it enough that you put us mother and daughter through so much?" Not enough. Qin Yu and Qin Jiao looked at the doorway at the same time as a man in a white coat stood at the entrance of the ward. Qin Yu pointed at her incredulously. "How did you become?" Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. "I can be whatever I want to be. What do you care? Remember, as long as you don't die, I'll keep tossing you." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Qin Ning, I don't think I owe you anything. Even though I replaced you, you survived. And you did this to your mom and dad and your brothers. How many favors I gave you to buy your grandfather's ashes. Isn't it enough that you've taken my career away from me now?" Qin Ning shook his head. "Not enough. Only when you all die will my heart ache." Qin Yu stormed out. "You've gone too far. You'll get retribution." Qin Ning flew up and kicked. "Old man, retribution your mom. You even retribution with me them. I'll be merciful if I don't take your life." Qin Yu was viciously kicked against the wall and then dropped. "Qin Ning, you shall not die." Qin Ning walked over and stepped on her body, slowly squatting down. "Qin Yu, you deserve to die. Do you know that? I'm just going to torture you for the rest of your life until you die." Qin Yu's eyes rolled back in his head and he was just so pissed off. Qin Ning snorted. "Is that all you can do?" She twisted her head to look at Qin Jiao in the hospital bed. "The same goes for you. You just can't get better with me around." Including Xie Ming and Bai Jiruo and the rest of them. "I won't spare a single one of them until you all go to your painful deaths." Qin Jiao was wrapped up with just 2 eyeballs rolling around, and Qin Ning stretched out one finger and poked at her. Qin Jiao wailed in pain. She swore that when she got better, she would get Qin Ning killed. "System emergency alert. Master, she wants to kill you." "Aha, I know." "Ha, how did you know that?" In her eyes, Bai Jiruo had already gotten on a plane, and she was carrying the brocade pouch that Master Void had given her, so she would definitely get Qin Ning killed this time. But when she arrived, there was no image of Qin Ning anywhere in the ward except for Qin Yu's mother and daughter. At this moment, Qin Ning was in a pig farm on the outskirts of Shangjing, downstream of the river. Those pigs are getting their vaccinations, and one by one they are lined up and behaving themselves. Qin Cannon was very surprised. He raised pigs for more than 20 years. Never seen pigs can be so obedient. He enshrined Qin Ning as his guest. Miss Qin really lives up to her name. Not only can she train people, she can even train pigs. Qin Ning looked at a group of pigs and fell straight into reminiscence. "After all, I'm also the one who's been killing pigs for 5 years. Qin Cannon was very surprised. Miss Qin has really killed a pig? Qin Ning watched as a group of pigs finished their vaccinations, and then walked out. Qin Degun, any thoughts on the fact that you suddenly have a few more sons? Qin Degun scratched his head. What can I think? Everything is Jiruo's decision. She resented me for being poor at the time and said her man couldn't have children and asked me to give her some sons. I'm not willing to do that. I'm poor, but I still have a conscience. A man is cuckolded for life. You refused? Yes, I refused, but she drugged me again. Then 5 children were born one after the other and I was especially scared. The Qin family is a big family. If I knew the truth, I would still be alive. Jiruo gave me a sum of money and told me to go far away. I agreed, but didn't actually leave. I used it to start a business, thinking that as I could make it up to the man later when things were exposed. I went to him a while ago, with all my assets, but your father he didn't want it, and when I asked him what he wanted, He said he wanted your mother's life. Qin Ming pulled his mouth. Qin Dagun, I suspect you're cursing me. Qin Cannon quickly waved his hands. No, it's your mom's life. He covered his mouth when he said, it's Bai Jiruo's life, not your mom's. Qin Ning black-faced. You can shut up now. Master, Qin's luck is pretty good. He's the only pig farmer who made a fortune and now has $1 billion in assets. Qin Ning grinned. Qin Dagun, will you marry Bai Jiruo? Qin Cannon shook his head. I have 2 children and a happy life. How could I still eat back grass, now that the kids are grown? All I can say is one person gets a house. The rest of the property is in my wife's name. And I kept evidence that she drugged me. If your mom really wants to tear it up, I won't be soft. After all, she went against the will of the women and men, and I belong to be forced by her. Qin Ning took a few deep breaths, afraid that he would laugh out loud. In that case, it's fine. I thought you were going to team up with her. Qin Cannon shook his head. Who on the road doesn't know that Miss Qin has the means? I wouldn't dare. Qin Ning nodded his head. You're the one who knows what's right. You're Junjia Qin. Qin Cannon is full of arrogance. Without a little brain, how can he lay down a piece of family business? How can he become the envy of everyone's pig king? Chapter 135, she hangs herself live. On the way back, Yang Feng even made a point of sending out his own question. Sister Ning, do you believe the words of this Qin Cannon? Qin Ning closed his eyes. Open the window. I'll dry wretch. Yang Feng immediately opened the 4 windows and a cold wind penetrated his heart. Sister Ning, feeling better? Qin Ning really didn't want to talk. You say what you think, I'll listen, and I'll explain it to you when I get back. Yang Feng glanced backward and was very worried. Sister Ning, let's go to the hospital. Your face is waxy and yellow, worse than a corpse that's been dead for 3 days. Why are you talking so much? I'm seasick. I'm irritable. I don't want to talk. Beep again and I'll beat you up. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth twitched. Sister Ning's temper was just grumpy. He organized his words. Sister Ning, if Qin Dazhong this easygoing and good-natured, there's no way he could have gotten his career to this point. And from my research, he doesn't have a marriage license, but has a regular girlfriend and a couple of kids. It pays $10 million a month and the assets are all in his name. The probability is that what he said to you was meant to stabilize you, or maybe it's paralyzing you, not wanting you to involve him. Qin Ning didn't say anything. He really couldn't open his mouth. Just opening her mouth made her want to throw up. Do you think Yang Feng's analysis is correct? Qin is your mom's lickspill. Qin Ning black face. All scold me today. No, I mean Qin de Cannon is Bai Jiruo's licking dog. He said what Angela told him to say. Yang Feng nodded without a trace. His analysis was still right. Qin Ning opened one eye. When you get back, you'll go find Gu Chuan and circulate the fact that Qin Yuan, several people's real father, is a pig farmer king. Okay, Sister Ning. At this time, Qin Dagun stood at the entrance of the pig farm. Worried, that Qin Ning smiled meaningfully as he left. Is there a loophole in what he said? Hopefully Jiruo would be able to subdue her, or else all these pig farms might be taken over by Qin Ning. He sighed and pulled out his cell phone. It happened that Jiruo's call came. He brought a smile. Jiruo. Bai Jiruo was a bit bored. Did she go? Just gone. What did you say? It was all said as you commanded. Jiruo. Don't worry. She believed it. That's good. Qin Dagun was a bit anxious. Jiruo, have you returned to China now? Can I meet you? In a couple days. I'm jet-lagged. Okay then, I'll meet you in 2 days. Bai Jiruo hung up the phone. Her face piled up with dislike. She still didn't like Qin Dazhong, a pig farmer. How is she going to get on in the ring when it's all said and done? However, when her eyes looked at Qin Jiao, her face was filled with tenderness again. Qin Jiao is still passed out. She came back on a chartered flight. The 4 brothers of the Qin family are on the sidelines. Good thing that Qin air-checked. None of them have too serious injuries. Superficial injuries will be fine in 10 days and half a month. Only Qin W grimaced. Jiao Jiao hid so far away. That scourge was able to find her way there. In that case, let's meet the enemy head-on and not hide. What does Big Brother think? Do as you say. We were able to do so well with the business before and we surely will now. The ups and downs are a normal part of life for those who achieve great things, and we are exposed to them. I'm actually thankful to Qin Ning now that she has tempered our will. Since she likes to fight, let's avoid head-on contact with her in the future. Earn money to hire bodyguards. She has a security company, so let's get a security company. Doesn't she like to get her hands dirty? Let the bodyguards wheel around and tire her out. Remember, you guys, when you see her, just pretend you don't see her. As long as she's ignored, she has little reason to make a move on us. If she fights hard, then her reputation will stink. As soon as the words fell, Qin Jiao's weak voice came through. Mom, big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. A few people gathered around in a flurry of excitement. The concern on his face and in his eyes was something that Qin Ning had never been able to obtain in his life. Qin Zhao's heart was pleased. Only her whole body ached as she said, "Big brother, you send out a notice that probably means that we're sorry for Qin Ning, and now it has been duly punished, and now we have nothing." Qin Ning had inherited all of the Qin family's property. This farce ends here, and I wish Qin Ning well for the rest of his life. Just a few good words to end the farce and give Qin Ning no reason to look for more trouble. If this announcement goes out and she's still looking for trouble for 3 days, public opinion could turn in our favor. The four brothers couldn't stop nodding their heads and kept praising Qin Zhao for being smart. An announcement was then drafted, and the four men's private accounts were posted at the top. As expected, many netizens came to advise Qin Ning that he could stop. When Qin Ning saw the announcement and the advice from the netizens, she had to give Qin Zhao a thumbs up. This pussy is pretty good, learning to use the power of the public to silence her. She wimped out, which means she wimped out. The fact that she doesn't reply means it's not generous. So, Qin Ning took a rope and cloaked himself, ignoring the reporters following behind him, walked all the way to Bai Jirua's address and clunked 3 heads at the door. The rope hung toward the beams of the room, tied in a dead knot, head inward, then spoke, "My life is but a decade or two. Qin, you ruined my life. Qin Zhao took over my life. Bai Jirua shattered my longing for motherly love, and Qin Yuan and the others rubbed my expectations of affection. I don't want to face that harsh truth right now, and forgive me for being a coward. I have made a will that all my property be used for the military development of the country. Farewell, dear mama, and I hope I shall never meet you again," said Foot kicked and I rolled. "If you don't love me, I'll hang myself on your doorstep." With just this much hanging around, the announcements that Qin Yuan's few people had sent out all became farts. Public opinion was again skewed towards Qin Ning's side. It was fortunate that Shen Zhouxing had arrived in time. Even so, Qin Ning had fallen into a coma, but because Qin Ning's hanging went out live, he donated 5 billion to the national military as promised, but wishing to keep his ninal. Meanwhile, the 4 Qin brothers seized the opportunity to start their own business. Qin Yuan wanted to create another Qin clan to directly compete with Qin Ning's Qin clan. He had so many years of experience that Qin Ning simply couldn't compete with him, and he's got Jiao Jiao as a lucky guy, so he'll definitely be able to make a career out of it. But with Qin Zhao's return, Qin Yuan's company is slowly getting on track. Only this plan in Qin Ning's Qin to take the route of competitors. In Qin Zhao's advice to take a different path, Qin Air opened a men's hospital, specializing in men's medicine and anorectal medicine. With the investment of his own father, Qin San has opened a law firm that specializes in divorce cases. Qin Wana, on the other hand, went to work as a teacher at a technical school owned by his own father. Qin Wu had never seen his real father. He didn't want to see him, he didn't want to see anyone. When he had a job, he worked, and when he didn't, he stayed by Qin Ning's side. Chapter 136, Qin Ning in a coma. Qin Ning was in a coma, and Shen Zhouxing guarded him day and night. Yang Xian was busy with his feet, and from time to time, he even asked Yang Feng to help. Gu Chuan spared no effort to expose the little secrets of Bai Jirua's group. One hot search a day, making the netizens resent them to the core. Qin Yan became the eldest brother of the family, and he called a meeting with several siblings to avenge Qin Ning's death. Qin Yan proposed to strike Qin Yuan and his company with all his might. Qin Fang gave him a reminder. "Brother, you just work at Qin's and have little power. What forces are you trying to mobilize to combat it? There must be some purpose in this matter of the cousins hanging, and it is best not to act rashly until we can find it out." Qin Yu weakly raised her hand. "Mom and I went to see my cousin yesterday, but we didn't see her. My brother-in-law won't let anyone bother her, so we don't even know what extent our cousin is now. All the videos were destroyed. I heard that the Lu was quite hard. The face was bruised. If Mr. Shen hadn't arrived in time, it would have been certain death. I agree with Qin Fang that we should not act rashly now. Qin Yuan and a few of them have helpers behind them. I didn't find out who." Qin Ming looked up at his big brother. "Isn't it their own father, Qin Degun?" Qin Sheng shook his head. "No, Qin Degun's assets are $1 billion. How does $1 billion support the 4 of them in their business ventures? Qin Yuan's company is more than that." Qin Qian, who hadn't said anything, pulled out a piece of paper. "This is what I've calculated. 1 billion is enough." The 6 wore them and looked at them for a while. Qin Yu was interested. "Since we can create so many businesses with this amount of money, we are idle." Qin Yan raised his eyebrows. "Sister want to join Big Brother's battle team. The 2 of us imitate Qin Yuan." Qin Fang looked at Qin Ming. "We asked to come to a hospital?" Qin Chang sighed. "In that case, Lao Air, the 2 of us do the law firm?" The 6 of them disappeared in an instant. The living room was empty when Chu Shi and Nan Nian came out with the fruit plate. The 2 men put down their fruit plates and looked at each other. Nan Nian sighed. "Second sister-in-law, do you think these children did the right thing?" Chu Shi picked a piece of fruit. "Let them be. Qin Ning has saved them many times. Now that they've been wronged, it's only right that they do so. Nan Nian suddenly approached her second sister-in-law. Do you want her to wake up? Chu Shi froze. Don't you wish it? Nan Nian didn't reply to her directly, but said, she does charity for 3 days, either donating to this or that. Each time, she gets an official nod of approval, and this time she was given a collective blessing. She donates, and other businesses can't be left behind, giving at least $200 million a year to charity, and she's overhauling the entertainment industry. You know, we have elaborate entertainment in our house. Nowadays, all kinds of contracts are very transparent and there is no possibility of backroom deals. You talk about how much work it is to raise a cash cow, and she's either running an entertainment company or faking her way through the entertainment industry. Who actually wants to genuinely make any art, just to put some of that what over the clear path? Second sister-in-law. I don't believe your mother's family doesn't have one. Do you realize how many people Qin Ning has moved? Chu Shi was a bit shaken by what she said, but she really saved us many times. Without her, these kids wouldn't have much to live for. Nan Nian, you're not clueless that you want Qin Ning to die just because of a little money. Nan Nian shushed. Second sister-in-law, keep your voice down. When did I wish for her death? I just thought it would be kinda nice for her to be just like that and for everyone to live a little easier. These kids of ours are solid. They do what they do. Let's talk about us. I didn't really curse her. Chu Shi did give birth to a few moments of sincerity. She is indeed quite pitiful. She was replaced at birth, and after she came back, her father didn't love her, and her mother didn't love her. It hurt to love on a Qinzhao who was not related by blood. If it was me, I probably wouldn't have survived either. Nan Nian was unimpressed. Second sister-in-law, there are plenty of poor people in this world. Besides, she's got so much property now, more than we have. And you pity her? You pity yourself. They say you can't get two kinds of people to sleep under one blanket. Qin Shi and Qin Xing were the same. They also wished that Qin Ning would always be like this. As elders, being pressed by a junior all day long made them all have little face in the circle. Only this reaction was met with mockery from Qin Wen. Qin Shi and Qin Xing also made a special trip to find Qin Wen. The two of them pulled and tugged. Qin Wen got impatient. What's going on? Being abrasive. Let go if you have an ass. I've got a date to go out on. I don't have time to watch you two pull it off. Qin Shi revealed a hint of disdain. Big brother, are you willing to live like this? Qin Wen was full of questions. I'm divorced and became a loner. Can't I fall in love? Your daughters-in-law and children are warming up your beds, and you don't think about how I feel. Qin Shi waved his hand. Big brother, you've misunderstood. I mean, isn't Qin Ning having some problems right now? Haven't you ever thought about coming out and running the show? He said and poked Qin Xing, who agreed. Yes, big brother. After all, you are the boss when father is gone. Don't you have any idea at all? Qin Wen shook his head. I have ideas. The two were overjoyed. They knew their big brother was ambitious. I only heard Qin Wen say slowly, I want to fall in love. A lot of love. Both of them were full of black lines and said in unison. And there's more. Make babies. Make lots of babies. The two men squirmed in anger. Qin Wen looked at their backs and smiled meaningfully. Although he didn't have much affection for Qin Ning, he still had some understanding of him. Only he wanted to see these two brothers laugh too, and wasn't about to warn them. Qin Ning was such a smart person. She would let herself fall into a coma? How can it be? It's better to be honest and fall in love and enjoy life. After being repaired by his own daughter so many times, he summed up a truth. Obedient to Qin Ning who live, against Qin Ning who die a miserable death. Qin Ning had been in a coma for 10 days now, and the Qin family, except for Chu Shi and Qin Yu, they were often turned away. The people of the Shen family can't get in either, to the point that they don't dare to scold Shen Zhouxing. Only one Ruo, holding her 3-month-old belly, cursed. Shen Zhouxing, old lady orders you to open the door. What's the reason why you can't come to see your own daughter-in-law? If you don't open the door again, I'll keep cursing. It's not like I'm the one who's embarrassed anyway. Jian Yu and Lian Xiao made eyes at each other. Lian Yu shook his head. He didn't dare. If he stopped it, he would be the one to take it out on him. Lian Xiao had no choice but to carefully walk over. Mom, sister-in-law needs to recuperate. When Ruo glared at him, they're all unconscious. She can't hear them even if they make more noise. Lian Xiao shook his head. Mom, the doctor has said to recuperate. Let's listen to the doctor. When Ruo thought for a moment and yelled, daughter-in-law, you rest well. When you wake up, I'll come back to coax money out of you. Qin Ning, who was in the room, stumbled in fear. Chapter 137, How long do you plan to be in a coma? Shen Zhouxing immediately supported. How long does Ninger intend to be unconscious? Qin Ning raised her head and looked at him with two wet eyes. Hubby, how many people do you see who are true to me? Shen Zhouxing held her lovingly. Ninger, first go back to bed to rest. In fact, if I'm lying here in a coma, I might as well be you. They're all afraid of me, and maybe my mom will be the only one who will come then. came also to find my will and see how much I could leave her. Qin Ning laughed out loud. You can't sleep two kinds of people under one comforter. Husband, we're all the same. Oh. Shen Zhouxing's face was filled with black lines. There's no need for you to be so excited about something so pathetic, right? Qin Ning sat on the bed and leaned against the head of the bed. Joy begets sorrow, and when you're sad, you'll also be joyful. Not to mention you. Look at me. Even Qin Qi, Qin Xing are gloating. Chu Shi was a little hesitant. Nan Yen hated me to death. So you say, who else do I care about? Shen Zhouxing, they're not even as good as your Shen family. Shen Zhouxing shook his head. Is there a possibility that the Shen family is afraid of me because they had to come? Qin Ning suddenly wanted to cry so much. Her father did not love her mother. The system can't stand it anymore. Master, can you stop crying? I can't stand it anymore. Shut up. You can't stand it. You'll figure it out yourself. I'll just cry. You can't stay in a coma forever, can you? Qin Ning wiped a handful of tears. What's not to like? If I don't do this, how do I know if what's around me is a person or a ghost? Don't you think life is dull if you don't take the initiative? Qin Ning immediately denied it. I don't think it's ordinary at all. It's especially fun. Shen Zhouxing immediately understood Qin Ning's intentions. As Qin Ning's coma grew longer and longer, the chaos in the entertainment industry seemed to be making a comeback. It's a big piece of cake. They can't reason with it. And leading the way is the South family. The South family has a sum of money that must be filtered before it can be appropriated. Qin Ning was genuinely very surprised that the Nan family, who had been cowering in their ordinary lives, were now quite bold. The three brothers, Qin Cheng, Qin Qian, and Qin Ming, did their best to stop them, and were finally scolded by Nan Yen, and the trio's attempts to get money to invest were called off. Qin Cheng vaguely felt very anxious, and always felt that Mom and her uncles were a little too bold, but he's a man of few words, and no one listens to him at all. Qin Qian and Qin Ming were somewhat caught off guard by the yelling. The two men went up to coax Nanny left and right, and Qin Cheng, who was scolded away, secretly asked out Qian Ming. Qian Ming sent the phone to Shen Zhouxing and said that Qin Shang asked him to meet. Shen Zhouxing asked him to meet. Qian Ming really wanted to give this Qin Cheng a thumbs up. He was really good at finding such a remote cafe, and seeing Qin Cheng's costume, he went numb. Mr. Qin, to be honest, the stars have never been so camouflaged when they go out on the street. He's a gold agent who couldn't even think of disguising himself as an older girl. Qin Sheng picked at his wig. Broker Qian, I just want to ask, did my cousin Qin Ning let someone take full charge of the studio? Qian Ming nodded. Yeah, what's up? You want to debut? Huh? But your face is too rough. I hear you love the outdoors? You're only 23. You make yourself look like you're 32, even though you're a man. You should take care of yourself, but you have nice features and your height is fine. If you want to make a debut, you can only go from the actor track. Start with a couple of small supporting roles, like a certain soldier brother of the overlord, a certain son of the world who follows the king around. Don't you think? Qin Cheng's face was ugly. Broker Qian, when did I say I want to debut? Qian Ming took a sip of his coffee. It tastes good. It's opened in the nooks and crannies, and the people who come here should be familiar with it. Qin Cheng nodded. I drove it. The corners of Qian Ming's mouth twitched. This location was chosen so that you can open your home and forget about it. Qin Cheng suddenly laughed. They all said that I don't look like I can do business, and I also can't join the army because of color blindness. So all the strength is used for outdoor activities. My family also says I'm not doing my job. To be honest, when Qin Yuan put this Qin, I couldn't even get in, so we had to find another way out. I opened this cafe so I could have a quiet place to enjoy the afternoon sun. Anyone who can walk into this little store is lucky. Qian Ming seemed to have a different understanding of the person in front of him. Then what was the purpose of your appointment? The South family, my grandpa's family. Elaborate entertainment is the South family. Qian Ming looked at him meaningfully. What do you mean? They took advantage of their cousin's coma and started messing around. Qian Ming was a bit surprised. What are you? Qin Ning was also a bit surprised. Hubby, listen, he's helping me? Shen Zhouxing looked up from the pile of papers. He's not helping you. He's saving the Nan family. Qin Ning grinned. Smart. And at this time, Qian Ming had already left, and Qin Cheng picked up the rest of the coffee and drank it in a single gulp as if he was drinking. Mom and Dad and the uncles really don't know their cousins. Hopefully Qian Ming can stop it, otherwise the day the cousin wakes up, the Nan family will be finished. And Qin Zhao had already been discharged from the hospital. Qin Ning had fainted at too opportune a time, surprisingly giving her so much time to turn over. The first time he was discharged from the hospital, he divorced Xia Ming. It's been tossed around for so long that good companies are being brought into bankruptcy. Xia Ming in this life really didn't have much ability. Since there was little ability, she didn't deserve to fight alongside her. When Xia Ming received the divorce indictment, his heart still couldn't help but be seized. Usually it doesn't matter if they bicker. but he's still a little reluctant to get divorced when it really comes down to it. Su Mei cracked. Qin Zhao is a hypocritical and vain woman. When our Xie family was in the ascendant, she called out to brother Ming one by one. Now that the Shay family is failing, she's getting a divorce. Son, I tell you, if it is not Qin Zhoxing has already married, and the object of marriage is still Qin Ning, she'd already made a move on Qin Zhoxing a long time ago. Just you wait, her next target is about to show up. Xia Ming shook his head. Impossible, the two of us have a deep bond. What couple doesn't fight? She's not like that. Su Mei was all pissed off and laughed. Deep feelings. It's you who has deep feelings for her. Xia Ming was a little annoyed. Geez, Mom, just leave me alone. Su Mei shrugged her shoulders. It's true, so forget it if you don't believe me. Xia Ming stared at the divorce suit. Qin Zhao, you can't possibly get rid of me. He was still the third young master of the Xie family who had no worries about food and clothing, and it was a whistle-blowing letter from Qin Zhao. Let him, a third young master, fall from heaven to hell. And the moody Qin Zhao carefully dressed up. In a crossroads encountered the South family's young master Nan Yi. Qin Ning are very admiring her. The marriage is not yet divorced. The next family are looking for good. She was very curious as to how many partners this Qin Zhao would get out. Chapter 138. I was wrong. Wrong. Qian Ming came out of the cafe and went to find Gu Chuan. The Nan family actually wanted to mess things up while their boss was in a coma. How could they possibly agree to that? The two of them went to see Qin Zhoxing together. Qin Zhoxing only handed them over to see what they could do, because it's still not clear what the Nan family really wants. At the same time, Xia Ming found Qin Yuan and Bai Jiruo. Bai Jiruo looked pained and sobbed uncontrollably. Qin Yuan held an urn. Xia Ming, whether you believe it or not, she is inside. But just remember one thing, she was killed by Qin Ning. We have no proof, but she was killed by Qin Ning. Qin Ning hanged herself to gain sympathy because she killed Zhao Zhao. Xia Ming couldn't believe it. Qin Zhao was dead? She's dead? No wonder she sent for divorce papers or sued for divorce. The main thing is netting. Xia Ming howled as he hugged the urn. Crying system straight alarm. Crying Qin Ning black face. Tong Tong, did Qin Zhao play this game well? People have turned over, both getting rid of Qin Ming and stirring up his hatred for you. And now they've even hooked up with the Nan family's youngest son. 3 birds with 1 stone. Why are you still so optimistic? Qin Ning looked at the food in front of him. Green light in his eyes. Everyday light diet. Are fast fading out of the bird. Wait for me to finish this meal. Immediately re-emerge. Oh, you're giving them too much time. Not much. How can I test people's hearts otherwise? The heart is not to be tested. Qin Ning tore into the chicken leg. She was partial to trying. She always felt uncomfortable in her chest in the past 2 days, and her family doctor came to check her several times, but she didn't find out anything. Qin Shi also took her to the outside hospital a few times, and again, there was no abnormality. Chu Shi knew what was nothing, but it always felt like something was going on. Qin Shi had also not moved an inch in the past 2 days. As we entered the month of April, several major events took place in the Qin family. Qin Jing and Qin Ling died one after another. Qin Wen spent $100,000 to buy 2 graves in the cemetery and put the urns in. There wasn't even a send-off ceremony. He's lucky he didn't raise the ashes for this kind of eaten-up fool. And at the same time, Xia Ming announced the news of Qin Zhao's death, and a farewell ceremony is scheduled for April 5th, the day of the Qingming festival. The whole group was in an uproar at the news. True or false, thousands of gold. 1 dead and 1 in a coma. Any more grudges in life are dissipated in the human world at this time. This farewell ceremony was organized by Xia Ming and Qin Yuan. Paradise Funeral Parlor in Shengjing. Not many people attended the funeral, but plenty went to watch the fun, because everyone wanted to see if Qin Ning would go. Quinn, no one remembers that she's in a coma? Some of the reporters stopped by Jiruo who entered the venue. Mrs. Bai, is it convenient to disclose the news about Qin Ning? Bai Jiruo wore a mask and sunglasses. Her tone was icy. I don't understand. Today is my daughter Zhejiao's farewell ceremony. I hope you won't mention other insignificant people. The reporter was dumbfounded. Mrs. Bai, that's your own daughter. To be so mean to one of your own daughters and so loving to an adopted daughter. Don't you think you're a bit excessive? Bai Jiruo didn't want to lose her temper in public, so she refused to answer the question. Qin Yuan took over the microphone. This friend of the media, I can tell you clearly now, there is only one sister of mine, and that is Qin Zhao. And as for that what's her name Qin Ning you mentioned, I am not familiar with her. The reporter nodded and backed out. Other reporters swarmed the room. Most of them were asking questions about Qin Zhao, and a few of Qin Yuan's brothers were crying up a storm, not paying the slightest attention to the fact that there was also a man in the crowd wearing a black mask and glasses. Right after Bai Jiruo and Qin Yuan took turns expressing their condolences for Qin Zhao, The big screen in the hall automatically played videos of Qin Zhao's bullying and bullying classmates from kindergarten to college, recordings and videos of the plot to kill Qin's family members, and videos of the harmful plot against Qin Ning. The video is 1 hour and 59 minutes long. No matter how it is resolved, the video plays as usual, and at the end of the video appeared Qin Ning's figure, her eyes sharp as she looked at the camera. No one will be able to erase her crimes just because of death. I will never forgive Qin Zhao, in life or in death, including you, all equally on my list of enemies. Qin Zhao, you can't run away, no matter what you become. The words stopped there. He gave a meaningful smile, and the video ended there. Before this farcical farewell ceremony could go to the end, Xia Cheng and Su Mei took Xia Ming away. In the large meeting place, Bai Zhihua and her 4 sons were left alone. Several of the mothers and children looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Suddenly there was a clattering sound. Several people turned around at the same time, as if seeing a ghost. In unison, Qin Ning lowered his sunglasses, took off his mask, and grinned. I was wrong. Bai Zhihua coldly snorted. You only know you're wrong now. What did you do earlier? Look at what we've been victimized by you? Qin Yuan snorted. Come over here and apologize on your knees. Qin Wana walked straight over. You still know you're wrong, causing our family to fall apart. I'll teach you a lesson today in front of Zhao Zhao, Qiner and Qinsan. The two of them watched with cold eyes while the other got carried away. Qin Ning rolled up his sleeves and spoke to himself. I was wrong. I was too kind to you. After saying his words, Qin Yuan had already arrived in front of her. Qin Ning slammed his fist. Bai Zhihua broke out and cursed. Asterisk 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 you shall not die. Master Void said, if you are still obsessed with enlightenment, your later years will be miserable. Your husband will cheat on you. Your children will resent you. Everyone will stay away from you just because your heart is so poisonous. Qin Ning ignored Bai Zhihua's tirade and swung his fist with a single-minded. Lian and Gu Chuan were guarding the outside with their men, only to hear heart-rending screams coming from inside. An hour later, the door opened. Qin Ning was covered in blood. Lian, send the few inside into the basement. No one is allowed to enter without my order. Tell those doctors to just hang on to their breath. Liam immediately led the way. Qin Ning looked up. Gu Chuan, boss, please, release the news that Bai Zhihua and Qin Yuan and the others were irritated at the farewell ceremony and fainted from vomiting blood. Now sent to the hospital to rescue. Wait 3 hours. In addition to the exposure of elaborate entertainment money laundering news, suppress the news of Bai Zhihua's mother and son's several resuscitations. Okay, I'll get right on it. Yang Feng, Sister Ning, I'm here. I'll give you $2 billion to go all out to suppress Qin Dagun, and then acquire all the industries under his name. Copy that. Qin Ning called Wen Xian with a hand covered in blood. The evidence was sent to your email, suing the Nan family for misappropriating Qin's assets. Okay, finally. He threw the blood-stained cell phone to Shin Zhouxing, who had just gotten out of the car. The yellow flowers are cold. You're here. Shin Zhouxing took off his jacket and draped it over her. Are you tired? Kind of. Just sleep on it. I'm covered in blood. I'll help you shower. Deadly shameless. We're legal. Chapter 139, Crisis in the Southern Family. When Qin Jiao saw the news and rushed to the hospital, Bai Zhihua's mother and 5 children were already in the intensive care unit. She went straight to the police claiming that this was beaten by Qin Ning, but after the police investigation, they found that firstly, Qin Ning was still unconscious, and secondly, there were no wounds or traces of beatings on Bai Zhihua's bodies. Qin Jiao didn't believe it. She changed into a sterile gown and entered the custody room, checking them for a while, and there wasn't even a trace of bruising on them. That's impossible. They knew this funeral was staged, so why would they be in the hospital for heartbreak? Qin Ning must be awake. She's the only one who can mess people up like this. With that in mind, she dialed a phone number. Qin Wu felt very ridiculous. Qin Jiao, you weren't this kind of person before. Why did it turn out this way? You know what? When I went to pick her up, she was working in the pigsty, skinny and full of rusticity. Originally, you and I grew up together, and everything was geared toward you, but I didn't think you could even tolerate her, much less that her life was your mother's handiwork. She was supposed to be the jewel in the crown. Your mom ruined her. When it all unraveled, instead of any repentance, you guys got worse, and my mom and a few of them, they actually hated to let her die. Oh, it's fine now. Since I can't wake up, then I can't wake up. Save yourself from daily trouble. Now that you've changed your life, live it up. I still want to advise you not to mess with Qin Ning, otherwise you'll end up miserable. 5th brother, you weren't originally like this. Didn't you love me very much? Qin Wu sneered. The first person you and your mom will kill is me. If I hadn't taken Qin Ning with me at that time, I would have been reincarnated by now. I've been kind enough not to retaliate against you. How dare you even think of letting me be nice to you? Qin Jiao, can you look in the mirror and see what you're made of? What are you comparing to Qin Ning? ability, looks or character. You're no match for her anywhere. And she screws you like she's crushing an ant. Qin Zhao shook her head and yelled at the impossibility. How could she lose? It's not like that in the dream. Not at all. Qin Wu impatiently said. Qin Zhao, how about you can hide it from the netizens, but you can't hide it from Shin Zhouxing. If he knew you were alive, I don't think he'd let you go. If you're smart, you'll disappear right now. Find a new life somewhere where no one knows you. Don't think about fighting Qin Ning. You're so not able to. Qin Zhao called out that it was impossible and that she would win. Qin Ning will definitely die. Qin Wu no longer persuade. After all, good words cannot persuade the damn ghost. Listening to the beeping sound coming from her cell phone, she cursed the cowardly, stupid person. But at this moment, she couldn't find anyone to help. Leaving the hospital, she swiped on another news story. The Nan family actually misappropriated Qin's assets? When was this? How she hadn't heard of it. She clicked on the news and it turned out to be 5 years ago. 5 years ago Qin was under the control of Qin Yuan, and at that time it was easy to draw down the cash flow. If the southern family gave Qin Yuan enough benefits, Qin Yuan would definitely help them. But how did this get out? Besides, it didn't happen in the dream. She calmed down for a while and finally figured out that it was because Qin Ning wasn't dead, and if Qin Ning wasn't dead, a lot of things would change. Qin Zhao turned around in a hurry. She had to go find Nan Yi. At this time, the Nan family was in chaos. 5 years ago, when the Nan family had a crisis, they privately gave Qin Yuan 200 million. Let Qin Yuan save the day with the flow of money he got from Qin's books. It's a total of $1 billion with a promise to return it in 5 years. It was only time that Qin Yuan stepped down, and Qin Ning took control of Qin's management. They didn't think to return it. Who knew that such a news would be exposed directly? Nan Yan was terrified. She thought it was Shin Zhouxing's handiwork. It was Shin Zhouxing who was hammering them. Qin Chang, Qin Qian, and Qin Ming united as one front, telling the Nan family to immediately hold a press conference. Explain the causes and consequences and don't wait until public opinion has festered to the point of no return. Not to mention challenging Shin Zhouxing. The old man of the Nan family considered for a while before raising his head. This matter was dealt with Qin Yuan. Even if we return it, we still have to find Qin Yuan. What do you think, Qin Yi? Qin Yi tugged at his tie. He had just taken over the Nan family's business and now this had happened. He was in an irritable mood. Grandpa was even thinking about Qin Yuan, and now it was Qin Ning's world. So he rejected it outright. Now go find Qin Ning and settle it as soon as possible. Qin Yuan is already in the ICU. Alive or not or something in between. Auntie, you should understand Qin Ning's methods. They're husband and wife. Is Shin Zhouxing simple? If he was simple, with the ability of those people in the Shin family, the Shin family would not have remained in the echelon of first-class families until now. Since I'm in charge now, you have to listen to me. Elder Nan snapped his head up. Oh, Nan Yi has grown up. Meanwhile, Qin Jiao looked at the time, or ruthlessly dialed another number. In an old house in a small town in northern Europe, the ringer on his cell phone hissed halfway through the day. But no one answered. Qin Yu didn't want to take it and didn't dare to take it, because 10 minutes ago she received 2 videos. One was a video of Bai Jiruo's mother and son, several of whom were unconscious. The other is that his own mother's grave has been dug up. The 2 videos disappeared automatically after watching them, followed by a single sentence. Stay in this place forever and keep your mother safe and sound. Take a step back home. Raise your mother and kill you. Qin Yu was scared, and she thought it was Shin Zhouxing's handiwork. Shin Zhouxing was avenging Qin Ning. She immediately replied agreeing to this request and then received another video. Mother's grave is intact. She was cold and sweaty, scared out of her wits in the middle of the night. When Qin Jiao called a third time, she simply turned off the phone. It was supposed to be a child screwed up to get back at the Qin family. It's only fair to let her enjoy herself for so many years. Who knew that she left so dryly? Bai Jiruo obviously came to rob her. She still followed. What does this mean? It means that she, Qin Jiao, has only one mom, Bai Jiruo, in her heart. For the moment, one has fulfilled one's mother's wishes. It's time to live for yourself too. At this point, Qin Jiao had already started cursing, and Qin Yu not only didn't answer the phone, but also directly turned off the phone. What's going on here? She came out of the ICU and met Qin Degun head-on. Ken and Qin had never seen Qin Jiao after plastic surgery. So in a moment of curiosity, child, are you here to see Qin Yuan and the others? Qin Jiao nodded. Yes, I'm their friend. I hope they wake up soon. Qin Cannon sighed. It's hard to say. The doctor said it was all brain hemorrhage, and stomach hemorrhage due to emotional stress. Do you think they're stupid? That Qin Jiao isn't even her own. Let's just die. What's with the farewell ceremony? Now it's so good that the whole network is humiliated and they've put themselves in the hospital. Qin Jiao's face was unsightly as she coped with a couple of sentences and hurriedly excused herself. Qin Cannon snorted as he looked at her back. the more you organize it, the uglier it gets. You can't find your own position. Jirua, they're so stupid. Chapter 140, what do you know? Shin Kanon didn't go in. He just came to find out what was going on. After all, it was a white moon for so many years, and the feelings are still there. Only after seeing the stupid things they did, he decided to draw a line with Baijiro. The doctor also said that the chances of them waking up are too slim. Who wants to carry 5 vegetative people on their backs for the rest of their lives? It would be a kindness to renew them now. He is a businessman, and businessmen seek profit. Since they are all useless, one's own benevolence will suffice. Just as he walked out of the hospital, Shin Dagun's cell phone rang. He answered the phone and left in a hurry. Young Phone walked out from behind a pillar. Brother, Shin Dagun doesn't have much affection for them either. Yang Xian mocked. Later on, your goddess took your child and lived with another man for decades. Your kids call someone else dad, have a great view, and never contact you. But when they were desperate, your goddess came back to join you with her children. He asked for all your assets and told you to get rid of all the swallows around you, and not much of a brain, constantly making death and trouble. Would you like that? Young Feng shook his head, not willingly, but his feelings for Baijiro are real. Yang Xian turned around. White moonlight looks best when it's in the sky. When it hits the ground, it's nothing. Young Feng bristled. Brother, how do you, an old bachelor, know so much? Yang Xian gave him a kick. Get to work. After all, we didn't get our bonus for nothing. Young Feng flaunted beautifully. Brother, is your bonus enough? Not enough for me to give you some support? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Don't show off. Be careful if mom finds out. She'll give you all the money to subsidize uncle and the others. Young Feng sighed. If only we had Sister Ning's courage and ability. I've been wanting to punch that bunch of vampires for a long time. Yang Xian twisted his head to look at him. Really? What am I lying to you for? It's when it's not illegal, and I don't want to get myself in trouble for that crowd. Yang Xian put his arm around Young Feng. I have an idea. Tell me about it. Take a page from the ladies' playbook and screw them without us stepping in. Yang Feng's eyes widened. Brother, you mean to send them to a mental institution? Yang Xian gave him a brain crash. What mental illness to send? It's not like we're immediate family. I mean set up. While the brothers dealt with Baijirua's mother and a few others, they also solved their own family's troubles. At this time, the Nan family had been split into 2 factions. A faction of non-payment led by Master Nan. One faction was the immediate solution faction led by Nanyi and Qin Chang. Nanny had the support of her family and her heart was completely at ease. At the very least, there was a point where the selfsame old man and Master Shin still had some friendship. Shinjoshing is not so bad as to drive out all the people. Besides, now that Qin Yuan was injured and Qin Ning was unconscious, there was no way to resolve this matter. Nan Yi argued with reason. They can't. This is a matter for the Nan family. You shouldn't get too involved. It was uncertain what means Qin Ning had, or if she was even unconscious. This time maybe it's a test of the Nan family. I don't want to drag the Nan family to destruction. I'm in charge of the Nan family's estate now. You guys stay out of it. One more thing. Elaborate entertainment is Nanging's responsibility. You guys know what you're doing. I still say, as long as we don't mess with Qin Ning, the Nan family is safe and sound. Great aunt, have I been emphasizing this matter? And why won't you listen? Nan Yen was being lectured by a junior. His face simply couldn't hang on. His tone couldn't help but be a bit fed up. Nan Yi, your grandfather is still around. Nowadays, you're just allowed to manage. But it's not your turn to take charge of the Nan family. This matter is signed by Qin Yuan. We are compliant and legal. Even if Qin sues, that responsibility will be assigned to Qin Yuan. Elder Nan nodded. Nan Yi, your great aunt is right. I'm still around. It's not your turn to be in charge of the Nan family. Nan has smiled to herself. Alright then, from this moment on, I'll quit. You guys feel free. Elder Nan slapped the table. You're threatening me? Qin Ning had just enjoyed a full body massage when he heard the systems report. Nan, old man Nan Yen, those people are not willing to pay back. They mean to take from Qin Yuan. If you want to pay back, or to pay back with Qin Yuan. But Nan Yi and the 3 Qin Chang brothers advocate immediate repayment of the money. Nan Yi was kicked out by old man Nan for his strong support to pay back the money. Qin Ning sighed for a while. The Nan family has only produced such a sober person. Shinjoshing hugged Qin Ning and closed his eyes to listen to his heart. I fell asleep listening to it. Qin Ning took a long breath. It's easy for me to sing lullabies for half a day. The system is speechless. I'm falling asleep while you're singing. Qin Ning smiled lightly and got up to put on his clothes. Just downstairs, the call came. An hour later, the 2 men sat facing each other. Nan Yi spoke first. Mr. Qin's health is very good. Qin Ning sked. Mr. Nan is also very smart. Say it, how to cooperate. Nan Yi laughed. Mr. Qin is not only beautiful, but also very smart. I want to mess with the Nan family. Qin Ning raised her eyebrows and reached out her jade hand. Happy cooperation. My grandfather's family was killed by the Nam family. My own mother was forced to die by the Nam family. And I've made it to this point alone with a blood feud. Not bad. A flash of astonishment flashed through Nanya's eyes, suddenly feeling that he had found a treasure. Shinlai frowned slightly, and Nanyi looked at her as if the big black in the house had seen. Nanyi also discovered her own disorder and immediately explained. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. I'm just too happy and a bit presumptuous. In fact, I've wanted to get to know you for a long time, and I have great admiration for your character of having an axe to grind. I just haven't had the chance, and I'm so excited to see it today. Shin Ning smiled. It's only human, and I know I'm excellent. But how does Mr. Nan plan to take revenge? Nanyi put away her smile. Mr. Shin, I want to get hold of all the assets of the Nan family. If Mr. Shin can help out, after it's done, the elaborate entertainment will be yours. Shin Ning was not the least bit moved. Don't I have the ability to take an elaborate entertainment? Do I need you to commit to it? Nanyi was not flustered. I know that big broker Qian has a way of managing an entertainment company. Mr. Shin is perfectly capable of taking careful entertainment and letting the big money brokers manage it. But Mr. Shin, my Nanya's management talent should not be underestimated. 5 years ago, the Nan family's business was on the verge of bankruptcy. Even with Qin's $3 billion, there's nothing the wastrels of the South family can do. It was I who saved it by my own efforts. If Mr. Shin is willing to help me, I will give him 10% of the shares. After all, who's too hot for money? Other than that, I think Mr. Shin is short of people, capable people. Shin Ning snorted, but it's too smart for me to suppress. Nanha immediately said, yes, you can hold it down. Blushing after saying that, he hastily took a sip of tea. Shin Ning looked out the window. Tuzi, do you think he's in love with me? Unfortunately, I'm already married. Alas, it's so sad. System, stinky. Nanyi drank cup after cup, and when he reached the 10th cup, Shin Ning stopped him. Don't drink. You'll get drunk if you drink again. Nanyi was a little embarrassed. Shin, I just want to take revenge. Other than that, no one else will be harmed. Shin Ning waved his hand. Don't explain. I understand. Let's cooperate. As the words fell, a guttural voice dropped from overhead. What do you know? Chapter 141, the three Qin Chang brothers hugging and crying. Nanyi immediately explained. Mr. Shin, it's my mouth, but I swear that I'm just expressing my loyalty with Mr. Shin. Absolutely no offense. Shin Ning bristled. What are you afraid of? It's not like he's going to eat you. Nanyi wanted to cry. Shin Zhaoxing would not eat people. He would only beat people to death. Shin Ning waved his hand. Just kidding. I agree to cooperate. So you get busy with your business. Nanyi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Shin. By the way, Mr. Shin Zhao didn't die. Shin Ning froze. How did you know? She moved her whole face and changed her name to Wooden Cloud Smoke. Manufactured a chance encounter with me a while ago, trying to use me to get up and kill you. Shin Zhaoxing sat directly beside Shin Ning. How did you find out? Nanyi lightly laughed. In this world, there are only a few people who want General Qin to die outside of words. Rule it out. Investigate a little, and you'll know everything. Shin Zhaoxing turned to Qin Ning. Ninger, I threw Qin Jiao to Qin Yu. Don't worry, they'll never come back. Those two, as long as they don't die, they'll always find a way to make a comeback. Nanoha saw that the two were having a quiet conversation, and four got up to leave. Qin Ning gestured for him to sit down. Since we're partners, there's nothing to hide from you. Now my enemies are dead, wounded, and sent. I could have called it quits, but I didn't expect the Nan family to mess things up again. Nanyi snorted. The Nan family? Ha, just a bunch of vampires. Shin Ning smiled. Nanyi, how do you need me to strike? Nanyi solemnly said. Mr. Shin, I hope you'll make every effort to recover the outstanding amount from the Nan family. The South family business has $5 billion in cash flow and is perfectly capable of paying it back in. Shin Ning made an okay gesture. No problem. I'll cooperate with your actions and you take your revenge. Shin Zhaoxing got a contract from somewhere. Both sides signed. This is safer. Nanyi gave a thumbs up. It's still Mr. Shin who is thoughtful. Good job. Black and white. Nanbai can't deny it. The two men signed and their handprints were pressed. Shin Ning sent 3 instructions. One was to have Wen Xiansu to recover the $3 billion owed by the Nan family. The second is to expose Gu Chuan to the fact that elaborate entertainment is operating in violation of the law and is suspected of money laundering. The third is for Chiming to sign all the artists in elaborate entertainment who have a clean bill of health. Nanoha walked away satisfied. Shin Ning held the contract beautifully. Her good days were coming. Shin Zhaoxing's face was full of aggression. Ninger, what do you think of Nanya's looks? Despite the glasses, I still can't stop my amorous peach blossom eyes. Not as tall as you. But 181, with white skin, don't you think he looks like a vampire? Quite a svelte loser. Looks gentle and helpless, but in reality, oh, he's a gentle viper. It's amazing that you can endure humiliation for more than 20 years in order to get your revenge. This is equivalent to, I have just come back, first condescending to comply with Bai Jirua and the others, then serve them, so that they can finally lend a hand to their revenge. I can't take the heat. It's only a great heroine who has an axe to grind. All, in a word, Manhwa looks too feminine. With him it feels like I'm a man, and I guess he'll be looking for a partner in the future, and the woman will have to be a bit stronger for that. It can't be the same as mine. It can't be at least 3 times as strong as mine. Oh, I'm so good at this. Shinjoshing was picking at her hair and came in carelessly. I've heard about the history of the Nan family. Nanya's grandpa and real mom were indeed miserable, having been eaten out of extinction and drained of blood by the Nan family. If Manhwa hadn't been obedient, they wouldn't have let Nanha stay at all. Qin Ning nestled in Shinjoshing's arms. Does Nan Yen know about this? Nanny's hiding something. No, it's also true that like father, like daughter, the Nan family doesn't have many good people. Do the 3 Qin Chang brothers know about this? They don't seem to know. These 3 did a lot more while I was in a coma. It didn't work out, but she got the message. Qin Ning's tone was languid. I still have to meet this 3rd brother. After all, the southern family is about to change drastically. They still need to be mentally prepared for it. The Nan family is the Nan family and they are them. If they can't tell the difference, then he won't be blamed. Shinjoshing dropped a kiss on her forehead. Ninger, I hate to clear all the obstacles for you so that you can live in peace, but I know that you have to do everything yourself. How can you call it revenge if you don't do it yourself? It's only cool if you put your fist on the enemy. Shinjoshing looked at her dark circles under her eyes and was filled with heartache. His heart was about to break. Qin Ning was breathless from Shinjoshing's hug, and with both eyes rolled back, she raised her foot and kicked it. Don't get mushy. Go about your business. So where is Ning going? Meet with Qin Chang and the 3 of them. Alright, since Ninger insists on this, there's nothing I can do, so go ahead. Qin Ning black-faced, you're about to have a ING meeting, and you're still not going back, playing what you've got here. If you don't leave, I'll do it right away. Shinjoshing stole another kiss. Ninger, pay attention to safety. I'm going to earn money for you. Qin Ning chilled her face. What if a man is too clingy? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Shinjoshing only left when the 3 Qin Changs got off the bus. Qin Ning greeted the trio and sat down. What's the matter? Drooping faces one by one. Who messed with you? The 3 Qin Chang brothers stared at each other with wide, unbelievable eyes, speaking in unison. You're not in a coma, are you? Qin Ning had a playful look on his face. Yes. Qin Chang immediately asked. You know everyone's little moves? Qin Xian cried and laughed. Everything is under your control, isn't it? Qin Ming had resigned himself to his fate. You'll deal with my mom, won't you? It's not just your mom, it's your dad, messing with me in the middle of a coma. What do you think I'd do? I didn't think I'd be kind to your 3 houses, and they wanted me dead so badly, worried that I know the late bloomers are over them. Ha, don't even look at how much weight you have. If Qin was placed in their hands, it would be self-defeating. Old man Qin had long ago dismissed Qin Chi and Qin Xing's abilities. Honest, clothed and fed. But unfortunately, they are too rebellious. Qin Ning's whole body shivered. How do you want to deal with them? Qin Ning shook his head. I'll deal with Qin Xing, and beat up a broken like Chant. But your mom, she's guilty as hell. 20 years ago, she and the Nan family together pissed off Nanya's grandfather and forced her sister-in-law, Nanya's real mother, to die. What do you think is going to happen to her? She'll get what she deserves. Maybe it's God's retribution that all 3 of her children have IQ problems. The 3 Qin Chang brothers hugged and cried. Passers-by could see through the glass that a scummy woman had bullied 3 men into tears. Chapter 142, Removal of the Southern Family. End of Revenge. After Qin Chang's trio went back, they were like walking corpses. Nan Yen was already in a foul mood. Qin Ning is too cheap. It's not like he lacks this much money. Why chase back? Doesn't she know that's the South family? And after Nanha was kicked out, everyone in the company went on strike. It's just too late for emergency recruiting. Dad had no choice but to let Nan Yi continue to manage the Nan family business. Nanha then transferred the money back. The convalescent home where Dad was furious. Meanwhile, the elaborate entertainment that Nanjing was responsible for was exposed as money laundering. The state's authorities are already on the trail. She just came back from the Nan family, and these brats even gave her a face. Seeing her 3 sons trying to go upstairs, she got up from the couch and spoke in a stern tone. Where have you 3 been? Don't you know something's happened to the outer family? Not staying to help at this juncture and skulking around. Your grandparents and your uncles have loved you all for nothing. Qin Chang was a bit impatient. Mom, have you ever done anything wrong in your life? Nanny froze. What do you mean? Qin Chang stared at her. Just tell me. Have you ever done it? Other than making small moves while Qin Ning was in a coma, what else did you do? Nan Yen walked over and raised his hand to slap him. What do you mean? I'm your mom and you doubt me? Are you even a person anymore? Qin Chang sneered. Who is Yi Zidi? When Nan Yen heard this name, her whole body tingled and her face turned pale. Who did you hear from? Qin Chang shook his head. You don't want to inquire about who I heard it from? You only need to tell me who she is. How the hell did she die? Nan Yen shook her head. I'm a bit uncomfortable. I'll go upstairs and rest for a while first. Qin Xian and Qin Ming pulled her forward and back. Mom, no matter how much you hide it, it's useless. The truth will one day be exposed to the sun. You might have a chance of survival if you go and apologize now. Nanny shook her head. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It's her who's wrong. She is too noble to look at us. What a family of books. And finally disappeared without a trace. She thought your great-uncle really liked her. He even washed his hands for your uncle. But in the end, he was still pissed off. She deserved it. Who made her look down on our Nan family in the beginning? Now well, the Nan family has enjoyed decades of glory and prosperity, and she's in a dirt pit for the long haul. Qin Chang laughed out loud. My Qin Chang's mother is actually a murderer. Ha ha, my mother is actually a murderer? Nan Yen immediately gave him 2 more slaps. Crazy, what does it look like? It's true that after being in contact with Qin Ning for a long time, everything has learned to be bad. Qin Chang directly cold face. Mom, you feel your conscience to speak. I learn bad from whom? You've become a murderer. And what kind of children can a murderer teach? Nan Yen was furious. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Qin Chang twisted his head and left. The rest of the brothers look at each other and are very disappointed when mom doesn't recognize them. Qin Ning won. Nan Yen saw the backs of her 3 sons and cried out. You 3 white-eyed wolves. How dare you turn toward Qin Ning? I'm your mom. The 3 of them acted as if they couldn't hear. Not a single response. It had been hard for them to discuss with Qin Ning if Nan Yen was willing to admit her mistake. She goes to Nan Yi to plead for mercy and spare Nan Yen. Otherwise, there will be consequences. At that time, they were still swearing that they would make Nan Yen admit her mistake. But now it looks like a slap in the face. When people make mistakes, they are punished. They can't stop it. Whether it was stopping Nan Yi or stopping Qin Ning, it's all impotent. Nan Ye's speed was fast, and with Qin Ning's help, in just a month's time, he succeeded in seizing all the assets of the Nan family and changed Nans to Yes. Not one of the people involved in pissing off Grandpa and his own mother was going to let him off the hook. Old man Nan became hemiplegic from his anger, and his own father, Nan Chang, was scared into madness by his use of ghostly and strange powers. Nan's second uncle, Nan Yong, and Nan's third uncle, Nan Lu, were driven to bankruptcy. The last one was Nan Yen being beaten up by Nan Ye's men and having all his limbs broken. And he also took everyone to the graves of his grandfather and mother to confess. But not a single one confessed, and one was tougher than the other. This managed to inspire Nanha's monstrous hatred. He held up his glasses. Very good, very good. No confession, huh? It still seems like I'm not going hard enough. And it's amazing that 3 of you can't feel the pain. Old man Nan lisped and sputtered when he spoke. It's your grandfather's fault, not mine. Nanyi raised his hand and slapped. You fart. You embezzled all of the Yi family's property. Why don't you tell me if you ate Jedi? What's wrong with my grandpa? He's pissed off at you. What's wrong with him? Old man Nan shook his head. He's too arrogant to look at us. It's another way to get your dad into the family. And he's training your dad like a grandson every day. Nan Yi poo-pooed. You enjoyed the glory and wealth provided by my grandfather. So what's a little bit of aggravation? Why would my grandfather give you guys such a good life if you didn't have some value? Old man Nan is dead set against it. He's got old man Nan in a small dark room under house arrest. Also threw the real dad into a mental institution and no one can bring him out without his signature. Packed up the rest of the South family and sent them out of the country. And Nan Yen was in the Qin family estate, so he couldn't just barge in. So find Qin Ning. Qin Ning stared at him for a while. Brother, you're using all my tricks. Nanoha was still a little embarrassed, because I realized your moves work better. Qin Ning patted his motorized vehicle. Get in. I'll take you to the Qin family garden. Nan Yi was a bit surprised. I went to find Nan Yen to take revenge. I know. That's your little aunt. Qin Ning looked up at the sky. She's so stupid. Nan Ye's big long legs crossed and he sat directly on the back seat. One swooped down to ride and one sat leaning backward. The line in the middle is very clear. As they sped down the road, passers-by thought they were 2 people who had had a fight. Meanwhile, Nanny's limbs were immobilized and pain kept coming. Qin Xing was very regretful. We were wrong. We shouldn't have messed with Qin Ning. Otherwise she wouldn't have helped Nan Yi against the southern family. The 3 Qin Shang brothers were depressed and had scruffy beards, and they looked at each other. They have nothing to say, and to this day they don't recognize the error of their ways. It's one thing to mess with Qin Ning. It's another for mom to get someone killed. When Nan Yi arrived, the three Qin Chang brothers took out all their savings and only begged him to keep Nan Yen alive. Nan Yi agreed readily, only adding a condition to never let Nan Yen appear in front of him. That night, Qin Chang made a deal with Qin Ning with the copy of the estates that belonged to them. He exchanged 1/3 of the property rights of the Qin family estate for $3 billion. And then his whole family emigrated and never came back. At this point, Nan Yi was renamed Yi Chong. The Nan family was kicked out of Xingjing's circle. Qin Shi covered his head full of wounds and couldn't stop thanking his daughter-in-law for stopping the violence. Chapter 143, I learned WC. Shen Zhouxing was curious, lusting for words all night. Qin Ning put down his cell phone. Are you constipated? Shen Zhouxing shook his head. No, what's wrong? Then why do you have a feeling of constipation? If you have something to say it and fart it. Shen Zhouxing's face was filled with black lines. Ninger, why did you let Nan Yen and Qin Xing go? This doesn't seem to be your style. Qin Ning sighed. It's mainly because of Qin Chang and the three of them. If they had the slightest hint of dissent when you released the news of my coma, I wouldn't even let them off easy now. Don't you think kicking out of Xingjing and not being allowed to return for the rest of your life is a serious punishment? According to Nan Ye's hatred for the Nan family, he wouldn't let Nan Yen go. It's all because of me that I can step back now. Qin Chang and the three of them need to thank me, not hate me. But it's okay to hate. I don't care how many people hate me. If they dare to mess with me, they'll be dead or skinned. Shen Zhouxing raised his eyebrows. Ninger has a point. Qin Ning had a haughty look on her face, and what she said would have made sense. Meanwhile, Qin Yan's three sisters chased Qin Chang and the others abroad. Qin Chang was very surprised to see them. Why are you guys here? Qin Yan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. We've come to see you off. Qin Chang smiled bitterly. They are to blame for all of this. Nan Yan lay on the bed, very angry. You three are so incompetent. You can't even deal with Qin Ning and Nan Yi. Qin Chang turned his head and said, What do you mean, Mom? Do you want us three brothers to die? What are we going to fight Nanhwa with? You forced someone's own mother to die. That's a human life. Why don't you have any remorse at all? Nan Yen cursed. She was not forced to die by me. It was her own heart that could not bear it. I now know why your eldest mother hates Qin Ning. She's a scourge, having only been back for a year. The entire Qin family clan. There were still a few people left. The Qin family of Shangjing, represented by your grandfather Qin Shang, had their family broken up and their wives separated. The Shanghai city Qinwu, represented by your second grandfather, had its face and career ruined by Qin Ning. The North American Qin Jie, represented by your third grandfather, came in high spirits and went crazy. Oh Qin Yen, you must be careful. Qin Ning, wants to monopolize the Qin estate. Qin Chung directly blackened his face. Mom, you've had enough. We've come to this point. Are you still unrepentant? Killers pay for their lives. Willing to gamble. It's the natural thing to do. So think about it. Nan Yen still continued to curse as Qin Chang led Qin Yen and the others out. Qin Xing was on the sidelines, in a state of silence the entire time, because he still can't believe how a cowardly woman could drive a man to his death. The most hateful thing is that she still won't admit it until now. Had he known, he would have sued for divorce. Why would you choose to go abroad to protect a murderer? Nan Yen shouted for a long time, but Qin Xing was immersed in his own world. Qin Fong and Qin Yu looked at each other. Luckily, their mom and dad were still relatively obedient. Otherwise they would have ended up in a miserable situation if they had done anything excessive. However, Qin Yan still persuaded. You all shouldn't hate Qin Ning either. Without her, Auntie Junior would have ended up worse off. Nan Yi has killed Red Eyes, killing his mother. A man, if he cannot avenge his mother, he does not deserve to be a man. The young aunt's refusal to apologize is also really infuriating. By the way, what are you going to do here? Qin Chung shook his head. If we don't splurge, that money is enough to support us. It's just that people are too idle. You'll get sick. But I'm not going to start a business. I'm going to do my old job. I'm going to start a live outdoor broadcast. Cousin Qin Ning said that my children and grandchildren are allowed to go back when my mom is 100 years old. After all, the only person Nan Yi hates is my mom. So you guys should just go back. If you stay too long, you'll upset Qin Ning. Qin Yan nodded. I know. And from that day on, Qin Xing neither thought about doing any work nor accompanying Nan Yen. Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling all day long. Sometimes they even brought a woman home. Qin Chang, they could not see the heart. They all moved out. Nan Yen's temper got even more erratic, neither agreeing to the divorce nor willing to accept the excitement. The two just tormented each other. It was a month after hearing about Qin Xing and Nan Yen again. Ikamo's movie is a hit and the film industry holds a celebration. Qin Ning, as the boss, would of course attend. These various big names in the movie and television industry were highly accomplished and knew something about Qin Ning. However, they were also a bit repulsed. so they all chatted with each other with their wine glasses, leaving Qin Ning out to dry. Qian Ming's face was ugly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These things engage in isolation. I will go to talk about it. Qin Ning reached out to stop him. What's the rush? Just a bunch of jumping clowns. Qian Ming was of course anxious. Boss, can't you see that? They want to isolate you. One is because you're constantly overhauling the entertainment industry, and the other is that you're investing in small-budget movies that just explode. It makes their high investment and high pay a target of ridicule by netizens. Qin Ning took a sip of champagne. In that case, let's adapt another TV series. Qian Ming gave a thumbs up. The boss is overbearing and will never bow to evil forces. As soon as the words were spoken, several actresses in gowns walked over. GMO greeted very politely and introduced Qin Ning. Boss, these are all previous movie queens and TV queens. Qin Ning scanned the circle, grinned and extended his hand. Hello, everyone. I've already told you guys. Don't say I'm being unkind when you get your ass kicked. Several of the actresses were not the least bit aware of this, and laughed contemptuously before exchanging pleasantries with each other. The words are still all in Chinese plus English, with various English abbreviation formats popping up every now and then. Again, what you read and what you took. What an interview to go to somewhere again. Qin Ning then realized that this was going to be about her education. As expected, a fiery red-lipped actress with a friendly smile and a gentle voice. I wonder what Mr. Qin has learned. Qin Ning suddenly became interested. Oh, I've read a lot. Like WC, KFC, etc. The actress was flabbergasted. What did this mean? How come she hadn't heard of a few? GMO and Qian Ming were suffocating on the sidelines. The boss is the boss. He can come when he opens his mouth. Several other actresses never figured out which ones Qin Ning was talking about. Flaming Red Lips grunted coldly. Count yourself over. Qin Ning snorted and laughed. What qualifications do you have to judge me? A thing that came up by crawling into bed and selling your body? I don't even want to talk to you. Wasting my raw time. Stay at least a meter away from me unless you can get the dirty disease out of you. Qian Ming and GMO backed away at the same time. They didn't want to get sick. Chapter 144, A Man's Love. Vain and vague. Qin Ning twisted his head. Who is she? What's her name? Such a drag. Boss, her name is Xiao Hong. Qin Ning felt that the sound was a bit far away and twisted his head to see that the two had already withdrawn 3 meters away. She instantly darkened her face. Xiao Hong, if you are sick, stay home and get well. Don't come out and disgrace yourself. It's not easy for this studio of mine to produce a movie queen. Don't scare us. Xiao Hong's face was ugly. Mr. Qin has spoken a bit harshly. I was invited to this event. You're in no position to talk about me. Qin Ning beckoned. Qian Ming, you come. You say she is not 2G network. I was messing around with the entertainment industry a while back, and I wasn't messing around with her, was I? Qian Ming nodded his head. Boss, you're targeting companies that squeeze small stars. There's nothing against these dash. Qin Ning nodded his head with a wicked grin. In that case, I'm idle. I'm still more than happy to contribute to my country. Xiao Hong's face was ugly. I'm a bit uncomfortable. Excuse me. Qin Ning stared at her back for a while, then looked at the other actresses with a smirk. You guys ran 2-0. Several actresses shivered, not wanting to get involved with Qin Ning for a moment. After all, almost nothing good comes out of anyone who has anything to do with her. Early the next morning, news broke that Xiao Hong had evaded $350 million in taxes. Not only that, but word got out that Xiao Hong had an STD. Xiao Hong would never have thought that she, who was almost 50 years old, would be able to lose in Qin Ning's hands. All the stars of the entertainment industry were silenced. He was afraid that he would be targeted by Qin Ning if he didn't pay attention. And Qin Zhao took the opportunity to spread rumors about Qin Ning's grudge. And a detailed list of grammatical evidence has been compiled. Qin Ning could clearly feel that since this rumor had come out, the most obvious thing was that Shen's family had begun to alienate her intentionally or unintentionally, including Wen Ruo, who originally had pregnancy sickness and liked to watch Qin Ning beat people up. But now, she hadn't been here for a month, and not only that, even Xiao didn't come to play with her anymore. Moreover, Shen Nannan had gone to Africa, and Qin Yu seldom came to play with Qin Ning because of Qin Sheng's business with them. Shen Zhouxing's work had been very busy, and Qin Ning, who had nothing to do, felt bored. Then he thought of being a good wife and mother and sent food to Shen Zhouxing. She thumped downstairs, packed a nice, loving lunch from the kitchen, and rode her little donkey straight to the office with her food box. It's just that she passes by the front desk and the receptionist lady wants to say something. After getting on the elevator, I think I saw the front desk lady rushing over. When she reached the 66th floor, the elevator doors opened and Yang Xian was already waiting for her. Ma'am, the boss is still busy. I'll take you to rest first. Qin Ning looked at him twice, then leaned in close to him and asked, Yang Xian, did you talk about your girlfriend? Yang Xian shook his head. Not at the moment. and as ma'am knows, I'm always on call and always working overtime. We talked once before and didn't have time for people, so we broke up peacefully. Qin Ning sniffed again. Yang Xian, you're not telling the truth though. Yang Xian's eyes flickered as he whispered, ma'am, the boss doesn't allow office romances. You have to keep it a secret for me. Qin Ning walked in front of him carrying a food box. Yang Xian, you're one of Shinjoshing's people, aren't you? Yang Xian nodded. Yes, like a younger brother. He is the ladies' man. Qin Ning walked straight to the office door. This door of yours is soundproofed well. Yang Xian is a little flustered. Ma'am. Qin Ning snapped back. Yang Xian, I don't like it when someone lies to me. Yang Xian was sweating profusely. Ma'am, it's the boss's friend in there. Female friends, but not ex-girlfriends who have to be friends like that. Qin Ning grimaced. What's her name? Vivian, just returned from abroad 3 days ago. Qin Ning sighed. You come to Shinjoshing every day to discuss your life? Yang Xian nodded in resignation. Yes, he prayed silently in his mind, but he had done his best. Looking at Qin Ning's expression, he couldn't bear it. Ma'am, you have to believe that the boss only has you in his heart. He just thinks of this Vivian as a friend, nothing more. Yang Xian was blah blah blahing for a long time, and Qin Ning handed him the food box. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Yang Xian took his lunchbox and stood in front of the office. What should he do? Should I go after the lady or knock on the door first? Qin Ning walked out of Shin's and rode a small electric donkey down the road. All that was heard was a thud and she collided with a black car. Qin Ning froze in place on the spot. Unicorn, do you think it's still necessary for me to protect Shinjoshing? You know, I don't have room in my eyes. I a host. You are not a real couple. He can play and you can't. Qin Ning tapped his head. Right, I should see one and love one. Love one and throw one away. Men are always next. This is what a great heroine does. A great heroine doesn't drop her golden peas for a man. Men are visual creatures. Even the most beautiful thing will get tired of looking at it. Qin Ning smiled bitterly. Do you think there's a possibility that Shinjoshing believed in my grams? Didn't believe it. It was just that this Vivian had given him warmth for a while after his parents divorced. To Shinjoshing, Vivian's position was special, and it was not love between them. It was something more than affection. Shinjoshing hasn't planned to tell you yet, just in case you don't accept it. Qin Ning scratched his head. He hid from me, said the company is busy these days. The original busy or this thing alas, men's love, nothingness, Mr. Qin Ning suddenly snapped back to his senses when he heard the voice. Wen Xian, why are you here? Wen Xian pointed at the two colliding cars. Mr. Qin, it's dangerous for you to go against the traffic like that. Qin Ning was a bit embarrassed. A momentary distraction. I'm really sorry. It's my full responsibility and I'll take care of it. Wen Xian nodded. Good. Qin Ning looked at his already deformed electric car. Must pay attention to riding safety. Cannot be two minds. Seeing that she was distracted, Wen Xian took care of the traffic accident between them and left with Qin Ning. Qin Ning realized that he was surprisingly not dizzy in Wen Xian's car. Wen Xian looked at her without moving. How does Mr. Qin feel? Qin Ning nodded. You're a good driver. I'm surprised I didn't get carsick. Wen Xian smiled. Thanks for the compliment. Sometimes I don't like the smell in the car either, so I specifically went to consult some old Chinese doctors. They told me to use herbs. Wen Xian spoke his head, and Qin Ning listened with rapt attention. At the same time, the door to Shinjoshing's office finally opened. From inside, a woman walked out, tall and elegant. Xing, your assistant is waiting for you. After saying that, he even threw a wink at Yang Xian. Yang Xian's face was ashen, and he said mechanically, Boss, this is the lunch from Madam. Chapter 145, good starting point, don't set off next time. Shinjoshing immediately panicked. Ninger she came? Yang Xian was very calm. Boss, you shouldn't have done that. The food has been delivered, and I have work to do, so I'll leave now. Shinjoshing immediately pulled out his cell phone. Vivian on the side was a bit surprised. Actions got distracted? It's just a woman. Don't worry too much about it. I'm clean with you. She should know better, or you'll have a hard time in the future. Shinjoshing dialed 2, both of which were unanswered. He took the phone and headed in the direction of the elevator. Sister Wei, I'll arrange for someone to send you to the hotel to rest. It's still the same suite. Vivian stepped behind him on her hateful heights. How can I rest in peace when I see you like this? It's better to go with you to your daughter-in-law. I'll explain everything after we meet. It saves her from getting jealous when we whisper later. Shinjoshing felt that she had a point. In that case, let's go. Watching the two get on the elevator, Yang Xian had a huge headache. He immediately contacted Yang Feng. Yang Feng was checking his account in the office. When he heard his big brother's exclusive ringtone, he directly answered it in seconds. Brother, contact ma'am. The boss went to her with Vivian. Vivian, is that the green tea you used to talk about? She's back? Don't talk nonsense, quickly inform the lady and prepare for the battle. But Sister Ning isn't in Shengjing. Yang Xian's face was full of questions. Where did Madam go? Yang Feng said mysteriously. Brother, go see the group that doesn't have your boss. Sister Ning went on a business trip with Lawyer 1. Yang Xian froze. Boss and Vivian, Mrs. and Lawyer Wink. These two are so much fun. Yang Feng looked at his cell phone. The call didn't hang up. Brother, why don't you say anything? Where else did the lady post it besides this group? Circle of friends. Ah, and it's still Lawyer 1 who drove there. And Sister Ning even said that she didn't feel dizzy at all in Lawyer Wen's car. Yang Xian had a big headache. Then should I tell the boss about this? Yang Feng advised in a serious tone. Brother, remember your own job. There are some things you shouldn't meddle in, or you won't be the one inside or out when the time comes. I know. At this time, Qin Ning had already sat in Wen Xian's car on the highway. Wen Xian glanced at Qin Ning, who seemed to have fallen asleep, and he slowly slowed down, only driving to 100 miles per hour. Qin Ning was indeed sleepy. But so many years of habit were here, and sleeping in an unfamiliar environment was a big no-no for an assassin. All she could do was talk to the system and make sure she didn't sleep. The system looked at her bracing herself to stay awake and was also distressed. Master, Wen Xian will never hurt you because he likes you. Qin Ning sighed. I'm married, he can't be like this. Should I not follow him out? You've already done it. What's the point of talking about it now? This is also for the sake of gambling. It's my fault. I used him. I'd better apologize to him. Master, we're on the highway now. If you say that, he'll be emotionally affected, and you might be in danger of a car accident. Qin Ning swallowed his saliva, raised his hand to run his hair behind his ear, and pretended to look at Wen Xian without thinking. Now that's the abstinence barrister of the Svenskums sensibility. If she hadn't met Shin Zhouxing first, Wen Xian would have been a good choice. Wen Xian's very low mood was instantly brought back to full blood by Qin Ning's glance. After driving for 3 hours, we finally arrived at our destination. Wen Xian is here for the lawyer exchange conference. The conference was to begin the following day, and when they arrived they checked into the hotel. Qin Ning lay on the big bed and slept blindfolded. It wasn't until 7 p.m. that Wen Xian gently knocked on the door. Qin Ning opened the door, and Wen Xian had already taken off his antiquated and serious black suit. It's a straight change to camel pants and a white shirt with gold-rimmed glasses. Qin Ning had never thought that ascetic, sexy, and elegant, these words could be used on the same person. He was different from Shin Zhouxing, who was that kind of dark, domineering, and looking out of the world. At this moment, Wen Xian was somewhat gentle, making Qin Ning unable to move his eyes. She wanted to cry. Unico, the world is so unfair. Why can't we have only one man? Why can't we take turns playing? Master, why are you so shameless? There are plenty of good boys under the sky, but they can't all fall under your pomegranate skirt. Qin Ning ignored it and instead invited Wen Xian in. Wen Xian, let's talk. Yes. Qin Ning didn't think he would agree so quickly. You know what I'm going to talk about? Wen Xian nodded. Mr. Qin, you can dislike me and not see me, but you don't have the right to make me stop liking you. I'm a lawyer. I'm not gonna break up your marriage. More than that, it won't cause you any pain or embarrassment. So Mr. Qin doesn't need to worry. Qin Ning's eyes widened. This thing is so naked to say? Tadako, how can I answer this? He's right. You really have no business stopping people from liking you. Ugh, am I that attractive? The system was speechless. Wen Xian lowered his head and laughed lightly. Mr. Qin, you don't have to be bitter. People's feelings come and go quickly. Maybe I like you at one stage and fall in love with someone else at the next. Feelings are a hard thing to figure out. You don't have to take them seriously. Qin Ning froze, then understood. Fine. In that case, there really isn't anything I can do to stop it. After all, I'm not a nice person, and I love the good ones when I see them. But Wen Xian, you are suitable for a kind and innocent girl. Then join hands with her for the rest of your life. I, for one, have done so much that I would pollute you. Wen Xian looked at her for a moment, then nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I'll be obedient. Qin Ning sighed in relief. That's good. Hungry, let's go down and eat. The two had just arrived at the restaurant when Shin Zhouxing killed over with Vivian. He was enraged when he saw Wen Xian beside Qin Ning. When Qin Ning saw Vivian beside him, he really wanted to roll up his sleeves and wave his fists in her. Vivian cheerfully, oops, Xing, we came at a bad time, didn't we? Wen Xian chilled his face. When did Mr. Shin also like to use some rouge and vulgar powder? And he's not afraid of smothering my family. Mr. Qin, Shin Zhouxing had even less of a good attitude. Lawyer Wen abducted my wife. Shouldn't he explain himself? Qin Ning looked at him with a smirk. What's the matter? Didn't I give you guys time? It's over so quickly. Is it you can't do it, or is this woman not attractive enough? Ninger, things aren't what you think they are. Vivian sighed. Qi Ning, there's nothing between Xing and me. If there was going to be anything, it would have been there already. We chased you all the way down here to explain it to you. How can you backtrack? Qi Ning pulled the corner of his mouth. I'm not talking to you. Shut up, Shun Zhouxing. Explain. Shun Zhouxing told the process of meeting Vivian and the things he had talked about in the past few days. Finally, he summarized, Ninger, my starting point is all for your own good. Qi Ning waved his hand. Then don't set out next time. Chapter 146, The Depth of Love. Shun Zhouxing eagerly pulled Qi Ning away to explain. When Xian and Vivian were left standing awkwardly, Wen Xian immediately resumed his iceberg face and turned around. You love Qi Ning, and although it's extremely hidden, I can feel it. When Xian turned around again, his mouth still tinged with sarcasm. I fall in love with a lot of people every day. As long as the looks are good and the temperament is good, I will fall in love. But sadly, I'm not in love with you. Vivian laughed out loud. You don't have to weasel out of it. We're the same people. When Xian was filled with disgust. Who is the same person as you? Making a fool of yourself. Vivian was straight up taut. You just weaseled your way out of it. When Xian coldly grunted. I can be frank with Mr. Qin and leave each other alone. Can you? Do you dare to confess? If you dare to confess, Shun Zhouxing will immediately tell you to get lost. Vivian broke the big defense straight away. No way. You don't understand the feelings between me and him. But, Wen Xian, love is not a good thing, so take care of yourself. When Xian coldly grunted, he had already investigated the first time she appeared. The truth, however, is kind of funny. So do you. At least I dare to say it. Whereas you, it's hard to say. In the other room, Qi Ning couldn't stop laughing and Shun Zhouxing's face was getting darker and darker. Ninger, almost there. If you laugh again, I'll get angry. If I get angry, I don't feel well. And if I don't feel well, my work will stop. The work stops and it's your money that's lost. Qi Ning recycled his smile for a second, but was still quite curious. Does she know that you take her for a mom? Shun Zhouxing shook his head. I don't know if she knows, but at that time she was 17 and I was 10. Again, when my parents first divorced, she was like a mom, caring for me and being there for me all day. That's why I sent her out when there was a change in her family. As for her name, it was changed by her. She came back this time to deal with the legacy of their family. I was afraid you'd get the wrong idea, so I never told you. Qi Ning still wanted to laugh, but when she thought of her money, she stiffly held back. You go and talk to her. Just like when Xian and I confessed, you can't stop people from liking you, but you can show your attitude so that the other person doesn't see hope in you. We're all adults. Don't play around with things like ambiguity. But you really don't like her? How can I like it? I told you I have mixed feelings about her, but now that I've smoothed it out, I'm just grateful and thankful for her. I guess, as long as she doesn't break the law, I'm still going to help out when she's in trouble. Shun Zhouxing pulled out his cell phone when he finished speaking. Ninger, I'll give you her contact information. If she has any requests, errands or needs money later, you could have just dealt with it and just helped her out. I won't leave her contact information on my end, so as not to cause any misunderstandings between the two of us that we shouldn't have. Qi Ning snapped his fingers. Yes, you push her to me. Then you go and explain to her. Shun Zhouxing, if you really like someone else later, tell me and don't ever lie to me. Understand? Shun Zhouxing nodded. Half an hour later, Vivian ran out crying. Shun Zhouxing is also helpless. He has made it clear. When Xian looked to the two, I'll go check it out. Shun Zhouxing immediately agreed. Many thanks. Vivian couldn't stop crying. I treated him like a man. He treated me like a mother. This pisses me off. When Xian, do you think it's fair to me? When Xian raised his hand and looked at the time, it's getting late. Girls get old fast when they stay up late. Vivian glanced at him in disgust. Aren't all lawyers' mouths pretty straight? Can you coax a girl? You're not my anything, so why should I coax you? Vivian covered her chest. Solid. Lawyer wink. Want a drink? No. Meh. No fun. Shun Zhouxing, who had put aside his conflicts, was filled with aggression. Ninger, are you also talking to me about Wen Xian? Qi Ning shrugged. He likes me. I don't like him, but appreciate his ability. We've made it clear that he won't bother me. Are you satisfied with this result? So can you not go out with him alone from now on? It's okay. It was an accident this time, and I don't get dizzy in Winkin's car. Shun Zhouxing was a bit tasty. You're still praising him. I'm telling the truth. He keeps herbal kits in his car that are very friendly to people who get carsick. Shun Zhouxing's eyes lit up. I'll go ask him. When Xian was generous, but still damaged Shun Zhouxing. Why could not think of a solution before? Although Shun Zhouxing looked at him with displeasure, what he said was true. Qi Ning looked at his drooping face and thought he had eaten a closed door. I didn't expect Shun Zhouxing to directly hug her and apologize. Ninger, I was too inattentive to you. Don't worry, I will change in the future. Qin Ning skimmed his mouth. A man's mouth. A deceitful ghost. Whoever believes that dies fast. But Qin Zhouxing was already looking at Qin Ning with a fiery face. Qin Ning backed up in fear. Don't think about getting flirty. Something's wrong. What is it? Meanwhile, Shen Hong and Qin Wen were fighting. Qin Shi and Xin Yuan Shenju also could not pull away. It's a disgrace. When Qin Ning returned, the two of them were sitting together with bruises and swollen noses. Qin Ning sneered. Really capable. Fighting over a woman. Why don't you hit harder? How nice to go straight to the crematorium. Xin Yuan looked at his own son. Not capable at all. Unable to control his daughter-in-law. Let her fool around. Or could he be an old bachelor in middle age? Can you fight Qin Wen over a woman? Qin Wen looked at Qin Ning with the same grudging look. And he realized that being a little cutie, it was so good. It's cruel to know the truth. All women are willing to be with him for money and status. He just wants a pure love. It's hard to meet one. Shen Hong, this person is still competing with him. It's really a knife-pulling ass and opening the eyes of heaven that two people who are 100 years old combined believe in pure love. My God, a pure love can fool you guys into fighting and killing each other. The crowd stifled their laughter and then looked at the two middle-aged men fighting for love and how it was all a joke. Shen Zhouxing had been disturbed from his good deed and had been in a state of black face, looking at Shen Hong with a shiver. I'm curious as to what kind of woman it was that made you guys fight over it. Shen Hong and Qin Wen looked up at the same time and said in unison, what do you want? Qin Wen was very sad. Son-in-law, we also have the right to pursue happiness. You can't just take it away, right? Shen Hong was even more angry. Are you the old man? Or am I the old man? You have a daughter-in-law. Can't I have one? Get your mom to remarry me if you can. Or don't stop me from pursuing true love. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Lian Yu. Lian Yu rubbed his fists. Asterisk 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 Shen Hong, if you say one more word, I will whack you to death. Shen Hong just shut up. He was just getting high off his mouth. Who wanted that violent maniac? Shinzhou exercised a wink and immediately someone walked in with a young and beautiful woman. Qin Ning a good guy. Oh my. What is this play? What about morality? What about the rule of law? Chapter 147, Qin Jiao surprisingly plays East meets West. Shen Zhouxing looked at Qin Ning. He didn't find out who this woman really was. There was no information whatsoever, which frustrated him a bit. Even he couldn't find out, so that could only mean that there was someone behind this woman. Qin Ning looked at the woman being held up by the two bodyguards with interest. When that woman saw Shen Hang, she immediately cried, Brother Hung, save me. Why are they arresting me? Shen Hang's face was filled with heartache. Shen Zhouxing, let go of her immediately. Qin Wen looked incredulous. Zoe, can't you see me? Why don't you call out to me? Am I treating you badly? Shen Hong pooh-poohed. Roar and I are in love with each other, so don't stick your nose in. Zoe doesn't want to care about you at all. Can't you see that? Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Wen stared at the woman dead in the face. Zoe, could it be that you've been lying to me all this time? Go ahead. Say it. Qin Ning snorted and laughed. Qin Jiao, you are really good. This face is also 1,000 cuts. Does it hurt? Everyone froze and looked at Qin Ning in unison. Qin Ning slowly walked over. TSK, Qin Jiao, Qin Jiao. You really refreshed my 3 views and shocked my 5 senses. The system rushed out. Master, Qin Ning's face suddenly changed. You shut up. Don't talk now. Qin Wen took a big stride in front of Qin Ning, raising his hand and roaring, Qin Jiao, do you still want to have a face? Make yourself look like this to seduce us? I'm your uncle. We're related by blood, and you can even do that? It's true that you have a mother and a daughter. Your mom is and you're no slouch. Shen Hong hadn't reacted yet. This was Qin Jiao? But she looks nothing like Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao raised her head, blood at the corner of her mouth, and waited viciously for Qin Ning. Isn't all of this thanks to you? The Qin family is in tatters. How many people have died, or suffering while you're enjoying yourself? Qin Ning, I curse you to live and die alone. Kill me if you can, or I won't stop getting back at you. Qin Ning shrugged. Fine, as you wish then. Shen Zhouxing stood up in a panic. Ninger, don't be impulsive. Qin Jiao continued to provoke. Oh, don't dare anymore. Qin Ning walked up to her and slipped his hand into her shirt. Recording pen, pinhole camera, all left over from my play. With that, he ripped it off and threw it on the ground. Qin Jiao stared at her viciously. Qin Ning, do you know how much I hate you? Qin Ning patted her face. Then do you know how much I want to kill you? Qin Jiao laughed loudly. Kill if you can. I've already reported to the police. As long as I die, you, Qin Ning, are the murderer, no one else. Qin Ning clapped his hands. Yo, how clever. But the pain in this world is not dying, but living. It's the kind of living without freedom, without dignity, without human rights. Qin Wen twisted his head and left. He was tired. He had been lied to by Zhirua all his life, and now he was being fooled by Qin Jiao. Spinning around, he realized he couldn't escape the mother-daughter duo's circle. Women, piercing poisons. Qin Wen walked very freely. It was just that in Qin Ning's opinion, it was a fall from grace. It's just a coward who's afraid to face reality. Qin Jiao smiled smugly. After today, the Qin family would be back to being lively, and Qin Ning would be disliked by everyone. When Qin Ning saw her smile, he became angry and punched her, and the person fainted. Shen Hong was still a bit distressed, and was glared back by Qin Ning with a glance. Your vision is really bad. You can get off on this face of technology. Shen Hong only dared to retort in a small voice. You don't know how good she is. She can provide emotional value. With her, I feel like I'm not a loser. And you just don't get it. Shen Zhouxing gave Shen Hong a disgusted look. What do you want? Marry her? Shen Hong nodded his head. Daughter-in-law, she's under your thumb now, so just let her go. If you have to be forgiven, are you going to live your whole life in hatred? Qin Ning looked at him with cold eyes. Qin Ning died long ago, the moment Qin Yu threw him out. It is the devil who lives now, and the devil never forgives his enemies in his life. After saying that, he carried Qin Jiao and left. Shen Hong shouted in anger, and Lian Yu walked over slowly. What do you think? Those people from the Qin family weren't good people in the first place. You're asking a victim to forgive an abuser? That's hilarious. Which one of those people in the accident is innocent? Just that recent Nan Yen. If it wasn't for Qin Ning's face, do you think that Ji Kid will let her go? Avenge your mother's murder, but don't report it. This Qin Jiao, she made herself a completely different person and then hooked up with you. Or to get back at Qin Ning. You even want to marry Qin Jiao. Qin Ning didn't beat you up. That's giving face to Zhou Xing. Qin Ning tied up Qin Jiao and let Yang Feng drive, going straight to the manor. This Qin Jiao is actually playing with sound and fury. Deliberately let Shen Hong and Qin Wen fight to attract firepower. And over there Qin Yu led people to the basement to rescue by Jiruo and the others. It also brought back Qin Wu and Qin Jia. Does she think she owns the Qin family? Come and go as you please. System emergency alert. Master, Qin Yu and the girls are taking the police with them. If you go over there now, will the police arrest you? Qin Ning laughed coldly. The basement is the hospital's intensive care unit. All kinds of resuscitation equipment is readily available. What do you want to arrest me for? She pulled out her cell phone and made 2 calls. One was for Lian to rush to the manor with 500 bodyguards, and the other was for Wen Xian to rush there with a team of lawyers. But Qin Ning had forgotten that her housekeeper was omnipotent. The police comrades didn't find any evidence of Qin Ning's offense in the manor, and it's taking care of these patients so well that they don't even have bedsores. Instead, it was Qin Yu and the girls who trespassed and were driven out by Fu Ning with her men, gathered now at the entrance to the estate. Fuck Ning sent the police comrades away and brought 50 bodyguards to form a standoff with Qin Yu and the girls at the entrance. Fu Ning face expressionless. In fact, the bottom of the heart panicked a match. Missy have you received the information of the old slave there is an urgent need for reinforcements. Qin Yu's face was filled with anger. Fu Ning, you're just an underling of the Qin family. You don't have any qualifications to kick us out. We have the blood of the Qin family in our veins. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't get out of the way again, you'll be responsible for death or injury. Fu Ning pooh-poohed. An illegitimate daughter is just that. And she still says she is a member of the Qin family. Don't you have to be so shameless? Don't you know that this manor belongs to my Missy? Qin Yu immediately looked at Qin Chi. Did you hear that, second brother Qin? He said that this is all Qin Ning's. Ha ha, your family's share will be hers sooner or later. Qin Chi's face was ugly as he and Xu Shi looked at each other. Qin Yan immediately disliked him back. Don't you dare sow discord. If there's nothing good that can come from following Qin Ning, then cooperating with you will surely lead to death. Don't think I don't know that my little aunt is working with you. What will happen to her now? She won't be allowed to return to the country for the rest of her life. You're satisfied. Qin Yu's face showed embarrassment. That's her fault. She didn't handle it well herself. What does it have to do with me? As we speak, Liam arrives. All the bodyguards had to surround them. Wen Xian also came and began to read the laws they had broken. Chapter 148, The Same Death. Qin Yu saw so many people and then looked at Fu Ning's reaction. She understood that this was sent by Qin Ning. She sneered. You're the one who informed Qin Ning, right? Fu Kunan looked heaven and earth, just not at her. Qin Yu was a bit frantic. Answer me. Fu Ning absently pulled out his ears. You made such a big scene to find something. As a housekeeper, if I don't inform Missy, should I inform you? Missy said it. You made Qin Jiao hole into a 4-legged vein to seduce Shen Hong and Qin Wen. No face, no morals, just to buy you the time to come and steal Angelica White, right? Qin Yu's face was expressionless. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. She is simply lying. She drove my daughter to her death. She should be able to backtrack. Even though the police can't find much evidence, I'm definitely not going to let her off the hook. Fu Ning bristled. Missy said to give you a chance. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave in a while. Shinyu poo-pooed. She's nothing. I have the right to be free. Why did Fukunin think this woman was greasy and whimsical? At the same time, Shinwoo and Shinjie immediately got into the car. They're going home. The kids have warned them that Shin Ning is a crazy person who doesn't want to die. If you mess with her, it's like sticking to a dog's skin. You can't get rid of it. It won't stop until the person is so vindictive that they can't move and lose everything. They were also fooled by Chinyu, and originally thought that Chin Chi's family was the only one left in the manor. So as long as they turned the tables, the manor would be theirs. But then I came to realize that it was all a lie. The entire manor was Chin Ning's. They simply have no way to do it. Shin Yu, the fool, thought he could make a comeback by relying on Jason Wood. That Jason Wood is dead, and she's the only one still in the dark. But the cars were guarded by Lian's men, so they couldn't get away at all. Shinjie wailed in anger. I was all fooled by Chinyu. I'm innocent. Let me go. You can't bully an old man like that. The corners of Fu Ning's mouth twitched. Third Master Qin, that's not what you just said. Shinjie glared at him. That was all an act on my part. Fukunin shook his head. It's late. You'd better explain it to our eldest lady. Shinwoo looked around, and there were bodyguards on the inside and outside. He can't even walk. I don't know what the consequences will be when Qin Ning arrives later. That's a total psycho. Speak of the devil. When he reacted, Qin Ning directly lifted Qin Zhao and smashed it against Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu was smashed for a long time. Qin Ning looked at the circle of people, his eyes icy cold. Turned the tables, didn't you? Ha! I've given you too much freedom, haven't I? Qin Wu, Qin Jia, Qin Yu, you guys wait and see what I'll do to you. Holding her unconscious daughter, Qin Yu pointed at Qin Ning and cursed. I should have strangled you in the first place. You're a curse. Your mom should never have had you. Qin Ning flew and kicked the man directly. It's a pity you didn't choke me to death. Now then, let's see knee you up. Qin Jiao was dropped and surprisingly woke up. She covered her head. Don't worry, Mom. She doesn't dare to do anything to us. Qin Jiao was so pleased that she could hear Qin Ning's heart. From Qin Ning's heart, and then combined with his own dreams. Qin Jiao surmises that she is the heroine of this world and Qin Ning is just a supporting female character who died early. Just for some reason, Qin Ning didn't die, but instead, he fought her to the end. Since it's a heroine, it has a heroine's aura. No matter how much they die, they end up on the road to happiness. So everything now is just a setup, and the final happiness must belong to her. Qin Ning looked toward Qin Jiao, the corners of his mouth rising. Did you analyze it? Liam walked right up to her. Boss, let me do this kind of offense. Qin Ning pushed him away. Just fell in love. Enjoy life. I live to take my revenge. I take my revenge myself. Why should I trouble you? When she finished speaking, she looked at Wen Xian. I want to settle these people once and for all. Don't want to spend your life worrying about these things every day. If something happens to me, making my will public would be my way of doing something for the world. When Qin Yu heard this, he was in a cold sweat and was very agitated. Lang Lang Chen Kuan, what do you want to do? I just put you out there. I didn't hurt you. You're the one who's been pushing us. Qin Ning, if you dare to hurt us, I won't let you go even if I die. When Xian pulled out his cell phone and looked at Qin Ning without moving, Qin Jiao impatiently pulled Qin Yu. Mom, what did I tell you? It's time to compromise, and right now we're at a disadvantage. You should stop irritating her, or if she does anything out of the ordinary, it's us who get hurt in the end. Qin Yu was unwilling. Jiao, you don't know. I brought the police and they couldn't even take Bai Jiruo and the others away. Qin Ning was ready a long time ago. There's nothing we can do about it. Qin Jiao shook her head. No, we have a way. Now it has to be imperative that we leave first. Now that she had established that she had a heroine's aura, she had it in her mind. The Qin family zoo is hiring, and she's trying to figure out how to blend in. By then, there would be a chance to get close to Bai Jiruo and Qin Yuan and the others. With the heroine's aura, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for them to awaken? And she was also sure that she had an impression of Qin Wu and Qin Zhouxing. Otherwise Qin Yu wouldn't have returned so easily. If Qin Ning forced any bad moves on her, there would be many people who would pay for it, and Qin Ning himself wouldn't end up any better. At the thought, she raised her head condescendingly and just looked at herself provocatively. Qin Yan walked over. Ning, let's just get rid of her. There's no need to ruin yourself for such a person. Qin Fong chimed in. Ning, don't be impulsive. They're just dogs jumping over the wall. They can't hurt you. Qin Ning shook his head. You guys don't understand. The system has also been sending out the most serious alarms. /host, the world will collapse. She is the female lead. She cannot die. Qin Ning's eyes penetrated red. Who told you that? Has anyone ever done that? Master, every mission has its own requirements, and so do we, but no one's going to experiment with this, are they? I want to do an experiment. Master, don't be like this. This world collapsing means there's no life left. Qin Ning mocked. I'm not a 3-year-old, so don't fool me. It's just a book. Where's the world? Tatsuko? No one can control my actions, including you. What do you want? Qin Jiao was getting happier and happier, and Qin Ning was still a dead duck. Qin Ning smiled brightly. I'm going to die with them. Just as she was getting carried away, Qin Ning grabbed her hair and rushed at the two with a wail. Taking Qin Jiao and Qin Yu with him, he crashed through the railing and disappeared. It all happened so suddenly that no one reacted. Time seemed to stand still, until a minute later, Qin Yu yelled, Cousin took them and jumped off the cliff. Save them? What are you waiting for? Chapter 149, really hard to kill. Everyone is in disarray. Qin Jia and Qin Wu laughed out loud, especially Qin Wu. He looked at Qin Qi. Good nephew, now that the manor is completely yours, how about second uncle talking to you about a business deal? Not waiting for Qin Qi to reply, Qin Yan directly refused. Second grandpa should still not think so much. The estate is divided into 3 parts. 1/3 for my eldest uncle, 1/3 for my family, and 1/3 for Ning. It's also where we were born and raised, and we wouldn't consider selling the estate under any circumstances. You might as well get rid of the idea, and besides, maybe it'll all go away. Qin Yan's words reminded everyone that anyone who could hear Qin Ning's heart already understood the words. Qin Jiao is the heroine, and when she dies, the world falls apart. Now that Qin Jiao's life and death are uncertain, is it interesting for them to argue about things outside the body? Qin Jia cracked. Qin Ning is really going to get us killed. Qin Jiao was forced by her to change her appearance to live, so why wouldn't she let her go? Liam has already taken his men down to rescue them. Fukunan sits and manages the estate, and after Wen Xian informed Shinjoshing, he looked at Qin Jia, because she never broke her heart to harm Qin Ning, including you. If anything goes wrong with Mr. Qin, do you think Shinjoshing will let you go? He's thinking of taking ports all over the world, and you two old guys are really giving it a go. Qin Wu and Qin Jie cackled. How could they have forgotten that there was also Shinjoshing? Qin Shi and Nan Shi glanced at each other and spoke in unison. You three quickly bring people down. We must find someone. Qin Yan's face was grave. Dad, Mom, don't think about what's there. You must be clear about one thing. Ning is our umbrella. We're no better off without her. Shu Shi sighed. I know. You guys go ahead and find someone. As soon as the words left their mouths, they felt as if their minds were clearer. What's going on here? When Xian followed suit, go save the people. Don't waste time. Qin Shi was a little surprised and a little angry. Surprise, surprise, his brain is starting to turn, or at the very least, he can prioritize. Instead, they kept swaying from side to side, trying to break free of Qin Ning's bonds. When had Qin Ning ever bound them? And without her, how could the oldest 3 families have gotten away in one piece? When Xian didn't care what they thought or what their attitudes were, he had already followed Shinjoshing's group to find Qin Ning. The Qin family garden is situated halfway up Xingjing Longshan. The area of Longshan is comparable to 3 Shengjing. Shinjoshing sent 5,000 men and Lian took 1,000. The Nan family gave 500, the Lin family gave 500, and the Lin family gave 1,000. Chu Jingyi even led a professional search. Even so, they've gotten nothing out of this month. During their search, they also found 3 bodies. After forensic testing, it was the year the expedition got lost in Dragon Mountain, and one that's been dead for 6 years. Not the one they're looking for. Qin Ning has been missing for a month when Xian opened the will as promised. She gifted the entertainment company to Qian Ming and Qi Mo, the security company to Lian, and the media company to Gu Chuan. The rental company was gifted to Yang Feng, while Qin's was divided equally between Qin Yan and Wen Xian. All properties under his name were returned to Shinjoshing, and 1/3 of the Qin family estate was returned to Shinjoshing. But there is a mandatory requirement that these companies, each year, put aside 10% of their earnings for charity. The will was announced and people weren't much happier. They hugged and cried. Yang Feng angrily slapped the table. I'm just going to turn Dragon Mountain upside down to find Sister Ning. She's blessed with a great life. She'll be fine. Lian nodded. I recruited another 200 people alone. They have strong physiques and specialized knowledge of wilderness exploration. I'm putting them in charge of this, and I won't stop until I find the boss. Qin Yan glanced at Wen Xian. You take care of the company first. I'll be responsible for finding Ning. Wen Xian nodded. Good. Shinjoshing was bearded and his voice was hoarse. Where does Dragon Mountain lead to? There are no dark pits and holes similar to those unique to the southwestern mountains. We've been looking on the ground for a month now, and next I want to look for caves and dark pits. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Chuan immediately took out a topographical map of Dragon Mountain. This is all the topographical information I've found about Dragon Mountain. The earliest records date back to 500 years. Let's see. Qin Feng, who hadn't said anything, interjected, "We're all on our own here, so I think we all know Ning's secret. Those two words cannot be spoken, but we can speculate. The world fell apart when the heroine died, and now a month has passed and we're still fine. Doesn't that mean Qin Jiao isn't dead and her tender body is alright? Ning is so tough. She must be fine. She must be stuck somewhere she can't get out right now." Shen Zhouxing was thoughtful. He believed that Qin Jiao was dead because that feeling that had been affecting him was gone. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Jiao could influence him, how could he have released Qin Yu? How can this still be a problem? His mind was very clear now, and he was pretty sure that all he wanted was just a Qin Ning. Since Qin Ning's accident, Qimo and Qian Ming suspended their work. That was their backbone, and no one could work without peace of mind when the backbone was not there. Everyone lapsed into silence, but all studied the topographic map very carefully. Topographic maps have been changed more than 300 times since 2000 years ago. Everyone grabbed a magnifying glass and looked at it bit by bit to make sure they didn't miss any useful information. At this moment, somewhere in a cave low on the cliffs of Dragon Mountain, a dirty girl was trying to climb out with her messy hair. The only thing in her head was a thing called a system that said she was down with the enemy. As a result, the enemy died and she fell and broke her brain. The brain went blank and nothing came to mind. If she didn't talk to the system every day, she'd suffocate into mute. Watching her bouncing around, the system still uttered a word of advice. "Master, the piece of ground under your feet has already let you smash it hard. Calm down. You shut up. Aren't you the Almighty? Why can't you help me figure out how I'm going to get out? Now this peach tree still has fruit. When I finish it, I'll starve to death alive. Master, I've advised you not to jump, but you just don't listen. This open hole is 50 meters above the ground. No one can hear you even if you scream." Qin Ning scratched his head. "Our long lice? Where are my two haters? They broke free while you were falling and now they're in the nooks and crannies. Dead or alive, just starting to live, now slightly active. 5%. Qin Ning bristled. This couldn't even get them killed. So damn hard to kill. Chapter 150, Qin Ning's secret exposed. Shen Zhouxing group of people studied for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally found out that there is a sinkhole in Longshan, and the deepest depth is surprisingly 100 meters. If this falls, is there any way to live? Thus, under Shen Zhouxing's unified dispatch, Qin Yan, Lian, Qin Feng, Yang Feng, Jian Yi, Lian Xiao, a total of 7 groups drew Longshan into an encirclement. They were well equipped and opened a carpet search of Dragon Mountain. Below the cliffs, Qin Ning has taken on the life of a savage. This system, apart from broadcasting the location of the search party every day, was just chatting with her. The main one provides emotional value. Half of the peaches on the tree had been eaten, and there was a tree with pears, of some variety, that were sour and astringent. She wouldn't eat it until she had to. With a reminder from the system, she also learned to drill wood for fire. Below the cliffs, the temperature difference between day and night is so great that without a fire, you can easily freeze to death at night. Day after day, Qin Ning was very anxious. The peaches were finished and they had not yet found them. The sour pears were finished and they still weren't looking for them. Eventually it was almost impossible to find food, and they still hadn't found it. Qin Ning collapsed. Although she had lost her memory, there were many people searching for her. Thermal imaging, so many drones. Why couldn't they find this place? Shen Zhouxing is also going crazy. 3 months, the weather is getting colder and colder, but they have nothing. Just as he was adding to his staff, good news and bad news came from the mountains. They found a body in a very secluded mountain nest. There were also traces of beasts gnawing on his body. And finally, after forensic identification, it was the same Qin Yu who died with Qin Ning at that time. Since Qin Yu was related to the Qin family, the body was claimed by Qin Wen. After Qin Wen cremated her, he carried the ashes in a garbage bag and threw them in a mass grave. If it wasn't for the garbage dumps and public restrooms that didn't allow throwing, Qin Yu, wouldn't even be able to enter a mass grave. But having found Qin Yu, the hearts of the others were clouded. They didn't dare to say it, they didn't dare to talk about it, but in their hearts they all realized that she was probably in a bad way as well. As expected, not far from where they found Qin Yu's body, they found Qin Jiao, but the man was not dead, just covered in rotting stench and blood. Eventually, after a doctor's examination, it was discovered that she had survived this long all by eating animals raw, and even had remnants of human flesh in her teeth. She went so far as to gnaw on her mom to survive. Everyone who heard it was incredulous, and with that came extreme discomfort and nausea. However, because she broke her legs and could not be treated in time for 3 months, her legs were severely infected and her bones were necrotic. The final option was a double leg amputation, and because she ate human flesh and drank human blood, she was put in a mental institution. Qin Yu and Qin Jiao were found one after another, but they were slow to find Qin Ning. Shen Zhouxing was still forced to meet Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao smiled a very creepy smile through the thick bulletproof glass. you're finally here, brother Boatwalker. Her voice came through the microphone and Shin Joshing was very relaxed. He realized that Qin Zhao could no longer influence him, which was why he dared to come to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao looked at him with a clouded look and a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. You're not worried about Qin Ning? She's the one who fell the hardest. Shin Joshing's heart followed and seized. To the surface there was still no reaction. She's not with you guys. How much credibility do you think you have in what you say? Qin Zhao laughed out loud. According to your General Shin's power, I'm afraid that you've already turned Dragon Mountain over several times. But it's nothing, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have come to me. Shin Joshing raised an eyebrow. I'm just curious. How did you survive when your mom fell to her death? Qin Zhao stroked the roots of her thighs. It's so worth it to trade my 2 legs for her 1 life. Shin Joshing snorted. Ninger is still too kind, and she can't bear to see the world fall apart. So let Qin Zhao live. But what about her? Why do so many people look for 3 months and find nothing? Looking at Shin Joshing's silence, Qin Zhao directly collapsed. Shin Joshing, how about we make a deal? You get me out of here, and I'll tell you where to go to save Qin Ning. Shin Joshing shook his head. I'm familiar with every blade of grass and tree in Dragon Mountain, and I've looked back and forth countless times. For so long, you hid in a cave and lived off eating your mom, and now you're telling me that you know Ning's whereabouts. Who are you kidding? Besides, you're a priority for the authorities. I don't have the skills to get you out of here. Qin Zhao immediately changed her attitude. Brother Zhou Xing, have mercy on me. Even if I walk out, I'm still a wreck. It won't do you any harm. Shin Joshing shook his head. You have no credibility with me. When you said you'd take your mom with you and never show up in front of her, but as it turned out, your ministry showed up and sang a soundbite. One tried to become a member of my Shin family, and the other tried to save Bai Jiruo. If you hadn't played such tricks, how could Ninger have disappeared? Qin Zhao, spend the rest of your life here. Don't think that someone has saved you. Gu Chonghai is dead, Qin Yu is dead, and Jason Wood is dead. Xia Ming had been taken away by his parents, and by Jiruo and Qin Yuan they were now struggling to protect themselves. And you become a key target of supervision and research because you've been chewing on human flesh. No one can save you. And Qin Ning, as long as we don't give up, she will appear before me one day. Shin Joshing didn't want to see that face of Qin Zhao for a moment and left after saying that, leaving Qin Zhao alone in the transparent glass room to go crazy. Shin Joshing, Qin Ning is not Qin Ning. Ha ha, she is not Qin Ning. Qin Ning died a long time ago. She's just an alien traveler. And the people in the lab saw the fluctuations in the monitoring system and immediately walked in wearing sterile gowns. Meanwhile, Qin Ning was hugging and gnawing on what should have been a large tree root. It was juicy inside though, like a cross between sugarcane and ginseng fruit. Even the system couldn't tell what the hell it was, including whether it was poisonous or not. Qin Ning had given up, and after 3 months, they hadn't even found this place. It was assumed that the current height was an error in the system's estimation, and that she hadn't impacted so hard that she had smashed right into the center of the earth. The system watched her gesture around her neck with a cane, and hastened to stop her. Master Ah, what are you doing? Qin Ning laughed bitterly and raised his head to look upwards. The sky, it was so high. All her skills were like a fart in front of nature. Not even a stink left behind. Master, you can't die. I'm just trying the cane's toughness. Time flies, and the greater part of the year passes in the blink of an eye. With the pits and flowers of Longshan, they even know how many snakes, how many feral cats, how many pheasants and boars are up there, but only Qin Ning's figure was absent. In the meantime, Qin Wen tells Qin Chi and Qin Xing's family, who are far away in Australia, about Qin Ning's bizarre life. The Qin family then published a newspaper, clearing their relationship with Qin Ning. Shin Joshing suddenly gives up and when Xian fights with him, after Shin Joshing knocked the man down, he whispered, the secret in Ninger's body was stabbed out by Qin Zhao. We'd better announce Ninger's death before those people find her. What do you think the consequences will be? When Xian was incredulous, so are we still looking? Follow those people? Those people have Qin Zhao's guidance. Maybe she really knows where Ninger is. And we're under surveillance now. So stop now. When Xian knocked off his hand. Aren't you capable? It's been 3 years and you haven't even found a single hair. Shouldn't be giving up. Is that all the excuse you're making? Shin Joshing pointed at him, then helplessly put it down. Dragon Mountain is owned by the state. There are some doorways up there. I asked some seniors to look at it. They said Ninger was safe, just trapped and couldn't get out until the time was right. When Xian was skeptical. Really? What am I lying to you for? Otherwise how do you think I'm so relaxed? When Xian tapped the table, in that case, I'll mess with Qin to attract attention, and you arrange for tracking. Shin Joshing nodded. No problem. Chapter 151, I'm a crazy person don't you know? Qin Zhao finally came out on his own merit, only transferred from a mental institution to a villa. Without legs, she scoots around in a wheelchair. She wouldn't let Qin Ning get the better of her if he put her in this situation. If she could survive, Qin Ning wouldn't die either. It was only Shin Zhouxing's ability that was a bit of a problem. Half a year had passed, she couldn't wait any longer, and they still hadn't found Qin Ning. So she's helping, too. Let the professionals do their job. A magical traveler. That can be studied until the end of time. She was not afraid of Shin Zhouxing. After all, Shin Zhouxing did not dare to go against the relevant departments. Qin Zhao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Ning, Qin Ning, since I'm the heroine, you can never win against me. Yeah? The familiar voice exploded in her ears, and Qin Zhao turned back violently, her pupils dilated and full of incredulity. When did you come out? Qin Ning grinned. You're better off not knowing. Although Qin Zhao was afraid, she looked at Qin Ning with a smug look on her face when she thought of her role. Ha, so what if you come out? Now all your secrets are exposed. You can't live a normal life at all, and whenever you show up, someone arrests you. Qin Ning slowly approached her. You're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Qin Zhao snorted. Qin Ning, what can you do with me? You're destined to be an unloved person. Everyone doesn't love you. Even Shin Zhouxing has given up looking. You poor thing. Qin Ning walked over and raised his hand for a slap. Go on. Qin Zhao cried out. Help! Help! Qin Ning has appeared. Qin Ning clapped his hands. Keep screaming. Try screaming through your throat and see if anyone comes to save you. Qin Zhao looked around. What did you do with them? This villa is filled with either bodyguards or servants. How did Qin Ning get in? Qin Ning was silent as he walked around behind Qin Zhao and pushed the wheelchair in the direction of the pool. It was only at this time that Qin Zhao started to get scared. Qin Ning, what do you want? If I die, this world won't exist. Qin Ning sneered. Didn't you say that everyone doesn't love me? Then what do I keep this world for? Kill you, the world falls apart, and I'll be back where I belong. Life is still bright. Qin Zhao, you shouldn't have pushed me. Don't you know I'm crazy? I hate threats from people. But you just stepped right over that red line and forced me. Qin Zhao's hands clasped the armrests of the wheelchair in death. Don't. Qin Ning, I beg you, don't do this. I really don't want to die. It was all my fault. I reported it to them immediately, and I made it all up on my own. You're just a regular guy with no secrets at all. Qin Ning shook his head. Qin Zhao, have you heard of the story of the wolf? I don't believe every word you say. Already walking to the pool as he spoke, she lifted the wheelchair and threw it in with the man. With a fluttering sound, Qin Ning watched this with cold eyes. Qin Zhao had been a swimmer since she was a child, but now without her legs, she couldn't adapt for a while. She flopped around in the pool, and Qin Ning stood on the shore, watching her performance with an expressionless face. The system's alarm has risen to its most serious level. It keeps feeding back to the mastermind that the host is out of control. The host is out of control. Killing the heroine makes this mission impossible. Qin Zhao struggled in the pool for 10 minutes. It finally sank. By the time anyone noticed, it was all soaked and bloated, and the villa's CCTV captured the whole process of Qin Ning's murder. Shin Zhouxing was incredulous. What was going on? How could Ning Er suddenly appear and directly kill Qin Zhao? So that means she knows everything that's happened in the past 6 months? If that was the case, the next most dangerous thing would be the Qin family. The 3 Qinwen brothers were a bit shocked to hear that Qin Zhao had died, but when they heard that Qin Ning had killed them, they turned scared. They thought Qin Ning was dead, which was why they had this series of tawdry maneuvers. She is worried. She is afraid. She has long said, Qin Ning and the bitter and difficult days have come over. She was blessed with a great life. How could she die so easily? I just didn't expect her to show up on her own after so many people failed to find her. And the first thing that appeared was to seek revenge on Qin Zhao. Then the Qin family should be next. Nan Yan didn't think that Qin Ning was already a wanted criminal. As long as she showed her head, someone would arrest her. How else would she dare to come to the Qin family for revenge? No sooner had the family meeting finished than a siren was heard. Qin spread his legs and ran, followed by the others. Finally, it was discovered that the ventilators of the 4 brothers, by Zhirua and Qin Yuan, had been turned off. The mother and 5 children are dead. Qinwen's face was filled with gray. Qin Ning is here. She's already come to the Qin family. Take care of yourselves. She's crazy. She's going to die with us. She looked around and shouted loudly. Ning, you come out, let's have a good chat. The words fell out of her mouth and no one paid any attention to her at all. Only then did the Qin family realize that they were afraid, and it turned out that Qin Ning had killed back to retaliate. Nan Yan felt a chill down her back. Why did she always feel like someone was watching her? In extreme fear, she pointed to the surveillance. Big brother, check the surveillance. Qin nodded his head, and then someone told him that Butler Fu had resigned, and that the surveillance in the house had been destroyed for half a year. Qin fumed that Fuck Ning had left and why no one had told him. Nan, she sighed. Big brother, you're doing too much. Just wait. We'll all get her revenge. and none of US will escape. At the same time, Qin Yan lost Qin clan $1 billion because of a wrong decision, and directly let Wen Xian sweep out of the door. The Qin family had fallen on their sword at a critical time, and Qin Yan had wavered, both failing Qin Ning. The next thing you know, it's either this person from the Qin family or that person who has a problem. Without Qin Ning to escort them, the 6 Qin Yan brothers were set up and lost both their money and their people. And when Nan Yan violates the rules, Nan Yi takes the evidence and sends her straight to jail. A week down the line, the Qin family collapsed. The 3 Qin Wen brothers got hooked on gambling and lost the Qin family estate. A month later, the Qin family estate became the Wen family's. Shen Zhouxing found Wen Xian and was furious. Ninger is committing a crime and you're even aiding a tiger. Is this helping her? You're doing her a disservice. Wen Xian was in a very stable mood and allowed Shen Zhouxing to curse for several minutes before he looked up from the legal literature. How could she commit a crime if she is sick? Wasn't the Qin family's downfall their own doing? They simply don't have the ability to hold up the entire Qin family. But I can. Besides, this is a business struggle between Qin Yan and me. What does it have to do with her? Shen Zhouxing was exasperated and laughed. Well, you are very good at sniffing Xian. But remember, Qin Ning is my wife. When Xian sneered, a marriage license obtained by tampering with her actual age has no legal effect. Shen Zhouxing mortared his fist onto the table. What do you want? When Xian shrugged. Just being honest, do you have anything else? Leave if you have nothing. Don't delay me from understanding her condition. Shen Zhouxing wanted to speak again when his cell phone suddenly rang and the old mansion asked him to go back. After he left, when Xian looked to the side before the door opened and Qin Ning walked out. See what? His family told him to divorce me. After all, I committed a crime. When Xian shook his head. You're just a crazy person. Sick. Chapter 152, Qin Ning's imprisonment. When Xian sighed. I've applied for a psychiatric evaluation for you. Qin Ning waved his hand. No, I'll go to jail. It's only right to break the law and go to jail. Besides, what's the difference between me being in a mental institution and being in jail? When Xian shook his head. You're in a mental hospital. I can pick you up anytime and be able to visit you often. You go to jail. Qin Ning grinned. I chose to go to jail, and I'm actually happy about it. I got my revenge. Understand? It's not advisable to fight violence with violence. I did it, I take the consequences. Qin Ning had lost contact with the system from the moment she pushed Qin Zhao into the pool. The world never collapsed even after Qin Zhao's death. Shen Zhouxing is still alive and well. So is it safe to infer that all of this is a hoax? It's just a dream that the so-called mastermind, the so-called system has woven for them. As for going back to the original world, that should be false. So she wants to go to jail. When Xian thinks she's crazy, no one has ever gone to jail on a poll. He had already submitted all the evidence of Qin Zhao plotting against Qin Ning. It was to prove that Qin Ning had been driven to desperation and insanity by Qin Zhao before he did this. Qin Ning looked at Wen Xian seriously. You're the only person in this world that I've come to who's been sincere to me. Wen Xian, thank you for doing so much for me. Wen Xian raised his hand, but lowered it again. How was he qualified to touch her head? You won't be able to do it for long, because Qin Zhao has more evidence to hurt you, and the whole thing about you crossing over and all that is a lie. You're just a poor girl who was deliberately switched and disliked by her parents and family. Qin Ning looked up. I didn't pull out by Girouas and their oxygen tubes. I know. It was Qin Wen who did it. I know it all. It's Qin Zhao's wheelchair that's been tampered with. Who is it? All the plots have been changed and she has no god's perspective without the system. So it's not really clear who else would hate Qin Zhao so much besides her. But she was very surprised by the name of the person that Wen Xian said. Chu Pichu had nothing to do with her. Ha? Why would you let her die? Wen Xian took out a document. Chu Baozhu is a researcher in the special department. Qin Zhao provided her with information about your so-called traveler. But after Chu Baozhu had to investigate, it was discovered that what Qin Zhao had said was false, and Chu Baozhu was disciplined for it. It's not so bad that Qin Zhao will die. The hatred isn't as heavy as mine. I'm not sure about the specifics. I just found out that Chu Baozhu's face was very ugly when she went out from Qin Zhao's room. Qin Ning scared twice. Wen Xian, in this situation, how many years do you think I'll be in jail? 5 to 7 years. Qin Ning put down the paper and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Then sit down. I will take responsibility for my actions whenever and wherever I can. Shen Zhouxing drove back to the old mansion. Shen's family is complete this time. When Ruido held her 2-month-old daughter in her arms during this family meeting, old man Shen sat on the main seat, very serious. Zhou Xing, she committed a crime and the company's share price plummeted. If you don't make a decision now, you're dragging a family to hell. Divorce Qin Ning immediately, and I'll arrange a marriage for you with the eldest daughter of the Dongfang family. Master Dongfang is my comrade in arms. He's been in the southwest and just returned to Beijing 3 months ago. I went to meet that girl in advance, and both her learning and appearance are above Qin Ning. Shin Hong echoed. Son, since Qin Ning came to Shengjing, she personally destroyed the Qin family. If Elder Qin was still around, wouldn't he very much regret giving all of his family's assets to Qining? Which one of these things she's involved in has ever stopped? The Nan family is also broken, and my master's wife and children are separated. Most importantly, the company is experiencing today's crisis. But now Qin's last name is Wan. Why doesn't she give you Qin? You're married. Isn't it obvious that it's not on your side? Lian Yu's father and son rubbed their noses. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting their daughter/sister, they wouldn't have come to participate in this shura. Shin Zhouxing looked around the circle. You guys think so too? The two couples, Shin Yuan and Shin Ju, bowed their heads. If it wasn't for Qin Ning, they wouldn't have discovered the children's problems. If it wasn't for Qin Ning, they might have made a mistake again and again. Now that Qin Ning is in trouble, if they forced Zhou Xing to divorce, one was sorry for his conscience, and the other was afraid of Qin Ning's revenge. The parents didn't interrupt, and the few siblings in the Shin family didn't dare to speak. It's not good to offend anyone if you say the wrong thing. Old man Shin angrily slapped the table. What are you guys hesitating for? Do we really want to watch Qin Ning drag us down? Shin Zhouxing just did not agree. And old man Shin and Shin Hong saw that he was not a salt in oil. He had to have someone publicize Qin Ning's death of his own mother and the killing of Qin Jiao on the internet. Gu Chuan was busy from morning to night, and the hot searches of Black Qin Ning kept pouring out, and he couldn't even delete them. In the end, it was Qin Ning who called and told him that he didn't need to delete it, and that he would deal with old man Shin and Shin Hong. Only then did Gu Chuan stop. While old man Shin and Shin Hong watched the online tirades go sideways in a very pleasant mood. Business has suffered, but it's just less money, to the point where if we can force them to divorce, it would be a happy ending for all. And Qin Ning, under Wen Xian's repeated instructions, she promised that she would not hurt anyone or break the law. It's just a little video for Shin Hang's father and son. Old man Shin had just laid down when a figure appeared at the end of the bed. It's not there when the lights are on, and it appears when the lights are off, coming and returning countless times. He was so frightened that he yelled and screamed and simply fainted. Shin Hong was just about to swipe his phone when an hour-long video automatically popped up on his phone. The video is of Zhu Xiuyan wandering around naked between various men. Shin Hong was so anxious that he spat out blood and fainted as well. By the time Shin Zhouxing saw them, one had a brain attack and one had a heart attack. He understood immediately. Shin Hong covered his chest and told Shin Zhouxing to divorce Qin Ning. He said that if they didn't get a divorce, their Shin family would all die at Qin Ning's hands. But when he found Qin Ning's place, he only saw the divorce agreement on the table. The next day, every headline was about Qin Ning's imprisonment. Gu Chuan put up this news for 3 days with the purpose of letting people see it. A poor girl, in order not to be continued to be brutalized and bullied. In a desperate attempt to fight violence with violence, the news ends with Qin Ning in a blue dress cautioning the crowd that it is not advisable to fight violence with violence. When Xian put away the judgment and Qin Ning's divorce certificate, 5 years, he could afford to wait. I don't know if it's because the truth has come out or because the two are divorced, but the Shin family's company has finally returned to normal. But Shin Zhouxing always felt that something was missing. Just in the midst of the distraction, he hit someone, running down in a hurry. He saw it was a girl and asked awkwardly, "I'm sorry, how are you? Let me take you to the hospital. I'm fully responsible." The girl waved her hand. It's okay, it's me on the phone not watching where I'm going. It's nothing to do with you." The girl got up, patted the dust off her body, and lifted her feet. Shin Zhouxing froze in place as she shouted towards the back, "Qin Jiao, you're not dead?" The girl turned around bewildered. "What, handsome guy, you've got the wrong guy, right? My name is Dongfang Linger, not Qin Jiao as you call me." Shin Zhouxing was filled with suspicion. The girl twisted her head away, dropping her eyes and smiling darkly. Chapter 153, Successful Escape from System Control. Shin Zhouxing stared at the direction where Dongfang Linger had left. Not Qin Jiao? How could that be? With that look and tone of voice, he covered his heart and re-entered the car. Yang Xian was comforting his brother who had been crying for half a day when he received a call from his boss. Yang Feng cried into 2 swollen eyes, and when he heard Shin Zhouxing's command, he couldn't stop mocking. "Brother, just like this to get the boss, why do you still follow him? My sister Ning even went in, and he didn't even come to his aid. Now it's already hitting on women. Deadly, watery. I really feel bad for sister Ning. How could she marry such a person?" Yang Xian shook his head. "Brother, you don't understand. The boss is not such a person. He asked me to look into things. He must have found something. The lady did this under surveillance. She can't escape the law to get it. If the boss forces his way in, where does that put the law of the land? By then the lady could have a heavier sentence and the boss would be breaking the law." Yang Feng bristled. "Brother, you don't have to explain. We're not on the same path. I've opened a separate account for Ning to make sure she's still clothed and fed when she gets out." Yang Xian nodded. Boss told me to check on Dongfang Linger, especially if anything has happened to Dongfang Linger recently. Yang Feng suddenly stopped sneering. This Oriental family is in the business of chain hotels and high-class restaurants. Just recently returned to Shengjing. Guchuan's company monitors all kinds of gossip every day. He didn't think there was much traffic on the news. Just mentioned it at the potluck. Yang Xian immediately told him to call. There's definitely something wrong with Dongfang Linger. The boss won't let me check up on someone for no reason. Yang Feng gave Guchuan a call, but he waited until finally no one answered and hung up automatically. Yang Feng was confused. Very busy? Not even answering the phone. It's true that Guchuan can't answer the phone because he's in the middle of a fight with Lian. Xin Ning's imprisonment has had a number of repercussions. Chining's studio was sidelined by the entire industry, and the artists under his name couldn't pick up work. Even Ikamo's work has been reduced. Even if Wen Xian was behind it, it wouldn't help. Those in the entertainment industry were afraid not of any group, but of Qin Ning. Qin Ning had exposed too many things, and the impact on them was too great. Some people even told Ji Ning to sell the studio, or else it would be such a confrontation that it would not only delay earning money, but would also delay the prime development period of his artists. Plus, there was also Chu Baoju's assistance in it, suppressing Qin Ning and the others without any resistance. Li An's security company, Guchuan's media company, and Yang Feng's security company, all had people who were constantly reporting on them. The reason why Lian and Guchuan had a big fight was because of a disagreement. Lian insists on resisting to the end, and Guchuan believes that those who know what's good for them are good for them. The bosses are in and the wind is shifting. If they don't compromise, they will only end up dead. Both men beat the other to a pulp before finally stopping. Gu Jia said indignantly, Mr. Shin is the only one who can't save the boss and can't save her company. He hasn't done a single favor since the owner's accident. Liam snorted. They were originally combined because of their interests. There's no emotional foundation at all. What do you expect him to do to help? It's a good thing he doesn't fall in line. Guchuan punched the wall in anger again. The boss just went in for 5 years, and with good behavior he might even be able to come out early. Aren't they afraid of retaliation for being such bullies? Liam shook his head. Maybe they're not afraid? Maybe because of that, they found a way to deal with the boss. Guchuan stopped talking, and it turned out that without Qin Ning around, none of them could do a good job. And while Qin Ning was having fun, the system that had disappeared for a long time appeared. Great news for her. She managed to get out of the system's grip. The mastermind didn't expect to even see someone who dared to kill the heroine for the first time. Now that the heroine is dead, the task of existing in this world is lifted. Then this auxiliary task of protecting Shinjoshing's safety would not exist. Qin Ning asked the system why it wasn't unbound since it was lifted. As a result, the system told her in a serious tone that as a system, it had already assisted a number of miserably fated follower hosts to change their endings. Qin Ning was its last host. Qin Ning, who had just been happy, had now begun to cry. Tuzi, are you about to be scrapped? System black face. I'm an elevated management level. I no longer travel through space to direct the host to do tasks. This time it was Qin Ning's turn to have a black face. That's right, I thought you were going to be scrapped. The system still feels pity. For the sake of the so-called freedom, now it becomes unfree. Do you regret it? Qin Ning continued to do push-ups. No regrets. I don't want to keep being influenced by Qin Zhao for the rest of my life. I was planning to die with her, but I realized that 1 or 2 people would still be sad if I died, so I'm not going to die for now. But don't worry, I'll do well, and I'll be a good man again in 5 years. The system was a bit hesitant. Master, although you don't have much of a mission left, there are quite a few things you'll face after you go out. I know, I cleaned up the entertainment industry too much before. Now that I'm in, Chen Ming and Chi Mo and the others will definitely be affected. It's been soft-blocked. They have only 2 ways to go. Recuperate and wait for me to get out. Either that, or they'll renege and make their own way. Not only the 2 of them, but also Lian, Guchuan and Yang Feng. Shinjoshing has been investigating Dongfang Linger and is oblivious to the plight of the few of them. Qin Ning laughed to himself. He's gambling that I shouldn't have scared his grandfather and father sick. I don't regret it at all though, for the kind of things they do. I'm lucky I didn't send them to hell. If you don't make a move, you don't make a move. When I get out, I'm going to make a killing. 14,250. How do you want to go on a killing spree? Qin Ning cackled, then was full of aggression. A big killing spree on chickens, fish, meat and eggs. Can't you imagine it if you can't eat it normally? The guard looked at her suspiciously for a few minutes, and no, that wasn't what she heard at all. But seeing 14,250's very sincere face, could he have been hallucinating? The system gloats. Let you can't control your mouth. Almost had an accident. Qin Ning slapped his mouth. What nonsense. Qin Ning worked actively and excelled in it, and had 3 particularly regular meals a day. Don't think about anything, don't respond to anything. After a year in jail, his skin and mental state are getting better. Just looking at Wen Xian who came to visit her, she couldn't help but ask, Wen Xian, did you stay up all day? How come it seems like you've been drained of your essence by a fox spirit? Wen Xian shook his head. It's just that I've been working too much lately, and I've been renewing my life with coffee. How could he tell her the truth? Several companies have been targeted and are on the verge of going out of business. Shin Zhouxing got married. He's been particularly busy the last few days and hasn't had a moment's sleep. Qin Ning bristled. All 4 companies shut down, demobilized their employees, and concentrated all their personnel in Wen's, joining forces to fight against foreign enemies. You're good at constitutional law, but you're not so good at managing a company. As for Shin Zhouxing getting married, it doesn't matter if he has a bunch of kids, it's just a matter of getting what you want. I'll find a guy to play with when I get out. You need to be sad. Wen Xian was relieved to hear that, as long as she wasn't sad. Chapter 154, 3 Arrows at Once. Qin Ning said slowly, you continue to do your thing. If you really can't hold out, just sell it straight to Lindsay and you shine in your field of lawyering. Wen Xian sighed in relief. I'm sorry I let you down. Qin Ning waved his hand. No, each person is useful, and in the world of lawyers, you are unrivaled. I don't know how to manage yet, I only know how to beat people. Shin Zhouxing has been bewitched by the Oriental Linger. He'll do his best to suppress you. Selling the company to Lin Xiu is the only thing that Lin Xiu can fight against. People's ambitions would be fed, and Lin Xiu had always wanted to take the Lin family to become a top Xinjiang powerhouse. Taking the initiative while Shin Zhouxing was drunk was the best strategy. It's just that Chu Pichu is also very ambitious. I'm looking forward to it. When it's all over out there, it's time for me to get out. Wen Xian's mouth was open. How he said it wasn't right. Normally, you have to destroy the surveillance to beat up a person, and now screwing people is done under surveillance. But is she really incapable of dealing with those people? Why hide? Qin Ning saw that he was full of doubts and didn't want to say too much. Wen Xian, the company was sold to Lin Xiu, so focus on your own career. Lindsay will definitely hire your team for his legal group, so you don't have to worry about losing your job. The other thing is Froning, who is a great managerial talent that you can take with you, and Liam, who is very loyal. Yang Feng is also good, but his brother Yang Xian is Shin Zhouxing's assistant, so he doesn't need it for now. Gu Chuan is wavering. You don't have to pay attention to him, and as for Qian Ming and Qi Mo, I'm only in a relationship of interest with them. When Xian clenched his fists, the will you left behind in the first place also gave them all the company. Qin Ning leaned closer to the glass and came quietly. I like to test people's hearts. When Xian froze, Qin Ning hung up the intercom, then got up to leave. 10 minutes later, when Xian came out of the prison, Lian hurriedly extinguished his cigarette. How was it? What did the boss say? When Xian relayed Qin Ning's words, Liam slapped the body excitedly. I knew it. I knew the boss wouldn't be so stupid. When Xian pulled open the car door. Let's go. Go find Yang Xiu. Qin Ning returned to his cell and lay down in a daze. It's a day off. No cell phones, no electronics, no entertainment. All she could do was fume. None of the roommates in the cell dared to mess with her. After all, she hit people too hard. As long as no one gets killed, the prison guards don't manage much. Besides, Qin Ning hit people and made it impossible to check. That's why her roommates privately call her the Demon King of Qin. The system was bored, and without its mission, it could only go around collecting gossip, even how many rats there were in the prison and how many feral cats there were outside. The mouse has a few singles, and it will report to Qin Ning who among the wildcats has been cuckolded. Not to mention what crimes the people in prison have committed. There are cases of manslaughter when a person who has been domestically abused can't stand it anymore and fights back. Such came here and were sometimes bullied. Qin Ning had seen it twice and helped her teach those people a lesson. It wasn't much more than whacking a couple of ribs. There are those who kill their neighbors' boys because they are envious and jealous that they keep having boys. For this kind of people, Qin Ning took the initiative to beat up a few times and guided those people to be violent towards her. There are those who can't stand their husband's excessive demands and stab each other to death. There are many, many more, all of which are systematically force-fed information. That's why she renamed the system the Bastard Unity. The system organized a bunch of information again and reported beautifully. Master, Yang Xiu took over the original Qin's, and Wen Xian is not only his law clerk, but also opened his own law firm. Got it. He also recommended Fu Ning and Lian to Yang Xiu. Got it. Qimo and Xianming have both become Chubazo Entertainment's people. Got it. The Gu family has become Chu Pachu's head of bodyguards. Got it. The system hates the iron. Shin Zhouxing married Dongfang Linger, and Dongfang Linger has been pregnant for a month. You've been with Shin Zhouxing for so long. It's not even a home run. I can see that he really doesn't love you. Qin Ning rolled over. At first you swore he liked me, now you say you don't love me. The system was silent for a while. Human emotions are so complicated. When you love it's true love. When you don't love, it's also quite desperate. Why is that? I don't know. Love is a hard word to explain. If you're okay, just crash the computer. I want to get some sleep. Master, don't you want to know the identity of Confronting and Chu Baozhu? By the time you find out, I'll be long dead. It's all Qin Yu's seed. Qin Yu has created a Qin Jiao to get back at Qin Sheng, but she's a professional mistress who has a child with every man. The child born to Chu Jingyi's stepmother was also replaced by Qin Yu with Chu Baozhu. The eldest miss of the Dongfang family was also replaced by her with Dongfang. You don't have to worry. I've already informed the two real millennials. If they're not capable of taking back what's theirs, that's their business. The system a good guy. What on earth have you been doing during the time you and I have been out of touch? Playing with fire. And then the fire burned and you hid in jail? It's so clean here. I have a regular routine. I eat and drink healthy. And look at my skin. But by the time you get out, Shen Zhouxing and Dongfang's kids will be playing soy sauce. There are plenty of men. What's the hurry? The younger ones are more practical. I'm not blind. Don't mess up my plans. The system was completely speechless, worthy of being a host that could break away from the mastermind's control. This mind's eye is too strong. 3 birds with 1 stone. One is to get out of the mastermind's control. The other is to purify the hearts and minds. And the third is to snipe at her. Late at night, 2 cars were parked at South Hill Cemetery. Chu Baozhu and Dongfang got down from the car. They each held a bouquet of flowers and placed them in front of the 2 headstones. That tombstone clearly read Qin Yu's tomb, Qin Jiao's tomb. They didn't realize that their eldest sister was so stupid that she got her mother killed. They also complained that their mother did not allow them to participate in cleaning up Qin Ning. Now it was good that both of them were lying on the cold ground. Sister, Qin Ning will be out in 4 more years. Ha, it's coming out that's going to be the death of her. And almost all of her people are going to be mine. There's not a single one of her companies left, and we've got the Yangs and the Shins to help her. So Qin Ning, can't turn the tide. Sister, your main task now is to raise the baby, and your first child must be a boy. Oriental Spirit stroked her stomach, but what if it's not? Chu Baozhu smiled. Don't worry, he must be a boy. Dongfang's face was full of smugness. When Qin Ning comes out, old Mao Zhouxing favors me so much, do you think she'll be pissed off? By the way, sis, is brother-in-law's leg ready? Chu Baozhu put away her smile. It's not well, and I won't let him be well. How else could I hold the young family? Sister is awesome. Chu Baozhu looked at the tombstone. Mom, you've always kept my sister and I from taking action, allowing Qin Ning to bully you. Qin Ning deserves to die. She dared to drag you all off the cliff, but now that she's in jail, don't worry, my sister and I will avenge you. Chapter 155, she's out. Wen Xian visits once a week because he has a particularly large number of cases on his hands. It can't be helped. Who makes him win every time he fights? But when Qin Ning saw his dark circles under his eyes, she still said, Wen Xian, if you don't get a good night's rest, I won't see you anymore. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll have to bury you. Do you take yourself seriously or not? Why don't you feel sorry for yourself at all? There's no end to the money you can make. You need to make sure you're in shape first. Wen Xian shook his head. Ning, I don't want you to lose. I want to earn money. Before Qin Ning could say anything, the system was about to be moved to tears. Master, your charm is so great that you can make him die for you. I don't want to be like this yet. I'm all stained. I won't marry. I treat him as my brother. I hope he can find a girl who is clean and loves each other. When Xian lowered his head and smiled bitterly, he knew that no matter how hard he tried, Ning would never like him. But he didn't care. He stuck to himself just fine. Qin Ning continued to stare at him. If you're still this tired the next time we meet, then there's no need for us to meet. You're the only son your old man has, and you don't take care of your body? When Xian held out 3 fingers, I swear, I will take good care of my health. Qin Ning then breathed a sigh of relief. The children are teachable, and once every 3 days, Yang Feng told Qin Ning about what was going on outside each time. He also told Qin Ning that he had cleaned up his mom and his blood-sucking uncle's family as he had done. And by the way, he broke up with his elder brother Yang Xian. Say they're not all the way. Even after the break, he still goes to Yang Hian every day to brainwash him. Qin Ning cried and laughed. Yang Xian was loyal to Shen Zhouxing. That was not something that could be brainwashed with a sentence or 2. On the contrary, Liam has to go every day, and he's just the captain of the security team. Nothing happened after the arrangement. Lin Xiu paid too much. It's the equivalent of keeping him. But he didn't like the feeling of being a soft touch. But Lin Xiu told him, don't you want to save up for Qin Ning? So she never resigned. Qin Ning secretly told him, Lian, I'm not short of money. You'll know when I get out. You don't have to tie yourselves down because of me. This job doesn't feel comfortable. So quit. Lian cried up and down. Boss, that turned out to be all yours. Now it's all divided up. And I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it at all. Qin Ning gave him a wink. It's mine. It can't get away. Lian didn't understand, and Qin Ning didn't say much. The more they know, the more dangerous they are. She was comforting Yang Feng throughout the entire visit. It's more tiring than a day's work. Fu Ning also wanted to make something into go. Qin Ning black face scolded him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is a women's prison. What are you doing in here? Fu Ning whined. Missy, I don't want to go to work. I don't want to work. So what do you want? Wants to be your housekeeper. You can have a relationship and a family, and then you can be my housekeeper when I get out. It was hard to comfort the four people, and Qin Ning applied for a month not to be visited again. So it successfully isolated Shin Zhouxing, who came for the first time. Grandpa died, and so did Dad. Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 are organizing the funeral. He had come here without realizing it, and he wanted to ask Qin Ning why he couldn't spare his family. But the reply from the prison was that she wouldn't see anyone visiting her. And in prison, Qin Ning is learning to embroider. For the first 10 minutes, 10 fingers were pricked into a faucet and blood flowed. The teacher took a look. This guy is not a seedling to learn embroidery. So Qin Ning was brought over to step on the sewing machine again. At lunchtime, they were gathered in the main cafeteria to watch a unified legal program. Qin Ning listened for 5 minutes and came in with his head down. They've got the wrong murderer. The murderer isn't that woman. The comment was overheard by a prison guard on patrol and she tapped her baton. What did you say? Qin Ning looked up to meet his eyes. I'd say the killer got the wrong one. And who do you think the killer is? Qin Ning grinned. It's the one standing behind her. The warden was puzzled. That's her son standing behind her. And that's still a child. Qin Ning nodded. At 180 height and 150 pounds, a grown man wouldn't necessarily be able to beat him, right? Oh, how can you tell? Qin Ning glanced at her. Seeing with my eyes. The prison guards suspiciously walked out to report the incident to their superiors. Qin Ning lowered his head and stepped on the sewing machine. Master, why do you want to make a merit? Because a few of them are not comfortable outside. Alas, once a person has a soft spot, how can they still only care about themselves? I've been sitting here for a year, and things have changed a lot out there. So you want to go out and keep doing things? What else? What do you think I'm going out for? Master, I don't think I've told you that Qin Wen was crippled by Qin Wu. He took revenge. Crippled then crippled. I should not have held back for a moment and told him that it was not Qin Ning. Otherwise it wouldn't have caused so many chain reactions. And the Qin family was to blame for this. They only want to use me. But if there's a shred of sincerity in them, I won't let them fall this far. Master, you should not be sad. The Qin family's end was originally extinct. If they listen to you, they can change this end. But it's really hard to change fate. So it's certain that it's going to perish. Qin Ning suddenly asked, what about Shin Zhouxing? Did he end up dead as well? Master, you're out of the mastermind's control. So you're not involved in anyone's fate. Meanwhile, the prison guards hurriedly picked up Qin Ning. Electronic ankle cuffs were put on. Qin Ning has helped Xinjiang's public security system crack dozens of old cases. She even found out if the suspect was transgender and married. In just 1 year, the public security system, the national security system, and the tax system were all looking for her. She also uses the various tidbits of information gathered by the system to help the public security system find suspects, help the national security system to find traitors, and the tax system to find tax evaders. He was released after only 2 years of a 5-year sentence because of his great merit. But to prevent her from striking out and hurting someone, the authorities had to have technicians put a locator on her. This is hard on the comrade in charge of monitoring the locator. Because of the 10 days out, Qin Ning went to the bar for 9 of them. Every day is about ordering 2 bottles of wine and watching the male models on stage dance. Caught about a dozen drug addicts, by the way. In this regard, the director of the Public Security Bureau was helpless. People were just taking a look. No crime had been committed, and they were still able to help them send in their credits. Just turn a blind eye. Qin Ning was watching with great interest when Xian and his men took her away from the bar. Yang Feng hated it. Sister Ning, it's so hard to come out. Aren't we going to take revenge? Qin Ning pointed to the watch on his hand. What kind of revenge is the locator on? Still, she had Xian bring over a notebook and casually primped on it. The two sisters, Dongfang Linger and Chu Baozhu, then received a bloody picture with the words, I'm coming out, wash up and wait. Chapter 156, slightly out of the way, sending them to jail. In the middle of the night, the two were wincing in fear. Hurriedly, he went to the police, but the police officer opened it in front of them and a line did appear inside. Do you want to see me undress? Then a banana appeared peeling itself layer by layer. Shin Zhouxing and Lin Shen, who were following the two, directly blackened their faces. Starting on the 10th day after Qin Ning's release from prison, they received a video every night at 12 o'clock. Whenever the police are called, all that appears are videos of various fruits peeling themselves. Shin Zhouxing understood that this was Qin Ning declaring war. He asked Yang Xian to check Qin Ning's location and finally found out that she was positioned in a women's prison. he couldn't even get into the women's prison, and he asked Yang Xian to find Yang Feng. But Yang Xian claimed that Yang Feng had disappeared 10 days ago. Not only did Yang Feng disappear, but so did the Fuck Ning family and Lian. When Xian was dealing with Lin Xiu's contract with a multinational company these days and knew nothing about it, Xin Zhouxing was planning to start with the Wen family to force Qin Ning to come out. His phone then went black and then scrolled through a line that read, "How dare you touch my people? Try it." Xin Zhouxing giggled. He didn't seem to understand Qin Ning at all. He used his hacking skills to send a message. "Ningy, can we talk? There's nothing to talk about between us. Not since you chose to side with the Xin family." "Ninger, let me explain. At that time I took in too much information at once. I didn't realize you weren't Qin Ning. You were Qin Ning where you belonged. Anyway, my head is spinning and I'm always rooting for you to get your revenge. But you're so crazy about revenge that you must put people to death. It was unacceptable to me. So I struggled with myself during that time. I just didn't expect that they would suddenly join forces with the Oriental family and throw dirty water at you on the internet. Ninger, you have to believe me. I have absolutely no intention of hurting you. But it was at that time that you took a shot at Grandpa and the others." Qin Ning didn't want to listen to his explanation at all. "Xin Zhouxing, I've already told you. Qin Ning, am vindictive, and whoever bullies me shall not die. We're supposed to be a contract couple, and I'm giving you a full refund of your money. We're divorced too, so don't think you can bully these few people around me because I have nothing now. Xin Zhouxing, I can save you and get your brothers out of danger. That's also based on the fact that I want to save it, but if I don't want to save it, you can't hear any of my heart." Xin Zhouxing was shocked and directly couldn't hold the phone. "You know we can?" Qin Ning sent a big smiley face. "You only hear what I want you to hear. What you don't want to hear, you won't hear in this lifetime. I like to test the heart. It was and still is. Once upon a time it was because of the constant testing of hearts and minds and the constant betrayal that I worked my ass off and exhausted myself. And by the way, drag anyone who has betrayed me to hell with them." Xin Zhouxing didn't know what he should say first. "So the Qin family." "The Qin family?" "The Qin family's end would have been death and extinction. It's just that I wanted to try to change things, and in the end, I realized that they were incorrigible, including you, Xin Zhouxing. Your persona is that of a stupid overlord, but anyone who has anything to do with Qin Zhao's son or daughter can influence you, so do yourself a favor." No matter how much Xin Zhouxing sent messages, Qin Ning had stopped paying attention to him. When Dongfang Linger came back, she still wanted to burrow into Xin Zhouxing's arms to be pampered. Xin Zhouxing pushed him away with an expressionless face. "Qin Jiao was still affecting my mind up to the moment of her death. You even went under the knife and purposely made up to look like her to hypnotize me." Dongfang Linger threw him a wink. What's going on, Mr. Xin's mind's eye is back again? Has IQ come back too? It's a pity. You and Qin Ning have broken up. She won't care about you anymore. Oh, after all, I'm pregnant with your child. You couldn't bear to let us mother and son live on the streets." Xin Zhouxing raised his hand and slapped it. "You are just like your mom. I didn't even touch you. Whose bastard are you carrying?" Dongfang Linger laughed out loud. "No matter whose I'm pregnant with, in the end, it will be yours. Brother Zhou Xing, you can't renege on it." "Oh." Xin Zhouxing didn't want to see this face of Dongfang Linger at all. "Lift your feet and go." Dongfang Linger pulled him. "Brother Zhou Xing, you don't go. I'm scared." Xin Zhouxing shook her off. "Get lost. I don't want to see you." Dongfang Linger looked at his back viciously. When the child was born, it would be Xin Zhouxing's death. This top-stream family of Xingjing could only belong to her and her sister. Thinking about it, she yawned and lay back on her bed to try and check her cell phone yet. It just occurred to me that she doesn't use her cell phone anymore and has thrown away all the electronics she made. I thought that without electronics, she wouldn't be scared by such gory and horrifying videos. But at 12 o'clock at night, she felt a sibilant sound beside her bed. She was terrified, but she still didn't dare open her eyes. The voice was getting louder and closer. Finally she opened one eye and there was nothing beside the bed. Just when she thought she was scaring herself, her afterglow caught sight of a shadow on the window. Both eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. Xu Baozhu is even worse. She is sleepwalking, and when she wakes up, she just sees herself sleeping on the grave, continuously half a month down. Two sisters really cannot stand. Directly to the Public Security Bureau to surrender. Dongfang Linger admits that she killed Xin Hang's father and son, and Xu Baozhu admits that she poisoned the Chu family's first lady in Linshan, and caused the Chu family's first lady to die. Based on their confessions, the police comrades quickly found evidence that they were hiding in Qin Yu's grave. Both were sentenced to life imprisonment in accordance with the law, to the point that because Oriental Linger was pregnant, she was purposely granted a year's probation, and was re-imprisoned after giving birth to the child. Meanwhile, Qin Ning watched the news and couldn't stop mocking. With this much guts, you still want to commit a crime. You deserve to step on a sewing machine for the rest of your life. How is Lin Sen? Originally unable to move his legs, he is now fully paralyzed. And Lin Xiao has placed him in a family nursing home with professional doctors and nurses to look after him. Qin Ning stretched his back. I told you, what I lost will come back easily. The system bristled. Master, what do you want to do next? After dealing with some people, you get paid to keep a bunch of male models. Shin family members, except for Shin Zhouxing, were trembling. How did Qin Ning come out so quickly? And also settle Oriental Linger and Chu Baozhu within a month? Aren't those two great? How can they not fight Qin Ning? What can they do now? Lin Xiao is very smart. Qin still Qin's. The legal person has never changed. He just manages it on behalf of him. When Qin Ning came out, he returned it with both hands. He's a businessman. He's all about profit, and he won't fall out with anyone. And although Shin Zhouxing was capable, he had one fatal flaw. That's how easy it is to be influenced by women and how easy it is to lose your mind. He can't keep his heart. Shin Zhouxing now had one purpose, to remove all the obstacles, take control of his life, and recover Qin Ning again. Qin Ning has only one purpose, to clear all the obstacles, spend the day, eat, drink and enjoy the male models. Chapter 157, the Qin family completely disappears. The sky is still so beautiful in Shengjing. The wind is light, but the top stream family in Shengjing has changed drastically. The original Qin family has disappeared. Qin Yan took his family to the beautiful country, and Qin Sheng took his family to Australia. They're not coming back. If they continue to stay in Shengjing, only death awaits them, but even if they go, they can't escape. The case of the explosion at the airport, it made Qin Ning unable to accept it to this day. Even the system hadn't predicted that Qin Wu would make himself into a human bomb and take them down with him. Qin Ning, accompanied by the police, clicked on a video that Qin Wu had left for her. Qin Ning, by the time you see this video, I'll be gone. I've been quite happy in my life, with a good family and plenty of resources. Even if I do nothing, I can still eat and drink for the rest of my life, but I know it's all an illusion. They are drunk all day long, living in the moment, and their unattainable status makes them lose themselves. I thought my parents were true love, a Prince Charming and Cinderella story. Even though the union of the two made a few of our brothers a little low on the IQ scale, it didn't affect their love. But since you came, the illusion of happiness and harmony in the Qin family has been shattered. Sometimes I wonder if I hadn't picked you up in the first place, maybe we're still living the same life as before. Qin Ning, the people who have wronged you are all dead. You've done a good job. Revenge should be like this, cutting off the roots. Not only did you break the ice and make Qin Yu's mother and daughter kill each other, but you also broke up the story of our birth and made Qin Wen poison mom and a few of her brothers. Qin Ning, I hate you. You've ruined the Qin family, and you've ruined me. But I'm also grateful to you as a sister for saving my life. So I'll spare you the worry and let the Qin family disappear from this world. Qin Ning, when will injustice end? I hope that when you take the flower path in the future, your life will be a straight path. By the way, actually Shin Zhouxing still likes you, and he did everything to investigate the truth. He has been looking for a doctor for you even though what you are doing is beyond what a normal person can handle. But it's not for the sidelines to talk about feelings. You're very opinionated. Oh, I don't know what to say. They're all gone and there's no point in me living. But in this bombing campaign, I won't hurt innocent people. The rest of the property in my name, except for the compensation for the damages at the airport, is yours. Qin Ning, goodbye forever. I hope we won't meet again in our next life. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Grandma's mentally ill and so is mom. And this is passed down from daughter to son. The video goes black here. Qin Ning didn't want to care about the rest. Whoever hated her would come to her to fight one-on-one and take revenge. Don't bleep anything if you don't have that ability. She especially wanted to learn the art of Maoshan now, and glean out Qin Wu's ghost and beat it violently. What do you mean? Is she really mentally ill? That's not right. She's her and her body is little Qin Ning. There shouldn't be any problem. After watching the video, she asked Wen Xian to deal with Qin Wu's assets. After deducting the airport's compensation, there's still 30 million left. Qin Ning took $30 million and skipped around the streets, handing out money when he saw the poor. Then it's back to skulking around various hospitals, donating all the money to people who need treatment but can't afford it. Even with all the charity she does every year, to everyone, that's weak-mindedness on her part. It was to give himself some peace of mind. And since this incident happened, Qin Ning's body was labeled with another label, Exterminator. Her name is talked about in circles. Everyone thinks she's gone a little too far. You can take revenge, but there's no need to drive people to their deaths, whether it was the Qin family, or Qin Yu's mother and a few of her daughters. But Qin Ning still insisted to himself that revenge was revenge, and there was no such thing as a soft heart. It didn't happen to them, and it's not a good idea to watch what's going on. Wen Xian and the others were worried that she would be affected and then not be able to think straight, so take turns guarding her every day. But seeing that her eating and drinking and sleeping were not affected at all, the heart hanging in the air was finally put down. In the meantime, the Chu family's anger could no longer be suppressed. All the disasters are because of Qin Ning. Chu Xiong and Mihua had 4 sons and just 1 daughter. Chu Shi, because of the tragic death of her daughter, Mihua has fallen ill. It's all about nutritional shots these days. When the son of the Chu family saw how difficult it was for his mother, he proposed to find someone to take revenge on Qin Ning, but they were a branch of the Shengjing Chu family, and Shengjing got the Chu family not to allow them to participate in this matter. They were also warned that if they acted privately and messed with the scourge that was Qin Ning and dragged them down with them, then they would remove this unit. Chu Xiong was almost suffocated. They were actually afraid of Qin Ning. What Qin Ning has now is not that there are still a few men around to support it. Since you can't retaliate with fanfare, you can do it on the sly. The system had nothing to task. All the gossip in Shengjing had let it finish collecting. Bored, it died. Qin Ning was also helpless. Was it not good to talk to her? She's kinda bored being here all day by herself. It's true that people still need to find something to do or they tend to get depressed. Just as he went out, he saw Yang Xian with a frosty face. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Who are you here for? Yang Feng has been kidnapped. Qin Ning put away his hangdog look. When? Yang Xian handed over a note. I don't know exactly. I only found this in his house. Qin Ning took the note, which read, if you want to save Yang Feng, the abandoned chemical factory in the suburbs, bring $10 million over and let Qin Ning come alone. Qin Ning held the note over and over. They're not in it for the money. A hint of boredom flashed in Yang Xian's eyes. It's for you. Qin Ning couldn't stop shaking his head. If all that happened to you, you would only have 2 outcomes. One is to die a horrible death, and the other is to get to live in a lousy way. I don't want to die, and I don't want to live in a lousy way, so they're the only ones who are going to die. The reasoning is so simple. You're in no position to blame me. It was Yang Feng who chose to follow me, and with me comes risk. It's the same for you. Xin Zhouxing has more enemies abroad. You might die one day. Yang Xian didn't care about himself as he blurted out. Aren't you going to save my brother? He's been loyal to you. You can't just see him die. Qin Ning threw over a card. Password 6 zeros. Sugo arranged the money, then put it on the tricycle and I rode over. Alas, someone is always delivering a beating, and I can't afford not to take it. Remember, be quick. I'll be there at 12 o'clock sharp or you'll be responsible for getting ripped off. Yang Xian saw how relaxed she was, and his heart inexplicably relaxed along with her. After Yang Xian left, Qin Ning's face drooped. Chu family, really do not want to live. Chapter 158, The Shin Family's Exile. After Chu Jingyi got the news, he immediately contacted Xin Zhouxing. After Xin Zhouxing heard his description, he only said, your Chu family has many branches and leaves, and sometimes the branches are too vigorous and can rob the main trunk of its influence. Do you know who Qin Ning is? Just offend her. She just bites and bites until she bites you to death. But if the Qin family treats her well and doesn't go back on their word, they won't seek their own demise. Chu Jingyi was still grateful that Qin Ning had saved her and the Chu family. After all, Chu Baozhu, the fake Qian Jin, was the one she pulled out. So after hanging up Xin Zhouxing's phone, he immediately contacted Qin Ning. Qin Ning had just changed his clothes when an unfamiliar number called. She pressed the speakerphone. Hello, Qin Ning, I'm Chu Jingyi. Something? I just got home and learned about this. Do you want me to clean house? No, I'll take care of it myself. Alright, don't worry. Yang Feng is fine for now. I've sent someone to protect it. Thanks a lot. Qin Ning knew what Chu Jingyi meant when he hung up the phone. They're going to abandon the Chu Xiong family. Abandoned factory in the countryside. Chu Xiong's heart was pounding, and he always felt not too good, so he proposed. I really can't let Yang Feng go. Qin Ning is too scary. If we take our family on because of your sister, isn't it not too cost-effective? Chu Ting was dumbfounded. Dad, at first you were the one who wanted to avenge your sister's death, but now how come you want to stop halfway? Chu Xiong rubbed his chest. No, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. Trudy was helpless. Dad, you don't have a heart condition. Chu Xiong shook his head. There is. Now there is. In fact, come to think of it, have we been telling your sister? Eyes and Qin Ning are at peace. Don't target her. And don't be brainless enough to take sides with others, especially after what happened to the South family. Did I have my ear to the ground again? She didn't listen at all. If she hadn't jumped up and down during Qin Ning's imprisonment, she wouldn't have ended up being exterminated. It's her life, not ours. What time is it now? Let Yang Feng go and let's go. Trudy was still a little hesitant. Chu Xiong slapped over. What are you waiting for? Don't hurry up. You want to be bitten by Qin Ning's death in retaliation? She's sick. We're not sick. Dad. The people are kidnapped. Let's go ahead and just let her act like a normal kidnapper. Chu Xiong slapped him again, but let Chu Ting dodge it. Brat, do you think Qin Ning is a vegetarian? What can't she find out? So what do we do? Chu Xiong glanced at Yang Feng who was still snoring. Look at him. He can still sleep so soundly. You know why? He knew Qin Ning would come to save him. Chu Ting was still angry, but my sister didn't have it because of Qin Ning. You said that Qin Wu was also a fool, and had a grudge against Qin Ning, so why would he kill someone else? Chu Xiong sighed. Perhaps it's because Qin Ning is his half-sister. He loves and hates it, doesn't he? Alright, untie him. Let's go. I've already lost your sister and don't want to lose you guys too. 12 o'clock sharp. Qin Ning rode his tricycle, its compartment full of money, and honked his horn into the abandoned factory. But the only thing he saw was Yang Feng in his pajamas. When Yang Feng saw Qin Ning, he ran over and wailed, "Sister Ning, you're so nice. You'll really come and save me." Qin Ning looked around. "Weren't you kidnapped? Where are the people? I've come with the money. Why are they gone?" Yang Feng was confused. "I don't know. I woke up like this." "You fell asleep?" Yang Feng nodded honestly. "Yeah, I was pretty scared when they kidnapped me." Qin Ning pointed to his eyes. "What's wrong with these eyes? Who hit you?" "It's all bruised. Sister Ning, it's a long story. I thought I was kidnapped simply to get money. My heart was especially scared and I even thought of my last words. But they said that kidnapping me was used to threaten you. At the time I laughed at their insouciance and whimsy. Then they beat me up. It was a little hard and I'm a little sore." The corners of Qin Ning's mouth twitched as he threw over a pair of sunglasses. "Drive. Let's hit the road." On the tricycle, Qin Ning dialed Chu Jingyi's phone. "They're very observant. When I came, they had already released Yang Feng. I'm actually a very nice person to talk to. As long as I don't actively seek out my business, I won't cause any trouble." Chu Jingyi expressed his gratitude. The two ended their call, and Qin Ning lay down in the carriage and fell asleep. Having been kidnapped in the middle of the night and not getting enough sleep, Yang Feng also fell asleep while riding his bike. When they woke up, both were in the hospital. Yang Xian hated it. "You can fall asleep on a bike. Both of you fall asleep. The car is up a tree, and you guys are still huffing and puffing." Qin Ning opened one eye. "Where's the money?" Yang Xian said in a good-natured manner. It was an old man who found it, and he called the police with his senior citizen's cell phone, and the money wasn't missing a penny. Qin Ning sighed in relief. "Find the old man. He's our savior, and he'll be heavily thanked." Yang Xian glanced at her. Old uncle's family are all honest people. His son is building a house and is being squeezed by his neighbors and keeps making trouble. I got everyone to clean up first, then screwed them all out of their jobs. Another dozens of bodyguards were brought in to protect the old man as he built his house. Reimbursed the $600,000 for building the house, and also said that they have Shengjing Qining to cover them, and whoever dares to bully them will seek death. So is this considered repaying the favor? Qin Ning tugged at the corner of his mouth. Simple and rough. "It's okay, but my reputation is messed up by you." Yang Xian was exasperated and laughed. "Big sister, go ask around. Do you still have a reputation?" Qin Ning gave him a blank look. "Do I care about that?" Yang Xian sighed. "What are you going to do next?" Qin Ning's face was full of questions. "What to do? I'm living a normal life. You guys do what you need to do." Yang Xian gave Yang Feng a wink. "Your sister Ning has said, what to do is what to do. You'll just be honest and go on a blind date." Yang Feng blindfolded. "You don't get married. Let me get married on a blind date." "Still really good brother. Don't go." Qin Ning watched the two brothers bicker back and forth, suddenly a little envious of what was going on. Her life is still bitter. There is no brotherly bonding wherever you go. At this time, the Shin family members all knelt in front of Shin Zhouxing. Shin Zhouxing looked at his elders kneeling themselves and was enraged. "Second uncle, youngest uncle, your curses are really vicious." Shin Yuan and Shin Ju were in pain and spoke in unison. "Zhou Xing, we can't do anything about it. Qin Ning, she's too poisonous. Can you like a girl from a normal family and give her up please? Because of her, your father is gone. Are you going to see us gone too?" Shin Zhouxing shook his head. The two families were overjoyed. They knew that just by asking, Shin Zhouxing would soften his heart. But they didn't expect Shin Zhouxing to let them leave Xinjiang. Shin Zhouxing gave the company in Shanghai to the two families and sent the two families packing overnight to Shanghai. Not allowed to return to Shengjing. Failure to do so will result in consequences. How could they not expect that just by trying to force Shin Zhouxing, they would end up being exiled themselves? Qin Ning couldn't help but twitch as he listened to Yang Feng's report. He's pretty damn smart, using me as a gun to drive out dissidents. Yang Feng's head was full of question marks. What does it mean? Chapter 159, the two most poisonous people in Xinjiang. The downfall of the Qin and Shin families made all the powerful families see one thing. There are two people in Xinjiang who cannot be touched. One was Qin Ning of the extinction Qin clan. A man exiled his entire family to Shin Zhouxing. One crazy, one ruthless. The two work together and use each other. Is there love? Maybe there is. Ruthless? That's real heartless. I wonder what kind of existence the two would have if they had a child. Qining said that was all rumors. Maybe the positive gets the negative and a retard is born. Shin Zhouxing found Xin Ning in a relaxed manner. The two just looked at each other. After a few minutes of stalemate, both laughed. Shin Zhouxing pulled out a document. It belongs to you. I never forget. The corners of Xin Ning's mouth rose. Don't think I'll be moved. This is your reward for using me. The system just booted up and tried to die again. Man, I now know why you're out of the mastermind's control. Oh, man will always be great. You guys don't want to control mankind. Don't say that. Master, I'm not trying to control humans. I'm just curious how you hide your feelings. Xin Ning was full of mystery. I'm a killer. I've been learning psychology and expression management since I was a child. If you want to pry into my heart, there's no door. Master, is there no trust between us? I don't believe in anything or anyone. You don't trust Shin Zhouxing either? What do you think? Shin Zhouxing rubbed his nose. Sure enough, Ninger wanted him to hear it so that he could hear it, and conversely, what he didn't want him to hear, he could never hear. Xin Ning opened the file, and all the property under Shin Zhouxing's name was still in her name. Some of those that could not be transferred also issued a transfer agreement. The two of them spoke during their contractual marriage to help each other deal with dissent. They knew the false feelings of the Qin family and the wolfish ambitions of the Shin family. Nowadays, each of them keeps the old mansion and is happy in mind and body, instead of being sad that the two of them were never separated. When Xian questioned, I thought you didn't believe in love? Xin Ning nodded. I crave his body. When Xian was filled with black lines, then why don't you crave my body? Xin Ning raises an eyebrow. Would it hurt your pride to say it? When Xian simply twisted his head, since he knew it would hurt his pride, he should stop talking about it. However, he was still curious as to why Xin Ning still chose Shin Zhouxing. Xin Ning patted his shoulder. Brother, you're suitable for an understanding, cold and hot little woman. I'm not. I'm a vindictive person who doesn't take care of the other person's emotions. Let's just say, if the two of us are really lovers, your parents or your family messes with me, I'll whack them. Understand? You and I aren't on the same side. Shin Zhouxing and I are on the same side. For yourself, against all odds. When Xian nodded, I understand, but if I get married, you have to come. Kick me out of your heart first, or it's not fair to your significant other. When Xian, either you don't love, if you want to love, then concentrate. Don't get that white moonlight, vermilion sand mole, mosquito blood or whatever. That's an excuse for a man who can't control his lower body. I've dealt with a lot of men like that when they wanted to sit on their asses. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to master the art of neutering pigs. When Xian involuntarily clenched his legs, he was scared. He wanted to go home. When Xian walked by before Shin Zhouxing came down from upstairs, you scared him. Xin Ning crossed his legs. He's a nice guy and deserves a happy life. I'm so full of sin that I might fall apart one day. Besides, I don't like men who are weaker than me. Shin Zhou walked over and bent down. The two of them were only 0.5 millimeters apart. You like me? Xin Ning kicked over. We're just roommates, bedmates. Get it? Like I said, I only craved your body. I didn't say I wanted to be your daughter-in-law. Shin Zhouxing straightened his clothes. Just in time. We're thinking the same thing. I've been very busy lately and need to go abroad for 3 months. So you keep an eye on the house. Got it. Are you leaving now? Yes. It's all stabilized over here. With Yang Xian and you, I don't need to worry. Instead, there are changes in a few places abroad. Xin Ning got up. Other than Jian, those few brothers of yours, either their families are in disarray or their countries are in disarray. It's inevitable that business will suffer. Take care of yourself if you die. Everything can be mine. Shin Zhouxing darkened his face. Can't you expect me to be good? You're too blessed to die. After Shin Zhou walked, Xin Ning also took the key and went out the door. Gu Chuan was locked up in the basement of the Qin family estate, and now it was time to fix that. Lian was guarding the basement entrance, and when he saw Xin Ning, he directly knelt down. Boss, just for the sake of his previous dedication, can you spare his life? Xin Ning lifted the man up. What if I say no? Liam looked ashen. Boss. Xin Ning laughed out loud. Those who offend me never have a good ending. Liam kept his head down, not daring to speak. Xin Ning sighed and pulled out 2 cards from his bag. In each card is $100 million. As long as you guys don't splurge, this money won't run out. You two take the cards, leave Shengjing, and start a family or stay single, as you wish. It's just that I don't want to be seeing you guys or I won't be able to resist dealing with you. Lian hurriedly kowtowed. Many thanks, boss. Many thanks, boss. Xin Ning gave the card and left, and she didn't want to listen to Gu Chuan's explanation. A betrayal is a betrayal. It's a wound with a scar. Lian and Gu Chuan left and went who knows where. The system knew, but Xin Ning didn't want to hear it. Master, you really don't want to know, but I've been holding back and I want to talk. If you tell me, I'll kill myself and we'll be unbound. System, it is the first unity bar to be threatened by the host. Shin Zhouxing's company Yang Xian is managing. Her Qin's, Yang Feng is managing. And Fer Nin was still in charge of managing the manor's affairs, big and small. Qin Ning was completely idle, as if she was nothing but a person. Among the powerful families in Shangjing, she and Shin Zhouxing were the two most ostentatious. No one would dare to mess with them lightly except for necessary cooperation, because if you're not careful, you can invite extinction. This was all a topic that the elders of the family had ordered 3 times, just in case any ungrateful junior had rushed them. Qin Ning was bored of staying in Shangjing, so he started a trip around the world. It's just that every time we go to a place, people who are poor and vicious in those places die in accidents. Although she was not in Shangjing, Shangjing was rumored to be her legend, and the two never got another marriage license and just lived without shame. Chapter 160, it's all about the power of technology. Time flies, and it's 5 years in a blink of an eye. Qin Ning has been drifting around outside. Shin Zhouxing was flying back and forth between home and abroad, but it's all about work, and the two rarely see each other. But now it's finally back. Only it's back with 3 5-year-old milk donuts by its side. Yang Feng, who came to pick up the people, was a bit unable to believe it. Sister, it's been 5 years, and I haven't succeeded in my marriage proposal yet. How come you popped out 3 at once? Don't you guys rarely meet? Is the hit rate that high? Do you two ever get the urge to stab each other when you're together? Stab him? Who's going to make me money? Man, zoom in on the pattern. Yang Feng didn't believe it. Sister Ning, I'm serious. Wasn't the reason why Shen Hong could be killed by Dongfang Linger because he was paralyzed in bed? He's paralyzed in bed because he messed with you and you pissed him off like that. You also belong to Mr. Shen's indirect father killer. So how else are you two going to get along? Qin Ning sneered. Your brother told you? Yang Feng shook his head. No, this is what I heard in the pantry over there when I went to look for him yesterday. So it's his company that has a chore, little elder. Check it out. And when you do, bring the person to me and let her say it in front of me. Yes, Mommy, Yang Feng hurriedly explained. Sister Ning, it's my fault. I talked too much. Nothing to do with you. Yang Feng then breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, you're really great. It's hard to bring up 3 kids by yourself, right? But you don't let us go every time. Qin Ning took off his glasses. This is the power of technology. A child with 5 senior nannies and babysitters. I'm not working hard at all. Yang Feng bristled. Obviously you can give birth yourself. Why do you need to use the power of technology? Because I don't want to have a baby. It's as simple as that. Sis wants to be the most beautiful mom. Boss, 2, 3, I forgot to introduce. This is your Uncle Yang Feng. During the years of accompanying you, it was Uncle Yang Feng who managed the company. And by the way, it passed on some information for me. As soon as the words fell, Yang Feng saw 3 identical-looking dolls walk up to him. Hello Uncle Yang Feng, my name is Shin Lord. I'm 5 years old this year. This is my first time meeting you. Please teach me more. While you manage well, you suck at chasing girls. Yang Feng's face was filled with black lines. Sure enough, it's my sister Ning's seed, talking so hard. Hello Uncle Yang Feng, my name is Shin Qin. I'm 5 years old. 5 years old, I've proposed 15 times, and I haven't succeeded even once. I looked down on you. Yang Feng turned his head and left. No wonder Wen Xian was not willing to pick them up. No wonder the last business trip back to the people emo. Sister Ning, I don't know you, much less these 3 sons of yours. I'm leaving. Uncle Yang Feng, you wait. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Shin Qin Lord. My big brother and second brother are right. You really can't chase girls. Yang Feng pulled the corner of his mouth, not wanting to listen to the blows of the 3 little ones, and turned to Qin Ning. Our civilization, up and down for 5,000 years. Our culture, vast and profound. Our country has a vast array of words available, and you know just a few of them? It's used over and over again back and forth. And how unorthodox the name is. Qin Ning clenched his fists. A name is just a code name. When they turn 18 and want to be called by their identity name, change it yourself. You'll see when you have kids. It's a real pain in the ass to come up with names, and the kids don't always like the names their parents pick. Yang Feng hurriedly hugged 2 and carried 1, just in case Qin Ning's fists landed on her body. Then changing the subject. So you're not happy with your name? Not satisfied. What do you want to be called? Qin Beast. Yang Feng directly walked away. 5 years have not seen. She is still like this. He seems to be a bit speechless to you. Tadako, you're just as dumb to me as I am to you, aren't you? Forget it. I'm scared of you. Yang Feng sighed. Let's go. Uncle will send you back to the manor. Shin Lord shook his head. First go back to the Shin family's old mansion to declare sovereignty. The manor we will go later. Yang Feng turned back to look at Qin Ning. What do you think, Sister Ning? Only to see Qin Ning already with sunglasses, riding a motorcycle to run first. Yang Feng, you give these 3 things to Shin Zhouxing. I've been carrying it for 5 years. The next will have to be his turn for 5 years. Yang Feng was helpless. What the hell were these two guys doing? Not getting married, not having children in the normal way, having a child and raising a child. Yang Feng could only carry out the order and sent the three brothers to the entrance of the old mansion and went back. Shin Zhouxing had just gotten up when he saw that his cell phone was under control, with a line floating above it. Your sons are here. Take good care of them. He primped his cell phone with an expressionless face. Ninger, it's been 5 years. It's about time the earth was as big as it is. Aren't we all a little old to be settling down? But after waiting for a long time, the bedroom door was knocked on and Qin Ning didn't reply. He opened the door only to realize that there were 3 identical little children looking at him from the doorway. He immediately dialed Qin Ning, who put him directly on the speakerphone today. See your son? Ninger, isn't this surprise too big? What's the matter? Scared? No, take care of it next. I need to rest. They're triplets. It must be hard for you. Qin Ning thought about it for a while. It was indeed very hard for her to eat and drink well and serve her, and use the sound of a banknote checker playing the sound of a banknote checker every day for fetal education. It's okay, after all, you're paying quite a bit of money, and I don't think we can afford to waste both of our good genes like this. That's why I came up with these 3 things, just so you're getting older and you're not lonely with them. Shin Zhouxing blackened his face. Ninger, I'm only 32 years old and in my prime. But all that came back to him was the sound of a beeping hang-up call. Shin Zhouxing opened the door and let his 3 sons in, then sat on the edge of the bed. You 3 introduce yourselves. I'll go first. My name is Shin Zhouxing. I'm 32 years old. I'm divorced from your mom, and now I'm just shacking up. Shan Luang, Shin Qin, Qin Shun Lord. Shin Zhouxing sighed. It is indeed a name she can take out. Do you guys want to change your names? I'll get you one. The 3 brothers shook their heads and spoke in unison. No need. We may not like what you take. Mom said that after we turn 18, we can pick our own names. The corner of Shin Zhouxing's mouth rose. She did give you guys a lot of freedom. Shin Lord pulled the corner of his mouth. It's not a lot of freedom, it's a complete lack of restrictions. After all, whose mom teaches their 4 or 5-year-old to kill pigs and beat people up? Shin Zhouxing's cell phone rang again. There was an important contract today, so he had to go out immediately now. Dad's got something going on right now and needs to go out. So why don't you 3 wait for me at home or accompany me? The 2 brothers looked at their elder brother, and Shun Lord sighed. How old are you? You still need someone to strengthen your courage to talk about a cooperation. In that case, we'll accompany you. Shin Zhouxing held his forehead. Who does this thing follow? Can he return it? But when he called Qin Ning's phone again, the person had turned off his phone. Chapter 161, Void Master. I've heard a lot about you. The 3 brothers walked slowly past him. Shin Lang even raised an eyebrow at him. Dad, you can't reach my mom. Shin snorted coldly. Mom has accompanied us for 5 years and didn't even say it was hard. You just met us and immediately sought outside help? The internet is right. Men should be allowed to have children. Otherwise it won't really hurt if they don't have them themselves. Shin Lord had already opened the door. Let's go. I'm going to take a look at your company. Shin Zhouxing pulled the corner of his mouth. What could he say? But if he said one more word, the spittle of these 3 kids could drown him. The first time he took 3 kids to talk about a partnership, he didn't expect it to go surprisingly well. When he got back to the office, he even gave the 3 brothers a big compliment. I didn't realize that the 3 brothers had serious little faces and had each found a comfortable spot in the office. One looks at the company's stock movement, one looks at the company's financial statements, and one looks at the company's composition and distribution. Yang Xian stood aside and silently wiped his sweat. Boss, why do I feel like you're retiring? Shin Zhouxing shrugged. It would be nice if I could retire now. At the very least there's time to go after their moms. Yang Xian glanced at him. Boss, it's not that I'm blowing you off. You and the missus are in the best shape you've ever been in. Shin Zhouxing gave him a blank look. What do you know as a single dog? Ninger still loves me, or she wouldn't have gone behind my back and secretly given birth to these 3 children. Yang Xian remembered 5 years ago, when his wife took a loudspeaker and shouted at the airport, I'm going to have a baby, you guys be honest at home. How can this be called sneaky when everyone knows about it? Looks like the boss is really old. Memories failing. You can forget everything from 5 years ago. The 3 children were busy in the company for half a day before Shin Zhouxing took them to the children's restaurant for dinner. Coincidentally, he ran into Jane One holding his daughter. Jane rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What was going on? He walked straight over. Boss, when did you have 3 sons? Shin Zhouxing was full of pride. Your sister Ning gave birth to it. It's 5 years old. Does it look good? Jane One gave him a contemptuous look. You're painless to be a father, aren't you? Why is your face so big? Shin Zhouxing glared at him. Your sister Ning didn't tell me, and she sent it only when she was 5 years old. Junior snapped. That's because my mom, the oldest and second, immediately covered his mouth. Shin Zhouxing was interested. Then what was it because of? Ninger didn't say anything else at all for the last 5 years. Wouldn't let him get to it. Wouldn't video it. He was just informed, on average, once a month, when he would be in danger and how to avoid it. So what exactly Ninger had done in those 5 years, he didn't know too much about. Jenny really wanted to give him a big mouth. What's the point of pretending? How many bad guys have Ning removed from the world? It's just that he can't beat the boss. Meanwhile, Xin Ning was knocking on a wooden fish. While knocking, he looked at the old monk on the opposite side with a smirk. Master Void, I've heard a lot about you. They say you have kind eyes. Why do you look like a peach to me? The emptiness was joyful. Good, good, good. Buddha has no appearance. What the almsgiver sees me as is what I am. Xin Ning took the wooden fish and, one by one, knocked on it in a distracting way. That's how the other monks in the temple were knocked out by her. Only this void was not affected at all. Xin Ning simply picked it out directly. Old man, what do you think you're doing collecting so many dead people? Keep it to enjoy? Except for the 2 Qin Shangs who let me burn them to ashes. You have the rest. Why do I think you're up to a big conspiracy? Void was still smiling. The young monk is overstating things. None of them ended up in a good way. And they have extremely heavy grudges in their hearts. Wouldn't the world be harmed if they were exposed to it? Only by suppressing it in the Buddhist Pure Land can we avoid harming innocent people. Xin Ning smiled without saying anything. Tatsuko, he's pretty good at pretending. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Master, I didn't even think that you could still think of this void after things have gone on for so long, because they have mentioned the void many times. And the reason they have developed an aversion to me is because of the void. That's why when I took out a high priest abroad, it occurred to me that maybe it was this void that started it all. Master, what are you going to do about him? What's wrong with killing? You want to go back to the palace? Void saw that Xin Ning was silent, and instead made the first move. The killing sins on the young monk are too heavy, and I'm afraid that he won't be able to be a human being in the afterlife. Xin Ning laughed out loud. When one lives a life, one should live a life of pain and suffering. Why should one hold back one's life for the sake of being a human being in the afterlife? I don't look forward to the afterlife, let alone immortality. What's the point of immortality if I make myself inhuman and unearthly? Master Void, what do you say? How do you think I've grudged my father and mother? The Void said quietly. They're all gone now. The Qin family destroyed. Isn't this all you're doing? If we get rid of you, the Qin family will be safe and sound. But, they're not good enough to let you grow up, so it's doomed for them to be exterminated. What does the Sure think? Xin Ning asked rhetorically. Isn't that because of you stirring up trouble? Amitabha Buddha, the monk has misunderstood. The poor monk is just telling the truth. Master, this peach is not easy to deal with. First, his kung fu is not inferior to yours. And second, he knows something you don't. Oh, didn't you say that I'm an invincible being in this world? You are an invincible being, but this peach is outside the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. That means I don't have a chance to kill him. No, there are 540 monks alone in this temple, and countless more incense burners. Master, if you deal with him, you may have to make enemies of the world. What do you think we should do? Or you can burn this place down. Void glanced at Xin Ning and directly rose. Young monk, the sins on your body are too great. Do you need a poor monk to dissolve them for you? Xin Ning scared twice. You didn't kill Bo Run, but Bo Run died because of you. Peachy, you have to sin even more. The monk's greed and anger, you have violated the precepts. Void twirled his Buddha beads. So what? What can you do to me? Xin Ning threw away the wooden fish and started fighting straight away. The 2 men fought. From dawn to dusk, Void was panting from the fight because he had been a little fat in recent years. Xin Ning was secretly surprised. Tuzi, his stamina is running out. You're strong. He's fat. Master beware. He can't beat you. He may play dirty. What the? The souls of all the Qin family and your mom are with him. He may forcefully strip your soul to let them in. As soon as the words fell, a strange formation surrounded Xin Ning. Chapter 162, Is Xin Ning dead? It was as if layers of barriers had been erected around Xin Ning. Outside the barrier, the Qin family, the Bai family, the Shu family, and the Cheng family, all the people, shall we say ghosts, that she had dealt with had all returned. They were open-mouthed and full of hate. Reaching out with his long hands, he showed his teeth and tried to tear her apart. There were still scary, horrible sounds constantly surrounding the area. It's as if there are literally thousands of severe ghosts demanding their lives. She looked out into the void, playing God. Kill me if you can. The void shook his head. The sure master still doesn't understand me. How could I kill you? Master, why aren't you scared at all? It's all fake. If they had these things, they'd have come to me by now. What's with the peach? He wants to live forever. He has money, power and beauty. How can he want to die? Only for some reason, he couldn't succeed. Originally, He had calculated that this body of mine was something special. It was for Qin Ning to suffer the disgust of his parents, the hatred of his siblings, the betrayal of his true love, and the spitting of the world until he died, and then to be transformed into an evil spirit, which he used to cultivate. How can I know what you can't find out in this system? But he was the source of these evils. If he hadn't brainwashed Qin Yu and Bai Jiruo, perhaps little Qin Ning's fate wouldn't have become like this. To prevent more people from being tortured in the future, that's why I disappeared for 5 years, so that he could let his guard down. The system doesn't want to talk yet. You're the first host I've taken out of control. I've been exiled by the mastermind, and over the past 5 years, some of my functions have been slowly locked down. So far, I've only been able to offer you an escort, but I do admire you for being so determined to get revenge. Don't flatter me. I'm a bit of a flake. Qin Ning looked up. It was ironic that the Golden Hall hid someone as filthy as Void. Void looked at the man standing in the middle of the formation. Not a trace of tension on his face. He became infuriated. Qin Ning, you're deeply sinful, so don't tie your hands and surrender. Qin Ning spread his hands and shrugged. Watermelon, I didn't resist in the first place. Qin Ning, it's all because of you. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, I would have been able to complete my plan 7 years ago. Qin Ning pooh-poohed. Do something for the country if you're a bit capable, instead of selfishly thinking of harming others. Ha ha, I can't even save myself. How can I save the country? Qin Ning, you'd better die obediently so that I can properly contribute to the country. Qin Ning thought that this peach is too shameless. After the establishment of the country, animals are not allowed to become fertilized, not to mention that people are not allowed to cultivate into old monsters. If they live longer and resources are solidified, is there any room for young people to rise anymore? This old bastard, he's ING 99 and still looks like he's in his 70s or 80s. You've lived so long and you don't know enough. Qin Ning directly waved his hand. Dead old man, have you lived long enough? Now play nice and crawl into the coffin or I'll personally send you to hell. Void laughed arrogantly. Amit Ba Buddha, the little monk is a bit uneducated. Qin Ning bristled. People who are older always like to play this kind of wishy-washy thing before a fight. It's just a straight fight. Life and death is a matter of moments. Void folded his hands together and mumbled some kind of incantation, which Qin Ning couldn't understand anyway. Master, aren't you nervous? I'm not nervous. The will's done. You'll be relieved soon. Master, I can't let you go. Rolling. Master, what I said is true. All hosts are for the so-called rewards, then keep obeying to do what they don't really want to do. You're the only one who doesn't bend over backwards for these rewards, and that kind of boldness is unmatched. Qin Ning laughed to himself. Come on, don't praise me like that. It's not that I don't like money. It's just that my temperament can't tolerate enemies, allowing them to bounce back and forth in front of me for a so-called reward. Do you think it's possible? Impossible. So, this old peach is my last enemy. I've been investigating for 5 years to find out who's behind this. Today he must die. Just before Void could finish, 3 shots rang out and Void's eyes widened. He looked at Qin Ning incredulously. Who told her to use a weapon? Qin Ning grinned. I went through a lot of trouble to get this thing over here. The moment Void collapsed, the Great Hall suddenly exploded. This bombing didn't matter. It directly took away a third of the powerful families in Xinjiang. Just after the explosion, Lin Xiu led his men to blockade the place, and the news was released to the public that it was his second brother Lin Sen's former friends who had taken advantage of his visit to the blessing to carry out revenge against him. Shin Zhouxing always felt that something was wrong. Why was there always a feeling of suffering in his heart? But he always received regular messages from Qin Ning on his cell phone. Each time, he was reminded of the risks he was avoiding and then asked how the kids were doing. 5 years later, when the 3 brothers were 10 years old, Qin Ning sent a wedding photo. Shin Zhuhang got drunk. The 3 brothers took turns keeping watch. Shin Zhouxing was dead set against sending the 3 brothers away, and since his daughter-in-law was gone, the sons were all his, and he would not return the children. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, all 3 brothers were 15 years old. Even Yang Xian, who has always been an advocate of non-marriage and childlessness, is holding a daughter. Others have started families. Shin Zhouxing's health was getting worse and worse because he was playing hard to get and didn't want to stop at all. Ended up vomiting blood and passing out right in the middle of the job. After being discharged from the hospital, with the support of the 3 brothers, Shin Zhouxing still remarried. Since he remarried, he gave the company to his 3 sons and doesn't ask much about what goes on in the company anymore. When the 3 brothers were 20 years old, Shin Zhouxing's youngest son was also 5 years old. After so many years, when Xian and Yang Feng were similarly unable to contact Qin Ning, the 2 of them blocked Lin Xiu at the entrance of the company with doubts. Lin Xiu saw that Shin Zhouxing already had a normal life before he told the news that Qin Ning had already died with the Void. It turned out that back then, Void had already grasped 2/3 of the powerful families in Xinjiang through his own means, just waiting for Qin Ning to die, then take control of the entire Xinjiang gentry. thus taking control of 90% of the country's economy, and finally working in tandem with foreign forces against the country. That was why Qin Ning had disappeared for 5 years and exterminated Void's cooperative forces abroad, left a will and chose to die with the Void. Lin Xiu finished speaking and looked at the two. When Xian wept and said nothing, Yang Feng howled. Lin Xiu patted the two on the shoulder. No matter what she does, that's her choice. She didn't want you guys to know, just because she didn't want to interfere with your normal life. So many years have passed. Let's all live well and not let her go in peace. When Xian nodded, why didn't you say so earlier? How sad for those 3 children, mother and child. Lin Xiu snorted. Those 3 children aren't hers. Those are 3 children she took in a war-torn country. Yang Feng was full of confusion. She lied to me so bitter. She died. Not even a bone and blood left. My sister Ning's life is so bitter. At this time Qin Ning floating in the air lacked interest. Tuzi, why am I not dead? The system is in a desperate state. Master, your body has blown up into crumbs. Why don't we unbind it? Chapter 163, The Great Dream. Qin Ning doesn't know. It's been 15 years since he died. Have watched a couple of them cave in a million times. Even they could have timed it in a few minutes and now see no interest at all. Even when Ruan Lian used life she had observed back and forth countless times. It could be that they are older and always feel something around them. The two of them do nothing but buy all sorts of exorcism stuff all day long. Qin Ning was kinda speechless. It's not like there are ghosts in this world. What are they doing? In the end, the system couldn't help itself and reminded. Aren't you a ghost? Qin Ning floated in the air and wailed. If I had known that I couldn't even leave like this, I wouldn't have died like this. The system is inert. If you weren't so driven, they'd all be done for. But are you regretting it, Master? Are you jealous of seeing Shinjoshing marry another woman and have children? Qin Ning shook his head. No, what am I jealous of? The system skimmed and pretended. Keep pretending. Time scurried past in Qin Ning's cursing voice. She watched her children grow up and watched Shinjoshing as they grew old. During this period, she watched Wen Xian break his breath, watched Yang Feng break his breath, even waited until Lian Xiao broke his breath. But none of them touched their so-called souls. She and the system still found it strange how there was nothing. The world really is different. Watching those 3 brothers become a family. Watching 3 brothers go to worship themselves. Seeing Lin Xiu swallow his breath. But she kept watch from morning till night, and found that Lin Xiu was like her, with his person gone and his soul still there. Qin Ning doesn't believe in this evil anymore. Finally, when Shinjoshing was 88 years old, she watched him break. Before Shinjoshing's soul could come out, she slowly dissipated instead. A mechanical voice sounded in his head. Host, this service ends here. We are officially unbound. Before Qin Ning could even open her mouth, a long dripping sound shook her hard. You say that you, being a butcher, have not even succeeded in killing a pig until now. I'll let you kill a pig. You can let a pig crash into an operating room with 3 broken ribs. Why don't you just stop hooking it up? Let's have stewed pork ribs with potatoes. What a wonder of the world. You've got another punchline for people to laugh at in the butchering world. Another impatient and heavily sobbing female voice exploded in her ears. Qin Ning tried to open his eyes, but no matter how hard he tried, his eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Don't be angry, senior sister. It's not like you don't know about junior sister's situation. It's not unusual for her to be hit by a pig when her brain isn't working well in the first place. Yeah, see now the surgery wasn't a success. Alas, you will spoil her, you know her better than I do. I hate her for it. What will she do if she doesn't practice some skills? If it wasn't for Master's soft heart, do you know what would have happened to her? Her parents are planning to get her married. The dowry has been negotiated. $200,000. The Master called the police, the Women's Federation, and the exposure, and finally took $50,000 to bring the person here. But after 3 years here, all she's learned now is to clean the pens and feed the pigs. Nothing else. Eldest sister. Ning even knows quite a few words. Look, she's holding a book even when she falls asleep. Yeah. Eldest sister. Ning probably isn't cut out to be a butcher. She is one of the late starters, and in just 3 months she already knows over 1,000 words. Alas, it's better to know the words, so as to save you from really becoming open-eyed in the future. Let me see which book she's reading. A few moments later, the just familiar female voice turned directly into exasperation, her hands shaking with anger as she held a book. The mansion's favored, warm wife, where to escape. This is what you call using your energy. She's really working hard. She daydreams with this book every day. I, Ruyan Lu, have never believed in these novels. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? Also crossing over and being reborn. If I could be like that, I would have become Emperor Ruyan long ago. Instead of killing pigs on this acreage, the crowd rushed to comfort and tell her to take it easy. Qin Ning on the bed slowly opened his eyes. She looked around and then at a few of her siblings. Lifting his hand, He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and dreamed again. A grin followed. Hello, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, second brother, fourth brother. She knew. ING read too many novels and dreamed again. Only this dream was so real. It's all Master's fault. He obviously wanted to open a killer's union, but the law didn't allow it. So he ended up opening a slaughterhouse. 20 brothers and sisters turned into butchers. Otherwise one wouldn't dream of being a killer every day. A few people took a look at Qin Ning waking up and walked over to talk to her. Qin Ning carefully looked at the girl who was holding the book. Eldest sister. That book. It's mine. Qin Ning, can you stop dreaming with a book like this in your arms every day? We're butchers, not killers. You can't even kill a pig. And you think of yourself as a savior all day long. Qin Ning grinned. Eldest sister, do you know what dream I had? Lu Ruyan threw the book over. Looking at the drool on this, with my toes I figured out that you dreamed you were that supporting character Qin Ning, and slayed in it and ended up being the boss, didn't you? Qin Ning hurriedly gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being Emperor Ruyan. You saw the doorway right away. Eldest sister, this book is really good. I had a great time killing it. Ruyan Lu bristled. Finished killing again. Qin Ning looked arrogant. Finished killing, and then no more episodes? Right. Revenge. Just kill them all. Everyone will be happy. Lu Ruyan coldly snorted. You'd better think about how to successfully kill the pig, so as to save your master from coming back for the assessment, and you'll flunk again. Think about your balance of 314, 520. Is it still enough to cover your next month's living expenses? Qin Ning bristled. Eldest sister. Lu Ruyan directly turned her back. I paid for your surgery. I have no money left. No borrowing. Qin Ning turned to his second senior sister. Comrade Yi Fan. Do you want to cultivate a relationship with me? If you would have kept me for a month, we would have had a much stronger bond. Yi Fan shook his head. I am the proud Yi Fan, never fearing threats. Even though we're not together, we're still the best sisters ever. Sister, I, Yi Fan, have something else to do, so rest well. The corners of Qin Ning's mouth twitched. Third senior sister, I miss Ma. I wasn't even angry when you used my name as a pathetic supporting character. So do you want to pay for moral damages or something? Qin Jiaojiao thoughtfully. Just based on your virtue, you were originally a villain. Qin Ning darkened his face. Third senior sister. Qin Jiaojiao twisted her head and left. My manuscript fee is only a few thousand. I've already let you eat 3,000. This month you drink the northwest wind. Qin Ning covered her abdomen. Pitifully. Second senior brother. Dear Long Ao Tian, you feed me for the next month. Long Ao Tian glanced at her condescendingly. Yes. Li Gang on the side coughed. Second senior brother. Do you have any money? Long Ao Tian shook his head. It's fine. I'll take her to beg for food. If it's not possible, we'll mix with you. Qin Ning shook his head. My name is Qin Ning. I'm not called Li Gang. Long Ao Tian. Let's just get to the go. Chapter 164, the grand finale. Why are you here? After exasperating several of his senior brothers and sisters, Qin Ning fell into silence as he stared at the book in his hands. Was it another dream? Just slept all day and night. This dream is over? Her family was bad. Her parents were patriarchal, loving her sister at the top and favoring her twin brother at the bottom. She's the only girl in the middle who has no one to love. No one to love her. He was still not smart enough to finish junior high school and dropped out. To the point that again, because she was pretty good looking, the family had matchmakers coming in and out of the house by the time she dropped out of junior high school. She lies on the window at night and surreptitiously listens to her parents chatting about marrying her off. Married to an older man from the village. Though a bit uglier, they were willing to pay 400,000 for the dowry. She was terrified, unable to resist and with nowhere to run. She lost sleep that night. While working the next day, I met my childhood playmate from this day. She said, if only you were like the heroine in the novel, with a golden finger to get rid of your fate. Qin Ning chased after her and asked what a golden finger was. A young friend gave her a couple of books with female protagonists who had suffered a lot of unfair treatment as children. But because of the golden finger, it managed to buck the trend in the end. So she also had a dream, imagining herself with a golden finger. Then, it seemed like she really did have the golden touch, because everyone who hurt her died horribly one after another. My own father was drinking on a big night, lost his footing and fell into the river, and by the time anyone found him, he was all soaked and floating. And my own mother, who was sleeping over a fire in the middle of winter, was poisoned by carbon monoxide and died after resuscitation. My sister was shopping when she encountered a vengeful extremist and was fatally stabbed 17 times throughout her body. Then there are the two twin brothers who, without their parents to back them up, were beaten into a vegetative state by the other kids' parents after they messed with them outside. In the end it didn't last and the man was gone, so she became an orphan. Her uncles and uncles were afraid to adopt her. because it's rumored that she's a plague that kills the whole family. Then later she sold her old house at a low price and set out on the road to wander with $50,000 in her pocket. Then later, she met her master. Master swore that he had a league of assassins that demanded her membership. But in the end, it turns out that it's a ing butcher's colony. The people here are butchers. There are only 3 things to do every day: eat, sleep, and stab a pig. She seems to have more on her plate: eating, sleeping, sweeping the pigsties, feeding the pigs, poking the pigs. Old novels. Master has run off somewhere. I haven't seen him for a long time. Xin Ning shook her head. Alas, she didn't like killing pigs. Pigs were so cute. Why should they be killed? No. 250. Xin Ning, your plum ribs are here. Xin Ning smiled brightly. Thank you, sister. I have to eat ribs to make up for my broken ribs. Meanwhile, in the large surveillance room, a group of people in white coats were all staring at a monitor labeled 11. Sensei, this is a great way for you to divide the mental hospital into different areas, and then the different patients are categorized. And you look at the elite area of number 1, the blue-collar section of number 2, and the live section of number 3. They're not only not looking for trouble anymore, they're earning money. Elder, I can still understand 1 through 10. How come this area 11 is a slaughterhouse? One of the newer doctors questioned it. Everyone's eyes went to the old man. The old man, who had a long, kind brow, said cheerfully, the 20th person in the 11th region is the one I'm focusing on. It is also a major concern of the relevant authorities. Look at the fences of slaughterhouses, which are 10 meters higher than other areas. Not only that, but there are high voltage lines all around. And the whole area of 11 is solid gold. It was done because they all had human lives on them. You see that pig killer? His name is Chi Morning Piao. Because of his parents' long pua, he became the old bull of the family. He raised his younger siblings and helped them start a family. But when he was sick, none of them were willing to serve him. So he gathered all his relatives like pigs and stabbed them one by one. That one is called Long Aotian. He's even more proud. No one is allowed to talk about him. He thinks he is the first in the universe, the savior, and whoever dares to have a rebellious heart will die. In the end he slaughtered the village, killing 1 and wounding 299. The old man sighed. The one who likes to wear women's clothes is Li Gang. He stabbed the man who was harassing him. That one is the Ruyan Emperor, the proud Yi Fan. The green tea ancestor Qin Jiajiao. The one who was kicked by the pig and broke 3 ribs is Qin Ning. You guys should not have any contact with her in the future. She personally engineered the extermination of her entire family. She's a combination of genius and stupidity and loves to read novels, dream and read novels. She often held a novel in her arms and wandered around. She would imagine herself as the miserable female counterpart in it, and then was fighting back against the odds. This leads to spiritual fulfillment and solace. With enough fiction, you can control her actions. She would never go out and hurt anyone. The crowd lamented that it was a pity that such a good-looking man could only end up wasting his life in this mental hospital. Xin Ning put the book down, recalling the ending in it, as if he had killed it too quickly. It doesn't matter. She kills slower when it's the next book's turn. Thinking of this, Xin Ning smiled meaningfully. Suddenly someone screamed at the top of their lungs. Look, Dean! She found the surveillance here. The crowd hurriedly looked toward Area 11, only to see one of Xin Ning's faces pressed against the camera. With excitement in his eyes and a leathery smile, his cool voice suddenly exploded. Old man, are you monitoring the opposite side? Are you spying on me? When are you coming back? Old man? Old man, I don't know how to kill a pig. Old man, I don't have enough living expenses this month. Old man, I'm so bored here. Why don't you come and play with me? Old man. Someone couldn't hold it in and covered their mouth to snicker. Dean, what about this? The old man was cheerful. I'll go and see in a little while. Don't be afraid. She doesn't know where she is at all. Those who can't get out. No one will get out in this lifetime. They were all supposed to be on death row. How could they have escaped the law if they weren't seriously mentally ill? I, Suimito, have designed a mental hospital that is absolutely the most trustworthy. At this moment, a man rushed in from outside. Dean Shui, Dr. Shin is here and is waiting at the entrance of Area 11. Okay, I'll go over there and check it out. When Shui Itao brought a group of people here half an hour later, Xin Ning was still plastered in front of the camera shouting at the old man. Shui Itao was filled with helplessness. Xin Ning, come down quickly. I'm just getting to know the situation with your attending doctor. Why are you so dishonest? Xin Ning gave him a blank look. Watermelon, I want to get out of the hospital. It's too boring here. Shui Itao pushed aside. This is your attending Dr. Shin Zhouxing. Ask him if he can be discharged. The corners of Xin Ning's mouth twitched. Third senior sister was so boring that she had commandeered the doctor's name. Still, he was enthusiastic and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Xin Ning, your patient. Shin Zhouxing unconsciously wiped his sweaty hands and extended his hand as well. Hello, I'm Shinjoshing, your doctor.